Chapter 1. Host, hello. This is book traversing system number 1328 at your service. Silence. Welcome to become one of the members of our book traversers family. From now on, we will be mutually bound together, supporting each other in the world of novels and working hard to complete the tasks given by the book traversing bureau. Silence. The name of the novel we're about to enter this time is Host. Silence. Hold up a 1 if you receive this. Silence. Host. Are you asleep, host? Silence. I just went to check your vital signs, host. Please don't pretend to be dead. I know you're awake. After hearing this sentence, Chiyu finally slowly opened his eyes, with a speed comparable to that of a sloth in slow motion from a movie. The human and the system stared at each other for a full 10 seconds before Chiyu murmured sleepwalkingly, hello. So sleepy, so tired, what is this? Wasn't he run over and killed by a bread van 2 minutes ago? How could he still hear human voices after death? So terrifying. The system hesitated whether it should remind the host that it can hear what he's thinking. Chiyu quietly and painfully stared at the light bulb blob in front of him for a while, waiting for it to start a conversation, but nothing came out. All he heard was a buzzing sound of electrical short circuit. There seems to be a slight bug in the book traversing system, but it's not a big problem. I'll bring you into the world of the novel first. As soon as the system finished speaking, Chiyu twisted into a vortex shape with a chua. In the second before he lost consciousness, he heard the system say in his ear. We are about to traverse into a pure love novel based on an entertainment circle audition, called Rehearsal, The Sea Position Shines, Tyrant Prince Loves Me. It's, a youth pain dog blood crematorium acidic thrilling romance novel. It took Chiyu a long while to accept this setting. Firstly, he was run over and killed by a bread van. Secondly, he entered a book after death. Thirdly, he turned into a cannon fodder trainee alpha in this book. Cannon fodder alpha, unlike the protagonist attackers and recipients, and also different from cannon fodder beta, gamma, delta, occupies a position in the novel that has some screen time but not much. It's called cannon fodder because all its plots revolve around causing trouble for the protagonists to cue the storyline, such as cheering when the protagonist is in trouble, handing over a dagger when male number 2 stabs the back, cutting off power when the villain creates chaos. Always dedicated and active in front line, always the brightest background actor at the scene of events. Chiyu quickly flipped through the entire book in his mind, picked out all the plots related to his character, including stabbing the main character 3 times, making black rumors about the main character 6 times, talking sarcastically to the face of the main character 12 times, using similar means to entrap other supporting characters several times, either creating chaos or on the way to do so every day. In the few pages where there are plots, almost all characters avoid him like avoiding a plague. Chiyu. Insane, why bother doing so much work when no one pays him? Is there no role more thoroughly cannon fodder than this, something that just lays there covered with a small blanket unnoticed for a whole day right at the start? A character fitting your description would be cannon fodder ding in the novel, but cannon fodder alpha has a stronger influence on the plot advancement. I believe host's potential is more suited to the role of alpha. I think you're mistaken. What kind of potential can I have? Hold on. Chiyu paused in thought. How does it know what I'm thinking? Host, we are bound together. Usually, I reside in your brain, so I can hear everything you think. Seeing that Chiyu hasn't made any move, the system consoled again, don't worry, host. You can consider me a brain accessory, and freedom of thought and speech are yours. Chiyu didn't respond but instead half closed his eyes as if sleeping or pondering. Finally, as if accepting reality, he nodded slightly and subtly reminded himself. It might be a little noisy for you. System. Before he could figure out what Chiyu meant by this sentence, the next moment they landed in the book world, the very first scenario of the entire novel, inside the trainees' restroom just after their audition had ended. According to the information in the book, the cannon fodder alpha portrayed by Chiyu was someone with clout among the trainees. His backing entertainment company ranked highly within the industry and had already garnered a fanbase before the audition process. This made the original protagonist able to act more recklessly at the camp, bullying others based on his popularity. Most of those who were bullied earlier dared not speak out until a pure innocent but strong-willed protagonist bravely stood up to accuse him of his wrongdoings. That began his role as an antagonist constantly targeting the main character, only to be embarrassed repeatedly throughout his journey. Chiyu wasn't yet accustomed to his new active, malevolent identity. It was far too different from his usual self, a capybara who blinked slowly and took 3 minutes to drink water, preferring to sleep through world-ending disasters. He nudged the system mentally. What is my mission here? Playing the antagonist and maneuvering every day sounds exhausting, the web of complicated relationships being even more complex than his entire life. Just following the storyline could work. He could buy a scheduled broadcast speaker to serve as his mouthpiece, pre-record slanderous content and sarcastic remarks, set it to play on time. No need for him to show up, just the thought would suffice. However, the system remained silent for a moment before answering him. The Bureau's task hasn't come down yet. In fact, there's a tradition in our book traversing bureau where the host personally draws their own task. We usually call this, the system said, the surprise box. Chuyu. Host, do you have good luck normally? If I had good luck, I wouldn't have been killed by a bread truck and ended up here, Chuyu thought. Moreover, during his lifetime, he loved playing all sorts of gacha games. He typically ate hard bottoms or sank without a bottom. After years of being a seasoned naniu, his heart toward opening blind boxes had become just as cold as the knife used to kill fish for 40 years in a large supermarket. A slightly bad feeling started bubbling up in him while the system reminded him again in his mind, Host, there's still some time before the mission card blind box comes down from above. Why don't we go out and scout the situation first? They were right at the very beginning of the entire plot of the book, with the protagonist and various canon fodders yet to appear. Reversing the stage of the protagonist's debut in the opening chapter description of the book, they were still before the official recording of the first episode. But Chuyu didn't want to leave. The empty small room in front of him seemed like a beginner village, and Chuyu was the lazy player who refused to follow the NPC storylines or fight monsters. Host, why aren't you going out? I'm scared of encountering humans. Suddenly, a fierce knock interrupted the conversation between Chuyu and the system. Chuyu stiffened subconsciously, sitting back a bit as he waited for whoever outside to open the door themselves. His brain worked furiously trying to stifle his overwhelming urge to scream. Is anyone there? Is there no one inside? A female voice came over, followed by the sound of turning the doorknob. Chuyu. Is that your name? Oh crap, the NPCs are taking the initiative to start the plot. Scary. Still, at least it's only one person, his brain can handle it. Chuyu didn't dare to move his eyeballs. The door finally opened, revealing a staff member in uniform who saw him. Oh, you're here. Why don't you talk? After speaking, she quickly walked to Chuyu's side and grabbed his arm. Come with me, I'll take you to the hall. The hall. The hall. The hall. A place where many people gather just by hearing its name. Chuyu went black before his eyes and started instinctively entering standby mode, looking like he was about to faint backward. As he was dragged away by the older staff, the system continued clicking and muttering something in his mind. That's strange, the system keeps showing there's a bug, but I can't find it. In the audition hall. There was no hell-like scenario Chuyu imagined, with hundreds of people bustling and crowding the entire hall. Only 4 or 5 trainees who passed the auditions had arrived, sitting together sharing intelligence. The staff sister told me we'd get a new trainee in our group. I've heard that too. Supposedly, it's Tianxing Entertainment's main promotion, Chuyu. What? Chuyu. What bad luck. What did he do? You don't know. The practicing student carefully looked around. That person's terrifying. There was a trainee from the same company who found nails in his shoes, causing foot injuries and unable to join the audition. Holy crap. How scary is that? He has a ton of scandals, but someone's been helping to suppress them. Everyone at his level who's better than him has been targeted by him. He even leads the isolation and bullying of others. A trainee from his company told me that one of their staff members was forced to resign because they angered Chuyu. Goodness, I'm so scared. How could I get grouped with this kind of person? God save us from his trouble. Just as they finished speaking, footsteps echoed down the corridor. All 4 immediately lowered their heads and stayed silent, afraid of offending the notorious newcomer and inviting unnecessary trouble. The staff soon stopped with a tall figure in front of them. One couldn't help but steal a glance at the person behind the staff member. An incredibly attractive face, delicate eyebrows, striking eyes, and a straight nose. His deep features combined with a pale complexion made him look like a mixed-race individual. The tear-shaped mole under his eyelid added an alluring charm to his otherwise aloof arrogance, giving off a seductive yet gentle allure. From his outer appearance to his bone structure, everything was impeccable, the latter arguably even superior. He was a once-in-a-hundred faces ideal for the camera, without any shortcomings at every angle. No wonder despite his terrible character, the company still insisted on promoting him. Jing Yan, thinking this, dropped her gaze, no longer daring to look. The next second, a sharp explosion-like sound shattered the heavy silence, piercing through everyone's eardrums and swirling upward toward the ceiling of the hall. Aha awayaha, it's human. So many humans. Code red. Code red. Everyone in the hall besides Chuyu wore looks of utter confusion. Am I deaf or am I insane? Meanwhile, the striking young man stood expressionless, his slightly furrowed brows and half-closed eyes hinting at impatience. Silence returned, the earlier incident casting an eerie shadow over the room. I must have heard it wrong. Each person thought this in unison. Chapter 2. As the trainee named Chuyu began stepping towards them, they recalled the rumors of his bullying and framing of peers. Instantly, a few people moved their chairs a few steps away in all directions, presenting an attitude as if giving way to a big boss of the underworld. In theory, such a handsome trainee should be quite popular among colleagues. After all, high looks meant high attention. If one could ingratiate themselves and build some connections, they might even tag along for some extra screen time. During the obscure period when one is relatively unknown, every appearance on camera is precious. Each additional chance to appear means more exposure and popularity compared to others, potentially leading to becoming an overnight sensation. Chu Yu was probably the only exception. His status in the selection camp was akin to consort hua from empresses in a palace, wickedly open and shamelessly aggressive. He knew others had no way around him, radiating a kind of menacing aura that would automatically make other trainees retreat when he appeared, fearing that any attempt to gain attention near him might backfire disastrously. This is Chu Yu from Tianqing Entertainment. Before the class division, he will team up with you guys. You can introduce yourselves to each other first, the staff member informed them matter-of-factly. A slight curve of ambiguous meaning appeared at the corner of Chu Yu's lips. The rest looking over felt it was a disdainful smirk, a look of condescension. They guessed someone like him, with high popularity and fan base, probably didn't consider them worth acknowledging. His eyelids remained lowered lazily, clearly disdaining them. Too terrifying. It's almost like he has already schemed how to trap them after forming a team, leaving them with nowhere to turn and forcing them to quit early. Xia Man, the trainee who earlier exposed the dirt about Chu Yu, was now starting to harbor conspiracies within his mind. The more he thought about it, the more believable and frightening it seemed. His breathing became rapid. He'd even planned to file a complaint with the production team after being forced out of the competition, ready to go down fighting with the other side. He must not succumb to the threat of criminal forces. He needed to fight against it resolutely, for justice would eventually come to his side. And then Xia Man heard a sound similar to what happened before, louder and more excited than before. It was comparable to an uncontrollably screaming chicken. Self-introduction. 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 Why did humans invent self-introductions? The sister staff couldn't help but reach to massage her ears, feeling her fragile eardrum suffer indelible damage. Several trainees exchanged glances, seeing equal parts worry and incredulity in each other's eyes. What was the commotion just now? It couldn't be a collective hallucination, right? They certainly hadn't been munching wild mushrooms together. And that voice. Chu Yu, why don't you introduce yourself first? The staff suddenly spoke up. Just as she finished speaking, the notorious antagonist standing before the trainees, the architect of terror stories, the epitome of scheming and cunning, Chu Yu, tripped while walking. Hee, self-introduction, ha ha ha, the first self-introduction, hee. Was I walking with my hands and feet moving simultaneously? So embarrassing, let's pretend nothing happened. A faint trace of resignation flickered across Chu Yu's lips, but the others had already lost interest in looking at him. One or two were even clutching their heads, questioning reality. Jing Yan watched Chu Yu move closer and finally opened his mouth with resolution-like determination, tentatively saying hi, hello. There was a second of silence in the air. Attention all departments, lighting and camera are ready, I'm about to speak. Hello. After hearing Chu Yu's reply, everyone fell silent. This voice line perfectly matched the shrill scream they had just heard. Brother, did you know your outburst was live broadcasting throughout the entire hall? Perhaps due to the previous order given by the staff for Chu Yu to introduce himself first, he felt obligated to say a bit more, yet struggled to squeeze out another word. His slow-motion speaking pace formed a stark contrast with his rapidly firing inner thoughts. My name is Chu Yu. 19 years old, enjoys sleeping, professional loafer, amateur slacker. When hungry, eats, when thirsty, drinks. Walks home with an umbrella in the rain but easily gets lost. Why do humans need verbal communication? Why hasn't human civilization progressed to exchanging telepathic waves during face-to-face encounters yet? From Tianqing Entertainment. It's not D-Star Entertainment, nor Tianhua Entertainment. As for why it's called this, good question, I don't know either. I'm just a nervous little boy who keeps chattering incessantly in his mind. So noisy. But at that moment, with several pairs of eyes facing each other, no one opened their mouths. The silence pervaded the entire hall from floor to ceiling. Too quiet again. Too awkward, too awkward. I literally just repeated what the staff said. How can others understand me by just hearing those few words? But speaking is so tiring. Big brother, you've already spilled all your guts through brain waves, we now fully understand you. Why aren't they talking back? Why aren't they saying anything? Tell me, have I made them awkward? Am I turning into some kind of awkward king? This must be my destiny, ha 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 woo woo woo. The trainee with an aloof face coldly brushed his hair. It's not like this. The other trainees answered in their hearts. They were questioning the authenticity of the dirt they had heard about before. The boy standing in front of them now, who was almost on the verge of breaking down due to being ignored, seemed worlds apart from the villainous consort Hua they had imagined in their heads. Once Chu Yu's voice sounded out loud, it completely transformed the atmosphere of the place, from a sinister and strategic power play scene into something weirdly slapstick. Who cares anyway? I'll elegantly exit this stage like a rose in the wind and rain that never exposes its sorrow. I'll go to the restroom. Chu Yu stood up with a seemingly indifferent yet slightly dazed expression and walked toward the corridor. If they hadn't heard the piercing screams inside his head moments ago, they would have interpreted his actions as mysterious, perhaps even menacing or mocking. Now, though, they could almost see in his pixel-sized smile at the corner of his mouth, the helplessness peculiar to someone with extreme social anxiety. Did you hear that? After Chu Yu moved far enough away, Jing Yan cautiously asked the other trainees around him. You did too? I thought I'd gone deaf. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I'd eaten wild mushrooms. Did he really go to the restroom? The restroom is on the other side, he went the wrong way. I'm starting to get worried about him. I am too. Let's check on him. Alright. Alright. And thus, the group of trainees stood up as one and headed in the direction Chu Yu had left, completely forgetting that just minutes before they were gossiping together about how evil and terrifying he was, the supposed antagonist of the camp. In another corridor. The system struggled to come back online after a system crash. With a weak tone, it mumbled, "Host. Sorry, did I scare you?" The system closed its eyes, feeling as if its eardrums were still throbbing in pain. Now it finally understood why the person in front of it initially reacted with, "It might be noisy for you," when realizing that it could hear its thoughts. So, once more it called out faintly, "Host." Chu Yu was mentally reviewing the original novel's plot. In the story, trainees not only shared dorms and rehearsals with their new teammates but also spent almost 24 hours a day together after class division. Photographers would frequently ambush them to shoot vlogs. Trainees needed to smile and wave at cameras whenever they saw them and behave appropriately. Hell for introverts, destroy it. What was there to act? Act like a lunatic who flops onto the bed immediately and starts sleeping? He just blankly closed the book when he heard the system calling him in his mind, "What's wrong?" The mission card blind box from upstairs has arrived, draw one. Is there an instant leave the show card? Actually, yes, but it's the lowest level, and rewards are minimal. Most players I've let hope to draw rare SSR cards, the higher the reward cap, the better. Rounding off, the card he wanted should then be N card. But having been an unlucky guy for so many years, his mediocre luck always felt quite stable, he was bound to draw the least rare card. With such baseless hope in his heart, he chose a box mentally, touched it, and opened it to see. Mission content, reverse fate and become the protagonist. Reward cap, extremely high. Specific goals, reach top 5 in popularity within the camp in 1 month, reach top 3 in 2 months, achieve full favor from judges, 100 points, full favor from trainees, 200 points, full favor from viewers, 300 points, and accomplish top 2 in fan voting and high position debut by the end of the show. Note, exclusive top-tier SSR card for canon fodder characters, the underdog script selected by the heavens, congratulations on winning the jackpot. Snap. He heard the sound of his heart dying. A faint, calm yet weary smile spread across his face as he turned to look at the sunny scenery outside the window. His lips parted slightly, forming a single syllable, 6. What rotten luck. To reverse fate and become the protagonist. Him. The guy who dances like he's doing calisthenics and hasn't seen daylight for 800 years. Not to mention securing the championship among a crowd of professional singers and dancers would be nearly impossible. It was already a huge improvement that he could speak coherently in front of an audience without stammering or only being able to manage some meaningless interjections. Everything that doesn't kill me might as well just kill me. Either the audience who voted him up are all blind, or he has been possessed by some socialite master with perfect singing and dancing skills, there is no third possibility. Rather than thinking about this, it would be better to ask the system what happens if the mission fails so he can prepare himself early and then lie down and surrender. You shouldn't think like that. The system, sensing his intention, said anxiously, there's always a way out, as long as you work hard, there will be hope. Yeah, you're right. Chu Yu responded silently to it but then shifted the topic. What happens if I fail the mission? The worst case scenario is elimination in the first round, followed by a result evaluation for passing through the story. If it's judged successful, you'll enter the next world. If not successful, will I be erased? Chu Yu asked. No, you'll have to roll probabilities and draw cards. You might as well kill me now. Chapter 3. That trainee, what are you going to do? Come down quickly, don't be rash. 5 seconds ago, the system was hesitating while looking at the host who showed a creepy smile and began pulling out the window bars. Host, what do you intend to do? I plan to end all my worries in one fell swoop, jumping once to solve 1,000 sorrows. Chu Yu smiled kindly and peacefully, like an Avalokitesvara smoothed by life, to save myself from taking detours for 50 years. Stop it. It's only the first floor, you won't die from falling here. With the last sentence shouted by sister staff, several security guards who had responded swiftly immediately pulled the person down from the window. A photographer passing by to shoot a vlog caught sight of this bizarre scene and quickly lifted his camera to record. When Jing Yan and Xia Man, along with other trainees arrived on the scene, they witnessed such a miraculous sight. The photographer was enthusiastically carrying his telephoto lens almost right up to Chu Yu's face, snapping away. Chu Yu, just pulled down by the security guard from a window ledge less than 2 meters high above ground, maintained that amiable smile before realizing he wanted to jump. He noticed the surrounding curious gazes that enclosed him tightly and became awkward as hell, looking as if he wanted to find a crack in the earth to burrow into immediately. The photographer even took time while shooting to conduct an impromptu interview. What were you just doing? Chuyu closed his eyes in despair and muttered back, I wanted to enjoy the view. Unique way of enjoying the view indeed. Without opening his eyes, Chuyu nodded with a weary smile that suggested he was about to off himself soon. Even the madness began with a delay. He was truly exhausted and hadn't even realized he was on the first floor. Even Barbie's dream house wouldn't have his level of awkward posture making that leap of faith. Unbeknownst to him, the video of his attempt to climb out of the window and jump off was already online. Due to the popularity and controversy surrounding the program, Top Trainees, his video was trending within hours. Hashtag Top Trainees to the jumping trainee hashtag. Hashtag Top Trainees attempted to jump but discovered it was only the first floor hashtag. Chuyu would never have imagined that his foolish act would bring the show its first trending topic. If he knew, he might really have smiled and stayed squatting in the crack of the earth for a half-permanent self-isolation. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, leaving Xia-man and Jing Yan standing there staring at each other in confusion, their looks filled with, you tell me what's going on, and, I don't know what's going on either, some even hinting at regret for not having heard his inner voice. But before this regret could spread further, everyone's eardrums were hit by a familiar, sharp sound. What is this, a building? Jump. What is this, a crack in the ground? Drill through. What is this, a building? Jump. What is this, a crack in the ground? Drill through. What is this, a building? Jump. What is this, a crack in the ground? Drill through. What is this, a building? Jump. What is this, a crack in the ground? Drill through. Continuing this loop, they would be brainwashed by the sound. Chuyu. Jing Yan, still the most outgoing and cheerful among them, was the first to call out urgently. Chuyu turned his head sluggishly and saw his face. What is this, a human? Dodge. Xia-man quickly grabbed the arm of Chuyu who was attempting to flee and said, let's go back to the dormitory first. We have a vlog to shoot later. One fellow trainee more sensitive and observant scowled at him meaningfully, don't tell him there's a vlog to shoot. He'll lose his mind. They instinctively shut their eyes, waiting for the kettle-like scream that usually followed. However, there was none, the air remained silent. Finally, someone couldn't resist peeking one eye open and saw Chuyu nodding, all right. Chuyu without exposing his inner thoughts looked indifferent and concise in actions, appearing cold and arrogant. No one would have guessed what kinds of things were carved into the brain and DNA of this high and mighty handsome man. Stunned, it was still Jing Yan who reacted fastest, stepping forward to lead the way for everyone else. Those following unconsciously surrounded Chuyu, unsure whether they wanted to hear or feared hearing the heart voice of this person in the middle. But the air remained eerily silent, there was no sound of that familiar loudspeaker broadcasting, which made them quite unaccustomed. Chuyu was completely oblivious to the psychological activities of the few around him, only feeling that he was currently very calm. This kind of peace often occurred after he went crazy enough or completely adapted to the environment, similar to a halftime break. After all, constantly screaming and yelling inside the brain could be quite draining on the brain cells. But it was quite obvious that his calmness did not give the system a strong sense of relief. The system now looked at him carefully as if he were an unpredictable active volcano, fearing that in the next second its electronic eardrum just repaired by code would be broken again. Host. The system thought it needed to do some psychological counseling for its mentally unstable host. What's wrong? You don't have to be so pessimistic. Although the task of becoming the protagonist looks difficult, its corresponding reward is also the highest level, very tempting. If we work hard together towards this goal, we will surely achieve it. Oh, you reminded me. After being interrupted by the whole farcical incident just now, Chuyu almost forgot about the task card. He started planning his future route inside his brain. First, find a quilt, and if conditions permit, get a blanket too. System. Use the mobile map navigation to choose the nearest overpass from here, then cover yourself with a small quilt under the bridge, lie down comfortably, and fall asleep. System. When it gets cold, add the blanket, when it gets hot, use it for cooling. Close your eyes and open them, and this life will pass quickly. Wake up again happily and open the blind box of life and death. The system mournfully said, Host. Host. I heard it with both ears. Why are you shouting so loud? When choosing a quilt, should I go for silk or cotton velvet? This is a question worth thinking about. Host, I don't allow you to give up on yourself like this. You are my carefully selected host at first glance. In my eyes, you have unlimited potential. The scene in Chuyu's mind of wrapping himself under the overpass had been interrupted halfway by the system's words. He recalled that before entering this book-penetrating world, the system had also said, I think the host has great potential. But he hadn't had time to ask yet, what kind of potential do I have? The system patiently persuaded, Host, do you still remember what you were doing before being run over by the bread van? Walking. Not that, before you walked. Lifted my foot. The system found it inconceivable. Chuyu showed no self-awareness, is there anything wrong? Not. The system decided not to leave any suspense, it was because I saw you passionately singing to the trash can for more than half an hour that I became sure you loved the stage very much. Chu Yu's originally half-dead eyes opened wide instantly upon realizing he'd been caught in a social death moment. A seismic shock to his pupils. And I've observed you for a long time. Every time you go to dump garbage, you'll sing loudly at least one song facing that abandoned garbage station. I was always thinking that since you could sing so passionately and enjoyably in front of the trash bin, how happy would you be if you stood on a bright big stage, facing millions of fans listening to you sing? Can you guess why I chose to sing at the abandoned garbage station where no one is around? The system was completely unaware and continued rambling on, highly praising its own discernment. Look at you, host. So pretty, such good voice condition, and you love singing so much. Tell me, if you don't become famous, who will? So it turns out I lost because I'm too civilized. How could there be a story where two people act crazy together, but only one gets taken away by demons? What relationship do you have with that person? The system asked curiously. Chu Yu waited earnestly for its response. Oh, you mean that guy? Chu Yu listened expectantly. That guy indeed looked handsome, but the rap lyrics I heard, they were too vulgar, not conforming to our idol morality and values. Chu Yu. Turns out he lost due to being too civil. Why would there be a scenario where both went crazy but only one got taken away by demons? That person and you, what is your relationship? The system curiously questioned. A father-son relationship. Chu Yu answered almost without hesitation, not even lifting an eyelid. My father, his son. Recalling that person, Chu Yu became a little dazed. Just 2 days before he was run over by the bread van, that guy had just returned to the US and within such a short period, he probably hadn't received news of his death yet. By now, he might have heard about it from Chu Yu's family. So right now, he should be, on the distant West Coast offering virtual incense for him. He must have been burning models and tapes that Chu Yu entrusted him to keep. Yikes, he wouldn't set up a shrine for him in the bookshelf of his rented apartment, would he? And place a ring of all sorts of ridiculous ugly pictures of Chu Yu from his childhood in front of the shrine? Just imagining this sent chills down Chu Yu's spine. Thinking more deeply, it was exactly the kind of thing he would do. In another world far away, somewhere along the western coastal state of the United States, a handsome man sneezed and while rubbing his nose thought bewilderingly, I haven't cursed at anyone these past 2 days, so why is some unworthy secret admirer thinking about me? On this side, Chu Yu's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an approaching sound of footsteps. Slowly raising his head, he saw that all the other trainees were looking at him. And right in front of him stood a dark glasses-wearing handsome man who had walked towards him unawares and stopped directly in front of him. The handsome man was broad-shouldered with long legs, dressed all in layered black from head to toe. In the sunlight, his black leather jacket shimmered with iridescent colors. He looked at the young boy in front of him, raised a finger to slightly lift his sunglasses, revealing a pair of meticulously lined and mascaraed fox-like eyes, and opened his lips to let out a casual tisk, still as dead-looking. He was spot on in his insult. Wait, why was he cursing at me? From head to toe, the sunglasses guy radiated a fierce air of confidence bordering on arrogance. When he finally removed his sunglasses and smirked mockingly at Chu Yu, reaching the peak of his attitude, Chu Yu arched an eyebrow, displaying a cold, disdainful pride. How dare he offend me first after just arriving here? Xia Manjing, Yan Yi, and others gasped audibly. Here it comes, here it comes. A classic line from the villain, indeed, a wolf's tail hidden under sheep's clothing can never be fully concealed. The malevolent scheming of this bad man called Chu Yu was about to show itself. How does he know I'm the easiest to offend? You've picked the softest persimmon among thousands. Congratulations, you'll receive 0 lessons. That lofty voice tinged with disdain kept echoing in their ears, but the sudden shift in content left Fu Hansong's sarcastic smile paused momentarily, muddling over for the first time. Am I blind? No, am I deaf? Who is impersonating Chu Yu's voice, speaking entirely different tones and forcing meaningless words into his ears? At this moment, the system inside Chu Yu's mind flipped frantically through the original novel until a light dawned on it. It exclaimed, found it. Found it. This is a hidden subplot not mentioned in the novel. His name is Fu Hansong, your ex-boyfriend. Hearing Fu Hansong's name made it familiar somehow, Chu Yu reflected briefly and then an epiphany hit him. Wasn't this the name of the deep in love, reserved character, from the novel? Yes, Fu Hansong is the tragic male character too in the original story who fell hopelessly in love with the protagonist at first sight but couldn't attain mutual affection. Coming from an affluent background second only to the protagonist attacker, they dated secretly before entering camp. You harbored a fervent devotion for him after the breakup and remained heartbroken. However, he detested your toxic and conniving nature, soon falling in love with the pure and strong protagonist during camp training. Driven by jealousy, you deliberately framed the protagonist, and each time it was him and the protagonist attacker who rushed to the rescue. During this time, their triangle evolved stronger bonds. Because of you, he felt remorse toward the protagonist later on, actively providing evidence against you that ultimately exposed your misdeeds. Chu Yu blinked, furrowing his brows together. These two big gold chain guys hiding behind oversized sunglasses with a leather pants combo. Where was the tragedy or passion in their sarcastic and condescending attitude? The author designed him as a devilish, rebellious, unrestrained young master who subdued all sharp edges for love, transforming into a pure-hearted and single-minded love-brain puppy. Actually, quite a few people nowadays enjoy this kind of setup. I get it, his harshness and cruelty are targeted solely at me, while his romantic obsession only manifests when interacting with the main character, right? Yes, exactly. Very smart of you. The system thought it necessary to commend the host willing to carefully analyze character relations in the book, avoiding any further slacking off to the point of disinterest in the plot. Seeing that there was no trace of enthusiasm in Chu Yu's gaze, Fu Hansong let out a dissatisfied tisk, and spat another harsh word. No matter how good an act you put on, it's useless. Others will eventually see your true colors. As for the strange voice broadcast in the air just now, he dismissed it as his own auditory hallucination, purely an illusion. After saying this, Fu Hansong spun on his heel and left, passing by them without another glance. But right at that moment, that odd inner voice barged into his mind again like an uninvited guest. Just now I was so busy with reviewing the plot that I didn't take a close look. Sunglasses guy's shoes seem not properly padded. The slight high heels plus triple layer shoe pads stick out conspicuously. Do they add up to 13 centimeters? The other trainees simultaneously lowered their heads to inspect Fu Hansong's footwear. Having just accomplished his grand entrance of intimidating his ex, one misstep almost sent him tumbling, but instead of maintaining his composure, Fu Hansong took huge strides to flee from the scene almost at top speed. Chu Yu, who was left standing, stared at his retreating back, completely baffled. Why did he suddenly run off so fast? Chapter 4. Jing Yen stood there for a few seconds before he remembered to wipe the smile off his face. When he turned around, he found that a few trainees beside him had already started laughing uncontrollably. Ayu, how tall are you? Xia Man was a quick-to-get-along type and had developed a sense of intimacy towards Chu Yu during the last hour from all the broadcasted inner voices, so he put an arm on Chu Yu's shoulder and asked. However, he saw the other person frown slightly with his eyes squinted, exuding an aura of someone not to be trifled with. His action paused momentarily as he instinctively tried to back off when he heard a familiar voice. How dare you get so close, I'm so embarrassed. He looked at the man in front of him whose shoulders were touched by his hand, only to find the handsome face of the person stiffer than the ice blocks in a -30 degrees cold weather. Yes, embarrassed, super embarrassed. Chu Yu opened his mouth and revealed a surprisingly pleasant real voice, warm and detailed with texture, low and gentle tone, yet with an irresistible allure, which was completely different from the insane chatterbox in the mind voice broadcast, making the people in the corridor quite uncomfortable despite being the same voice line. 179 centimeters. This answer made all the trainees silent. One of the slender ones, obviously shorter than the others, repeated cautiously, 179 centimeters. Chu Yu kept his cold face for half a second, then added, 179.3 centimeters. Precise to the first decimal place, it's quite thorough. Sui Yaning didn't say anything, recalling how she experimented beforehand with different sock layers to reach 170 centimeters but ended up measured as 169.7 by the examiner, which she recounted as 170.1 at the registration desk. Can't think about it anymore, or she'll look skyward at a 45-degree angle while tears of diamonds fall down her cheeks. Until Aunt Sue called and urged them to quickly go to the dormitory building to pack their luggage and complete the check-in procedures, telling them everyone else has already been registered. Jing Yan immediately dragged everyone else in haste to the dormitory building where they encountered several lonely suitcases standing in the corner of the lobby. All other luggage pieces were claimed by the trainees, leaving only theirs neatly aligned with labels indicating room 602. Each carrying their respective suitcases grunting all the way upstairs to the 6th floor. Chiyu was the last one because he didn't know which suitcase was his and could only pick the remaining one after others have finished their selection. His suitcase was silver gray, revealing a subtle brand pattern and high-end leather quality, just like his personal image, emanating an intimidating aura. When he followed the group into the dormitory and opened the suitcase, what greeted his eyes were only various high-end cosmetics and skincare products, none of which he recognized. He even had no idea how to open some of the packaging. He searched through the case with a bit of hope, hoping to find a PSP or a pile of game cards, but naturally left empty-handed and greatly disappointed. What made matters worse was the stuff hidden beneath the cosmetics, 3 boxes of laxatives, 2 bottles of sleeping pills, and a small bottle filled with a transparent liquid with a label stuck on top. As he moved closer, he read aloud. Shit, sulfuric acid. This shout startled everyone in the dormitory. Then he felt another concealed pocket, discovering another identical small bottle. Shit, sodium hydroxide. At this moment, everyone dared not move, turning stiff as would statues, attempting to communicate silently through their glances. Xia Man furrowed his thick eyebrows, anger welling up inside him. He brought these prohibited items. Definitely a devious plotter. Tang Yanning became emotionally charged, blinking rapidly with tearful eyes. He wants to poison me. Poison me. Jing Yan remained calm under pressure, with determined eyes as if preparing to join a party. Esteemed ministers, don't rush to conclusions yet, there may still be a way out of this. In the brief exchange between the several of them via looks, the mind voice broadcaster sounded again in the dormitory. Sodium hydroxide plus sulfuric acid. Everyone held their breath, drawing in a chill collectively. It is an acid-base neutralization reaction that can form sodium sulfate and water. When the sulfuric acid ratio is high, it seems like sodium bisulfate. Everyone froze for a moment. Gather some stuff next time to play with chemistry experiments, wouldn't that be a good way to pass the days? Am I here for an audition or to be an assassination spy? Seriously, life was hard enough as it is. After getting here, I found out there's no gaming console to play with, and now I've got to cosplay as an evil queen going around sticking needles into people. Exhausted, at the end of the day, dying might be more comfortable. No. Jing Yan couldn't help but burst out sincerely. Accompanying his words came the synchronized mental voice. Let me bully others. I'm more scared of being isolated myself. Who doesn't know I'm a sensitive boy who's prone to nightmares at night? Oh, apparently only I knew this. Chuyu felt like he had a very unique skill, often deep in thought alone. He suddenly found himself breaking down emotionally. Ayu, would you like some water? Xia Man actively grabbed a disposable paper cup from the water dispenser and asked Chuyu. Chuyu stiffened, as if he would turn into a tin puppet the next second. No thanks. Ayu, do you play games? The last trainee in the dormitory, Meng Xuan, sat on the bunk at the farthest corner, holding up a switch, smiling sweetly as she waved at Chuyu. Chuyu's eyes lit up. But the next moment, he was interrupted by the cameraman and dorm supervisor rushing in to confiscate their phones. Attention, students. Starting now, you will each have 10 minutes to call your families or friends to check in. 10 minutes later, all mobile phones will be collected and placed in this box. Timing starts now. The photographer positioned the camera and stepped aside, patting the big cardboard box in his hand to indicate it. Then he noticed a certain small figure in the corner who hadn't yet hidden his loot, flustered and fumbling. Hey, look what I found. Hand it over immediately. Thus, the already poor spiritual life in the dorm became even worse. Only 10 minutes. How could that possibly be enough time? Jing Yan let out a wail and was immediately reminded by the photographer pointing at his watch. You now have 9 minutes and 55 seconds left. Contrasting sharply with the surrounding roommates busily dialing numbers, Chuyu stood motionlessly like a capybara, just blinking away 4 seconds, until he slowly took his phone out of his pocket, when a whole minute of timing had already passed. How could there possibly be a full 10 minutes so long? Where does one find that much to talk about? It was clearly forcing someone into something they don't want to do. With his ability to instantly freeze any conversation with his icy opening remarks and his lifelong motto, others are hell, not even managing 10 sentences, how could anyone expect him to last 10 minutes? More importantly, he had no familiar relatives or friends in this world, and didn't even know who to call. As he planned to get through the situation blankly in front of everyone, an eagle-eyed photographer spotted him trying to blend in unnoticed. Opening his mouth, you. In a split second, Chuyu turned his head down, pulled his hat lower, feverishly tapping on his phone keypad and hastily dialing a number, placing the call on his ear seamlessly. How could he still be singled out while slacking off? Can't I just call it quits? The photographer, originally planning to point him out, silently lowered his finger after witnessing his actions. A few busy signals sounded from the other end of the line, and Chuyu belatedly realized he had unconsciously dialed the most familiar number out of habit. Well, calling anyone would be the same, anyway, it's impossible for it to connect in this world. He'd muddled through this phase with the sound of automatic hang-up prompts. Hello? Who's this? A crisp and magnetic voice, one that couldn't be more familiar, resonated in his ears, carrying a slight tinge of impatience. Chuyu could almost picture the man on the other end of the phone, slightly furrowed brows, half-closed eyes, possibly holding a mint cigarette in his hand, wearing the usual coat, shirt, and jeans, and with a stack of textbooks and lecture notes tucked under his arm, mixed in with a sheet of lyrics he wrote, rapping 3 lines with 4 curse words. An extraordinary sensation filled him. Though in a completely unfamiliar environment, hearing this voice made everything feel oddly close again. But along with this warmth filling his heart came another feeling of excitement. What? It actually connected? Shit, Mom, phones in this world can communicate between realms. Luo Jiayu saw that the other party hadn't responded for a long time, put down his phone to glance once more at the strange international number on the screen, sighed, and brought it back to his ear. If you've got something to say, spit it out already. You do understand Chinese, right? I can understand a little, but not much. Chuyu's nerves suddenly relaxed, and his mouth started running before his brain could catch up. Hey handsome, interested in buying some insurance? The other side paused for a moment, then the impatience disappeared, replaced with amusement in the voice. Chuyu? You recognized me? That half-dead tone of yours? I'd recognize it even if it was turned to ash. Chuyu was momentarily stumped by this, rolling his eyes. Did you burn anything for me? I did. Burnt all your cassette tapes and set up a Buddhist shrine for you at home. In front of it, I placed a photo of your cross-dressing outfit from our high school graduation. Want me to do a live stream so you can see it? Luo Jiayu smoothly continued the conversation, then realized something wasn't right. Wait a second, aren't you supposed to be dead? Stupid, I've reincarnated into another world. Chuyu said, furrowing his brows after realizing there was an issue, followed by the loudest shout since he entered the camp. Why do you still have my cross-dressing pictures? Delete them immediately. The system listening to this dialogue inside his head felt like it was about to crash, thinking that really only someone from the same family could match such absurd focus-grabbing abilities. Burning them would be a waste, plenty of female classmates from high school would love to get their hands on them. Selling them secondhand earns me more money than burning them. We could split the profits 30-70, much better than wasting them all on fire. Luo Jiayu said, raising an eyebrow, but wait, answer me first, how are you not dead? I just heard last week that you passed away in a car accident. I was halfway through writing your eulogy. He had spent 3 days and 2 sleepless nights on just half of it, now his eyes were bloodshot. It's not exactly not being dead, more like partially dead, I guess. Chu Yu murmured, realizing how abstract this sounded. After pondering for a while how to express it, the hardcore gamer who stayed home all day couldn't find a more vivid description. Anyway, right now I'm in a life and death determination system, getting judged by completing various tasks. If I qualify in the final judgment, I can go back, otherwise. If 4 months from now I haven't talked to you, you can continue writing that eulogy. Chu Yu added out of habit, not caring how grass-inducing it might sound to others, don't use dirty words or rhymes, I'm afraid you'd end up rapping at my grave with those rhyme schemes. The other side remained silent for a while before Luo Jiayu softly asked, really in another world? Yep. Fun. Chu Yu pressed his lips together, as his childhood friend's sudden gentle inquiry sparked a reaction in his normally numb senses. Then, emotions came rushing forward uncontrollably, not fun. Book-piercing missions that seemed impossible and far-fetched, suffocating every moment with a group of real people around, cameras flashing everywhere and underlying conflicts within plots, really hard for a socially awkward person who disliked socializing to adapt to living in such an environment. After saying this sentence, without realizing, his eyes were already red, I miss you. Without you acting as my designated tongue-in-cheek partner, I'm lost in this world filled with cameras and scripts. I miss you too. As Luo Jiayu said this, he pulled out the half-written eulogy paper tucked under his arm, looked at it for a moment, and tore it to pieces without hesitation. On this side of the dormitory, Chiyu blankly watched the cameraman brother walking towards him, pointing at his wristwatch, you've exceeded the time limit by half a minute. Is that it? How could it end so quickly? He hadn't finished talking yet. Oh, right, his cassettes had been burned by that heartless guy, which cost him a few thousand private savings. All turned to carbon dioxide in the air because of one fire. His heart was bleeding. Alright, let's interview the last person to hang up the phone, young Chu Yu. A staff sister appeared out of nowhere, holding a microphone to act as the host, shoving it near Chu Yu's mouth. Could you tell us who you were just talking to? It seems like you enjoyed the conversation. Chu Yu saw the lens getting closer, quickly wiping the tears that hadn't yet overflowed. His mouth began to tense physiologically. Under such circumstances, he could only slow down his speech, or else he'd either stutter or fumble for words. Thus, his overexcited inner voice ran ahead of his actual words. That's my legitimate biological son who just turned 20 last month. My good buddy. Ha. A few dorm mates couldn't hold it in and lowered their heads to laugh. The host and cameraman clearly hadn't seen this kind of situation before and were still unaware of the commotion, when a notification came through the loudspeaker, attention all trainees. The following trainees are to gather at studio number 1 within 20 minutes for individual talent log recordings. The names will now be read aloud, Wei Ziyu, Jiang Qinglu, Chu Yu. Jing Yan, Fu Hansong. Please proceed immediately to studio number 1 if your name was called. Host. Are you alright, host? The system tapped away inside Chu Yu's mind, whispering with a devilish tone, we should get going. Chu Yu. Are you okay, Chu Yu? Jing Yan gave Chu Yu, who appeared to have gone into shutdown mode, a familiar pat on the shoulder with an innocent cheerfulness, let's go together. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu stood up, his face solemn. Personal talents, a social death scenario even more horrifying than self-introductions. What could he perform that would let him die with some dignity? A flash of inspiration hit him as he lifted his gaze. Got it. Chapter 5. Not long after outside the photography studio, a large crowd had gathered. According to the list order, Chiyu was the 15th person, not too many or too few people in front of him. Bored out of his mind, he idly stood together with Jing Yan waiting for the staff to call his number. From time to time, some murmurs could be heard around them. Did you see Wei Ziyu just now? That prince? Isn't he right at the front of the crowd, the most conspicuous one? Who wouldn't recognize him? Isn't this year's debut position for the prince already predetermined? Let's not say it outright if everyone knows. I bet he'll end up as the top one in the final vote rankings. Putting that aside, the prince is still handsome, probably the best looking one in the entire camp, right? If we talk about the best looking, where does Jiang Qinglu fit in? When I auditioned, my first thought seeing his face was that the premiere would definitely go viral on social media. Jiang Qinglu is indeed good looking, but he has no backing or connections. He's stuck with a company that can't help him rise. It's a pity for him. Chu Yu stood amidst the crowd, letting the chatter pass through one ear and out the other. His eyelids began to droop visibly, showing clear signs of boredom and listlessness, as if his body was about to collapse any second. It was Jing Yan who quickly grabbed him and asked, are you going to fall asleep? With a great deal of effort, Chiyu furrowed his brows and shook his head. Then, thinking about how soon he'd have to perform talents in front of several cameras with the recorded video to be broadcast online for thousands of viewers to see, he felt it would be better if he simply fainted. Hey, have any of you paid attention to someone called Chiyu? I passed by him after my audition, and I think he's very handsome too, on par with Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu. The originally wobbling body of Chiyu suddenly stiffened. Never heard of him. Chiyu, who's that? How come I don't remember him? Let me check. I also heard his name from the announcement just now. He should be somewhere around here. Chiyu pulled out a black mask from his pocket and placed it by his ear, then pulled up the hood of his coat, retreating behind Jing Yan with a blank expression. Jing Yan slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, understandingly choosing to block the searching gazes directed towards the poor little socially anxious boy. Chiyu traveled through with both his name and face replacing the original canon fodder character. The looks of the former main character were only average in the entertainment circle, so in the novel, even with the full support of his company, he didn't get many scenes on the show. His popularity gradually declined from a decent start until finally reaching rock bottom. Plus, a scandal exposed later became the trigger, making him like a rat everyone avoided, forcing him to withdraw from the competition before the second round of performances. Chiyu's evaluation of the fate of his own role was pretty good, not that he really wanted to survive. After elimination, he could just tidy up his things, move to a footbridge for residents, set up a stall on the bridge during the day to stick phone covers for people, sleep soundly under the bridge at night, and become a high-quality human tramp. This lifestyle might actually be more comfortable than being caught in the fishy and complex entertainment industry. Because the current canon fodder Chiyu used the face from his original world, those who've seen him will have memory discrepancies. Although not too many people have noticed yet, as the program progresses, more and more people will find out that his appearance isn't inferior to the other main characters in the camp, it might even surpass them. Host, did you hear those two names? The system asked in his mind. Chiyu blinked, then closed his eyes due to fatigue and drowsiness. Prince. He only remembered this title relatively well. Yes, Prince refers to Wei Ziyu, and also Jiang Qinglu, they are the main characters in this novel. The tone of the system gradually became excited. Host, you need to establish good relationships with them, infiltrate the enemy's ranks, gather intelligence, overthrow them, and become the main character yourself. Chiyu knitted his eyebrows, pointing a slender finger at himself. Me? Do you want to repeat that? The system choked, realizing it hadn't fully adapted to having changed hosts. Sorry for the interruption, my previous host was obsessed with passionate youth comics, but admired a bunch of villains, energizing each other every day like this, and I unknowingly got used to this kind of speaking manner. Even though Chiyu looked like he was already asleep, his mind was still awake. He idly chatted with the system inside his head. What happened to the last overachiever? All tasks were completed smoothly. However, during the final judgment roll of the dice, he rolled a second reincarnation with triple pay increase, hesitated for a moment, agreed, and now he's working in a youthful Mary Sue campus idol drama world. Ah. Chiyu found it a bit hard to evaluate. Are your novels judged with such high freedom? How can you open any blind box? The number of these branch endings is almost comparable to an open world game. So we call it a surprise box, either shocking or delightful, the system replied, then shook its head and turned serious. No, that's off topic. Let me first introduce to you the basic situation of the protagonist roles. Wei Ziyu, the top male lead in the novel, in the ABO worldview he is known as the top alpha, the crown prince of Beijing Circle, a young master raised in a top wealthy family. Keywords are tyrannical innocence. The classic scene is pinning the other male protagonist by the chin against the wall, smirking coldly while pushing step by step. Do you think I came here for who? Do you think I care about those trivial things in showbiz? Jiang Qinglu, the male love interest in the novel, his family went bankrupt due to his father's heavy gambling debts, owing 10 billion yuan in gambling debts, also having a mother suffering from cancer bedridden and a young naive sister still in school. Keywords are stubborn purity, revealing an extreme sense of brokenness overall. Exactly the setting and plot points from a classic forced takeover story: sick mother, gambling father, schooling sister, broken him. Being childhood sweethearts with the prince, their feelings have been intertwined with some love-hate familial conflicts, leading to a complex relationship where they cannot let go easily. When Jiang Qinglu came to the audition camp, he had already chosen to cut ties with the prince and start anew unilaterally, but unfortunately signed with a terrible company that just wanted to drag him down to profit from several junior artists in the same firm. Despite living in constant fear inside the camp, he gained enough attention due to his pitiable good looks and a warm-hearted captain character helping 3 others through harsh scripts that tortured fans' hearts. The classic scene features him being pressed against the wall by the male lead relentlessly, yet he remains unbending, raising his head resolutely with tears slipping from the shadowy corners of his eyes. I don't need your charity, I can do well on my own. The novel stretched out to over 1 million words, with 80% of them depicting the back-and-forth entanglement between the two protagonists, constantly breaking up and making up again. If it wasn't for the youth idol selection theme, under a rich urban background, their marriage and divorce certificates would probably be enough for a game of poker by now. He runs away, the other chases, neither has a way out. As for Chiyu, he was thinking whether poker could be played in the audition camp. The 15th, Chiyu, where is Chiyu? Outside the photography studio, a staff member called out numbers. Jing Yan took the opportunity to push Chuyu forward, shouting loudly, "Teacher, we're here." Instantly, all surrounding gazes shot towards him. Chuyu immediately became the center of attention, feeling awkward enough to want to find a crack to bury himself in, yet still managed to keep a cool face with mask and cold eyes. With long arms and legs, he walked steadily past everyone into the studio, striding so confidently at times he resembled Fu Hansong before it was exposed that he wore 13 centimeters hidden heels. Cool guy. Onlookers whispered among themselves. Why wear a mask while recording a vlog? I can't see his face clearly. Judging by this figure and this aura, he must be a big handsome man, and once he appears on live broadcast, it's going to blow. You haven't heard of him? He has a lot of scandals. Really? True or false? Tell us more. And so, amidst this chatter, Chuyu entered the photography studio. Actually, he had pretty good hearing, but his mental state wasn't great. Every time he encountered a crowded situation like this, he would automatically enter power-saving mode, standing motionless, ears automatically shutting down, letting all sorts of sounds slide past without hearing a single word. Inside the studio, there was no one else, only a responsible editor communicating through a remote intercom via camera. Next is a self-introduction, followed by a 1-minute talent performance. Start recording when the indicator light turns on. Chuyu glanced at the darkened indicator light in front of him, slowly nodding his head. Drip drip, the orange-red light lit up quickly, and the director on the other end pressed the record button, looking at the trainee bowing toward the camera in the display screen, expressionlessly stating, "Hello, my name is Chuyu, I come from Tianqing Entertainment." A staff member at the door mouthed words and gestured for him to be livelier. Chuyu saw this and blinked blankly in confusion. Alright, you can proceed with your talent performance next. The director realized that the trainee in front of him was likely a quiet one. Introverted personalities weren't uncommon in the camp, but their discussion points and appeal were much less compared to the outgoing extroverts. Hence, he didn't give it too much thought and simply gave a prompt before waiting for the person to finish so he could quickly switch to the next candidate. What I will perform is... Chuyu took a deep breath, thinking it best to build some suspense rather than bluntly saying something awkward right away, my most skilled instrument. What is it? The director patiently followed up. Beating a retreat drum. Right after speaking, he pounded 3 times on the closest wall beside him. Then he smoothly bowed, said farewell, my performance is over, thank you all. The tall and striking youth turned around without hesitation, his back figure resolute and firm, completely devoid of any reluctance, even hinting at an eerie sense of relaxation and joy. The entire recording studio fell silent, probably because they had never seen such antics. Director? The editor below cautiously sought advice from his superior, this segment. The director first froze for a moment, then pondered slightly, waving his hand, keep it. Not cutting it out. The director tried putting himself in the viewer's shoes and thought that this short and utterly unpredictable 10-second talent show by the trainee in the screen wasn't necessarily a bad comedic point. If he has the audacity to fool around with us like this, why shouldn't we have the guts to keep it? From entering the booth to leaving, the whole process took less than half a minute, the efficiency simply astonishing everyone waiting outside. You're done. That fast? Jing Yan looked surprised upon seeing him come out. Chuyu nodded, chatting idly with the system inside his head, I was quite funny just now. The system was troubled by how far off its child had gone beyond its expectations in causing trouble, truly not wanting any chance to grab the spotlight or showcase themselves, and hearing this tone made its headache worse. Are you amused about it? Indeed, he often laughed at his own mediocrity. Since wearing masks was prohibited during recording, his face was fully exposed as he saw Jing Yan follow closely behind into the photography studio. Bored out of his mind, he leaned against a nearby large willow tree for a while, feeling increasingly listless. Inside his mind, the system kept urging him to research more on the original novel plot, crematorium literature, and rise to the top strategies, but all Chuyu wanted was to find a quiet place to lie down, staying away from everything to enter dreamland quickly. His gaze was unfocused when he was lost in thought, but outsiders couldn't tell, only thinking he was intently staring at someone in the crowd. It wasn't until the person he supposedly stared at walked out from the crowd and came to him did he realize for quite a while there was another living being present. Is your name Chuyu? Upon hearing the question, Chuyu slowly lifted his eyelids, looking at the man who spoke. His height was overwhelmingly intimidating, his eyebrows almost forming a Chinese character for Sichuan, and though he was barely in his early 20s with a ruggedly handsome face, his demeanor radiated a certain seriousness typical of a 30-year-old man. His overall aura displayed a particular kind of sorrow and endurance distinctive of the leading man in torment novels. Can we move somewhere else for a word? Oh no, here comes the protagonist of the fire cremation literature. Chapter 6. As the renowned prince of the prestigious Beijing circle, Wei Zi was naturally the apple of the entire program's eye. Of course, he was also the first to enter for the personal vlog recording. After his own segment was finished, he stayed behind to watch Jiang Qinglu's. Given their current, broken mirror, stage and reconciling, his arrogant and aloof personality merely wanted a glimpse from afar before leaving. But halfway through, he suddenly felt a gaze fixated on him. When he looked up, his eyes met with Chuyu's. However, that was only what he assumed unilaterally. Before entering the camp, he had heard about Chu Yu. This person was no good, full of scandals, and someone within the same circle, Fu Hansong, had mentioned him once, disdainfully looking down upon him. He only knew about an incident where Chu Yu placed nails in a fellow trainee's shoes from the same company. Additionally, Fu Hansong joked that he should take better care of his pure and innocent girlfriend-to-be, saying that Chu Yu liked targeting backgroundless but pretty transparent trainees. Today, he finally got to see the real deal, who turned out much more handsome than imagined, appealing even to a deceiving degree. However, an evil heart could not be covered by a beautiful facade. Wei Zi thought he should warn him verbally so that he wouldn't bother Jiang Chenglu. Once he brought Chu Yu to an isolated shaded path, he stopped and sharply began, "You." But before he could continue, his statement was cut off abruptly by a sudden voice broadcast in the air. Is it true that in those classic funeral ground romantic torture novels, the lead male is always 188 centimeters tall? Wei Zi incomprehensibly mulled over what he just heard. Other than the three familiar numbers, everything else made no sense to him. But how does he know I'm 188 centimeters? He doesn't even wear elevated shoes. Looks like this guy has less water, fraudulent height, compared to Sunglass Guy. Who's Sunglass Guy? I'm not stupid, I just like being passive. I can guess exactly what he's going to say next. The voice seemed to be conversing with someone, getting more and more excited. So loud. Not caring anymore, it must be some kind of auditory hallucination, he hasn't started warning the person in front of him yet. Furrowing his brows, he spoke again, "You give me. You, be careful. Don't bother Jiang Chenglu. I know what nasty things you've done in the past. If you don't want to be kicked out of this program, just stay quiet and behave yourself." Hearing all his lines preempted by the broadcast, Wei Zi was dumbstruck. The key was that the tone of the voice sounded cheeky. Standing in front of him, Chu Yu pressed his lips together, his slightly lowered eyelids giving off a cold and indifferent aura. His entire demeanor exuded a sense of nonchalant disinterest. What? His tone perfectly matched the annoying broadcast. For the first time in his life, Wei Zi fell silent in front of a stranger his age, feeling extremely awkward. When the main person fell quiet, the broadcasting did not stop. "Why aren't you talking, bro? Do you have any worries? Is it because you couldn't pursue your wife? Is it because your wife would rather work in a restaurant washing dishes to earn money instead of accepting your 10,000 yuan check? Why would this be happening, bro? Let me guess, when did you kiss your wife for the first time? Wow, Chapter 101. There's only another 300,000 word argument until you get your wife, keep going, buddy." Veins bulged at Wei Zi's temples. Unlike the few people before him, he almost immediately accepted the idea that he could hear Chu Yu's inner thoughts. Although he still couldn't fully grasp the meaning of terms like Chapter 101 or 300,000 words, the underlying emotions were clear. He was being ridiculed, probably with harsh insults. By heaven, this was the first time since Chu Yu's birth that someone's first impression of him was as someone who liked to provoke others. I really don't care. What do their deep and tortuous romance stories mean to me? I am just a plain old passerby with absolutely no ripple in my life. Why hasn't he said anything yet? Staying there so long might be spotted by outside standers and will cause rumors about us being close. After hearing this sentence, Wei Zi reacted instinctively, jumping quickly back 10 steps. Whoa, such flexible legs. Even though the person opposite hadn't moved much, speaking only 2 words aloud since they began, he already felt overwhelmed and confused. This sensation of meeting one's nemesis was something that the smooth-sailing Beijing Circle Prince had never experienced in his previous 20 years of life. Right now, he even feared hearing that broadcasting voice again near his ear. What exactly do you want to say? The person opposite seemed to be growing somewhat impatient, their cold and indifferent eyebrows slightly furrowing, long lashes drooping to cover their eyes. Anyone who glanced would have exclaimed at seeing a high-end cold beauty come down from the heavens to join the audition, but combined with the broadcast of inner thoughts in the air, it created a completely different scene. If he doesn't say something soon, I'm going to die of social anxiety. I just really want to crawl away somewhere dark, crawl faster. Run far away from this beautiful human world. Nothing. Wei Zi's voice was nearly inaudible when he spoke again, startling even himself at the almost pleading tone. You should go back first. He had almost added ancestor to the end of his sentence. He needed some time alone to calm down. That never-ending broadcast voice, louder with every increasing decibel, was truly polluting his mind. The person in front seemed to emit an offhand sound through their nose, revealing no emotion on their expressionless face. But their inner voice told a different story. Be like. Did I get my lines wrong? How could that be? Puzzled. Alright, finally I can leave. Yay. Let's go. Overjoyed. Bouncy and odd, a mental state one couldn't forget after hearing it once. Especially paired with such a cold and aloof icy face, making it even more jarring. Wei Zi, meanwhile, was grumbling while treating the mental wounds he had just suffered, when Chu had already sprinted away from the scene like a bolt of lightning, faster than any rabbit. Halfway through, the system suddenly called out, host. What is it? You see, that's Jiang Qinglu. Huh. Chuyu turned around and from across the tree-lined path, saw a teenager wearing an apprentice nameplate under a white poplar tree. He was looking down at his empty hands with a somewhat dejected expression. According to the original plot, after being threatened by Wei Zi, you indeed stayed obedient for a period and refrained from causing trouble, but other trainees still did some things. Just as Jiang Qinglu exited the studio, someone tripped him, and right now, he should be examining a new wound on his hand. Huh. Don't just make that, huh, noise. Yuan Fong, I'm telling you these because I want your opinion. Di Renjia, based on my years of experience handling cases, such matters are usually best observed directly. The system crashed immediately, blue screening where it stood. Chuyu patted his jacket pocket and unexpectedly found a roll of something inside. He hesitated in place for a moment, taking over 10 deep breaths before finally stepping forward with a determined readiness towards the boy across the way who looked so gentle and non-threatening. Jiang Qinglu had just lowered his droopy gaze to let down the sleeve he'd pulled up earlier, covering the red mark left on his pale wrist a few minutes ago. Suddenly, some band-aids appeared before his eyes, presented by the boy whose cool and unsmiling face said nothing else. Here. Jiang Qinglu blinked, unsure of what to do. Tentatively stretching out his fingertips, he took the bandages from the palm offered to him. The next second, the boy turned around and left crisply without hesitation, leaving him utterly baffled. Yet, he remembered the name on the badge across the boy's chest and that objectively handsome face. Based on his many years of misjudgments in picking good people, Chuyu decided the person before him was a kind-hearted individual. In another corner, after quickly escaping the scene where he had given away the supplies, Chuyu let out a long sigh of relief, fully satisfied with how he didn't stutter or trip over his own words this time. Excellent, clean, and likely very suave too. Although he hadn't dared look at Jiang Qinglu's reaction due to his nerves, the acceptance of the bandage meant his interaction had been successful. He felt he had taken a significant step closer toward conquering his social anxiety. Great job. The system within his brain continued mulling over the profound meaning and logic behind his recent actions. Host, I know your tactic, you're striking when they're vulnerable, giving warmth during the cold. Offering the tiniest band-aid for the greatest sincerity, using this to build trust and infiltrate the enemy ranks. With the protagonist's luck, you aim to ascend together as a co-protagonist. Right? Huh. Chuyu patted his pocket again, it was now completely empty. I just wanted to give them away, these items were not useful to me anyway, why not pass them on to someone in need? Do you have any misconceptions about someone who eats a lot yet thinks little, but also possesses kindness? Ding dong, character Jiang Qinglu's liking +5. Current overall trainee favorability 5. Host, please keep it up. An electronic synthesized broadcast sound rang out, surprising both Chuyu and the system. Chuyu asked in his mind, was that clicking sound you just emitted? Not me. I'm a mature adult male, I don't do clicking sounds. After the system paused for a moment, it cheerfully added another sentence, that's the automatic announcement when task progress improves. Host, we've earned some favor. Chuyu nodded in emotion as well, then questioned, how much trainee favorability does my mission card ask me to reach again? 200. Fearing that Chuyu would be disheartened by the long road ahead and end up slacking off completely, the system tried to prepare him mentally. However, its host's logic proved stranger and more positive than the system had imagined. 5 out of 200, doesn't seem too hard. Chuyu mulled this over quietly on his own. If he simply gives Jiang Qinglu 40 more band-aids, isn't that all he needs to do? Is he really a genius? Where should we go next? Chuyu glanced around at the rare tranquil scene with no one around and bright sunshine, so he cheerfully found a roadside bench, stretched out on it without restraint. Sleeping. The only afternoon activity arranged was recording individual talent vlogs, after which they could rest. The next morning, there would be a 3-day rehearsal for the debut stage performance of the trainees. In other words, he could relax today. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Living is about napping whenever possible. For once, the system didn't disturb him but stayed quiet inside his head while intermittently making keyboard tapping sounds. Chuyu was almost lulled to sleep by the warm, gentle sun when, half asleep, he mumbled a question, what are you doing? Looking for bugs, my intuition tells me something feels off about the system, but my clearance is too low. I've looked for quite a while but can't figure out where the exact problem is. Then stop wasting your energy and sleep with me. If you can increase the task progress a little more, and we earn phase-based rewards, I can upgrade the system. That way, I'll probably be able to find what bug exists. Chuyu played dead, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Bugs like these, better believe they don't exist rather than think they might. Especially with Schrödinger's kind of bug, if you believe it's fine, then it is fine. When it came to encountering trouble, he always chose to see things optimistically. Like a weary father, the system sighed silently and used its authority to slightly raise the temperature around Chuyu, preventing him from catching a cold. This nap turned out unexpectedly sweet and peaceful. When Chuyu woke up again, the sun had already set, and it was pitch black around him. He rubbed his hands together, but surprisingly, they weren't icy cold as he had expected. He thought of pulling out his phone to check the time, but after searching for a while, he suddenly remembered that his phone had been confiscated. Therefore, he slowly stood up, planning to head back to the dormitory. Right at this moment, the same sharp electronic voice that had sounded earlier in the afternoon popped up again by his ear, and its content dumbfounded both the host and the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Chuyu for earning an audience favor of 20 points. Current total audience favorability is 20. Please keep trying, host. Chapter 7. Just 2 hours ago, the first preview of Top Trainee was broadcast across all platforms. The preview included personal close-up clips and self-introductions of each trainee as they entered the stage. The latter half showcased individual performances by all 100 trainees. As soon as it aired, the program bought top search rankings on every platform to stir interest, leading its views and popularity to skyrocket within mere minutes. It rapidly topped the charts for various variety shows. According to the original storyline in the book, this moment would generate the first 2 major search trends since the airing of Top Trainee. One would focus on the debate around Wei Ziyu's identity as a wealthy young master. The other would spotlight Jiang Qinglu's good looks captured during a leaked vlog recording session. The second trend was especially crucial to Jiang Qinglu's future path. It was through this wave of popularity that he gained his first batch of fans. These fans dug up his tragic family background and difficult career journey in the entertainment industry, which led to subsequent trending topics like #Jiang Qinglu himself being gorgeous yet tragic and #Jiang Qinglu's rebellious words, "My fate depends on me, not heaven." But in reality, due to an unpredictable factor that seemed calm but actually created instability, everything began subtly deviating from its intended course. Firstly, Chuyu's earlier attempt to climb out of a window to jump resulted in the photographers who were originally supposed to be capturing Jiang Qinglu's looks instead turning their cameras on Chuyu. This made Chuyu take precedence over the 2 main characters by appearing first on the show-related trending topics, and in such an entertaining way. Although Jiang Qinglu was later photographed outside the studio by Stan reporters and managed to accumulate some popularity, this happened later than in the book. Consequently, the reading volumes of the 2 initial trending hashtags involving Wei Ziyu weren't as much as those curious about Chuyu himself. In the opening scene of the preview, the first pair to step onto the stage was none other than Wei Ziyu and Fu Hansong. Both considered each other buddies within the same class of society, having signed with the same entertainment agency, universally acknowledged as the young master and the prince. 2 pairs of long legs clad in loose trousers appeared before the camera, their leather shoes polished until glossy black. Slowly, the lens moved upward, revealing their striking faces, one wearing sunglasses while the other did not, both exuding an air of superiority towards everyone else. Fu Hansong specifically changed into a pair of internal height-enhancing shoes this time, opting not to use shoe inserts. Real-time comments started flooding in. "Wow, look at young master's gaze, that disdainful glance at garbage. I love it so much. Nizu, you are my dog. Extra loud. Their bodies, oh gosh, super attractive, haha. Even the silk suits. You really know how to play it well. Am I watching an audition or a male model runway show? Prince, your 188 centimeters instantly beats all others. Brother Song, your 183 centimeters is impressive too, right? Does anyone know if these measurements have been exaggerated? Who doesn't desire His Highness Prince with his rogue charm and pull? Sunglasses permanently welded onto Brother Song's face, please. Ah, no, I love those seductive fox eyes of his. There are many people who would wish to share a bed with these 2. Girls wanting them as dream husbands, gather here. They are real-life heirs of 2 billionaire conglomerates walking on stage for us. What have I done to deserve this? Thinking of the wealth behind these 2 men makes me envious to tears. Become a cyber princess, enjoy being a big lady. Husband, present me with a black card. Among all the new arrivals, Wei Ziyu and Fu Hansong had the highest popularity in camp, and as more contestants came on, audience enthusiasm gradually cooled down, with occasional bursts of excitement only when certain well-known individuals appeared. Other moments often passed with just sparse commentary. It wasn't until Jiang Qinglu and his group arrived that the comments section lit up again. Frogs, beauties. Oh my goodness, gorgeous sister. Move aside, my girl is here. Let me smooch her twice. Ugh, I can't stand all the adoration above. Such an innocent-looking face, I lick and adore endlessly. That sweet romantic crush vibe hits hard. Perfect explosion of my heart. Welcome all to know our warm-hearted Captain Xiao Meigui, heart, diamond-voiced Jiang Qinglu, heart, stunning beauty Jiang Qinglu, heart, YJ Entertainment Ace ACE, heart, awaiting your pick, heart, heart. Please go spam in your fan accounts rather than ruining the live viewing experience with repetitive bullet chats. I sincerely adore this seemingly helpless little flower face. You'll forever be my favorite, sweetheart MM. Baby, you're a fragrant and soft strawberry cake. Why does it feel like the screen time is so short? Of course, trainees who don't pay up are no match for those backed by major companies. I declare this is the top look of Top Trainee 2. No rebuttals allowed. Huh, what do you even know? If you were truly the top, you wouldn't be shouting it out everywhere. The rude tone from earlier seems to come from some die-hard fanboy of the Crown Prince. Don't drag my little sister into this mess, she's all that stands beautiful. Ugh, disgusting. Just because you're a nobody celebrity doesn't mean you can hog our spotlight and turn my idol into your stepping stone. Crown Prince fans sure do bite indiscriminately. Too many brainless fans lead to chaos like this. Ha, as if anyone in your house is noble or worth praising. Although the show had only aired its preview episode, not yet reaching the public performance stage where candidates massively gain fans, comments already hinted at an impending battle that would tear people apart. As described in the original book, Jiang Qinglu's tendency to spark controversy began to emerge. In comparison, the subsequent clips showing other trainees seemed rather bland, with related bullet chats mostly unremarkable. Jing Yan and Xia Man were from the same company, so their entrances were consecutive. Due to lack of prior exposure, there weren't many bullet comments. That contestant's little tiger tooth when he smiled was adorable. Why does the one on the right have such a grumpy face? Unlikely pairings, stupid and angry, give me something funny. Stop eating everything, front row person. Everything goes well together for me, balanced nutrition thanks to varied obsessions. Following them was Tang Yanning's appearance, which didn't cause much excitement either. Silver spectacles chain paired with Tibetan-style bracelets, quite artsy. What a tiny frame he has. Decent face, I pick him. Word on his station leaks say he often reads books, photos of him reading seem quite enchanting. He's a baby inclined towards poetry and novels, very literary. Approximately the 20th to last entrant to appear was Chu Yu. According to the planned storyline, when he made his entrance, the PR army hired by his company would build momentum, but the actual amount of commentary turned out to be quite ordinary, with few spectators really paying attention. Yet, the moment the camera switched to him, the tone of the comments changed entirely, completely overshadowing even the paid PR content. Chu Yu wore the British-style uniform ordered by his company, walking unhurriedly along the wooden corridor in front of the camera, eyes half closed as usual, looking aloof and serious. This overall style matched the plan outlined by the company's PR army, which originally expected the comments to flow like this. Quickly pick our Taiyangxing Entertainment main vocalist, stars, with unparalleled vocal skills, balloons, a man of cool elegance and charm embodying the essence of the British style, hearts, hearts. Such a handsome competitor, I pick him. Very attractive participant, I pick him. This is the most graceful star I've ever seen wearing British-style fashion, I pick him. But in reality, the bullet comments read like this. Isn't this the small practice student who wanted to jump off the building that recently hit the trending list? Brother, are you so unwilling to come here that you want to jump? What's it like jumping from the first floor? Did your foot touch the ground the moment you leaned out? The comment ahead just snatched bamboo shoots lol hahaha. Hello Mr. Building, goodbye Mr. Building. I hear Mr. Building loves gazing at landscapes. So fast to get a nickname haha. What to do, despite being so handsome, I just keep laughing when I see him. Mr. Building always looks cool. Is this handsome guy who resembles high-altitude flowers the same clumsy dummy I saw struggling at the window last time? Not sure yet, I need another look. Looks like it could be the same person upon closer inspection, his face still carries a faint shadow of death. I feel like he's tired, his eyes won't even open, maybe he'll pass out next second. I heard he was only 5 meters above ground at the first floor level, his expression when looking down through the window had me in stitches. Wow, this stunt clearly feels staged. Who jumps from the first floor except for someone dumb? Have you ever met someone with brains like this? Well, now you've seen one. Huh, just hype tactics. Some people will stop at nothing to ride trends. Seriously, isn't anyone interested in his good looks? What a handsome face, I'd willingly take out insurance for him. Ah. Am I the only one who thinks he looks super good? His skin and bone structure are unique in this camp. He's no less attractive than a certain contestant or another. I agree with the above, but it doesn't stop me from thinking of that trending topic when I see his face and then laughing out loud. Some others over there still claim they're the top in looks, but I think his face is much better than those two tops. Stop tearing each other down and arguing, any intentional troublemakers will be treated as undercover detractors. Stop using my Lu as an example, she's just a delicate, innocent little girl shouldn't bear all these burdens so lightly. The above Jinqinglu fans should quit already, watching them is so irritating. Why do the Jinqinglu fans jump into here to comment? Do they care about everything? How come you all start fighting again? You can even get into heated arguments while enjoying yourselves. Great job, really. Did anyone notice that Chiyu suddenly stumbled while walking earlier? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying laughing. Stop arguing, let's all laugh together instead. Ha 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 ha. Let out the first burst of laughter of the day. When Top Trainees Season 1 was aired, there were already examples of the contestants' fan circles fiercely clashing, with the show guiding the practice of mutual attacks among trainees. It could be said that half the reason the program became so popular was due to the heated interactions between fans and detractors. Given this precedent, Season 2 predictably followed the old path of its predecessor, with some battle-hardened fans reacting instinctively to the producer's tactics, resulting in aggressive tones filled with hostility, thus giving the whole experience of viewing bullet comments an atmosphere brimming with anger. Amongst all, Chuyu's entrance video clip had the most light-hearted vibe, yet still couldn't escape accusations and sarcastic remarks from various fan bases. But after the subsequent display of artistic talents, almost all of these contents vanished. Because Chuyu truly exuded an aura of imminent exhaustion that made his presence bizarrely entertaining. In the video, Wei Ziyu naturally went first to enter the recording studio, his sharply defined profile and clearly visible jawline inevitably sparking a wave of bullet comment screams as expected. Then came the performance of one of the most classic street dance songs at the moment, his moves cool and sharp, perfectly fitting his domineering, cold prince persona. This strength, rhythm, figure, I approve completely. Dear husband, you look so handsome, Aya. For some reason, it feels like he overdid it. Didn't the crown prince used to perform popping? Hence why it looks forceful. Who understands? I thought he was just coming to play around but didn't expect his skills to be actually decent. A professional popper here commenting, his level is merely passable. To be blunt, it's quite ordinary, solely relying on his looks. Estimate he hasn't trained for more than 2 years. This last defiant dissenting opinion was quickly drowned out by the overwhelming influx of bullet comments calling him husband, vanishing without a trace. Next up was Fu Hansong delivering a spontaneous freestyle rap segment where the main idea stood out strongly, matching every fresh male rapper's mental monologue. The world bows before me, my lyrics reign supreme, if you have objections, your rebuttal meets instant dismissal. Though he messed up 3 times and seized beats twice during, fortunately his hand movements never ceased and his aura remained strong, maintaining overall the suave bad boy persona with charm and rebelliousness intact. Following them came Jiang Qinglu's ballad strumming performance and Jing Yan's drum act among others. Most performances did not create any ripples, the skill levels generally hovering at an acceptable but not outstanding threshold, some even failing to reach this line altogether. One example was the vocal ability performing at a 50% level attempting an 80% high note song which unsurprisingly flipped the vehicle, inviting scornful commentary from the bullets. Sang excellently, don't sing next time. Few almost recognized what he sang. Seems like mediocre skills. By the time Chuyu entered, he hadn't even opened his mouth when the bullet comments began streaming already. Hey, building man has arrived. Seriously, why does his face look like he's about to meet a martyr's end? Isn't this guy just socially awkward? Come on, Mr. Building, show us something. Still, the majority of the bullet comments were here for entertainment purposes. As the show hadn't officially begun broadcasting yet, many people were unclear about the actual talent levels of the trainees, thus having great interest in seeing what kind of singing and dancing capabilities Chuyu might demonstrate. Chuyu then bowed slowly in front of the camera at a speed unique to slow motion. When he turned back around, his usually plain face carried a faint but strange smile. Don't smile like that, it makes me want to laugh too. I know you want to laugh, but you hold on, let me laugh first. I can't take it anymore, why does this guy look so neurotic? I couldn't help but laugh along. Look at his eyes, I feel like he has something unique on his mind. Matching his capybara-like gesture was his capybara slow and even tone, hello everyone, I'm Chuyu from Tianqing Entertainment. I will perform, my most proficient instrument. He gives me the vibe that he's secretly living life at 0.5x speed, away from the whole world. He has walls between him and others, what kind of walls? Walls of mental state. Too harsh ha 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 I haven't seen a trainee with such a troll since I entered this business. My most proficient instrument, beating a retreat. After saying that, his clean and long fingers knocked 3 times on the wall beside him with a bang bang bang. Alright, my performance is over. Thank you all. Then he turned and walked away, running faster than a rabbit, disappearing from the audience's sight within seconds. Hey, don't run away. If you have the guts to entertain us, don't run off so fast. Friendly capybara turns into the fastest cheetah on the grassland. Nice, full of spirit while knocking. Sounds good. Sounds good means it's a good wall. Quick, give me the link for the wall bricks. What a nutcase ha 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 both the and the main performer are equally crazy ha. I can't handle it, I'm laughing like I've got epilepsy and it's everyone's fault in this room. After the preview episode finished playing, the show opened a popularity vote ranking for the participants on the main platform. As expected, Wei Ziyu came in first place. Jiang Qinglu, with his sufficiently pure and otherworldly face and the fighting power of his first batch of die-hard fans, also achieved a commendable rank. However, due to not grabbing the first trending topic, his popularity only managed to stay in the top 20. As for Chuyu, his series of behaviors, which were consistently in character but eccentric enough, attracted an unexpectedly large number of viewers who came by reputation to vote for his popularity. The final voting results were something no one, not even the production team, had foreseen. He ranked 8th. The system, having just used its omniscient ability to review the latest real-time voting record. This generation of viewers sure has a unique taste. Chapter 8. No, brother, I can't do it. I'm telling you, this is a death sentence. Feeling kind of uncomfortable among the corpses. Probably because the livor mortis has worsened again. I'll log off for now. Host. The voice of the system rang like a loudspeaker in Chu-Yu's mind, bouncing from one ear to the other, creating a 360-degree stereo surround sound. This contrasted sharply with the heavy despair on Chu-Yu's face. Do you know what it means to be ranked 8th in popularity? Let me tell you, 8th place. In just 2 days since the camp started, we've become invincible. You are by far the most promising host I've ever guided. A true dark horse among combatants. Keep going forward, your future is certain to have limitless potential. Chu-Yu maintained his expression of despair, slowly lifting his hand to pick up a pen and a piece of board paper from his desk. His faint voice betrayed exhaustion verging on lifelessness and an almost transcendent acceptance. Alright, system, let me write my will first. The current behavior of the system resembled that of a college entrance exam teacher who stops at nothing to hype up their top student for 100-day final push exams, providing non-stop motivation 24/7 until they make it into the top 2 schools. The last overachieving host must have left quite an impact on the system, and now this early model test success of his current student had him bursting with enthusiasm. Each sentence was accompanied by at least 3 exclamation marks, and his excitement level matched young Chu's quiet inner scream when surrounded by a crowd of people. Although probably not as crazy as Chu-Yu himself could get. 10 minutes ago, a broadcast had gone out in the dormitory, notifying all trainees to gather within half an hour in the number 1 practice room of the broadcasting building for initial stage performance music selection, along with recording the first meeting interaction segment between 100 participants. In short, this would be a catastrophic large-scale social event capable of draining the soul of even the most extreme introverts. Someone like Chu-Yu, with human allergy-induced social anxiety, would likely need about a year to recover from participating in this type of event before having the courage to live again in this world filled with allergens. Are you ready? It's time for us to go. Jing Yan's head popped down from the bunk bed, looking at him with bright eyes. Chu-Yu instinctively pressed down on the A4 paper he'd just written one line on under the table lamp. There were still traces of his ink on the paper. Our previous emperor passed away halfway through a book transmigration adventure, leaving the land scattered with people and the socially anxious exhausted and frail, making this truly a critical moment of survival. Host, your handwriting is quite good. Have you practiced? Chu-Yu tugged at the corners of his mouth and nodded slightly, acknowledging both Jing Yan and the system, though his movements were stiff, like those of a tin man freshly oiled. He's still extremely socially awkward. Jing Yan sighed inwardly after thinking this, then raised his fist hopefully. It's okay, a good relationship with a buddy is built step by step. Chu-Yu didn't understand why, but despite speaking no more than 5 sentences over the past 2 days in the dorm, every roommate seemed like they'd known him for 20 years. They responded to his inner thoughts naturally, sometimes right after he thought them, like they were worms in his stomach. Had the malevolent, scheming aura surrounding him suddenly disappeared overnight? I just went to the convenience store and bought a few drinks back. Do you want to pick one? Xian Man walked into the dormitory door holding a white plastic eco bag, immediately calling out after closing the door, without a trace of the initial puffed-up wariness he'd shown on their first meeting. A cooperative air broadcast instantly announced. Masculine men should drink strawberry-flavored drinks. Giving it to you. Xian Man directly tossed over a bottle of pink packaged strawberry carbonated water, swallowing Chu-Yu's "anything works" comment, which left him dazed as he accepted it. Looking down at the beverage bottle in his hand, then glancing up at Xian Man who acted carelessly and smoothly, he was stunned. What a lecturer who knows human nature so well. So impressive. He now suspected all his roommates were hidden psychological masters capable of revealing everything he kept hidden with just a flicker in his expression. 2 minutes later, Chu-Yu found himself wedged in the middle like jam between pieces of bread, being pulled by his roommates towards the broadcasting building. To outsiders, he appeared as a strikingly emotionless person caught amidst a rowdy group of boys, this emotionless individual seemingly operating in automatic energy-saving mode, his eyeballs never moving, much like a mobile human pillar. However, several roommates were all inadvertently perking up their ears, leaning towards the middle, stone pillar, forming a strange four-cornered positioning around the center of attention, Chu-Yu. The system was still fretting over the contents of the note from earlier as it questioned Chu-Yu. Are you the former emperor mentioned in that will? Chu-Yu moved forward with steps as serious as if he had taken a cue from the chilled shroom in Plants vs. Zombies, his expression unchanged. I am the Bodhisattva. The system remained silent for 2 seconds, it had a premonition that its student was about to say something uncouth again. For example, I faithfully strike my electronic wooden fish 100 times every day, dedicating the first 10 strikes to myself and the remaining 90 to save all sentient beings. Unfortunately, my phone got confiscated yesterday, so my Bodhisattva experience card has expired. Tang yawning, standing to his right, couldn't help but break out laughing first, setting off a chain reaction that caused the 3 people around him to start shaking with suppressed laughter. After the sound of Chu-Yu's compassionate inner voice faded, he let out another heavy sigh, full of wisdom mixed with weariness. All beings are equal, whether you die early or late, you must die eventually. He was calm, yet mad. As the broadcasting building grew closer, Chu-Yu could distinctly feel his mental state deteriorating, the normally healthy and cheerful boy named Chu-Yu struggling to hold on. The scream and rage event brewing in his brain was readying itself to spring into action. Drenched in sweat, whirled. He was about to begin his dark, malicious crawl. 300 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 1 meter, they'd arrived. When Chuyu and his group entered the building, about half the participants had already gathered inside the practice room, the clamor audible even through the door. Chuyu could feel his eyelids starting to droop automatically. Upon actually entering, cameras of various sorts were almost stationed in every open corner, their grand arrangement reminiscent of the freshman welcome dance he attended during his first year of university, where hundreds of peers gathered to chat amiably. At the time, he hid in a corner with a polite smile, eating 8 cream-filled small cakes consecutively just to avoid being drawn into conversation by others. You know what? Cream cakes really were delicious. Welcome, welcome. Wow, there are a few more handsome guys. Unexpectedly, there were 3 trainees standing by the door, perfectly positioned in a triangular formation that covered all the best camera angles near the entrance, smiling warmly and enthusiastically greeting everyone, hello, hello. It soon became Chuyu's turn, he who had been hiding at the back. His eyes were now shut so tightly that he looked like a Buddha statue, his lips curving into a peaceful, compassionate arc, as though offering salvation to all. With this strange expression firmly fixed, he faced the 3 enthusiastic door greeters, each of them grabbing one of his hands to shake fervently. Hello, hello, wow, what a handsome guy, I've heard your name before. There was an internal competition even among the door greeters trio. One glanced sideways at a fellow greeter after speaking, cheerful and sweet personas were already claimed by him, don't think of stealing it from me. The greeter he glanced at was Baiyu, whose appearance and attire were pure and endearing, imitating Jiang Qinglu quite heavily, a look that exuded innocence, maintaining his bright smile regardless. At that moment, Pure Little Brother spoke up, I've heard of you too. There seem to be some rumors within the companies. After all, big studios do have their fair share of drama. His tone implied Chuyu's past black history within the company, obviously not someone easy to deal with. Baiyu also shot a triumphant glance at his fellow trainee nearby. Didn't expect that, did you? Let me go down the route of the poisonous White Lotus, I won't compete with you on the same track. The system wore a solemn expression internally, host, he is subtly mocking you. Chuyu tried lifting his eyelid but found it too strenuous, continuing to hang half dead. Huh. He's subtly mocking your past scandals. He's hinting at the camera that you're manipulative. How vile. The system grew increasingly agitated, That's way over the line. Chuyu rolled his eyes. Let it be, today my mood isn't great. Pretend his jibes hit cotton, it might warm him up a bit. Baiyu was momentarily stunned, casting an uncertain gaze over Chuyu with suspicion, only to have a wave of divine light purify him fully. Since there were too many people inside the practice room, all kinds of noisy sounds intertwined, making the recent mind broadcast relatively calm amidst all the noise. Baiyu thought he might have misheard. After all, the great Buddha before him hadn't opened his mouth once. Chuyu followed his roommates to find a relatively empty spot and sat down cross-legged. However, in a group setting, not socializing is impossible, it's just never going to happen. Chuyu was almost about to close his eyes when he noticed 3 hands stretching out from 4 directions, accompanied by 5 different greetings heading his way. His expression remained neutral, while his desire to escape grew intense. After nodding to one person, he then exchanged a high five with another, replying cheerfully yet unhurriedly. Good, good, everyone's doing fine. The system made an incisive comment, you resemble an 80-year-old grandpa who's feeling awkward around a group of young volunteers visiting a nursing home. Finally, Chiyu finished dealing with all the visitors, still maintaining a polite smile on his face. The critique hit the mark, no more critiques needed next time. The premise of Rise to C-Position Brilliance, the overbearing crown prince loves me, follows the typical pattern of old-style overlord and innocent little flower funeral literature, plus a youthful touch, simply put, it's new wine in old bottles. So, inevitably in the novel, there's a big group of venomous male supporting characters targeting the main recipient character that need to be dealt with by the protagonist aggressor. In this current scenario, before they even had a chance to talk much, the first pair of trainees near Chuyu began arguing. As soon as one conflict started, another quickly arose. The superficial harmonious atmosphere was quickly pierced by open or veiled verbal barbs. And before long, the argument converged into pointing fingers at Jiang Qinglu sitting silently in the corner, the prototypical innocence aura of the lead character. I think every participant should be admitted based on merit, but some people, I really can't praise enough, clearly got in because of their looks, right? Humph, who knows if they didn't rely on connections behind closed doors. I remember someone pushed by a certain company from signing up to entering the show only underwent 2 months of training. Doubly worthless for singing and dancing? That's correct. Wei Ziyu stood central among them with furrowed eyebrows, ready to kill a fly with how tightly he held on to his dominant personality. Maintaining a clenched fist posture for 3 to 5 minutes, he finally decided to open his mouth. Just at that moment, a great Buddha finally couldn't bear the cramped and noisy space averaging less than half a square meter per person. Conversations kept pouring into his ears non-stop, and the loud collective socialization was sucking all his life force away. Unable to endure any longer, the seal was broken. He slowly opened his eyes. Can't stand it anymore, smashed the earth with one punch. A sharp explosion resonated through the ceiling, stopping all idle chatter abruptly. And the broadcast voice continued, so loud it seemed like it could peel the scalp off everyone present. Does anyone work without going insane? It's just putting on a brave face. Does anyone work without going insane? Just putting on a brave face. No problem, sustaining mental stability for 1 minute is already amazing. Without spirits, stabilizing relations for a single minute is still pretty remarkable. Not having mental stability for 1 minute isn't an issue either. Screw this, can't take it anymore, go completely insane. Go completely insane. Go completely insane. In this moment, everyone became absolutely silent, not daring to utter a word. 10 full seconds of silence passed before Chu-Yu heard a ding. Ding. Character Jiang Qinglu's liking toward you increased by +10, character Wei Ziyu's liking increased by +5, character Fu Hansong's liking increased by +5, current total trainee liking count is 25, please continue to improve, host. Chu-Yu, who had just gone crazy and was about to return to his meditative position. Chapter 9. Is the system broken? Why did it suddenly give so much favorability? But Chu-Yu's first reaction upon hearing the broadcast was still one of joy. Now he only had to give Jiang Qinglu 35 band-aids. After jumping for joy, he asked the system in his mind, is there a bug? The system was just halfway through writing the code to fix the electronic eardrum, totally confused. What are you talking about? There's a bug. The main character's favorability towards me has suddenly skyrocketed. After fixing the eardrum, the system heard this and was still completely baffled. I have no idea what you're saying. It went to check the current favorability system and discovered that Chu-Yu wasn't wrong. There was indeed a large wave of increased values, bringing him closer to the ultimate goal of 200. Normally, this level of favorability increase could only be achieved after a climactic moment in the plot where the protagonist humiliates the antagonist or is rescued from the antagonist's hands. So why was this happening now? What did the host do just now? It seemed like he hadn't done anything except go crazy inside his head. The system fell into deep thought. Its brain capacity was already limited, and when faced with matters of human relationships, it felt even more at a loss. After a series of unique artificial intelligence analytical algorithms, the system finally came to a conclusion that seemed perfectly natural and fitting to itself. Host, I think the main character fell in love with you at first sight. It said excitedly, clapping its hands together, causing a sound to echo in Chu-Yu's mind. Although I don't know the reason, this is a good thing. Chu-Yu found the system's conclusion incomprehensible. The system was still passionately painting a rosy future, drawing up plans for both him and itself, becoming increasingly excited. First meeting +5, second meeting +10, if we keep this momentum going, as long as Jiang Qinglu's favorability towards you remains high, we can take the route of stealing someone else's partner. Eventually, Wei Zi's position will be ours. Isn't this also a way to become the protagonist? Chu-Yu gently reminded the system in his mind. Teacher system, I'm not interested in men. Intimacy between palace attendants is absolutely forbidden. The system originally wanted to advise, you should overcome this little obstacle, but seeing how close to falling asleep its host was, devoid of any desire, it decided against continuing. Teaching must suit the student. It would be better not to pressure this prince of pillows who couldn't even sit upright on the bed to act like a man, considering once he lay down, he might never get up again. Oh well, the wonderful shortcut to success without work that it had painstakingly thought up was thus buried after the host firmly affirmed his own attributes. Still unwilling, the system pressed further, really no way at all to act like a man. Chu-Yu replied calmly with his eyes closed. Absolutely impossible. He even got tired just lying there, asking him to move. No way, utterly impossible. Although Chu-Yu was inwardly exasperated, it didn't show on his face. He was busy arguing back and forth in his mind with the system while simultaneously trying to return his legs to the previous sitting meditation posture. He even had the leisure to form the Guanyin hand gesture, closed his eyes, sought peace amid the noise, and decided to spend this difficult night reciting the Great Compassion Mantra silently. Since he immediately closed his eyes after his outburst, he naturally missed the many predatory stares concentrated on him, and failed to notice that after his episode, the wind direction of conversations in the practice room had changed. All sarcasm and intrigue disappeared, driven away by the "punching the earth" broadcast, which was replaced by voices previously ignored in the corners, striving to bring the atmosphere back to the initially normal and harmonious state. Wei Zi looked at Chu-Yu from afar, feeling uncertain. This man was infuriatingly mysterious. Though his ears were almost deafened by that ear-splitting scream, why could someone else's madness achieve what he dared not do himself? Was going mad actually this charming? Moreover, his thoughts saved little Jiang from being attacked by tongues. A fair and distinct young domineering boss felt that anyone who helped his wife deserved great rewards. But now, with neither money, cards, nor a phone, there was nothing substantial he could give as a reward. So the young domineering boss thought for a moment and came up with something. I'll talk to him. If the Crown Prince spoke, everyone knew their fate. Those trainees flirted with by the Crown Prince surely saw their status in camp rise instantly, didn't they? I'm now back in a state within the camp where everyone's afraid of me, isolated and avoided. Wouldn't he feel so grateful to me for helping him that he'd cry with gratitude? I am so smart. Thinking it through, I immediately acted. Seated majestically at the core position in the center, I loudly called out to the silhouette in the corner, Chu Yu. In the next second after my voice reached him, one of Chu Yu's crossed legs suddenly twitched violently, cramping up. Instantly, all the gazes that had gradually drifted away refocused on him again. To make things worse, this time he opened his eyes and saw everything. Chu Yu stiffly turned his head toward the sound source with an audible crack from his neck as he met the familiar face of Wei Zi, the prototypical young domineering tycoon. Wei Zi calmly continued calling out to him. I heard your cover of Ji Fengzhu's song before, it was very beautiful. Ji Fengzhu is a somewhat famous new generation singer in the novel, a rising star in the domestic entertainment industry, and also one of the mentors on the show, Top Trainee. Before entering the training camp, Wei Zi's company specially hired Ji Fengzhu at great expense to provide him with vocal training. Although nothing much came out of the lessons, they did manage to establish a valuable connection. By saying this, Wei Zi was actually boosting Chu Yu's popularity because, since the speaker was him, Ji Fengzhu would have no complaints. The thoughtful prince helped once, warming your heart forever. How could there be such a good person? I was about to cry from being moved by myself. Let me see if Chu Yu is crying. Why does he look so despondent? Sitting beside Wei Zi, Fu Hansong heard what he just said, paused for a moment, then shrugged, unwillingly turning his head to acknowledge the statement. Chu Yu's brain buzzed along with his ears, barely making out a few words. His courteous smile became even fainter. After nodding, his brain finally processed the earlier message. He then lazily added another line. Thank you. After one round, he happily noticed that the other party didn't intend to continue speaking, so he quickly turned around, his expression collapsing instantly, and began gasping for air like a survivor. But before he could take a second breath, a flood of warm greetings from other trainees overwhelmed him. The prince's shout seemed to have been the spark igniting this grand group celebration. Seeing that Wei Zi had already spoken, the rest rushed forward to Chu Yu. Some were subconsciously led by the prince, while others had always been attracted to Chu Yu but lacked the courage to approach. With Wei Zi setting the example, their confidence grew. Yes, I've heard too. Chu Yu, your singing is really great. How many years have you practiced vocals? Chu Yu, your skin is so nice. I've wanted to ask for a long time, how do you take care of it? Dude, you're super handsome, you know that. When you scanned me with your gaze upon entering, my heart went bang. You're the 8th man I've fallen for this year. Don't mind my friend's loose mouth. But we really think you're handsome, please stop looking so terrified, we're not gay. As soon as this trainee finished speaking, he elbowed his buddy who had just boldly confessed. Through gritted teeth, he whispered, are you insane? The camera is still recording. The buddy winced in pain, recalling the broadcast of that resonant inner voice earlier, leaving a deep impression with its advanced and beautiful mental state, akin to breaking through his meridians. So he whispered back to his friend, I think we should let our nature run free. Whatever we're thinking should be shouted out loud. It's no fun to suppress ourselves all the time. During their whispering, someone from the outskirts of the crowd, decked in makeup, pushed forward exuberantly. In a high-pitched tone, he sang dramatically, I'm gay. While speaking, he flirted with Chu Yu by batting his eyelashes. Handsome, can you give me your dorm room number? I'll visit when I have time. This brought us to the peak of releasing their natural selves. Surrounded in the middle, Chu Yu had half of his soul leave his body. With insufficient battery power, his standby mode directly crashed into complete shutdown. One side of his mouth was frozen in an awkward grin as he mechanically nodded with his left ear hearing and right ear forgetting. By the end, it had all become so confusing that Chu Yu could no longer distinguish between what others had said and what he himself had responded with. He started replying indiscriminately. Thank you, 18 years, starting practice since the womb, no skin care, you look good too, everyone looks good, Sorry, I'm not gay. A floating sensation enveloped him, was he about to die? Outside the crowd, Wei Zi, after finishing his business, gracefully left the scene with a confident smile on his face, keeping both his accomplishments and fame hidden deep within. Having become the focal point of tonight's social scene, Chu Yu guessed he was probably feeling delighted, nervous, and excited at once. No matter, this was the influence of the crown prince, gratitude towards him was deeply due. However, why were there so many homosexuals in the camp? On the other side, the system watched as Chu Yu's mental load approached the brink of life and death, his breath faint and mouth incapable of opening. The system began to feel anxious. This wasn't a joke, his host really seemed to be teetering on the verge of collapse. The chaotic situation continued for another 5 minutes before Xie Man couldn't bear it anymore and pulled Chu Yu out of the crowded mass, ending this one-sided torture for Chu Yu. Jing Yan came up just in time to help shield him from a large group of people, and Chu Yu collapsed weakly into the corner by the wall, looking as if he had already fallen asleep. It wasn't until the staff walked in with a paper box containing selection cards, allowing Jing Yan to draw a song on behalf of their team and discuss the preliminary positioning arrangements, that today's farce finally concluded. Chu Yu was helped back to the dormitory by his roommates using an arm each because his legs were too weak for him to walk. Is you alright? Jing Yan asked concernedly. If your spirits are poor, sleep early tonight, we still have rehearsals tomorrow morning. Although Chu Yu's face remained dazed, his voice had reverted to the cold indifference heard only when he spoke among acquaintances. I'm fine. The public mind broadcast synchronized and rang out again for the first time ever, a breathy voice even weaker than his usual tone. The child feels hard when touched, it seems dead. Xia Man and Jing Yen simultaneously quirked a corner of their lips. Clearly, something was off. After returning to the dormitory, the roommates seemed to instinctively know better than to speak up further. They finished washing up separately and went to bed early. Chu Yu lay in bed with his eyes closed but hadn't moved an inch even half an hour later. The dorm was silent enough to hear a pin drop, leaving only the system cautiously conversing within his mind. What are you doing? Emo-ng. What are you thinking about? Dying. At this moment, the system finally believed Chu Yu when he had earlier mentioned writing a will. His exhaustion was genuine and severe. Chu Yu lightly moved his fingers, then his expression bore a trace of regret. Unfortunately, without a phone, during his emo phases, he would usually listen to music on NetEase Cloud. What do you like to listen to? Heartbreaking songs and love trade. His taste in music matched his advanced state of spirit. But seeing his host suffering semi-deadly agony, the system hesitated and eventually decided to offer a solution. I can use my authority to play songs for you. Chu Yu's originally lifeless eyes lit up suddenly. The system can do many things, but it requires exchanging certain task progress, which for us is goodwill. After explaining, the system asked, have you made up your mind? Do you want to consume goodwill for me to play songs for you? Chu Yu nodded. Whose goodwill do you wish to exchange? Fu Hansong should do, his affection seemed rather inexpensive. Good, deduct Fu Hansong's goodwill by 3, in exchange for 1 hour of music playing permissions, the song request system activated. Playing love trade begins. Chu Yu politely nodded with gratitude and began to peacefully close his eyes to enjoy the music. In room 607 on the same floor, Fu Hansong suddenly sneezed violently. The Crown Prince was midway through squeezing toothpaste when he turned his head upon hearing the sound. Do you have a cold? Fu Hansong shook his head, remaining silently still for a moment. Wei Zi asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Fu Hansong replied. I just suddenly felt a surge of hatred rise within me. Chapter 10. The system really had never seen Chu Yu get so emotionally moved by a love-trading song to the point that his eyes were red. Since the music was played inside his head, the system could also hear the songs, and it even heard Chu Yu passionately singing along. Love is not something you can buy as you please. The system. Let me struggle, let me understand, let go. Your love. He sang without any technique but with pure emotion. One might think he had experienced love if they didn't know him. After finishing the high-pitched song, the system asked him, are you feeling better? Not at all. Chu Yu returned to the previous corpse-like lying posture, continuing to close his eyes quietly emo. Next song. When the next song started playing, another cycle of intermittent excited singing and sustained grimness occurred. That night passed this way. The next morning, the system was dazed, with various kinds of brainwashing cheesy love songs echoing in his ears. However, Chu Yu still lay there half dead, unable to get up, looking as if on the brink of death. His host's social anxiety disorder seemed to be more severe than the system imagined. Therefore, for a long time afterward, no sound from the system appeared in Chu Yu's mind, and it was unknown what it was doing alone. His roommate began calling him to go to the practice room for rehearsals. Chu Yu nodded faintly and made an effort to straighten his legs to get out of bed and wash up. Today's goal has been updated, stay alive. The impact of the collective social gathering the night before was still too much. Today, he did not even have the strength or desire to say a word. Due to staying up late listening to songs yesterday, he felt dizzy when getting up, making him look unsteady. Prince. He remembered. If he really died because of too much human contact, the killer's name would be filled as Wei Ziyu. On the way to the practice room, Chu Yu's group coincidentally encountered 2 top performers in their camp who had just come out of their dormitories, Prince and Lord, each occupying half of the corridor, walking toward them briskly. During the encounter, Fu Hansong walked past him with a tch sound, rolled his eyes, as if meeting Chu Yu was a very distressing matter. Chu Yu remained calm. See. I told you his love is very cheap. Jing Yan, the most cheerful one, was the first to greet the approaching 2, receiving 2 slightly arrogant nods. Wei Ziyu even turned his head and asked one more sentence, are you guys going to eat breakfast? The rehearsal schedule was set very early in the morning, it was uncertain if they would make it to the cafeteria in time for dining in. But skipping breakfast could easily cause low blood sugar, only reducing the efficiency of the morning rehearsals. After consulting among themselves, the group decided to have breakfast first and see whether they should take away food while heading to the practice room. The cafeteria was very close to the dormitory, offering many kinds of breakfast foods. With the belief that eating was just to survive, Chu Yu randomly chose a window with fewer people and no queue to walk towards. As he approached, he realized it was a pancake and grilled cold noodle stall. He took deep breaths while walking and silently rehearsed the lines he would soon say. Hello, I'd like a pancake with pork tenderloin and bacon added, and another crunchy sausage, double spicy sauce, thank you. Is there too many words? Would he freeze awkwardly if he couldn't say them all in one breath? Then perhaps skip the crunchy sausage. There were 2 windows at the stall. He queued at the less crowded right side. When it was his turn, the smiling master in front of him asked, "Young man, what would you like?" Chu-yu took a deep breath. "Hello, pancake, pork tenderloin, bacon, crispy sausage, spicy sauce, thank you." He despondently covered his face. He'd only remembered keywords, sounding like listing dishes without saying the other words. Strangely, the master understood what he said and asked with a chuckle, "You want more spicy sauce, right?" Chu-yu nodded gratefully, feeling reassured not having to speak. As the master started deftly spreading batter and cracking eggs, he stood by the window staring, lost in thought. The scene of spreading pancakes reminded him of someone familiar. At that moment, a white and delicate hand gently poked him, the motion being soft due to nervousness. He turned his head and saw Jiang Qinglu standing beside him in line for pancakes at the other window. Jiang Qinglu pursed her lips and greeted him with a smile, "Good morning, Chu-yu." Roll Goodwill Broken 15, greeted people proactively on the road and chatted. Chu-yu blankly nodded, but in Jiang Qinglu's eyes, it looked like a high-cold handsome guy coolly responding to his overture. What a good person. Moreover, when he recalled that the other party had once given him a band-aid and helped him out during an embarrassing situation when he was surrounded by others, he thought even more highly of his kindness. In Xiao Baihua's mind, all living beings in the world were good by default. He wouldn't find it strange for Chu-yu to suddenly start ranting in public, but would instead focus on the result that he indirectly helped himself, reinforcing his conclusion, he must be an absolutely good person. "Hey, young man, we are running low on spicy sauce here, there is only enough left for 1 serving. The pancake master suddenly spoke up. Chu-yu's heart dropped, not because they were out of spicy sauce, but because he realized he would have to speak up. But before Chu-yu could gather his courage to reply, Jiang Qinglu spoke for him, "Then master, please don't add spicy sauce to my order, and put it all on his instead." "Oh, okay then, it will be as you say." In Jiang Qinglu's perspective, Chu-yu didn't react to her interference, still staring blandly at the pan through the window. But his mental broadcast revealed something completely different. He is such a good person. I'm going to cry pearls for this. For this spicy sauce, I won't curse the world for its early demise today. Thank you so much. Even though I can't express it verbally, I really appreciate it. Jiang Qinglu squinted with satisfaction. But I still can't take the role of number 1. Sorry. Jiang Qinglu was dumbfounded. She saw the heavy look on Chu-yu's face as if he'd just refused some major request from her. After leaving the cafeteria, Chu held in his hands a sumptuous pancake stuffed with double spicy sauce, looking at it, and then suddenly began to tear up. Jing Yan soon noticed his unusual behavior and quickly asked anxiously, "You, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly cry? Are you feeling unwell?" Chu shook his head and forced back the tears welling in his eyes. "It's nothing. I just suddenly got sentimental. The roommates beside him were all confused, unsure what scene had moved him so emotionally. Chu felt that he was too fragile today, still affected by last night. It was all the prince's fault. With merely adding the spicy sauce, Jiang Qinglu effortlessly broke through his psychological defenses, making him easily start missing his childhood friend who was far away in the west coast of the United States. Back in those days, whenever they went out to eat pancakes, he didn't need to pay anything. At the age of 9, Luo Jiayu would always sneak an extra bottle of spicy sauce when the pancake master wasn't paying attention, pouring half into their dish, after which the two were chased for 2 streets by the vendor. And at the end, that pancake almost made him cry from spiciness. Even though his childhood friend was a silly dog, he missed him dearly. As they walked into the broadcasting building, they chose an empty rehearsal room and leaned against the wall next to the door, quietly eating breakfast while waiting for the practice time. The system appeared just when Chu was halfway through his pancake. Its appearance this time was solemn and dignified, the words it spoke with an effect of 360-degree surround sound. "Baby." The crisp sausage inside Chu-yu's mouth nearly fell out as he jumped in surprise. "Baby," the system continued with an exceptionally kind and gentle tone. "You're a very good child, and I'll work hard to help you integrate into the group and stop being troubled by social anxiety." Trembling inwardly, Chu questioned back. "System. Teacher system. It's time to reveal my true identity. My surname is Zhao." The system continued in its mature, warm, male voice, filled with reminiscence. "Back in the day, I was human too. The employment agency hires systems that are all real human souls who have passed away in the real world, most have signed indenture contracts of no less than 200 years. Chu-yu's system was one of them." "What did Mr. Zhao used to do?" Chu cautiously asked. "I was a teacher back then, teaching physical education." The system paused briefly before continuing gently. "Baby, how about we start with the most basic task of making eye contact with people?" Chu felt a loving glow emanating from the system, as if it were a preschool teacher. And he was the little baby being coaxed by the teacher. It was heartwarming that a sports teacher had chosen to switch careers for love. There were 2 reasons behind the system's transformation. One was that it already had teaching experience, so comparing its own students with others became natural, which made it anxious the more comparisons it made. The other reason was that after observing for a while, it discovered Chu Yu was extremely socially anxious when facing crowds. Such a state wouldn't allow him to face future judges and audiences, and going on stage would be a huge difficulty. It began to feel the anxiety of a chicken mom. System, I just spent several hours, preliminarily writing you a book titled 100 Guidelines for Interacting with Humans, Beginner Edition. Immediately after, Chu Yu's mind started echoing with the sound of flipping pages. We'll start by learning the most basic and simple ones. 3 classes every week, 1 small exercise after each class, 1 practical test at the end of every unit, step by step we'll slowly move forward. After finishing the beginner edition, we can learn the advanced edition, then the master edition. After completing the master edition, congratulations to you, you'll become an eloquent, cheerful, and sociable networking expert. Chu Yu took a bite of his pancake. Mr. Zhao, stop painting cakes, they're filling. The system said solemnly and earnestly, Host, do you wish to learn from me, starting a social anxiety reconstruction training camp? The duration is unknown for now. Chu Yu took a bite of bacon, its juicy yet non-greasy freshness satisfied him thoroughly. He was entirely focused on eating meat and didn't pay attention to what the system was saying. Are there any rewards? The system hesitated, beginning to contemplate what advantages it could offer to attract designated students. I can optimize and develop the music player permissions within the system further so that next time when songs are played, it won't consume so much goodwill. A single payment of Han Song's favor can last for 3 days. That can save power. Chu Yu brightened up. Deal. Chapter 11. Chu Yu's study state was quite stable when he was in school. He just laid there, unmoving, and would only react when the teacher nudged him. If 1 move could suffice, he wouldn't do 2. This was his philosophy, to lie completely flat all through life. No matter how anxious the teachers and parents around him became, he remained unhurried. As a saying goes, others may be worried, but not me. If I worry myself sick, who will benefit? Not to mention, it's exhausting. Even after entering the world of novels, his life motto hadn't changed. The system knew his habits wouldn't alter easily, so the materials were designed to be extremely fundamental and approachable, almost as basic as teaching someone how to wash vegetables before learning cooking. The Beginner's Guide to Human Interaction, Rule 1, Open your eyes. Come on, host. Open your eyes wide, open the window to your soul, and bravely embrace the whole world with your vision. Chu Yu tried to lift his drooping eyelids by 5 millimeters. Then let go, and his eyelids instantly fell another centimeter. System. Chu Yu waved his hand calmly. It's fine, let's try again. Saying that, he used his fingers to prop up his eyelids, succeeding this time. He maintained the widened eye state and scanned the room, observing his dorm mates who were focused on eating breakfast. Xia Man stopped chewing his red bean bun midway when he saw Chu Yu, leaving the half-chewed beans exposed in his mouth. How strange, the man had forced those usually half-closed eyes open so wide, making a bizarre impression. It was akin to an 80-year-old paralyzed grandfather suddenly dressing in JK outfits to dance wildly. Meanwhile, the mental voice broadcast continued energetically. How about it, don't I look more outgoing and sunny? Doesn't it make me appear much more spirited? Ayu, stop staring. Jing Yen spoke softly. You're turning the 3 white zones into inverted ones. Originally a cool-faced young man projecting gloomy intimidation, now looked as if suffering from some mysterious illness that wanted to devour children upon glaring. Tang Yen Ning nodded in agreement, hesitating for a moment before speaking, and you kind of look, not very smart. After listening to their comments, Chu quietly retreated into a silent introspection, then expressionlessly lowered his eyelids back to normal. The windows to his soul immediately rusted shut, unable to open again, not for anyone. It was as if fearing that this brief act of extroversion might lead to lifelong introversion. Jing Yen set down his breakfast bag and comforted kindly, it's alright, being melancholic can be cute too. Chu Yu. He curled up against the wall, sniffled a bit, shyly touched his face, and resumed eating his semi-cool jianbing guzi. Xia Man swallowed the red bean bun in his mouth and tried to change the subject. By the way, isn't today the day the top practice mentor group arrives? Yes, yes. Talking about this topic lit up Jing Yan's eyes, and his tone became notably excited. I've heard some insider news before, stating that this season's top practice program has spent a lot of money, inviting mentors of unmatched significance, even Master Wei Luan. He has been out of the spotlight for so many years, both my mom and I grew up listening to his songs. Wei Luan, the king superstar who was famous throughout China in his youth, held unparalleled influence across the entire Asian music scene and was the eldest and most seasoned star among the mentor team. Though he'd faded from public view for many years, he was sure to be the highest profile among the invited mentors and was destined to become the head teacher for Class A as arranged by the production team. I also grew up listening to his music. Meng Xuan raised his hand, smiling shyly on his clear-cut face. But I like this session's assistant instructor even more, I've been her 4-year loyal fan and even hosted her Weibo Super Talk. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. I saved up during junior high school to buy her albums and small cards. She is my goddess. My goddess. I'm going to see her live soon, it feels like a dream. Is this session's assistant instructor Ling Wei? Xia Man turned and asked Jing Yan, who nodded. Ling Wei, one of the hottest top-tier idols today, was universally acknowledged for her beauty. As a former captain of a female idol group, she soared to further fame as a solo artist after participating in a hugely popular variety show. Now, she excels both in singing and acting. For such a top-level celebrity to agree to join this talent show as an assistant instructor, it clearly reflects the program's popularity and massive traffic. Meng Xuan still drowned in the impending excitement of seeing his idol, while Tang Yanning continued asking, apart from Wei Luan, Ling Wei, and Ji Fengzhu, who are the other two mentors. A rap tutor, also with a high profile, is expected to be the class teacher of Class B. Jing Yan, who was best informed, hesitated for a moment. As for the last one. I've heard his name, but he doesn't seem to be from the entertainment circle. Who is he? Wei Xiao, Wei Luan's cousin's son. Cousin's son, did he get in through backdoor connections? But even if it's through connections, there's no need for him to appear on this show. No, the program team invited him. He won the championship at the International Youth Street Dance Competition when he was 15, so he can be considered a prodigy. Now he's 22 and has been developing overseas until recently. It's unclear why he suddenly decided to return to China and enter the entertainment industry. That's confusing. Anyway, he's too young, right? If someone with this status comes, wouldn't he be the designated mentor for Class F? Probably. After all, the average age of the other mentors is significantly older than him by more than a round. I wouldn't want to be in Class F anyway, it'd be so embarrassing. Who isn't embarrassed by that? If I were assigned to Class F, I'd probably cry right there. When Chuyu heard Tang Yanning's words, he imagined himself standing on the stage and then being pointed towards the most peripheral, least noticed barren corner of the deserted F-class room and said, "Go there, that is your destined place." Others around might weep, but he gave an odd smile of satisfaction, curling his lips. The system quickly sensed his thought preferences and urgently persuaded him, trying to prevent him from straying into any wrong path. Host, in novels, the trainees of Class F are doomed to have no future, it lamented sorrowfully. Moreover, I know your singing level well enough. With a little effort, you could definitely make it into Class B. At the very least, you're sure to secure a C. No. Chuyu shook his head, calmly yet firmly rejecting its argument. You've never seen me dance. Upon reflection, the system realized that it truly hadn't. It had always been occupied eavesdropping while he sang powerfully next to the garbage station in the air before. Carefully recalling, indeed, there wasn't a single instance where Chuyu had moved his body while singing, his legs remained firmly rooted to the ground, motionless like a turtle. But no matter what, its host was after all a regular long-limbed handsome guy with perfect proportions, his wrist line passing above the groin, squatting knees surpassing the shoulder line. Under such conditions, how could his dancing possibly turn out so bad? It should be alright, right? Amidst everyone's animated discussions over breakfast, they each finished their plastic bags without noticing, tossing them into the trash bin outside the rehearsal room before starting a day's practice. They were performing a classic boy band sing and dance song which contained large sections of synchronized group dances, 2 solo dance routines, and 1 high-note killing part. Before rehearsing, they needed to first assign parts and positions. Among their group, Xia Man and Jing Yan were the dance specialists in their respective companies, so the 2 solo dances were distributed to them without much questioning. As for Meng Xuan, still young with shorter training duration, his company simply sent him here for exposure, and he showed self-awareness by not vying for the spotlight. Tang Yanning, tagged as a vocal specialist by the production team upon his entry. Chuyu was also positioned as a vocal. Everyone implicitly understood this, so no one questioned the aloof kid in the corner who was immersely doodling circles because of some awkward behavior earlier. Jing Yan poked Chuyu's arm and smiled. Why don't you two compete? Chuyu paused midway through his circle drawing, slowly lifting his head and meeting Tang Yanning's nervous yet hopeful gaze. This talent showcase was originally an opportunity for display. During this time, Tang Yanning performed a national-style song with a theatrical part requiring higher technical skill which he completed excellently, giving him sufficient confidence in his abilities. However, since joining the camp, Chuyu had never sung a single note. Everyone's impression of his actual singing capability stemmed solely from Wei Ziyu mentioning his cover of Ji Fengzhu's song. This song was performed by the original owner before Chuyu came over. The quality was generally acceptable, but Wei Ziyu's compliment seemed more polite than factual. Ultimately, the main singer's skill level could merely be described as decent. Because they didn't know that Chuyu had suddenly come to this world mid-book, everyone subconsciously felt that based on pure skill alone, Tang Yanning would win. In terms of talking, Chuyu was undoubtedly a lazy dog who spared every unnecessary word. Speaking for him was a massive laborious task. Except for singing. Singing didn't involve thinking about phrasing or observing social etiquette. It was simply a way of enjoying the music one created. Chuyu showed no sign of declining, and silently stood up instead, then picked up the music sheet from the nearby stand. He skimmed it a few times before clearing his throat and began singing from the preceding measure of the climax melody. If the ever-ready-to-freak-out little psycho in the Heart Sound broadcasts and the usually semi-dead, cold cool guy were two different people, then the Chuyu who sang was yet another person compared to his usual self. His cool-toned voice sounded particularly bright and powerful when he sang, carrying with it a sense of calm serenity characteristic of his personality. His pitch control and breath management were both stable, leaving him still feeling relaxed even when he hit the high notes. More importantly, they could hear the emotion in Chu Yu's expressionless cold-faced rendition. The capybara that spoke was a cold and dumbfounded capybara, but the capybara that sang transformed into an emotionally rich, impassioned capybara. Wow! As the song concluded, a few teammates stunned by his performance all raised their hands in applause like seals cheering. Compared to the level of the original owner in their memory, there was simply no comparison. Tang Yen-ning used his special human-precise measuring gaze to scan Chu Yu, who was nearly half a head taller than himself, looking full of sorrow and unwillingness. I feel like you're definitely 1.8 meters. I'm really not. Chu Yu shook his head, his voice reverting to its usual deep tone when he talked, and his rational and firm tone breaking Tang Yen-ning's heart. I was measured just a month ago, I'm 1.7934 meters. Alright, now precise to 2 decimal places, Tang Yen-ning's suspended worries were finally put to rest. After discussion and voting, everyone unanimously agreed to assign the high note killing part to Chu Yu. Chu Yu squatted back to his little corner, ready to continue drawing circles, but was pulled up halfway by his teammates to begin practicing the synchronized dance. The system poked around in his brain, jubilant. Host, this is the killing part. You just secured a spotlight opportunity through your own strength. You're amazing. The system continued talking, unconsciously resuming its familiar passionate tone. As long as we will certainly. Stop. Chu Yu interrupted it in his mind. Mr. Zhao, let's not rush into forecasting the future just yet. Watch me dance. Strictly speaking, it actually wasn't dancing. Calling it calisthenics would feel unfair to elementary students doing exercises. Chu Yu's movements were more akin to a wriggling of limbs. His limbs were fresh like they had just been installed, each having its own ideas, none following the original melody's intentions. The system watched as he danced along with his teammates. In one beat, he could perform 8 different incorrect versions, moving on to the next beat before realizing his mistakes, with a confused look on his face like an old man who had accidentally joined a group of young people. Finally, after a whole song ended, it counted and found that there were fewer than 10 correct actions. If it deducted further those out of sync or slow. Well, better not deduct, let's give the kid some dignity at least. In the end, it couldn't resist making a precise calculation version, surprisingly discovering that the number of truly on-beat, correctly performed actions was 0. It was so humorous that anyone watching would have to compliment it. Chapter 12. What do you want to say? After finishing the singing and dancing routine, Chu Yu calmly sat back down and even took a moment to greet the silent system in his mind. I'm thinking. What kind of human limbs could perform so many strange and bizarre movements during a normal song? Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Chu Yu kindly interrupted the system's thoughts. Can this thing actually be taught? To some extent, Chu Yu and the system were in a state where they knew each other's deepest secrets, able to hear each other's thoughts. Neither could hide anything from the other. Chu Yu didn't mind the system's musings and sincerely replied to its question. Yes, I've even made mistakes into patterns. When I focus on my left hand, my right hand screws up. When I fix the right hand, my legs go haywire. When I correct my leg posture, they're already moving on to the next move. This cycle repeats endlessly. By the time the song ended, not a single beat was hit correctly, and even my limbs seemed less capable than before. After expressing all this in his mind, Chu Yu sighed. Dancing is still too difficult for a 19-year-old old man like me. Your analysis is quite accurate, the system commented, then earnestly added, Host, keep it up. I believe in you. AOU, keep it up. I believe in you. Apparently, Jin Yen heard the sigh from the corner and was the first to send an encouraging gesture along with an enthusiastic greeting. Chu Yu nodded but then remembered the content written in the textbook that the system had programmed for him. The second rule in the Beginner's Guide to Interacting with Humans, keep smiling. Jin Yan's cheer halfway froze midair as he stared at a tall, 79-centimeter tall Guanyin Bodhisattva standing in front of him, her face benevolent but oddly expressionless. Next time when you smile, try opening your eyes. He stammered, trying to explain himself clearly. Maybe, it wouldn't seem so, full of Buddhist nature. When Chu Yu earlier had glared, he looked like someone who had just devoured a child, but now his squinting, smiling gaze resembled someone consoling children at the gates of hell. It was strange no matter how you looked at it. Chu Yu went silent for a while, choosing to just lie there, completely disengaged. Forget it. The talent points related to social interaction were probably hacked away by God when he was born, things never worked for him since birth, and it wasn't his fault. Live freely, let life roll as it will. However, his previous foolish behavior brought immense joy to everyone, especially Xia Man, who had the lowest threshold for laughter. After laughing, he kindly patted Chu Yu on the shoulder. AOU, let me teach you how to dance. We'll start with the upper body movements first. Xia Man was the ace dancer pushed forward by their entertainment company and was highly confident in teaching colleagues these basic dance moves. After speaking, he summoned 2 others who also weren't good at dancing, Meng Xuan and Tang Yaning, and began dissecting and repeating the moves under the guidance of the 2 dancers. On the first round, no one really got it. By the second round, Tang Yanning started catching a bit of the rhythm, leaving only Meng Xuan and Chu Yu confused. By the third round, Meng Xuan suddenly understood the technique after being guided by Xie Man, advancing rapidly and quickly catching up with Tang Yanning. Only Chu Yu remained completely baffled. Jing Yan consoled him, "Don't worry, you'll get it next time." Still lost on the fourth attempt. "Don't worry, you'll definitely get it the next time," Xie Man reassured him. By the fifth round, it seemed Chu Yu became even more lost. "It's fine, try again." Thus, by the sixth attempt, even Meng Xuan, who had already mastered the moves and gotten tired, decided to sit down with Tang Yanning to watch Master Chu Yu's solo learning showcase. By the seventh time, there was still zero improvement. "Let's try again." On the eighth attempt, watching Chu Yu blinking uncertainly whether to place his hands left or right, Xie Man clenched his teeth for the first time. "No problem, just try again." By the 11th attempt, Xie Man collapsed on the ground, turning to Jing Yan, who was drenched in sweat, uttering simply, "You teach." Out of breath, Jing Yan couldn't speak and could only wave his hand. After catching his breath, he excitedly shook Xie Man's arm, sounding thrilled as if his student had broken a Guinness World Record. "Look at him just now. He learned the first move." A look of death started spreading across Xie Man's face. Both teachers, who were usually very adept at teaching dance, found themselves incredibly troubled by Chu Yu, who stood obediently on the side with a steady expression and spirit. It seemed he had long been aware of just how abysmal his dancing talent was. Therefore, he took it all in stride that practicing 11 times was no different from practicing for only 11 seconds. Not being successful is fine as long as there's still life in you. That's already pretty good. Xie Man, who had been leaning against the wall with furrowed brows, couldn't help but burst out laughing despite himself after hearing this internal dialogue. Jing Yan's smile remained ever so radiant, pointing his thumb towards Chu Yu who was daydreaming while lost in thought. He exchanged a happy wink with Xie Man. He was such an optimist. Chu Yu turned to look outside the window, going over the original book's plot in his mind. He confirmed that from choosing their performance piece and rehearsing until their official debut stage, they only had 3 days. The day after tomorrow evening, they would need to gather in the broadcasting hall to start recording the first episode of the program. 3 days. What can be accomplished in 3 days? For overachievers, perhaps it could create a miracle. But for Chu Yu, 3 days were just enough time for him to have 3 solid sleeps while mentally preparing himself to make a fool of himself on stage. After all, the penalty for running away from the contract was prohibitively expensive. He had read it and even if he sold himself, he couldn't repay it. As long as I don't die, then it doesn't matter if I do. It might as well be embraced fully. Thankfully, during the rating of the debut stage performances, each contestant would be judged separately. Even though his dancing was subpar, it wouldn't drag down his teammates into other classes. That settled everything. Class F, his yet-to-be-met hometown. He'd arrived. The system sucked in a sharp breath, feeling its energy drain as it discovered it could only express futile outrage. So, it sucked in another deep breath. Then, it decided to make one final attempt at intervention. Host. The system flipped through pages rapidly, speaking with a glimmer of hope. Our system's currency mall has a quick skill mastery prop for 3 days. If we use it, no matter how difficult the choreography, we'll learn it without any issues. Host, let's buy it. Chu Yu instinctively felt it wouldn't be so easy to exchange for this item. How much did it cost? 120 system credits, converted, that's 24 points of goodwill. The system quickly tallied the current total goodwill and fell silent. If they hadn't spent the entire night before listening to that Love Deal song last night, they would have been able to afford it. Feeling the system's heartache, Chu Yu attempted to comfort it. Perhaps I should give Jiang Qinglu another band-aid? But upon second thought, he decided against it. 24 points of goodwill was far too steep a price for them both, it belonged in the luxury category. Buying this in one go would reset their mission progress back to 0. Even if they managed to save their debut stage, his public performances afterward would likely remain atrocious without improvement, and they couldn't possibly keep relying on buying props forever. This trade wasn't worth it. Moreover, if the goodwill dropped to 0, then next time when he wanted some pancakes, Jiang Qinglu wouldn't bother adding hot sauce for him anymore. It would be quite a loss. Holding on to what happiness they currently had felt like the wiser choice. Unless, he used Fu Hansong's goodwill points to exchange for this item, which he might find acceptable. Chu Yu considered secretly. Meanwhile, Fu Hansong, who was learning a fast-tongued rap somewhere else in another practice room, suddenly sneezed. Catching a cold? Wei Ziyu turned around after finishing his routine and asked exactly the same thing he had last night. Fu Hansong shook his head, standing silently in place for a moment, puzzled by what was going on inside his brain. What's wrong? Fu Hansong hesitated before responding. Do you ever get the sudden image of your ex popping into your head right in the middle of practice? Wei Ziyu had no knowledge about what the original protagonist of the story and Fu Hansong had discussed. According to the original story, Fu Hansong was embarrassed to admit his relationship with such a cruel man and hid it from everyone, including his closest friends. Therefore, Wei Ziyu naturally assumed that Fu Hansong was trying to pry into his relationship with Jiang Qinglu. Why would that happen? Wei Ziyu smirked disdainfully, thinking about your ex just means there's still lingering feelings, doesn't it? Fu Hansong's expression grew even more complex. From childhood, he'd been the playboy second son of a wealthy family, always sheltered by his parents and older brother from any troubles. Every day he enjoyed driving luxury cars and wearing expensive watches, partying and living lavishly. Since he rarely studied and served as the male tool character in a cliché love story, his brain wasn't built to think beyond flaunting wealth or relationships. He found it baffling why whenever he thought of Chuyu, he would feel such an overwhelming mix of annoyance, frustration, and regret, an emotion that clearly went beyond his comprehension. Wei Ziyu's words made him truly believe and start to fear. Could it be that old feelings were really reigniting? Wei Ziyu himself also felt a bit uncertain in his heart. When Jiang Qinglu passed him by on the road, Wei Ziyu didn't even glance at him, but once he was far away, Wei would look back to watch him leave for 3 seconds. At the end of the day, he would mentally tally the number of times they stole glances at each other, making sure that he appeared colder. Only then would he feel satisfied, otherwise, it felt like losing ground, and he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. At 20 years old, the male protagonist of youth funeral literature was still as immature as an elementary school kid inside. But recently, every night before sleeping, he kept losing in their invisible competition, and he couldn't figure out why Jiang Qinglu no longer looked at him when they met on the road. Upon further reflection, it seemed that whenever such encounters happened, Chuyu was always present. Whenever Chuyu was around, Jiang Qinglu's first reaction was always to greet the former and then smile as he watched Chuyu lower his head and quickly leave without casting even one glance in his direction. Why? The Crown Prince was utterly enraged. In the practice room nearby, several people had just finished practicing the lower body moves and planned to rest for a while before combining them all again. And Chuyu was still consistently baffled from the moment he jumped into the routine. He had been placed at the back so that teammates could ensure he was shielded from view during every move. At least this way, if he messed up, it would happen discreetly. After discussion, everyone agreed to proceed according to the main group's rhythm and then teach Chuyu after everyone else had learned. Chuyu had just completed a morning of high-intensity intense exercise, and the 19-year-old grandpa was about to collapse on the spot. Sitting by the wall drinking mineral water to clear his mind, he suddenly heard a familiar electronic female voice chime. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's favorability +5, character Wei Ziyu's favorability -5, current trainee overall favorability 22, please keep trying host. Chuyu fell silent for a few seconds but couldn't help exclaiming with disbelief inside. Are they both crazy? What did he do? After all this back and forth, it's still this number. Are you playing seesaw? And they say Fu Hansong's affection is cheap, but apparently Prince's is even cheaper. One slip up, and it resets to 0. He should have used his goodwill points to listen to Love Deal. Chuyu regretfully beat his chest in despair and still felt unsatisfied, prodding the system in his mind. System puzzled, what? Can you group the characters in the favorability list? It's actually possible. The system asked, how do you want to divide them? Put Fu Hansong and Wei Ziyu together. What should the group name be? Chuyu lowered his gaze and thought for a moment, seemingly using this opportunity to warn himself of today's waste. Then he silently said. Preferred Energy Brothers. Chapter 13. After 3 days of rehearsals, Chuyu finally managed to follow the entire song's choreography. However, his performance was limited to the basic level where he wouldn't mix up left and right hand or leg movements, which was already a precious improvement for him. During this time, Chuyu ate and drank happily and slept soundly. Meanwhile, the system sighed day by day. Just by hearing its voice, one could tell that it felt as if several strands of hair had fallen out, revealing nothing but worry akin to that of an elder. Will we really have to pack up our things and leave after just one competition? Chuyu had just finished practicing the final version of the dance routine with his teammates. Each rehearsal room had a camera installed, and Jing Yen specifically moved the camera over to record their dance. After finishing, they all sat cross-legged together and reviewed their video performance. This was Chuyu's first time seeing himself dance from another person's perspective. How should he describe it? His ethereal bodily structure, his hesitant motions, and his perplexed expressions made him look just like an old grandma doing a ritual dance. The reactions of his teammates sitting beside him were also very apparent. When reviewing others' performances, everyone would frown seriously, scrutinizing each movement closely. But when it came to Chuyu's turn, there was a brief moment of silence followed by stifled laughter. It was impossible to critically evaluate such a difficult-to-explain dance. What can you ask of a capybara who has exhausted itself merely in making its limbs move? At this moment, Chuyu once again heard the worried and anxious question from the system within his mind. Although still expressionless on his face, he inwardly sighed along with it, then resumed a calm demeanor. At this point, let's eat first. Let's boost morale by eating something nice, then put in more effort, the system tentatively asked, holding on to some hope. No, eat something good so we're ready for the road ahead, because we'll only be scavenging garbage under overpasses later. 3 days later at 7 o'clock in the evening, the formal recording of the debut stage performances officially began. All trainees changed into uniforms designated for their respective teams and entered the broadcasting hall in order, taking seats on the left half of the competitor area. The seats in the broadcasting hall were arranged in a circular pattern. The left half served as seating for competitors while the right half was for spectators. In front of the dazzling main stage stood the judges' chairs in a straight line, currently empty, waiting for the judges to arrive. From the debut stage to the final, every public performance would allow live audience participation through voting. The total popularity votes for each trainee were combined from both online and offline parts. While offline votes accounted for a smaller percentage, they were still important for most competitors hoping to secure good rankings. By this point, the right-hand side of the venue was already filled with excited audiences there to watch the top performers give their debut stage. For some high-profile trainees, fan clubs had even formed, sitting in the front rows waving light sticks and cheering on enthusiastically whenever their favorite appeared. On the competitor's side, the seats were divided into 4 zones. In the middle, A-class section had dedicated chairs, flanked by B and C classes on the sides, while the vast and chilly F-class zone lay above them. The first 2 entrants, naturally, were the Crown Prince and the young lord who relied most heavily on sponsor money. Fu Hansong's sunglasses seemed permanently glued to his face until the very moment of performance. Timely announcements resonated across the broadcasting hall. Please sit in a seat that corresponds to your ability level. Note that during subsequent initial grading evaluations, if any competitor receives a grade lower than their current seat placement, they will immediately be demoted to F-class. Cheers erupted from the audience. Husband. Go to the A-class. A class. Both of these cool guys strode up the steps of the competitor seats with long, graceful strides, calm and composed. Then, without hesitation, they split up. Only when Fu Hansong turned around after following public opinion and walking towards the A-class did he notice, bewilderedly, that Wei Ziyu hadn't followed him and instead went to the B-class on his left. Hadn't they agreed to keep pretending to be aloof together? Why did you betray me? Wei Ziyu noticed his gaze but didn't flinch, calmly saying, "Don't worry, I'll stay where I am." He was quite aware of his own abilities. Sitting in the A-class might feel great at first, but it had become a fiery burial ground during the ratings process. A little loss of face now is better than facing an even greater embarrassment in front of the judges. Besides, based on his understanding of his ex-boyfriend, Jiang Qinglu was highly likely to choose a spot in the B-class. Subsequently, several other trainees entered, choosing seats exclusively in the B or C class areas, leaving Fu Hansong alone, occupying the central king-sized position of the whole competitor seating area, disheveled in the wind. A little while later, there was suddenly a commotion in the audience. Wei Ziyu looked down and sure enough saw that familiar face. "Qinglu Jiang, mommy loves you." A female fan who looked no more than 20 years old screamed her lungs out. Jiang Qinglu gave a shy smile, waving at the right half of the audience as he climbed the stairs, which drew a chorus of, "Baby, you're so cute." Then he glanced around, spotting the B-class seating area before heading over. Wei Ziyu sat furthest inside, his long legs crossed in the elegance reserved for CEOs, gazing high and cold straight ahead as if he'd seen nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, though, he caught sight of Jiang Qinglu sitting calmly by the aisle on the very edge, with enough distance between them to fit 8 divorce certificates lined up neatly. Chu Yu's team wasn't late to appear. When they entered the broadcasting hall, most seats were still empty. Chu Yu stood at the end of the line, scanning the sparse contestant seating area with his eyes. Then, he met the gaze of Fu Hansong seated awkwardly in the center like sitting on pins and needles. The hall's broadcast system detected their arrival and repeated the seating rule announcement from before. Chu Yu listened while climbing the steps continuously. In front of him, Xia Man and Jing Yan whispered among themselves. "How about B-class? I think C-class is safer. Then let's go to C-class. But I want to take a bet. I think I can stay in B-class." "Alright then, we split into 2 groups. Those who want to go to C-class follow me, those who prefer B-class follow Xia Man." After Jing Yan finished speaking, he turned around. "Where do you want to go, you?" Everyone had watched Chu Yu walk past them silently. Then he pointed toward the direction ahead with longing, "There." All of them looked along his pointing finger, only to be met with collective silence. It was the highest, widest section of the contestant seating area that was completely unoccupied, F-class. So cold and lonely that it was almost unbearable. And when they took another look at Chu Yu's expression, there was even a trace of strange joy and anticipation. Thus, they split into 3 directions. With the system wailing mournfully behind him, Chu Yu found contentment in sitting alone in the deserted F-class. The moment he realized there was no one on either side, he became even more satisfied. Joining F-class felt like coming home, it was something he truly loved. The only flaw was that there was actually someone in front. Sitting all alone in the also high and cold A-class, Fu Hansong turned around, staring big-eyed at Chu Yu. Both of their sides were empty without anyone else, facing a large group of people below as if presiding over court sessions. Until other contestants gradually gathered, some strong performers also chose to sit in the A-class. Fu Hansong soon had neighbors on both sides, thus turning the court presider status solely onto Chu Yu. Since there were no restrictions on the number of participants per area, most trainees preferred to cram shoulder to shoulder in the B and C classes rather than choose the lofty but empty F class. Chu Yu sat in the central VIP seat at the topmost level, surveying the entire broadcasting hall, feeling like an emperor with a secret satisfaction within his heart. But after not watching for long, he started to feel drowsy. His eyelids barely managed to open twice when a sudden roar of cheers erupted from the front. He raised his head and noticed that the mentor troupe had descended onto the stage. After the highly anticipated entrance show of the mentors and the deafening uproar settled, the initial rating segment for the performance stages began, starting with students from a class. This kind of song and dance routine jargon, Chiyu couldn't comprehend nor was he interested. He tilted his head and watched 2 performances, then adjusted himself upright to watch one more, finally maintaining a cold dignified posture unmoved. His face carried the classic demeanor of a high and mighty handsome man, while idly poking at the system in his mind, looking for someone to chat with. Do you have everything available for sale in your store? The system was still mourning its host becoming the most unique kid in the entire contestant area, answering sorrowfully, yes, only things you can't imagine we don't sell. Are there playing cards? Chiyu asked mentally, propping his cheek. I want to play. There are. Cost 2 favor points. Then let's buy a deck to round off the total favor points. Thus, on the surface, Chiyu sat upright while inside his mind, he and the system began a cyber card game. Of course, the cards were purchased using Big Brother Fu Hansong's favor points from the Energy Brothers. Thanks to the system and Fu Hansong, he could enjoy such a rich cultural and entertainment life in this world. Gratitude. The system was probably also infected by his slacker vibe, willing to play along. While it listlessly fiddled with the cards in its hand, it tossed 2 onto the electronic card table, a pair of a success. 4 threes, bombs. Question mark. The system refused to believe it and followed with its own bomb, 4 nines. 4 KS, bombs. The system was shocked, pass. Airplane, with 2 pairs. Chiyu flung 10 poker cards onto the table. I can't top that. Royal bomb, I'm done. What kind of luck is this? The system couldn't believe it and began checking the automatic card dealing program to see if there was a bug. Chiyu also stared thoughtfully at his incredibly lucky hand of cards. He had been consistently unlucky with drawing cards since childhood, but being a staunch believer in the law of conservation of luck, he knew this sudden streak of good fortune meant something bad was about to happen to him soon. Then, as if sensing something akin to telepathy, he looked down toward the contestant seats just in time to see Fu Hansong walking toward his area, a face full of bitterness and grudges. So karma really does come swiftly. Fu Hansong had just finished his initial stage rating. A flashy rap performance with a kitchen knife hacking through electric wires producing sparks and lightning successfully earned applause from the judges, directly securing him a spot in Class F. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he wanted to go outside and play Chopin in the rain. As he raised his head, he happened to lock eyes with Chiyu's deep and inscrutable squinting gaze, and for some reason, that familiar faint sense of resentment welled up inside him once again. Chiyu felt guilty because he'd secretly used Fu Hansong's favor points to play cards, and seeing how intently Fu Hansong was staring at him, he got even more uneasy. The increasingly nervous Chiyu moved his position closer to the corner, but before he could settle in, Jing Yan below began frantically waving at him, signaling for him to come down. It was their turn to prepare backstage for their performance. The inevitable had finally arrived. Though what lay ahead was pure hell, at least he wouldn't have to awkwardly stare across from Fu Hansong anymore. Chiyu quickly rose and, before Fu Hansong could take his seat in Class F, slipped away through the gaps. You've arrived, hurry, after this stage finishes it'll be our turn. Several people entered the holding room, those who needed to adjust their clothes did so, while others focused on reviewing lyrics and choreography. Chiyu leaned against the wall, listening to the deafening singing and dancing outside, cheers from the audience, laughter and clapping from the judges, taking dozens of deep breaths to try and steady his shaky legs. After barely managing to suppress the physiological tension, he sighed. Alas. Life is hard, begging for a living by selling one's craft. Now, let's welcome the next batch of trainees. The hall broadcast started announcing each of their names and companies. After giving each other some encouragement, led by Jing Yan, they stepped onto the stage, spread out into their positions, and prepared for the first note. The system panicked inside his mind, baby, don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. Chiyu remained calm. He'd already spent 3 days mentally preparing himself, constructing one defensive line after another, and had expected the current situation. He wasn't nervous, why would he be? His initial positioning had his back facing the audience and the judges' panel. Once the music began, he gave a sharp spin, and the dazzling flashlight surrounding him immediately illuminated his face. Thousands of densely packed heads were moving around among the seats, with countless eyes all turning toward him at once. Snap, his mental defenses crumbled. His brain froze completely, blood rushing backward while racing forward, faster than his movements could keep up. His inner voice shot off the stage quicker than any action, echoing fiercely throughout the entire hall. Here I come. I'm the monkey leaping out of the rock. Chapter 14. Almost every corner of the broadcasting hall was equipped with speakers. The original intention of the props team was to let the audience, no matter where they sat, clearly enjoy the music and singing on the stage. However, at this moment, it seemed like an electric kettle had turned on in everyone's ears, screeching at 800 decibels, carelessly rushing through the entire building. Jing Yan on the stage froze, nearly making a mistake in the opening action that was supposed to lead the performance. Xia Man helplessly closed his eyes. Knowing that the culprit causing the shrill explosion probably wasn't even aware others could hear it, made his cheek twitch in despair again. The mental activities of the four could be summed up into 2 sentences. Oh no, it's over. And whatever happens, don't break out laughing. On the dazzling stage, the handsome man standing at the rear of the 5-person lineup had a cold face so refined it was unforgettable once seen. His lips were tightly pressed together, his expression unchanging, exuding a distant aura of indifference, as if saying, do not disturb. No one knew how many times his defenses had been breached within those mere 3 minutes. For Chu Yu, dancing was difficult by itself, and singing while dancing was much harder. Performing both before hundreds or even thousands of spectators. That was harder than climbing to the heavens. Even though the system had pumped him up countless times before today, he had repeatedly told himself that what was below the stage were nothing but piles of cabbage and carrots, yet when faced with this scene firsthand, Ji was overwhelmed with panic. Where did all these dense cabbages filling the whole broadcasting hall come from? He might even suffer from trypophobia. And the more nervous a person became, the easier it was to get distracted, and the more likely their movements would go awry. Not to mention, he had trouble controlling his limbs in the first place. An intense and sexy drum beat sounded, and the 5 of them simultaneously squatted down, twisting their waists to perform a classic wave move. Chu Yu was positioned at the very back, and he heard a crackling sound from his bones, snap. It's over, I think I strained my waist. He maintained a calm expression on his face, eyelids lowered, and didn't dare to look ahead because of his tension, leaving his mind completely blank. He couldn't hear anything from outside the stage. Then the entire hall heard the bright, confident scream echoing inside his head. Watch me unleash my second spring as a 70-year-old. The system held its head, wanting to die. Far away, in the originally solemn judge's seat, there burst out a suppressed light laugh. Several veteran superstars and top-stream singers simultaneously turned their heads toward the man sitting at the far left. Cui Xiao's mouth curved with effort as he turned around to face the older generation. Isn't it funny? Ling Wei couldn't help but cover her slightly curved mouth with the back of her hand. It was indeed hilarious, and several areas in the audience had already fallen into uncontrollable laughter. The sing-dance performance continued on stage, and a killing part interrupted the sequence. Under everyone's gaze, Chiyu stood at the center position, C position, beginning the only 10 seconds that weren't embarrassing tonight. After delivering a powerful vocal, he coolly retreated to the end of the lineup, acting as if nothing had happened. If it hadn't been for everyone hearing the thunderous broadcast of his inner thoughts, this tall and cold program label would surely have been pinned on this handsome guy. Ji Fengzhu wore a complex expression, clicking his Buddhist beads restlessly. With a somewhat incomprehensible tone, he spoke gently. Actually, he sang not too bad. Cui Xiao nodded in agreement and began watching the performance in front of him attentively with folded arms. The camera cut back to the stage. Chu Yu slipped with a P.A.G. halfway through his previously slick spacewalking dance step. His left foot harshly stepped onto his right foot, launching the first spiral upward movement. Chu Yu's exterior remained stoic, but his internal voice gradually grew sinister. Watch me spin wildly like tangled threads. Fu Hansong, who was initially sulking in the audience, now gaped open-mouthed, never having witnessed such a scene before and dumbfounded as a result. Other trainees were also stupefied. Though some had known from practicing in the studio that there would be occasional broadcasts in the air whenever someone specific was present, none expected that on such a grand stage, with so many high-quality speakers, the broadcast voice would be even more overwhelming, magnified tenfold over normal circumstances. Wei Ziyu, experienced in handling ear coverings, had long since grasped just how brainwashing Chu Yu's sounds could be, and he found himself almost cheering internally, thinking finally, someone else was enduring the continuous spiritual attack alongside him. But then turning his head, he saw Jiang Qinglu intently staring at the stage without distraction, and couldn't help but make a tisk sound. Jiang Qinglu stared dumbfounded at the synchronized dance moves of the 4 people on stage and the awkward flailing of the person in the back, engrossed for a while before sighing. Wei Ziyu sneakily perked up one ear and overheard his ex-boyfriend say, "His rhyming ability is really impressive." The distant audience had already gone wild with laughter, but Chu Yu was oblivious to the commotion below, continuing his cool performance that unintentionally amused everyone. As the stage approached the final handgun dance sequence, the melody became more explosive and powerful. Chu Yu felt as if he were already halfway in the grave, finding a strange peace in this resolution. And just within that sense of peace, he forgot another move. In a flash, his eyebrows slightly arched, and a faint, lazy smile graced his face, seductive yet perfectly matched with the raised shooting gesture. However, before any viewer's heart could be struck by his mesmerizing charm, an unperturbed yet insane broadcast resounded throughout every corner of the broadcasting hall. "I'm gunning all of you down, then committing suicide." A trainee sitting next to Jiang Qinglu from Class B heard this and adjusted his forehead, muttering, "It does rhyme pretty well." That set off uncontrollable laughter from everyone. Amidst the joyful clamor, Chiyu calmly left the stage, turning his back only after delivering a rational and objective concluding statement. "Perfect, I even made myself laugh." One could see through a telescope a sly curl of his lips. The music's drumbeats gradually quieted down, as the sound weakened, Chu Yu's longing for death grew stronger. "I can't live like this anymore. Goodbye, system teacher. Tonight I'll go on a faraway journey." The system corrected his address amidst a sorrowful silence. My surname is Zhao. After the music ended, the broadcast immediately automatically sounded. Alright, contestants on stage, please don't turn around. The audience voting begins now, limited to 1 minute. After 1 minute, all trainees may turn around and view your vote counts. Massive social death scene. Chuyu began to feel sorrowful. He slowly closed his eyes, unwilling to face the reality that he might receive no votes at all. Even though he knew he wasn't zero in talent, he didn't want to get zeros everywhere in life. It was too depressing. There's nothing to worry about, there are still many lookism enthusiasts nowadays. You won't be a zero. The system cheered him up, yet also started calculating plans internally. If they truly needed to sell phone covers on the sidewalk someday, maybe it should create a program to enhance finger sensitivity, making things easier for Chuyu. Better plan ahead. While both the human and the system sighed dejectedly, the voting results were announced. Alright, now all contestants please turn around and check your vote counts. Chuyu took a deep breath, fully prepared mentally, and turned around with the attitude of a man ready to die, only to find out that he got all the votes. He froze in shock. Rechecking twice, he confirmed that the full vote bar indeed showed his name and portrait beside it, eyes wide in disbelief. Then full votes. Again, his mind refused to believe what he saw. Chapter 15. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Chuyu for gaining 30 points of audience likability and 10 points of Wei Xiao's likability. Your total audience likability is now at 50 points and total judges likability is 10 points. Please continue to work hard. Chuyu was even more confused. Oh my god, could it be that everyone in this world cared only about looks? He was so dizzy he almost couldn't stand straight, still staring at the judges' panel after hearing the final sentence of the electronic announcement. Even his humorous dance routine that could insult the reputation of calisthenics had garnered some favor from the judges. It wasn't any vocal mentor who liked him, instead, it was the perpetually sour-faced dancing instructor. The system was also stunned by the sudden surge of popularity votes and likability points. As baffled as Chuyu, did we snatch fewer votes? Full score. Do we not need to squat on the overpass anymore? Seemed like it. Reality was truly surreal, more fantastical than novel plots. Among the full 100 audience members present, Chuyu received all 100 votes, with every laughing audience member unanimously choosing to flash their light in response to his performance, a kind of gratuity for entertaining the masses. On the judges' panel, Wei Xiao's likability rating surged sharply. Bound by his role as a mentor, he couldn't vote against his conscience for an abstract dance he just appreciated, but that didn't stop him from smiling super widely. Especially during the later self-introduction segment, when he learned that Chuyu resolutely chose the F-class under his care without hesitation, his smile grew wider. Wei Xiao initially had no feelings toward this program. The contract was not one he willingly signed, it was a deal the brokerage company greedily made behind his back for high remuneration from the show producers, leaving him to learn about it last minute, eventually forcing him to take up the post reluctantly. He knew some backstage secrets of the industry. Many entertainment companies would spend money long before the program aired to secure debut spots for their key trainees. Out of 11 debut spots, 10 already belonged to someone specific, and the order of seniority among them was predetermined based on the financial contribution each had made. Each mentor possessed their own script detailing which trainee held influence behind the scenes. Everything was crystal clear to them. Wei Xiao detested such programs, entirely devoid of fairness and filled with surface-level showmanship, purely the creation of capitalists. But he had no choice in resisting. A minor yet somewhat known dance teacher in the industry, he was far from being able to pay the astronomical breach of contract penalty. Truthfully, he was nothing more than a disgruntled worker. Thus, seated among the judges, he remained perpetually uncomfortable, enduring as the elders exchanged insincere pleasantries and exaggerated praise for trainees who had secured debut slots ahead of time. He refrained from joining in their charades, treating the event as if attending a funeral. Working was never easy for anyone, and though Chuyu appeared deranged, Wei Xiao himself often wanted to lash out too. Then Chuyu came along, dancing boldly, freely, and creatively, emerging pristine despite the murky environment around him. This act brought Wei Xiao pure joy amidst the night's artificiality and deceit, alleviating the gloominess accumulated from his work burdens. Why shouldn't pure joy be worth those 10 points of likability? Faced with candidates of high popularity but low skill, Wei Xiao refused to cast any votes, an act of resistance against the production crew. As for Chuyu, who gave up recklessly, the significant rise in likability served as gratitude for bringing him joy. I would like to ask Chuyu. Ji Fengzhu crossed his arms beneath his chin thoughtfully and asked, have you studied vocal music before? Classroom for Little Sunflower begins. It's random questioning time. Contrasting his energetic inner monologue, Chuyu wore a serene expression, slowly picking up the microphone and calmly replying. For 2 years. As a complete novice, his abilities were far from impressive. Rather than exaggerating his practice duration according to his original timeline and then face the embarrassment of being proven wrong, it was better to stick to the truth about his actual capabilities. Ji Fengzhu nodded, seeming as though Chuyu's answer fell within his expectations. What slightly threw him off was the twitch in his jaw upon hearing that broadcast voice. I can hear, you have a great voice, your grasp of technique shows immense talent. With more practice, you'll likely achieve great success in singing, do you understand? Classroom for Little Sunflower focuses on the core content now. It's Daddy's time to dish out chicken soup. Unaware that his crazy performance had already been heard fully by the mentors before him, Chiyu hesitantly and slowly picked up the microphone. Thank you, teacher. Young people like Ling Wei and Wei Xiao couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter, trying their hardest to maintain composed faces despite trembling shoulders. Ji Fengzhu took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. Since there were naturally talented singers, then it stood to reason that there must also be naturally gifted lunatics. It was perfectly normal for these two talents to converge in one person, perfectly normal. Uncle Xiaoquihua. Stop. Chuyu froze, unsure who he was talking to. Alright, dear child, just wait while we discuss your grading. Ji Fengzhu failed at maintaining his composure. He had sung for over 20 years and never broken tone on camera, but thanks to Chuyu, this time he managed to crack mid-sentence. In fact, the results had already been unilaterally determined by Chuyu. The socially awkward yet amusing child was well aware of himself. When choosing a class, he deliberately blocked his own path upward. One rule in the grading system stated, the self-chosen level capped their first evaluation. Even if the judges gave him any ranking above F, Chiyu would still stay in F class. But different from the mentor's assumptions, instead of being forced into F, Chiyu appeared to enjoy staying in F. When the final announcement came, Wei Xiao winked at him, which might have made him look somewhat sly due to too much work-related stress. Welcome to my class, I will guide you well with dancing. Chuyu pursed his lips. Big brother Xiaoquihua's class is about to start, I want to skip. Wei Xiao. This kid really wasn't giving anyone any face. After returning to his seat, the director's cameras focused tightly on him, capturing an extreme close-up shot that turned Chuyu stiff as a stone statue, terrified to move lest he produce a snapping sound. Yet his striking face remained unaffected by nervousness. In fact, such super-clear close-ups from multiple angles highlighted Chuyu's strengths, excellent bone structure, high eyebrows, deep-set eyes, and an exceptional facial fold degree unmatched in the entire industry. From any angle, he looked flawless. At the same moment, what matched the real-time broadcast beauty presented to the audience was Chuyu's deeply puzzled inner voice. He was still immersed in a light-headed daze after his overnight rise to fame, only later realizing something felt off both vertically and horizontally. What makes me worthy of these 100 votes? Could they all have fallen from my face? Failing to resolve this confusion, he simply stopped thinking about it, absently stroking what he believed to be his merit-worthy handsome face. Meh, let's just get some insurance for it another day. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd far away, though he didn't know why, and glanced at the stage again. To his surprise, not only was everyone looking at him, but all the contestants appeared fixed on him with complex, unspoken, conflicted gazes. Even as the singing and dancing performance continued in front, these synchronized, intense stares suggested that, in their eyes, he surpassed the stage's allure. Yet with so many eyes trained on him, he nearly lost his breath once more. The system detected the abnormal response from his body immediately, and loudly encouraged Chuyu like a parent waiting for their baby to take its first steps. Host, don't be nervous, they're all cabbages and carrots. Chuyu felt that he was moments away from becoming Swiss cheese under the penetrating stares of these horrifying cabbages and fierce carrots, wishing momentarily to cease existing and hide until the chaos subsided, but finding no way out, he eventually lowered his head, closed his eyes, and silently recited the Great Compassion mantra, striving to achieve the state of oneness with Buddha, beyond self. Too many people were fixated on him, making it difficult to breathe properly. Hey, buddy. A hand tapped his rigid arm, prompting him to open his eyes stiffly and recognize his neighbor from class A seated ahead, a bright young man with dyed brown hair and a lively smile far exceeding Jing Yan's energy. Owing to social anxiety and absent-minded tendencies, Chiyu suffered mild face blindness. Unless someone was unusually unattractive, he couldn't recognize faces. But this vibrant grin belonged to someone familiar. It was the same person from the practice room during chaotic times who, caught up in the fun, once complimented him saying, "My heart immediately went boom when I saw you, you're the 8th man I fell for this year." Boom guy. He didn't dare to speak or move, only able to nod slightly under the dense gazes of those around him. Due to the temporary break of the loudspeaker above his head, a cold and aloof illusion appeared on his face, causing the usual generous brother Gong to comment with admiration. "Brother, your face is just so good looking no matter how you look at it." The system looked wary. "Be careful, I feel like he's hitting on you." However, before Chuyu could react, a sudden cold snort from his left broke the silence, exuding a sense of detachment, mockery, and nonchalance. Humph. He'd forgotten about the sunglasses-wearing guy sitting nearby who had been exiled there. The system's eyebrows shot up. "He insulted you. He's mocking you." Chuyu blinked, feeling as if today's hammer blows of life had made him unusually soft, bouncy, tender, with absolutely no backbone but full of cowardice. So he turned his head to glance at Fu Hansong once like cotton and didn't pay attention to him anymore. Just that brief eye contact, 2 seconds later, Chuyu heard a ringing sound in his mind. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's affection towards you +5, current total trainee affection 25, please keep it up, host. Brother, I won't call anyone else brother from now on, you're my only energy source big brother. Never seen such a stubborn goodwill system that requires no effort from him unless he drops it from the sky himself. While adding some new local hit songs to his nighttime emo playlist, Chiyu couldn't help but marvel at the unique personality of this so-called sunglasses brother. In just one night, the highest search hot topic since the premiere of Top Trainees was born. Hashtag Chiyu stunning mental state hashtag. Hashtag Chiyu they all like my face, right? Soon, the edited version of the first episode aired on various platforms, and not long after the broadcast started, search terms related to Chiyu exploded again, rocketing up at an incredible speed, successfully overtaking Wei Ziyu to become the hottest discussed contestant in the entire Top Trainees so far. The secret was simple: go completely insane and entertain everyone by letting oneself fall apart. Chapter 16. Even after editing, the first episode of the recorded broadcast still had a duration of nearly 3 hours, with 2/3 of that time devoted to the debut stages of the 100 trainees. The barrage of comments streamed continuously from start to finish, showcasing the fervor of the audience and the immense popularity of the show. From the moment the first group of trainees appeared, the comments scrolled in real time, refreshing every few seconds with entirely new sets of messages replacing the old ones. Leading the charge once again were Fuhansong and Yzu. When the two tall figures confidently strode out from the backstage area, onto the stage, and into their designated seats before splitting off in different directions, the barrage couldn't hold back any longer. The look on Fuhansong's face when he saw Yzu reminded me of that meme, "Are you betraying me?" Yzu, using the most graceful posture to take the least courageous route. It seems some members of the royal family know they're just bloodless waste unworthy of sitting in the A-class debut position. What are these angry fans biting us for this time? A certain camp's famous flower vase is trying to rub shoulders against our top one inside and outside the program. My husband will never even glance at you. Is there really some brainless fan imagining herself as princess consort? Go get treated if you're sick. Don't reach climax here by yourself. Is it not a fact that the royal is a waste? Can you make them worthy enough to sit in class A? Your guy also sits in B class, doesn't he? Haven't you noticed my husband sitting more than 800 meters away from your useless porcelain flower? Laugh to death over who keeps looking around unwillingly letting go and who's so disdainful that they avoid even sitting near your prince. My female idol did nothing but got criticized, giving one glance to your prince already counts as charity. Stop arguing. Just listen to me, they dated. CP fans, scram. CP fans, scram. CP fans, scram. Entertainment value, looks like everyone is united against outsiders now. A passerby eating melon comments, what, they've become enemies now. Barrage atmosphere is smoggy and ominous. Feature of top training school fandom, the era of warring states, all parties except oneself are foes. Weekly say a word based on recent trends, isn't the top one actually Chiyu? Don't underestimate the comedic male star, his traffic rivals any other streamer. Bungbu stop. I forgot about that. Small social anxiety gets ignored forever. By the time the video reached its 10-minute mark, the barrage had descended into utter chaos, with only a few normal-toned comments scattered amidst the fiery exchanges, most likely made by fun-loving fans of Chiyu. As the seat selection phase moved into the second half, the B and C class sections were filled densely with people. However, the A and F classes remained completely vacant apart from Fuhansong, left untouched by anyone. Curious to see who will have the courage to select the A class next. I'm even more curious about who'll choose F class. Those ahead, don't be foolish, it's this rating system. No one just walks into the F class upon entering unless they've lost their mind. F class looks big and empty, almost double the size of A and B classes. Wait, who's that? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The foolhardy soul just arrived. Old bro Lou, haven't seen you in ages, I missed you. Last time I saw you was, last time. Chew baby let me smooch you. Chiyu walked slowly but with an exceptionally steady and determined pace. Unbeknownst to him, the director cut to a close-up shot focusing on his facial expression. Thus, his sparkling eyes and a secretly hopeful smile were magnified dozens of times for the viewers. Laughing my ass off, looking at the F class with the same affectionate gaze as gazing upon homeland. Lou's mental state remains as consistently excellent as ever, keep it up. How can I put this, folks? I think he's wormed his way into my heart. Laziness isn't rare, but the ability to do it logically and coherently sure is. If he were a salted fish, he'd be lying down the most tranquil way possible, unmoving even. Truly walking without looking back. In the video, Chiyu sat down contentedly in the central area of F class and began a prolonged hour-long period of seemingly empty thought. On the surface, there wasn't any indication that he was fully concentrating on playing virtual poker cards with the system, just a handsome guy spacing out. However, the peaceful boredom on his face broke into something else when the first colleague got banished to his side. Ha 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 ha, no need to fake fear, right? Chiyu, allergic to humans, don't cue me. The personal space has halved all at once, the air isn't as sweet anymore. Look at Fu Hansong's face, his brows are about to twist into a bow tie. Prince Lord, I'm your neighbor. Aren't you satisfied? He's just upset that he fell into the F class. A wrist needs a watch that suits it. Look at the next prince, he knows his worth and didn't even attempt for A-class. Sorry, my silly husband is just easily swayed by bloodthirsty urges and often acts before thinking. It's a headache even for us fans. Poor Song was so harshly criticized by Wei Xiao, let's feel sympathy for him. What sympathy? Wei Xiao, what did he say wrong? Crappy ones should go to the F class to be humbled. Can a dance teacher offer much insight into rap music? Why does he have to stick out when even the real rap teacher hasn't spoken yet? Very funny. I really agree with the rap teacher giving a B grade, but why does he give C grades for everything? Does he think he's better than professional rappers? No point in arguing, whether it's A, B or C, he'll still end up in F. So what's there to quarrel over? Suggestion, Brother Song should learn from Elder Lu, showing an attitude where even sitting in F class gives off an A class aura. Chu Yu's called talent, that can't be something ordinary people can imitate. Why is Chu Yu standing up? His teammates are calling him. Elder Lu is going on stage. Elder Lu, come on. Stay in F and compete in F. One way or another, you'll end up back in F, isn't this already a kind of stability? Ha 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 ha. I am quite looking forward to seeing how he performs on stage. By this point, the audience hadn't seen Chu Yu's performance on stage yet. Many were waiting for his turn with entertainment on their minds. The program team had cut the parts between waiting and entering the stage. In the next scene, 5 trainees dressed in costumes stood at their assigned spots, ready to start the performance with the music. Chu Yu was the last one to open his eyes. His face revealed a tragic sense akin to a chilling wind blowing over water. Meanwhile, with his distorted limb movements came a high-pitched blast that pierced through the eardrums of all online viewers across the nation. Good. Born into the world. I'm the monkey who jumped out of a stone. Like the aftermath of a nuclear explosion leveling countless strongholds, this moment silenced the bullet screen comments entirely. After what felt like an eternal barrage of question marks, the screen chat transformed dramatically, dense and vivid rainbow-colored large text stacked layer upon layer, turning the whole screen into a 1,000-layer cake. Each new line buried the previous one until the faces of the practice students became invisible. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. In the video, Chu Yu calmly danced while internally shouting with a ferocious spirit. Behold my 70-year-old self blooming again. Watch my double knot tornado spinning into rope dances. Eliminate everyone and then myself. The song concluded with a cool demeanor, elegant moves, not a single look back. Perfect. I made myself laugh too. Outside the video, passionate bullet screen comments rushed madly while Chu Yu remained unaware that he'd already tickled everyone pink. Mystery solved. Finally figured out why he was number 1 on the trending list that night. Previously, I wondered if such minor antics deserved that high popularity. Chu Yu, you are my god. I'd call you king of swag ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ji's nickname got upgraded. Brothers, I'm gonna edit videos now, one joy every day. Too crazy. Love it so much. Remembered the hashtag did they fall in love with my face hashtag earlier. Even funnier now. Kid, here's a sad fact, possibly none of your fans are attracted to your looks. One of the wonders of the world. Fan super topics blew up, soaring to the top among trainees, yet no official super recommendation. Everyone's here for entertainment, who cares about official rules? Ha 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 ha. One vote from you, one from me, Chu Yu keeps dancing tomorrow. If neither you nor me vote, we lose our source of happiness. Feeling energized for work tomorrow. Knowing there's someone like him making efforts for us fills my heart with warmth. I jotted down those sentences he shouted. I'll recite them every night before sleeping from now on, and that way, I'll be the first follower of Brother Chu's laissez-faire sect. Living a laid-back life while losing his mind, this brother's mental state has moved me to tears. Making this guy my spiritual idol, wouldn't that make me seem a bit sinister? Don't you all worry. I've already printed out his picture and stuck it at my desk so I can look at it daily to prevent depression. I can't take it, I have to go recommend him everywhere. This kind of crazed joy cannot be mine alone. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. By this point, all traces of previous conflicts in the barrage comments had completely disappeared. All the viewers' attitudes had reached a consensus, they were laughing uncontrollably. I hereby call Chu Yu the barrage purifier. This is precious footage of early humans learning to control their limbs. What's there to argue about, family members? Let's just watch Chu Yu dance. Isn't it fun enough watching a handsome man dance like an immortal god? I'm doomed, I've developed a disease where I burst into laughter every time I see his name. Laughing isn't a sin. It's hard to imagine what Wei Xiao will look like when he teaches this brother who dances this way. I can't wait to watch the following theme song practice sessions. Because the debut stage was filmed for 8 whole hours straight, everyone waited until the next morning to drag themselves back to the dormitory with nearly dried up makeup, barely conscious. Chu Yu was so exhausted he could fall face first asleep right outside the broadcasting building. When he returned to the dorm, another challenge awaited, removing makeup and taking off his colored contact lenses. Having been a hardcore gaming recluse for 19 years, his only contact with makeup was for cosplay at manga conventions. However, in the past, after coming home from cosplay, Luo Jiayu always helped him remove his makeup. Now that he was far away from home, as he stared at his amber-eyed fully makeup reflection in the mirror, his face radiated deep silence. Out of sheer laziness, he initially wanted to splash cold water on his face brutally to erase everything, like using PS's one-click erase function. The system panicked and screamed, but eventually, Chiyu still spent one good relationship point with the mall to exchange for a bottle of magic skincare and makeup remover. He dripped some on his face and wiped with a cotton pad, and it was all gone. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the human and the system both lay down on the bed. The system was too excited to sleep, pondering over past events endlessly, and finally couldn't help but prod Chiyu, "Host, we received full votes. We have 30 audience approval points, we're rich." However, Chiyu gave no response. When the system checked the host's vital signs again, he was already sound asleep. The system sighed and mumbled, "Sleep well, because starting tomorrow morning with the theme song segment, you won't be getting much rest." In his dream, Chiyu seemed to hear a demon's low whisper echoing from another dimension, his face instantly showing extreme anguish. Chapter 17. After falling asleep, Chiyu woke up in complete darkness. The whole dormitory was pitch black when he groggily and hazily woke up again. He looked at the night sky outside the window with a puzzled expression on his face. Hasn't the day dawned yet? He then glanced at the digital clock hanging on the wall of the dorm, illuminated by streetlights outside. Good grief, it's 2 in the morning. From 6 in the morning until 2 in the morning, it was a peaceful sleep akin to an infant. The dormitory was eerily quiet, and Chiyu wasn't sure if his roommates had been active during the day or if they had slept all day like him, likely the former. In fact, all of his roommates had woken up before noon that day. After eating lunch at the cafeteria and not seeing Chiyu wake up, they quietly moved around in the dormitory and joked among themselves, betting on what time he would wake up. Xiaman guessed between 1 and 2 in the afternoon, Jing Yan said 4 to 5 in the evening, Tang Yanning said 7 to 8 in the evening, while Meng Xuan made the most exaggerated guess, midnight. But Chiyu proved them all wrong as he slept straight through till 2 o'clock in the morning the next day. Chiyu wanted to lie down and sleep some more, but after closing his eyes again, he couldn't fall back asleep. He could distinctly feel his stomach was completely empty, about to collapse from hunger. Feeling uncomfortable, he poked at the system, only to find that the system was also in hibernation. The idea of exchanging favor points for food was thus postponed. After lingering for a bit longer, he eventually climbed out of bed carefully due to the unbearable sensation of hunger. Fortunately, he stayed in the bottom bunk. If it were the top bunk, climbing down might have woken everyone with just the creak of the ladder. He slipped into his coat and leisure pants, put on a pair of canvas shoes, cautiously opened the door of the dormitory, and peered left and right like a thief. At this time, the long corridor must have been devoid of any living creatures other than Chiyu himself. Instinctively, he lifted his hand to lower the brim of his hat, only to realize he wasn't wearing one. It was so dark, he, a big man standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, felt a bit scared. There were 2 places to scavenge for food, the dining hall which served meals 24 hours a day and the convenience store that was open around the clock. Since Chiyu preferred a hot proper meal, he headed towards the canteen which offered fewer dishes but freshly cooked rice. The aunt on the night shift saw him sneak in timidly through the small entrance of the cafeteria. She immediately smiled upon seeing his handsome young face. "Young man, did you practice so late?" she asked. "Huh. Huh." Chiyu instinctively felt embarrassed about oversleeping so long, so he quickly walked over to one of the few cafeteria windows still open, lowering his voice and softly ordering, "A bowl of wontons, please." The aunt was a chatterbox, talking endlessly about how the guys in camp are too strict with their diets, segueing into her nieces who were of marriageable age but still unmarried. Chiyu nodded furiously, pretending to understand despite not grasping much of her strong Suzhou accent. "Hey, I see your pretty face and I think you'd be perfect for my 8th aunt's daughter." Chuyu's nods froze mid-motion, and he vigorously shook his head side to side. Now he understood, this elder woman was randomly matchmaking. No, 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 not suitable. The elder sighed, "What a good-looking young lad, pity he stutters." "Is there anyone who used to like you, young man?" She kept chatting while scooping the little wontons into a bowl for a frozen still Chuyu. "Oh, wait, people in your line of work can't date, right?" Chuyu's melancholic gaze fell on the chili sauce bottle placed outside the window selling the wontons, feeling that he didn't have the courage to linger even one more second here just to ask for extra spice. During holidays, he had always dreaded the inevitable questioning from the relatives in the living room, had he started dating, and what his grades were. This aunt now seemed far worse than those talkative family members asking repeatedly such things. "Hey, Chuyu." Behind him came a cheerful greeting, filled with an energetic tone and almost sounding translated like in its exaggeration. Chuyu turned around and saw a slightly familiar face, nodding cautiously. "Hey, bang dude." Louis Yang furrowed his brow curiously upon hearing this peculiar title. "My name is Louis Yang, we've met during the stage evaluation recordings. I sat in front of you, do you remember?" Chuyu nodded cautiously once again. "Remember, bang dude. My name is Louis Yang." Louis Yang sighed as he looked down. Shit, I shouldn't have argued with you impulsively back then. It's fine, dude who makes a bang sound, everyone loves to chatter. Louis Yang frowned curiously upon hearing this strange title. My name is Louis Yang. We met during the stage evaluation recordings. I sat in front of you, do you remember? Chu Yu nodded cautiously again. Remember, dude who makes a bang sound. The appearance of Louis Yang rescued Chu Yu from his extreme awkwardness when facing the cafeteria ante. Seeing someone holding a bowl of small wontons intending to find a seat, Louis Yang proactively invited him to sit together. Chu Yu initially subconsciously wanted to decline, but after looking at the direction of the seat that Louis Yang pointed at, he swallowed the refusal stuck in his throat. There on the small four-person table sat a big bottle of Lao Gan Ma, spicy fermented bean paste. So tempting, utterly captivating. Half a minute later, Xue Lu, sitting in his spot, noticed his good friend coming over with the famous reclusive Chu Yu known for social anxiety in the camp. With curiosity, Xue Lu asked Chu Yu. Why did you come to the cafeteria so late? Did you also practice dance until 1 o'clock like us? After getting Louis Yang's permission, Chu Yu immediately reached for the long-desired bottle of Lao Gan Ma. Hearing Xue Lu's question, he pressed his lips together and eventually broke into a serene and tranquil smile. No, I slept all the way until now. This Xue Lu, Chu Yu remembered him too. Back in the rehearsal room, he was sitting next to Louis Yang, using a tone similar to a father trying to reason with his son about cleaning up a mess. Don't look at us with such a horrified expression. We're not gay. Since Xue Lu had asked, dragging the conversation in different directions would serve no purpose. After all, it wasn't uncommon for him to be lazy. Why endure sleep deprivation when there's no added value or reward points? You have great sleep quality. Louis Yang's eyes lit up as he immediately praised. Chu Yu still suffered from serious social anxiety. That deceivingly cold demeanor returned, but judging by the reactions of the two people across from him, they seemed to understand him already. Will you join us later to wait for the theme song in the hall? Xue Lu casually chatted with him. Chu Yu paused his action of stirring the Lao Gan Ma sauce into the wonton soup, suddenly realizing that these two individuals sitting in front of him were relentless perfectionists who burned themselves out. Xue Lu and Louis Yang both received an A rating at the beginning and didn't slack off after securing their seats in the debut lineup. They practiced straight through the night after sleeping only 5 hours following the recording day. And based on the looks on their faces, this level of diligence seemed natural to them. Do you guys not sleep? After going to the hall, we can rest on the ground for a while. Louis Yang said nonchalantly, I often do this, I'm used to it. So, that's amazing. Chu Yu glanced at the red spicy oil swirling in the bowl and looked at the vegetable salad and protein powder on the plates in front of the other two. He felt a palpable barrier of disparity already forming between himself and these two individuals. You mix Lao Gan Ma with vegetable salad. Xue Lu looked at the eating method of Louis Yang with resignation. You might as well wrap some scallions in a pancake with some chili oil. I wish I could, but where can we find pancakes or giant scallions here? This isn't our hometown anyway, where the scallions grow taller than you. Before Louis Yang finished speaking, Xue Lu smacked him hard on the head. The latter being the shortest one due to age among the A-class students. Xue Lu couldn't stand Louis Yang's word-eating habits and snorted, uncultured creature. Am I uncultured? Louis Yang arched his eyebrows with a face expressing, you offended me. I am the most refined person in the world. Neither the British royal queen nor the American White House president compares to my sophistication because they don't understand the charm of Lao Gan Ma. Then, pointing at Chu Yu sitting opposite and savoring Lao Gan Ma mixed with wontons, he declared, see, a refined man. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Chu Yu for earning 5 points of goodwill from character Louis Yang. Current total goodwill from trainees, 29, unlocking achievement, recognition from Class A. Additional point granted, current total trainee goodwill, 30. Please continue your efforts, host. Chu Yu stopped his chopsticks, looking down at the wontons, then looking up at the table, finding it baffling. At this moment, the system stirred faintly within his mind, likely awakened by the pinching electronic female voice. It rubbed its eyes groggily while asking, what happened? Nothing much, just conducted a wordless Lao Gan Ma diplomacy. That's great, something good. The system nodded, noticing the low spirits of the host, and kindly inquired, what's wrong, baby? You seem a bit unhappy. The two across from him were still horsing around, trading barbs until halfway through they both turned their heads towards Chu Yu, who had already stopped eating. Are you done? Let's go then. Chu Yu smiled, nodded, and stood up, idly chatting as he followed the two toward the hall. You guys have a really good relationship. Indeed, after all we're fellow townspeople who grew up together. Louis Yang was originally draped over Xue Lu's shoulders but upon hearing this, turned his head to give him a wink, then was pushed aside by the person next to him in disdain. After arriving at the hall, they sat on the floor and waited for the PDs to come in and announce the theme song task. The show set the gathering time at 6 a.m., after finishing their late-night snack at 3:30, Xue Lu and Louis Yang sat against the wall for not long before one squatted down, closing their eyes slightly resting their head back, while the other sprawled out lying down and began dreaming already. Chu Yu, who couldn't sleep, leaned against the window in a daze, prompting the system to poke him again after analyzing their earlier conversation with a sudden enlightenment, missing your old friend? Emicham. The night remained cold and deep even in the early morning. Bored, Chiyu was counting how many tiles there were on the wall when, halfway through, the system asked, "What kind of person is Luo Jiayu?" "A brain-sick individual." The system hesitated momentarily. "Do you really have the right to say that about him?" "Being brain-sick is a virtue." Chiyu replied seriously. He thought for a moment, as if to prove the previous conclusion, adding an example. "When we were in middle school, he changed his WeChat ID to AAA top secret resources and started selling pirated videos. Inside those compressed packages were 10 gigabytes worth of Big Ears Tutu and Teletubbies, but surprisingly, people actually bought from him. He earned over 200 yuan until being reported multiple times for fraudulent marketing, getting his account banned." The system asked, "What did he do with the money he earned?" "He treated me to Häagen-Dazs." Chiyu sighed, finally giving up on counting tiles, tapping lightly on his chin and lazily chatting with the system as he looked out the window. "There are so many absurd things he's done, I could talk about them for days." "Indeed. I mean, think about it. The guy who plays with me, what good can come from him?" "Indeed." Chiyu stared absently at the trees lining both sides of the shaded avenue outside. "But I still miss him a bit." Now it was the system's turn to sigh, scratching its head unsure how to console its moody host, only trying to paint an ethereal pie in the sky. "Our agency's systems drift across different places looking for various hosts. Maybe your childhood friend will also be chosen. That way, you might end up in the same world." Chiyu considered the possibility it presented and shook his head. "Forget it, getting hit by a van hurts quite a lot. It's probably best if he doesn't experience this." Even the system was moved by the brotherhood between them, but the next second heard Chiyu shift the subject. "Moreover, if I send myself first, rebirth via the reincarnation path would allow me to be born decades earlier than him. Maybe, just maybe, I could be his father in the next life." The system deeply inhaled, deciding to maintain a high and mighty golden silence and leave Chiyu alone in contemplation. Sigh. Chiyu gazed out the window, silently exhaling a long breath. "We'll reconnect in the next life, my good son." Chapter 18. At exactly 6 in the morning, the mentor team of the top trainee program arrived promptly at the broadcasting hall just as the first streaks of dawn light appeared. 100 trainees had just gathered together and were dispersing into 4 areas, B, C, and F, based on their respective classes, listening as Ling Wei stood at the front of the hall holding a cue card to announce the rules for the theme song learning segment. If any trainee feels dissatisfied, regretful, or sad about their rating from the initial stage, congratulations, the theme song segment will give you a second chance. We'll give you 3 days to learn and follow along with the theme song. After 3 days, all trainees will be re-evaluated here, and the ratings will be reset. When Ling Wei said this, the cameraman skillfully zoomed in on the C and F classes, which had the most people and the lowest ratings respectively. Her words were directed at these students. Particularly in the F class, where many who failed to make it into A or B ended up, the camera lingered carefully, clearly showing that most of the trainees' faces lit up with surprise and anticipation. Some lively ones even raised their hands to high-five friends they'd been demoted with, boosting everyone's morale. The whole scene was charged with the spirit of fighting upward. Chiyu, nestled among them, displayed a polite yet somewhat awkward and stiff smile, like an innocent little mushroom lost in confusion, trying to make herself as unremarkable as possible, shrinking further into the crowd. Live comments flooded the screen. "Ha ha 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 ha, Chuyu's expression is killing me. Chiyu, what if I'm perfectly satisfied with my rating result, don't feel regretful, and am actually pretty happy? Once in F, always in F, the F-souled spirit forever lives on. And furthermore, the results of the secondary ratings will determine the number of close-up shots you'll get during the recording of the theme song's MV. Students in Class A will lead the dance from the center position and enjoy the most screen time, while the other classes receive fewer shots in decreasing order. Class F will not have the qualification to participate in the singing and dancing portions of the theme song's recording. Instead, they will only serve as background extras in the MV. Chiyu suddenly looked up, eyes gleaming, but realizing her eagerness might seem too obvious, she quickly shrunk back down to resume being her usual quiet little mushroom. Stop hiding. I caught that involuntary smile playing at the corner of your mouth. They say when people encounter something they truly love, there's a sparkle in their eyes. I'm starting to believe this guy isn't putting on airs, he genuinely loves standing out. He's becoming my mental support icon. When can I develop his kind of ease, treating being in the worst class like staying at home? Above, the answer is easy, you mimic his madness. Ha 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 ha. Soon after, the large screen in the center of the hall began projecting the theme song for Top Trainee 2, led by several mentors, a high-energy pop-style dance song with a fast rhythm and clear beats. Compared to the theme song of the first Top Trainee season, this one was even more challenging. From the moment Ling Wei made the first move, Chuyu's eyes seemed slightly dazed. By the time Cui Xiao's part came in the middle of the song, his entire face had contorted so much that it resembled a tangled ball of yarn. Lol, I think Chuyu's face is cursing everyone silently. And what a curse. Never noticed this ability of his before. Every previous appearance either made him look handsome or godly, but lately, the handsome looks are getting less frequent. Oh man, laugh my socks off. The system observed the entire process of the theme song video with Chiyu, eventually wrinkling up into its own bundle of yarn-like frustration. It tentatively asked inside his head, do we stand a chance at mastering even half of these moves? Probably after 6 months of practice. Chuyu rigorously evaluated his dancing abilities. The system sighed deeply. The theme song learning period lasted 3 days, during which each class followed their assigned teacher to different practice rooms for group training. Cui Xiao soon arrived in front of the F-class trainees. Chuyu, lingering behind, slowly shuffled into the nearest classroom with the larger group due to the numbers involved. A-class was given smaller, elite classes because of its fewer members, whereas F-class, with more people, was relegated to a bigger room designed for public lessons. As Chuyu habitually tucked himself away into the furthest corner of the room, Cui Xiao began a brief introduction at the front, then started strategizing the teaching plan. Given that he was a professional dance mentor, this F-class would naturally focus primarily on following the dance choreography from the theme song video. He walked around the students continuously correcting each individual's mistakes as they attempted to replicate the movements shown on screen. Chuyu squinted his eyes, clumsily following the mentors in the video with some flailing movements, but he quickly realized that he couldn't keep up. He glanced around and picked a trainee who was moving relatively slowly and methodically. Relieved, Chuyu started learning by mimicking the slower student's movements from behind, feeling an odd sense of camaraderie as if he were copying homework from the person ranked second to last. The second-to-last learner completed a simple hand-flip transition at a snail's pace, so Chuyu followed suit but even more sluggishly, only to be surprised when he found himself actually succeeding. Alright, this may have been just a small step for him, but it was a giant leap for mankind. Next came the lower body movement, alternating cross-step changes with both legs. To his pleasant surprise, he managed to learn this too. Alright, this stuff didn't seem impossible after all. Finally, they put everything together, and failed miserably. In the ensuing chaos, he almost twisted his entire body into a pretzel similar to the one during his initial stage performance. Chuyu, just giving my new limbs a stretch for everyone to see. I seriously doubt that if Earth lost its gravity, he'd manage to spiral straight up without any effort. He's supposed to be practicing dancing but ends up being as entertaining as a stand-up comedian. His ferocious expression makes me think he's about to perform some crazy acrobatics. Or perhaps something sinisterly creepy, like crawling around while throwing punches and kicks. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Guys, your devotion is impressive. This guy has no talent or drive in singing or dancing yet somehow gets labeled clean and pure despite having so much criticism piled on. And since when did lazy good-for-nothing idols get so many labels of praise? +1+1. Why do fans criticize Prince Wei Ziyu's royal lineage even though he lacks skill, but then give such high popularity to this no-name rookie without any background? His dancing sucks royally. That was 3 words. Yup, indeed pretty bad, but hilarious. I can't stop laughing. Please stop criticizing him, folks. Don't you realize how much joy he brings to my mundane life? Don't berate him anymore. What if he quits? Then where would we find our daily laughs? And who exactly praised him anyway? All we do is laugh. Loudly. Ha 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 ha. Who spread the rumor that Chuyu has so many fans? Clearly they're just trolls enjoying themselves. Suddenly getting scolded halfway through made my face look as confused as Chuyu's while he danced. Sisters, let's ignore the haters and keep laughing. Ha 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 ha. Actually, his voice is really nice. It's just overshadowed because everyone sees him as the comedic guy instead. Tears. Wei Xiao soon strolled to the back row of the classroom where the biggest cluster of loafers were casually swaying or pretending to practice. Most people here weren't fully focused, doing some half-hearted movements in their own corners. Among these students, one stood out particularly. He looked young but moved stiffly, giving off a prematurely aged vibe. Wei Xiao stopped for a moment to observe and then revised his previous conclusion. He wasn't just idling around, he was actually one of the most diligent learners among them. But there was still a long way to go. Wei Xiao crossed his arms, frowned, and walked up behind Chuyu, who was lazily swaying side to side like a tortoise. He suddenly slapped Chuyu's shoulder. Are you trying to audition for Zootopia or what? Chuyu jumped slightly. Damn, Big Brother Huihua is so intimidating. Wei Xiao furrowed his eyebrows further. Another startled jolt from Chuyu. Use more force in your waist, don't use facial expressions. Don't let your hands float back lightly, be more assertive. Stop. Stop. You're going to cave in the floor. Pay attention to your expression and footwork when turning. Damn it, you turned the wrong way. Chuyu struggled to follow the instructions while simultaneously ruining them completely, leaving Wei Xiao sucking in breath repeatedly and Chuyu near tears. Mutual torment.jpg. Wei Xiao, no matter how much you try, this kid probably won't improve. Chuyu's limb coordination must be one of the best, among humans at rock bottom. Relax, although improvement might not be visible, neither is regression likely. Not likely. He's already hit rock bottom, any progress will technically be upward momentum. How dare you define that he will bounce back from the bottom? What if he digs a hole at the bottom instead? I really want Chuyu to see how the barrage damages him, ha 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 ha. Wei Xiao was a strict mentor, and he was aware of his bad temper and tendency to lose his cool. To make things worse, he was in charge of the F class, which had the weakest overall abilities. By noon, after pointing out countless flaws in various students, Chiyu stood out as one of the prime examples. By the time Wei Xiao was done nitpicking, he was almost breaking down. Right before dismissing them for lunch, he harshly reprimanded them for 10 minutes. The camera faithfully recorded everything, especially when Wei Xiao said, "How many of you actually deserve one of those 12 debut spots? You all know the truth." Many felt ashamed and hung their heads low. Still angered, Wei Xiao couldn't help but make things sound worse. If you continue dancing with this attitude, even practicing for a lifetime won't get you an A rating, let alone a debut spot. If talent doesn't suffice, work harder. If your effort isn't enough, what makes you think you can survive in the entertainment industry? And if you handle life like how you deal with dance practice, what kind of future do you expect? Chiyu was the epitome of the last question, yet he seemed unaware. He appeared completely lost in thought while several classmates shot side glances at him. Never mind, Wei Xiao sighed, realizing more words wouldn't change anything. Class dismissed, go eat. This snapped Chiyu back to reality. Amazing, I've survived half a day. The booming announcement echoing through the large classroom acted as a shockwave, turning the tense atmosphere into laughter. Those who were about to cry over their uncertain futures couldn't hold it anymore, chuckling and coughing to cover up their embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yu's spirit never lets me down. Chiyu, impenetrable. Spotted, his energy spikes at the mention of food. Clearly oil and salt proof. Wei Xiao, exhausted. Wei Xiao twitched slightly at the corners of his forehead, managing a laugh despite being annoyed. Chiyu, stay behind. Just as Chiyu was getting up, he froze in disbelief. I don't believe it, I can't teach you the moves from the previous minute in one lunch break. Wei Xiao crossed his arms, looked at the trembling student left behind for extra lessons, and leaned back lazily on the mentor chair by the door. Come on, show me the moves again. You're not leaving until I'm off duty, he added with a smile. Chiyu couldn't believe such self-damaging tactics could exist. Why does one worker have to make things hard for another worker? Chapter 19. After 3 days of intensive training in singing and dancing for the theme song, plus private tutoring enforced by Wei Xiao, Chiyu finally learned the entire song from start to finish, which took one afternoon. The whole dance routine, however, was learned haphazardly, consuming 2.5 days, but it still brought tears to the eyes of the system. At least something that could be evaluated had been achieved. Most trainees' schedules were completely disrupted over the 3 days. Many stayed up all night practicing in the classroom, and every time Chiyu was forced by Wei Xiao to repeat his grandmother-inspired dance moves, students from class A or B would always come to seek advice or listen in. After seeking their advice, they would surround Chiyu as he flailed his limbs with difficulty while spouting mad literature, laughing happily, and all the fatigue of the day disappeared. In this ecosystem, apart from Chiyu losing face, no one was hurt. At 2:30 a.m. on a certain day, Chiyu dragged his lead-heavy steps slowly out of the hall. His body was soaked with sweat after intense practice, his clothes sticking damply to his skin. He looked out at the endless night outside the door and the silent tree-lined avenue except for the sound of rustling leaves, feeling deeply moved. Shit, I can't stay in this broken class for even a single day. It's fine, it's fine. He optimistically consoled himself. If all else fails, you die. If you don't die, there's a way out. With a way, you can walk, all roads lead to the grave. Shit. His small cat-like face drooping, he wanted to use Wei Xiao's favorability points in the system mall for retaliatory shopping. Why couldn't he lower other characters' or NPCs' favorability? It's so unfair. The system actually felt a little sorry for him, despite working so hard for so long. Given Chuyu's once-in-a-millennium dance talent, the final result of practice would undoubtedly match F-class level. Effort wouldn't bring much screen time, nor would it do much good. But in this place filled with fierce competition, where suffering is habitually used as a stepping stone to fame, effort is normal. It carefully asked Chiyu, host, if we get no improvement in our evaluation results later, will you be unable to accept it? No. Chiyu responded with extreme calmness, so calm that he momentarily stopped going crazy. I know my capabilities. You see how much we've practiced, but so far, it's only this. I'm afraid you'll feel a sense of disparity. No, without expectations, there's no disparity. He belonged to the type who doesn't move unless necessary, but also doesn't refuse when others kindly drag him along. Any way of living counts as a way to live. If others drag you forcefully, resisting takes energy too. Just go with the flow naturally. Though physically striving, mentally he adopted a laid-back attitude. As long as any difficulty could knock him down, then no difficulty could knock him down. Chuyu's first law has been realized. And he even comforted the system back, though nothing profound came out of his mouth. No worries, being a trainee inherently defies the odds, dying on the way is normal. The system closed its eyes. You'd better not talk. When sleeping tonight, upon waking, it would already be time for the official audition of the theme song. Even though the production team didn't set requirements for the image during the evaluation, many trainees still deliberately woke up early, crowded around the bathroom mirrors meticulously applying makeup and styling their hair, preparing for the best state to present themselves on camera. With less than 3 hours until the exam, Dormitory 602 was also busy and noisy, Jing Yan frantically searching through lyric sheets to go over the singing techniques again, Xia Man tense, drinking water in large gulps due to nerves. Perhaps the only peaceful one was Chu Yu, lying unconscious on the bottom bunk near the door. "Host, wake up. Time to get up." The system screamed its morning services at the top of its lungs. When Chu Yu slept, he looked like he passed away peacefully. "Wake up." In a surge of heartbreak, the system pulled out the crazy audio from inside Chu Yu's mind recorded during the past 2 days of dance practice, pressing play suddenly. The familiar and frenzied high-pitched explosion rang instantly in both the ears of Chu Yu and the system. "The world kisses me with pain, and I give back 6. The world kisses me with pain, and I give back 6. The world kisses me with pain, and I give back 6. The world kisses me with pain, and I give back 6. Chu Yu opened his eyes and gasped. "You're awake." The system was repairing its damaged electronic eardrums by typing code, kindly greeting upon noticing the host's movement. Harming enemies by 800 and injuring oneself by 1,000 is a poor civilization. Chu Yu silently climbed out of bed and obediently went to wash up and change clothes. After tidying up, he looked down at his watch. There were still 2 hours and 45 minutes until the evaluation. His first reaction was that he could still catch a few more winks. The system hesitated shyly. "Look at them all applying beautiful makeup and pairing nice outfits. Should we give ourselves a makeover too?" Alert against the trap of overcompetition. Chu Yu firmly declined its suggestion with no unnecessary tasks. "And given our level, even if we compete, we'd end up as cabbage rolls. This is different from dancing. We lost in the race from the very start, no saving it." The system became emotional, but image management is another matter entirely. When it comes to looks, you won on the starting line. I'm talking about skill level, not appearance level. Chu Yu's lips curled into an arc filled with unspeakable feelings. After pondering for a moment, he decided to pull open the luggage, feeling around for the cosmetic set placed by the original owner, taking it out and heading to the empty washing sink with a solemn expression. "Fine, I'll let you see firsthand." Every time he had this tone, trouble always followed. The system was on high alert. With an academic research-like gaze, Chu Yu scanned through the numerous cosmetics and precisely selected the primer, foundation, and beauty sponge. Then, under the system's nervous watch, he smoothly completed the steps of hydrating and applying the primer. The system was just about to commend him. "Yes, keep going like that." Then it saw Chu Yu directly twist open the bottle of foundation and smearing it onto his cheek. "No, stop, don't move." Chu Yu obediently stopped his action but looked completely confused. "Isn't this the step? I remember Luo Jiayu doing this when she applied makeup on me. Have you ever watched any makeup tutorial videos?" Never. His entire memory of makeup came from those few sporadic times when Luo Jiayu applied makeup on him. "What did you do when she was putting it on you?" "I played with my phone while looking down." No wonder he couldn't remember the correct steps. The system searched the database for an old video tutorial that was detailed enough and began playing it in Chu Yu's mind. He followed the sequence demonstrated in the video very seriously, yet the final result was inexplicably disastrous. It might be because the shade of the original owner's foundation didn't match Chu Yu's cold porcelain skin tone at all. After application, instead of improvement, his complexion looked even more yellowish. He then picked up a lip mud and smeared it carelessly on his mouth, the reddish color combined with his uneven technique making him look like someone who had just eaten a child. "Let's just wash this off." The system felt heartbroken. Chu Yu gladly took out the universal skincare water he bought before, clearly waiting for the system to say this. After cleaning himself, he compared his reflection with the mirror again and found that his natural face actually looked better. "I was wrong, for you, staying unchanged is the best way." Chu Yu agreed with a nod. After such a hassle, the time for evaluation drew closer. Jing Yan had already started gathering his roommates to meet in the hall. Chu Yu responded with habit and stood beside the door waiting for them to come out one by one, placing himself last as the rear guard. In the hall, all students regrouped again, evenly divided into 25 teams, each consisting of 4 people evaluated simultaneously. When it came to Chu Yu's turn, he glanced around and caught the eye of Lu Yiyang smiling broadly and waving at him. Eek! A roll of cabbage meets the king of competition. Then he turned and caught the sight of Jiang Qinglu smiling modestly and warmly. Eek! Cannon fodder meets the protagonist. Chu Yu stuck between the two felt like the runny cheese sandwiched between 2 slices of bread, soon to disappear altogether after melting. Before their group's turn came up, Lu Yiyang actively approached and gave him a high five. "May Lao Mama bless us." Chu Yu blinked and mimicked his gesture with a high five. "May Lao Mama bless us." Ding dong, congratulations, host Chu Yu has gained 5 points of goodwill from character Lu Yiyang, current trainee total goodwill score is 35, you have been categorized as a Lao Mama sect member by Lu Yiyang. Psychological defenses have dropped by 99%. After all, there are no bad people who love Lao Mama. He truly admires that woman so much, I'm crying. Jiang Qinglu also softly gave him a high five, smiling and saying, "Good luck." When it came to the formal evaluation, Chu Yu's performance was as consistent and stable as always. He at least sang through the entire vocal test smoothly and didn't make his dance any worse than expected, staying within his own predicted range of results. Therefore, he felt good about how things went, though clearly his dance instructor, Wei Xiao, thought differently. Someone from the panel let out a gasp. Wei Xiao lowered his head, frowned, and started writing down comments. It looked like he was filling out a medical diagnosis. The expression on his face when he doubts life is priceless. Come on, baby, you, with some more effort, mom might actually recognize what you're dancing. Stop roasting him. The first segment was decent, every beat was in place. But then it completely collapsed afterward, so bad that no one wanted to look anymore. It's fine, baby. It's amazing that you managed to keep it together for a full minute already. Clenched fist. The second rating result would be discussed among the panel of judges right there and given immediately. A small portion of trainees' scores could still be adjusted later, but Chu Yu knew very well that this group definitely wouldn't include him. You. After finishing the piece, Wei Xiao pointed at him with an air of exasperation, struggling to find the right words while Chu Yu silently worried he'd choke on his own saliva. After pointing at him, Wei Xiao turned and indicated the empty space in front of the backdrop banner labeled F Class and, agitatedly waved a hand. You just go stand over there. All right, sir. A crisp, energetic broadcast voice suddenly sounded above the young trainee, contrasting oddly with his half-dead expression as he closed his eyes feigning relaxation, while the faint curve of his lips suggested amusement had already seeped into his face. For the first time, Wei Xiao experienced the slight itchiness of wanting to strangle someone. However, upon glancing back, he noticed several colleagues around him trying hard not to laugh, hiding their mouths behind their hands and coughing. Infuriated by their reactions, Wei Xiao laughed coldly, transforming into an unsettling grin that didn't reach his eyes. Just wait. Chu Yu bristled with alertness. He could sense that the man in front of him was also about to become a non-renewable resource in terms of goodwill, much like the crown princes. Before being depleted entirely, he decided to consume every last bit. So during the rest of the evaluation, he squatted in front of the big F-class backdrop and seriously pondered what to buy from the cyber mall later tonight. Until finally, they were informed the last batch of trainees was ready for assessment. Lifting his gaze lethargically, he found that this particular round consisted of only 3 people, and even after starting, the position where the 4th should have been standing remained vacant. With 100 trainees participating altogether, how could one possibly go missing? Chapter 20, A loud sound in the sky, and a fool enters. Because the classmates from F-class did not have the qualification to participate in the recording of the theme song MV, Chu Yu basically only went through a short appearance. His role was to be the background while ABC class students were passionately dancing, flying paper airplanes towards the sky. For Chu Yu, fewer shots weren't necessarily bad. Optimistically, one could even say it was an award since less task meant less pressure, and he could contentedly shrink into a corner to be like a mushroom. However, after arriving on the scene, he realized he was overthinking. Being a background is just as exhausting. Other classes recorded singing and dancing for a certain period, they stood waiting equally long, and this situation of being forcibly gathered without anything to do is fatal for someone with social anxiety. There are people all around, one person breathing out carbon dioxide would be enough to suffocate him. Moreover, he knew no one in F class. The only one he slightly knew, Fu Hansong, had returned to B class for his second-level evaluation exam to continue his 3-person hell scenario with Crown Prince Baihua. As a result, Chu Yu entered standby mode for quite some time, then discovered that standing by wasn't useful, his battery was running out and about to crash. Gradually, vitality disappeared, replaced by lifelessness. Once Chu Yu felt that his healthy and cheerful personality might crack, his mental state became precarious. I say everyone should stay close to me, right? Isn't that somewhat ambiguous? The voice wasn't loud, but when the broadcast played, it echoed deafeningly. Chu Yu was amazed to find that several trainees who crowded beside him quickly retreated in unison, leaving him enjoying a vast land alone like an emperor. Though unsure of the principle, good, he could finally breathe normally. One F-classmate looked back at him with mixed feelings. Confused, since his mental state hadn't yet adjusted, the next moment, this classmate received the response via broadcast. Looking at me for a whole second. Is it a crush? The classmate instantly turned back, jumping 8 meters away but couldn't help laughing, which made Chu Yu confused. Before Chu Yu could enjoy this sudden personal space for too long, the staff came to notify them to record the MV segment. Chu Yu, lacking sufficient energy, trailed behind the team gloomily. During the shooting, there was a small mishap. Due to his terrible handiwork skills and makeup abilities, comparable to sleeping dragons or phoenixes, the paper airplane he had just folded failed to fly a few centimeters before blowing straight into his face due to recoil. Thus, the expression on his face caught on camera was entirely disheveled. Afterward, this scene was edited maliciously by the program group and included in the MV filming outtakes. Predictably, the chat flooded with, ha ha ha. A real-life paper plane attacking humans. A very novel boomerang. The look on Chu Yu's face after rolling his eyes, brimming with death vibes, hit perfectly, ha 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 ha. I saw him muttering to the paper plane. Did anyone decode what he said based on his lip movements? Probably something like, even you're against me. How so full of hatred, ha 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 ha. I'm actually pretty talented. While heading back to the dorm after embarrassing himself, Chi was calmly chatting with his internal system. At a young age of only 19, I've already mastered how to turn paper planes into boomerangs. Could there be any possibility that I am that 1 in 10,000 genius? The system lovingly petted Chu Yu's dog head with its telepathy. Don't overthink, absolutely no chance. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu wanted to throw off his coat and clothes and lie down in bed. However, within seconds of hearing the door open, too tired to lift his eyelids, he identified Jin Yan and Xia Man's voices by ear. They seemed to be talking about something before entering the room, but seeing Chu Yu lying in bed sound asleep, they lowered their volume. Due to the small space in the dorm, the conversation still reached Chu Yu's ears clearly. Gone, he was originally in my class, I haven't seen him since the second day of practicing for the theme song. Spoke Xia Man, who was assigned to be class. Really gone? Jin Yan sounded surprised. Yes, I heard that some dirt of his was exposed. He got arrested for mass brawls early in his life. The internet was furious, making it impossible for him to stay. So now there are only 99 people left in the camp. How will the first public evaluation groups be arranged? I don't know, but it doesn't matter whether the groups have 3 or 4 people, we'll just have one less competitor. Where did you hear that reason for leaving the camp? Don't we all not have phones? Are you really that naive to think everyone follows the rules? I know several people who secretly hide contraband items. Our dorm is actually pretty well behaved. Xia Man said this as if she remembered something, and glanced at Chu Yu. Hasn't this guy started his chemistry experiment yet? Chu Yu, who was lying face down with closed eyes enjoying a little nap, suddenly opened his eyes alertly. How does she know I want to do a chemistry experiment? The two beside him, talking in low voices, froze. So, he wasn't asleep after all. Chu Yu recalled their conversation. Indeed, he noticed during the rating assessment that one person was missing, but since there are so many people in the world, one more or less wouldn't affect his social anxiety, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, Xia Man's words reminded him. He could use Wei Xiao's high favorability rating to buy a big pack of chemistry tools. If he practiced now, when he went to perform on the bridge later, he'd have an extra skill under his belt. This academic-type acrobatics would surely earn him more than selling phone cases. You're still clinging on to your dreams about street life on the bridge? The system felt his sudden excitement, and got a headache halfway through reading its original novel. Being prepared for the future. Chu Yu responded mentally. What are you reading? I'm checking where the original storyline has progressed. Host, in the original story, a nameless minor character indeed disappeared, then the program arranged a new trainee as replacement. As the system explained, its tone became increasingly serious. And this suddenly appearing trainee will become the biggest villain in the whole book, yes, the one who stabs you in the back, hands over knives, and sabotages your efforts every time. Oh. After listening, Chu Yu accurately defined his role. I am his lapdog. Why does that sound so strange? Then I am his lackey. More or less, the system solemnly said, anyhow, host, you need to be careful with this character. If we don't stick strictly to the original storyline where he gets all the jobs done, he might take action against you too, considering he's no good anyway. Got it. Chu Yu seriously answered, I'll stay clear of him. The system was pleased by his awareness and obedience. There was a gap between the recording of the theme song and the first public performance, serving as a vacation break for the trainees. Rest time always flies by. In Chu Yu's eyes, he had merely relaxed in bed, and the holiday was already over. The program team chose this day to debut the new trainee they had added from nowhere, and the following day, the official announcement of the groups and selections for the first public performance along with the performance rules would be released. On the night he was notified to gather in the broadcasting hall, Chu was awakened jointly by his roommates. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a rage akin to having his coffin lid pried open. Why must people go to work? Why am I still alive? No wonder I'm exhausted, because I'm human. Carrying this resentment of being forcibly resurrected, he entered the familiar broadcasting hall in darkness. The hall was already bustling with people. Neither the mentors nor the teaching assistants had arrived yet, and the trainees were grouped together, whispering among themselves, mostly discussing the same topic. They had heard that a new member was arriving. A top company picked him from their pre-debut candidate list and sent him over. He was labeled ACE, made headlines on Weibo for his looks, and gained a significant number of fans throughout the training center. In short, the new top trainee. Making the already scarce debut spots even more bleak. Also, sharing the notorious reputation in the trainee circle like the previous main character of Chu Yu's memories. Infamous for bad character. They say he grabbed all the resources from other trainees within the same company, and he had connections behind him, acting recklessly. I remember clearly that he spread rumors about some of his peers. And somehow, these types of people end up succeeding the most in the industry. It's absurd. Well, what's the point of us talking about it here? The debut spots are probably reserved for him anyway. What if his skills aren't that great? I still believe in the audience's judgment. Conversations like these were endless, but after synthesizing them, not a single person expressed any anticipation for the newcomer. Chu Yu sat quietly in a corner playing double landlord with the system. The surrounding discussion slipped in one ear and out the other, none of them lingered in his mind. 1-3. 1-4. 1-5. Our hands are truly terrible. Yeah. In the distance, Ling Wei's crisp and sweet voice suddenly sounded through the surrounding stereo speakers, straight into Chu Yu's eardrums. Trainee Li Chuan has to temporarily leave this stage he loves due to some personal reasons. Our program has invited another trainee with a debut dream and full of love for the stage to join our dream camp. 1-6. Chu Yu continued playing his card without changing his expression. But the system didn't follow up. Instead, it nervously looked at the stage. He's coming, the big villain of the whole book is coming soon. To join our dream camp, let's welcome the new trainee of Top Trainee 2, Luo Jiayu. Reluctant but still loud enough applause erupted as the bright spotlight on the vast stage illuminated, preparing for the new trainee's entrance performance. I just realized I have another 6, can we redo the card? Chu Yu muttered halfway through before reacting and slowly turning his head, utterly confused. Huh? Who did you say? In the backstage area, a tall, leggy handsome man exuding a carefree vibe characteristic of the West Coast adjusted his sunglasses and walked toward the front. Under the glaring spotlight of the world's focus, standing high above everyone, he surveyed the dazzlingly decorated stage, rows of cameras all focused on him, and an audience packed closely together watching intently, momentarily considering spreading his arms wide. My imperial palace. Inside his brain, the system sighed. Walking past the jury panel for dramatic effect like the emperor's ministers. The system covered its forehead in despair. Are you crazy? Then, looking up again, though blinded by the lights, he spotted a figure rushing toward him from below. My holy sh*t. The system had gradually come to terms with the fact that its chosen host seemed a little slow-witted, even having the leisure to ask, "You're what?" Before Luo Jiayu could respond, a sudden sharp explosion of sound rang out across the venue. Murderous human traffickers, I recognized my son right away. Dad misses you so much every day that I only eat one meal a day. All prior discussions about the sudden arrival of a top trainee stopped instantly. The entire scene fell eerily silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Only Luo Jiayu, the center of everyone's gaze, raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, gazing at the face so familiar, which was already tearfully joyful at seeing him, hesitated for a moment, and then completed his earlier sentence. My Crown Prince. Chapter 21, Entry V, 10,000 words. 2 hours ago, in the virtual space before officially starting the book crossing process. Luo Jiayu rested his chin on his hand, with the original novel given to him by the system sprawled out on his lap. After lazily flipping through it once, he closed the book again and pointed at the flashy cover with the gilded words, "Counterattack for the C spotlight, the ruthless crown prince falls for me," for a sharp critique. Garbage. The system that chose him as the host was a woman whose age was indiscernible from her voice alone. After hearing Luo Jiayu's insolent comment, she coughed twice. Watch your language, host. What I have been doing. Luo Jiayu said, mocking the protagonist in front of the camera while handing them steps for showing off, leading the bullying only to be humiliated in return, and forcibly taking what belongs to the protagonist's lover. All this makes me look like an antagonist. Hell, I'm just a schmuck who works without pay, the main character should be paying me instead. Well said, the system remarked dismissively. However, getting run over by a truck is quite a mentally and physically destructive way to die. If you go on strike, we'll immediately send you back to the real world. I imagine, host, you wouldn't want to experience that again. I've wanted to ask for a long time. Luo Jiayu narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I was just happily skateboarding down the street when suddenly some delivery company's truck drove like a rally car, turning a 180-degree bend followed by a 30-meter high-speed drift just to crash into me. The driving skills were so extraordinary that until the very last second of being struck head-on, he was still marveling at them. The system let out an, sound, as if trying to cover something up, nervously scratching its nose before quickly resuming its elegant and calm mature female tone. Your various outstanding abilities might have made you a priority target for recruitment by the Book Transcending Bureau. So, unconventional means were taken to lure you into our Book Transcender family, which could also be seen as a reflection of your personal charm. Alright, your praise makes me feel refreshed. Luo Jiayu leaned against the wall, his mouth spouting his usual arrogance-laden banter, and the next line is probably actually, the director of your bureau has a crush on me. I didn't mean to imply that, the system flatly denied. No problem, I understand. It's common sense that most breathing beings easily fall for me. It's human nature to secretly admire me, no need to feel embarrassed. The system raised an eyebrow. You want more trouble? Luo Jiayu tossed the book about youth abuse and overly romanticized literature onto the virtual electronic floor and stood up casually, the bottom hem of his black trench coat flaring backward. Let's start transcending the book. Don't rush. While secretly observing the reading speed of this unfortunate individual before her, the system found it astonishing, going at 10 lines per glance. Just one moment before, the reader was on page 1 with the introduction of the protagonist's first encounter, and the next, he had already skipped ahead to the second tragic plot twist in their relationship, reading in a completely hasty manner that couldn't possibly be detailed enough. I'll give you an overview of the story. Luo Jiayu clicked his tongue. Obvious, some genius capable of comprehending every line at first glance requires merely half an hour to thoroughly finish even a dumb Mary Sue Entertainment Circle novel, such as The Person Right Here in Front of You. Shut up. Oh. Ignoring the ever-present automatic peacock display from the opposite side, the system adjusted the gravity code to lift the book back from the ground, flying it in front of Luo Jiayu, preparing to flip through and explain each page. But right before it started explaining, it suddenly grabbed its head in apparent agony, its face contorted in pain. Ah. Why did I choose this guy as the host? Was I blind? What was I thinking? I can hear you, Luo Jiayu interjected calmly. Ignoring him altogether. After regaining composure, the system resumed its previous elegant feminine form, continuing with its usual cool, objective, rational voice. First, basic information about the protagonists. Wei Ziyu, the main protagonist of the novel, currently the top-ranking trainee in Top Practitioner, heir to a prominent aristocratic family, and also known universally as the Prince of Beijing's high society. Crown Prince. Luo Jiayu arched an eyebrow. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. What's wrong? Nothing, Luo Jiayu propped his hand under his chin, looking at the character relationship chart drawn by system teacher on the electronic light screen. Continue. Crown Prince. A faint smirk graced his lips, an expression that didn't reach his eyes, a polite but hollow smile. Humph. Then, the main character of this novel's recipient side, Jiang Chunlu. He has grown up with Wei Ziyu since childhood, his mother is gravely ill, his father drinks heavily and gambles, leaving the family 3 million yuan in debt. On top of that, he has a younger sister still in school whom he must support financially after he debuts. Isn't this a standard configuration from Korean manhwa? It doesn't fit here at all, Luo Jiayu squinted. What have you been reading before? The system asked incredulously. He looked normal with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, but it seemed he was into smoking and drinking privately. Luo Jiayu stayed unperturbed. I don't have a critically ill mom or a bankrupt dad, but I do have a sister in school who reads BL novels every day and shares her thoughts with me, even basing her fanfiction off of me. Who did she write pairings for you with? Is that relevant? The system realized it had been sidetracked by its host again. Damn it, stupid virus does spread. Shaking its head, the system took a sharp breath and went back to their original topic that had already been dragged miles away by Luo Jiayu. As for your role, you are essentially the most vicious male supporting character throughout the book. In the early stages, you develop unreciprocated feelings for the recipient side protagonist, which later turn into hatred, causing you to repeatedly target and frame the aggressor side protagonist, sabotaging the romantic development between them. Several tragic endings in the story were also due to your instigation. Luo Jiayu interrupted, in which round do I die? You're the ultimate villain big boss, only exposed in the final debut night. The system skimmed through the book, but as our book crossers, we obviously won't follow the original ending anyway. So that part of the plot isn't significant. Regarding your character settings. The system organized its words carefully, choosing concise and parallel sentences. It's something like this: the Crown Prince shows deep affection exclusively, while you appear fickle and dissolute. The Crown Prince appears cold outside yet warm inside, while you were born with malignant antisocial personality traits. The Crown Prince is intelligent, courageous, and strategical, while you're explosive and full of sinister schemes. To summarize, your role serves merely to contrast and highlight the aggressive protagonist. This is what some might call an evil counterpart character, said Luo Jiayu. I've seen this term in the novels I've read before. Are you sure your sister wasn't forcing these on you rather than your own choice? Does that matter? Asked Luo Jiayu, staying firm. The system looked utterly blameless. I'm trying to recall if there's anything else I need to tell you. Oh yes, you also dated a former boyfriend in the novel storyline. Who? You aren't the one who can absorb everything after reading only briefly. The system narrowed its eyes. That's a bit too much prefix. Luo Jiayu remained unfazed. Geniuses focus solely on the things of utmost importance. There's no reason for me to remember the original plots destined to be reshaped and elevated. The system groaned, pinching its forehead, as if questioning existence. You've never been beaten, which truly is a miracle. Don't digress. Who was my ex-boyfriend? Let me check. Flipping another page in the book, the system continued. He's set up as a counterpart to the recipient protagonist, named by you, portraying a scheming White Lotus persona. The relationship between you two. Well, it was quite difficult to separate, filled with unfinished feelings after the breakup because he still pines for you and desperately wants to reconcile. Upon hearing this unlucky information, Luo Jiayu furrowed his brows. How does he look like? I'll avoid him when breathing then. I currently cannot show you. We'll identify him once we enter the book world. Alright. What exactly does he seek by always wanting to reconcile with me? My noble face, remarkable talent, or superior character? None of the above. He sees the connections behind you, along with apparent wealth. The system had gradually adapted to Luo Jiayu's shameless speaking manner that disregarded others' feelings, ignoring his latter arrogant self-applause. Of course, that's actually a misunderstanding. In reality, you are not wealthy, and rather poor. Hearing this, Luo Jiayu raised an eyebrow sharply, reacting as if to an incredible tale. What? I'm broke. That's absolutely impossible. Why are you so worked up? The system glanced at him oddly. In such a cliched old-school drama where important characters are either billion-yuan debtors or high-society heirs, isn't being poor normal? Just as Luo Jiayu was about to say something, his whole body suddenly twisted with a chua sound, forming a vortex shape. The last thing he heard before losing consciousness was the system's nagging voice. Damn it, I chit-chat too long with you and haven't finished the introduction yet. Anyway, let's put you in the book first. Thus, the next second, after his vision cleared up again, he found himself standing in the waiting room of the top practice broadcasting hall. In the distance outside, the host announced his cue lines for the stage entrance. He leisurely shoved his hands into his trench coat pocket, casually pulled out a pair of sunglasses, put them on, and took a glance at the semi-transparent reflective floor, appearing rather satisfied. Good, handsome enough to swoon thousands of girls, boys too if necessary. Then he listened to the host introduce the program he was supposed to perform. Fine, even though he hadn't heard of it, living life is all about freestyle, there is nothing that a cool impromptu performance can't solve. If so, then another one could work wonders too. Everything prepared, everything perfect, it was time for the protagonist to make an appearance. We have 50 system credits in our pocket now as the base capital. The system clutched its head a little weakly. Credits are precious, but if you don't know how to act well, spending some money to directly buy an instant success package from the mall isn't a bad option either. To avoid messing up and not earning even the first round of popularity votes, they would be kicked out of the camp before they knew it. Why should we waste that money? Luo Jiayu raised one of his eyebrows, clearly opposing this reasonable proposal by the system. A minor matter, watch me dominate the scene. The system. Confidence is a good thing, but how could it fail to reach the level of confidence that he had? Then, as the giant electronic screen used for background suddenly lit up, a certain stylishly dressed, stern-faced big hunk stepped onto the shimmering stage with wind at his feet. This step carried a momentum of walking down a golden road and red carpet. It seemed like what was falling on him was not spotlight but gold foil confetti on his debut night. Staring eyes captured every audience member on the scene below. Especially Fu Hansong sitting there in the front row seat looking originally displeased. He stared in shock at the outstanding figure towering way too tall and elegant on the stage, disbelieving his own eyes several times. How could someone look better with sunglasses than him? Absolutely impossible. The view from the stage was broad while various lights dazzled people's eyes. Following the pace of Chiyu behind his sunglasses, Luo Jiayu's eyes swept over until he saw someone comfortably sitting back watching him perform. Only then did he shift his focus and began tonight's cool and suave Luo-style showtime. First, he tapped his foot according to the beat of the accompanying drums, not rushing to open his mouth. Once he got familiar with the rhythm, he soon located the best entry point and smoothly started his impromptu rap song of the night, which was also his last. The background music had a simple beat, while keeping rhymes in sync and hitting key points, he could still spare some time for flashy moves. He even came up with a short dance routine while rapping. When the piece ended, his eyes quickly scanned every audience member down below. Perfect, no one noticed anything unusual. Ha! During his study abroad days, he used to mix underground rap battles where he once defeated the previous year's champion through a battle. This tiny scene ahead. Not worth mentioning. The only real difficulty lay in having written pure English dis versus day and night, leading his brain taking a few extra turns when trying to think up a Chinese sentence without cursing or insults. The system was most aware of what dirty thoughts passed through his mind during performances, calmly reminding him once, your quality needs improvement. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu kept calm, his lips curling up slightly. Quality uncertain, stronger when met with strength. He raised both hands, faced forward, elegantly bowed out. Later, the production team solely edited and preserved this segment of his stage debut. As expected, the barrage reactions towards this new trainee were intense, with a significant portion showing hostility towards his late arrival. Comments flooded rapidly in a chaotic manner. Such a timing to airdrop. The theme song MV has already been filmed. Has the production team gone mad? Which company paid to push this royal offspring here? Buying a debut spot at this moment wouldn't end up failing completely and losing all investment. No one remembers the huge scandal 2 years ago involving trainees snatching star resources. Clearly, the internet does have memory. What bad luck to select this kind of person. I truly admire the production team's inability to plan things. Fans could take over the planning. I dare say, if someone who comes this late can rank top 10 in popularity, they must be the Iron Emperor. Stop spreading rumors. I've been a fan of Luo for 3 years, he was originally on the company's debut list this year. This move clearly shows he's sacrificing himself to save the show. Don't spread rumors +1, it takes just one mouth to start rumors but running legs to deny them. Sorry, I guarantee Luo is the epitome of excellence, with top-notch skills and good looks. There's no reason not to support him. And based on his first stage performance, can you really call him a prince? All day calling everyone royalty, as if the whole world revolves around your bias without even waiting for the voting. Besides these argumentative comments, Luo Jiayu predictably gained significant attention and new fans through his performance. Add one top-notch trainee with a cold demeanor. Another icy cool guy type emerging. This stage was absolutely explosive. No dissing here, this guy reminds me of my husband, he's that handsome. I feel there's an unmistakable tycoon-like charm about him, especially when he walks. This seems like targeting comparisons with crown prince and heir types. But it suits since this guy also focuses on rap and dance. Didn't anyone notice that all-rounder ACE label? ISNT ACE, now just a fancy name for average balanced talent. But this guy's skills are simply impeccable. Rap lovers will definitely enjoy this. Luo Jiayu, you're so handsome. Ah. After the recording ended, Luo Jiayu immediately left the stage, quickly heading towards a familiar figure. Chuyu seemed still in shock over her childhood friend's sudden descent from nowhere, gazing at him blankly. Her heart broadcast involuntarily sounded above her head. He's alive, right? Luo Jiayu's lips twitched slightly, confirming he hadn't misheard on stage. After all, he had said that himself, and there's no mistaking that half-dead voice burned into ash. Have you learned ventriloquism? What? Chuyu looked confused at him. Originally, Luo Jiayu intended to ask, why does your mental activity broadcast outside? But as soon as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to speak. Trying a few more times under Chuyu's puzzled gaze yielded no results. What the heck? An automatic, indiscriminate seal-on-mouth system. He noticed many eyes were focused on him, and looking around, he could almost read the same message in those complicated gazes of the trainees. Stunned. This is a shared unspoken secret. Also, why do these two people whose resumes seem entirely unrelated look as though they've sworn brotherhood for 8 lifetimes? Tisk, if it can't be said, fine by him. Luo Jiayu then turned to face the person before him, unable to help breaking out into a dazzling smile, reaching out abruptly to mess up the shorter head before him. How long has it been since you? Hey Luo. A coquettish yet timid call came from his side, the tone sure to give the called upon a goosebump chill within 2 seconds. Luo Jiayu blinked, expressionless as he turned his head away from Baiyu, who was trying to squirm close into his embrace. Back off, bro. Clearly, Baiyu wasn't bothered by his repelling response, continuing to lower her head, bashfully reddening her face. Hey Luo, I need to talk to you, let's go to the small break room over there. Without waiting for Luo Jiayu's reply, she grabbed his arm and headed straight toward the other side. Despite her dainty little steps appearing delicate enough to rival Lin Daiyu, a hard yank from him failed to dislodge her grip, her strength suddenly akin to Lu Zhishan uprooting a willow tree, strong enough to keep him immobile. Glancing back at Chuyu, he briefly instructed, wait for me. Chuyu blinked, then nodded as if agreeing every time after school tutoring ended, just like waiting for him to walk home together. Satisfied, Luo Jiayu followed Baiyu into the empty small break room. Watching her carefully close the door first, maintaining a face filled with surprise, she turned and threw herself into his arms. Hey Luo, you really came. Luo Jiayu smoothly sidestepped in a leisurely manner, leaving her to embrace nothing but air. Now, even a fool would understand, it was clear this tea-speaking male blossom was none other than his ex-boyfriend in the original book. And it wasn't because of his stunning looks or physique, neither for his outstanding intelligence and fine conduct, it was solely for his money. Rude thing. Hey Luo. Baiyu raised her head, looking at him pitifully, have you not forgiven me for what I did before? Seeing that he didn't respond but kept his hands in his pockets while lowering his head, she pushed on with even more vigor, I know it was me who made you angry. I shouldn't have secretly gone to drinking sessions behind your back. But, I had no choice, he blackmailed me. Luo Jiayu kept fumbling around in his pocket until finally getting what he wanted. Tired of listening further, he leisurely pulled out 2 tea packets from his pockets, one containing Bilyuakun and Tiguanyin in his left hand, the other by Mutin in his right hand. The remaining unmarked blank tea packet was extended toward Baiyu. Between the 4 tea packages stood Luo Jiayu's calm face that gave off a vibe of being slightly eccentric after a while. Shall we write your name on this one? Baiyu was both startled and angry, inwardly cursing whose neurotic would carry 2 pockets full of tea bags outside, yet still forced herself to shiver and appear helplessly tearful. Hey Luo, I'm not. Luo Jiayu immediately lost all patience, glaring and throwing a death stare, kicking his leg against the wall which scared her into retreating 2 steps. At nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a stern expression, his intimidating look could rival that of a giant predator in the jungle threatening others over territorial intrusion. Get lost, don't bother me. Baiyu trembled under his cold gaze, tears welling up as she turned to open the door and leave, but as soon as she lifted her left foot, she heard the person behind speaking in a dangerous yet calm tone, step with your right foot, left means radical, are you calling me extreme? Baiyu. With great humiliation, she switched to her right foot. Psycho. Once out the door, she muttered curses inwardly, how dare he act so haughty just because of some money. If she came to find him again, she must be a dog. Psycho like you. After Baiyu left, the system despaired, holding its head. Afterward, it accused Luo Jiayu's brain angrily. 50 system credits, and you spent them all of them. I told you to buy the shortcut package, but you said it was a waste of money. Instead, you wasted it all on these show-offy tea packs. Tea packs. The more the system talked, the angrier it got, wanting to cry, silently bleeding for those precious credits wasted forever. Its accusations grew even sharper, you squanderer. Still dizzy from the system's finger jabbing his head after his successful display of vanity, Luo Jiayu threw the used tissue into the trash can. Hearing the system accuse him, this purchase is utterly useless, he still protested, not true, how is it useless? If showing off doesn't count as purpose, then what use could these tea packs in your pockets have? The system gritted its teeth. Drink them. Luo Jiayu replied in an obvious tone. The system fell silent. After a moment, it responded sincerely and calmly, thank you, if it weren't for you, I would have been totally in the dark. No need to thank me, drum hider. Luo Jiayu happily agreed. Then he patted his head, swaying as he stepped out of the room, looking around outside. Where's Chuyu? Ask him to come over for tea later. The system took a deep breath, repeatedly muttering to adjust its state of mind. No anger, it's okay, they're all chosen hosts, whatever happens is deserved. Aw, why did it think Luo Jiayu rapping at the trash can was cool back then? Was it blind? You mean Luo Jiayu's nickname is also Crown Prince? At that moment, in another nearby restroom, Chiyu leaned on the sofa, hearing the system's question, while drinking mineral water, lazily nodding, just a term within our small circle, everyone called him that back then. That's why during the talent vlog recording preparation, when people mentioned Crown Prince, it left such a profound impression on him. But not capital circle Crown Prince. Chuyu blinked, unable to suppress a smile, it's Zhejiang Circle Crown Prince. The type who first thing after obtaining his driver's license at 18 years old drove goods for his family factory. In high school, he worked so hard on the Zhejiang Provincial College entrance exam to the point where he would eat crepes bought by Chuyu after evening study sessions while crying about failing to get into top universities within Zhejiang province. So he went to study in America later because he failed to reach the double first-class standard. The system asked curiously. Before Chuyu could reply, the door of the resting room was pushed open from the outside, revealing Luo Jiayu's handsome face, along with the teacup and hot water pot he had just brought over from somewhere else. I took it once. I remember the mock exam before I transferred to the overseas study class, I got more than 600 points. After pausing for a moment, Luo Jiayu frowned, as talking while having 2 tea packets in his mouth was very inconvenient. Do you want some tea? Chuyu lay on the sofa, peacefully turning the mineral water bottle in his hand. No thanks, I don't want my life to become any more bitter. Isn't over 600 pretty good? Why did you suddenly switch classes? Chuyu's system, having been a teacher previously, easily became excited when mentioning anything related to learning or college entrance exams, particularly so when it heard about scoring over 600. Luo Jiayu had already started brewing tea. Stubbornly, he pulled the tea packets from his mouth, stubbornly poured the hot water, and stubbornly brewed 2 servings. Then, holding his cup, he walked over and casually continued answering the system's question. I originally didn't want to go abroad. My dad said if I could score high enough to get into a 211 university, he wouldn't insist on sending me abroad. So I studied like crazy for an entire year, and finally, I managed to reach the 211 threshold at our school that year. Luo Jiayu handed by mutant tea, the mildest in flavor, to Chuyu. After being refused, he smirked, it's not as bitter as your life. Chuyu rolled his eyes but eventually, after Luo Jiayu kept pestering him relentlessly, accepted the tea and listened to him recount their shared history. And then my old man changed his tune, saying that if I could get into the only 211 university in our province, he wouldn't force me to go. Luo Jiayu expressed no emotion. Last year, the minimum admission score for the only 211 in our province was over 660 points. Sometimes malice really runs in the family. So in the end, I ended up flying all the way across the Atlantic together with my resentment. So why did you not want to go abroad initially? Chuyu slowly swirled the tea leaves in his cup as he looked down, refusing to drink while trying his best to protect his fate. Luo Jiayu glanced at him. To stay by your side, obviously, came the reply with a hint of sarcasm for asking something so obvious. A sly smile appeared on his lips as he resumed rubbing Chuyu's head which had been interrupted earlier, casually continuing his usual reproach after every long absence. You have such airs. You didn't reply to my New Year's greetings until May Day. Startled that he still remembered this, Chuyu immediately lowered his head and made a weak excuse, time difference. Ho ho, Luo Jiayu sneered, separated by 180 degrees of longitude, does that make you half a year ahead on Earth's version? Realizing he couldn't bluff his way out, Chuyu raised his head and smiled faintly, a bit apologetic but not too much, acknowledging his fault yet unrepentant, that's just the way I am. Have some tolerance for me. How much more tolerant do you expect me to be? Said Luo Jiayu, calmly bringing the freshly brewed tea to his lips. The next second, he sucked air through his teeth because it was too hot. Stupid dog. The system, which had remained silent all this time, suddenly jumped in, giving a precise and ruthless evaluation before retreating back into silence. The person cursed it without warning. After the system's comment, neither of them spoke for a while. The silent atmosphere persisted until Luo Jiayu set down his teacup and chose to break the silence, opening his arms toward the person on the sofa. Still want to go through the basic formalities? Didn't you miss me? Smiling, Luo Jiayu added. Chuyu slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, clearly used to his buddy's sudden embrace and finding it quite nauseating. He muttered under his breath how cheesy it was but still stood up to reciprocate. As Luo Jiayu felt the familiar warmth of the person in his arms, he momentarily got lost in reminiscence. However, the next second, his shoulder received a rough pat, followed by Chuyu's father-like tone, drink, you've grown up. He narrowed his eyes, can't you go even a minute without thinking of ways to take advantage of me? Chuyu continued to affectionately pat his back, on the first-year survey form, the name listed in the father section was yours. We can't talk about each other anymore. Back when they entered high school, the school's psychological counseling office gave every student a mental state evaluation form. This form covered aspects such as family environment and parent-child relationship. At the end of the topic, there were 3 blank lines where students were invited to write. If you feel you are experiencing issues in communicating with your parents, please leave the name and contact information of either your father or mother so we may communicate on your behalf. He just went to the restroom and returned to find the form already filled out. For every question asking about whether parents treat you well or how do you think of your parents, full scores were marked, with a series of wild handwriting scrawled at the bottom that would be very hard for anyone to decipher. However, only Luo Jiayu could write such ugly characters. Father's name, Luo Jiayu. Phone number, 18x times x times x times x times 3. Remarks, my dad is handsome, I love him so much. I give you his contact number in case you want to discuss advanced parenting techniques with him. You should also host a high-level lecture featuring him as the keynote speaker. I guarantee no one understands parent-child communication better than he does. Chuyu squinted and carefully examined this thin survey paper twice against the light, bewilderingly muttering, I can actually read this. With these terrible writings, they would have been considered encrypted military files in World War II requiring decryption by experts. And yet, he could read them clearly. If this wasn't love, what was? After finally admiring it enough, he calmly turned around, facing Luo Jiayu who was sitting behind him, leisurely constructing a tower with multicolored marking pens while smiling with bright eyes, and slammed the survey paper onto the tower of blocks, roaring angrily, are you insane? Luo Jiayu glanced down at the scattered marking pens spread all over the table, ruining his construction efforts, and let out a sigh. I just spent 8 minutes building that. The memory returned to the present moment, the person hugging him obviously had no intention of regretting anything and casually lamented, it's a pity they never called me back till now, truly regrettable. Chuyu clenched his teeth and gave his shoulder a punch. Apparently, the two of them were now in a long-term conjugate father-son relationship, unable to reproach each other since their childishness was nearly indistinguishable. Their bond is really deep, Chuyu's system, like a doting parent watching his child make their first friend, gazed with satisfaction and affection. Satisfied halfway through, his brows furrowed as something odd dawned on him. That's strange, Luo Jiayu isn't my host, how can he hear what I'm saying? You've got some real slow reflexes there. At that moment, the system nestled within Luo Jiayu's mind lazily spoke up, immediately recognizable as an old acquaintance. You're dumb too, Mr. Zhao. Chuyu's system's eyes instantly widened like bells. That sarcastic tone, even if it were burned to ashes, he would still recognize it. When encountering employees from the same superior in the same world, colleagues' internal voices could communicate mutually, like having access to a private portable group chat. So earlier when Luo Jiayu's system called Luo Jiayu a stupid dog, Chuyu also heard it and nodded approvingly. Why is it you? Chuyu's system gradually became more agitated. My competitor is you, dissatisfied? What are you doing in this world? Teacher Zhao said here, seemingly aware of something, did you pick this kid? Were you also observing me secretly in the trash heap that day? After hearing this, Chuyu pursed his lips, raising his eyes to imagine the scene. Two glowing orbs squatting side by side, solemnly observing both him and Luo Jiayu taking over separate recycling bins in frenzied passion, occasionally jotting notes on their electronic pads, then nodding contentedly. Finished imagining that horrifying scene left Chuyu gasping for breath. Quickly catching him before he collapsed, Luo Jiayu grabbed the swaying Chuyu, what's wrong? Did you kill yourself again in fantasy? Why don't I remember the song I sang then, but outdated social death scenarios can still find me? Chuyu whispered faintly. I remember. That time you were singing Drunken Butterfly, Luo Jiayu smirked. Chuyu yanked his hand away, never. No way would I sing that. Isn't this remembering something after all? In the meantime, the two systems had escalated into a loud argument, yelling curses almost making the ceiling shake. Unscrupulous. Who are you calling unscrupulous? You chose a foul-mouthed kid and deceived him to sign a forced labor contract. This goes against our Book Permeation Bureau's core values and moral integrity. And dragging a socially anxious boy into a selection camp where he works around the clock has any morality, integrity, or core value? How dare you insult my host? And what if I curse yours? Who made you mock mine anyway? Unscrupulous. You're the unscrupulous one. Insufferable woman. Idiot chicken. After the quarrel, the two systems began to flip each other the bird through their electronic screens, even hurling uncouth words from their hometowns. Swearing, what's with all the swearing? There's still a kid around, Luo Jiayu, just like an old man trying to mediate between two bickering grandmas on the bus, had his hands covering Chuyu's ears. The bewildered face of Chuyu seemed to radiate with youthful innocence as he turned around and stared at Luo Jiayu's immovable expression. Those rap lyrics you sent me when you were in the underground scene cursed worse than this. Luo Jiayu, having practiced a thick-skinned disposition since childhood, did not even blush. Oh, I don't remember that. The two systems, exhausted from their argument, erected shielding code walls to temporarily cease hostilities. Each squatted by one side of the wall sulking, until they lifted their heads and saw their two foolish sons still affectionately hugging each other. This recurring basic process never ends, does it? So, how did you suddenly come over too? Chuyu narrowed his eyes, speaking with a strangely certain tone, did you also get run over by that van? Luo Jiayu also narrowed his eyes to look at him, which van do you know that drifted over the sea, crossed the entire Atlantic Ocean just to hit me? That too, Chuyu reflected thoughtfully, then it must be pure coincidence. Soulmates. Laughing, Luo Jiayu raised his hand. Father-son telepathy. Familiarly, Chuyu slapped palms with him. Luo Jiayu's system had quietly crouched in the corner rolling her eyes and zoning out, when midway through a new program popped up on her interface. She tapped on the new host's head, hey, the book penetration task cards have been sent down. You'd better quickly draw a random one. Teacher Zhao shook his head disapprovingly, there's no warm and welcoming explanation. This cold and harsh attitude, which host would be willing to bind with you long term? The system of Luo Jiayu flipped her eyes almost to the heavens, I don't remember you getting an early childhood educator certificate when I was alive either. How can your baby talk be so forward within half a year? You dare insult again. Totally unfazed, Luo Jiayu opened the random drawing program in his mind, task card. Since we've already jumped into the book, isn't it enough just to become the only main character? Chuyu had already lain back on the sofa, hearing this, his expression remained steady but he felt himself akin to someone who is properly walking down the street when suddenly slapped in the face. So, he asked Teacher Zhao cautiously, when he draws out the surprise box, can my card be swapped with his? The current system program doesn't yet support such services. However, I believe in you, you can definitely accomplish your mission, baby. Unconsciously warm and encouraging, Teacher Zhao realized only afterward how much baby vibe she projected. Alright, just this one. Let me take a look. Luo Jiayu's system turned over the blind box task card and read out loud, mission content, before the end of the novel, earn 800 points of popularity. Every time the popularity points reach a specific phase, more rewards will unlock. Simple. Luo Jiayu dismissed it arrogantly, how many points of popularity do I currently have? I'll check. The system tapped the keyboard for a bit, 18. Luo Jiayu said nothing, but the question marks on his face spoke louder than words. There should have been 50 points of inherent character popularity. Guess why I told you system currency is precious? Because all those currencies are converted from your popularity. The system said this, its expression turning suddenly cold. And then this fool used all those points to buy tea bags and spent them, completely finished. Hearing this unfortunate news, Chiyu looked down with wonder at the tea he hadn't touched yet. He picked it up and took a sip, trying to taste some whiff of money. Luo Jiayu blinked after hearing this terrible news, asking, then what does this 18 represent? 18 is the popularity you earned from your first performance stage. The data is decent, among peers it ranks quite high. I'm amazing. Luo Jiayu was satisfied. The system erupted in anger, why don't you show a little remorse? So now my total popularity stands at 18, the goal being to reach 800. Taking another sip of tea, Luo Jiayu added, what concept is this 800, how much popularity is the highest in the camp right now? Wei Ziyu, calculated in numbers, has about 103 right now. In the original novel plot, he only gets popularity breaking 800 during debut night, and finally in the ending, only he and Jiang Qinglu reach above 800. So what's the difference between this and the mission of defying destiny to become the protagonist? Chuyu found it hard to comprehend. Chapter 22. The lounge can't be lingered in for too long. Since Chuyu had spent some time in the camp, he led the way for Luo Jiayu behind him while turning back to ask, how will you solve your dormitory problem? Luo Jiayu had already taken off his cool-looking sunglasses and was looking around at the internal buildings of the selection camp. Hearing this, he slowly turned his head with one eye blinking quickly, can I sleep with you? No. Chuyu's face wrinkled into a ball as if he were startled by Luo Jiayu's deliberate wink, not forgetting to supplement his refusal before turning back, you take away my blanket every night and wrap yourself up like a pancake. Luo Jiayu lowered his eyes and rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Then he asked a question, which was the crystallization of his 3-second reflection, why not a Zongzi? Because Zongzi doesn't have oil, Chuyu went along easily. Pfft. Before Luo Jiayu could react, his system couldn't help but burst out laughing. Damn it. Chuyu continued walking ahead, hearing the man and his system asking and answering questions behind him. Is he only like this with you or with everyone else? Just with me. Are you proud? Not really, replied proudly, I've gotten used to it. With no awareness after being teased. At this moment, Chuyu's system also jumped out from within his mind, asking, is he only like this with you or with everyone else? Do you mean acting humble bragging? After thinking carefully, Chuyu gave a relatively sincere answer. He seems to act that way even when he's alone, talking to himself in the mirror. Are you saying he has this talent since birth? The system mused. Chuyu nodded solemnly, implying something like that. Just as Chuyu finished communicating with his system, someone pressed his shoulder, their warm breath near his ear. Then came that familiar voice. Discussing me? Secretly in love with me? The system inside Chuyu's brain, as if seeing an actual example, suddenly realized, definitely a naturally talented player. See? Chuyu remained calm. Why aren't you even blushing? Chuyu continued to remain calm, I've gotten used to it. I heard what the system said to you. Luo Jiayu walked alongside Chu Yu, shoulder to shoulder as they moved forward. But he hadn't heard Chu Yu's inner thoughts. So does this work intermittently? What did you hear? Chu Yu allowed him to lean on his shoulder and didn't turn his head to look at him, just staring straight ahead and asking. It praised me as a naturally talented player. Luo Jiayu didn't care much about this slight exposure of Chu Yu's vague inner feelings, continuing with the topic and pushing further as he leaned his head next to the other's face with a smirk. So, what kind of naturally talented player am I? Social skills? Reading minds? Or love affairs? They chatted casually as they walked until they saw the dormitory building was just within sight. Chu Yu waved his hand, and Luo Jiayu got the hint and leaned closer to listen to his whisper by his lips. A type who can cry and eat 8 fried pancakes all at once on the night the first mock exam results were released in the final year of high school. Luo Jiayu stood in place, watching the person in front enter the building without looking back, narrowing his eyes slightly. Isn't it 7? How could he not even remember this? Could he really eat 7? The system was shocked. On the other side, Chu Yu entered the door of the dormitory building quite naturally, passed through facial recognition into the restricted area, and almost reached the gatekeeper Auntie's duty room when his step suddenly paused. Having had too much fun bickering with his buddy, he almost forgot that he has social anxiety disorder. He instinctively turned back and then found that the person was already following him inside the door. However, because he entered a bit later and wasn't yet registered for facial recognition, he was stuck outside the restricted area, dumbly staring at the face recognition device. And the next second, before he could go back to brush his face again to unlock it, a certain clever one climbed over the nearby railing and floated down lightly, coming to stand beside him. Let's go find the manager. Luo Jiayu threw his arm around Chu Yu's shoulders and casually greeted the monitor in the duty room who had witnessed everything and was now glaring at them. Auntie, good evening. Auntie, have you eaten? Even if she hasn't eaten, she would still be angry enough to feel full. What do you want? To get the keys, Auntie, I'm new here. Luo Jiayu smiled with curved eyebrows, but clearly, the middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s didn't fall for his act. Didn't the production team assign you a dormitory? Luo Jiayu stroked his chin. Do I even have a choice? Chu Yu seemed to suddenly remember something, hesitated to speak but refrained due to his social anxiety, choosing instead to hide behind Luo Jiayu and continue listening to the negotiation. There are 2 dorms that haven't been fully occupied, said the dorm manager, then noticed someone idly playing with the fur on Luo Jiayu's coat collar. Look, there's an empty bed in your dorm behind you. Chu Yu froze mid-action while Luo Jiayu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Auntie. No need for keys, we'll just go. After saying this, Luo Jiayu grabbed Chu Yu's hand and moved towards the door when he was pulled back by a voice asking, what are you doing? He turned back curiously, going back to the dormitory. What else? Unwilling to directly engage in small talk with a stranger, Chu Yu conveyed his doubts with his facial expression. Is it settled already? Luo Jiayu glanced at him, then looked at the middle-aged dorm manager who had her head down playing Candy Crush on her phone. With a playful look, he loudly asked, Auntie, can you help me register? I will be living in. It wasn't until this point that he realized he didn't know which dorm Chu Yu was in. Without hesitation, he slipped his hand into Chu Yu's pocket, fished out a set of brass keys, checked the label briefly, then put them back and continued. Room 602, staying with him. Thanks, Auntie. The dorm manager didn't even lift her head, questioning again, no need for the keys then? Nope. Luo Jiayu turned around confidently, dragging Chu Yu straight toward the staircase. You should have told me earlier about the available bed in your dorm. I wouldn't have bothered talking to the dorm manager. While chatting, he hauled Chu Yu all the way up to the 6th floor like a loose horse galloping free range. As a long-term shut-in with physical limitations fitting 3 of the 4 categories, elderly, frail, sick, disabled, Chu Yu found it hard to keep up, especially after they reached the 4th floor with many stops along the way, where he panted heavily, shouting, stop, stop. Luo Jiayu paused momentarily before asking, shall I carry you up? No. How about holding you? What? Picking you up. Get lost. And so they resumed being dragged upward until they reached the 6th floor. When finally breathing the fresh air of the higher floors, Luo Jiayu took a satisfying moment to enjoy the broadened view from 20 meters above ground. They rested briefly at the corridor entrance, during which Chu Yu prodded Luo Jiayu on the shoulder. What's wrong? Where is your luggage? Luo Jiayu fell silent for 2 seconds, then flashed an innocent smile. Oh. So both of them ran down the stairs again to retrieve the suitcase, this time with Chu Yu dragging Luo Jiayu, who appeared guilty as ever and kept nervously scratching his nose. Under the scornful gaze of the dorm manager who treated them like 2 intellectually challenged people, the duo swiftly disappeared from the stairwell entrance, each clutching one end of the suitcase. K. Chu Yu felt like dying, hearing nothing but his heart pounding from the intense physical activity nearly causing him to suffocate. His mind replayed the embarrassing moments from earlier, leaving only these 3 words repeated in endless cycles inside him, King hell. Every encounter with this idiot always ended badly. If it gets too bad, Luo Jiayu scratched his cheek, gazing into the distance as if brainstorming ideas. He then turned back to Chu Yu with renewed confidence, you could sit on my suitcase while I carry you upstairs. Chu Yu's stunned silence was deafening. His face contorted slightly before he covered it with his hands, releasing an incredulous and despairing scream. Neither of us is actually that dumb. How does IQ behave like negative equals positive when combined? How come IQ could act like such opposites cancel out? Who knows? Luo Jiayu stood on the platform between two floors, one hand resting on his suitcase, the other on his hip, looking at Chuyu sitting opposite him, leaning against the wall for a rest. Maybe it's genetic inheritance. Hearing this, Chuyu raised his head to look at him. Then it definitely isn't inherited from me. Did you secretly evolve genetically without telling me? Luo Jiayu shook his head disapprovingly. If I could, I'd first try braiding a pigtail with 3 strands of chromosomes. You can also experiment using a mini hairdryer to curl them into big waves, become the exclusive DNA hairstylist. I think the pigtail looks cuter. No, big waves are prettier. Pigtail. Big waves. Braid. So this was the reason why you gave me that hairstyle when we graduated from high school. Wasn't it cool? The whole class went crazy when I pushed you out for everyone to see. Shit. Chuyu lost his composure. I agreed to cross-dress at the graduation party. Didn't you have a blast then, you emotionless monster? I will never forgive you, never. Now I'm still having a blast, hee. I think we're digressing. We certainly are. We should go. Let's go. You really don't want to sit on my suitcase? Screw off. For the second half of the journey, Chuyu didn't help Luo Jiayu carry the suitcase anymore. The two moved slowly step by step up to the 6th floor, with Chuyu leading and taking out the keys to open the door while the heartless person who would never be forgiven trailed behind dragging the suitcase. While searching for the keys, Chuyu seemed to remember something, instructing the person behind him as he prepared to open the door. My roommate doesn't know about your move-in plan yet. Wait outside for a moment, so I can explain to them. Luo Jiayu smoothly took the keys from his hand and opened the door while gently patting Chuyu's back like stroking feathers, preventing him from being too nervous to breathe properly. I'll handle it. Take a deep breath, your vocal cords sound like they've got Parkinson's from all the tension. No, I'm not. The sound of the key inserting into the lock soon caught the attention of a few people inside. Xia Man and Jing Yan had been sitting together discussing something but turned their heads toward the door upon hearing the sound. The door quickly opened halfway, revealing a handsome but somewhat unfamiliar face. Luo Jiayu greeted all with utmost ease under various curious or hostile gazes, and delivered a timeless Chinese greeting. Have you all eaten? Oh, it's you. You were super cool on stage today. Jing Yan warmly conversed with the unexpected visitor, while beside her, Xia Man, pursing her lips unhappily, crossed her arms and averted her gaze from Luo Jiayu. What an awful person, evidently someone with baggage, connections, and unfathomable depths. Jing Yan was truly too carefree in welcoming strangers without knowing their true character. Did the production team assign you to our dormitory? Jing Yan asked Luo Jiayu. I thought you'd be replacing Li Chuan to his original dorm. Not that. I specifically requested to come here. Luo Jiayu lied effortlessly, felt that the people in this dorm looked kind-hearted, and everyone appears both handsome and adorable. Plus, I've seen your online stage performances. At first glance, I fell in love, and even cast popularity votes for you. Xia Man snorted, flattering words, honey on the tongue but daggers in the heart, deeply scheming. But if one genuinely appreciated his performance, perhaps could pass as someone tasteful. While Xia Man grumbled internally, dorm leader Jing Yan had already stepped forward to help with the luggage. No problem. There was a free bed anyway that nobody slept in. Now with you here, we're fully staffed. Perfect. Thanks, bro. I'll treat you guys to a meal someday. Luo Jiayu scanned around looking for the unoccupied bed mentioned by the dorm supervisor and eventually found it, a top bunk next to the door. He turned around pointing to the lower bunk next to the door and asked Chuyu, who sleeps here? Chuyu had just regulated his breathing back to normal and was slowly pouring hot water for himself. Me. Perfect. Saved from needing to adjust with the lower bunk roommate, he could directly fast forward to disturbing his neighbor at midnight using 18 creative methods. Holy crap. Tang Yanning, who was standing by the door putting on a face mask, was startled seeing a shadowy pillar figure looming over her. How tall are you, buddy? Luo Jiayu, who was carrying the suitcase inside from the door, casually answered, around 187 centimeters. 187 centimeters. 187 centimeters. 187 centimeters. 189 centimeters. After successfully moving the suitcase inside, Luo Jiayu glanced at Tang Yanning's insistent expression, 0.76. Holding the face mask in her hand, Tang Yanning couldn't help but wonder if the two of them ever knew anything about rounding numbers. As the night fell, most of the people in the dorm had already finished washing up and climbed into bed to rest. After all, tomorrow would mark the official start of the public performances group division and song selection, followed by a long and arduous period of practice and rehearsals. Getting less than 4 or 5 hours of sleep a day was quite common, so while there was still time today, they were taking advantage to catch up on rest. At 10:30 p.m., Chuyu, who had just finished listening to tonight's sleep playlist and was preparing for a peaceful slumber, felt a hand from his top bunk poking him incessantly. I'm so excited. Let's have a long heart-to-heart talk to rekindle our bond. Chu-yu opened an eye crack, staring at the ceiling as if he were a monk in mid-spiritual rite that got interrupted. His expression made it seem like he wanted nothing more than to finish what he'd started before being disturbed. Sure, the monk muttered, nodded sagely, then suddenly pulled the blanket over his head, rolled over, and completely shut down any communication. We'll have this chat in Master Zhou's realm, I'm booking my seat first. Unsuccessful with the poking, Luo Jiayu pouted as she looked at a tuft of bedhead sticking out from under the bottom bunk's covers, then reluctantly tucked herself back into her own cocoon. At 12:30 a.m., after having 3 rounds of tea with Master Zhou, Chiyu was rudely awakened again by a snap right beside his ear. His eyes shot open furiously, big bells glowing ominously, as he jerked his head up and glared daggers toward the top bunk where Luo Jiayu's gleaming eyes met his. I'm still so excited. What do I do? Luo Jiayu whispered frantically with barely contained excitement. Chu Yu's face remained utterly devoid of emotion. How he wished she would drop dead. With an agonizing grimace and a thousandfold struggle, he pushed himself up and rustled around near his pillow as though searching for something. Luo Jiayu popped her head over the edge curiously, watching as her buddy from below produced a white plastic bottle and fished out a small pink square tablet, raising his hand to offer it towards her mouth. Be a good girl and swallow this. What is this? Rat poison. And yet, Luo Jiayu actually opened her mouth and ate it, chewing slowly. To her surprise, it tasted delightful, it was strawberry flavored. Then she lowered her gaze once more, only to see Chu Yu also popping one into his own mouth. Are you trying to commit suicide with me? More or less. After swallowing his pill, Chu Yu immediately retreated back under the blankets, closing his eyes. Sleepiness surged over him again almost instantly. In a haze, he mumbled a comment. When you die and cross the bridge, I'll be right by your side, only to kick you straight into the river of forgetfulness so you don't even get hot manpa soup. That's pushing it too far. Just go to sleep. Okay. Despite just being fed sleeping pills, Luo Jiayu appeared brimming with energy. She quietly whispered toward the person who had just sworn life and death vows to her, good night. Chapter 23. The next morning, all the trainees were neatly dressed and had arrived in the broadcasting hall to listen to the host announce various matters before the first public performance. Ling Wei was still standing at the front with a handheld card announcing the rules. As soon as Chu Yu entered, she easily found the small corner where they had idled away their time playing cards that day. She squatted in that spot and started fumbling for poker cards in her system pocket. Only this time, there was a 6'3" tall tail behind her, stubbornly wearing sunglasses to look cool. Luo Jiayu, because he had been restless on his top bunk until the early hours of the morning and had taken the sleeping pill given by Chu Yu, slept sounder than the person in the lower bunk, eventually being woken up by teacher Zhao using a recording of Chu Yu's frenzied screams. His eyes couldn't open fully, his body swayed unsteadily, but he absolutely could not forget to wear his sunglasses, as if maintaining the image and dignity of an extremely cool and handsome guy. The small corner could only fit one mushroom, so when Chu Yu squatted down, Luo Jiayu didn't have anywhere to squat. He could only arrogantly lean against the wall near the corner while playing with the frames of his ear-side sunglasses, looking like a newly appointed guard. Still reverberating in his mind was the ear-splitting cry he had heard in the semi-dream state earlier in the morning. Someone falls in love. Someone watches the sea at night. Someone can't get up despite setting 7 or 8 alarms. Someone falls in love. Someone watches the sea at night. Someone can't get up despite setting 7 or 8 alarms. As Luo Jiayu's system worked to repair the eardrums electronically damaged by those screams, it asked incredulously. Isn't either of you two sane? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu arrogantly adjusted his sunglasses, paused intentionally for 2 seconds in a deep manner, then slowly replied with the air of a weathered old philosopher. One cannot perform without becoming obsessed. The system rolled its eyes. Chu Yu was just halfway through picking up the cards when she heard this and looked up confused. Meanwhile, teacher Zhao took the opportunity to throw a heart 3 card into her pile. Alright, now I will announce the grouping and song selection rules for the first public performance, Ling Wei announced loudly from the stage, facing the 100 trainees who were about to undergo their first judgment of fate. There will be 10 selectable songs for this first public performance. We will divide everyone into 20 teams, and each song will be performed by 2 teams. Teams performing the same song will compete against each other in a PK match, and the winning team will receive bonus points from the show's production crew. After the first public performance, we will reveal the first round ranking of the total popularity among the trainees, with the top 55 members moving on to the next round. Ling Wei paused here, her expression gradually becoming more serious. As for the trainees ranked below 55th place, they will be eliminated. As soon as these words were spoken, the camera panned to the audience, revealing solemn expressions among the trainees. Being eliminated means farewell, failure, and exclusion from dreams, making future paths even more difficult, a word most people don't wish to think too much about. Furthermore, the first round of performances is the one with the most eliminations. In a few weeks, nearly half the people in the hall would leave, prompting several emotionally sensitive and low-ranking trainees to burst into tears. The entire hall momentarily fell under a heavy atmosphere. And in a little corner at the back of the hall that no one paid attention to. Bomb, 4 threes. Chu Yu's system froze, what? Luo Jiayu's system sneered, mocking Zhao, who bitterly regretted cheating in reverse direction. That's what you get for playing dirty. Half asleep from dozing off, Luo Jiayu was shaken awake by some commotion around him and curiously lowered his head. What's going on? A game of farmer fights landlord. Let me join. Chu Yu, as the winner, was shuffling the cards. Sure, let Zhao bring you into the room. Add another seat, system sister. How about a 4-player farmer fights landlord? Who's your sister? Play or not play? Well, barely acceptable. Excitedly, Luo Jiayu chimed in, let me take the lead, this time I'll definitely pull off a great score plus a full house along with a double kill, thus creating an everlasting legend in the world of card games. Chu Yu paused halfway through shuffling the cards, blinked in confusion, then rolled her eyes at the person. That's Mahjong, idiot. Meng Xuan, who had been crying midway through, upon hearing the noisy commotion from behind, forcibly held back the tears welling up at the edges of her eyelids. Sitting right in front of these guys, there was no way to cry at all. Damn. Below, we will randomly select 20 trainees to serve as captains. Each captain will freely choose members they wish to recruit into their teams from the remaining 80 trainees. 3 8s, 2 6s. Only one card left. Chu Yu deftly pressed the cards onto the table and then covered her head as she began to express her melancholy emotions. Oh wah, I don't want to be the leftover cabbage no one wants. It's fine, sweetheart. We may not be good at dancing, but your voice is beautiful and you look great. Someone with a sharp eye will definitely pick you. The system confidently encouraged her. Luo Jiayu chose to skip his turn with just 2 cards remaining in his hand, raising his head to glance at Chu Yu, who was submerged in depression. Suddenly, he showed an expression full of affection. It's okay baby, you can be my chosen little cabbage. Chu Yu's half-emotional whining transformed into dry heaving. Afterward, supporting herself against the wall, she coughed weakly. Almost threw up last night's sleeping pill. Why are you imitating how I talk? Chu Yu's system glared furiously at Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu curved his eyes mischievously. It feels like your way of speaking to him is so interesting. I think it's unfair. Tears still lingered at the corners of Chu Yu's eyes, making her gaze misty with resentment. Why does my madness only harm myself while his madness harms the entire world? Each person's constitution cannot be generalized, baby, the system continued to console its host. And didn't you say he was a talented player before? That's true, talented, I'll teach you when there's time. Noticing that trainees were gathering around Ling Wei at the front stage en masse, Luo Jiayu patted Chu Yu on the back. Come on baby, let's go for the lottery draw. Chu Yu rolled her eyes, got up slowly, and followed Luo Jiayu to attend the regular drawing session. After being disrupted by a cunning schemer like him, her initially melancholic mood dissipated considerably. In the original book, Lu Jiayu's role as a major villain ended up grouped with the main characters. Many plots' trigger points stemmed from here, leading to a series of chaotic confrontations. As for Chu Yu's role, due to her lack of capability, and being alienated in camp, she eventually became one of the last trainees selected, and later had to accept a team assignment from the show organizers, a group with generally subpar talent. Because Chu Yu almost had no recollection of the original storylines and relied entirely on the system reminding her of the key plot points, teacher Zhao did not inform her about the original direction of events, choosing instead to kindly conceal it so she wouldn't cry again. Anyway, since arriving at this audition camp, everything her host did deviated entirely from the original storyline, starting with the lead-up episode where the top practitioner roles were showcased, and the initial character plots were already far removed from Chu Yu's current situation. Chu Yu lacked such awareness. She was unaware that her actions, although stealthily, had already astounded everyone quietly. Due to having been there for less than a day, Luo Jiayu couldn't cause significant changes in the original storyline. Predictably, he didn't draw the captain sign, whereas the trainee right behind him did. Their eyes met, and Luo Jiayu noticed the other turning his head slightly with a snobbish hum from his nose. Who dares act so arrogantly towards him? Luo Jiayu raised one eyebrow. Then he saw said arrogant one pass by an absent-minded Chu Yu, exchange gazes, and repeat the same haughty behavior, sniffing disdainfully from his nose. Who is this? My ex-boyfriend, Chu Yu replied calmly, this is his usual attitude. The sedative I gave you yesterday was exchanged using his favor points. Strong and gentle effects without water, strawberry-flavored ones even cost an extra 2 yuan each. Luo Jiayu exclaimed in shock, seriously. Plus, he has bug-exploiting abilities, Jiu whispered softly to him before resuming normal volume and smiling at Fu Hansong, who wasn't wearing sunglasses today. Good morning. Ding dong, congratulations to host Chu Yu for earning 5 favor points from character Fu Hansong. Your current total favor points among trainees are 35. Keep up the great work. Chu Yu entered the system mall with composure, bought a surprise blind box worth 5 yuan, fished out a milk candy costing 50 cents, distorting her face for a second. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's favor decreased by -5 points toward you. Current total favor points among trainees are 30. Keep up the great work. The originally somewhat relieved expression on Fu Hansong's face soured instantly. Wanting to turn his head away, he realized both sides had already done so, thus, he could only raise his head and roll his eyes, humph. Chu Yu maintained a composed expression and held out the milk candy in front of Fu Hansong, for you. Fu Hansong took a glance. Ding dong, congratulations to host Chu Yu for earning 5 favor points from character Fu Han Song. Your current total favor points among trainees are 35, please keep up the good work. Look, the card came out. Chu Yu leaned over and whispered into Luo Jiayu's ear. Luo Jiayu was continuously astonished. What? Could it be like this? He started to feel a little eager to try it himself. He tried to dig into his pocket but found nothing, so he plastered on his 50,000 yuan worth cheerful sunny smile. Hey, morning. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's favor toward host Luo Jiayu has decreased by minus 20 points. Congratulations to host for receiving a character exclusive comment. What kind of class dares to use the same sunglasses as me, from practice student Fu Hansong. Luo Jiayu squinted his eyes. Why is it heading this way? He couldn't understand it. Alright, please line up in a row if you've drawn the captain's sign. Next, we will carry out the selection phase. Luo Jiayu stood with Chu Yu, reminded subtly by the staff after removing his sunglasses until finally waiting listlessly halfway through when suddenly recalling something, he abruptly turned his head, startling Chu Yu. Wait, did you say he's your ex-boyfriend? Yes, what's wrong? You're not allowed to talk to him anymore. What a psychopath. Alright, then I'll start choosing members. On the stage front, there appeared a seemingly shy and reserved trainee timidly holding the microphone and began softly calling out names. The rules were that each captain could only choose one person per round, proceeding sequentially among the 20 captains. Usually, aside from close relationships, the best hands would go first, followed closely by those most popular and talented. As Luo Jiayu watched Chu Yu's former boyfriend approach, he called Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu onto his team. By the time they got to the third round of selections, Jiang Qinglu pulled at Fu Hansong's sleeve. Upon hearing her whisper, Fu Hansong's eyebrows furrowed in thought. Then, just as soon as Fu Hansong glanced at Luo Jiayu along with Jiang Qinglu's laughing gaze, Luo Jiayu reflexively arched an eyebrow, ready to blurt out. What are you looking at? Are you secretly? Luo Jiayu. Fu Hansong impassively announced his name to join the team. Luo Jiayu had no choice but to shut up and begrudgingly stepped onto the stage, glancing wistfully behind before leaving. Baby. Chu Yu performed a series of actions, lowering her head, closing her eyes, covering her face, and waving to drive him off. Go away. In the next second, one of the team captains, Lui Yang, gleefully shouted in his direction, Chu Yu. Chu Yu took her hand off her face, blinked twice. Great, someone claimed him. She felt happy about it. What were you just chatting about with the guy beside you? It feels like this is the first time I've seen you speak in public. As soon as Chu Yu approached, Lui Yang immediately grabbed her arm and started chatting non-stop, so much so that her headache multiplied. Speaking of which, Luo Jiayu's so cool looks, cool face, cool rap skills, I think he's the 9th man I've fallen for this year. Have I fallen for too many people this year? Oh, that's right, what's your relationship with him? Lui Yang eagerly inquired while pulling closer to Chu Yu. Chu Yu hesitated momentarily, what relationship? Only then did Lui Yang remember that the person in front didn't realize his feelings could be broadcasted without distinction. It just feels like the two of you have such good rapport, it seems like you've been hanging out together for a long time. Seeing Chu Yu remain silent, he gradually grew anxious and gestured wildly, saying, yes, exactly like how I feel with Xue Lu. Before Chu Yu could respond, Xue Lu standing nearby scoffed. Aren't your pieces all broken into countless shards already, loving different men? Lui Yang passionately covered his heart with one hand, but the first piece forever belongs to you, my dear friend. Chu Yu quietly closed her mouth and swiftly moved 3 meters away from between them. She felt like she was awkwardly intruding in the middle like an annoying light bulb. Are these really good brothers? Who speaks like this with their brothers? Just like being in the flirtation phase of a couple. Chu Yu dismissed it all disdainfully, simultaneously prodding the system for verification. Is what I'm thinking correct, Zhao Laosher? The system seemed to be cross-referencing something. After remaining silent for a while, it lifted an eyebrow, hard-pressed to admit, yeah, it's true. Chapter 24. Chu Yu originally thought that blurting out, he is my long-lost younger brother under Lui Yang's constant curious inquiries was outrageous enough. However, in the other side that he couldn't see, at the end of Fu Hansong's team, Luo Jiayu had just pulled Jing Yan to sit by the wall corner and opened his mouth with a sigh full of vicissitudes. You don't know, when I picked him up back then, how heavy the snow was falling. How heavy? Heavy. Luo Jiayu said seriously, so heavy that I didn't hear clearly when he called me dad. Luo Jiayu, Jing Yan, come over here for a moment, we need to decide which piece to choose. Just as they were talking, Jiang Qinglu waved at them from their direction, with the usual gentle and modest smile of the leading role. Host, the system suddenly interjected, speaking with its characteristic cold and emotionless voice during working hours, this is an important turning point in your character's plotline. In the novel, Jiang Qinglu, impressed by your debut stage performance, proposed to Fu Hansong to recruit you into the team. Luo Jiayu peeled off the wrapper of the milk candy he just got from Chu Yu, put it in his mouth, and chewed while asking, then what happened? Then you were moved. The milk candy stuck to my teeth, and Luo Jiayu struggled to chew, furrowing his eyebrows and squinting his eyes, sometimes I may seem not worth much, but I'm not this worthless. The system ignored his words and continued explaining the original plot of the novel. In the novel, you had a tragic childhood and were neglected and abused in adolescence, resulting in a gloomy personality in adulthood. It was Jiang Qinglu's warm and gentle attitude that made you feel kindness for the first time. But soon, due to the relationship between Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu, love turned to hatred. You secretly created many obstacles for them and eventually became the great antagonist. Too bad. Swallowing the milk candy, Luo Jiayu casually folded the wrapper into some odd-shaped four-sided thing. I had a very happy childhood and an incredibly joyful adolescence. I don't lack that bit of care. He proudly showed the strange object to the system. What do you think? My ingenious handcraft ability. What is this? A heart. Luo Jiayu exclaimed, continuing to pat his abstract work. Not similar. The system sighed. Whatever you say. For whom did you fold this? Do you intend to give it to someone? Before Luo Jiayu could answer, Fu Hansong from the front of the group spoke up first. At the center of the crowd, his gaze scanned directly towards him. What are you still standing there for? Talking to yourself constantly? Do you have hysteria? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu slapped his face hard, creating a little artificial red flush, then leisurely curved his lips and intentionally walked forward. Then, under the eye signals of Jiang Qinglu pulling on Fu Hansong's sleeve, Fu Hansong's ominous hostile glare, and Wei Ziyu's silent observation nearby, he suddenly beamed with a grin and handed over the oddly shaped heart. This is for you. The trio was shocked. They'd never seen anything like this happen before. Fu Hansong slowly lowered his head and looked at the ugly abstract shape in front of him. Based on the patterns and colors, it seemed to be the same candy that he hadn't managed to take from Chuyu before Luo Jiayu snatched it away. His expression twisted for a moment, then a vein throbbed near his temple. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's likability towards host Luo Jiayu decreased by -10. Please keep up the good work. After hearing the announcement, Luo Jiayu deepened his smile and extended the gift further. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's likability towards host Luo Jiayu decreased by -10. Please keep up the good work. Fu Hansong glared at the person in front of him, probably dazzled by the extraordinarily sunny smile, so he let out a cold humph, crossed his arms, and stood against the man for a while. Ultimately, he perfunctorily reached out his hand. But grabbed nothing. Luo Jiayu quickly retracted his hand and put the masterpiece back in his coat pocket, all the while maintaining a dazzling and cheerful smile. I won't give it even if you throw it away. Crazy. This lousy craftsmanship, he wouldn't want it anyway. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's likability towards host Luo Jiayu has decreased by -100. System auto-reply alert, letting you keep up the good work doesn't mean this kind of good work. What are you doing? The system issued a soul-piercing question. Luo Jiayu remained calm and collected. I'm conducting a social psychology experiment. The specific project is to create as much chaos as possible, to see if the tangled love triangle among them turns into an even more intense rivalry when twisted like a Chinese knot. Don't hide your shallow motives behind false academic pretenses, the system said with authority, narrowing its eyes. Summarize it in 2 words for me. Luo Jiayu, it's fun. The 3 main characters from the original story were discussing which piece to choose. As the most prominent team in the entire hall, almost no one dared to select the same song and compete directly against them on stage. Their performance was destined to be smooth sailing throughout the entire public show, except for some internal competition. I think we should go with this one. It balances the vocal, dance, and rap sections well, allowing everyone to showcase their strengths. The final performance will also be very cohesive. Jiang Qinglu, the gentle little white flower, softly pointed at an upbeat singing dancing track with moderate difficulty. Following the storyline, the childhood sweetheart who hadn't reconciled yet would silently cast the first supporting vote, gaining Jiang Qinglu's first wave of good impression. And Luo Jiayu, being the ace character with existing feelings for Jiang Qinglu, agreed with this suggestion too. Hence, the song nominated by Jiang Qinglu smoothly became their chosen piece for the public performance. Except for Fu Hansong, who tended to be a bit rebellious. I think this one's pretty good too, Fu Hansong stubbornly pointed to another track that had higher difficulty, more solo parts, focused on dancing, with rap as the highlight, a flashy, skill-showing piece with a sensual vibe. He wasn't willing to give up yet. His sparking and lightning rap certainly wasn't practiced for nothing. Wei Ziyu glanced at it but didn't say anything. Actually, he preferred that song too. As the main dancer, selecting Fu Hansong's song would definitely bring him more spotlight moments and attract more attention. But since the plot setting had him as a tsundere romance-minded character initially, choosing a different song would prevent him from unlocking his first face-to-face conversation event with his wife. When it was Luo Jiayu's turn to state his opinion, he lazily raised his head and flashed a lazy smile. I'll follow the captain's decision. Everyone was shocked. Fu Hansong was even more shocked. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's likability towards host Luo Jiayu decreased by -10. Congratulations, host has received 2 exclusive short comments from Fu Hansong, a fox greeting chickens with ill intentions. Luo Jiayu nudged the system. What's my current likability with Bug Brother? System querying, let me check. 0. Luo Jiayu arched an eyebrow. Didn't he deduct nearly 200 points from my likability? System: in the book world, the likability system does not count negative numbers. Once the deducted likability falls below 0, it uniformly displays as 0. Is that so? Luo Jiayu pondered thoughtfully. So his hatred isn't worth much. In the end, the song selected by Fu Hansong won with a narrow margin of just one vote, which satisfied Luo Jiayu greatly. During discussions about the center position candidates and various high-profile parts, he enthusiastically volunteered. It didn't take long before Fu Hansong discovered that this guy wearing the same sunglasses and stealing his milk candy wasn't professing love for him but rather trying to snatch all his parts. Like locusts wiping out leaks, Luo Jiayu grabbed every part needing battles or individual highlights during discussions without stepping off the platform once. Thus, the segment with the most dazzling rap solo naturally fell into his hands. Wei Ziyu was originally leaning against the wall, his lips slightly curled, thinking that these plastic best friends had chosen this song just for the C position and limelight. However, encountering someone better right away truly amounted to hoisting oneself with one's own petard. The next moment, Luo Jiayu's loud voice cut straight through Wei Ziyu's eardrums. Next is the main dancer battle. Who wants to step up? Ha! By noon, the first training session ended temporarily. The others went to eat or buy drinks while Luo Jiayu leaned against the wall in the practice room, chatting openly with the system. They're all trash. Since the protagonists in the novel weren't professionally trained, their skills didn't stand up to scrutiny as top tier within the group. And the other secondary characters were designed to seem even worse to highlight the protagonist's abilities. Luo Jiayu breezed through like leveling up in a game, defeating one after another until reaching the peak effortlessly. Seems a bit too arrogant, host. Luo Jiayu casually stretched his arms. I'm a genius, I know it myself. Everyone has their own points of talent, and he had realized from an early age that his talents, other than a mouth that made people want to punch him, were all unfortunately tied to entertainment industry-related skills. As for when exactly this awareness came to him clearly, it was probably when he was once tasked by his father to negotiate a deal worth 1 million. He completed the task perfectly at 1.01 million, only to be thoroughly scolded via an international phone call that very night. That same night, red-eyed, he sobbed into a video call with Chuyu while spending the entire night writing his first diss-themed rap lyrics. Then, in an underground rap competition, he secured himself a top 3 ranking. It seems one loses out in business but gains in the underground. His talent arrived like a whirlwind. Except singing, Luo Jiayu clicked his tongue. I still can't match that guy. Which guy? That guy. Can you just say his name? Forget it. Luo Jiayu started walking toward the door. Let's go find that guy. A few steps down the corridor was the practice room assigned to Chu Yu's team. From afar, a heart-wrenching broadcast tore through the air straight into the ears of him and the system. Shit, quit the job. I'll become a monkey in Amazon. Roar. Turn into a monkey. Swing around. Rob wallets from tourists. Slap everyone's face. Roar. Swing around. Beat all the monkeys eating bananas on the way. Then came System Master Zhao's fading voice. Host, calm down. I can barely code to fix my eardrums anymore. 5 seconds later, Lu Yiyang and Xue Lu walked out of the practice room, baring teeth with expressions revealing confusion as if they'd just been enlightened by a mad deity. Do Amazonian monkeys really slap tourist faces? Lu Yiyang suddenly turned to ask Xue Lu quietly. Xue Lu looked bewildered. Don't know, I haven't been one. After saying that, he clicked his tongue meaningfully as he rubbed his ears. My eardrums hurt. Lu Yiyang lowered his head thoughtfully. I suddenly feel like eating bananas. Before he could finish speaking, he got slapped hard by Xue Lu. Lu Yiyang touched his reddened face and pouted. Let's go eat, I'm starving. Before Xue Lu could respond, an even more spirited yell exploded inside and outside the room. Roar. I grab tree vines. Swing. Steal the bananas from neighboring monkeys. Swing again. Beat all passing banana-eating monkeys. Beat passing banana-eating monkeys. Beat passing banana-eating monkeys. I'm the king of all Amazonian monkeys. Let's go, phew, let's go. Ha 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 ha. Watching those two brothers rush to a camera-free staircase corner in the distance, Luo Jiayu laughed joyfully like the grandparents of a neighbor's child who wanted to be an astronaut. A certain handsome guy smirked, put on his sunglasses, struck a pose, then flamboyantly addressed someone inside the practice room. Hey, miss me? In response was Chu Yu's half-dead expressionless face. Chu Yu had just finished laboriously practicing the dance moves with Lu Yiyang and Xue Lu. Now slumped against the wall corner to corner with his mirror self, his current learning progress stood at approximately 0.01%, specifically shown in knowing the opening move was to turn right, not left. This atrocious progress had left Xue Lu contemplating against the wall all morning without finding out which part went wrong. Chu Yu lazily turned to glance at the stylish gentleman at the doorway, whose posture almost suggested holding a rose in his mouth, then lazily turned back. Not really, prefer death. Luo Jiayu felt his stance was starting to make his legs sore, so he adjusted his sunglasses and sat down next to Chu Yu, becoming mushrooms in the corner together. How's your training? Need any guidance from an omnipotent, empathetic, and free personal ACE coach? At this moment, Master Zhao played the newly recorded practice video of Chu Yu. Luo Jiayu solemnly observed a segment, noticing no significant improvement from what he remembered. This dancing is somewhat vicious. Chuyu squinted and turned to look at him, with a serene smile on his lips. If you say another word, there will be a boy crumbling softly tonight. What do your teammates think? Chuyu collapsed on the ground, looking up at the ceiling with closed eyes and muttering. Lu Yiyang thought it's not a big deal. He confidently said that last night, Lei Ganma goddess just gave him a dream where she bestowed blessings upon all believers under her domain. Within 3 days, I will surely learn this dance. Luo Jiayu raised an eyebrow, incredulous, and this works. He had never met such a staunch idealist before. Chuyu climbed back to his feet. Originally leaning against the wall in deep focus, he was surprised to find his avatar in the mirror had fluffy antennae hair. So, he reached out to touch them, they swayed like mimosa leaves gently shaken by his fingers. It was strangely fun. Come on, let's go eat first. Man is iron, rice is steel, skipping one meal makes hunger a real trouble. Luo Jiayu rushed over, bent down, and dragged Chu Yu's hand toward the door, while using the other hand to ruffle his hair. We'll talk about dancing later. The public performance is still far away, and Big Brother can solve all your problems. Exclamation point. The originally wobbly antennae were flattened by Luo Jiayu's repeated strokes, and Chu Yu became furious, shaking off his childhood friend's hand. You're treating me like a dog. The way Luo Jiayu touched him was exactly how he petted their Samyet at home. Hearing this, Luo Jiayu thought for a moment and then pointed to his own head while still holding Chu Yu's hand. How about you stroke mine back? Question mark. What difference would it make from 2 dogs licking each other's fur and shaking off water? Chu Yu sternly refused. Nope. Then let's eat. With full enthusiasm, Luo Jiayu pointed toward the canteen building outside the window as if he were a passionate captain setting sail with his crew into the unknown horizon. Come on. Our journey includes steamed crabs, fried pork chops, hot pot, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, spicy mixed fried rice, noodles, and braised duck. Are you ready, my children? Ready, Captain. Chu Yu unconsciously replied, but after a moment, he realized something wasn't right. Wait, there's only fried rice and noodles in the cafeteria, none of those dishes you mentioned. Luo Jiayu took this report from the crew member and pondered in the air before looking at Chu Yu. How about we have pancake rolls instead? The pancakes at the cafeteria are just as so. Yours were better. Chu Yu stood up as he said this, letting Luo Jiayu drag his hand while stretching lazily with his other arm. Luo Jiayu clicked his tongue. Is my pancake-making skill comparable to those within the industry? The system inside his brain couldn't help but ask, you, the Zhejiang heir whose family owns factories, making pancakes? We used to skip evening study sessions in high school and sell pancakes outside the school gate. The market was great, our turnover surged during that month. Luo Jiayu talked about this experience with glowing eyes, which made it a rare shining moment in his otherwise ugly business record. Question mark. The system questioned. How many improper things have you 2 done together? Chu Yu calmly added from the side, yes, we made more money than when you completed that 1 million cost, 1.01 million sales deal. Luo Jiayu turned around to accuse him, you're mocking me. Not at all, I'm stating facts. You're exposing my secrets. My pancake needs to have bacon, sirloin, meat floss, and spicy sauce. I won't pay for it anymore. The pancake window always has a long line. If we don't go early, it'll be packed. I won't queue up and buy for you either. Are you done yet? Luo Jiayu's system lost patience first. Are you going to act like some sulky woman wiping her tears with a handkerchief next? Ew. Imagining that scene, Luo Jiayu couldn't help shiver, not that far. Let's go, brother. Weakly hooking his good friend's shoulder, Chiyu said, I'm starving. Luo Jiayu turned his head to look at him, his eyebrows curved. Call me daddy, calling me brother sounds too ambiguous. Chuyu turned red with embarrassment and anger, grabbing Luo Jiayu's head and pressing it down to the floor. A corner camera faithfully recorded the first angry moment of Capybara. You'd better drown yourself in Lethe soon. Chapter 25. The next morning, as soon as the dawn broke, Mr. Zhao's ear-splitting yelling reverberated through Chuyu a good 800 times. Host, pull yourself together. The country needs you. The party and the people need you. The future of the entertainment industry can't live without you. 2 minutes later, a hand slowly emerged from the covers, pulling them back like uncovering soil from a grave, revealing Chu Yu's face contorted with resentment heavier than any ghost's. Life was bland and flavorless, corpses pretending to be human. You're awake, baby, the system exclaimed in surprise. Looks like that 108 encouraging parenting techniques I flipped through yesterday actually worked. Chu Yu, still dazed and confused while rubbing his eyes, mumbled something still half asleep. What about the number 8? 108 encouraging parenting techniques. After reading it all night, I learned so much. With great enthusiasm, the system showed him the cover of the ebook. Chu Yu caught a glimpse of the small footnote at the bottom. This book is more suitable for sensitive children aged 6-12. Parents, remember to keep your tone gentle when educating. Instantly, anger flared up in Chu Yu, but remembering different constitutions between people, he recalled how under immense anger before, he had exploded only to go quiet afterwards. Thus, he immediately cooled down, listlessly dressing himself. And there beside him, chirping incessantly in an overenthusiastic yet gentle voice was the system acting much like an old mother. Luo Jiayu went to buy breakfast. Once you eat, we'll go train. Host, believe me, you are the best. Without you, how could the rewriting bureau have a bright future? And the training camp, if it lost you, it would be like. After struggling to think of a fitting analogy, Chiyu helpfully filled in the blank for the system. Like the gaming world losing my son. As Chiyu began fastening the last button on his collar, his consciousness fully restored, a calm response internally flowed to the system. Mr. Zhao, huh? My son, the one above my bunk, you may not know this, but once we played a double-team game, prompted by the instruction to press any key to enter the game screen, he instead pressed the power-off button. Before the system could comment on this difficult scenario, speaking of Chow Chow arrives, their main man appeared at the door carrying 2 large bags full of breakfast, knocking loudly outside. Open up Chu Wenpei, don't hide in there silently, I know you're home. Each shout was brazen and unembarrassed, boisterous enough to potentially gather every trainee on the entire floor, enough to make someone less socially dominant blush and wish to sink into the ground. Chu coolly secured the final button on his collar, looking serene and compassionate, then suddenly turned around, casting a death glare toward the source of the noise. Nerves, the door isn't even closed. Clang, the moment those words left his mouth, the door opened from the outside by Luo Jiayu. Oh really? Just sneezed entering the dormitory building. Figured it must be because you were thinking about me, so I rushed back here as quickly as possible. Luo Jiayu said, flipping his hair nonchalantly without any consideration for anyone listening, and banged the 2 huge bags of packed boxes on the table with a clang. Which one do you want to eat first? Upon hearing this, Chiyu glanced at the table and was shocked into silence, blinking for a few seconds, then shifting his gaze back to Luo Jiayu. Did you go restocking inventory? Just by looking at these large packages stuffed with various snacks, one couldn't help but suspect he had gone to the cafeteria and swept through every window like a market stall. What's wrong, not eating? Do you want to diet? Luo Jiayu curiously retorted back. Chiyu did not answer, instead recalling the past moments where he watched others eat vegetable salads while feeling remorseful for having a bowl of spicy oil-filled dumplings, finally now found a compatriot to binge eat together. Aren't we going home after finishing this job? What's the point of dieting? Luo Jiayu said as he tore off the plastic covering on disposable chopsticks, tossing it toward Chiyu who smoothly caught it with experience. Then, as if suddenly reminded of something, he asked a question. Do you think what would happen if the entertainment industry lost me? Luo Jiayu, busy opening the lunchbox lid didn't turn around, responding while raising an eyebrow, like a fish losing its bicycle. Chiyu was pleased with this answer, looked up and poked the system inside his brain, see, correct, impartial, right to the point. The system struggled for words, deciding to sulk quietly and continue flipping through the 108 encouraging parenting techniques, choosing not to speak anymore. Chiyu turned back to the person in front of him and asked, then what if the entertainment industry lost you? Would it still be able to function without me? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu raised his right eyebrow again, just barely managing. Both the person and the system, along with Luo Jiayu's system which had been silently working without speaking up, rolled their eyes simultaneously. The other roommates who shared their dormitory had risen earlier than Chiyu, already heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. Now, only the 2 of them remained in the room, not paying much attention to proper conduct. One leaned against the wall while eating, the other sat sideways on the bed munching away, chatting idly while committing various small quirks. I have 2. Chiyu held up 2 sausages in front of Luo Jiayu, who was chewing on a meat bun facing him. Luo Jiayu swallowed the bun and glanced at the person on the bed before replying, will you give me 0 pieces? No, I'll give you 1 piece, said Chiyu as he handed over a sausage, speaking in a mature tone usually associated with a 3-year-old kindergartner, because you're my best friend. Luo Jiayu smirked, reached out to accept the sausage Chiyu offered, and responded in a similar childish tone, thank you, you are also my best friend. Having come to an agreement, the 2 young friends solemnly shook hands. Luo Jiayu's system, while cracking sunflower seeds inside his mind, squinted its eyes and observed for some time before finally speaking up. It feels like something's off everywhere, but I can't quite pinpoint where exactly. After finishing their food, the 2 walked downstairs shoulder to shoulder carrying their breakfast bags. After disposing of the trash near the gate, they solemnly shook hands again before parting ways to go to their respective practice rooms. Just as they were about to leave, Luo Jiayu turned back and said, I'll find you later when I'm free this morning. Chiyu didn't bother asking why Luo Jiayu was coming, most likely, it was because Luo Jiayu wasn't used to not having someone around to irritate him, needing to seek conflict to feel at ease. Thus, Chiyu lazily gave an indifferent reply. When he arrived at the group's practice room, Lu Yang and Xue Lu were already practicing their dance routines. In between the 2 stood Wei Xiao, carefully explaining their moves step by step. At the sound of footsteps, all 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him. Chiyu paused mid-step, the somber mood upon entering deepened even further upon meeting the faint smile of the dancing mentor. He is on your team. Wei Xiao kindly looked at his 2 students to the left and right. Host, I've seen that expression before. Zhao teacher suddenly popped up in his mind, snap, closing his unprofitable parenting electronic book, he seriously stated, it's called calm before the storm. Facing Wei Xiao's gaze head-on, Chiyu unconsciously tensed up, but 2 seconds later, his lips inexplicably curled upward into a strange smile. Fortunately, last night, he had spent the entire evening opening blind boxes with Wei Xiao's favorability rating. Now broke and empty-handed, there was no fear of losing more favor due to poor dancing performance. As long as all the money was spent, there would be no worry about being robbed. Lu Yiyang and Xue Lu noticed the cold-faced cool guy walking in with the former lighting up and greeting, "Good morning." Chiyu nodded slightly, as those around him were already familiar with his disposition, appearing aloof upon cursory inspection. Closer scrutiny revealed he was simply not fully awake yet, further examination exposed a hint of peaceful resentment. "Good morning." Knowing that Lu Yiyang and Xue Lu were skilled at plugging their ears, it was too late. The familiar boiling rage call came again. "Thinking about getting up for work makes me angry. This fire really bursts instantly. Every day waking up early. Rather die than go on." After venting for a while, he took a breather. Thus, the air became silent for a second, then the next moment, a crisp electronic sound rang out in Chu Yu's ear. "Ding dong, congratulations, host Chu Yu has obtained character Wei Xiao's 10 points of favorability. Please keep it up." Ah. Chu Yu was stunned. What is this new bug? But the joy of unexpected wealth arriving far outweighs the regret of having spent it all the previous night. If Wei Xiao didn't deduct favorability points at all, wouldn't all his concerns have been unfounded? So wasn't his midnight spending spree blindly opening blind boxes considered clownish behavior? And besides, he hadn't drawn anything. The only thing he won was the unlucky parenting book in the system's hands. Such a waste. Life truly fills one with sorrow, some unexpected gifts are better not received. Chu Yu felt despondent. Wei Xiao was completely unaware of Chu Yu's wild imaginations which were nearly drifting over to the other side of the Pacific Ocean. His expression was as relaxed as if he'd just heard celestial music, and with a smile on his face, he replied cheerfully, "Good morning." What a perfect response, it resonated deeply with Chu Yu's inner madness. There's no worker who hasn't gone mad. Chu Yu was busy wallowing in sorrow and hadn't noticed his subconscious mind at work. His inner voice naturally flowed out along with Wei Xiao's words. "Good morning. Apart from brother Xiaoquihua who would rather exhaust himself to drag me into extra classes, he's willing to lose 1,000 to harm an enemy for 200, none have seen someone with such a self-sacrificing and harmful spirit in 200 years. The sharp critique caused Wei Xiao's face to instantly crumple. Xue Lu wanted to say something but held back. Lu Yang sighed at the sight, while brother Xiaoquihua himself ground his teeth against his rebellious disciple, feeling again that urge to make students work overtime till midnight. Ding dong, character Wei Xiao has decreased host Chu Yu's favorability by 10 points. Please keep trying. The furrowed brows on Chu Yu's face suddenly eased. Although he wasn't sure why the numbers kept increasing and decreasing, the announcement made him suddenly feel relieved. Come. The one just labeled as having a sacrificial spirit, brother Xiaoquihua, slapped Chu Yu's shoulder, startling the latter. Let me see how well you've practiced, little brother Xiaoquihua. What kind of title is this? Wei Xiao stood firm like a mountain braving wind and rain. Today's dance training tasks have been assigned to you all. If you don't complete them, you'll go to my place for remedial lessons, and only then will you be allowed to eat. Chu Yu's half-dead eyes met Wei Xiao's cheerful grin, making him feel like an insignificant ant under Buddha's five-fingered mountain. Just as Wei Xiao walked off to check other practice rooms, Luo Jiayu stepped into this one. After looking around and quickly locking onto the person he was looking for, he waved a hand in front of Chu Yu's dazed face. Where's your team captain? I need to talk to him about. At this, Lu Yang brightened immediately upon recognizing the man as the 9th man he loved this year. Dude, right here. Hearing someone take ownership of his identity, Luo Jiayu also brightened up, stepping forward holding his draft paper and pen. Dude, let's discuss something. What's up? Before leaving, Luo Jiayu patted Chu Yu's skeptical head. We'll chat about his dancing position. He handed over the draft paper and exchanged opinions about his view on their group's selected dance choreography. In summary, his argument boiled down to just one point. He was someone whose dancing ability was worse than jumping off a building. Spare him the trouble. But Lu Yang still had something to say, but Luo Jiayu cut him off, pointing to one part on the draft paper showing abstract matchstick figure cartoons, patiently explaining. I've slightly revised your choreography so that, without affecting its aesthetics, we can simplify that guy's movements and positioning as much as possible, removing the complex ones. He's already fragile like glass, further demanding too much could cause him to shatter. But the other day, Goddess Leoganma appeared in my dream saying she could teach Chu Yu to dance, protested Lu Yang. Luo Jiayu gave him a stern look. Do you trust Leoganma or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Naturally. Lu Yang started speaking, but was glared back into silence. Unhappy, he stood on tiptoe to glare back, only for Luo Jiayu to stand on tiptoe as well. They glared at each other for some time, one ending up with neck pain and the other with eye strain. Alright, you win. Seeing he couldn't outdo the other, Lu Yang pouted, choosing to compromise. Actually, what Luo Jiayu said made sense. In a case where one member lacked enough talent compared to the whole team, no matter how hard they tried, it might not cover the gap. It would be better to adjust moves and positions within the limits that didn't affect others' performance, modifying them so that Chuyu could learn them, thus easing everyone's burden. He asked another question. In that case, your brother's actions will need to be trained separately. Who will be teaching him? I'll teach him, Luo Jiayu casually answered. Just as he finished speaking, a shout came from the doorway. Turning around, he saw a staff member holding a phone in communication, gesturing to him. Luo, come here quickly. Excuse me, I have to take a call first. Luo Jiayu walked toward the door, halfway through suddenly realizing something wasn't quite right. Hold on, who's my brother? Chapter 26. Luo Jiayu, this character in the story before entering the training camp, was someone Capital had spent a great deal of money on hiring internet trolls to build up his momentum. However, he was actually from a grassroots background, an indubitable poor guy. His only standout feature was the ambitious drive to accomplish something significant. In his early years entering the circle, he had relied on some luck and underhanded means to affiliate with several influential figures behind the scenes. As a result, he acted arrogantly within the circle for a few years, accumulating a dossier of misdeeds that made many trainees who heard about his legendary exploits wary of his name. But fortune rotates like the seasons. Just a week before entering the camp, those so-called backers had run into problems with their business dealings with Wei Group. Some went bankrupt, others dissolved their assets, while those who survived all unanimously chose to withdraw their investments. This caused the character to become destitute almost instantly, as if divested of all worldly possessions. The factor of being sent here by the company after being discarded from the debut list was partly due to this situation. Poor, but still possessing some strength, it's akin to how a camel even when starved remains larger than a horse, yet not significantly so. This described his current state. Hence, Luo Jiayu was now both penniless and riddled with trouble from his past decisions, planted meticulously by himself. Without a continuous monetary input, the hype surrounding him would soon dissipate, eventually leading to the complete disappearance of the fanbase army and his regression back to square one. An extremely severe and precarious condition indeed. However, there existed a glimmer of hope. Host, following the development of the plotline, this phone call should be from the young master of the Deng Group. Although he is not your biggest patron, his family's business is the only one that has not conflicted with Wei's. He could very well be your last. The system rattled off an extended string of instructions and prompts anxiously within his mind, much like delivering a rap session. Meanwhile, Luo Jiayu leisurely accepted the phone from the staff member, placing it to his ear casually with a casual utterance. Hello. Baby. A suggestive low chuckle came from the other end. I miss you, it's been 3 months since you've attended to me. A life-saving straw. The system struggled to finish its sentence. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu flicked the imaginary ash from his fingers, then leisurely raised his head, blurting out in profane manner. I'm afraid attending to you might kill you. Then your father's inheritance will have to go to the mistress. The system. The other party became instantly enraged. What do you mean? Have you forgotten who transferred you that sum of money? How dare you speak to me this way? Which sum? Your father's coffin money. The audition camp did not permit smoking, and Luo Jiayu felt regretful. After tapping his nails, he lounged lazily against the wall and yawned. Luo Jiayu, say that again. You're barking too much every day. Can't even comprehend human speech anymore, said Luo Jiayu slowly, so pitiful. The sound of beep echoed from the other end, a busy signal indicating that the person had hung up in anger. Luo Jiayu glanced carelessly with half-lowered eyes, lips slightly parted as he exhaled 2 words. Asshole. Alright, now we don't have the last big patron either, reported the system calmly. To what he owes us, stretched Luo Jiayu reluctantly, extending his body fully. The next time I catch him, I'll curse until his ancestral graves exhale smoke. Do you know who he is? The system asked. Luo Jiayu stopped halfway through his stretch, face full of doubts. Is knowing who he is affecting my cursing? Meeting someone on the road, spitting out a random insult, does that require a reason? The system replied calmly, not affecting, just makes our poverty cleaner and more pure without pretentiousness. All are complimentary terms, good things. Poor isn't. After handing the phone back to the staff, Luo Jiayu went to Louis Yang's practice room to discuss optimizations regarding stage positioning. Saying goodbye, he left for his own team's practice room. So, dear Jiao Jiao Luo. On the way back to his team's practice room, the system suddenly softened its tone, reaching an intimacy level comparable to teacher Zhao, who was determined to obtain her kindergarten teacher certification. Without support from the capital and the company, what are you planning to do now? Luo Jiayu's expression grew stern, righteous and spoke firmly. Don't call me Jiao Jiao Luo, it's like calling me a dog. Understood. The system perfunctorily maintained the self-respect of the just-turned 20 male university student and continued with the previous question, so what are you going to do now? Answer me. Regarding the book, the protagonist himself represents the largest capital. Moreover, to highlight the antagonist's growth against adversity and emergence from the mire unblemished, the entertainment industry backdrop is set to be chaotic with rampant instances of favoritism and connections, devoid of any fairness. Apart from Jiang Qinglu who could rely on the protagonist aura to make a comeback among the predetermined elites, most trainees would not be able to compete with capital, no matter how strong their skills or how high their popularity was without any backing. Luo Jiayu stopped in his tracks after hearing the system's question. Leaning against the wall, he reflected for a while before confidently providing an excellent answer, I don't know. The system thought, I fucking knew it. One step at a time, adapt as we go. Having no plan is the best plan, Luo Jiayu sniffed, I'm becoming more philosophical. I am indeed a genius. Since he had already said everything, all the system could do was roll its eyes. Upon returning to the practice room, what came into sight of both the system and Luo Jiayu was this scene. The white flower was cornered by the crown prince at the door, tears welling up in her red-rimmed eyes. Their expressions were one of stubbornness, the other restraint. Through lip-reading interpretation and analyzing the plot timeline, it could be deduced that they were settling old scores. You don't have to pretend to support me with that vote, I've seen through you long ago. The white flower continued, gradually becoming agitated. Yes, I didn't realize you found me annoying back then, always clinging onto you like glue. It was my own delusion. But not anymore. I won't bother you. You don't need to condescend by using that vote to humiliate me. I don't need it. This primetime soap opera dialogue lacked nothing but a bucket of popcorn. Luo Jiayu felt somewhat regretful. Upon turning his head, he noticed Fu Hansong squatting by the door, watching the main characters argue while munching on an energy bar and drinking an energy drink. Why wasn't this second dog involved in the chaos? That's not how it's written in the plot. Report to the host, according to the latest system evaluation, character Fu Hansong's emotional fluctuations have been significantly greater compared to those in the original book. He's often excessively angry or sad but frequently unaware of the reasons, and these sudden mood swings often disturb him in the dead of night, leading to sleep deprivation and poor mental health. The system suddenly interjected, calmly explaining, in short, he's been hurt. There's no strength left to follow the original emotional line. It wasn't something I did, right? At this moment, a certain trainee who had indulged himself with love songs during the day sneezed. Hey, buddy, can I have one? Luo Jiayu squatted next to Fu Hansong with no sense of boundaries and carefully attempted to beg for food. Fu Hansong, with two deep dark circles under his eyes, turned to look at him like a panda. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's favorability towards host Luo Jiayu has dropped by -10. Congratulations on obtaining the third exclusive short review from Fu Hansong, please leave me alone. Just thinking about losing 800 rounds of goodwill only to end up back at 0 made Luo Jiayu chuckle. Are you finished? Wei Zi remained calm while listening to his ex-lover vent, then tightly grabbed Jiang Qinglu's wrist with a fierce grip, causing her to lose her composure. What are you doing? According to the cliché, what followed would be dragging her into a secluded forest for some forced antics before igniting the second funeral parlor drama. Luo Jiayu glanced over his shoulder at the camera mounted inside the practice room. Squinting one eye, he roughly estimated the distance, judging that the camera's angle could probably capture just a tiny bit of the tension between the two. Too far to record sound, but grabbing the wrist and pinning someone against the wall should still make it into the footage. Luo Jiayu lost himself in thought. Can I take another look at that novel in your database? He nudged the system. Without further ado, the system tossed the book straight before him, spreading out its soft glowing blue electronic light screen which conveniently obscured the faces of the two protagonists. He began studying intently, halfway through when the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Coming back to reality, he realized the supposed trio of chaos was now glaring at him instead. As none of the characters could see electronic books, in Wei Zi's perspective, it looked as if Luo Jiayu was staring daggers at him and Jiang Qinglu, seemingly plotting something. The alarm bells in the heart of the funeral parlor male lead immediately rang loud. For some unknown reason, there was always a sixth sense-like voice telling him that the person before him had some affection for Jiang Qinglu, posing a threat to him. Even though Luo Jiayu hadn't followed the original plot and showed no signs of such feelings, Crown Prince was protective like an irritable cat guarding its food. Thus, glaring at Luo Jiayu, he snapped sternly, "What are you looking at?" Luo Jiayu first glanced at Jiang Qinglu, then returned his gaze to the man in front of him. His eyes carried 3 parts of coolness, 4 parts of mockery, and 5 parts of nonchalance, but as usual, his mouth couldn't help but be a jerk. You two look good together. The Crown Prince became angry. Just by looking at someone differently made it clear, he was definitely after his own wife. The Crown Prince from Beijing hadn't sensed wrong, indeed, a certain Zhejiang princeling had strong hostility towards him, though not for romantic reasons. Thus, the compulsory small grove plot dissolved. Jiang Qinglu stared with wide eyes as Wei Zi grabbed Luo Jiayu by one hand, forcibly dragging him into a secluded corner near the staircase entrance. Upon reaching the destination, Wei Zi yanked the collar of the person before him, eyebrows arching sharply, voice and glare cold enough to almost freeze things. I warn you, stay away from him. Because Luo Jiayu was 7 centimeters taller, he wasn't able to lift him up, which made him feel a little awkward. But the momentum mustn't lose, so he continued glaring fiercely, doing his best impression of a tyrant boss gritting his teeth. If you dare, I will absolutely never forgive you. Luo Jiayu interrupted him, suddenly asking, what kind of business does your family run? Huh? Wei Zi didn't catch on. Real estate. What about it? Are you the eldest? No other siblings in the family, right? Yeah. And all you do is love affair. Luo Jiayu squinted his eyes, and all his suppressed annoyance burst forth immediately. Don't you need to study, deliver goods, or help your family with the business? Wei Zi stood there dumbfounded for half a moment, unable to understand how the conversation had turned here. But Luo Jiayu kept pressing forward relentlessly, sentence after sentence growing stronger than the last. Didn't your dad make you memorize new concept English in kindergarten? And yet you fall in love early. Didn't you learn Olympiad math in primary school? And yet you fall in love early. How much did you score in the high school entrance exam? And the college entrance exam, what's your score? Did you attend tutoring classes every day during school years? Did you rank in the top 20% of your class last semester? Did you win any scholarships? Have you taken IELTS? Can your score exceed 7.5? Do you have any knowledge about how your family's factory operates, how clients are brought in? When your dad deals with negotiations and networking events, don't you follow to learn? And all you can think of is playing around, focusing solely on dating day and night. By this point, Luo Jiayu dropped a thunderous soul-shaking question. At your age, how can you sleep peacefully? Wei Zi was stupefied, mouth open wide without closing for half a while. Luo Jiayu stormed off, leaving the Beijing princeling like an unplugged robot, contemplating deeply on life for half the day. Chapter 27. From the announcement of the first public performance task to the formal stage, there were 2 weeks of preparation time. In the 3 days before the public performance, the mentor group would gather all trainees in the broadcast hall to check the practice progress of each group's program. Come on, Xiao Yu. In a few days, the leaders from the camp will come for inspection. We must not mess up with the mission assigned by our superiors. With the examination day approaching, Lu Yang, who had graduated from the top class, literally meaning, the Scroll King, simply stopped eating meals at the canteen. Every day, he held a bottle of Lao Ganma chili sauce in his left hand and a takeaway box in his right. Once he entered the rehearsal room, he sat down nonchalantly and began eating as if he was the newly appointed village director. While mixing his purple cabbage and green cabbage with spicy sauce, he pointed out improvements needed for the dance moves of several teammates, showing particular favoritism towards Chu Yu. Every day, he motivated him relentlessly. Perseverance is victory. Unity is strength. Chu Yu, dragging along his inherently frail body, practiced dancing every day until exhaustion, coupled with several days of sleep deprivation. His brain gradually reached a semi-shutdown state within a 1-mile radius, regardless of whether humans were present or not. He was now just barely focusing on controlling his limbs, lacking any energy to focus on his thoughts. Without people around, his eyes closed, and he fell asleep immediately. The moment someone appeared, his thoughts wandered, making him unable to process information accurately. Red means destruction. White is nothingness. Orange is anger. Black is destiny. Lu Yang, and you rhymed it. Luo Jiayu wasn't around, so Chu Yu could only keep practicing according to the moves Luo taught him based on memory. His childhood friend always had great expectations for his natural talent in dancing. The modified dance, rather than being a dance, was more like an upgraded cool, stylish, and beautiful version of elementary school calisthenics. Surprisingly, he learned fast. After a few practices, he could already start fine-tuning the details. His progress astonished a great number of people in the rehearsal room, including teacher Zhao, who kept looking into parenting tips but never succeeded. What's the principle behind this? Was he originally that talented? He was thrilled. And after Chu Yu practiced a few more times, he realized that the previous hallucination was not wrong. Several moves indeed resembled the third set of National Elementary School Radio Gymnastics, the Sailing Hope, and the third set of National Middle School Radio Gymnastics, Dancing Youth, almost exactly reproduced with some slight changes and recombined. No wonder he learned so quickly, it turned out he danced these routines before. How wicked his childhood friend was. It wasn't extremely harmful, but it carried an immense sense of insult. When tired of doing the radio gymnastics, Chiu sidled up to Lu Yang, who had already become close friends with him, and accepted a taste of chili sauce mixed purple cabbage from him, only to find its overly plain taste difficult to swallow, causing his face to scrunch up into a lump. How could there be ingredients even chili sauce couldn't save? What a waste of Leoganma. Xue Lu got exhausted from practicing too, then also sat next to Lu Yang, sharing the same plate of chili-sauced vegetables, softly correcting a few force application errors for Chu Yu while they ate together. Except when facing Lu Yang, Xue Lu was polite and gentle towards all the trainees. Chu Yu felt like he was caught between them, much like a son stuck between a tiger mom and cat dad. Everything seemed strange. Therefore, under normal circumstances, whenever he encountered them together, he tried to avoid them. But somehow, those two A-class residents liked dragging the tail-end F-class member along, and even enjoyed cueing him in places with cameras, such as the rehearsal room. For instance, nearing 2 a.m., their group finally wrapped up collective practice. After Chu Yu's coordination improved through the practice sessions, his movements and positioning among the teammates did not seem as jarring anymore. The mission was complete, everyone could finally go home. According to the show rules, after daily practice ended, contestants had to check in front of the camera, sharing training reflections of the day. These recordings would later be aired as part of the post-episode bonus footage. As the preceding team members finished their reflection one after another and left for the exit after packing up their things, Chu Yu, tired and drowsy, absent-mindedly followed the group toward the door, only to be pulled back. Chuyu was so sleepy that all he needed was a pillow to collapse where he stood. Before realizing it, a pair of hands pushed him from both sides into the center, shoving the camera directly in front of him, which made his nearly closed eyelids open again by half a centimeter out of shock. What kind of situation was this? Xuelu and Lui Yang stood side by side on either side of him, one smiling broadly and the other with sparkling eyes, both anticipating the same thing. Come on, Chuyu, say something. If he didn't remember wrongly, his character when going out has always been that of a taciturn cold man with a mouth. He remembered since joining the camp, he hadn't spoken more than a few sentences, except when he was with that fool, he wouldn't suffer from social anxiety around him. But in front of others, he had spoken less than 20 sentences total. So why were they pushing him forward now? Chuyu faced the camera with a mix of panic and dread, yet his face betrayed none of it. His half-closed eyes, unchanging expression, and indifferent demeanor suggested he'd just say, 6 even if the sky fell down. I think everything is fine. Everything is fine. He's very sleepy, exhausted, numb, annoyed, and feels like every second of dancing practice is an eternity. At this rate, his lifespan would increase dramatically until he became a true immortal. Just let everything collapse. The training was fun. I'm doing pretty well mentally, right? I'm mentally doing quite well. How can my spirit be bad? Who's teaching in this wretched class? Why am I not old enough to enter a nursing home at 19? Everyone worked hard too. Chuyu quickly tried curling up the corner of his mouth to seem polite but awkwardly dropped it again, realizing belatedly that it made him look even ruder. So he rolled his eyes at himself in his mind while drawing in a sharp breath. Can't stand it anymore. The gears of fate haven't turned, and my chain of life is almost completely off. Never mind, the light boat already collided with the giant iceberg. The ship will naturally capsize when it reaches the bridge. Xuelu moved aside a bit to ensure that the moment where he couldn't hold back laughter and nearly cracked up didn't get recorded. Come on, make an ending gesture. The two people acted as left and right protectors, pinning Chuyu between them. The cool guy facing the camera was screaming internally as he coldly gave the camera a thumbs up. Very good. Lui Yang extended his hand to Chuyu, who half asleep nodded and reached out to meet him for a barely alive high five. Keep going. Keep going. Did I do well? What did I say? Well, if he says so, that's fine, right? He wouldn't deceive me, would he? Lui Yang kept being pulled by Xuelu, who signaled with his eyes not to laugh too wildly while stretching out his hand to ruffle Chuyu's head, making the latter already drowsy look even more confused. Why did the longer he stay in the camp, the more people liked to mess with his hair? Confused, Chuyu stumbled back into his dormitory room, just pulling out the key and inserting it into the lock when Luo Jiayu opened the door from inside. His sleep-ridden face looked as tired as Chuyu's, trying desperately to open his eyes slightly wider. Chuyu. You didn't need to wait up so late. Luo Jiayu shook his head then beckoned him over. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he had no energy to form words, so Chuyu analyzed his body language. Is there something you need? Luo Jiayu nodded. Then he pointed towards the corridor outside, his gaze implying the pitch-black dormitory behind him. Everyone's asleep. Shall we talk outside? Luo Jiayu promptly agreed. Actually, most of the sleepiness he had earlier had dissipated by now, but Luo Jiayu seemed to enjoy this nonverbal communication via gestures and eye contact, repeatedly testing Chuyu's ability to understand silent messages through various signs. It's too stuffy inside, you want to chat outside in the breeze. Chuyu sighed, why do you have so many things to say? Luo Jiayu enthusiastically bobbed his head like a dog. Are you not tired? Chuyu tilted his head and covered his mouth to stifle a soft yawn. I'm about to die from exhaustion. Like a magician, Luo Jiayu took out a mint from his pocket and placed it in Chuyu's palm. A moment later, he pulled out a bag of barbecue, all bought against the system's tearful advice using heat points. Even midnight snacks were prepared. Chuyu was stunned. Luo Jiayu blinked vigorously, attempting to hold back the waves of sleepiness, pointing at the bag of barbecue and revealing a simple-minded grin, eat while we talk. Chuyu glanced down at the freshly roasted barbecue sprinkled with cumin powder and chili flakes, then looked back at his childhood friend's face, before turning around to the direction they came from. Let's go. A minute later, the two were crouching by the curb, each on one side of a lamppost, expressionlessly gathered together chewing skewers like two street vagrants. It had been too long since they'd last eaten barbecue, and the delightful mix of oil and salt provided a sense of comfort. Chuyu held up a grilled chicken wing in his left hand, lifting it repeatedly to examine under the lamplight before exclaiming, wing sect. Then he raised a skewer of roasted potato slices with his right hand, again studying it under the light for a while before declaring, tuber sect. The next second, the chicken wings and potato slices were suddenly snatched away by a big hand. Luo Jiayu, who had successfully stolen the two skewers, still looked half asleep but insisted on pointing the sharp end of the skewers towards himself as he said, Luo sect. You've been acting like this for days. Chuyu squinted at his childhood friend, what's your issue that has to be said tonight? Oh, like being reminded just now, Luo Jiayu first obediently handed the skewers back to Chuyu, then furtively gestured for Chuyu to come closer. When Chuyu leaned in following Luo Jiayu's cue, he heard the scariest sentence up to today. Do you want to team up with me and sell some BL vibes? Chuyu slowly turned his head, looking at the seemingly sincere and innocent face of Luo Jiayu. After a moment of silence, he carefully lowered his head and placed the skewers back into the insulated plastic bag on the ground. Not eating anymore. This was a banquet filled with treachery, terrifying in many ways. Chapter 28. Chuyu made a gesture toward Luo Jiayu. What number is this? 6. Who among us calls the other father? You call me father. Who among us is whose child? You are my child. Not dumb at all. Chuyu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Where did things go wrong? Luo Jiayu wasn't dumb, but he was really sleepy. He struggled to bite into his cumin-flavored lamb skewer, and as his brain processed the disapproving gaze from his childhood friend, he still couldn't analyze why. Then he mumbled with his eyes half closed, swaying precariously. No worries, just wait for me. I'll give you a perfect plan. But it can't be today. He was too tired even to lift his pen. Chuyu exhaled sharply through gritted teeth, instinctively catching Luo Jiayu's body before he fell flat on the ground. Kid, go back and sleep. Stop babbling nonsense. Had they not paired their barbecue with drinks, Chuyu would have suspected that Luo Jiayu had overindulged in soda. I won't sleep, I don't want to sleep. I'm telling you. Chuyu supported him and dragged him towards the dormitory building. Stop talking. I suddenly had an idea during the day. Don't move. In one moment, I came up with an immature idea. Don't think of it. Wow, Luo Jiayu stopped moving, looking utterly aggrieved. Why are you so domineering? If you keep this up, I might cry. Don't cry. Chuyu's expression remained unchanged, though a trace of mischief curled at the corner of his lips. I'd laugh if you cried. Luo Jiayu let out a long sigh, then pouted his mouth. After all, he couldn't possibly shed tears. Thanks to the mint candy given by Luo Jiayu, all traces of drowsiness were driven away for now. However, his companion beside him looked almost unconscious, and Chuyu could only support him along the way. But Luo Jiayu didn't want to be simply held by him. Staggering forward with some pulls and tugs in the quiet street, their wobbling posture resembled two drunks, something no one would doubt. The dim light cast long shadows behind them. With Chuyu's actions, Luo Jiayu's eyes were almost closed when he suddenly opened them alertly. There were two intertwined figures under the distant white poplar tree, and the sounds from their fierce movement startled the ears of a certain young master. What's that? Luo Jiayu stretched out a hand, pointing ahead. Chuyu followed his finger absent-mindedly. It's people. Damn, people. The next second, his childhood friend who had been walking seriously beside him immediately hid behind Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu turned around and smoothed out the hair of the person behind him. What I wanted to emphasize wasn't that. Wei Ziyu felt like something was very off recently. As a top tycoon's heir and the famous crown prince in Beijing's elite circle, not to mention the main character of a predestined love story, he was experiencing unexpected issues. Something wasn't quite right. In theory, the deep yet tragic romance between him and Jiang Qinglu should come after enduring various hardships, climbing mountains of swords, diving into seas of fire, overcoming numerous trials until they reached their destination. Their bond was supposed to deepen each time one of them fell helplessly into despair while the other opportunistically came to rescue him, becoming his savior in the depths of misery, tightening the red thread that bound them inseparably, making escape impossible for either. This was how the script should progress. With his character, a reserved, cold-hearted CEO who starts heartless but ends affectionate, there was no need for him to say much. Just let a cannon fodder incriminate the innocent flower. Then, poof, he swoops in from above, coolly throwing a stack of money, muttering, with the cooling weather, X family should go bankrupt, thereby boosting his likability and solving the problem. But the issue lies here. Where were the cannon fodders? The villains. The wicked rival male leads. Where had they gone? Were they on strike? This left him stranded from the camp start until almost public performance day. Not even a single % of progress had been made with his wife. And it had led him to 3 consecutive sleepless nights, waking up abruptly from a deadly illness at midnight 12. Realizing that if he didn't take the initiative, he would lose his wife forever. Thus, in the dead of night, the noble crown prince descended from his bed with prominent dark circles under his eyes. In silence, his roommate Fu Hansong sent him off without a word as he coldly opened the dorm door, wandering aimlessly and grumpily to knock on his wife's room door. What kind of third-rate novel requires the crown prince himself to personally kick off a romantic storyline? Just as he had pushed someone against the tree trunk, gripping their waist and chin, right in the middle of a crimson-eyed literary moment, a sudden rustling sound came from behind him. He turned around to look and all his pent-up emotions were instantly scattered. His lips involuntarily twitched. Why on earth was it these two ancestors? The two ancestors obviously did not expect Wei Ziyu to have so much internal dialogue. Chuyu kept her eyes closed, holding on to Luo Jiayu's sleeve while pretending to be a corpse and devoutly hiding behind the person. Engaging with unfamiliar humans at 2 a.m. certainly belonged to an overload category of tasks. But Luo Jiayu seemed like he'd taken some wrong medication. He glanced coldly at the tightly intertwined wrists of the people in front of him, the distance between them being less than 5 centimeters apart, and their visibly burning red ears before rolling his eyes and slightly tilting his head sideways, letting out a casual sigh through his teeth. Humph. Chuyu. Jiang Qinglu. Wei Ziyu. Was this respectful? The Crown Prince of Beijing's elite circle became furious. Luo Jiayu shrugged again, then acted as if nothing happened, walking straight ahead with the person behind him without sparing even a glance at the two figures standing under the tree. Chuyu had already released the sleeve she was grabbing after realizing something was off with the dumb son and tucked her hands into the pockets of her black and white striped jacket. She looked aloof and distant, walking past with lowered eyes appearing both cool and detached. These two big handsome men passed through your world. After those two live ancients finally brushed past him and gradually disappeared into the distance, Wei Ziyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, picking up the shattered atmosphere and piecing it back together, stubbornly continuing the wall hug drama from before. Yes, I once thought you were annoying, superficial, and boring, no different from those who valued my status and family background hoping to climb high branches. Therefore, I neglected you, I never properly understood you. But now I regret it. I should have gone directly through the sewer. Wei Ziyu clenched his teeth, almost squeezing the lines through his gritted teeth. I've always failed to face my feelings properly. If I've committed any crime, let the law punish me, not by having me encounter two moving human beings reenacting large-scale mating scenes on the road at 2:30 a.m. The collage you gifted me, I didn't throw it away. In fact, I've always, Wei Ziyu shut his eyes, feeling like his jaw was broken from clenching too hard, cared. He fell for his poison, sick beyond cure. He ran, he chased, and their names trended on hot search lists. He ran, he chased, causing more sorrow. He ran, he chased, and both could fly no more. Wei Ziyu inhaled a mouthful of cold air, nearly choking himself. Moments later, he threw the training jacket he was holding on the ground. Raised in luxury, having sailed smoothly throughout life without ever encountering a setback, the Crown Prince completely broke down now with truly reddened eyes due to embarrassment. I'm done with this act. On the other side, Luo Jiayu had been sulking since witnessing the two main characters awkwardly pushing forward their romance line, without knowing whose anger it was directed at. Chuyu tentatively poked his shoulder but received no response. Then she blew gently on a strand of hair falling on his forehead. Luo Jiayu noticed her action and tried blowing at his own forehead hair. Unexpectedly, the strands indeed moved with the blow, and as they alternately blew at each other's hair, Luo Jiayu's eyes lit up, saying, "This is actually pretty fun." Naturally. Chuyu felt proud since she frequently idly played with her bangs during boring times, often losing track of time while doing so for minutes. Seeing that her childhood friend had resumed her desire to communicate, she switched topics and asked about what had just occurred. What's wrong with you? Luo Jiayu turned his head aside, ambiguously evading the question. Nothing. Luo Jiayu didn't say more, and Chuyu also didn't have the habit of relentlessly questioning people. The two returned to the dormitory together, and because they feared waking roommates with loud sounds, they both took their toiletries to brush their teeth in the communal bathroom. In the faint trickling water sounds, Luo Jiayu's mouth full of white foam muttered something towards the mirror at the person beside him. Gurgled gurgled. Gurgled gurgled. Chuyu acted faster and was already wringing out the towel, preparing to wash her face when she heard this and turned to look at him. Gurgled gurgled gurgled. Gurgled. Luo Jiayu rolled his eyes, hurriedly rinsing the foam out of his mouth with tap water. When his speech became clear again, he opened his mouth once more. Seriously, you're not interested? How about doing it with me? Selling what? Jianbing Guzi. Luo Jiayu cast a deep, mysterious glance over his shoulder at him. Form a couple and sell some boys' love. Chuyu silently bent down to squeeze the hot water from the towel. After a moment he raised his head and stared into the large mirror in front of him, with utmost sincerity. I think we should just sell Jianbing Guzi. Are you serious? Luo Jiayu tskeed as if recalling their past experience of running a stand selling Jianbing Guzi. Halfway through he confidently lifted his head. No, trust me, this won't lose us money. If it does, I'll take full responsibility for it. Chuyu listlessly placed the warm towel on his face. Do you have a formal plan and a risk assessment report? Not yet. Luo Jiayu replied self-assuredly, but I will write one up for you in a few days. Chuyu paused in the act of wiping his face, then the towel slid into his hands as he lowered his head, and the mirror reflected his perplexed face above the sink. Why are you so fixated on this? He asked. Have you been through something or is it just a sudden impulse? Not a purely impulsive idea, this has a long story behind it. Luo Jiayu glanced down at his watch. It's too late today, let's go back and sleep now. I'll make time tomorrow to tell you all about it. He concluded, then glanced at his childhood friend beside him who was still wiping his face, asking hopefully, will you listen? Chuyu buried his face in the towel, his muffled voice came through the cracks, sounding like mumbling, sure. After finishing their wash-up, while leaving the bathroom, Chuyu couldn't help but lower his head to yawn, truly exhausted. Tomorrow he still had individual interviews to record. He wondered how many layers of foundation the makeup artist's sister would need to cover his dark circles. If he really didn't get enough sleep, his mental state during the interview might reach an unprecedented level of disarray. Good night. Upon reaching the dormitory door, Luo Jiayu solemnly turned around and stretched out his arms toward Chuyu. Chuyu smoothly bent under his outstretched arms, then took out his key to open the door. Good night. Chapter 29. At 7:30 the next morning, Chiyu sat quietly in the lounge, allowing the makeup artist in front of him to paint on his face as he didn't even open his eyes once. Most of the participants recording their individual interviews with him were popular candidates from the upper circle, and naturally, some of the main characters from the novel were also waiting in the same lounge. Fu Hansong was seated on his left, Wei Ziyu on his right, and Jiang Qinglu's seat was empty because she had gone for her interview first. The two cool guys and a calm guy all gathered together, creating an odd silence in the room. Cool guy number 1 sported heavy bags under his eyes filled with resentment, occasionally lowering his head to take out a puzzle picture from his pocket to look at, and every so often glanced toward the little recording room, like a rock waiting for his wife. Cool guy number 2 also had tired-looking dark circles under his eyes and was now blankly staring at his own reflection in the mirror, lost in thought about who he is, where he is, and what he should do next. His former arrogance that looked down upon the world has been almost entirely diminished, replaced by a sense of confusion. As for Chiyu, he never opened his eyes throughout this time. While others suffer daily in their love life, he suffers daily from sheer exhaustion. Finally, the makeup artist couldn't hold back anymore. She scanned the 3 handsome faces and 6 black eye circles repeatedly and questioned, "Did you guys go out last night as a group and indulge yourselves?" Her question was met with an eerie silence, along with the heads of the 2 awake cool guys turning away. Wei Ziyu clicked his tongue, repeating for the 43rd time, "Why hasn't my wife come yet?" when the door to the recording room finally opened. A staff member behind Jiang Qinglu, checking the name list, shouted into the lounge, "Chiyu." Chiyu looked peacefully laid back, as if he had fallen asleep. "Chiyu." The staff called again. Fu Hansong raised his hand and gave the arm of the person next to him a hard prod. "Hey, don't really die on me." Chuyu's head fell sideways after being poked, looking even more peaceful in his sleep. "Not possible, something this good wouldn't befall on me. Fu Hansong. In the next moment, the one he prodded silently opened his eyes. Oh, it's his turn. 2 minutes later, in the interview recording room, Chiyu followed the cameraman's request and sat on the single sofa facing the camera. There was also a huggable cushion on the sofa for the interviewee to squeeze, its furry texture making him want to just use it as a pillow to nap. "You seem very tired. Did you not rest well last night?" The host smiled while starting a conversation with him. Chiyu made a great effort to open his eyes slightly, failing to understand why she would ask such an obvious question. But if he nodded, it would open up a dialogue box asking, "Why didn't you sleep well?" So despite his drowsy haze resembling the edge of dreaming, he decisively closed his eyes and lied. "I'm not tired." "Are you really not tired?" "Not tired." "Good, then let's start the interview." The sister host intentionally softened her tone. Chiyu lethargically nodded. The first question, as we all know, the 24-hour convenience store and the cafeteria with a full range of dishes in the audition camp are very popular among the trainees. "I wonder how much money is left in your pocket since you've arrived on the island?" The host asked, smiling. Such small casual questions about everyday life are generally set up to establish a persona for each trainee and shorten the distance between them and the audience. The answers don't need to be meticulously pondered over, just follow your heart. Being extremely sleepy, Chiyu triggered his passive skill, only hearing half of the instructions. From the entire sentence, he only caught the last 3 words, "How much left," so he slowly shook his head. "Not much. Enough to keep breathing. The cameraman and staff exchanged glances. Here he comes, with his absolutely beautiful mental state. From the preliminary stage until now, about to enter the first performance, there have been many difficulties along the way. I wonder what kind of attitude young you has faced these difficulties with. Work hard. Sleep. If you encounter problems that even hard work can't solve. Sister host implied, referring to the fact that no matter how tired he got practicing, he could only achieve an F grade for the theme song evaluation. However, Chiyu clearly didn't catch it. Then I might as well not live. Synchronized with his inner thoughts was his Buddha-like serious expression and solemn statement, "Work harder." Neither the host nor the cameraman could keep themselves straight-faced anymore. The host reached out and firmly pressed her own mouth corner before moving on to the next question. "We all know that being a star entails enduring much pressure from outside. Have you, little you, ever thought about what the audience's evaluation of you might be?" Chiyu, straightforward and simple, "No. Many fans like your personality," the sister host said with a smile. "Of course, there are also viewers who question your capabilities and believe you don't deserve your current position. What do you want to say to these voices?" Chiyu was surprised like a baby hamster. Why was there an open-ended question? How many words should he answer? The host rephrased the question, "What do you do when you encounter those nasty reviews?" To be honest, this was Chuyu's first time as a star, for just a month, and his skills were not yet proficient. He didn't even know what kinds of harsh criticisms he had encountered before, let alone how to handle them if they came up. But he did an equivalent mental projection of his real-life situation. If someone suddenly pointed their finger at him while walking down the street and started being sarcastic or shouting insults, what would he do? The handsome guy in front of the camera, naturally cool-tempered, carelessly curved his lips. It seemed like he paid no attention to all the external chaos. From his slightly drooping eyelashes to the tear mole at the corner of his eye, everything exuded a sense of aloofness. Cry and beg them to stop by grabbing their legs and then hang myself at their doorstep tomorrow. His resolute inner voice broadcasted like this. The edited single interview recordings were aired across all platforms that night, and Chu Yu's segment, as expected, topped the popularity chart once again. The official fan forum blew up soon after, gathering mischievous fans calling on a bunch of passers-by to witness their idol's comedic side. Ha 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 ha, give 10 points to the wimp team. A pure passerby, wondering how long this condition has been going on. Answer from a fan, stable condition every day, feels like not taking medication but reassured. Brother Botsy is acting out my daily mental state again, remember to dismantle the camera please. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore, unique disheveled idol entertainment in C-pop industry, investment won't lose money ha. Chu Yu, so tired but have to keep smiling. JPG. He seems like an old monk knocking wood in hell, both venomous and serene. Recommend you watch, Chu Yu Golden Sentence Compilation Infinite Joy Daily. New editing materials bring more laughs +1. Welcome to Chu Yu's lazy life, not okay then forget it, whatever you say is right, won't die anyway, death is fine, then I won't live anymore. Welcome to Chu Yu's 5 great virtues, courage, might as well die quickly, will die now socializing, treat me dead resignation, being dead is good enough self-reflection, why haven't I died yet? Ha 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 ha, laugh until I feel like dying ha ha ha. It's over, I'm really falling in love with you brother Botsy, your madness is so special. Very good interview, elevating my spirit, love from a 996 worker on overtime. Disordered but lovable, I'm directly hooked. Brother Botsy has gone viral again on hot search lists ha 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 ha. Why does he always trend due to his mental status ha 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 ha. Yuri doomed, you've met the craziest idol at the best age, forever trapped, other similar idols will never measure up. But there's truly no one crazier than him ha 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 ha. After finishing the interview, Chi returned to the rehearsal room intending to review the dance and singing routine before the exam the next day. However, upon entering, he immediately heard his team leader speaking helplessly to someone. I tell you, you're running around here so often, you'll practically live in our team. I'm thinking of asking the mentor to assign you as a part-time member. Then came a familiar boisterous voice, alright then, so when is Chuyu coming back? Just as the words were spoken, Luo Jiayu turned around at the sound of the door opening and lit up instantly. You follow me. The two found a quiet place with no people or cameras. Leaning against the wall, Luo Jiayu sat cross-legged, while Chuyu squatted beside him. Chuyu looked silently at the paper filled with messy scribbles in the hand of the latter. The other day I analyzed the plot of the original novel and found out the popularity of those two protagonists comes from several factors. As Luo Jiayu was talking, he scribbled a few large characters in the blank space on the paper. Chuyu squinted slightly and asked hesitantly, what did you write? Luo Jiayu turned his head and gave him a strange look, categorized analysis. He lowered his head again to look at the characters he had written. The hard pen cursive script, free-spirited, handsome, perfect, isn't it good looking? Chuyu still felt very sleepy, so he half closed his eyes and waved his hand, it's fine, go ahead. One of the most important parts that takes up a big portion is the traffic brought by major events in the storyline, the other is the fans attracted when the two protagonists develop their emotional line as a CP. Below the 4 words, categorized analysis, Luo Jiayu wrote the 2 terms, career fans, and CP fans, then casually drew a circle around CP fans. Firstly, both of our careers are going straight up like never-ending sunlight, so let's not mention that for now, but only relying on those stages to attract fans would result in a small base, making it hard to compete with those two protagonists. As Luo Jiayu spoke, he twirled a pen in his hand. He used to love twirling pens during high school, within 3 seconds, a pen could travel from his index finger all the way down to his ring finger and return. To get enough traffic, we need enough topic exposure. One fast route to gain such exposure is through business collaboration. At this point, the truth slowly unraveled. I've currently thought of a method, simple, brutal, and effective. He turned his head to look at Chuyu. What? They're shipping each other. Let's ship 2, better, faster, stronger, stealing all the fans and popularity from them, see who can sell more. Isn't there a way to earn traffic without compromising dignity? I didn't ask you to kneel and hug me. The friend sitting beside raised his head to gaze at the sky, wearing an expression full of doubt about life. Turning pitifully, Luo Jiayu nudged him gently, can't we really do that? Seeing Chuyu unresponsive, he shook his hand again. All right. After finishing his sky gazing, Chuyu turned his head toward him, so how do you plan to promote? According to the CP Sugar clips I've watched before, roughly there are these methods. Wanting to continue writing his large characters, Chuyu stopped him speechlessly. Or, why don't you just draw pictures, making it simpler and easier to understand? Ah. The grotesque behavior art like dog crawl strokes transformed into 2 abstract stick figures performing a cross-dressing opera dance, which made Luo Jiayu feel somewhat embarrassed. He scratched his ears while pursing his lips, drawing 2 entangled stick men, then quickly glanced at the person beside him. Chuyu frowned deeply, scrutinizing the drawings like decrypting World War II codes but failed in the end. What is this? A hug. Even with his face almost glued onto the paper, Chuyu couldn't distinguish where the hands or feet were in Luo Jiayu's drawing. Too ugly, simply too ugly. Shaking his head, Chiyu eventually chose to give up understanding. Any others? Like holding hands, linking fingers. As Luo Jiayu spoke, his voice gradually faded, then after a while came back louder. This is all unpredictable, improvising according to the situation facing the camera. With his hand supporting his cheek, Chiyu seemed lost in thought, but due to being too tired, he could think of nothing and just wanted to close his eyes to yawn. After speaking, Luo Jiayu put down the pen in his hand and poked his friend's shoulder again. How about we try it out first? Hearing this, Chiyu lazily turned toward his friend. Sure. Luo Jiayu touched a hand hanging by Chiyu's side first. Is this okay? Chiyu cast a half-dead glance. Fingers touching palm, slowly climbing upward, slowly gripping every bit of space between the fingers until the two hands looked interlocked. Can this work? Continue. Luo Jiayu leaned in and rubbed Chiyu's hair. How about this? Fine. A little closer, faces nearly kissing. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, Luo Jiayu suddenly jumped back. I can't handle this. Chiyu looked at him with the same gaze as watching a psychiatric performance. You're an idiot. Chapter 30. Chiyu originally thought that his childhood friend's suggestion would be similar to a random note thrown onto his desk during evening study one day in the second year of high school saying, let's go sell pancake rolls. It was all about sudden flashes of inspiration and then casually dragging him along to put those entertaining ideas into practice. However, Luo Jiayu's attitude towards this matter seemed much more serious than he had expected. What is this? After finishing a day of training and just entering the dormitory, Chiyu was shocked by the blatant evidence in his upper bunk neighbor's hands. How dare you be so arrogant? There was no one else in the dormitory, only Luo Jiayu leaning against the doorframe of his bed, intently tinkering with his phone. Mid-tinkering, upon hearing a voice, he immediately looked up, waving at Chiyu below. You're back. Come here, come here. Chiyu took off his coat and sneakers, changed into a clean set of clothes in the restroom, and then climbed the ladder on the side of the bed to get to Luo Jiayu's side. How did you get your phone? The system in Luo Jiayu's mind answered for him. The tone was sorrowful, the expression solemn, and the demeanor disheartened. He borrowed a loan from the system commercial bank and then used the borrowed money to rent the long-term usage rights of a smartphone from the system wall. Loan. The only currency that could be loaned was system currency, and Luo Jiayu's system currency was all derived from popularity points. So how much is his popularity now? 250. Chiyu looked at his childhood friend's calm face and let out an earnest admiration. Wow, Lolo. That way, the rich second generation turned into -2 debt. Chiyu poked Luo Jiayu's face. You're not going to beat me to putting cell phone screen protectors on the overpass, are you? Luo Jiayu blinked and responded casually, then I'll save a spot for you, we'll become partners together applying screen protectors. Sounds pretty good. No. The fool dog suddenly realized something and turned seriously toward him. What kind of cell phone protector? We are going to be big stars. Alright, big stars. Seizing the moment, Chiyu glanced at the page on the phone in his hand and discovered that their future superstar was simultaneously watching a video editing of a top-stream entertainment couple while browsing through their super topic forum on Weibo. Learning materials, Luo Jiayu pointed at the video without shame where two little idols were whispering secrets into each other's ears. Practical report, Luo Jiayu pointed again at the Weibo super topic square of top trainee. There is a reason why top-tier CPs become top-tier. A perfect atmosphere, a matching appearance, predestined fate, and sufficient marketing efforts are indispensable. Just watching them on the screen made it seem as if they were creating pink bubbles between them. As Luo Jiayu watched, he recorded something on the draft paper in his hand. Eye contact exchanged at 1 minute 20 seconds followed by an avoidance, micro-expression exchange at 3 minutes 46 seconds, cautious physical contact at 5 minutes 14 seconds. The more he recorded, the more abstract it felt. What difference was there between this flirtation shown in the CP video and the faces he usually made towards Chiyu in public? Chiyu leaned closer to also research the collection of eye contacts and micro-expressions between these two popular young actors, but soon lost track of his thoughts. What's the configuration of your phone? Can it play Identity V? Capybara has no interest in subtle emotional changes in humans. Capybara just wants to know if it can play games. Originally clicking the pen repeatedly for fun, Luo Jiayu was stunned mid-click by Chiyu's question and couldn't move it anymore. The Sugar Point compilation video also featured a classic CP cut dedicated ultra-sweet BGM, and in the sweet duet background music sung by a man and woman, Luo Jiayu slowly turned his head to look at his mood-damaging childhood friend beside him. His eyes then met Chiyu's clear eyes that held a tinge of expectation. It should work. Luo Jiayu replied after turning his head around and tooted slightly, I'll download it later and try it. Are you using the official server? Yes. After answering, Chiyu paused for 2 seconds as if realizing something, and then pulled his sleeve cleanly, adding a sentence, you're really nice. Facing the already black screen of the video that had finished playing, Luo Jiayu twitched the corner of his mouth. After remaining silent for a few seconds facing the dark screen, Luo Jiayu gradually remembered the main topic of the day and began introducing his plan earnestly to Chiyu. I already have a rough business plan in my mind. As the saying goes, we must eat our food bite by bite, and walk step by step, doing things in a sustainable manner without being hasty. So our first step will be While talking, Luo Jiayu switched to the video page he had been watching earlier, typing both his name and Chuyu's into the search bar at the same time. Then he froze. Sorry, no related results were found. Guess what you want to search? Chuyu's crazy compilation happy every day, views, 43.52 million highest ranking on the entire station chart number 1. Guess what you want to search? Luo Jiayu's first pure stage enjoyment come and feel the overwhelming pressure of the top trainee, views, 879,000. This big data recommendation seems quite spiritual, evoking a sense that the two trainees are doing just fine on their own. Luo Jiayu switched back to the Weibo page and searched for both their names but discovered that they didn't even have a CP super topic. Why is this? He doesn't want them to be separate. He then thought that it might be because the content released so far since the show aired was too little, and the audience hadn't yet reached the step of pairing them as a CP. Thus, he changed his search to Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu's names, resulting in many posts popping up. He clicked into the top super topic of these two people. CP domain silver 2 level 600,000 posts 1.5 million dewdrops. Popular, hashtag Yulu reunited again hashtag Yulu autumn love letter hashtag, when little universe meets his little rose again, from that moment on, planets fall into passionate romance upon collision. Forwarded, 87 comments, 355 likes, 6,233. The plan has changed. Luo Jiayu's facial expression did not change much, but from Chuyu's perspective, it seemed somewhat shattered. I'll create a super topic for us first. Chuyu looked over and realized he had really started applying to open a new super topic, with a pained look thinking about what name should be given to them as a CP. Do you have any good suggestions? Usually, these are generally chosen as 4-character words, which seem more cultured. I think we're both idle. I am deeply hurt. Luo Jiayu turned around and calmly looked at him. There isn't even one CP fan for us on the entire internet. The beginning of this long entrepreneurial road is way too tough. How can there not be any? Luo Jiayu found it hard to believe that the application to establish a new super topic was quickly approved, and soon next to his account was the suffix indicating, big host of this super topic. Chuyu stretched out his paw and tapped Luo Jiayu's phone screen, his long, pale fingers scrolling through an empty page with nothing on it, finally helping Luo Jiayu click the check-in button, and then retracting his hand. There's only you, it seems so desolate. Chuyu murmured quietly, shall I switch a small secondary account to follow it? Then our super topic will have 2 people. Even though it's still a makeshift troupe, at least with the 2 of them supporting it together, it feels warmer. Luo Jiayu turned and gave him a glance filled with a bit of emotion before handing over the phone. 5 minutes later, gradually realizing something was off. Hey, aren't you downloading 5th Persona? That evening, the latest episode of Top Trainee was broadcast across all platforms. As the most popular selection show in domestic entertainment, it wasn't long before it shot to the top of the hot play charts. Starting with the public performance song selection, the search heat exploded once again. Fans of Top Trainee gradually got used to the phenomenon of Chuyu's name always making it to the top whenever a new episode aired. After all, this brother does live up to expectations without fail. In front of the cameras in the practice room, the cold-looking trainee danced extremely viciously, real-time inner voice screaming like a cat while holding its head, bullet comments refreshing frantically. Ha 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 ha. Scream. Turn into monkeys. Swing from vines. Why do we have to become monkey kings in Amazon? Is my African rainforest not worthy enough? Zigo brother delivers materials faster than our fans cutting videos. Every day watching depressed clips is becoming routine. My neighbor kid came to my house crying loudly, and when I played Chuyu's mad clip, he dared not cry anymore. The only method to control unruly children is to be even wilder than they are. In the future when I promote myself outside, I'll say my idol can stop children from crying at night. Chuyu, are you polite? Baby, don't care about those rumors, cover your ears and run forward, mom will laugh behind you. I can't leave Zigo Brothers mad videos now, damn, what kind of spiritual opiate is this? Love you to death, baby, your mental state is just as beautiful as your face. By the time Luo Jiayu entered, the tone of the bullet comments shifted. Who is this brother suddenly popping up, why don't I recognize him? Didn't the previous person watch the latest direct shots? He's an airdropped ACE, causing chaos on Weibo. What the hell? I just recommended you to my girl pals as the coolest guy of Top Trainee without any need for a meal replacement, and now you're posing with sunglasses on. Where do I put my face? You're only missing a rose in your mouth and saying, hey handsome. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry but this is truly hilarious. What the heck? Is this the same person I saw in the straight cam footage? Who is this fool in front of me? What the heck? The cool brother, the Top Trainee's bombshell cool guy, the internationally recognized serious face handsome brother, what were some other first impressions again? This brother is really good at tearing off labels. I have some admiration for him. Your character's breaking, your character's breaking, your character's breaking, can't you control the life or death of your hardcore female fans? Opening your mouth asking if someone misses you, that's not being shy at all, brother. Are they close acquaintances? When did brother by start secretly meeting people without telling me? No way, I trust my brother's allergy level towards humans completely, even if golden coins fell from the sky, he wouldn't open his mouth. Can we stop calling him Brother Bai? Haha, that's too wicked. Brother Bai sounds so affectionate hahaha. So why do these two seem so good together? Is Luo the socially extroverted one here? How many crucial scenes has the production team edited out? I feel Brother Bai treats him differently. I actually see relaxation from this socially phobic patient. What's Luo talking about? His words are venomous. The dance became somewhat malicious ha. This guy knows exactly how I want to criticize Chuyu after so long. Wait, they're familiar enough to insult each other openly already? Brother Bai's eyes look too warm. Brother Bai usually doesn't make direct eye contact with anyone. I bet he's about to lose his mind. Whoa, Chuyu actually spoke. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is there anyone counting how many words he said? 20 words, 20 full words, mommy. It's love. Chapter 31. The phone Luo Jiayu borrowed had limited configuration. After downloading the game, it started lagging and freezing after just a few rounds. One moment the character was still repairing a machine in a corner, the next they were already captured onto the joy chair. The experience was extremely poor. Chuyu looked at the screen frozen like a PowerPoint presentation and fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, he painfully chose to uninstall the software and switched to a less stuttery game, Candy Pop. I feel the difficulty of playing this is about the same as when we played Plants vs. Zombies in kindergarten. Luo Jiayu leaned over to watch him pass a level. Chuyu didn't even look up, his fingers swiping twice before a chain reaction explosion started, just for fun. You should take a shower. Chuyu wasn't picky when it came to gaming. When there were good games to play, he would choose the ones with high-quality content and good reputations. When there weren't, he could play a simple mindless matching game for 2 hours. Let me finish this round. Chuyu answered casually, then belatedly realized what was so captivating about such a simple game that he would linger on it, so he turned off the game screen and looked up at Luo Jiayu. Are you going to sleep? Luo Jiayu didn't seem that sleepy. He pointed to his legs crossed up. I've been sitting in this position for too long, my legs are numb. If you don't leave soon, I'll have to lie down on your legs. The bunk bed space was very limited, with each of the two big guys occupying one end. Whichever side wanted to stretch out would find it hard to do so without discomfort. Lie down then, Chuyu smiled mischievously with his eyes squinting, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Every time he had a mischievous idea, he would smile like this. I've seen this position in 100 filial piety diagrams. Luo Jiayu glanced at him, then suddenly pounced over, grabbing Chuyu's wrist. In the middle of their roughhousing, the dormitory door suddenly opened, revealing Tang Yanning's face peeking through from outside. His gaze scanned the room, lingering here and there before finally locking onto the two bodies lying close together on the upper bunk. Chuyu's wrist was being held while his other hand hurriedly tucked the incriminating phone under the pillow, trying to hide it. Perhaps Tang Yanning's silence was deafening. Luo Jiayu coolly freed a hand to wave at the person below. Good evening, have you eaten? Yes. Tang Yanning felt something was off, but the two brothers looked perfectly calm. As an outsider, he couldn't say anything and simply grabbed some fresh clothes, then turned around. I'm going to take a shower first. The moment the door closed, there was a ding-dong sound in Luo Jiayu's head, a robotic female voice. Congratulations, host Luo Jiayu gained plus 50 popularity points. Current total popularity minus 200, need 1000 more points to reach the target. Keep it up. Is this related to what I'm doing now? Luo Jiayu turned to look at Chuyu pinned beneath him. The latter's hand was still being held while the other hand leisurely pulled out the phone and resumed playing the interrupted Candy Pop. Chuyu felt his gaze and lifted his eyes to look at him. Clearly not, the system calmly stated, but host, I think your method of accumulating popularity might be correct. From their conversation, Chuyu deduced that Luo Jiayu must have received a broadcast of popularity increase. Have you started repaying your debt? Yes, just paid off 50. Nice, finally not a 205 anymore. Chuyu laughed and swiped his screen, using up the last chance only to find that it wouldn't move. Instead, a big message popped up, failed. A certain gamer's career hadn't even started and already gained a mark of shame. Chuyu's smile immediately disappeared, and his expression drooped with doubts about life. Suddenly recalling something, Luo Jiayu's eyes lit up as he leaned over and pressed on Chuyu's shoulder. Isn't it because our super chat has new members? Is it? Is it? As he spoke, he reached for the phone in Chuyu's hand to check Weibo. However, just as Chuyu let go, the phone fragmented into tiny glowing blue dots, which then faded into the air. The rental period for today has ended, and the system mall automatically reclaimed its usage rights. The cold, mechanical voice sounded indifferently. Host, the contract specifies that it can only be used for 2 hours per day. You two spent 1.5 hours just gaming. Chuyu stared at his empty hand, his expression matching Luo Jiayu's, deep in thought, but his focus was entirely different. Anti-addiction measures, Chuyu muttered as he slowly got up. We're 19 and 20-year-old adults with our own baby locks. I completely forgot about that. Luo Jiayu regretfully slapped his palm, then suddenly turned his head to look at Chuyu who was climbing down the ladder to take a shower. You. Never play the fifth personality again. Chu Yu, who was halfway up and dazed, looked up, ? At this moment, a post titled, "Welcome to the Romance Literature of the First Elementary School Couple" in the Top Practice Fan Forum, skyrocketed in popularity, earning the hot tag within hours. Original poster, RT, after watching the latest episode, I am truly impressed. These two handsome guys together are an absolute match, video screenshot. 1L, this episode completely changed my initial impression of these two. Who would have thought that these two brothers together could demolish 18 personas in just 3 sentences? 2L, laughed my head off, from their first frame together until the end, I laughed non-stop. How can there be such a foolish little couple? 3L, Luo, our journey is blah blah and more blah. You, okay Captain. These two kids are adorable. 4L, their relationship is too good, from their conversation it seems they're high school classmates. 5L, some fans dug into it but both their backgrounds were tightly sealed, couldn't find anything. 6L, unfortunately, I'll directly spread rumors that they're childhood sweethearts in an arranged marriage. 7L, what? Where are the childhood sweethearts? Let me have a taste. 8L, not only childhood sweethearts, this counts as a sudden descent of a bamboo horse love interest, even better for shipping. 9L, heavenly couple, American Beauty. 10L, so is this settled as childhood sweethearts? Any evidence? 11L, evidence is their gaze at each other, especially Chu Yu's. A 10th level socially anxious person wouldn't be so relaxed around a stranger. 12L, it's far beyond relaxation. Watching Luo flaunting himself before Chu Yu made me want to shallowly ship them, but then Brother Botzi spoke and instantly threw me into a deep pit. 13L, this. Attitude. 2. Intimate. 14L, without playing together for 10 or 8 years since childhood, this level of familiarity and ease cannot be achieved. 15L, really, I grew up with my childhood friend and talking with later friends feels different. These two must have deep roots, no less than the top pair in America Beauty. 16L, dedicated CP threads should not mention other ships. 17L, I also grew up with someone since kindergarten, but none of those relationships look as close as these two. 18L, I've watched their segments over 20 times now. They're so easy to ship, like two silly puppies pulling each other's wool apart. 19L, the joy of watching them talk is equal to the joy of eating dinner while watching Brother Botzi go crazy in videos. 20L, my corners have already been on par with the sun all night long. 21L, who spread the rumor that Luo is a cold cool brother? If I hadn't watched this episode, I'd almost believe it. 22L, in front of little Yu, he struts like a wagging-tailed golden retriever, so earnest and expectant. 23L, hey, miss me. 24L, all your questions, Big Brother will solve for you. 25L, Big Brother, isn't that a bit too intimate? 26L, never seen someone dare to tease little water piglet so much. You'd be failing yourself if you didn't take a bite. 27L, too much difference between private and stage behavior. Dead serious face that pulled itself above everyone else smiling so brilliantly. 28L, and he's double standard. Obvious, broad daylight famous double standards. He only acts so worthless in front of little Yu. 29L, I deliberately took a screenshot, this is his expression when training with Crown Prince and Young Master, video screenshot. This is his expression when in front of little water piglet, video screenshot. 30L, some bro don't love talking so much really. 31L, accidentally passing by, already lost my mind shipping them. Could someone tell me their super topic names? I'll follow one. 32L, upper floor, I've messaged privately. But the super topic is just built, the host is kind of strange. Some Stan sisters poked her but she doesn't respond, has been faking death, don't know what she thinks. 33L, exactly, the host ID is also weird. How can a CP fan give herself such a name? There's not a single retweet on her main page. From profile to posting content, no trace can be found. 34L, is it some opposite party under a disguise disturbing? If it's impossible otherwise, let the major fans change the name and rebuild another. 35L, want to know what the host's ID is. 36L, AAA absolute world chief super handsome guy, with male gender on the profile still 11 years old, it's hard not to suspect that a primary school kid took mom's phone and built this for fun. 35L, the main issue is that the super topic avatar really draws attention. 36L, super topic avatar. What avatar? 37L, the avatar is a selfie of little Luo and little Yu, taken at an angle. It's unknown where this photo came from. 38L, a lot of major fans privately messaged her asking for the original photo but she never responded. 39L, but that photo is just too good, sob. The two kids are laughing so sweetly. 40L, could it be digitally synthesized? There hasn't been even one photo released of them together in the entire program. 41L, some sisters have already examined it, it's not synthetic. Now everyone suspects it was leaked by someone inside. 42L, I'm stunned, would internal staff initiate a super topic fangirling over CPs? This is getting way too surreal. 43L, Reborn, watching mystery series in the top practice forum, how does the discussion keep getting murkier and murkier? 44L, the most annoying thing is the host pretending to be dead. She dares to post photos but doesn't reply to private messages. After building a super topic, she's been lurking ever since. 45L, but the avatar photo is genuinely precious, I wouldn't want to create another super topic without this photo. 46L, most CP fans have already settled in the super topic anyway. Even though the host doesn't take action, it's unlucky that she won't approve applications for sub-hosts from big fans, nor organize activities or release posts. 47L, but that headshot photo, I-S-R-E-A-L-L-Y, goo, D for shipping, weak hand raising. 48L, nothing we can do, love and hate mixed feelings, hoping that sister will come out soon and give us some explanation. Chapter 32. As the saying goes, you see what you think. When someone's mind is constantly filled with a certain idea, everything they look at around them will unconsciously be colored by this thought. Luo Jiayu was currently in this state. With his keen eye for discovery, he believed that he had observed many small details in the audition camp that he had never noticed before. For instance, when the cameraman came to their practice room to record their training diary vlog, they would intentionally give extra close-up shots of Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu when they appeared together on screen. For another example, the cameraman would rather focus on Fu Hansong giving Jiang Qinglu a bottle of water with its cap already twisted off than praise him for jumping and singing so beautifully nearby. Yet another example was that although Luo Jiayu had taken away many single parts in this song, the most sexy ambiguous duet part belonged to the two protagonists. This was a very attention-grabbing highlight that he couldn't take away from them, unless he wanted to perform it with Fu Hansong, which was impossible. During the entire performance, while he was rapping furiously in front like a superstar during the climax, not noticing that the duo behind him performing the double wave were almost making eye contact. Some people win on the stage but seem to lose completely in some other way. He didn't even share a song with his partner, how could he compare? On this day, they conducted a progress check of their first public stage, and their group was in the finale position. When they took the stage, all eyes were on them, and the audience of trainees gave them much more enthusiastic applause than previous groups. Luo Jiayu, as the main C position, originally walked onto the stage confidently following the rhythm, picking up the microphone and starting with an explosion of music. The mentors nodded in approval, but the overall reaction of the audience wasn't as exuberant as he had hoped, and no one was shedding tears or leaping up and down shouting, "I love you Master Luo." He felt a little disappointed. If the whole piece continued this way, it wouldn't have mattered, but after his rap ended, it was the turn of the two protagonists behind him to dance in an interactive duet. The moment Wei Ziyu lifted Jiang Qinglu's chin to draw closer, a storm of whistling erupted in the audience, a level of enthusiasm he had tried hard to achieve in vain. In the midst of the commotion, voices could be heard loudly calling out, "So good," and "So sweet." Even the youngest assistant instructor Ling Wei had curved her eyes in laughter, covering her mouth, and received a close-up from the cameras. Luo Jiayu helplessly watched as the audience was sent into chaos by a simple wave action, bruising the usually invincible confidence of Mr. Luo for the first time. Could one person's charm really be defeated by two people's interaction? Competitors who sold too well, truly unable to compete against. As soon as he got off the stage, he anxiously sought out his cooperative partner. His steps were restless as he finally spotted Chu Yu lying back on a chair resting his eyes in the waiting room. Chu Yu was originally very tranquil. The revised dance choreography made by Luo Jiayu he had entirely learned. A few teammates also cared about him. There was no live audience for today's examination, and everything was smooth sailing. He planned to rest until it was time for his turn, where he would then switch on automatically. Then Luo Jiayu hurriedly rushed over and began frantically pressing his power button, disturbing him non-stop and shaking his shoulders for comfort. What can I do? Their popularity is still higher than mine. Even though I've become the C position, their highlight part received better reactions than my own. What should I do? Calm down. Chu Yu, being shaken back and forth, opened his eyes just a slit, because he was being shaken so violently his vision was blurry, only seeing Luo Jiayu's handsome face frantically bouncing in front of him like a panicked king. Stop shaking. Luo Jiayu obediently followed the order, but his body was still anxiously bouncing up and down. The lackluster response below may be because your character is too despicable, lacking goodwill, and everyone doesn't want to clap for you. Chu Yu said expressionlessly, "Stop shaking brother, I'm dizzy." Luo Jiayu blinked his eyes and suddenly revealed a surprised and expectant look, "Can you call me again?" Go away. When Chu Yu went on stage to perform, Luo Jiayu naturally took his seat, casually chewing the gum he had just borrowed from the system mall, legs crossed while reflecting why he couldn't surpass mere peers. Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu, currently the leading couple in the top practice group, their popularity and fan base are unrivaled. The cameraman favors them, the production team overtly markets them, it's a couple perfectly in sync with all advantages of time, place, and people. So why is their couple so popular? Luo Jiayu was like a university student working on a group project, spontaneously drafting a PPT in his mind with the research topic being, why is my CP not as popular as theirs, fully focused and looking extremely serious. Possible factor 1, looks. This was quickly rejected by Luo Jiayu. Looks? What a joke. He had been handsome since childhood, stunning enough to make heaven weep and ghosts wail. In high school, he had won the Campus Grass Award for 3 consecutive terms through the school's public WeChat account. Even 800 novel protagonists couldn't compare to his face, which was like Newwa's graduation thesis. As for his childhood friend, if his face was like Newwa's graduation thesis, then his friend's face was God's work. Since growing up, he hadn't seen anyone as good-looking as Chu Yu. This was still true even in this fictional world, so the appearance factor was directly ruled out. Host, is it possible, just a possibility, the calm and objective voice of the system suddenly popped into his head, that you feel that both you and your childhood friend are handsome, but this is more due to emotional factors rather than rational judgment. Luo Jiayu raised an eyebrow. You mean that Chu Yu and I don't look good? Just as Luo Jiayu finished speaking, his childhood friend, who had just finished performing, walked in from the stage. The performance check went smoothly, and just as both man and system were taking a breath of relief, Teacher Zhao heard this sentence from Luo Jiayu and immediately questioned him. Who said my host doesn't look good? Lu Yiyang and the others ended their performances and all went down to watch other trainees' performance stages. Chu Yu came alone to find Luo Jiayu. With no one else around and no cameras, he immediately relaxed, lying casually on the chair next to Luo Jiayu, closing his eyes, and listening to the chatter between 2 systems and 1 human. Still good-looking, never said otherwise, Luo Jiayu's system maintained its flat tone without waves. My point is that your standard for judging someone's beauty might not be so objective. For example, even if Xiao Yu isn't the top in the camp in terms of beauty, you would still think he is the most handsome. No, I am the most handsome, Luo Jiayu corrected, he is the prettiest. Chu Yu, almost half dead with exhaustion, still found the energy to flip the bird at the childhood friend beside him. You keep sculpting me, Chu Yu said, be careful when you sleep. Luo Jiayu bent his eyes and patted Chu Yu's hair, not pretty. The small school flower. Chu Yu blew up, swatting away Luo Jiayu's hand, inflating in anger, unable to fall asleep. What kind of school flower? What kind of sculpting? Teacher Zhao kept asking, like a parent trying desperately to stay current with the kids. Seeing that his friend was mad at him, Luo Jiayu insisted on pestering him, absently flicking the strands of hair near his ear. In our high school days, he won the school flower competition for 3 sessions. Your school can choose male students for the school flower competition. Luo Jiayu's system was astonished, and what school WeChat account has such idle time to hold competitions for school flowers and grass? Chu Yu swung his hand, but missed because the other dodged, making him even angrier. It was just something the student union did for fun. Everyone voted for everything, most people registered their paper character wives or husbands. This lunatic submitted an entry for me too. I thought that if I ever became rich, I wouldn't let you down, my brother, Luo Jiayu said seriously. The election had only 2 slots, and we had to each take one, otherwise, how could we call ourselves best friends? Chu Yu accused him, so you secretly cast over 200 votes for me. Can't let you down, Luo Jiayu repeated, sighing. I originally wanted to cast 400 votes, but the web page server was too terrible. It crashed halfway through. Chu Yu's heart hurt seeing that Luo Jiayu actually brushed those 200 votes manually. The system was already used to these dumb antics, no wonder you got first place. Teacher Zhao felt a bit disheartened, but host, you look fine, why didn't you surpass that guy to get the title of school grass? Luo Jiayu looked down guiltily, touching his nose. The registration form can only be submitted once, Chu Yu answered with annoyance, and only this lunatic cared about the selection process. To become the school grass, he bought every student in the entire grade a bottle of AD calcium milk, ending up the absolute first place winner in voting. Host, the system sighed, you really are made of money. Don't curse. With his dark history completely revealed, Luo Jiayu slowly edged closer to Chu Yu's face and whispered softly, I was wrong. Chu Yu didn't react, lost in thought about something, while the person beside him was uncharacteristically quiet, not chattering as usual. The entire waiting room fell silent for a few seconds until Teacher Zhao in his mind furrowed his brows, realizing something wasn't quite right. This atmosphere was a bit strange. The waiting room soon filled with a new batch of trainees and staff preparing to enter, snapping Chu Yu out of his daze. He looked up and noticed several people had entered the room, instinctively letting out a slight hiss before trying to hide behind Luo Jiayu. However, he realized that his childhood friend was staring at him as if entranced. What's wrong? He communicated with him through his gaze. There's a human here, save me. Luo Jiayu maintained eye contact for 2 seconds before standing up, pulling Chu Yu behind him, and turning around to ask, shall we go back to the dorm? Chu Yu nodded vigorously. There was still some time left before the evaluation ended, and the other trainees hadn't left yet. Training had been paused for now, marking one of the few rest periods. The 2 returned to the empty dormitory where Chu Yu heard the system inside Luo Jiayu's mind ask. Host, yesterday you said you'd look at your phone once the rental time refreshed. Shall we check it now? Luo Jiayu leaned casually against the wall, stretching lazily. Sure, I bet today's super topic forum has exploded with a bunch of new users. We're on our way to becoming the hottest couple in inner entertainment. As he spoke, clusters of small blue squares quickly condensed in his hand, forming the shape of the phone from yesterday. With practiced ease, he turned it on and opened Weibo, but the next second, the 999 plus red dot notification in his private messages made him freeze. He had only been joking, never expecting such an outcome. I'm being cyberbullied. This was his first reaction. Upon opening the private messages, he realized it wasn't bullying. Instead, there was a flood of questions coming from different accounts, confusing him even more. Sis, can I get the original, watermark-free version of the super topic profile picture please? Sis, your super topic profile picture is so cute. Where did you find it? Could someone tell me where the super topic profile picture came from? Is it real? Sis, is this image from the web? Sis, say something, sis. Sis, are you there? Fans keep pinging you, but you're not responding. Bro, are you really 11 years old? Sis, are you male or female? I'm kinda scared. Sis. Luo Jiayu blinked, momentarily slower on the uptake than Chuyu. First time being called sis, still getting used to the job. He immediately replied to the message asking if he was really 11 years old. AAA super chief handsome guy, false. The response came almost instantly. Fan, sister finally replied to my private message. So many fans waited all day and night for you. Luo Jiayu twitched a corner of his mouth. AAA super chief handsome guy, sorry, my phone time got confiscated yesterday. The other side sent a string of ellipses, as if wanting to say something but holding back. After quite a while, they responded. Ah. Okay. Kid sis is still sis. Kid sis, could you tell us where the super topic profile picture came from? We need the original. Luo Jiayu. Chapter 33. That photo was taken during the graduation trip that Luo Jiayu took Chuyu on after the college entrance exam ended. That day, the weather was great. The two of them played bumper cars and spinning teacups with the kids all morning at the local amusement park. When they just stepped out, a young girl working part-time for the summer had handed each of them a cotton candy. Around noon, the sun was shining brightly, and the cotton candy tasted incredibly sweet. He patted Chuyu, who was intently turning her head to nibble on the sugar strings, telling her to laugh a bit, and as she looked up, he pressed the capture button. Therefore, both people in the photo appeared to be laughing sweetly. But Luo Jiayu couldn't possibly reply to his fans like this, saying it wasn't an internet picture but from his own phone album stock photos. The moment these words were out, the whole web exploded. JPG. Isn't it enough just to look at the beautiful photo? Why do you have to ask questions endlessly? AAA world-class top handsome, original image. JPG. AAA world-class top handsome, don't ask about the source, I have special skills for obtaining pictures, sunglasses emoji. The other side instantly replied, sounding extremely excited. Holy cow. Kid sister. You're my only sister. Luo Jiayu showed a face as if he was an elder reading his phone on the subway. AAA world-class top handsome, is there a possibility that I'm a man? The other side fell silent for 2 seconds. Ah, kid brother. Didn't you mean fake gender when you said false before? AAA world-class top handsome, impossible, I meant age. The other side seemed to struggle with accepting this. Luo Jiayu was considering how to gently inform the person that the big host of their CP fan club is actually a suave, debonair 20-year-old handsome guy, but the other side kept delaying their response. After what felt like forever, having perhaps written and deleted numerous messages, the other side finally cautiously sent a new message. So you're not even 11 yet? Luo Jiayu. Come on, really, or not, kid brother? At such a young age, you already know how to come to the Weibo fan community to ship male-male couples. Is the game King's Glory too hard to play or Genshin Impact not fun enough, or is homework boring? AAA world-class top handsome. Would you rather believe a primary school student would give up playing King's Glory to create a male-male couple topic on Weibo than believe that I'm an adult? Someone so unique truly surpasses peers by a mile, thumbs up emoji. AAA world-class top handsome, I am an adult, sunglasses emoji, tears while removing sunglasses emoji. The other side didn't care much, even consoling warmly. Don't worry, kid brother, we've all been through this age. Sister understands you. When we were little, we never wanted adults to belittle us, but now as adults, we realize how precious the title, kid, really is. Kid brother, don't feel shy, you're already amazing. AAA world-class top handsome, I am an adult. Kid brother, life is like a wilderness. Sunglasses emoji. Damn. Luo Jiayu suddenly regretted replying to this sister's private message. High-definition watermarked pictures can't stop her from opening her mouth and spouting nonsense. He clicked on the person's Weibo account, wanting to snoop around quietly. However, just as he entered, his face was flashed by a set of Chuyu emoticons edited with glowing halos. Underneath the image was a line of text, retweet this Chuyu, and for the next month, he will endorse your mental state. There weren't many posts, basically all retweets under Chuyu's super topic individual tags. Retweet, /original post, collection of Boss Botsy's insanity, part 3 has arrived, thank everyone for your support, video link. Retweet, laughing until I crawl around and bump into walls /original post, a round of expressions from Chuyu on the show, making these while feeling my spirit being elevated, 9 square images. Retweet, son, you're not allowed to go off work, mama hasn't laughed enough yet, /original post, the latest interview cut from Chuyu's show, where he reaches new levels of deadness. Post, love working so much, that kind of exhausting work and not earning money is really mesmerizing me. In celebration of today being Monday, I specifically gave the son over 100 votes to prevent him from getting kicked off the island, screenshot of voting page. Latest post, the mental state, dog-like appearance, and smarmy tone of the million-hit live stream snarker below the stage matches so well with my son. Oh, it's Chuyu's entertainment mother fan. No wonder she's so nasty. Wait. Who was she cursing at in her last post? Luo Jiayu frowned and reviewed the plain text Weibo post again, but without any accompanying images, he had no solid evidence that this wilderness sister was referring to him. There's a reason why fans follow their idols so closely. It makes perfect sense when you consider the mental state of this fan. The level of abstraction was mutually reinforcing between her and the idol she supported. It wasn't until then that Luo Jiayu finally remembered to check the super topic page he had created. Yesterday, the system had broadcast an unexpected increase in popularity by 50 points, meaning there should be some new members joining his super topic page. But what shocked him was how much more active it had become compared to before. His super topic had been flooded with continuously refreshing posts, making Luo Jiayu stand still in astonishment at first glance. CP field 7,342 posts 12k fans. Wow, suddenly rich. Popular post, does this super topic not have rules yet? I want to ask if there are specific posting format requirements. I looked for a long time and couldn't find them. Popular comment 1, no super rules, not just super rules, even the moderator seems like a primary school kid, probably doesn't even know all the characters yet. Anyway, we're all shipping elementary school romances, let's just pretend it's a kid's park. Come on, sister. Popular comment 2, I feel that anyone crazy enough to ship these two should already have a beautiful mental state. Everyone here is just looking for fun, who needs super rules? Better to continue the fine traditions of Brother by Z's house, no super rules. Blogger reply, ha, so I'll just visit it like Brother by Z's super topic, it feels like home. Popular comment 3, how did you know I came from Brother by Z's house? Everyone here is top talent, speaks nicely, and I love being here. The topic indeed became popular, but the style of it stood out as far too peculiar compared to other CP super topics. But Luo Jiayu didn't care, his focus was now entirely on the far beyond expected number of fans on the super topic. He suddenly turned around and looked at Chuyu, who lay on the bed half asleep with her eyes closed. His eyes sparkled brightly. Baby. Chuyu slowly turned over and said drowsily, go play mahjong with Yama, don't call me baby. We are no longer just two people working alone. Luo Jiayu excitedly brushed through the numbers repeatedly, showing the lottery $5 million winning expression. Chuyu opened her eyes slightly. Then how many people are we now? No. We're not just small-timers anymore. Luo Jiayu exclaimed loudly, we're now the super-duper ultra-deluxe Disney Diamond Castle with thunderclap sound effects. Saying that, he enlarged the screenshot of the super topic fan numbers and handed it over eagerly to the person lying next to him. Capybara reluctantly glanced over it. 12k. Capybara's eyes widened. Capybara was stunned. Capybara felt profound respect. Wow. Cool, right? Luo Jiayu boasted proudly, though all he'd done was preemptively register the super topic. Our days of propping up a super topic with just 2 accounts are gone forever. Chuyu blinked at her friend's happy face and the screenshot in his hand, feeling utterly puzzled. What exactly have we done? Luo Jiayu froze for a moment. That was true. Their official operations hadn't started yet. How come they suddenly got so many CP fans? What exactly had they done? They stared at each other, one starting to feel sleepy and the other distracted. Not important. Chuyu laid back on the pillow. Not important. Full of enthusiasm, Luo Jiayu began approving applications from major fans to become sub-moderators for the super topic. Then, as if reminded of something, he suddenly turned around and poked Capybara's shoulder multiple times. Baby. Buddy. Good buddy. What's up now? What's your Weibo ID? Let me give you the title of a sub-moderator too. No thanks. Sharing joy and hardships together, how can my brother forget his roots once he gets successful? Hurry up. Chuyu suspected she wouldn't get her nap today. The annoying little dog kept chirping away beside her excitedly, having completely recovered from the hour-long embarrassment and sorrow of losing popularity to the 2 main actors earlier during the stage performance. Alright, Chuyu sighed, prep for primary school entrance exam as a centenarian elder. Huh. Prep for primary school entrance exam as a centenarian elder. What? My Weibo ID, Chuyu replied flatly, looking at Luo Jiayu, is something wrong with it? Luo Jiayu checked the list silently, pretty fitting actually. 1 minute later, an account with the default Weibo profile picture, no information filled out in its basic details, and the ID, prep for primary school entrance exam as a centenarian elder, appeared alongside a cursor for the Super Topic's new sub-host. 5 minutes later, AAA Absolute Chief Handsome Beauty received a group invitation from the very same wilderness sister who had just insisted that he wasn't even 11 years old. The second he joined the group, a new message popped up from Wilderness Sister. Here I am, you ask him yourselves. AAA Absolute Chief Handsome Beauty. Hello, wasn't it you who appointed the newly added host? AAA Absolute Chief Handsome Beauty, yeah, so what? Luo Jiayu didn't catch the implication. AAA Absolute Chief Handsome Beauty, he's my good buddy. A few members of the group fell silent. The silent fans silently clicked on the main page of the newly appointed host. Default avatar, default homepage, there was absolutely nothing under his posts except for the noble and cold 9-character ID, prep for primary school entrance exam as a centenarian elder, which left much to the imagination. Then, when they checked his interests, 99% were game bloggers. Automatically ranked at the top were all the official microblog accounts of various mobile and PC games, which left some of the viewers momentarily speechless. Next, they flipped through his Super Topic subscription record. The most recent one he had signed into was Fifth Personality, while the earliest browsed was Super Bumper Cars. Some bolder sisters even checked his photo album, finding screenshots commemorating successful draws of the current-up characters in various gacha games, essentially a collection of triumphs similar to Fan Jin's joy upon passing the Imperial exam. Earlier, Wilderness Sister had asked why Kid Bro didn't play Honor of Kings or Genshin Impact but later realized his good friend played everything. All buffs stacked up, they were set. Shit, still not a kid brother. A CP Super Topic centered around a grade school romance couple, now led by a primary schooler hosting the show, privately opening backdoors to let another elementary school bestie be co-host. It seemed like the Super Topic had been invaded by students. This CP Super Topic truly faced a dark future. Chapter 34. Chuyu felt that his good buddy had been acting weird lately. It's not that he hadn't acted strange before, but after all these years together, the extent and frequency of their quirks were always in sync. Their mental states had always been harmonious. But recently, it seemed like Luo Jiayu's eccentricities had shifted focus. You've been staring at the same Weibo page for almost an hour, Chuyu, half lying on the bedhead, observed as his friend upstairs continued to refresh his phone screen without looking away. Is something troubling you? Luo Jiayu finally tore his eyes from the screen to glance at Chuyu peeking from the bunk below. His previously tight lips relaxed, revealing a rather cheerful expression as he teased. Did you observe me this long because you love me so much? Not really, I just wanted to play Candy Crush. Chuyu maintained his deadpan demeanor without missing a beat. And we agreed on anti-addiction limits, we'd split it evenly, 1 hour each. There are only 2 minutes left. Can you give me 2 more minutes? I want to see if there are any new CP fans joining us. Whether you watch or not, the CP fans will still be there, they're not going anywhere. Chuyu looked at his childhood friend below with a probing gaze, puzzled as to why some strings of numbers could be more fascinating than Candy Crush. The system inside Luo Jiayu's mind also agreed with Chuyu's statement, host, no matter how many times you refresh, it won't affect the changes in the Super Topic data at all. I just want to see when we'll surpass those two people's Super Topic popularity, Luo Jiayu said, still not averting his eyes from the screen. But I've been watching for a long time, and it seems like we're still far behind. After finishing his sentence, he turned off his phone and casually let his arm hang down to his buddy's ear beneath. He then handed the phone over and looked at Chuyu who had turned around. What do you think we lack compared to them? Chuyu took the phone back, effortlessly unlocking it with the fingerprint he'd recorded yesterday, then casually glanced upward at the earnest face of Luo Jiayu overhead and responded calmly. Where does this random competitiveness come from? Luo Jiayu dodged this question, shifting the topic lightly and said, I don't think there's anything we lack compared to them. As he spoke, he grew increasingly enthusiastic, tapping Chuyu on the shoulder and instructing him to look at himself while beginning to enumerate and prove point by point. Firstly, in terms of looks, we surpassed them by 874.5 streets. If I am the number 1 handsomest guy in the world, then you're the number 0. Up until now, have you ever seen anyone whose face is better looking than ours? No, right? This line was pleasant to hear, and a certain person with a perpetually droopy duck face even nodded approvingly with a hooked corner of the mouth. Just as he nodded halfway through, he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right, and his face dropped again. Wait, why am I 0? You didn't mean it that way, did you? Luo Jiayu avoided responding and moved on to his next argument. Secondly, look, why is the couple of those two main characters so popular? With that, he snapped his fingers right beside Chuyu's ear, startling the quiet loving little duck into scrunching up his face. The reason for a popular CP mainly lies in the compatibility of the two parties' attributes and their exclusive feature labels. I've browsed their super topics, and the fans all adore their childhood sweethearts, and their broken mirrors reuniting. But the label, childhood sweethearts, we also have that. And our bond has 100% purity. Given the relationship of us growing up together since childhood, standing side by side, we surpass 99% of childhood sweethearts nationwide. As Luo Jiayu gave his speech, he became increasingly excited, subtly expressing his reluctance in every word. And our mirrors are tougher than theirs, complete and unbroken. Fake childhood sweethearts, torturing each other constantly with unequal relationships full of both physical and emotional abuse, breaking ties for decades and reconnecting during talent shows. True childhood sweethearts, Playing with mud at 4 years old, battling in forest fire games at 6, sneaking chickens from Aunt Wang's house at 9, being chased by a broomstick for 10 kilometers, laughing stupidly together from childhood to adulthood, having such deep fates that even after death, they end up in the same novel world working for the same company. Could they still lose? Absolutely not. Chuyu started the latest level of Candy Crush and asked, observing the anxious puppy above who looked like he wanted to spin circles on the bed, how many CP compilation videos and posts have you secretly watched these past few days? Taken aback, Luo Jiayu obediently answered, not too many, about 100 or so. He had been viewing videos with an academic research perspective, scrolling through them as if they were papers. Under his pillow lay a notebook filled with detailed notes on all sorts of CP operation plans, which clearly outlined his ambitious plan to become the hottest couple in domestic entertainment. Chuyu didn't know what to say, glancing at the wall clock that had already hit 12, then you should go to sleep early today. Stop being obsessed like a crazy scholar. The dark circles under his eyes these past few days were heavier than before. Luo Jiayu poked out his head like a little puppy and said with emotion, you care about me so much. Get lost. You told me to get lost with your words, but deep down, you really care about me. Get lost. I've received your love. Good night. Satisfied, Luo Jiayu pulled up his blanket. Chuyu remained quietly at the bedhead playing his pre-sleep game. For a moment, silence enveloped the dormitory. Amidst this tranquility, two systems stealthily activated electronic blocking walls to start private conversations. Luo Jiayu system, are they genuinely unaware or just pretending not to know? Teacher Zhao, about what? The biggest difference between their CP and Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu's CP. Teacher Zhao pondered for a while, mental state. Luo Jiayu system was speechless, your mental state doesn't seem too great either. She continued saying, the biggest difference between their CP and those two leading actors' CP, the latter one is real. Haven't they thought of this? Teacher Zhao suddenly understood, I see now. Under the unspoken gaze of the other system, he further questioned, will you tell Luo Jiayu about this major discovery? No, the system firmly denied, based on my host's thought process, once he knows, he'll slap his head and immediately rush over to your host yelling, brother, I've found a way. If we date each other, we'll surpass the leads. I'm considering your boy. Teacher Zhao thought again, why consider my host? Because your kid might blink twice, pretend to think it over, and without any real consideration blurt out, sure. That's likely. Neither of them are very smart. That's true. These two individuals have IQs exceeding 100, but together they're no smarter than 250. It's probably best not to let them taste the bitterness of love. As the system spoke, its tone grew increasingly weary. Love causes confusion, brings pain, it's something people of their age can't easily bear. Their combined shoe sizes don't even match ours. Don't mention it, people who don't know would assume it's child size. At first, Teacher Zhao tried holding back but eventually couldn't resist asking, do you feel that after spending so much time with your host, you're changing appearances? What? More worried looking. We're both like guardians, me resembling a kindergarten teacher, you like a high school homeroom teacher. Luo Jiayu's system arched an eyebrow, Shenjin, scram. The next morning, the deeply asleep Luo Jiayu was rudely awoken by a digital warning announcement. Warning, warning, host Luo Jiayu's popularity value has remained negative for 2 consecutive days. The automatic removal procedure will be triggered unless the score exceeds 0 within 24 hours. Upon failure, the system will revert to book penetration mode. Repeat broadcast. Shut up. Opening his eyes grumpily from morning temper, Luo Jiayu angrily yelled inside his mind. The mechanical female voice immediately cowered and silenced itself. The hostility of the host has triggered the system's auto-response, even if you're hostile, you can't touch me. Sitting up and rubbing his head, Luo Jiayu began changing clothes while stealing a glance at the wall clock. It was 6:30 a.m. Today was the day of the official public performance. The show was scheduled to begin at 7:30 p.m. All trainees had to collectively prepare makeup, hairstyling, and then board vehicles heading to the venue for waiting. He glanced at Chuyu soundly asleep in the lower bunk and nudged his internal system. How many more popularity points do I need to avoid expulsion? 202.5, the system replied coolly without sympathy, for buying chewing gum recklessly. Luo Jiayu began changing, draping his coat around himself while questioning, was there ever a precedent where a stage performance added over 200 points? No, not even Jiang Qinglu with the main character aura could achieve such. His breakthrough vocal stage only gained him about 150 points. Oh. Luo Jiayu's emotions didn't have much fluctuation, he even wanted to pull out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket to put on an air of arrogance before death. Then I will be this precedent. The system smiled, you'd better be. Chapter 35. In the backstage makeup room at 4:30 p.m., Chuyu, who rarely didn't have dark circles under his eyes, sat on the makeup chair, letting the makeup artist's sister paint and chatter as she worked. Your skin is so good. It's cool, white, and smooth. Do you basically never go out in the sun? Luo Jiayu wasn't around, and Chuyu suddenly lost his comfort zone in social interactions. He retreated into himself, keeping his face taut and his mouth shut, nodding or shaking his head without saying a word, sticking to silent communication. Are you sleepy? He shook his head. Are you nervous? He shook his head again. Are you confident? Instinctively, he shook his head again, then remembering that there was a camera nearby that might be recording snippets, nodded reluctantly to cover it up. How come I haven't heard his inner voice yet? The makeup artist's sister felt a bit regretful. Chuyu's group had chosen a sunny and energetic song style, so the stylist dyed his hair to flaxen gold, gave him a sweet-looking makeup look, and even stuck some gold-pink shimmer on his eyelids. When choosing clothes, the fashion designer looked at his mysterious and cool expression and, after scanning him from top to bottom, selected the cutest candy-colored hoodie and shorts combo among their batch of outfits for him. Host. You're super handsome. This suits your age perfectly. Mr. Zhao passionately reviewed his new look just after finishing the styling. Lu Yang, who entered afterward for his hair and makeup, also gave an identical compliment, smiling brightly while tugging Xue Lu behind him. Look, cute little brother. At this repeated praise for being youthful, lively, and adorable, our 19-year-old grandpa finally turned slowly toward the full-length mirror beside him. Seeing his newly transformed reflection in the mirror, the group watching Chuyu blinked in mild surprise a few times. Even though he still didn't express much, his internal voice broadcasting seemed more normal than earlier when it was off-kilter. Wow. It was true, kids were still kids. He probably got himself with how adorable he looked too. But the next moment, the tone changed completely. Feels like the livor mortis has faded a bit. Capybara kindly touched his own face. With such a cute outfit, it feels awkward to scream and crawl in darkness twistedly. Maybe I should switch to crawling healthily and openly now. Alright, still the same steady mental state. After finishing his makeup and hairstyle, Chiyu left the makeup room and went to wait backstage at the designated spot. On the way, he happened to encounter Luo Jiayu coming over to line up for his hair styling. The latter was chewing gum absent-mindedly against the wall and lit up upon seeing him. The color of your hair. He instinctively wanted to reach out and ruffle it but remembered not to mess up stage looks, thus pulling his hand back in regret. It's just like that tabby cat we raised together when we were little. What number are you guys up? Group B of Group 3, just before you. As he said this, Luo Jiayu lowered his head and poked Chu Yu's eyelashes with his fingers. Don't move, there's dust. As Fu Hansong from the same group passed by them, he cast a high-class and aloof glance before pausing slightly, startled by Chu Yu's makeup and styling. Ding dong, congratulations to host Chu Yu for gaining 5 points of favor from character Fu Hansong. Please keep it up. Chu Yu remained expressionless while Luo Jiayu held his face to remove dust from his lashes, meanwhile nudging the system mentally. Is he in love with me? System, which one are you talking about? That guy with sunglasses. System pondered for a moment, who specifically? He hasn't docked any favor points for several days. Chu Yu seriously stated, I've already renewed my VIP membership on NetEase Cloud Music until next year. The system glanced at the list of character favorability ratings, noticing that the favorability of a certain shoepad guy still steadily stood at 30 points, whereas reaching a crush level required at least 60. Therefore, he shouldn't. Theoretically, a favorability rating of 30 was still in the bland phase, yet the rapid upward trend in affection indicated something unusual. There is a kind of love called hate turning into love, the system in Luo Jiayu's mind suddenly interjected, its tone is always cold, but the topic made it sound like a lecturer well-versed in human nature. When someone's mind constantly ripples due to the same person, over time, they form emotional ties with this individual. The greater the ripple, the deeper the connection. The system concluded, this is somewhat similar to the suspension bridge effect. People often mistake these ties for infatuation, which typically happens in people with simpler thoughts. Huh? What? Luo Jiayu, who had just flicked the specks of dust off his fingertips, realized that, unwittingly, the four-person chat had restarted. Behind him, Fu Hansong, upon hearing his voice, reacted as if some device had been triggered. He let out an automatic cold snort from his nose and turned his head to the other side. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's favorability toward host Luo Jiayu decreases by 5 points. Congratulations on receiving the 4th exclusive short comment from a character, why does he have to speak? So annoying. Luo Jiayu arched an eyebrow. His hand, which had just retracted, stretched out again, adjusting Chu Yu's ear stud that had become slightly askew after it was put on. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's favorability toward host Luo Jiayu decreases by another 10 points. Congratulations on receiving the 5th exclusive short comment from a character, why does he have to breathe through his mouth? So annoying. Luo Jiayu was satisfied. Chu Yu didn't mind his childhood friend's actions. After all, in the past when he used to wander around cosplay events and conventions, Luo Jiayu would always follow him around, checking and fine-tuning his appearance, fixing lashes, adjusting ear studs, and more, all of which felt normal. I understand. Chu Yu continued the earlier conversation with both systems, rigorously responding to what Luo Jiayu's system had said. You mean I've actually made him fall for me more because I've stolen his favorability points to listen to music, play cards, and games? It can be summarized that way. Then his love is also. Chu Yu found this incomprehensible. I know what you're going to say, Mr. Zhao interjected. It's too cheap. I agree. Out of empathy, since four-person movies shouldn't leave anyone unnamed, Luo Jiayu's system activated a real-time sound transmitter so their host could join in the chat. Having gone through the conversation history, Luo Jiayu couldn't help but glance at the crown prince, who was pouting alone, coinciding with Fu Hansong's gaze just then. Even though the crown prince had just been sarcastically mocked by Luo Jiayu's system into a walnut-sized brain, his basic emotional perception was still sharp. That guy's eyes were openly mocking and enjoying the spectacle. Ding dong, character Fu Hansong's favorability toward host Luo Jiayu reaches the upper limit -99. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement, an NPC who has completely locked their heart from you. From now on, acquiring favorability from this NPC will have its difficulty coefficient doubled. Host, his cheap love is only aimed at certain individuals. For you, gaining his favorability is harder than climbing to heaven. The system responded calmly. No worries. Luo Jiayu shrugged nonchalantly, feeling quite pleased. His hatred toward me is also pretty cheap, and that's enough for me. You'd better hope that in any future subquests, you don't get assigned one where you need to charm Fu Hansong. Otherwise, you're done. Wait, there are also subquests. Why didn't you tell me before? Luo Jiayu was about to ask when he was interrupted by a loud shout from one of the staff inside the makeup room. Luo Jiayu. Stop posing and get in here, it's your turn. His childhood friend entered the makeup room. There were still several hours until the official performance began, but the 1,000 fans who had come to watch were basically already all present. Chuyu walked along the backstage passage toward the dressing room, occasionally hearing clamorous voices from the front stage. Taking advantage of this moment, the system asked anxiously. Host, how are you holding up? Are you not having trouble breathing? Still okay. Vital signs are currently stable. For Chuyu, the most challenging dance problems had been mostly resolved, and thanks to his experience of facing the audience during the debut performance, he believed he wouldn't go crazy every second like he did the first time he went on stage. If his goal for the debut performance was to survive, then for this first group performance, his goal was to survive while maintaining mental health. Great. Every step builds a path, and he was ready. The host took this time to randomly select lucky audience members for questions. Their loud, energetic shouts came through the microphone and speakers. Brother Botzi, we love you. As long as we exist, you'll always have a class to teach. Chuyu's pupils trembled as he almost shattered the sight before him through the curtain toward the front stage. Little, you, don't, be, tense, oh, we, are, with, you, ah. The cheers wound around 9 curves, resonant and grandiose, much like their owner, obviously standing out. Thank you. He was not only nervous now but also awkwardly wanted to dig trenches with his toes. Why were so many people here specifically to see him? Host, don't be nervous, carrots and cabbage, carrots and cabbage. Mr. Zhao seemed even more nervous than him, soothing while quickly typing code to prepare backup electronic earplugs. Chuyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. But every time he thought of the fans' cries, which echoed like mountain songs, his tension increased. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. A mere 1,000 humans. Mere. For a sensitive and fragile boy with social anxiety, 1,000 humans were still quite a lot. Even a slap from each of them could have finished him off. He'd rather retreat to the Amazon rainforest to be the king of monkeys. Right until just before going on stage, his mental state was somewhat dazed. During this time, even when Luo Jiayu patted him on the shoulder saying, "Buddy, give me a hug," he didn't dodge it. This astonished Luo Jiayu, so under the silent stares of several main characters, he hugged Chuyu again. If you're too nervous, then don't look at the audience. Either withdraw your gaze or look down at the ground. That's better than being so nervous that you forget your lines or dance moves. Did you hear me? He patted Chuyu again. Chuyu blinked, then nodded slowly. At 7:30 p.m., real-time live broadcasts across various platforms started on schedule. The number of viewers in the live stream surged, and the barrage comments scrolled like waves. When it was Chuyu's turn to go on stage, the barrages once again took a drastic change in tone. Baby, you look so cute today. Finally, Bro Botzi has dressed according to his age. Truly, although only 19 years old, why do I remember him having an aura like someone 90? Perhaps because when he slacks off and disregards everything, he seems full of compassion, like a Buddha helping all sentient beings. Today is not Bro Botzi, today it's an adorable, energetic younger brother. I cannot imagine how beautiful it would be for him to lose control with such a sweet makeup on his face. With so many amplifiers around, if he shouted, he could gently shatter every listener's eardrum. Chuyu strictly followed his childhood friend's advice, not lifting his eyes and avoiding the audience section entirely. He vaguely remembered the last time on stage when he had almost fallen apart because he glanced at the crowd during preparation. He walked onto the designated spot, maintaining a sweetly smiling expression but acting cool, as the drumbeat of preparatory music echoed out. The audio system began playing their group's selected song. Although everyone's makeup leaned towards the cute side, the beat itself was fast and brisk, interspersed with electronic effects. It fell into the sweet cool category. Moreover, considering the usual styles of several teammates, the cool ratio was more pronounced. As the prelude ended, a certain bro who couldn't master emotion management raised his head haughtily, yet defiantly glued his eyes to the floor. Then, all the audience heard his perfectly articulated, sincere broadcast announcement. Now begins the third set of nationwide middle school students' radio calisthenics exercise, Sailing Hope's Youth Dance. Luo Jiayu, watching the scene unfold on the broadcast screen backstage, lowered his head to cover his forehead. Having meticulously calculated every detail, they forgot to account for this guy's tendency to self-destruct. The people in the crowd below were shocked. Though the adapted movements were simple but elegant, easy to understand but dazzling, the ongoing stubborn commentary explaining beats above Chu Yu's head made it hard for any viewer to associate his actions with school radio calisthenics. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 3 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 4 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Body turning movement. Watching Chu Yu's performance on the live transmission screen backstage, Luo Jiayu couldn't help but admit silently, his childhood friend truly was a genius. Though he wasn't good at dancing, the rhythm blending was impressive, fitting exactly. The people in the crowd all laughed. Chapter 36. 3 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 4 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, end. Finish. Super perfect conclusion. The dazzling lighting equipment on the stage left everyone's eyes spinning. Chu Yu was carefully and excitedly counting the beats while keeping a close eye on the colorful light spots scattered on the floor, growing increasingly agitated and surprised. They were almost done, victory was just ahead. An elderly person with negative dance foundation. After 2 weeks of intensive crash training, he was about to successfully complete his first ever dance performance in life. Who after this could dare say he wasn't an absolute genius? More importantly, during the entire evening's performance, he didn't lose it in front of 1,000 spectators. This double success exceeded expectations, so much so that even sleeping tonight would feel more peaceful than usual. Even Mr. Zhao was shedding tears of joy while holding unutilized electronic earplugs. The temporary venue rented by the production team for the public performance was extremely spacious, with the audience seated in terraced arrangement far from the stage. Layer upon layer of speakers and the audio feedback in the ears prevented Chu Yu from hearing the wild laughter of his fans. What lay within his sight at present was all but dazzling beams of light and wax-polished flooring. There weren't any human figures visible, thus, feeling so excellent and outstanding himself, Chu Yu was incredibly relaxed. Once he became relaxed, the audience in the front row would discover that a certain small, perpetually grimaced social phobic person actually had a corner of their mouth curved upwards in a smile equivalent to 100 pixels. Ha ha ha. Chu Yu, confidence is most important for men. Chu Yu, this difficult dance exhausted me, I need to stretch my waist. Baby, how can you be so cute, ha ha ha. I've never seen him laugh so pure and natural on camera before. His lyrics in the part he sang fit perfectly. Don't mention it unless you have to. I found Brother Botsy's singing voice really good, both timbre and technique are superb, this time even with emotion. His vocal evaluations have always been very good, it's just his mental state that overshadowed things. Was it God who overallocated his vocal talent and underdistributed his dancing skills? Actually, before he began counting beats for himself, I really thought his dance skills had improved rapidly. I just wanted to compliment my baby only for him to ruin it himself. What can mom do but smile? If he doesn't say anything, no one will know. He didn't even intend to say anything himself. He is also wronged. Are there any sisters interested in analyzing the overlap rate between his dance moves and radio calisthenics? A comparative video has already come out. The conclusion is that the plagiarism rate is higher than my thesis plagiarism rate, haha. It must have been some skilled person who choreographed such a deceivingly stitched-together dance for him. Without someone explaining to me live, I would have still been completely in the dark. Tomorrow, the comparison video between Brother Botsy's dance and radio calisthenics is expected to skyrocket to the top of popularity rankings. Too funny, once the video comes out, I'm going to use it as my daily meal accompaniment electronic pickles. I've already begun informing everyone around me to watch the amusing moments from my idol. Brother Botsy, listen to me, thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Really looking forward to Chu Yu's reaction upon finding out that 90% of his fan base finds amusement in his antics. Chu Yu was unaware of the real-time updating rolling commentary, still basking in his self-satisfaction, being a bit more generous with making heart gestures when performing the final pose. Laughing so hard, I feel little Yu is becoming proud, his head is lifting up. Lifting his head so high yet his eyes are still fixated on the ground, afraid to look at the audience. Is this what a 99% introvert looks like? Cute, like. After the performance, the illumination lights will be briefly turned off to allow for the exchange between the exiting previous group and the incoming next one. Since the darkness on stage makes the light sticks and banners held by fans in the audience stand out more prominently, Chu Yu dared not lift his gaze forward, fearing to catch sight of inflammatory words or playful banners that might spoil his act. The staff started to change the scenery, and on the large screen behind, the song title and member list for the next group popped up. According to the entry order, Luo Jiayu was the last one. At this point, a certain handsome guy was nonchalantly adjusting the ear return at the tail end of the queue, wearing delicate framed glasses with chains. The long chain draped across his neck hung down to either side of his ears. Since he wasn't talking, at first glance, he looked extremely suave and debonair. If we only talk about looks, he and his childhood friend are actually both of the cold type with strong features. They are the kind of people who would be mistaken for high-quality Ice Mountain cool guys when walking on the street. However, the temperament of both has gone astray. One looks older than his age despite being young, while the other is lively and confident. So, the stylist gave him such a gentlemanly accessory, whose sole use was to make him casually turn around at the beginning of the performance and take it off, then return to his familiar style and start creating an atmosphere with arrogance. "Host, are you nervous?" The clear, cool female voice of the system sounded in his mind. Luo Jiayu was so funny just now. As soon as Luo Jiayu opened his mouth, the feeling of being clean and abstinent couldn't hold up anymore. Just thinking about the scene on stage earlier made him turn his head and smile uncontrollably. Not only was it funny, but also a little cute. "Can you be a little nervous?" "Otherwise, my feelings of anxiety to the point of wanting to die seem superfluous." The system's clear and cool voice carried a hint of sadness. "If the popularity added tonight cannot exceed 200 points, both of us will die after 12 o'clock. It sounds like we're Cinderella." Luo Jiayu wrapped the metal chain of the glasses around his finger over and over again, asking casually, "If this task fails, will you disappear?" "No, but I will get a pay cut, and all my year-end bonuses will be cancelled. I may not even have the qualification to participate in the annual meeting." The system grew increasingly sorrowful. "Without wages, I'd rather be killed." "Luo Jiayu didn't care. After you work hard enough and return to the real world, you can come find me in Hangzhou, and I'll make up for your financial loss." The other party was momentarily stunned by the prince's arrogant wealth, and both of them were silent for a few seconds until the system spoke again. "What about Xiaoyu? Won't he be very sad if he knows you're gone?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu didn't lift his eyes. A moment later, he turned his head towards the shadow area, let out a soft click sound from between his teeth, and lowered his voice. "Don't mention that. If you do, I'll regret it a bit." Finally, the system found a foothold and threatened fiercely, "If you are expelled back to the novel crossing space, I will show you the video of Xiao Yu's reaction when he finds out you've left. You'll regret until death." As a female instructor proficient in human nature, the system quickly discovered during these few days that although Chu Yu seems half dead and takes things lightly, he is actually insecure inside, sensitive, social anxious, and prone to sadness. Luo Jiayu is one of the few comfort zones he has in this world. If he wakes up one day and finds the idiot dog is gone, he will probably be lost in thought for a long time. When he realizes, he will likely cry with red eyes. Even though the stage lights dimmed, Chu Yu's makeup still stood out. Luo Jiayu's gaze followed that candy color all the way, and finally curled up the corner of his mouth. Even when faced with certain death, it doesn't affect his stable play. He jokingly avoided this topic which was more or less heavy. "If I really can't stay, I'll kiss him before I die. Then, when I leave, he will forget the sadness due to being shocked by my orientation." On the stage, due to the positioning, Chiyu was the last one in the queue to leave, and therefore had the most interaction with the next group of rookies who took over. The first one in line was Fu Hansong, the deputy rap captain, who had just been forced by the stylist to comb a slick-back hairstyle, and now, he is ironically the coldest face among them after all the crazy antics surrounding him. In second and third place were currently the hottest top-tier CP duo in training. Wei Ziyu's stage outfit color was quite strategic, forming a couple-like effect with Jiang Qinglu, revealing his burning love brain no matter how fake the cold expression might be. Jiang Qinglu, due to his naturally innocent character, did not perfectly match the explosive sensual theme of the song. Dressed in an outfit that exceeded his psychological defense line, visible redness in his ears could be seen, but instead, the audience cheers were the loudest. Luo Jiayu was at the end of the lineup, the C position, main dancer, main rapper. From head to toe, he exuded a careless sense of relaxation. The only indication of emotion was his rolling eyes looking forward toward the two leading contestants getting closer. Chu Yu passed by each of them, and Jiang Qinglu didn't forget to gently squeeze his hand to encourage him. But the white eye roll from the childhood friend seemed unrecoverable, staring directly at the ceiling, failing even to notice that Chu Yu was about to pass by. The next second, Luo Jiayu frowned and brought his gaze back to the present. Chu Yu's eyes had been glued to the floor, so when his childhood friend suddenly grabbed the back of his head and pulled him over, he didn't react at all. Chu Yu blankly raised his eyes, his thoughts spinning wildly in circles but failing to understand the meaning behind this action, so he blurted out, "Huh?" Just as he finished speaking, a huge sound of an explosion came from behind him. A piece of the stage screen above his head suddenly fell off, landing right where he had just been standing. Chu Yu turned around and exclaimed, "Wow." Alright, now he understood the meaning. The entire audience erupted in chaos, like a pot of boiling porridge. The director quickly cut the live feed, and the crew rushed up frantically to check if anyone was injured due to the stage accident. At that moment, all the lights were turned on. Luo Jiayu looked at the person in his arms, raising an eyebrow. In front of everyone's eyes, he removed his earpiece and asked with a composed, caring, and mature charm of an older brother, "Are you okay?" Chu Yu glanced at him, then behind him, and immediately tensed up, yanking him aside sharply. The force of the pull was too strong, causing both of them to lose their balance and tumble onto the ground in a heap. A collapsed backdrop took the place where Luo Jiayu had originally been standing. Until today, Chiyu had never imagined that attending class could involve life-threatening risks. Luo Jiayu lay on the ground while Chiyu sprawled over him. As fate would have it, the spotlight shone down on them precisely at that moment. The whole venue seemed chaotic yet suddenly silent, as if every single pair of eyes in the world was fixed firmly on the two people hugging on the stage. Chiyu didn't realize how desperate he felt. The feeling of being the center of the world's attention terrified him. The pressure stacking up within those few minutes made even him, who had always been so steady, crack under the strain. Amidst the wreckage, Luo Jiayu looked at his childhood friend buried against his shoulder. Their current position could arguably be described as somewhat intimate. He ignored all the concerned or shocked gazes around him, and instead, had the leisure to reach out and ruffle Chiyu's hair. Scared? Upon hearing this, Chiyu looked up and locked eyes with him, his expression radiating pure exhaustion from the burdens of living and the obligation to work for money. Then the entire venue heard the first sharp burst of noise from the speaker system. This damn class can't even last a day. I'd rather go work as a security guard at the summer palace feeding ducks. Chapter 37. Due to a sudden stage accident, the live recording of the public performance had to be temporarily halted, and all top practice live streaming rooms on various platforms were urgently cut off. The performance paused, and Luo Jiayu's group was notified to go down first for a rest in the backstage area, waiting until the accident scene was cleaned up and the safety issues of the set checked before continuing today's public performance. The staff rushed up immediately to help two trainees lying on the ground stand up. After getting up, Luo Jiayu brushed off the dust on his clothes. When the nearby staff asked him if he was injured anywhere, he nonchalantly stuck his hands into his pockets and responded with an air of righteousness, yes. This reply made the staff suddenly nervous, fearing that some part of him was injured or he might be psychologically affected. Where? Let's send you to the medical room first, then I'll call the hospital. Luo Jiayu looked at him with a serious expression, making the other person feel as if the density of the world's air had increased by 99%. In this solemn silence, he saw the handsome man point to the golden wireframe glasses he had just taken off. The lens wasn't secure, it broke. It seemed his gentle but depraved cosplay experience card expired halfway through use. He was slightly regretful because he originally intended to show a cold and abstinent style to impress a few people who always thought of him as a fool. His chance to surprise everyone as a versatile performer thus disappeared. I guess I still need to rely on wearing my signature sunglasses to dominate the scene. The staff closed their eyes and took a deep breath. You're right, indeed, it is quite a serious problem. Then, you all can go down for a rest now, and let us know if there are any problems later. All right. After answering, Luo Jiayu turned his gaze towards his childhood friend beside him, whose face was pale like death. At this moment, another staff member sister was gently comforting the slightly introverted Chuyu, her colleagues around her all giving admiring glances, looking at Chuyu with a mixture of awe and vigilance akin to observing a time bomb. Luo Jiayu tilted his head and found that behind the staff member sister's apparent gentleness, cotton balls were plugged in her ears. What a well-prepared lady. Under the guidance of the staff, the two of them started walking off the stage. His childhood friend appeared emotionless, his face cold as usual. The nearby sister gently asked him if there were any discomforts. All he did was shake his head stubbornly, only responding with one or two words when pressed. It's fine. No need. And yet, above his head was a real-time mental scream loudspeaker. I'm not going to this B class anymore, I want to be a security guard at the summer palace. Picks up megaphone, Sir/Madam, please don't feed the ducks, Sir/Madam, please don't feed the ducks, Sir/Madam, please don't feed the ducks, admire scenery, Sir/Madam, please don't feed the ducks, 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 secretly watch others feeding ducks, Sir/Madam, please don't feed the ducks, off duty, secretly feed ducks after work. Looks like his childhood friend had suffered more psychological damage. By logic, they should return to the waiting room after stepping off the stage. However, just as they were about to reach the door, Chiyu grabbed his sleeve weakly from behind and whispered faintly, is there anywhere deserted where we could stay? Buddy, I really don't want to see anyone now. What happened, buddy? I'm almost dead. Alright, baby. Luo Jiayu readily agreed and quickly embraced the half-dead Chuyu, then turned and headed to a side restroom. Chuyu followed him all the way into the empty lounge and, upon entering, reacted, why did the way you addressed me change? With no one else around, the systems inside both of their minds popped up simultaneously, their expressions seemingly much graver than usual. Host, the system of Luo Jiayu said seriously. Baby, Teacher Zhao echoed gravely. Chuyu closed his eyes for a moment. Both calling him like that made him feel like he didn't have seniority or status within this home. A plot error has occurred. Both systems said in unison. Already reviewed. Luo Jiayu casually sat down on the nearest sofa chair and deftly took out some tea bags he had bought earlier to irritate Baiyu but hadn't finished using, starting to leisurely brew tea with the hot water kettle and teacups inside the resting area. The system twitched its eyes seeing its host's unruly behavior. But before it could say anything, Luo Jiayu spoke first. At the moment the stage screen fell, I wanted to ask, isn't this supposed to be a key point in my original character's plot? In the original story, as the biggest antagonist, he deliberately contacted a staff member in the camp with connections to a financial backer during the second public performance in order to plant safety hazards on the main stage for the protagonists. This caused a huge stage accident during the performance, and his career as a trainee was ruined after the truth came out. And vaguely remembered, Chiyu was the one responsible for doing all the dirty work such as pulling the lever and handing over the knife. So if both vicious male side characters have stopped working, why didn't this plot point of the stage accident disappear? Instead, it happened earlier. Neither of us considers this just a simple stage accident, Luo Jiayu's system said coldly. In the world of novels, when you two do not follow your original roles, other characters should step up to complete those missions, thus becoming new antagonists. Carrying on our legacy. Luo Jiayu made a sound of disbelief. Can this thing also be passed down? Then wouldn't we be the bastards? Chuyu turned sharply with alertness, asking, then who among us would be the father, and who the mother? You two need to be more serious. The system lost its cool. This is a very severe issue. His Majesty grants permission. The water boiled, so Luo Jiayu poured himself a cup and put in a tea bag. But I have a question. Although Wei Zia and Jiang Qinglu were both on the stage at the time of the accident, the direction the screen fell during the scene change clearly pointed toward Chuyu, including the backdrop which only affected their part later on, making it hard not to suspect that the mastermind had changed their targeted person. There's a real possibility of this, Mr. Zhao analyzed carefully, speaking with confidence. Although my baby has been walking basically off-road until now, currently his popularity inside the training camp indeed ranks top. A gun shoots the leading bird, because of being too prominent, he might have become a targeted object instead. In fact, I've never understood why my popularity reached such heights, murmured Chuyu. Then now the objective is clear, Luo Jiayu sipped tea lightly but immediately wrinkled his brows due to bitterness and set down the cup, then gave a serious look towards the empty air ahead. Chuyu and the two systems waited quietly for the next words from this Soil Emperor. Luo Jiayu stretched out two fingers. Protect baby, catch the bad guy. It's fortunate that Chuyu hadn't been drinking tea, otherwise half the water would have been choked into his throat and the other half sprayed onto Luo Jiayu's face. Precise, Luo Jiayu's system showed no mercy, showing no concern for the well-being of the other individual and system. Must this expression be used? Chuyu's face twisted with discomfort, it seemed his position within this family was getting lower and lower. Mr. Zhao chose to keep indulging the host, I'll modify the wording, protect the target individual, determine the mastermind behind the scenes, eliminate the target, resolve the. This sounded much better than Luo Jiayu's 8-word policy. Chuyu's expression finally relaxed. The idle talk came to an end here temporarily. Outside the door, in the corridor, came high-voice collective notifications from the staffs, the accident scene had already been cleaned up, and the remaining trainees would start the first public performance again from Luo Jiayu's group. The camera turned on again. The live streaming room that had been blacked out for a long time reconnected to the scene. In the screen, the dazzling stage reappeared. Accidents may come suddenly, but performances cannot stop because of this, otherwise it would be unfair to the trainees who spared no effort to stay yet hadn't managed to get on stage. From this moment on, regardless of how fiercely the denunciation and scolding comments had previously swamped the chat room, the audiences all returned to their original positions, choosing to watch the performances of these trainees who hadn't yet shown themselves, accompanying them till the end. This time, Luo Jiayu was the first to go on stage. His gold wireframe glasses were broken, so he decided to wear his sunglasses and cared not for anyone else. The impact of the previous accident was practically zero on him, and he even laughed more arrogantly as he realized there was actually something significant to do, catching the big bad guy in the selection camp. The viewers who witnessed the incident right before the live stream interruption saw Luo Jiayu narrowly escape being hit by collapsing scenery while calmly pulling Chuyu away from where the falling screen would land, preventing what could have been a disaster threatening lives. And yet, he appeared as calm and collected as ever. Others might not know, but at least the Tamami fans of Chuyu were already prepared to vote for this good-looking life-saving benefactor. Now it was after a messy and chaotic aftermath again, the very first to take the stage under conditions stacked with debuffs. Underneath these negative conditions, this brother managed to ignite the whole crowd during his first solo segment, getting the audience hyped up with his rap. At the climax of the singing, he casually flashed a few hand gestures. Each action precisely caught the most suitable camera angles. Although Wei Zia and Jiang Qinglu's duet segment predictably garnered many screams, unlike the day of their evaluation, Luo Jiayu's segment wasn't overshadowed. As the song progressed to its later stages, the audience's reaction became increasingly enthusiastic, with even many spectators who weren't holding his light sticks or banners shouting his name. Perhaps some people are born to be big stars. At least in the live on-stage group PK that followed, Luo Jiayu's vote count surprisingly overtook the other two protagonists and a male second lead, earning him first place in one of the most competitive environments. As for the double group PK competition using the same songs afterward, their group naturally emerged victorious with an absolutely overwhelming advantage, earning bonus votes from the production team. After the entire performance ended, under the quiet darkness left behind after the applause faded away, Luo Jiayu poked the system. How much popularity do I have now? The system didn't answer him but instead, the electronic female voice from its automatic broadcast came to report coldly and monotonously. Commencing calculation for the first public stage round. Popularity increased by 183 this time, judged as extremely favorable, host potential reassessed, extremely favorable, current total popularity of host Luo Jiayu is minus 19.5, falling into category, less than 0, unable to rank, assessment result. Assessment results. The electronic voice faltered at the end, stuttering and pausing repeatedly, without giving further information. Luo Jiayu made a clucking sound, you're stammering like a robot. Result determined, insufficient popularity, mission failed. Report. New settlement page detected. A special unexpected event has occurred, popularity increased by 216 from the first public stage, among which 183 came from the formal stage, while 33 more were added due to pre-stage special circumstances, assessment, normal popularity, mission continues. Special circumstances? Luo Jiayu thought deeply. Do you want to check your phone later? The system responded calmly. We'll talk about it later. Luo Jiayu happily agreed, and when he returned backstage, the first person he saw was Chuyu waiting for him at the spot. I just realized, just now, you saved my life. Chuyu looked serious. Huh. You're my savior. Huh. Luo Jiayu removed his sunglasses, leaning closer until his face was right in front of Chuyu's, grinning widely, his eyes curving, so does that mean you'll offer yourself in return? No, Chuyu showed no change in expression, but his tone and demeanor were sincere. To repay you, I'll use my private fund to take you out for a good meal. How good? It's Thursday today. Chuyu said plainly. And just as he'd checked earlier, the system store actually had KFC's Crazy Thursday discount promotion, with even better deals than in his hometown. For 50 yuan, he could get 2 family buckets. Profitable. So profitable. I also want 2 bottles of beer. Sure, tonight you're the boss. Chuyu agreed readily. To celebrate me surviving smoothly. Luo Jiayu looked at him for a moment, then suddenly hugged him. From Chuyu's perspective, it seemed like Luo Jiayu was floating happily up above the clouds, utterly delighted. Alright, Luo Jiayu said, let's celebrate that you've survived. And that I've survived too. Let's celebrate us both surviving. Chapter 38. At midnight that evening, all the trainees returned to the selection camp and were mostly exhausted. After entering their respective dormitories one after another, they collectively turned off the lights and rested. By the roadside outside the dormitory building, 2 shifty street loafers each held 2 fresh hot luxury family buckets, while one carried a pitcher of beer. They looked around, as if searching for the best place to secretly eat. There can't be any cameras. Find a spot with streetlights. Should we squat again this time? My legs went numb last time from squatting too long. Finally, they found an excellent spot. One after the other, they sat on a bench leaning against a lamppost, placing the family buckets and beer in the middle. Chuyu handed a pair of plastic gloves to Luo Jiayu, and snack time began. It was still day 0 of the small vacation, but everything felt stable and happy. Luo Jiayu skillfully opened a can of beer, took a sip, then tapped it against Chuyu's. To our ultra-genius cool and dazzling stage effects. Chuyu was intently deciding whether to eat chicken wings or wingets first. Upon hearing this, he passed over the bag of fried chicken without changing expression, tapping his beer can. To our vacation. After every public performance, all trainees had a 1-week mini-vacation. The training days that felt like death would finally come to a temporary halt. To our grand fortune, rising sun, unstoppable superstar luck. Chuyu exchanged a tart bag and tapped it with him. To our vacation. To our. Luo Jiayu was struggling for words, holding his beer and aimlessly searching for some impressive prefix while tilting his head. Chuyu followed up smoothly with a fries box and tapped it. To our vacation. Good, to our vacation. Luo Jiayu said, then casually grabbed a fry from Chuyu's box and popped it into his mouth. What's your popularity value now? I think I don't have this thing. Chuyu poked at the system. Teacher Zhao. Present baby, let me adjust your settlement report. After Teacher Zhao finished tinkering with it, soon Chuyu heard an identical electronic voice inside his head. Beginning settlement report for the first public performance stage. Host Chuyu gained 30 points of judges' favor, 30 points of trainees' favor, and 266 points of audience favor in this stage. Comprehensive data evaluation, excellent. Currently surpassing 99% of book penetrators of the same age group. System automatic reply triggered, baby, you're an excellent good baby. What is this auto reply? Chuyu slowly unscrewed the soda cap and dipped the fries into the cola, AI. Yes, the latest era series 001 developed by the Book Penetration Bureau. It seems the training materials got skewed though, this guy now only consumes internet hot catchphrases. Luo Jiayu snorted, that's why it's always sarcastic. Ding dong, supplementary settlement now starting for host Luo Jiayu's first public performance stage. Host Luo Jiayu's current total popularity is 13.5, ranked second to last within the camp. He has surpassed 1% of current book penetrators of the same age group. System automatic reply triggered, baby, it seems like you aren't a particularly good baby. Let me check how this happened. The settlement is fine, no need next time. Luo Jiayu's expression didn't change as he pointed at the empty space beside him with his free hand, scram. The announcement system sulkily blacked out. Host, our audience favorability rating has already reached 299. We're about to reach our goal. Teacher Zhao happily nudged Chuyu but then noticed something was off and screened through all the favorability lists. Wait, why are the trainee favorability ratings about to fall below 0? Chuyu felt somewhat guilty as he dipped the fries, forgot to check the payment channel when buying the family bucket. The system automatically chose to pay with Han Song's favorability. If there isn't enough favorability quota, it gets deducted sequentially. The former brother-in-law was probably the worst hit. After their late-night snack, he might not even be able to sleep. The system anxiously tugged at its hair. We're back to square one again. But trainee favorability is harder to accumulate compared to audience favorability. Who knows when we'll hit 200, it might not happen until the end of the novel. Here, take one. Chuyu opened the original recipe chicken box and handed it to Luo Jiayu, who was busy looking down at his phone. What are you doing? I'm looking for a movie to watch, just eating feels too boring. Don't look at your phone while eating. We'll watch together. Okay. A minute later, Luo Jiayu placed his phone between them. On the screen slowly played the third season of the dinner masterpiece he had carefully selected, Big Ears Tutu. Luo Jiayu pulled a pair of Bluetooth headphones from his pocket, handing one to Chuyu. The two handsome men each inserted a white earphone and sat solemnly together, munching on fried chicken while watching the little boy in the cartoon perform the art of moving ears. Chuyu picked a long fry from the box while listening to the familiar opening theme. Have you finished watching the first 2 seasons? Yup, I've rewatched them. After finishing, Luo Jiayu turned his head and swiftly snatched half of the fries that Chuyu was holding, then popped it into his mouth and ate it. Chuyu chewed on the broken fries and slowly furrowed his face in protest. Why do you have to eat out of my mouth? That's a problem. 2 systems crouched in their brains. After a long time, Luo Jiayu's system finally couldn't help but ask, is it interesting? Interesting. The 2 adult big boys answered in unison. A bit childish for primary school students, but perfect for us college students. After saying this, Luo Jiayu smiled and formally clinked his beer with Chuyu's cola. Right, my exclusive animation appreciation partner. Chuyu rarely opposed, just nodded in agreement while chewing fries. They were ultimate childhood anime partners who even binge-watched 100 episodes of Garden Babies together. It might be impossible to find a third person as boring as they were in the world. That's touching brotherhood, Luo Jiayu's system said coldly, while teacher Zhao hesitated nearby. When one episode ended, the 2 had almost devoured the family bucket. Humming the theme song from Big Ears Tutu, Luo Jiayu stood up with the empty beer can. Let's go home. Since they smelled strongly of fried chicken, they didn't dare to approach their shower-scented roommate. After throwing away the trash, they simply wandered around near the dormitory building, considering it as a walk to aid digestion. The moonlight at midnight easily triggered certain emotional aspects in one's heart. For Chuyu, it was the NetEase cloud player. For Luo Jiayu, it was nonsense. Brother, he looked ahead sentimentally, do you think we will still stroll together like this when we're 99 years old? Uncertain if we can live that long. Chuyu replied like so. Luo Jiayu clicked his tongue, I'm quite confident in my life limit, though whether I'll be able to stand by then is uncertain. Chuyu thought for a moment, if you can't stand by then, I'll push you. What if neither of us can stand? Luo Jiayu suddenly turned to look at him. The 2 stared into each other's eyes like turtles eyeing mung beans for some time. In that case, we could race on senior wheelchairs. I was thinking the same. Good brother. Luo Jiayu gave Chuyu a high five. Luo Jiayu opened the mobile phone memo and wanted to write a poem spontaneously inspired by the scene. After clicking halfway, he seemed to remember something and glanced at Weibo's super topic casually. Unknowingly, early around 9 o'clock, the moment the stage accident occurred, the entire Top Trainer's Weibo official account was flooded by fans of various popular participants. All viewers who watched the live stream witnessed the heavy enough to kill you stage screen crash onto the ground with a clang, instantly turning the entire live chat room into chaos. In the last second before the camera cut off, everyone saw 2 trainees awkwardly hugging and rolling together to avoid the collapsing scenery. The official super topic and CP super topic exploded simultaneously. Some fans angrily questioned safety concerns for their idols and criticized the quality of the scene setup, causing a storm of complaints that nearly paralyzed the official Weibo account due to an influx of comments. Of course, amid this cyber war battlefield filled with smoke and fire, some fans took advantage of the chaos to quietly enjoy something significant. No more talking, pure gold candy, and sweet with a sense of predestined fate. CP fans all went wild. Popular topic, heart-stopping 11 seconds, link to edited video, keywords, slow motion, blurred filter atmospheric feeling. Top comment 1, who died crushing on this? I did. Ancestors 18 generations back haven't eaten anything so good. If they get closer, they could create threads. Hot comment 2, my roommate is a stan of some prince, who has already flooded the official Weibo with messages like a madman. I'm trembling in my bed while clutching my phone. Sorry, but I'm completely overwhelmed by the sweetness. Hot comment 3, I shouldn't have been so reckless to search for the original version. Brother bye, seriously. Can you focus on the atmosphere? Hot comment 4, do I need to teach the guy who exploded the scene? Block out all sounds, hold him down forcefully, then steal a kiss. How can one be bold enough to hug and rub but chicken out when it comes to kissing? Bloggers reply, sisters, this is a comment section, not a no man's land. Never mind, NSDD, no sex done deal. Luo Jiayu, why are you such a coward? Your wife is right there in your arms and you still hesitate. What are you looking at? Nothing. Luo Jiayu quickly shoved his phone behind his back, his face appearing righteous and innocent when he looked up. After a moment, he couldn't help himself and reopened the page to continue reading. Hot comment 5, when Xiao Yu was hugged into someone's arms, his eyes were really worth analyzing, wanting to look up but not daring. I bet he definitely thought about something intimate. His blinking speed increased significantly, which indicates nervousness. However, his body obediently leaned against the person, which suggests absolute trust and attachment. This reaction indirectly means that even if Luo Jiayu had any intentions, he wouldn't reject them anyway. In short, they're locked in their relationship forever. I would double down on this. Bloggers reply, sisters, you're experts in micro-expressions. Thank you for your analysis, now I'm hooked again. Really? Luo Jiayu stared at his phone screen with disbelief, as if discovering an entirely new world. What do you mean, really or not? You definitely weren't watching Big Ears Tutu. Chu Yu turned his head and questioned firmly, only to get a sudden beaming smile in return. Come here, let's take a picture. Luo Jiayu held Chu Yu's shoulder and raised his phone at the same angle as their fan club avatar. Smile, let's mark this moment. Chu Yu didn't know why but curved his lips slightly, thinking it might be akin to indulging a silly child. Popular post, where's the host? Come make a sound. The super topic heat has skyrocketed now. Isn't there anyone to stabilize the situation and organize things? Hot comment, seems like another uninformed person. The host is a primary schooler who probably just finished homework and went to sleep. We shouldn't expect too much from him. Let me go ask those big stands. Bloggers reply, is this ridiculous? So does this mean the super topic team is run by amateurs? Comment reply, not exactly. Except for the elementary student host and his partner who just eat meals and do nothing, other big fans have put in a lot of effort to organize various activities. Bloggers reply, first time seeing CP fans dragging along the host to fly high. Quite an eye-opener. Luo Jiayu arched an eyebrow after reading through the post and immediately clicked on the edit button to compose a Weibo, attaching the newly taken photo with some words before posting it. Isn't this host who eats without working finally doing something? AAA Supreme Mega Hot Guy, super topic host picture sharing via private channels. Deleted in half an hour. 1 second later, no response to the post. 2 seconds later, the post received its first like. 5 seconds later, the first comment appeared below the post with 10 exclamation marks. 1 minute later, the entire super topic exploded. Hot comment 1, young brother. You will always be my hero. Hot comment 2, now I understand, you're not some laid-back kid or useless host, you're the beloved picture-delivering little angel to all of us sisters. Chapter 39. As soon as the half hour was up, a certain young master decisively deleted the photos. However, this did not stop the entire super chat from exploding, and it was blowing up from private messages to group chats in a 360-degree, all-round fashion. Among those who sent him private messages was the first Wildfield sister that he noticed today. Her original Weibo ID is, My Young Master Can Swing on Vine O. My Young Master Can Swing on Vine O, Young Master, are you there? AAA Supreme Chief Super Handsome, your ID. Question emoji. My Young Master Can Swing on Vine O, what's wrong, Young Master? I'm at your command, cute emoji. AAA Supreme Chief Super Handsome, nothing. AAA Supreme Chief Super Handsome, just realized that my brother shares your fandom, he might get a bit shaken when he sees your ID. My Young Master Can Swing on Vine O, fandom for this person could actually be shaking? Could it be the pressure of preparing for junior high entrance exams? Question emoji. AAA Supreme Chief Super Handsome. My Young Master Can Swing on Vine O, no worries, please tell that 100-year-old little brother to let it go. Life is a wild field. Sunglasses emoji. Luo Jiayu stared at the chat screen in disbelief. Then he turned his head and hesitated to ask his good buddy, a wild life? Chu Yu took away the last uneaten French fry from the box in his hand and replied without lifting his head, people are wild. A wild life? Or we can skip classes. Luo Jiayu was satisfied, holding the unfinished beer bottle and clinking with him, genius. Chu Yu held the empty French fries box and perfunctorily clinked with him, you're not bad either. The two systems were crouching in their brains watching them talk back and forth like a stand-up comedy act. Finally, Luo Jiayu's system couldn't help but inhale deeply, it feels like there's some Trojan virus crawling all over me when I hear them talking. Teacher Zhao sympathetically patted her shoulder and told her to just get used to it, then kindly reminded the neighbor's host, little Luo, you've got lots of new messages on your phone again just now. The new messages were all pretty much the same, except for heaps of praise from people admiring him for sending images for public good, followed by strings of questions about where his pictures came from. Luo Jiayu sent off these presumptuous little curious kittens with 6 words, private channel, no questions, before exiting the super chat he created and clicking into the rival industry benchmark super chat to start investigating the situation. First, check the number of super chat followers. Since the dual-person wave performance on stage 1 went predictably viral, the opponent's performance also saw an increase. A glance revealed he still had several 10,000 more fans' journey ahead to surpass the other side. It would be a long and arduous road. Next, check the cream of the crop posts and popular posts in the super chat. This was somewhat injurious to self-esteem. After all, while their own couple's fans were still screaming and running around calling sisters everywhere to join them in their children's amusement park to play water games, the other side was already operating like an army, meticulously planned and assigned duties. The gap, heart-wrenchingly painful. Luo Jiayu didn't think about whether the cause of this gap might have something to do with himself being such a great host. Instead, he turned off his phone screen and slipped it back into his pocket. He started contemplating grand strategies for CP operation to catch up with the United States and the Soviet Union. But he barely pondered for less than 2 seconds before directly jumping to the he ending where both their popularity skyrocketed to the top tier of entertainment, earning immense profits from the buzz. The plan gradually became an imagination, and then transformed into a wild dream. When we hold our world tour concerts, I want to use 7-color laser lights for the illumination. That way, I can wear my black leather jacket and look dazzlingly colorful and radiant. Question mark. Chuyu turned his head and looked at him, not understanding why the topic had suddenly jumped here. You can also have a 7-color laser light on top of your head, that way the whole world's night will be illuminated by you and made brilliantly colorful and radiant. Not impossible. Luo Jiayu nodded, indicating he accepted his quite constructive opinion. Not. Chuyu's expression looked exactly like the question emoji on the phone. Why are you really planning it? Luo Jiayu put his arm around his shoulders and took a sip of beer from his hand. Will definitely debut within the top 2, and then fully complete the mission. Fully complete the mission. After completing the mission, the sky's the limit, we'll do whatever we want. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Chuyu, embraced by him, looked toward the shadow of a nearby lamppost, unusually silent in front of his childhood friend for a while. I want to go home. Chuyu's eyelids and voice both dropped, showing signs of fatigue. I miss home a little. Luo Jiayu tightened his grip on Chuyu's hand bit by bit, and his usually offbeat voice became softer. Then let's go home together. The next day, all trainees gathered in the broadcasting hall for the announcement of the first public ranking. This was the first formal large-scale elimination site since the start of the training camp, signifying that the previously illusory word, departure, finally had a sense of reality. As usual, Ling Wei announced the rankings. At exactly 8 in the morning, half an hour before the official recording, a certain stylish dude with sunglasses still on dragged a half-dead body barely through the broadcasting hall's door. Don't sleep yet, wait until you're seated, then lean on me. There's a threshold ahead, be careful. Too late. Chuyu, eyes closed like a chick pecking at rice, collided with the threshold, almost scraping his kneecap raw. Luckily, he was caught by Luo Jiayu just before falling entirely. Chuyu lifted one side of his left eyelid, and dazedly patted Luo Jiayu's shoulder. Those who save the Lord shall be greatly rewarded. Then his head tilted to the side, and he fell back asleep. What about the reward? Your Majesty. What about the reward? After pressing Chuyu's start button multiple times without a response, Luo Jiayu could only drag him all the way to their assigned empty seats. After this month of collective training, many precious memories have been left here. Looking back at these past few dozen days, there were laughter and tears. Chuyu woke up from a peaceful nap, finding the surroundings dim. The air conditioner in the hall was blasting strong cold air, freezing his hands and feet. But leaning on his childhood friend's shoulder remained warm. Social Anxiety System Report, Location, Broadcasting Hall, Number of People, S+, Crowd Density, S+, Danger Level, SS+. Countermeasure, Silence is golden, as long as I don't speak, I'm mute. Chuyu looked around but couldn't find any camera lens specifically aimed at him. It seemed Luo Jiayu had deliberately taken care of him when picking seats, choosing a small corner with less exposure. Otherwise, with his buddy's nature, sitting right in the middle of the first row would still feel too bright for him under the spotlight. Self-sacrificing, Chuyu was touched. He pulled on his buddy's sleeve, who then considerately leaned over with his ear close. Chuyu whispered into it, where is the teacher at? Luo Jiayu again tapped his shoulder, also considerately offering his ear nearby. Then Chuyu heard him whisper, I didn't listen either. And now, a new journey is about to begin. Who will get on the cruise ship heading to the next destination, we will announce right away. Luo Jiayu gently tugged Chuyu's sleeve and quietly asked in a voice only they two could hear, are you okay now? Are you nervous? Luolu is very worried about you, transforming into a mental state detector asking.jpg. Still okay, Chuyu softly replied, don't feel anything. He was only afraid of humans. Apart from humans, even if the sky collapsed, his expression wouldn't change a bit. He might even sleep more soundly knowing the world would soon end, freeing him from the daily grind of 996 work hours. So the rankings weren't too important to him. His only anxiety came perhaps from Zhao Teacher, who was constantly circling around in his mind. The megaphone person himself wasn't aware he was acting as a megaphone and didn't know how much destruction his unstable mental state could bring to the world. Luo Jiayu ruffled Chu Yu's hair and continued to squat quietly in the corner with his buddy, being two silent handsome mushrooms. We will first announce the names of the top 12 trainees, starting from the 12th name moving forward. Congratulations to those who temporarily obtained the leading debut positions within the camp. 8th place, Lu Yang. 7th place, Shui Lu. Hearing familiar names, Chiyu clapped along with the crowd. Hearing unfamiliar ones, he reverted to his water dipper shape, hiding behind Luo Jiayu while yawning. 5th place, Jiang Qinglu. 4th place, Chu Yu. Halfway through his yawn, he realized that all the applause was directed at him. He didn't dare to move, and though his buddy's arms may not be as broad as a double-door fridge, they felt like a wall in his life at this moment. Finally, the applause ended, and Ling Wei continued to announce the top 3 trainees. Chu Yu sighed in relief that he survived, and other trainees sighed in relief that their ears stayed intact. Luo Jiayu's eyebrows arched, noticing the absence of Chu Yu's loud voice. It meant that his companion was now in a stable mental state, so he turned around to tease him only to find Chu Yu looking seriously at him with lips pursed. "Haven't they called your name yet?" he whispered. "Not yet," replied Luo Jiayu with a shrug. "There are 55 slots in total, still a lot to go." Chu Yu didn't respond anymore. 2 out of the top 3 were the crown prince and ex-husband brother, so he didn't clap for them. Alright, 12 debut positions have been announced. Next we'll proceed from the 13th position downwards until the 55th place. These are all names of trainees who will continue to stay in our program. 13th place, not Luo Jiayu, it was somewhat expected. 14th place wasn't either. The 20th place still held a high-ranking position within the group, though another member arrived late and couldn't make it either, which was also understandable under normal circumstances. 30th place. 40th place. Chu Yu suddenly turned to look at him and unconsciously tightened his grip on Luo Jiayu's sleeve. "That day you said your popularity value was negative, does it actually affect your ranking?" "It has a bit of an impact, but not much," Luo Jiayu consoled, patting his hand reassuringly. "Don't worry." By the time they reached 50th place, Ling Wei kept calling unfamiliar names to Chu Yu's ears. He hadn't expected this scenario until today. Luo Jiayu waved his hand back and forth in front of Chu Yu's face. "Hey you. Xiao Yu. Buddy. Baby." The grip on his sleeve grew even tighter, and his fingers started trembling slightly. "It's nothing serious, just a small bump on my way to becoming a king of pop stars," Luo Jiayu whispered comforting words, but it seemed ineffective as the capybara-like figure looked like he might cry any second. He regretted for the first time ever making extravagant loans for premature consumption. When Ling Wei called out the 52nd name, it still wasn't Luo Jiayu's. "Alright baby, come here." After saying that, Luo Jiayu hugged the other tightly, and the person in his arms acted as if they were certain never to see each other again. Not only did he not resist, but he buried himself deeper into his shoulder, holding on even tighter. At 53rd place, Chiyu could only discern it was a 2-character name. With eyes brimming with tears and farewelling determination, he raised his head with a shaking voice while attempting to keep it low. "If you end up selling phone cases under a bridge in the future, I won't even know which bridge you'll sleep under. And which bridge should I search for you?" He continued speaking, feeling the mist building in his eyes more strongly and fiercely wiping them away. 54th place, Luo Jiayu. In the middle of his crying, Chu Yu's lashes hung with teardrops, as he gazed at the stage. Ah. Chapter 40. When Chu Yu came out of the studio, his face was expressionless. There were still traces of tears at the corner of his eyes that hadn't been completely wiped away, but it seemed that he was no longer sleepy. Luo Jiayu poked him flatteringly, "You know, just a little bit, not too much." Chu Yu was still in that awkward phase where emotions had been inadvertently overexposed, so he ignored him. Luo Jiayu poked him again in a flattering manner. "Tonight I'll be sleeping in the top bunk of bed number 1 in dormitory 602, and you'll be able to find me, right?" Silence reigned like the Cambridge tonight, while Chu Yu was immersed in thoughts about why once shed tears couldn't be retrieved, such a philosophical question. However, Luo Jiayu himself, seemingly nourished by those tears, appeared as radiant as a sunflower, walking with joyous skips while boasting teasingly, "Oops, I've discovered how much you actually love me." Upon hearing this, the system within Chu Yu sighed audibly, closing its eyes and raising its forehead for a deep breath in an elaborate reaction chain. Teacher Zhao silently pointed fingers at her neighbor's silly son. The person in question, being elated, almost wanted to embrace his childhood friend whom he'd thought might have separated from him forever. Although Capybara didn't push him off with one claw strike, his entire face clearly stated, "Do not mess with me, I'm in deep thought." Now, Chiyu felt embarrassed about crying uncontrollably just now because he was afraid that he would never be able to sleep under the same bridge with his childhood friend in the future. What's worse, when they were sobbing and having that heartbreaking farewell hug, the camera just happened to cut to them, capturing every emotional moment where he buried his face and lost all defenses, which got recorded entirely. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, without a phone for the moment, he could not see the recording or comments. He could deceive himself into believing that the lens never came, and he remained that robust manly 8 feet tall hero who does not weep easily. Receiving no response to, "Now I know how much you love me," Luo Jiayu kept poking Chu Yu's shoulder persistently, showing his solicitousness. "Of course, we will debut together for sure. Roll. Of course, I love you too immensely." Sister G, test the kid's IQ. Teacher Zhao said in a compassionate tone, jabbing Luo Jiayu's system. It's fine, replied Luo Jiayu's system in the same compassionate tone, even weak acid is still acidic, weak base is still alkaline, and even someone with a slightly lower IQ is still intelligent. I guess I don't need to worry too much about this. Teacher Zhao pondered. Teacher Zhao hesitated. With implied meaning, Teacher Zhao gave a rather profound evaluation. If such a brain was placed in the apocalypse world, even zombies wouldn't want to eat it much. Chu Yu was still in a kind of Schrodinger's waiting state, despite Luo Jiayu's several attempts to poke him, getting no results. He reached into his pocket intending to grab a mint candy to offer as tribute, wanting the Buddha-like figure to open its mouth, but upon feeling inside, he realized that somehow all the candies were already eaten. Sister Tong. He nudged the system, expressing a desire to borrow. If you keep borrowing, you'll end up lending, the system responded, a hint of death calmness evident after going through great storms. If you dare to borrow money or take a loan again, I'll transfer you this wasteful son over to that Mr. Zhao next to you. That outrageous cell phone rental fee taught her a profound lesson. Never trust the pie-in-the-sky promises drawn by a factory second generation with negative business acumen and singing/dancing talents that reached 2/3 of the sky. They were purely sweet talk. Luo Jiayu touched his chin, then aren't we for reconstituting a family? Upon these words, they offended two systems, and another person whose painting style stood out differently just blinked eyes repeatedly, yet hadn't comprehended fully yet. What did you spend so much money on the phone for in the first place? Chu Yu turned around and asked him, contemplating thoughtfully, wasn't it for me to play Identity V? I guess it wasn't indeed, Luo Jiayu said thoughtfully, oh, right, it was for my plan to run things smoothly. The system recalled how, on the day of the loan, Luo Jiayu had given her an eloquent pitch. First, idols these days, if they are somewhat popular, few are free from CP operation traffic. Stage skills are one part, but good operation ability is also a form of strength. Once he got a phone, he could manipulate the clouds, lead the trend of CP promotion, and boost him and his brother's joint rise to the inner entertainment top stream. He called this the ultimate top stream marketing plan number 1. She had truly believed his lies. The two brothers currently can play the double-person game, Draw Something, online for an hour straight. Though inappropriate, watching the host busy playing games with his childhood friend always made her want to compose a poem. Songs and dances arise nightly in harmony, henceforth kings neglect their morning court duties. After each public performance during small holidays, to maintain the heat of intensive training, the program team would organize trainees to conduct recordings of some small games. This round's game was called the Horror Box, a classic game segment that has long dominated various variety shows. Played in pairs, with blindfolds on, contestants would reach into the same box and grope around, trying to guess the items inside. The first pair to correctly guess would win. The production team came up with an inspired list of teams. All CPs within the camp gaining any heat were paired together. Of course, a certain famous American-based duo was included as well as a certain future American-based duo. Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu arrived relatively late, so their turn was pushed further back. Once they entered the studio, they automatically positioned themselves at the end of the line. Luo Jiayu occasionally whispered to Chu Yu, who looked like he hadn't woken up fully, how scary is this horror box? Chu Yu's eyes remained half-closed, maintaining a drowsy state while replying quietly, I don't know. It should be less scary than my 6 o'clock morning alarm. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu loosened his grip on Chu Yu, who swayed slightly before standing still again and falling back asleep. So, Luo Jiayu peeked ahead at the current contestants playing the game. He saw Lu Yang and Xue Lu standing before the transparent horror box covered only by a cloth over the top. Everyone could see it contained a white porcelain bowl with a piece of tofu. Xue Lu, wearing a blindfold, appeared very nervous. He had seen the horror boxes used by top trainers in past seasons where actual frogs and caterpillars were placed inside. This scared not only the participants but also the audience watching on screen. Carefully stretching out one finger towards the bowl, the next second he quickly withdrew it due to a squishy, bouncy sensation. It's alive. Real-time chat. Ha ha ha. Xue Lu looks terrified, trying hard not to scream. Looks like our baby here is afraid of everything. At this rate using just the one finger Zen method, when will he even guess? Exactly, I'm betting on little son winning this one. As for the player currently blindly feeling inside, Lu Yang himself said. Cheese. Incorrect. Then it must be ricotta. Oh no. Then it's definitely mozzarella. His proud loud voice gradually softened after receiving feedback from the staff. Ah, they're all the same thing. Xue Lu, whose fingers hadn't even reached the tofu by 20 centimeters, coolly stated. Tofu. Staff, correct. Is this even possible? I can't stop laughing, only winning because of the other guy's incompetence. Lu Yang removed his blindfold and returned dejectedly beside Xue Lu to the far end of the room where they caught sight of Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu nearby. Good morning, brothers. Lu Yang greeted them cheerfully. Initially recognizing the voice as belonging to Lu Yang, Chu Yu relaxed a bit and flashed a polite smile, though it appeared rather saintly due to his drowsiness. You look like Buddha giving blessings. JPG. My man looks quite sleepy too today, Lu Yang noted worriedly. I feel like I'm seeing halos already. It's nothing. This happens daily. Doesn't matter if you're awake or not, Luo Jiayu added, then patted Chu Yu's shoulder, right? Chu Yu nodded benignly. He wanted to add, living is great, dying doesn't matter either. Truly a long-lost sibling relationship, knowing exactly what each other is about to say with just a glance, Lu Yang marveled silently. Xue Lu, on the other hand, made a mental comparison and concluded that if his friendship with Lu Yang wasn't mistaken, these two playing together have been doing it longer than they have. Seeing Chu Yu barely awake and seemingly disinterested in human interaction, he turned to chat casually with Luo Jiayu. Have you played this game before? Luo Jiayu shook his head and repeated his earlier question, just how scary is the horror box? Xue Lu immediately found his chance to make a big impression, lowering his voice seriously, scary, really scary. The production team usually cares little about contestant safety during design, expecting worse things this time like baby snakes, lizards, scorpions, or toads. You name it, they'll pull it off. Lu Yang nervously scanned around for cameras, fearing his friend might get in trouble with the program staff for slandering them. He knew all too well how mischievous Xue Lu could be. Saying all these merely aimed to scare the two newbies unfamiliar with the game in front of him. But the handsome one awake seemed unmoved, arching a brow and muttering ambiguously, wow. It seemed that Luo Jiayu had the bigger, so Xue Lu, originally intending to shift his frightening remarks to Chu Yu, refrained in the end. Chu Yu looked too peaceful asleep, as if the world owed him a blanket, and Xue Lu hadn't the heart to disturb him. A few more minutes passed, and then it was the top American CP's turn in the camp. Luo Jiayu furrowed his eyebrows and began scrutinizing their moves carefully. Unlike Lu Yang and Xue Lu, who grew up playing and fighting together as neighborhood playmates, Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu were the protagonist pair from some novel. Although the tragic undertones of their story had been watered down because of supporting characters' incompetence and laziness, the two of them still managed an air of vague intimacy with extreme pull and push dynamics. No matter how low-profile certain young master might appear, there were hints of apathetic tycoon genes and natural dominance within their bloodlines. From a narrative angle, they ended up grouped together due to chance mishaps. Jiang Qinglu's ears turned red while his lips pressed tightly, but he nonchalantly adjusted his blindfold. Just before putting it on, he quickly glanced at the tall boy standing next to him, catching only a glimpse of the casual drooping eyelids and habitually downturned thin lips. Feeling slightly dejected, he focused inwardly on the staff's instructions and reached out into the box first. In reality, his courage wasn't as weak as others thought. His childhood experiences full of poverty-like nightmares had already forged a great endurance for all sorts of bugs and vermin that used to appear around his home at various times. Thinking back on those darker days, his mind wandered off momentarily. But then, in the next second, he felt a familiar light touch graze over the back of his hand. It was the slightly cool fingers of the person beside him. Instinctively, as if burned, he pulled his hand back quickly. It must have been accidental. He tried to convince himself. The owner of the hand paused briefly as well, seemingly realizing they had touched something outside the box. Not much later though, when reaching towards another corner inside the box, those fingers came near again, unintentionally or deliberately hooking one of his own digits under the pretense of feeling items inside. Any sort of contact could be explained away easily this way. But after so many coincidences, these weren't accidents anymore. Jiang Qinglu's ears turned increasingly redder. He sensed clearly that each time their skins met, it wasn't merely by accident. Meanwhile, Luo Jiayu had moved to the front for a clearer view and then rushed back to Chu Yu's side after observing the entire process. His brows knitted seriously, exuding a somberness that indicated trouble brewing ahead. Just emerging from his resting state with closed eyes, Chu Yu noted his friend's expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Jiayu beckoned, prompting Chu Yu to bring his ear closer. And then he heard a somewhat urgent, serious yet excited statement. "I've counted, they just touched hands 13 times. When it's our turn, we'll do 14, and completely surpass them." Chu Yu slowly turned to look at his childhood friend whose face twisted progressively with fierce competitiveness. "Are you crazy?" Chapter 41. Alright, next pair. After Jiang Qinglu was the first to guess what was inside the box, the staff announced the end of the game. Wei Ziyu glanced pointedly at the person beside him before turning and leaving behind the young actress, blushing on her own. He had done it on purpose. The two individuals in the next pair were just as notable within the camp as the previous couple. If the fame of the main protagonist duo came from a combination of novel spotlight effects plus their unique family backgrounds, then this pair owed more of their renown to their excellent mental condition. Are you ready? You can put the black cloth over your eyes now. Luo Jiayu received the black cloth from the staff member and handed a piece to Chu Yu standing beside him while quietly encouraging, "Brother, 14 times, just 14 times. Merely 14 times." Mr. Luo's KPI target for the quarter had been set. An employee refused the order and indicated they'd rather slack off than comply. Chu Yu quickly tilted his mouth before tying the blindfold over his face, showing that he heard it with both ears. Only after this did Luo Jiayu retreat his head satisfactorily. Then a certain, laid-back, employee emotionlessly adjusted the direction of the blindfold over their eyes and silently lowered their performance target in their mind. "No problem, little brother Chu Yu. Being able to do 4 is already very impressive. What are Luoyos whispering to little Yu? Secret talk, cute. Is there anything we all can't hear?" How exclusive. Xiao Yu smiled. He smiled. It's love. Not releasing anything means you two are whispering as a little couple. The front row CP fans have gone crazy, this is official, not your superfans comment section. Speechless, these days CP fans don't know how to keep things under wraps anymore. Taking our Juyu away, though Xiao Shuai-dun has a good temper, he isn't someone any old strong brother can come up and challenge. The front, when your capybara ranked announcement got buried in someone's arms crying and being comforted made it into the top 3 of the trending list. Adding to that, according to incomplete statistics since Loalu came, a certain capybara talks on camera more in a day than a whole month in the past. Who's obsessed again? I'm obsessed again. Hilarious, the most suffocating time for toxic OTP fans. I truly didn't expect such a laid-back capybara to also have toxic fans. Weren't we supposed to follow the rule of fan follows the cooker? I just want to say, Mr. Luo's popularity in direct filming exceeded 3 million, an ironclad achievement. A certain top slacker in the camp should recognize their place and not hard sell their presence. Some popularity isn't yours to gain. Add 1, certain CP brains need flavor control. Front row, do you really not know your house has less eligibility than the neighboring house to speak like this? According to completely thorough unofficial statistics, your Luo's number of fawning moments in front of Chu Yu is too numerous to count, summarizing it, just incredibly many. Which house is cold-faced, cool big total attack secretly hugs people and wants to cuddle around, even smiles foolishly when pushed away? Wow, could it be your house? Make more noise, I love watching. Anyone spilling sweetness? Anyone spilling sweetness? Ah, none left, screaming, dot. Fans arguing, I'm munching sugar.jpg. As soon as the camera focused on the two faces, the number of comments surged suddenly. In an instant, waves of comments flooded the screen, and compared to the previous few episodes, controversial content increased significantly. While Luo Jiayu was completely unaware of the specific content of these comments, having just tied the blindfold around his eyes, he enthusiastically prepared himself in front of the empty table. Beside him, Chiyu remained expressionless, without any reaction from before tying the blindfold to afterward. They had played various games together during physical education classes, sports meetings, and class team-building activities back in school. After years of coordination, if not a golden duo, they certainly understood each other's gaming states well. Alright, the two participants have now tied on the blindfolds. Let's bring out the horror box. The staff gave a meaningful glance to the employee carrying the box beside them, and then a glass box much larger in volume than the others was carried up. Then Xuelu standing in the back saw the unimaginably horrifying scene he had visualized. A water-filled tank, filled with aquatic plants and fine sand at the bottom, and above them swarmed a group of slippery eels and one huge yellow eel, moving about erratically. Because of the overcrowding, layers upon layers of intertwined eels formed clusters around one another, while the giant yellow eel leisurely swung its long, curved tail in the middle, creating a visual impact so intense that it might easily trigger trypophobia in some viewers. Several trainees who caught a glimpse of the contents in the box struggled hard to refrain from screaming. They might not be ordinary people, but the show's production team certainly was ruthless. Xuelu kept his eyes tightly shut and hid behind Lui Yang, not daring to imagine what kind of dark and terrifying little boy he would have turned into if it had been his turn with that box. Can't take it. So disgusting. What sins have these two committed to deserve this VIP treatment? I seriously suspect the program staff has a grudge against these two morons. Maybe it's for the effect of the show, but I still have to say horror boxes should feel relatable, not like they're out of a ghost story. Oh my god. I can't even watch, I'm so heartbroken for my eels. Why do they have to endure such suffering? Golden Show crew, scram. Wah, don't touch anymore. I'm afraid you'll suffer psychological damage when you take off your blindfolds. Can we start? Luo Jiayu felt the movement of the box being placed on the table and asked first. We can. Luo Jiayu quickly rolled up his sleeves and plunged his hands into the water tank, followed slowly by Chu Yu. The group of eels sensed the sudden intrusion and dispersed swimming away. Thus, Luo Jiayu only managed to grab some water, wetting his fingertips and muttering, it's not a bowl this time. Wah, if it were a bowl, that'd be good. I can't look at the upcoming scene. Fingers are about to touch now, I'm ready to hear Baizi's loud scream. Chu Yu quickly touched a soft and slippery object, pinching it and trying its texture. The eel wriggled left and right in protest as Chu Yu raised his head after a couple of seconds. Oh, it's alive. Next, everyone heard the familiar remark. Feels pretty young, way more energetic than me. Probably moved by the depth of this sigh, all the present staff fell silent. It seemed the expected program effect did not go as planned, but instead slid towards another extreme. Let me feel it. After hearing, Luo Jiayu immediately turned around familiarly begging for food, and without hesitation, Chiyu handed him what he held. Wow, these two. Is there bravery wholesale from Iwu's small goods market? Brothers, do you remember your competitors? I'm dumbfounded, didn't know Brother Baizi was so bold. Scared of nothing except humans. Caught on sight, capybara catching loaches in water. Luo Jiayu stroked the locha's head twice with his childhood buddy's help and clicked his tongue, feels edible. Just 1 second after his words, two voices overlapped simultaneously. Loach. Loach. The staff seemed unprepared for how fast they guessed, stunned for a while before saying, "You're correct." Chuyu lowered his head and pressed his lips slightly, looking somewhat guilty as if hiding something. This level of telepathy leaves me speechless. Answering in such unison, they must have eaten together previously. But there is another item in the box, do you want to keep guessing? Is it edible? Luo Jiayu asked sincerely. This cannot be revealed. Could the loaches be packed for us after the game ends? Luo Jiayu continued to ask earnestly. The staff broke out in cold sweat, we'll discuss this later. Lu Jiayu pouted and hooked his companion's finger beside him, whispering, keep going. Chu Yu's face remained expressionless, devoid of his classic half-dream half-awake tired look. Covered with a stylish black cloth, he appeared cooler than usual. The cool guy nodded. I've hit jackpot. This is no coincidence, it's clearly an obvious bounty. He really isn't allergic to just this guy beside him. Amazing, ever since this holy pair emerged, I haven't gone hungry. Crying tears. The second round of the touching the box game began again. Luo Jiayu once more started by grabbing a handful of water, itchy hands reminiscent of a primary school student wanting to have a water fight with the person next to him. Chuyu maintained his calm Buddha-like expression, with one hand scooping under the water. He felt around until he touched a thin, slippery tail, ? He followed the tail tip forward and repeated the pinching action from earlier. Oh, it's alive. At this point, Luo Jiayu's hand was gradually reaching over as well. After touching the object and feeling it twice, he then rested his palm on its surface to sense it further, incredulously remarking, nope, not even a twitch. I feel like it's dead. Chuyu turned to face his childhood friend, even though wearing blindfolds they couldn't see each other clearly. However, the audience could mostly picture the look hidden under the black cloth. It's my hand. Luo Jiayu fell silent, silently stroking again, and then seemed to confirm something in realization, oh. So that explains it, give me one finger. After saying this, he released the fingers that had been covering Chu Yu's back of the hand, moving forward to explore some more until he encountered another object. Seizing it as if uncovering treasure, this. After 2 seconds, Chu Yu moved his fingers. Luo Jiayu fell silent once more. This is also my hand. Oh, this too is your hand. Finally, the pitiful eel was completely scooped out by both hands from the water, wriggling around helplessly before the cameras. The production team surely wouldn't have put a real water snake in, so guessing the answer based on size wasn't hard at all. In the end, after removing the blindfold, Luo Jiayu caught sight of densely arranged fish tanks right before him, his eyes brightening instantly. So many. Enough for 2 meals of fried loaches. Chu Yu also took off his blindfold and glanced into the tank. Just when everyone thought he might look unimpressed or unmoved, he swallowed audibly. You guys aren't serious, are you? Ha ha ha. Confirmed, 2 foodies. I'm actually scared they'll start some wild survival cooking video series once they leave the camp, just blurting things like, tastes like chicken but crunchy, protein 6 times higher than beef. Dear, eat up. It's a blessing to be able to eat. In the end, Louis Yang embraced an entire box of loaches as a winner's reward, and before the recording ended, the staff asked each trainee group to record an ending comment. Louis Yang and Shui Lu said, let's keep trying next time, while Wei Zia and Jiang Qinglu expressed how the experience was unforgettable. When it came to Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu, their spokesperson, cheerfully standing in front with an absolute extrovert attitude, opened his mouth and blurted out, thank you for nature's bounty. As the recording finished, Luo Jiayu carried the box of loaches together with Chu Yu towards the canteen direction, chatting while walking. Patrick Star, let's go catch some mud loaches. But we've already caught them. Then Patrick Star, let's go fry some loaches. Alright, SpongeBob. Patrick Star, why do you call yourself Patrick Star? Because I am the big star sent down by heaven to protect you. Luo Jiayu blinked a few times. Despite being the one who brought up the line, he felt somewhat choked up hearing Chu Yu respond fluently. When I fry, I'll split it 50-50. Alright, SpongeBob. Chu Yu stretched lazily. Half for you, half for me. We're great partners. A bit too rhyming, man. Luo Jiayu made a clicking sound. After stretching, Chu Yu became even lazier, lazily taking 2 steps forward, I'm hungry. I'll fry while you squat beside me. One ready, one to eat. Okay. And thus, the 2 silhouettes chatted casually now and then, disappearing step by step behind the doors of the canteen. Chapter 42. The holiday following the first public performance was brief and precious, so most of the trainees chose to take full advantage of this time to rest and catch up on lost sleep. Chu Yu, who was already sleepy by nature, became even more so. Out of 24 hours in a day, he was awake for less than 8 hours, giving off an air of someone ready to sleep with the world forever. As for his roommate in the bunk above, he seemed much more energetic, bustling about every day. But if you looked closely, it seemed like none of it was productive work. One day, when Chu Yu woke up from a long and deeply satisfying sleep, He opened his eyes to see Luo Jiayu sitting by the long table in the dormitory, conducting some sort of experimental research with a serious look on his face. On the table were various beakers, graduated cylinders, and chemical reagents that he had rummaged through his own box. At that moment, a certain handsome young man was holding a pair of tweezers, taking out a paper rose from a beaker filled with blue solution. The paper rose had been made translucent by the copper sulfate solution, its edges sparkling with copper sulfate crystals. After attaching it to a false flower stalk, Luo Jiayu looked up and caught sight of Chuyu, who had just woken up and was looking at him. Chuyu appeared dazed, a little bewildered and somewhat skeptical about what he was seeing. The person in front of him casually picked up the rose along the flower stem, putting it in his mouth. The handsome guy bit down on the blue eternal rose, struck a pose with a well-practiced expression, and gave a wink to his childhood friend, who obviously hadn't fully awakened from his dreams yet. It's not the rose that's romantic, it's me. Chuyu rolled his eyes. I must not be fully awake yet. He muttered under his breath as he shook his head, then slammed back onto the bed, pulling the blanket over himself to continue sleeping. 5 seconds passed. Chuyu sat bolt upright like a terminally ill patient suddenly waking up and looked at the person in front of him who hadn't yet spit out the fake rose. I want to play too. Half a minute later, Luo Jiayu's position as an experimental researcher was taken over by Chuyu, who finally got up and moved around. Luo Jiayu brought over a small stool and sat next to him, persistently sticking the rose in his mouth while poking his sleeve with it. There's only one rose, and time waits for no one. Once I finish mine, we'll have two. Chuyu held the paper rose he had just bought from the link provided by Luo Jiayu in the mall and began slowly preparing the copper sulfate solution for his rose. How much did your set of chemistry kits cost? Luo Jiayu leaned in to watch him work at a sloth-like pace. Chuyu took the rose from his mouth, compared it with his own, then returned it. 10 yuan and 88 fun. New customer discount, quite cheap. Because I've borrowed credit in the system mall and my credit score is too low, they won't give me any discounts. So unfair. Luo Jiayu smirked slightly as he glanced downward. He observed for a while longer the slow stirring process by the sloth, and then tentatively concluded, once Chuyu finished the blue rose, they could go out for a late-night snack. So he decided to find something else to do beside his childhood friend. He thought about it and took out his phone, deciding to start learning how other hosts from different couple teams market their posts and plan activities. He had barely opened Weibo when his private messages exploded again. The CP fan supergroup, the one that Kuei Yi had invited him to join initially, was refreshing non-stop with the most frequent updates. When Luo Jiayu clicked into it, he saw that the content of their excitement was largely the same, but the way they expressed it was truly chaotic. Whisper conversation screenshot, hook finger screenshot, touching hands in the water tank screenshot, second touching hand screenshot. I've almost worn out this episode's blooper reels. The scenes mentioned above are key highlights, each time I watch them, I scream. AAA my CP is real. AAA my CP would have 8 babies. Luo Jiayu, who was drinking water at the time, nearly choked on his bronchial tubes after reading that last message. Chuyu immediately turned his head upon hearing the sound. Did you drink something you shouldn't? He still remembered there were 2 bottles of sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide in his box, eventually needing to neutralize each other and lose all their corrosive properties. Luo Jiayu shook his head, continuing to browse through his phone as immovably as a mountain, just reading a fantasy novel. What are you reading? About us having 8 babies. Of course, he wouldn't say something so reckless. Magical realism, postmodern avant-garde novel. After saying this, Luo Jiayu tactically drank another sip of water. Chuyu rolled his eyes and went back to adjust his solution. Their conversation, you should savor it carefully. I think it doesn't resemble the ordinary way close friends interact at all. It's neither like friends nor exes, the only possibility left is that they are currently in a relationship. Or they're just at the stage of being ambiguous, right before taking the final step. Sisters, your logic is flawless. I agree, which good buddies could be so natural with hugging and touching fingers? Not even Guan Yu and Zhang Fei acted this way. Not even Shu Ku and Bei Ta. Definitely not Shi Yangyang and Lan Yangyang either. Let me fantasize further, these two have been childhood sweethearts for a long time, and Luo arrived suddenly. Following his outgoing personality, he probably confessed shortly after arriving, but Capybara might not have realized his feelings yet, nor did he want to lose such a good friend, hence his hesitation. Until the accident during the first public performance when Capybara was held in Luo's arms and didn't dodge. That indicates he had fallen for him. And later, during the ranking announcement, he mistakenly thought Luo was leaving and cried for the first time, which revealed to Luo that Xiao Yu couldn't live without him. They probably confessed again that night and ended up together naturally, becoming the affectionate couple we've seen on this episode. Sisters, you're incredible. I believe what you've said. I've been completely hooked by their romance. In my eyes, this must be how things went down. If they've already confessed, won't they sleep together at night? Extremely excited. Ahahaha. Does any writer create some content like this for our babies to read? Tapping the bowl. Viewing it from this perspective, whispering in each other's ears is just exchanging sweet nothings. The eye contact before putting on the blindfold was full of chemistry, and the hand touch in the water tank clearly hints that they wish to intertwine their fingers, embrace, and kiss. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man. Can you fantasize about them so much? Luo Jiayu looked at his phone screen in disbelief. What exactly are you looking at? Magical romanticism postmodern avant-garde novels. Chu Yu took a deep breath, picked up a lighter and began lighting the alcohol lamp. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man. Oh my god, you scared me. Kid, how do you have the time to visit us all of a sudden? The host has dived for too long. I'd almost forgotten there's a kid among us. Baby, aunties are discussing adult topics. Go do your homework. How many hours of anti-addiction mode does the kid have left today? Luo Jiayu gritted his teeth as he responded to each message above one by one. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, today's homework is done. Thought I'd take a look. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, 1.5 hours. So what? 1.5 hours is enough, kid. Have you watched the latest bloopers of the show? If you haven't, go watch it fast. It's packed with sugar. Our CP is real. Kid, what assignments did you finish today? AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, the blooper came out and I've already seen it. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, but I think, maybe perhaps, they're not likely to be in a relationship, right? AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, kid, what did you finish? Analytic geometry, linear algebra, and the area formula of triangles. Kid, you're such a spoil sport. You are one of the original members who started shipping this couple, yet you remain this conservative. Are you shipping their brotherly love instead? Girls, feel for him, he hasn't even graduated elementary school yet. Dating is too early for him. He probably hasn't even held a girl's hand. Sister, the kid's here fangirling over the male-male pairing. Do you think he'd prefer girls? Then he probably hasn't even touched a boy's hand either. Analytic geometry, linear algebra, and the area formula of triangles, kid, you're impressive. Though, isn't the style of the last one slightly off? AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, I think brotherly love is great too. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, take me and my brother for instance, though we aren't in a relationship, our bond is stronger than 99% of couples. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, impressive kid, I'm a prodigy, finished university-level calculus courses at age 8, now I'm just catching up on 3rd grade math materials. So, is the Super Talk specifically built for BroLove fans, kid? Facepalm. Your OTP brain is working. Tell us how you interact with your brother, let me see if it's as good as you say. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, absolutely good. Promise you it's top-notch. Let me list 100 records of daily interactions between me and my brother when I get back. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, that probably means he's never touched a boy's hand, I have. My brother's. Bro, you. Bro, are you really here? You're not pairing this CP because they remind you of you and your brother, are you? Wow, this super talk is done for. Bro, you're obviously crushing on your brother, even a 23-year-old auntie can see that clearly. Who has that meme? Send it to him quickly. I do. Here it is. Brother, you smell so good. JPG. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, do you think our couple fares better when compared to you lose? Our couple. Our couple. Luo Jiayu screamed inside his head. Kid, are you sure you want to ask that here? I sent this like calculating the national disease rate in a hospital. Just enjoy our own OTPs without mentioning other people's CPs, kid. Can't we all eat peacefully in our little corners? AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, alright then, our CP is better to pair. I've said enough. That's really enough. Kids just love comparing. There's no way around it. If the kid were a 20-year-old adult, I'd already have yelled at him until he bled. Well, now the big bro title is gone too. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, you can't scold me. I'll release some pictures, and these photos will leave you searching everywhere in vain. Speaking of which, kid bro, are there any stunning side-by-side pictures for us to feast on today? Talking about this, kid bro, you said your pictures come from private channels, but it's best if you reveal the source. If they were leaked privately from the camp, it's against the rules. Right, you're still young and don't understand yet. If the pictures are private ones from the camp, then the staff sister who gave you those pictures would be fired by the production team once discovered, and she'd also have to pay a colossal breach of contract penalty. Luo Jiayu's eyes instantly widened. Penalty fee. He was practically broke with only 2 yuan and 50 cents left in his pocket. How could your province's crown prince fall to such a pitiful state? Without hesitation, Luo Jiayu decided that under no circumstances would he admit that these pictures came from the camp. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, actually, my second cousin's third elder sister's son from my maternal uncle's side is classmates with those 2 handsome guys in high school. These photos were sent to me by him. They were all taken during high school, not in the camp. Are you serious? I believe it. High school BFFs being inseparable since back then, perfect OTP material. Then kid bro, can you get more pictures from your second cousin's third elder sister's son at once? The kid starving, eyes sparkling. AAA supreme handsome leading man, just a moment. I still have one picture here. Look, I finished the first layer of dyeing. Chuyu poked him while he was looking down typing on the keyboard, showing him the pale blue-dyed paper rose in her hands. Nice. Luo Jiayu praised at the right moment, then picked up his sparkling deep blue rose. Can I borrow your rose for a moment? Holding two roses dyed in different shades, the camera lens perfectly framed both their articulate hands. Chuyu's hand still had gloves on. Luo Jiayu adjusted the angle, blurring out the background, and captured half of the face of his childhood friend beside Chuyu as they took a selfie together. The center of the photo still highlighted those two beautiful roses. Okay. He lowered his head, selected the newly taken photo, and uploaded it along with the pre-prepared caption. AAA Supreme Handsome Leading Man, this photo was taken during their high school chemistry club activities. The photo soon sparked enthusiastic reactions, reinstating the kid bro to the pedestal where he was still adored by many as the go-to child for images. OMG Blue Rose. Making roses together sounds way too romantic, doesn't it? How does your romance with your brother measure up to this, kid bro? Ah. Being able to devour royal rations here every day makes me the happiest little girl in the world. To feed the CP fans with non-rule-breaking content, he truly went through great pains. If it weren't for the 2 yuan and 50 cents left in his pocket, he wouldn't feel so humiliated. Luo Jiayu began to ponder. Is there any way for a large sum of money to magically appear in my pocket? Chapter 43. During the rare one-week holiday, the production team planned not only a group practice session for participants to touch the horror box, but also another activity. Do you fear ghosts? A crew member, holding a microphone with a beaming smile, interviewed several invited trainees in front of a temporary haunted house, while a camera broadcast their responses live. Not afraid. Xue Lu's face was expressionless. A little bit. Lu Yang's mouth twitched incessantly after spotting that there were no lights inside the haunted house, but he still managed to raise his hand and made a peculiar gesture. Just a little. Very much. Jiang Qinglu admitted somewhat bashfully in a low voice. I can't even watch horror movies, they give me nightmares at night. The Crown Prince of Beijing stood beside him, sunglasses-less but exuding an air of superiority akin to wearing them. With a tremendous internal struggle yet an outwardly nonchalant demeanor, he said, I'm not afraid. I can protect you. I can protect you. The Crown Prince yelled fervently inside. Fu Hansong, called over as the odd man out for this game's trio, felt somewhat uncomfortable, thinking that being part of a movie with these three would be distressing whether named or unnamed. Not scared, I guess. The camera turned, focusing on two good-looking men leaning against the wall whose vibes were markedly different from the others. What about you? Afraid or not? Luo Jiayu was looking toward the haunted house. Midway through his gaze, noticing the camera and the question directed at him, he lazily turned his head and slowly revealed his trademark cool guy smile, if I am. The staff choked on their words. Luo boss, stop indulging in 10G daily internet browsing, your fans can't keep up with your internet speed. Laughed till I cried when I realized this guy is never serious once off stage. The dude's actually handsome, pity about his mouth. My goodness, all the wives in the super topic fled overnight, why do you have to talk, handsome? Girlfriend's club standing strong here wanting to poison him into muteness, though it wouldn't last long before turning into a mom's fanbase. 90% of his fans are mom fans, a strange phenomenon indeed in fandom circles. Who could blame him? The moment he opens his mouth he sounds like a foolish puppy who loves watching SpongeBob. If he won't be my silly son, then who will? Ha ha ha, same goes for Bezigu over in the other block, his fanbase is 90% moms too. It feels like these two fandoms are overlapping now, either double fanning or CP pairings, most fans fit both categories. Trolls love these two so much, making their respective fandoms harmoniously chatty just like steamed buns cooking every day, such happiness in double fanning. In front of the camera, the staff adjusted their expression and again cheerfully handed the microphone to Bezigu standing nearby with half-closed eyes. Little you, are you scared of ghosts? Not ghosts, humans, quick response, dot. Fear of humans +1. Bezigu, when meeting people, I cower timidly, when encountering ghost-like beings, I throw punches aggressively. Ha 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 ha, how everyone knows exactly what he has in mind. My cute baby boy, how can I not know? Yu Chu had been woken up rudely at 6:30 in the morning by his upper bunk roommate who loudly summoned him while simultaneously pulling carrots from the bed. His body might have arrived, but his soul lingered by his dormitory bed. So sleepy, for the next week, he didn't want to eat any carrots. The interviewer's sister was the same one from the last recording of single-person interlude interviews for contestants. Seeing his half-dead look brought her a sense of familiarity, prompting her to ask again. Chu, are you awake? Could he really say no? Yu Chu forced himself to open his eyes wider, nodding twice weakly. It was only after Luo Jiayu placed both hands on his head and chin, steering his gaze away from some random space towards the camera, did things get back on track. The host is right here. Ha 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 ha. Are you awake? Yu Chu, nodded to empty air. Luo Jiayu leaned closer to Chu's ear and repeated the staff's question, causing Chu to furrow his eyebrows slightly, attempting to focus and hear exactly what he said. She just asked you if you're scared of ghosts. We'll soon be exploring the haunted house, remember? During our graduation trip to the local amusement park, we also went into one like it. There was a fake red-eyed giant spider in there, and I even lifted you up so you could ride it. But we argued for hours about what kind of spider it was. We thought maybe it was a tiger-patterned spider. Do you have any clues now? Chu Yu, who had just been jolted awake from his sleep, felt like his linguistic comprehension system couldn't process all these rambles. His eyebrows furrowed more tightly as he listened, appearing to be focused while actually being completely distracted. I think spaghetti should be mixed with concrete grade 42 because this screw's length actually can directly affect the torque of an excavator since the moment it smashes in, it produces a large amount of high-energy protein, colloquially known as UFO. The interviewer fell silent for a moment, then turned her head to look at Luo Jiayu who was bent over laughing. What exactly did you say to him? Ha 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 ha, what have you done to my water buffalo? He looks much livelier now. Impressive, Mr. Rapper can talk so fast. 13 words per second, does Chu Yu even understand what he's saying? If he did understand, there would be no way that spaghetti got mixed with concrete grade 42. Is everyone here on Bluetooth or something? When will I stop laughing at these nonsense jokes? Xiao Yu, wake up, the staff member patted Chu Yu's shoulder and handed the microphone close to his mouth. Are you scared of ghosts? Not too bad. Chu Yu replied hesitantly, pausing as if wanting to say more. More scared of people. After these words came out, many comments exploded with pride. Who guessed it right here? Guessed it +1. +1. My little guy is truly the most pure and unpretentious one in the camp, his image remains consistent both inside and out. Let's start a stats thread and see how many times the chat guesses what baby says into his walkie-talkie before the show ends. If you're scared, you can tell the staff via the radio, and we'll take you out early. Chu Yu obediently nodded. In the distance, Lui Yang heard this sentence and his eyes lit up, as if catching a lifeline. However, Xuelu gave him a warning tug on his sleeve, silently forbidding him to embarrass himself. Contestants who successfully navigate through the haunted house and complete their mission will be awarded the qualification to take a themed duo selfie, which will be uploaded to the official Weibo account. For the contestants, it's one of the few precious opportunities to attract traffic. There are 2 haunted houses. 2 teams go in at a time, decided by lottery which team goes into which house. The first group to enter and explore the haunted house were Lui Yang and Xuelu. Their drawn theme of the haunted house was relatively less terrifying compared to the other groups, following international conventions with amputated limbs, blood stains, leaking cassette recorders, and emerald green lighting. Upon closer inspection, the stage settings were quite crude, not really scary. The crew members playing the part of homicidal maniacs were still putting on masks and changing costumes in the preparation room when already chilling screams could be heard from within the rooms. Xuelu abruptly turned around, checking the direction Lui Yang was facing, only to find a mechanical woodpecker clock decoration in front of his childhood friend. The reason for Lui Yan's scream was because the woodpecker opened its mouth. Just after taking a few steps forward, Lui Yan stepped on something soft, different from the texture of the floor. Instantaneously, he shot 10 meters away, screaming non-stop as he flew. Indifferently, Xuelu picked up the toy caterpillar that Lui Yan had accidentally stepped on earlier and threw it aside. Midway through, a motion sensor light above them suddenly turned on, projecting an eerie green glow. Lui Yang performed a scene with flailing limbs and twisted body parts whereupon Xuelu forcibly dragged him back to the area with normal lighting. As they returned to position, a glance out of the corner of his eye caught a head wearing a ghost mask on the ground smiling widely at him with its blood-soaked mouth wide open. Exasperated beyond limits, Xuelu turned toward Lui Yang and roared, "Stop screaming. You're scarier than the ghosts." Lui Yang shut his mouth reluctantly, seemingly wishing to cry out but holding himself back. He felt that life reached a low point due to this game. These 2 make me laugh so hard. Xuelu's retorts are so sharp, huh? Like me and my useless partner. Because Lui Yang looked as though he'd pass out if he didn't leave soon, this group ended their exploration extremely quickly, waiting only 5 minutes before the staff came to rescue them. As soon as they came out, the second group who had drawn the same haunted house theme went in. That was the trio of Crown Prince, Young Master by Xiaohua. The other group of the second batch was Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu. They had drawn another haunted house theme. But since the people inside hadn't come out yet, they could only continue to wait outside. We're definitely going to win. Luo Jiayu took sunglasses out of his pocket and put them on. Chu Yu had been feeling a bit sleepy but was now less so after blinking for a while. He then nodded, Let's follow the old 6-word guideline, I explore first, you guard the rear. Luo Jiayu seemed to recall something and gave a light cough. Although his expression was somewhat unnatural, he looked away and still managed to say, if it gets dark, just hold my hand. Chu Yu didn't reply immediately, blinking twice as if thinking about something. Finally, as usual, he gave a nod. Inside the haunted house, the heavy wooden door was pushed open steadily by Wei Ziyu. Jiang Qinglu closely followed behind him, and Fu Hansong formed the end of their lineup. The three of them successively entered a room covered with artificial bloodstains. In the darkness, the camera in the corner emitted red flashes. Wei Ziyu, his features calm and composed, began searching for clues and mission cards highly efficiently from the moment he entered. His commanding voice directed. "This area is more horrifying, I'll handle the search. The small room over there has no ghost props or bloodstains, you two can go there. Prince looks really steady. Every word seems like he's talking to Lu, who's afraid of ghosts, shipped." As the number one sidekick friend of Crown Prince Wei Ziyu, Fu Hansong currently walked toward a corner small room alongside Jiang Qinglu, expressionless. Halfway through, they accidentally stepped on something like an alarm. After a shrill alert sound, a cabinet suddenly swung open and revealed an NPC covered in fake blood, dressed as a homicidal maniac. Startled, Jiang Qinglu stumbled backward, nearly falling because she tripped over a table leg due to her fear. Recalling a nightmare from childhood, tears brimmed her eyes ready to spill at the reminder of her tragic experiences. He who once haunted her nightmares, continued to save her time and again from danger. Pain mingling with heart-throbbing moments, that was the conflicting emotion of lovers torn between affection and torment typical in young adult romance novels. The Crown Prince maintained his authoritative deep voice. "Don't be scared." Bai Xiaohua blushed. Fu Hansong remained expressionless. Ah, poor Song being dragged along for some flirty couple adventure. Fu Hansong should have stayed under the car instead of inside. Just as this romantic scene unfolded with its sorrowful ambience and subtle flirtation, the preparations inside the other haunted house were finally complete, ready to welcome the next visitors. Outside the haunted house, the staff called, "Chu Yu, Luo Jiayu, it's your turn now. Are you ready?" A familiar tone replied, "Ready. Finally. Can't wait for this episode. These two are even bigger stars." 5 seconds later, the hospital-themed haunted house door was violently slammed open, causing the door panels to bounce off the walls with such great force it felt like it might break any minute. On top of the door hung Luo Jiayu's strong and articulate fingers, as he himself strolled into the room in a very suave manner, wearing sunglasses and taking large confident steps. Behind him was his partner whose look at him carried endless complexities. Chu Yu closed his eyes and touched the damaged door panel before performing the Buddhist gesture of respect, wearing an expression full of compassion, apologizing to the gate on behalf of his younger brother. "May your sins be forgiven." Ha 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 ha. Lawless thug enters the village accompanied by a devoted monk. This duo never fails to deliver absurdness. After apologizing to the injured door, Chu Yu turned his attention forward to see Luo Jiayu looking left and right without removing his sunglasses, a bewildered look spreading across his face as he asked, "Can you actually see anything like that?" "It doesn't matter," scoffed Luo Jiayu, stubbornly clinging to the notion of male elegance. "Vision may be temporary, but being handsome lasts forever." At the entrance of the haunted house, there was a notice board stating the main quest. "You are a patient but you suffer from amnesia. Please first seek out clues in various departments until you find your medical record." Chu Yu stared repeatedly at the bulletin on the wall, perplexed. Do we really need to search? He wondered. Why can't I just bring one with me? Chapter 44. The haunted house with a hospital theme was divided into several small rooms. Luo Jiayu went to one of the small room entrances and tried pressing the power switch, finding that the light could be turned on. He then turned around and called out to his good friend, "I'll take care of the hall, why don't you look in the smaller rooms first?" The hospital hall, ironically, was the only place without lights. Chu Yu nodded slowly and, under the watchful eyes of his childhood friend, entered the small room marked as Psychiatry Department. Inside, the room was eerily silent except for the hidden corner where there was a camera installed. Next to the door stood a wash basin, but it had dried up, with various spattered stains, possibly ketchup or some other substance designed to mimic blood. Empty medicine boxes were piled on the floor, and the room's intercom occasionally emitted a strange soft laugh. Chu Yu, not watching his step, accidentally stepped on a bloody severed hand, triggering the intercom to change from a soft laugh into a sudden scream. Aha! Why is this haunted house so scary? The production team really put a lot of effort into making it this detailed. Chu Yu, you're really not afraid at all. Capybara didn't even blink an eye. After hearing the scream, Chu Yu paused briefly, then bent down to see the severed hand he had accidentally stepped on. He picked it up apologetically, shook hands with the dismembered limb, saying mentally, "Brother, I didn't mean to." The broadcast seemed shocked by his awareness and politeness, and both the screaming and laughing suddenly stopped. "Host, are you scared?" With no one around, Teacher Zhao suddenly popped out and asked. Hearing this, Chu Yu blinked and pointed at the bloody severed hand in his hand, glancing toward the direction from which the scream originated earlier. "I feel like it's more scared than me." The system thought about it for a moment and agreed that made sense. "This action reminds me of a children's song, salute, shake hands, you're my best friend. It feels like if this guy goes to the ghostly underworld, he'd have great social relations there. He's really not afraid at all. Unbelievable, him returning to the psychiatry department feels just like going back to class F. What an analogy, sister ahead. Ha ha ha. Despicable but accurate. On the wall directly facing the sink hung a mirror, on which something appeared to have been smeared. Chuyu approached to inspect closer, discovering chaotic handwriting on the surface. Below the mirror lay a broken lipstick. The vivid red, wild writing was striking, it clearly displayed the intense resentment and harsh force used by its writer. The strokes covered nearly the entire mirror. XXX, you really deserve to die. The name following was roughly crossed out with red lines, obscuring the original content. Chuyu leaned close and traced the words with his index finger, bringing down a streak of lipstick, leaving his entire fingertip dyed pale red. Then he lifted his head and faced the bizarre curse written on the wall, suddenly grinning with excitement and nudging teacher Zhao inside his mind. The audience heard his inner voice. Wow, someone else has a mental state similar to mine. Chat comments. Ha 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 ha. Never thought they'd find you a kindred spirit, little lunatic. Is this the point, brother? Focus, please. I somehow feel he's already integrated into the family of the haunted hospital. After searching everywhere, Chiyu finally found a skeleton buried beneath a pile of dismembered limbs. The so-called medical record was clutched within the skeleton's mouth. Chuyu reached for it, but the record was stuck in the skeleton's mouth and couldn't be pulled out. Patiently, he extended his hand toward the skeleton. Give it to me. The motionless and speechless skeleton acted haughtily, indicating unwillingness. Chuyu gently patted the skeleton's head, then felt around and found a mechanism-like small hole, possibly needing something placed inside before the record would pop out. Chuyu compared the size of the hole and searched again thoroughly. Finally, on a dusty experiment table against the wall, he found a jar containing eyeballs next to a tattered experimental logbook. Besides recording data, the log also had a few hurried lines written at the end. He read them over, the gist being that this experiment was for the researcher's daughter who had gone blind, but to obtain more samples, her father had murdered more young girls and taken their eyeballs. After being sent to the mental hospital, he had gouged out the eyes of a girl in the same ward. He took out 2 amber-colored eyeballs mentioned in the log as the last victim he had killed had unusually amber-colored eyes. Chuyu walked back to the emaciated skeleton and inserted the eyeballs into its sunken eye sockets. Upon regaining its sight, the skeleton spit out the medical record. Before leaving, Chuyu didn't forget to pat the skull's head again. Turns out your eyes were stolen by a bad person before. Alright, now you can see. The medical record was retrieved, revealing the item previously held in the skeleton's mouth, a bloody heart. Chuyu stared silently at the skeleton for a moment and made a heart sign back to it. Teacher Zhao drew in a cold breath. Host, please act normal, I'm scared. Wow, I'm shocked. Capybara is truly such a capybara. Brother's brain circuits are so strange I can't figure them out. I solemnly announce that Brother Botsy's mental state is a unique phenomenon without substitutes in entertainment industry. Today's haunted house adventure once again proves this point. Why do I feel a hint of warmth from the mutual heart sign exchange between man and ghost? Even more, I feel little brother Xiao Yu who treats skeletons like humans and comforts little girls is rather cute. Remaining in his crouching position, Chiyu flipped open the hard-earned medical record. In theory, since he played an amnesiac patient, the name of the patient on the medical record should be his own. The more he read, the more something felt off. On the last page, he had become mentally unhinged, repeatedly writing the same sentence, she's coming, she carries a surgery knife stolen from adults, her amber-colored eyes shimmer like a hunting lion under the moonlight. She's here to kill me. Chuyu looked up silently again, gazing at the grinning skeleton in front of him making heart signs with a piece of bloody heart clenched in its jaw. She seemed to be holding his heart. You killed me. He accused her. You're a very bad person too. The unmoving, speechless skeleton expressed arrogance, indicating it didn't care. Ahahaha, how ridiculous and funny. Brother Botsy, a minute of emotion just now turned out to be misplaced. Crazy uncle steals eyes, crazy uncle is bad, little girl serial killer, little girl is bad, capybara knows nothing, capybara is good. After searching almost the entire psychiatric department, Chiyu returned to the hall, wanting to check how his childhood friend was doing. Luo Luo. He stood at the doorway, calling out a name that echoed through the empty hall. It was rare for their lifelong friendship to call each other by name. Usually, their nicknames would simply drop titles entirely, which now made his calling feel a bit awkward. He wasn't used to directly calling Luo Jiayu either. The only time he called him was Luo Luo, no reason other than that Luo Jiayu's pet Samyet also went by Luo Luo. Once, when he shouted the name, both heads simultaneously turned around, making for a hilariously comedic effect. Calling Luo Luo, huh? I'm shipped. Where's Luo Luo? Come quickly and claim your baby you, I'm worried sick. Hey, I'm here. In the pitch darkness, a tall figure was originally hunched over searching for something. Upon hearing the voice, they straightened up swiftly. Stay there, I'll find you. What's this about? Just kidding, really come and fetch. Guys. Since the hall was completely dark, the screen in front of the camera showed images in fluorescent green. There were only 2 blurry human outlines visible, but one could tell that the 2 silhouettes had clasped hands and walked into the depth of the darkness. Ah. Auo. Why did Brother Potsy take off his sunglasses? Earlier, during the surveillance footage, Brother Potsy collided into a pillar while wearing sunglasses, must have been embarrassed enough to sneakily remove them. As the chat room erupted in comments, the persons involved seemed long accustomed, both faces remained calm as usual. Lu Jiayu, holding Chu Yu's hand, continued searching through the stack of books using his free hand, grabbing something and showing it off proudly to Chu Yu. Look, I found a key. A key, one of the most crucial props in all escape games, symbolizing new plot developments, new locations, new clues. Wow, awesome. Chu Yu complimented sincerely, though his tone remained flat. I also found the hospital director's personal account, wanna see? On the cluttered desk filled with documents, there was a miniature flashlight. Luo Jiayu handed over both the self-narrative paper and the flashlight to Chu Yu, who took them and started flipping through. Unexpectedly, he found a patient's name on the medical record identical to the one he had just located. Was I originally from the burn unit? Luo Jiayu took the medical record from Chu Yu to have a look, but I already searched the burn unit earlier, and I didn't find any records with your name. The handwriting on this burn-related section has been altered, Chu Yu noted again. The font doesn't match the previous ones either, it must be mimicked by another patient. Your background really is quite mysterious. My background really is quite mysterious, Chu Yu read out mechanically. Why don't you come try this key with me? I want to see which door it fits. Chu Yu nodded and then remembered that in the darkness, the other couldn't see him nod, so he gently squeezed the hand pulling him along. What's wrong? Need a firmer grip? Luo Jiayu casually said. As soon as he spoke, he tightened his hold and led Chu Yu towards several branching paths at the deeper end, initiating the routine of deciding which path to take. The two stood before the fork. Men left, women right, Luo Jiayu suggested. Counting game, Chu Yu suggested. Rock paper scissors, Luo Jiayu said and chose rock. Scissors, Chu Yu said. They both revealed their hands simultaneously. Luo Jiayu chose rock, and Chu Yu scissors, making Luo Jiayu the winner. Alright, let's follow my rule, men left, women right. After speaking, Luo Jiayu tugged Chu Yu and started heading off, elbow, we're going down the middle. Chu Yu closed his eyes briefly, he had known this would happen. It was all about rebellion. Hey, wait. He caught something out of the corner of his eye near a wall as they passed. Just as Luo Jiayu heard and wanted to pause, he stepped on a puddle of water tinted red with food coloring, slipping on it. His grip loosened, causing the key to fly out. Chu Yu reacted swiftly and caught his lifelong friend who almost fell. It was then that he noticed what had caught his attention, a water pipe outlet on the wall. The key flew straight into the corner, slid according to inertia, slipped into the outlet, and got stuck inside, unreachable. Silence bridged the gap between them that evening. Chapter 45. 3 people were in the haunted house, experiencing the most thrilling climax of their adventure. The murderer NPC was relentlessly chasing them, while the staff did their best to look grotesque and menacing, leaping around at the 2 young masters, the crown prince and the wealthy heir, as well as the white flower. The show's post-production team fittingly added a spine-chilling BGM that matched the suspenseful atmosphere. Wei Ziyu remained calm under pressure, pulling the white flower's hand as they retreated backward. Despite it being a game, they were playing it with the solemnity and determination one would have during an apocalypse. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. The white flower's eyes reddened slightly, as if the next moment the deep and domineering CEO would step forward, sacrificing himself for the tranquility of his beloved, just like how all romance dramas are written, full of life and death separations and love. The NPC kept pressing closer. In a moment of crisis, the 3 found a small narrow door the same color as the walls. Hanging by the door was a password lock, and on the door was a Sudoku puzzle that gave a hint for the password. The Sudoku wasn't difficult to solve, but since this heir to the capital elite didn't start tutoring in Olympiad mathematics from first grade like someone from another group, though his face remained composed, his heart was panicking quite a bit. As for Fu Hansong, the young nobleman, the words, mathematics, had never entered his walnut-sized brain. The figure of the NPC was almost upon them, and all emotions of either fear or tension had reached their peak. We're about to be caught, ah. Jiang Qinglu is already solving the problem, go Lulu, go Lulu. Quickly escape, I'm so nervous watching this. In the end, it was the white flower who shone brilliantly, successfully solving the problem within the limited time. Just before the NPC could grab them, all 3 slipped into the room together. Huff, huff. That was close. Fortunately, we succeeded. The surviving white flower looked up excitedly toward the other 2, receiving Wei Ziyu's restrained but indulgent gaze and Fu Hansong's utterly confused expression. What an exhilarating escape. I feel like our crown prince treats games with some sense of ceremony. Indeed, even before the chase began, these few guys exuded such conviction, turning a rough haunted house into a simulation of apocalyptic escape. Tense, stimulating, yet not lacking in excitement, let's check out what's happening next door. Those coming from next door will burst out laughing ha. Meanwhile, in another haunted house nearby. Chu Yu sat on a wooden table next to the wall, shining his miniature flashlight towards his childhood friend crouching by the wall. Luo Jiayu faced a pipe opening, struggling to retrieve a key deep inside using a thermometer he'd just pulled from some nook or cranny. Unfortunately, the thermometer was too short, and the key had slid too far away, making it impossible to fish it out properly. After remaining silent for a long time, Chiyu suddenly opened his mouth. Do you think? If the white-boned demoness has a headache, should she visit the orthopedics department or neurology? Hearing this sentence, Luo Jiayu paused mid-action, frozen for 2 seconds, unable to proceed further with the halfway retrieved item. Luo. Seeing his childhood friend unresponsive, Chiyu bent down and poked Luo Jiayu's head. Don't disturb me, I'm thinking. Ever since the key slid into the pipe opening, the two had been staring intently at the unlucky opening for 5 minutes now. Any results? Chiyu poked Luo Jiayu again, unwilling to give up. Luo Jiayu grabbed his childhood friend's restless wrist absent-mindedly while continuing to dig into the pipe, letting out a scoff. Why should I care about the daily life of the white-boned demoness when I haven't figured my own life out? Also true, Chiyu thought about it, agreeing and nodding. These two still interact exactly like old friends. Ha, such a good question. So which one should the white-boned demoness visit, neurology or orthopedics? I've started pondering myself. Feeling like I can't sleep tonight without knowing the answer, it seems mental illness is contagious. Are they really not finding this wrist-holding action awkward at all? I get it now, good friends doing anything is normal. If they kissed tomorrow, I bet they'd find it normal too. Especially doing such an intimate gesture while chatting about nonsense topics, leaving no romantic ambience whatsoever, wringing hands, ... To the previous comment, I enjoy following these two precisely because of this vibe, two fools with psychological issues running toward each other. They're perfect. I feel like by the end of this episode, the number of fans shipping these two will double. No, let me give it one last try. If it doesn't work, we'll go search somewhere else. After saying that, Luo Jiayu squatted down again. Chiyu continued to sit obediently waiting for him, and for a moment, there was an oddly peaceful serenity between them. However, in another pitch-black department room, a staff member NPC who had been waiting for quite some time gradually became restless. According to the normal game progression, Chiyu and Luo Jiayu should have searched the room where she was hiding 10 minutes after they entered, opened the cabinet, and seen her face covered by blood-stained long hair, then she would jump out and roar furiously, starting an exciting chase battle between two people and a ghost. But she waited and waited until all the flowers seemed to have wilted, and still no handsome men came to visit her. She decided to take matters into her own hands and be a proactive female ghost, stealthily opening the room door and peeking around before slowly floating toward the hall. The bullet chat soon noticed the commotion coming from the department room. There seems to be someone coming out of the little room at the bottom left. It's probably an NPC. They've waited so long that they've become an empty-nest old ghost. I laughed so hard I feel sorry for the staff. I'm starting to look forward to how the two will react when they encounter the ghost. The woman ghost scanned the hall and quickly locked onto a spot with a small beam of light in the corner, discovering her target for impending fright. She first saw Chuyu's more conspicuous back silhouette, so she tiptoed closer, dragging her white clothes across the ground, and extended her sharply painted red nails, professionally sneering as she walked toward the figure. She's coming. She's coming. She's going behind Xiaoyu. Brother Bai, turn your head, Chuyu did not turn his head, he was still pondering over that millennium-rare idiotic question. When the ghost approached, her steps paused as she noticed a rather high wooden table between herself and Chuyu. She couldn't just climb up and crawl on top of the table to scare someone, that wouldn't be graceful enough. Therefore, she switched her terror target to another squatted-down silhouette. She bypassed the wooden table Chuyu sat at, quietly crept behind Luo Jiayu, then lowered her head slowly, letting down thick, sweeping black hair to fall next to his side. Through the enveloping long hair, you could see her deathly pale and blood-streaked face. She raised her 5 sharp claws, screaming tearfully towards her target. Luo Jiayu was still trying to dig the key out of the hole, turning his head lazily. With a deadpan expression he freed one hand and shoved the bloody head reaching toward him aside. Go play somewhere else, this isn't your business. The ghost was a bit dumbfounded after being pushed away, turning her head a few times at the spot. Feeling ignored, she glanced down only to find that the outstanding plumber Xiao Luo had resumed his daily work. Feeling discontent, the ghost tried again with an AO, this time Luo Jiayu wasn't in a good mood. He turned his head, much like an adult interrupted in the middle of their work by naughty children, dismissively pointing to a nearby room without patience. There's a gas stove in the kitchen. Go twiddle with it if you're that bored. Why was she treated with such disdain? Enraged, the ghost decided to change her target, spinning around toward Chuyu on the table, sinisterly smiling before suddenly rushing over. Once again raising her claws, she screamed with her lungs bursting, AO. Chuyu remained calm, even calmer than Luo Jiayu. He calmly looked straight at the ghost near him, whose appearance resembled Sadako from The Ring, making it impossible for anyone to guess what was going through his mind. Then he spoke calmly. Are you trying to force kiss me by getting this close? The ghost froze. The ghost stood motionless, as if processing these short but shocking words. Terrified, the ghost turned around and fled. As the NPC disappeared, Chiyu returned to contemplating the earlier dumb question. Ha 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 ha. This mental state would scare ghosts themselves. Whenever I think this is the limit of these two, they always come up with something that makes my eyes roll darker. They're either sick or on the road to sickness every day. Brother Bai is still trying to fish out the key, let's quit already. How can Brother Bai possibly quit? The winner gets the chance to take selfies. He must surely want a duo photo with Xiao Yu. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu doesn't know about this yet. How can we let Xiao Yu see this comment? I'm almost successful. Came the excited voice from the wall side where Luo Jiayu bent over after fishing in the hole for a while longer. This time, he finally touched the edge of the key. Holding the badge of victory, Luo Jiayu stood up triumphantly, only to be almost thrown off balance by the numbness in his legs from squatting for so long. Chu Yu steadied him, shaking his hand encouragingly, "Great job, you've worked hard." Receiving praise, Luo Jiayu became even prouder. The proud little dog led another dog, who hadn't done much but had a sweet mouth, completing the remaining exploration and tasks. Finally, they returned victoriously hand in hand from the haunted house. Then they realized that because they spent too much time on the fiasco of losing the key, their adventure ended the slowest. "What did you two do inside?" the hostess asked incredulously and curiously. The two exchanged glances, then looked forward together. "Fixing the pipe. Contemplating life. I remember we were playing a haunted house," the hostess mused thoughtfully. "But well-behaved winners must get rewards." Soon the staff arranged for them to go to a dedicated changing room. They put on Halloween-themed monster headsets and costumes, taking a series of selfies together. "Which outfit do you want to wear?" With great enthusiasm, Luo Jiayu picked around among various rows of ghost cost decorations. Chu Yu, who has an innate fear of all photography activities, looked uninterested. "Is there any clothing that would make me fall asleep never to wake up?" "Mummy?" Luo Jiayu replied casually, then quickly snatched up a round pumpkin head cover and slipped it onto his childhood friend's head. "I think this suits you, cute." The cute pumpkin head blinked behind the head covering and flipped him the middle finger. "Definitely suitable," Luo Jiayu nodded contentedly. "Okay, smile." "Oh right, you're wearing the head covering, can't see if you're smiling." Unable to resist, Luo Jiayu grinned widely as he spoke, pressing the capture button while talking. "Then I'll take it that you are smiling." Top Trainee V, today we underwent an intense and exciting haunted house exploration activity. The most thrilling part was probably spending 10 minutes digging out the key from the pipe outlet and almost not succeeding. That pumpkin head beside him is personally selected by me. Isn't it very appropriate? By the way, although the photo does not show, he secretly told me later that he smiled during the picture-taking session. So, bye-bye. At Top Trainee Chu Yu at Top Trainee Luo Jiayu. Like, 233333 comment, 12345 forward, 9999. Popular comment, "Ah baby please snap more photos." Chapter 46. On a beautiful morning with gentle breeze and bright sunshine, just after 7:30, Mr. Zhao's heartrending wake-up call rang out loudly in Chu Yu's ears. "Host, baby. You, yesterday, forgot to set your alarm clock." Chu Yu turned over at the sound of this ghostly summons, then flipped again, rolling around like a flounder in a 108-style movement until he finally realized in despair that although he couldn't get up, he also couldn't go back to sleep. Then he slowly opened his eyes. "I had a nightmare last night," he said lifelessly to the system inside his mind while facing the ceiling directly. "What kind of dream?" "I dreamed that today we were going to do the second public performance group selection." "We're indeed supposed to participate in the second public performance group selection today," the system patiently reminded him. Chu Yu pulled the blanket over his face to avoid confronting this cold world, definitely a nightmare. In the end, under Mr. Zhao's earnest concern and urging, Chu Yu got dressed, stood up, and looked up at the top bunk only to find that the person above was sleeping even more soundly than himself. "How come you haven't woken him up yet?" Mr. Zhao asked Luo Jiayu's system. "I can't yell as loud as you can. I called him a few times already but he didn't respond," Mr. G said as he typed away on the keyboard, busy doing something unknown. "Hold on, I'm looking for an audio file I listened to recently." After 2 seconds, Chu Yu and Mr. Zhao heard synchronously the spirited alarm tone Ms. G played for Luo Jiayu. Zhejiang Wenzhou Jiangnan Leather Factory went bankrupt. The largest leather factory in Zhejiang Wenzhou, Jiangnan Leather Factory has gone bankrupt. Luo Jiayu shot straight up with a somersault motion, almost smashing his head against the wall, still half-closed eyes and groggy. "Who cursed my family's factory to go bankrupt?" "Seems effective," the system replied calmly. "Treating symptoms appropriately," Mr. Zhao agreed nodding. "Making use of local conditions," Chu Yu said. "But wasn't your family's leather factory closed a long time ago?" "A very old story, caught the windfall shift from secondary industry to tertiary a couple of years ago. Now the company is moving forward alongside the original factory," Luo Jiayu mumbled half-dreamily while pulling on his clothes. "Prince," the system asked, "do you have any ideals for life?" "Selling fried pancakes until annual income reaches 1 million, Luo Jiayu threw on his coat and patted Chu Yu who was standing by the bed with eyes closed, recovering energy, on the shoulder. "Let's go, to the broadcasting hall." When they arrived at the broadcasting hall, the trainees weren't all present yet. The two sat in their seats yawning when suddenly there was a ding-dong sound in their heads, and once again, the cheeky electronic female voice made its broadcast from a week prior. Ding dong, it is now time to perform the weekly settlement for the host. This week marks the holiday week after the first public performance ended, with 2 behind-the-scenes filming sessions with the production team participated. Within this week, host Luo Jiayu's popularity increased by a total of 188 points, current total popularity 201.5, successfully breaking through the 200 barrier, ranked 31st within the camp. Congratulations to the host achieving the Rising Star achievement. Congratulations to the host achieving the upgraded version of the achievement, a dark horse. System automatically responds, wow, you've grown up. Hey, buddy, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? Excitedly, Luo Jiayu tapped Chu Yu's arm next to him. This time, their settlement report was announced together, so both could hear it clearly. Chu Yu dazedly opened his eyes, blinked twice, and then nodded. Yeah, awesome. Within this week, host Chu Yu increased audience favorability by a total of 115 points. The current audience favorability requirement has been fully met. The host ranks second in popularity within the camp. Congratulations, host. Huh. Luo Jiayu's eyes lit up as he pointed at Chu Yu. You did it? Chu Yu became even more confused and pointed at himself, me. Detecting the host has doubts about the settlement result, triggering system automatic reply, yes, it's you, it is precisely you. The capybara couldn't sleep, put its 2 paws together and pressed its head down, closing its eyes devoutly. It then slowly exhaled a long breath and asked the existential question. What exactly are they after? He felt he would probably take this question to his grave. Congratulations, baby. Luo Jiayu grabbed Chu Yu's shoulders and rocked back and forth in celebration. Detecting the progress of host Luo Jiayu's tasks has exceeded 1/4, unlocking the real-world reward mechanism. Now announcing the reward rules, when popularity breaks through 400, 600, 800, host Luo Jiayu will be granted the privilege to exchange for any one item in the real world each time. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu's eyes lit up even brighter. As everyone knows, he's a prince. As everyone knows, he is currently cosplaying the role of a stubborn pauper. Can my bank card be exchanged? Report to the host, it can be. Can my father's bank card be exchanged? Report to the host, it can be, but it's best not to do something that will make people laugh until they cry. I just knew I couldn't possibly be a pauper. Luo Jiayu slammed his palm. Are you sure you want to be a filial son, host? After receiving your instruction, the system will lock the first exchange reward item as Luo Jiayu's father's bank card. No need, mine is enough. Luo Jiayu slammed his palm again. I just knew I couldn't possibly be a pauper. Command received. The reward item has been locked. Please keep going, host. Where's my baby? Chu Yu's system was dissatisfied at this point. Teacher, my baby has always been very obedient and hardworking, and my baby is fragile. If he finds out other kids have rewards and he doesn't, he will cry at home. Teacher, please remember to call our child next time there's an event like this. Already 19-year-old Chu Yu baby shook his head, turned to Luo Jiayu, pointed at himself, squinted suspiciously and confirmed, me? Fragile, hardworking, would cry if not getting it. How could he not count as our baby? Luo Jiayu cheerfully ruffled his head and rubbed his face with his hand. In the middle class of kindergarten once during afternoon tea, every kid got an apple. When it was your turn, all apples were gone, so the teacher gave you an orange. Didn't you come to me crying holding the orange? Was I that fragile back then? Chu Yu muttered, shaking his head in disbelief, it must be because the orange was too sour. Luo Jiayu looked at him for a while. I ate the orange. I gave you the apple. Detecting system number 1328 having objections. Triggering system reply, parents, don't worry yet, it's not your child's turn yet. Ding dong, detected host Chu Yu's task progress has exceeded 1/3. Unlocking upgraded reward mechanism. When task progress passes half and 2/3, a comprehensive system upgrade can occur twice, unlocking more permissions and reward content. That sounds much more abstract than a bank card, Chu Yu commented. After the first system upgrade, you can use the music player, private broadcast screening room, and gaming room for free forever. The gaming room includes all PC games from platforms like Steam and Uplay, and comes equipped with a Switch and a complete game library. Let's go. Chu Yu stood up and wanted to rush forward to draw the second group selection, but was pulled back by Luo Jiayu. Ling Wei is still thanking the sponsors. I want to enter that gaming room tonight. Detecting the host's heart rate is too high, triggering system automatic response, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in such a rush. Analyze the source of this week's popularity growth. Luo Jiayu tapped the announcement system. Ding dong, received command, analyzing the distribution sources of the popularity increase for host Chu Yu and host Luo Jiayu this week. The scary box phase, when the two hosts whispered to each other before the game, popularity increased by 20 points, when touching water boxes, their palms touched, popularity increased by 28 points, during the haunted house phase, when host Luo Jiayu said before the competition, if there's darkness, just hold my hand, popularity increased by 15 points. Inside the haunted house when their hands were clasped for 5 seconds with fingers interlaced, popularity increased by 103 points. Chu Yu felt a bit uneasy now, feeling that listening to the electronic female voice reading these contents aloud was strange. And he truly didn't remember why he had to 10-finger clasp with Luo Jiayu at the time, who started it first, who ended it, the reasons, whether it was by accident or on purpose. Neither of them would care about this. Some behaviors seem normal when done but become awkward when narrated calmly by someone else. But Luo Jiayu didn't feel awkward at all. On the contrary, he was even more excited. Did you notice? Luo Jiayu came closer with bright eyes. My previous business plan was right. His childhood friend was still in the awkward period, lowering his eyes to avoid his gaze. What? Operate. Operate. One handshake worth of popularity equals being able to exchange for one Switch game card. Yes. Operate. Sell homo. Popularity. Bank card. Luo Jiayu cheered. Sell homo. Popularity. Game card. Chu Yu was infected and also cheered with excitement. Once again, the two reached an agreement and slapped hands for a pleasant collaboration. As long as the two of us are here, Luo Jiayu smiled with gleaming eyes and raised both hands. Chu Yu cheerfully lifted his hand, slapped it with his, and the two spoke in unison. There's nothing we can't mess up. After this exchange, he had already forgotten why his ears had turned red a moment ago. Teacher Zhao covered his forehead, while Teacher Ji lowered her head to rub her temple. Even children's shoe sizes are too big. Alright, now the second public performance group selection begins officially. This time, instead of drawing team captains first, each participant will select their desired song for performance according to their ranking order. Each song has an upper limit on the number of people. Once it reaches full capacity, later participants cannot choose that song. For this public performance, we have prepared 6 songs total, which will again be divided into A and B groups to compete against each other. The groups will be chosen after selecting the songs, and the captain will be determined last. With the rules announced, let's proceed to the selection phase, starting from the first place ranker. That would be Wei Ziyu. The smiles on both their faces gradually faded away. They had just decided they were definitely sticking together this time when the twist hit hard. Luo Jiayu truly believed at this point that borrowing money that one time was unforgivable, and karma wasn't done yet. Life really should not include any advanced consumption, it hurt too much. But Chu Yu, his rank was high, 4th, his score dominated the entire room, allowing him free choice among all the songs. However, the rare curve of his lips disappeared even faster than usual. That palpitation and sense of loss experienced during the announcement of the first ranking came rushing back. If the reason they couldn't be together last time was due to plot requirements, and he had already mentally prepared himself, then this time felt like dashed hopes right after planting new expectations. Perhaps being with this person beside him for too long led to an unnoticed dependency forming within him, causing the emotions required for separation to come stronger this time than before. All these changes happened so subtly, without any trigger, leaving him unaware until now. Which one do you want? Luo Jiayu leaned close to his ear, just like a week ago, soothingly asking. Once selected, please stand by your chosen song and wait for teammates. Next, Fu Han song. Ling Wei's voice carried over from the front stage. I haven't looked yet. The first one is R&B dance, the second one is similar to your previous performance, an energetic electronic dance track, the third one is a group dance song, we'll skip this one, the fourth one and fifth one. Don't you want to check out the sixth? Next participant, please go on stage. The sixth song was a lyrical pure vocal piece without dance or rap segments, featuring enough space for vocal showmanship such as high notes, various trills, and skillful mixtures between chest and head voices. For someone like Capybara who knows nothing about dancing and isn't interested, this one is indeed most suitable. But Luo Jiayu isn't good at singing. His strength lies either in rap or dancing. Choosing this option means giving up all of his advantages, plus lyric-only songs generally attract fewer fans compared to explosive or sensual-style dance tracks or sing-dance combinations. Next, Chu Yu. Chu Yu stood up, glancing back at his childhood friend behind him just before going on stage. Trust me. Luo Jiayu mouthed silently to him. Chapter 47. After Chu Yu went up, the system in Luo Jiayu's brain finally spoke up. You made me take a loan, she accused. Ever since the day you owed the world $250, we've been nothing but gambling dogs every day. The ranking doesn't matter, Luo Jiayu stretched lazily, appearing to be in a good mood instead. The choice of music this time is too obvious in terms of strengths. If I had been just a bit closer to the front, joining the same group as him would have seemed less legitimate. A childhood friend at the stage was carefully picking among the song cards. Judging by his expression, he was likely speaking with Teacher Zhao in his head while choosing. In the end, he stopped moving at the last card, and Ling Wei softly asked if he had made his decision yet, to which his head moved stiffly, like stone, twice. This is absolutely destined by heaven. The heavens want us together. He declared firmly. Your longtime crush seems about to break down, Teacher Ji said. There were 51 pairs of eyes scanning and attacking on stage, and the cameras were aggressively focusing on Chu Yu's face. After all, machines don't need hearing, and his sonic attacks wouldn't damage their eardrums anyway. Chu Yu's stone-like head dropped 0.8 millimeters, feeling that the oxygen around him wasn't enough. Unexpectedly, his mental state might crash any moment. His eyes inadvertently glanced towards the direction they came from before, then met with Luo Jiayu's comforting smile and exaggerated lip movements. Look at me. Noticing the attention of his childhood friend, Luo Jiayu thought for a moment, then changed his lip movements, accompanied by a hand gesture using his unique Lu-style sign language. Wait for me. Chuyu slowly blinked twice, indicating he had heard, and nodded. Hiss. After sensing the nervousness on stage ease a little, Luo Jiayu leaned back slightly into the chair, muttering, how did he survive before I came? What are you doing? Luo Jiayu's hands froze halfway through the motion, suddenly questioned by the system, and replied nonchalantly, telling him jokes in sign language, otherwise his attention will shift soon, and he'll get even more nervous. That sign language of yours is quite abstract. I'm not sure which country it belongs to. Luo's country. It's okay if you can't understand it, as long as he keeps looking at me, it's fine. The system silently connected the group chat's collective discussion microphone. Xiaoyu, are you there? Can you hear us? On stage, Chuyu jumped. Then, the group chat transmitted teacher's voice, he says he can hear. I'll relay a message from my host. Did you see those gestures and mouth shapes he just made? I saw. He says he has -175-degree nearsightedness and didn't wear glasses before coming over, only seeing a half-blurry mosaic crowd waving violently at him. Luo Jiayu's abstract sign language abruptly stopped, his dilated pupils and shocked expression making it seem like he was the one breaking apart. There's nothing much. My host asks your guy to wait for him a bit longer, he'll come soon. After the system finished delivering the message and turned off the microphone, it nudged Luo Jiayu, who was still as stone, asking, really broke? I just gave him a heart shape. Luo Jiayu retracted his hand, seemingly giving up, finally leaning back quietly against the chair. It doesn't matter. When I go up, he'll see me. However, the rank Luo Jiayu chose truly made dogs cry. It was almost a cycle of time so long that all the surrounding seats had already become empty, and the stage, which had only had a few scattered people initially, became crowded, yet Lane Wei still hadn't announced his name. Standing on the stage, Chiyu realized the song he chose was probably very unpopular. Some other teams already had close to a dozen members, but his team had just welcomed its second member. The second member was 8 feet tall, with an impressive appearance. Talking about facial features, he somewhat resembled Zhang Fei, but his makeup and aura were strikingly similar to Lady Gaga when he walked, looking extremely fragmented. Chuyu felt like he had some impression of this face. This teammate ranked 9th, and the robust version of Lady Gaga, who stood at nearly 6 feet, shyly lowered his head upon seeing Chuyu, twisting nervously. Hi, handsome, we've met before in the practice room. Watching his slightly raised pinky finger naturally, Chuyu's CPU burned out for 2 seconds. Host, remember that person? The trainee who greeted you the first time he met during Lui Yang's visit? Teacher Zhao said. Do you remember? Seemed like he did, but not much. Oh, he remembered now, the one who had dramatically rushed over during Lui Yang's visit and said, handsome guy, add me on WeChat. Chuyu's pupils dilated like a seismic event. How exactly did he deal with that group of people back then? Rule number 1 and number 2 from the Beginner's Guide to Human Interaction, open your eyes, keep smiling. In front of his teammate, Chiyu slowly transformed into a giant Buddha figure before him, kindly curling his lips while his hand made gestures akin to a priest consoling the fervent soul of someone desperate to make contact. Hello. The wise Buddha spoke, revealing an adorably dense chipmunk-like core inside. Hello. Song Lai devoutly shook hands with the Buddha, but when Chuyu tried to pull back, it was stuck. My name is Song Lai, handsome. You are my 188th man this year, but the first 187 pale in comparison to you. So now, you're the only one. You're heavier than Lui Yang. Flattery. He must have said this to all those older brothers before. Host, don't trust him. Teacher Zhao furiously jumped around inside his brain. Chuyu shook his head hard, trying to shake off the load of useless information just received. Hello, Song Lai. Nice to meet you. In a tree sloth-like slow tone, Chuyu shook hands twice with him. Regardless of who his opponent was, at this moment, he was just an NPC automatically triggered for polite human interaction. However, player attributes were too abstract to be handled by ordinary automatic response systems. Song Lai, brimming with emotion, opened his mouth like an old expert. Handsome guy, do you know the difference between you and the stars? The stars illuminate the night, but you light up my heart. Chuyu's CPU struggled for a while, keeping his hand shaking position as he stood there dazedly for 3 seconds. Mom, how do I reply to this? My teacher never taught me this. Teacher Zhao quickly typed away at the keyboard, generating coping strategies. Excitedly, she said, got it, got it. The system AI says returning rudeness is most appropriate here. You need to become an equal rival. Chuyu tilted his head slightly to the side, appearing like he was stunned. Song Lai was still batting his eyelashes bling bling. Handsome guy, I used to like eating meat, but today after seeing you, I decided to switch to vegetarianism because, you are my dish. Chuyu chose to follow the authoritative advice of the AI, stiffly opening his mouth and starting to summon all his lifelong knowledge learned from Luo Jiayu. I am 9, you are 3, without you, it's still you. After hearing this, Song Lai covered his chest, acting like he was about to faint. Ding dong, congratulations host Chu Yu gained Song Lai's affection points 50, total trainee affection points 52.5. Keep it up. Chu Yu. He'd found himself a new brush. Encouraged by the success, Chu Yu kept pushing, I am heart, you are liver, you are my 3/4. Song Lai, exclamation point. Ding dong, congratulations host Chu Yu gained Song Lai's affection points 49, total trainee affection points 101.5, system auto-response trigger, can these words really be said? One half of the mission is complete. Oh my gosh. Host, you should say a few more lines. Teacher Zhao also became excited, completely disregarding the fact that both trainees exchanging corny pickup lines seemed absolutely insane, shaking Chu Yu's head hard. Chu Yu wanted to continue, but he had only learned 2 sentences total from Luo Jiayu. The capybara thought carefully and decided to connect the microphone of his childhood friend remotely. Hey. Ji teacher responded indifferently on the other end of the phone. Hey, it's old Zhao, Zhao teacher said. Ask if your son has any corny love story snippets. After a while, a reply came. He said he has plenty. Let him say a couple, our boy wants to hear. Far away in the contestant area at the other end of the stage where he was waiting bored out of his mind for fate's verdict, Luo Jiayu perked up. So, through the hidden voice transmitter planted in his ear by Zhao teacher, Chu Yu started speaking in sync with the passionate, self-satisfied voice of his childhood buddy. Song Lai, on New Year's Eve, the fireworks might be louder, but nothing compares to how much I miss you. Chu Yu, if you are the Eastern Hemisphere and I am the Western Hemisphere, together we form a whole globe. Song Lai, do you smell burning? That's my heart burning for you. Chu Yu took a deep breath. Today, the supervisor praised me. She said I was good at operating the sewing machine and that I have a talent for working here. But she doesn't know I don't have any talent at all, it's just that the frequency of my pedal presses matches the rhythm of my heart thinking of you. Song Lai, why did you suddenly switch to double speed? The voice from the phone, Luo Jiayu, who are you talking to? 5 minutes later, Chu Yu, who had been counting his growing affection points to exchange for game cards, felt a chill run down his spine. Luo Jiayu grabbed his shoulders with both hands, while behind him stood Song Lai, freshly interrogated, trembling with curiosity, disbelief written all over his face as he asked his childhood friend. Are you using my pickup lines on someone else? And it's another man too. Chu Yu lowered his head, pressed his lips together, and finally dug painfully into his pocket, pulling out a newly exchanged game card, handing it softly to Luo Jiayu, here's one for you. Luo Jiayu held the bribery game card stuffed with capybaras, hesitating whether to open his mouth, closing it again after trying to say something, ultimately pressing his lips together as well, feeling like whatever he wanted to say didn't feel entirely justified. Chu Yu suddenly looked up, eyes shining brightly, will you be in my team? I've already told you I trust you, Luo Jiayu shrugged, still feeling uneasy everywhere. He abruptly turned his head to Song Lai, who shared the same group and singing role, and snapped, you. Don't ever talk to him again. Song Lai slowly raised his eyes, scanning the towering handsome guy before him from top to bottom. Sunglasses, rapper, West Coast style, smooth talker, a tongue sharper than a train traveling from Beijing to Siberia, unstable and erratic, always opening and closing with, bro, and somehow showing an inexplicable sense of possession over his so-called bro. He turned around, snorted and said, queer straight guy. Luo Jiayu, question mark. Chapter 48. This time, the grouping and song selection were not decided by a draw, so the influence of the original book's plot was limited. Apart from Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu still being in the same group, the choices of Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu deviated from the direction of the original book. The sixth song is called December, which, as the name suggests, is a slow, heartfelt ballad with the theme of heavy snowfall in the depth of winter during December. In the original plot, the members assigned to this song were all relatively unknown minor characters, who, naturally, didn't make much of an impact during the subsequent formal performance. However, when the mentors played the demo for them, Luo Jiayu watched very carefully. The female singer in the video, quietly holding her guitar in front of the microphone with fake snow on her shoulders, reminded him of Chu Yu from high school. It was one night after evening self-study class when they sneaked into the school auditorium through a window. Afraid of being discovered, they did not turn on the lights, only Luo Jiayu's flashlight illuminated the stage where his childhood friend casually sat and sang an old song from decades ago just for him, the sole audience member down below. Actually, Luo Jiayu had always believed that if it weren't for the limitations of the audition rules, his childhood friend wouldn't have needed to learn these singing and dancing routines. He could have easily stood on stage and touched the audience. Chu Yu is most suited to standing quietly in front of the microphone, immersing himself in his own world while feeling a song deeply, then sharing that small world with other listeners. Though he doesn't realize it, his clean voice carries its own power. That was why he suggested with such certainty that Chu Yu pick the sixth song. The sixth song might not suit many people or align with the overall atmosphere and style of the program, but it would surely suit him best. The number of trainees who chose Chu Yu's team was the smallest. When it came to Lu Jiayu at the 54th position, there were even 2 spots left in the team, equaling that both he and the last place contestant were bundled together to adjust into this team. After the long process of selecting songs finally ended, it was time for the exciting captain election and splitting into A and B subgroups. Song Lai looked at Chu Yu with bright eyes, fists clenched, lightly punching his arm. Handsome guy, wherever you go, I'll follow you. Chu Yu slowly turned his stiff head to look at the taller, shyly bold man. Song Lai twisted nervously. Even though my heart has been broken into 180 pieces, each piece loving a different man, handsome guy, you're still the one on top of my heart. Chu Yu turned his head slowly, seeking help from Luo Jiayu nearby, who was eagerly preparing to campaign for the role of captain. Luo Jiayu noticed his childhood friend's signal, glancing at Song Lai with caution filling his eyes. My Buddha doesn't cross durians. Song Lai frowned, stomped his feet, shook his head. Insensitive straight man. The insensitive straight man gave a cold laugh, leaning closer to face him seriously. How dare you define me as a straight man? As soon as those words came out, people around, whether familiar with him or not, turned their gazes to him. Chu Yu was also stunned, blinking several times at the back of his childhood friend. Song Lai suspiciously stared at this too unpredictable handsome face before him, hesitatingly tossing out a word, you. What if I am just a Walmart plastic bag, replied Luo Jiayu calmly. Too narrow-minded. Song Lai lifted his eyes, flipping an exaggerated white eye. Chu Yu nodded thoughtfully, like he was evaluating the likelihood of this scenario. The probability of his childhood friend actually being a Walmart shopping bag disguised as a human may be low, but it wasn't zero. Luo Jiayu went up on stage to formally campaign for the role of captain, leaving Chu Yu listening to Zhao teacher popping up in his mind asking. Haven't you told your childhood friend about your sexual orientation? No, answered Chu Yu. He hasn't asked either. Mr. Zhao had a look that said it was hard to explain. Then haven't you ever talked about sexual orientation issues? Chu Yu thought for a moment, and there seemed to be one occasion. The two of them sitting on the rooftop, each drinking a bottle of cola and gazing far off in the distance. Midway through blowing cool wind, Luo Jiayu casually mentioned something, asking, brother, we've known each other for years, how come you've never liked any girl? His response at the time was, there's no such mundane desire. And then they drank cola solemnly and blew cold wind for half the afternoon. On the way back, one caught a cold and lay in bed for a day, while the other coughed and drank half a bottle of medicine. Mr. Zhao remained silent for a long time, ultimately choosing to abandon understanding. As long as young people are happy, that's fine. As the only two people in the sixth group with Luo Jiayu campaigning for the role of captain, he had no resistance whatsoever in becoming the A-team leader. He proudly returned to gather more members. The song assigned was meant for a quintet. Adding his childhood friend and Song Lai, who had a mind focused on love and would lose all noble qualities if detached from said friend in this short period, left them with 2 more slots. I really don't want to add you, said Luo Jiayu while filling out the member list without even glancing at Song Lai across from him. Just having you here, I feel our team is about to lose some social courtesy, noble virtues, or even souls. Song Lai angrily shot back, a dead straight man's team originally lacks these things. Luo Jiayu sighed, raising an eyebrow as he stood up to find new members but soon noticed someone carefully tapping Chu Yu on the shoulder behind him. Chu Yu turned around and saw Tang Yanning, his roommate. Tang Yanning was the one tied in last place alongside Luo Jiayu who just barely managed to scrape through to the second round elimination contest at rank 55. Comparatively, his situation seemed slightly better as he was also a vocal performer whose artistic melancholic style suited the ballad well. I'd like to join your group. Is it okay? Luo Jiayu, watching from a distance, felt a twinkle of excitement in his eyes. Oh, a normal person has arrived. Roommates from 602 were likely the closest group to Chu Yu apart from Luo Jiayu inside this training camp. He relaxedly nodded and quickly recalled Mr. Zhao's guide to interacting with humans, rule number 3, which was to offer compliments generously. Your glasses look very good today. Tang Yanning also seemed not too adept at exchanging pleasantries, and hearing such mutual praise made him reflexively respond, thank you, your hair looks nice too. Chu Yu didn't actually do anything special with his hair today, if anything, the pillow and sheets were responsible for his hairstyle. Guide rule number 4, absolutely never let the other person's words fall flat. Thanks, your ears look great today. Tang Yanning touched his ears, wondering how they might be considered good since they simply followed nature's design with exactly 2 present. Thank you, your nose also looks wonderful. Chu Yu touched his nose, finding it appropriately 1, indeed looking fantastic. Thanks, your jawline looks excellent. Thank you, your cheekbones look equally attractive. Behind Chu Yu, Luo Jiayu silently crossed out the annotation, normal person, next to Tang Yanning's name. With Chu Yu's recommendation, Tang Yanning easily joined their group full of peculiar individuals. Hi, my name is Song Lai. Song Lai looked down at a trainee almost 20 centimeters shorter than him, friendly extending a hand adorned with neutral nail art. After making sure there wasn't any corresponding model match between them, Song Lai still maintained normalcy when facing ordinary teammates. Hello, Tang Yanning raised his head, and the delicate golden chain hanging by his crystal-rimmed glasses gracefully swayed. I am Tang Yanning, please take care of me in the future. Do you have any hobbies normally? Reading books. Is that so? I also like reading, Song Lai replied. Tang Yanning, I'm currently studying the historical significance of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. And you? Song Lai, I'm reading Rich Wife Running with Ball, please stop acting, Mr. Tyrant, aiming to research methods to escape after deceiving old men into giving money. That's quite a philosophical study, Tang Yanning praised, nodding as both reached a consensus and shook hands earnestly. Captain Luo, who had listened to the whole dialogue, cradled his head in doubt of life. The system inside him presented its detailed summary. One loose cannon, one loud-mouthed individual, one with brain consumed by romance, and a literary teenager clearly lacking in rationality, and all are offbeat. Host, our team's future really looks perfectly purple, slang term meaning hopeless. Chapter 49. The last member to join their team was a young trainee they hadn't seen before. Because he was rather introverted and didn't talk much, Luo Jiayu couldn't yet tell whether he was normal or not. After everyone finished choosing their songs and divided into groups, it was time for the next round of training and rehearsals. Groups were determined in the morning, and by the afternoon, they had to start the preliminary tasks like breaking down the music scores, choreography, and part distribution. Since this group was purely vocal, the preparation phase was simpler compared to other groups, only requiring breaking down the score and allocating lyrics. According to the conventional routines of such variety shows, a minor conflict during the part distribution and center position fights would be considered quite common. In the original story, the fourth song chosen by the protagonist's team already caused fierce disputes due to various royal rivalries and camera-grabbing attempts. However, the two villains from the original storyline who usually caused chaos were now sitting peacefully in the practice room for the sixth song, quietly humming and scribbling with different colored pens on their lyric sheets. Captain Luo was humming melodies while marking up the lyrics. Chiyu sat beside him, resting his head on his hand and closing his eyes, catching up on the sleep he missed in the morning. You're off key. Chuyu said without opening his eyes. Huh. Chuyu repeated the tune Luo Jiayu had just sung. When he tried again, he was still off key. Chuyu opened his eyes and sang a scale for his childhood friend. Luo Jiayu closed his eyes, singing while striving to feel the tone changes in his friend's voice. Chuyu narrowed his eyes. Why don't you ever go off key when you sing the theme song of Big Ear's Tutu? Perhaps it's because of love. Luo Jiayu hummed the piece again cautiously, then nodded satisfiedly. Don't worry, I am gradually understanding everything. Indeed, it improved slightly. Earlier he had gone off key all the way to the Atlantic Ocean, but now it was only to the Pacific. Am I a genius? Luo Jiayu lit up his eyes and leaned toward Chuyu for praise. Yes, you are a genius. Chuyu lifted his hand and hit a pleasant self-deceiving palm with his childhood friend. Meanwhile, Song Lai was enthusiastically continuing discussing the research topic he had mentioned with Tang Yanning. Let me tell you, I have been conducting this social research for more than 5 years. I've read widely, from impromptu marriage plots to pure-hearted schoolgirls turning fiery and passionate. Believe me, in time, I will surely become an expert in this field. Come on, you can do it. Tang Yanning sincerely offered her blessings. Quit dreaming about your third-rate novel first. Captain Luo clapped his lyric board and started leading the group. Everyone, come over here quickly for part allocation. In accordance with international standard fair principles, all highlight parts required individual competition for acquisition. However, the atmosphere within this group was extremely harmonious. Apart from mutual teasing, there was also joking around and farting jokes, with very little competitive awareness among each member. With the principle of unity and friendship, Song Lai kindly turned to the fifth small trainee who had always been silent. I remember you called something. What was it? What is your name again? The small trainee ranked not high at 49, barely coming in third within the team. But possibly because Song Lai's post-makeup Pfeiffer-like face was too intimidating, tears welled up in his eyes as his lips trembled slightly, responding timidly, my name is Li Sheng. Oh, Li Sheng. Li Sheng burst into tears instantly, gasping between breaths. I'm Li Sheng. Tang Yanning asked, how old are you? Li Sheng wailed again, I am 18. Chuyu looked at the other side and found familiarity in the way the boy cried 3 times within seconds like a feline. He turned and nudged Luo Jiayu, whispering something to him. Luo Jiayu relayed, he asks what your zodiac sign is. Li Sheng cried again, sobbing out, I am Aquarius. Chuyu nudged Luo Jiayu once more and whispered something. Luo Jiayu relayed, he says he's also Aquarius, which is quite coincidental with you. Li Sheng sobbed loudly again, thank you, but, can you say it directly to me? Chuyu pursed his lips, a bit awkward after being revealed, hesitating about whispering more things into his friend's ear, but Luo Jiayu immediately leaned closer. What else do you want to say? After listening to the whispers, he turned and continued translating. He feels that talking through me as a medium makes him feel more comfortable, please understand. Li Sheng finally stopped crying, sniffing back, yes, no. It's okay. Luo Jiayu asked, what is 1 plus 1? Li Sheng cried again, sobbing as he replied, equal to 2. Luo Jiayu kept questioning, if dad and mom fall into the water, who would you save first? Li Sheng cried out again, even louder than before this time, I will commit suicide. Good, Captain Luo leaned his head on Chuyu's shoulder, his lips touching his childhood friend's neck as he hopelessly moved them, a house full of lunatics. Chuyu blinked and, under Song Lai's gaze that looked like he'd seen a ghost, placed his hand on Luo Jiayu's head and gently rubbed it in the manner one would use to calm a Samoyed dog. Not too bad. After resting his head near Chu Yu's neck, Luo Jiayu didn't move anymore. Lazily turning his head, he continued looking at the lyric paper he had been marking earlier. Let's first confirm the collective chorus part. Actually, this part is the least, only 2 sentences at the end and 1 sentence at the climax, then we'll do the solo parts. There were 2 segments for the solo parts, each with one appearing at the very beginning and after the first climax respectively. These solo sections required many skillful techniques such as vocal transition and falsetto, and performing them well could be quite eye-catching. I want to compete for the opening segment. Song Lai raised his hand high. Although he appeared casual every day making jokes, he took his career very seriously, which was why he managed to secure the 9th position in repeated voting sessions. I want it too. Tang Yanning followed suit by raising her hand. Alright, he also does. Luo Jiayu wrote down the names while casually lifting Chu Yu's arm. Song Lai squinted his eyes, scanning back and forth, then realized that Chu Yu didn't show any intention of resisting, looking serene as if they had long been used to interacting this way. Luo Jiayu didn't say that he intended to join the competition himself. The rest of the group simultaneously turned their attention to Li Sheng. After being surrounded by those gazes, he trembled and cried out again, "No need, I'm the dance lead. I just want to have a chance to sing." Thus, the first round consisted of 3 people battling each other. Since Song Lai and Chu Yu had already battled once on the debut stage, and Chu Yu had lost back then, this time around, Song Lai still came up short in terms of skills. As for Song Lai, his singing ability was indeed excellent, comparable or even superior to Capybara's, but the only issue was that his tone color and temperament did not fit the style of the song, December, at all. It would be like a nightclub party queen suddenly switching to an innocent confession route without removing her smoky makeup. If viewed from the audience perspective, it might still be someone like Chu Yu, with his clear voice and youthful purity, who would seem more fitting for this song. So the first round ended with Capybara winning the crown, securing the solo spotlight part at the beginning of the song. Trainees who had secured a solo opportunity couldn't participate in secondary competitions, so the solo part after the first climax was given to Song Lai. Alright, next, let's distribute the duo parts. Luo Jiayu hesitated slightly here. The duo part consisted of 2 segments, one of which was the highest climax, a mutual confession between the confessor and the confessee, the most tender fragment of the entire song. I want to sing this part. Originally, Luo Jiayu was still racking his brains on how to bring up the subject, when he unexpectedly heard his childhood friend speak up beside him, pointing his finger towards the segment he had been staring at all along. He looked up at Chu Yu. Actually, I also. Song Lai's eyes lit up. Me. I also want to sing this part. I will sing it together with you. Luo Jiayu squinted his eyes. He hadn't competed for the solo part before because he had been waiting for this moment. He hadn't forgotten about his grand ambition of earning 400 popularity points to get the bank card, and he was determined to make his childhood friend perform heavily in this public performance. This duet section presented the best opportunity, so how could he let it slip away? Necessarily surpassing the CP chatter popularity of the protagonist's attack-receive dynamic. You can't, he calmly said, your solo part comes right after this duet part, and continuous singing would conflict. Song Lai bit his lips, hesitating for a long time. Ultimately, like throwing everything away, he tearfully declared, then I don't want my solo part. Luo Jiayu confirmed. I am not sure. The infatuated brain dispersed, temporarily regaining intelligence. Song Lai considered and decided that the other duet part was equally eye-catching, thus happily stepping aside. As for Tang Yanning, he picked the same part as Song Lai during his choice. Finally, all eyes turned to Li Sheng, who choked out through sobs, I am not good at singing, but can I be assigned a solo instrumental piece? I can play the violin. With the last potential competitor gone, Luo Jiayu smiled and bumped fists with Chu Yu, pleasure to cooperate. Chu Yu also bumped fists with him, pleasure to cooperate. The overall lyrics and melody of December were written in a very gentle style. The general content is a love letter written by a secret admirer to his beloved after being separated for years. The highest climax of the duet section contains the only explicit confession content in the entire song. After the sedimentation of time, both parties, who had been separated for a long time, lost some of their youthful hurry and gained more tranquility and peace. This kind of tranquility and peace, Chiu could portray quite well because even though he was young, his actions and temperament were slow like a millennium-old turtle, he rarely got into a rush. As for Luo Jiayu, he had always been researching how to make himself, who was cool, extravagant, and over the top, tone down his sharp edges and become mature, steady, and profound. He believed he had remodeled himself well, becoming incredibly powerful. However, vocal mentor Ji Fengzhu, who came to inspect them that day, had some objections regarding this point. The essence of this song lies in its serene deep affection. First, you need to be deeply affectionate, then you must achieve serenity. In comparison, the sense of serenity is more important as it closely relates to the scenery, costumes, and overall styling of the song. Ji Fengzhu finished speaking and pointed at Chu Yu, I remember you sang well. You go first. In the rehearsal room, Chu held the microphone in one hand and the lyric paper in the other, performing the highest climax confession part ahead of Ji Fengzhu. Before he began singing, Ji Fengzhu gave guidance and encouragement, don't be hasty, don't rush, slower, more gentle. I know you youngsters tend to get eager most easily. But Chuyu showed him what it meant to perform as a 19-year-old grandfather in the prime of youth. That non-anxious feeling did come out. Ji Fengzhu hesitated, but what I meant was, don't rush for a response from the other party. However, what you conveyed was... You conveyed something like, if the house catches fire, I take photos, if life becomes a mess, I sleep, if calamity arrives, I'm unaware, at worst, I just hang myself, that kind of nonchalance. It has absolutely nothing to do with love. Chuyu lowered his head, burying it in his collar. An untimely inner voice resounded. You really have a good eye. The feeling of cardiac arrest from the initial evaluation returned to Ji Fengzhu. He turned to Luo Jiayu who was observing beside him. Your turn. Luo Jiayu flung the lyric paper behind and confidently took center stage. He touched the front microphone and started showcasing the result of his half-hour practice. If memories are destined to fold in midwinter, can snowflakes break through time to carry yearning? Deep emotion. Deep emotion. This isn't a season suitable for writing letters, sealed love poems might already need to turn the page. Tranquility. Tranquility. I am writing the final page of love with my pen, the finale continues the next chapter from the beginning of the story. I feel like you're showing off. Ji Fengzhu remained expressionless. Time was limited for instruction. When Luo Jiayu stepped down, he still happily looked at Chuyu. Did you hear that? I didn't miss any notes. Superb. Chuyu nodded without any fluctuations and applauded lightly. After Ji Fengzhu inspected their rehearsal room, he left earlier but the cameraman following him stayed behind and set up the camera, saying he wanted to capture some segments of their training as show bloopers. I'll go follow teacher Ji first. Just behave as usual, continue practicing as normal, no need to feel constrained. After the cameraman reminded everyone and left, Luo Jiayu initially paid no attention, focusing on contemplating the abstract, deep emotion and tranquility, core described by Ji Fengzhu. Halfway through, a lightning bolt struck his mind. He remembered that during the public performance practice sessions, a similar camera was placed in their rehearsal room, and the videos of those daily training sessions later released caused an exponential growth in the number of CP fans for Wei Zi and Jiang Qinglu, along with skyrocketing popularity for the two individuals. That competitive spirit for better rankings and the desire to earn the bank card surged again. He nudged Chuyu beside him and whispered quietly. They sold yaoi this way before. Luo Jiayu said, let's do the same. It was their first time consciously trying such tactics. Chuyu wasn't experienced in this line of work and asked his partner, how? I've seen similar CP videos. Later, I will whisper a few words into your ear, and after you listen, just let your ears turn red. Luo Jiayu said, it's simple, right? You can do that, can't you? Question mark. Chuyu turned his head and looked at him with an expression of helplessness. Brother, are you taking me for a reptile that can change temperature? Isn't it you who crawls in the dark every day? Luo Jiayu said with a smile. Excitedly, he tugged at his childhood friend's sleeve. Come on, let me start. Luo Jiayu leaned closer while speaking, even closer than usual when they whispered secrets. Chuyu only felt a warm breath rubbing against his earlobe, then probing deeper inside. The blurred footage shot by the camera made the scene even more ambiguous. At a glance, it seemed as if one party's lips had already brushed the other's earlobe, slowly caressing. Comments from the audience watching this clip later went wild. WTF are they doing? Are they so crazy to get this close? Did they just kiss? Definitely kissed, right? Ah. Meanwhile, Chuyu heard Luo Jiayu talking leisurely to him. The relaxed voice of Luo Jiayu has been praised by countless fans as sexy, lazy and slightly hoarse. And with this sexy, slightly hoarse voice, he said. A llama came from the south, holding a caddy of dried skate fish. Ah, what kind of line requires such intimate gestures to be whispered? I need oxygen tubes, I'm done for. A mute man came from the north, carrying a trumpet around his waist. Chuyu's expression distorted for a moment. Did their lips touch? Is that true or not? Ahahaha, my CP is real, oh mom. The llama from the south with the skate wants to trade it for the trumpet of the mute from the north. Chuyu lowered his head, struggling hard to hide his twitching mouth corner from the camera. I say stop being too flirty, young couple. Chuyu is blushing. Blushing. He doesn't dare to look at the camera. What are you two whispering about? The mute man did not want to trade his trumpet for the llama's skate fish, trumpet. No, the mute man. Ag, my tongue is all knotted. Chuyu couldn't hold back any longer, puhaha. A tremor struck Luo Jiayu's heart, oh no, disaster. But next second, his childhood friend turned his face away and clung to his shoulder, burying his face in his chest while his shoulders shook uncontrollably. After finally stopping laughing, Chuyu wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and muttered under his breath, you're really sick, motherfucker. Luo Jiayu blinked, then attempted to wrap his arms around the person's back. It seemed like success. The reason Chuyu buried his face in his childhood friend's embrace was simple, he couldn't suppress his laughter anymore. If he didn't find something to cover up immediately, he feared that his unrestrained laughter would be heard. Just before the camera captured his exposed face, he decisively buried it in his friend's chest, successfully preventing his sabotage of Luo Jiayu's business plan. The camera was soon taken away by the returning photographer, but Chuyu still rested his head on his childhood friend's shoulder, breathing a sigh of relief as if surviving a calamity. Close call. Luo Jiayu's hands were still wrapped around him. Lifting his eyelids, he saw Song Lai staring at them with wide eyes nearby. Since they started whispering to each other closely, Song Lai had been staring at them without blinking. He witnessed Luo Jiayu how put his lips near Chuyu's ear, and how they hovered there briefly. Then when Chuyu leaned into his embrace, Luo Jiayu rested his chin on his shoulder, holding him close without letting go. So. Feeling the burning gaze of Song Lai, Luo Jiayu finally asked. Song Lai stood there stunned by their series of actions for half a minute, eventually asking, "What were you two doing?" Luo Jiayu thought about it, figuring it was okay since they were teammates, thus admitting openly, "We were selling yaoi." "What's wrong? Haven't you seen it?" "Oh." Song Lai said, "So this is what you city people call selling yaoi." Chapter 50. Luo Jiayu had been especially meticulous about capitalizing on his boy's love persona lately. After the day he had whispered secrets while caressing his ear, he secretly asked Chuyu if this level of intimacy was acceptable, only to be met with a glance that seemed to say, "We've already done it, why ask now after acting first?" Despite such piercing stares, Luo Jiayu showed no embarrassment or hesitation. Instead, he openly discussed the next plan with his childhood friend. "Do you think we should try to progress gradually? I feel like always using the same way is too deliberate. Why don't we mix it up a bit? Like, what if I bite your earlobe next time?" Both of them had remained single for so long, their combined experience in romance could be approximated as zero. They had no idea what constituted an intimate touch and how far they could go without clear boundaries. Since they were brothers in all but blood, who would break their friendship over trivial matters like these? In such a context, any shocking comments that came out of Luo Jiayu and Chuyu's mouths didn't seem too strange to third parties. Chuyu's naivety was particularly extreme. His friend at least watched some adult romantic films and read romance novels to broaden his experiences, but Chuyu preferred to watch 10 replays of English original editions of Teletubbies rather than look into anything considered typical, male, material. The only difference between him and Tinky Winky might be the absence of a dedicated little pushcart. With no pushcart to distract him, this Tinky Winky clone seriously turned to his childhood friend upon hearing Luo Jiayu's horrifying suggestion, asking back, "Is it feasible?" Luo Jiayu, "Never tried it, but I think it could work." Song Lai nearby hesitated repeatedly, wanting to speak but not knowing how. He thought that by the looks on Chuyu's face, he might actually accept Luo Jiayu's absurd suggestion. How could he elegantly, objectively, and calmly interject in passing? Such actions usually appear in the foreplay of X-rated pornography, not as part of family-friendly talent show footage. But Song Lai never found the right moment to intervene as Tang Yanning pulled him away first, to practice their duet. Li Sheng said that the violin sounded too shrill, worried about disturbing their singing practice, so he quietly went off somewhere quiet to rehearse alone. For the moment, the rehearsal room was left solely to those two. Luo Jiayu slowly edged his body closer to Chuyu, poking the other's waist. "Do you want to see my latest learning outcome?" "What have you learned?" "The posting format for the top 100 popular CP super topics on Weibo. Oh, by the way, we're currently ranked 21st. With a solemn expression, he raised his fist and grabbed Chuyu's hand for a bump. "The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades must continue to strive." "At which ranking can we stop trying so hard?" "Not high, just surpass Wei Zia's couple popularity." "What's their rank?" "First place." Chuyu immediately withdrew his hand. Defiantly, Luo Jiayu pulled his hand back. "After all, we don't have the protagonist aura buff from novels, it's been hard enough building from scratch. But that's okay, my theoretical knowledge and technical skills are getting better and better. Trust me, here." While saying that, he sneakily took out his phone, opened the super topic editing page on Weibo, and flipped the screen around to show Chuyu. Chuyu saw one of his recent posts on the super topic Weibo. Latest, AAA Chief Handsome Genius, super topic host hashtag childhood sweethearts hashtag top meeting hashtag mutual chase hashtag the youth's affection is like a fiery red rose, and we await its blooming. With pictures. Pinned comment, AAA Chief Handsome Genius fandom life, enjoy good things. If they aren't real, then I'm fake. Retweets, 6 likes, 233 comments, 666. Wow. Luo Jiayu beamed with pride and said excitedly, "How's that? Isn't it spot on? One must view a person anew after 3 days of separation." Chuyu pointed to the last sentence on the text page. "Where did you copy this from?" "I wrote it myself after going through the essence posts of various major CPs." Team leader Luo looked quite wronged. Chuyu flipped through a few pages on his phone and then looked up again at his friend earnestly. "Shouldn't we check the comment section?" Luo Jiayu arched an eyebrow and gave it a quick flip. Hot comment 1, "Dude, you're getting too professional." Hot comment 2, "Kid brother, did you take a class for this?" Hot comment 3, "I laugh until it hurts seeing your efforts." Hot comment 4, "The lines are overly dramatic, maybe you should stop reading too much angsty youth literature, it's not even good for your exams." Hot comment 5, "Not evaluating the text, but the pictures are great. Can we have the original pics?" Hot comment 6, "Requesting the original pics." Hot comment 7, original pics please. Hot comment N, original pics. There were also a few private messages Luo Jiayu checked, all sent by the previous, wilderness sister. My lord who feeds ducks blog screenshot, kid brother, here's a joke. Some nutcase posted something ridiculous on our super topic hahaha. My lord who feeds ducks My lord who feeds ducks oh, sorry, it was actually you who posted that. Luo Jiayu almost gnashed his back teeth into powder. Chu Yu sympathetically patted his friend's head like petting a dog. Don't worry, everyone has embarrassing internet history. You've just started earlier. Dad's got your back. During the next half day of training, one particular team leader didn't utter a single word, visibly wounded by some online sisters and real-life brothers. At the end of the singing practice that night, Ji Fengzhu showed up again. Since this group's performance was the only pure vocal act among the 6 performances without any dance elements, vocal coach Ji Fengzhu paid more attention to it. Expecting some improvement after practicing all day, he once again asked the 2 trainees from before, who had irritated him no end, to show how they'd be performing their duet part. After hearing Luo Jiayu sing through the piece, he was somewhat surprised, not bad. The flamboyant display is gone, now there's an air of melancholy instead. But why do you look so aggrieved? Then he gave a detailed explanation about dissecting the emotions in this segment of the duet. You play the confessor's role. Maybe the unrequited love over the past decade has made the younger you feel resentful, but what we're presenting is the current you, years later, reuniting with the person you secretly admired for so long. Instead of pressuring the other to reciprocate your feelings, you simply wish to pour out your heart. Understand? Luo Jiayu distractedly pondered over the issue of where exactly his red rose metaphor had gone awry. I get it mostly, let me try again. Upon listening again, Ji Fengzhu clicked his tongue, nope, still lacks emotion. It's too forceful, as if the other person couldn't possibly reject you, nor does it sound like someone making a confession. Instead, it sounds like someone already in a relationship. Don't tell me you can't imagine what it feels like to have a rejected confession. I can, Luo Jiayu denied outright. Alright, then tell me what would you do if you confessed to a girl and got rejected? Luo Jiayu thought for a moment. I'd drag my friends to a bar to drink champagne and vent, while also playing video games all night. Ji Fengzhu was shocked. What would happen if your confession succeeded? Luo Jiayu said confidently, I'd drag my friends to a bar to celebrate with champagne, while also gaming all night. It seems like your life only needs buddies, not a girlfriend, Ji Fengzhu remarked. No wonder you can't sing this emotion. It seemed clear there wouldn't be a breakthrough in the short term. He sighed and pointed at Chu Yu spacing out nearby. Your turn. Chu Yu stepped forward, took the microphone from Luo Jiayu, cleared his throat quietly. His voice and style suited the song well, soft and gentle, leaving a first impression of comfort upon the listeners. But there was something missing. Ji Fengzhu questioned, can you put in some emotion? Capybara tilted his head, awaiting further instructions from the coach. You're the receiver of the confession, not a bystander. As the other opens their heart to you, you should also be progressively moved by their sincerity. Your eyes must soften step by step. Can you grasp this? Chu Yu remained expressionless. Harder than skipping the beginner tutorial and jumping straight to the hardest difficulty mode. Never mind, Ji Fengzhu sighed. Anyway, your vocal skills surpass the kids beside you, so you can compensate for the lack of feeling through techniques and presentation. Ji Fengzhu then gave more guidance on the parts for Tang Yanning and Song Lai. By the time training ended, it was almost midnight. Everyone was exhausted from the first day of rehabilitation. As they walked out of the main building's entrance, there was virtually no one around. A cool night breeze swept through their slightly damp hair. Chu Yu had just received a bottle of mineral water from Luo Jiayu to drink when an unexpected commotion came from behind the wall in the distance. Darlings, your moms love you. You should practice hard. Sisters are waiting to see you on stage. Luo Jiayu, stop dragging my son out to barbecue, last time you two were caught sneaking food, be more mindful next time. Luo Jiayu couldn't hold back and yelled back loudly, you can discover just by us eating once. After his words, some laughed, some screamed, while others retaliated. How many times do you want to eat? It turned out these were the fans waiting for them after work. Prior to coming over, Chu Yu barely paid attention to entertainment news, but he vaguely knew there was a kind of fan called Station Sister who would chase the schedules of celebrities offline. This also applied to trainees in selection shows, where some fans would squat outside the camp just to catch a glimpse of them as they finished work. But this was only something he'd heard about. Today was the first time he witnessed it firsthand. Fans were willing to wait for hours outside the walls just to see them, give them encouragement or a blessing. Little Song, your manicure is super pretty. Like the Greek god overseeing beauty. Song Lai casually extended her hand with a bright smile, waving toward the fans behind the wall, earning a round of screams. Come on, you're the best. Don't care what others say. You'll definitely debut. Okay, got it. Love you. Song Lai started sending air kisses to the fans wildly praising him. His actions were skilled and natural, as if he wasn't walking home after work but strutting down a runway like a queen of a show. There were also many fans waiting for Luo Jiayu, far more than the number that his current popularity ranking suggested. It was just that fans followed their idols, so not many of them were proper or gentle. Sprayer brother, I sleep at 5:20 and start missing you promptly at 13:14. Luo Jiayu, I've received your love. Next time, try to adjust your sleeping schedule closer to normal. Sprayer brother, I recite your rap gold phrases before bed every night. Tomorrow I'm going to duel in the canyon. Can you bless me? Luo Jiayu, great, you've been empowered by me. Go ahead. Luo, don't open your mouth. Let me finish taking pictures before you talk. Luo Jiayu suddenly turned his head to the voice, grinned widely, and flashed a victory sign. I'll open it, I will, making you angry. Handsome Luo, can you turn my son's face toward me? Upon hearing this heartrending cry, Luo Jiayu obviously felt the person beside him shiver. He then covered the person's face with his hand, deliberately saying, nope, he's too shy. It was unclear whether this fan was wailing or fangirling heavily. Among this large group of fans, those supporting Chuyu actually made up the largest proportion. Once Luo Jiayu said that, the rest of the mom powder, little sister powder, wife powder, and CP powder groups couldn't stay still anymore. Little you baby, turn around and look at your mom. Brother Chuyu, I walked dozens of kilometers, crossed 8 small rivers, climbed 3 big mountains to come out of my village just to see you. Little you, blink if you're being kidnapped by little Luo. Chuyu still had the bottle opening against his lips, rigid like a statue, afraid to move even an inch. He'd seen all kinds of scenes in his life, but he'd never seen anything like this. It was like a dream. No, he wouldn't even dare to dream such a multiplayer nightmare. It was terrifying. The fans outside the wall seemed to notice he didn't turn to look at them due to social anxiety, followed by bursts of laughter and waves of teasing voices. Brother Botsi. For you. I've turned into a werewolf form. Because of you. I have become crazy. For you. I've put on thick disguises. For you. I've changed my heart. Brother Botsi. If you had another chance, would you fall in love with me? Brother Botsi. Are you half Chinese and half Italian? Otherwise, why do you look so much like my ideal man? Brother Botsi. I went to buy oysters, and halfway home, all the oysters jumped out of the bag and buried themselves in the mud. Only then did I realize that oysters love mud. Brother Botsi. Brother Botsi, I love you. Brother Botsi, aha. Luo Jiayu could no longer hold it in, bending over with his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Chuyu felt that he would be officially diagnosed as socially dead before the night ended. After finally laughing enough, Luo Jiayu wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and upon turning his head, noticed his childhood friend still standing motionlessly in place, unable to move, knowing all too well that the person wanted to respond but lacked the courage. He then turned back around and draped an arm over his shoulder, whispering quietly into Chuyu's ear, I'll point out where your fans are, you just follow my directions and wave at them, no thinking required, don't be nervous. This plan made sense, like himself being the enforcer while his childhood friend acted as the strategist. It seemed like a good approach, so Chuyu nodded. There are 2 at the 3 o'clock direction. Chuyu instantly swiveled his head toward that direction, gaze drifting unfocused without looking directly, but still managing a curved smile, sweetly gesturing a heart with his fingers. Sure enough, from the 3 o'clock direction came 2 screams. Baby you've really succeeded Baby, me too. Luo Jiayu continued whispering instructions, at the 11 o'clock direction, there are 3. Chuyu immediately turned toward the indicated area and waved while flashing hearts, grinning so wide that his little fangs became visible. Baby. 1 o'clock direction, 1 fan. Chuyu instantly swiveled again. Baby. 9 o'clock direction, 4 fans. Chuyu quickly responded. Baby. 6 o'clock direction, 2 fans. Chuyu turned again. Luo Jiayu points wherever I shoot.jpg. It felt like an entire century passed before this differential heart-waving greeting ritual finally concluded, leaving Chuyu utterly drained, almost collapsing into his friend's arms. The satisfied fans, receiving their responses, all felt their hearts fulfilled, and even the surrounding air seemed sweeter because of their beloved idol's presence. That's it, no more, Luo Jiayu said with a happy grin, giving a playful rub on the person's head. Afterward, he also waved to the waiting fans and said, go back, the wind is too strong tonight, be careful not to catch a cold. Luo and Xiao Yu will debut at high ranks for sure, 1 fan loudly replied. Thank you for your auspicious words. Right before stepping into the dormitory building's door, Luo Jiayu turned around and accepted the blessing on behalf of his childhood friend. Are you okay? Once inside the dormitory building, Luo Jiayu supported Chuyu, whose body was wobbling unstably. The latter calmly closed his eyes and shook his head, give me some time to adjust. The other few went their separate ways to their respective dormitories. Tang Yanning, sharing the same room, planned to eat something from the cafeteria to fill his stomach. Before leaving, he asked if they wanted to join him. Luo Jiayu looked at the exhausted friend beside him who couldn't even open his eyes, figuring Chuyu probably wouldn't be able to eat anything. Thus, only the 2 of them returned to the dormitory. Xiaman and Jing Yan were absent, presumably still in the practice room. When entering the darkened room, Luo Jiayu fumbled a bit before finding the light switch. After turning on the lights, he dragged the nearly lifeless childhood friend inside and lightly shook his shoulders. "Wake up, or else I'll help undress you." Chuyu cracked open an eye, revealing a glimmer of deep philosophical insight in his gaze. "Living feels exhausting. Do you want to wash first or should I? Even washing feels exhausting. Then let's shower together." Luo Jiayu started stripping off the person's coat as soon as he finished speaking. Chuyu took a couple of quick steps backward while pulling his coat tighter. "I'll go first." Luo Jiayu gestured a polite, "After you." Due to the late hour, both showered quite swiftly. Right after Chuyu stepped out of the bathroom, Luo Jiayu grabbed fresh clothes and entered. By the time Luo Jiayu exited, he saw Chuyu sitting on his bed in pajamas playing with the phone he just found by his pillow. "Why," Chuyu said while turning the phone screen toward Luo Jiayu standing under the bed, "did you put my Candy Crush game inside a folder named Kids Love? That was pretty mean-spirited. It symbolizes my intense love for you," Luo Jiayu quipped while flipping onto the top bunk, asking, "What were you doing just now?" "I checked our CP ranking on Weibo," Chuyu answered softly. "We've dropped to 22nd place." Luo Jiayu remained frozen for quite some time, clearly deeply shocked. But apparently, Chuyu wasn't fazed by the number at all, casually glancing once and closing the app to browse the gaming mall instead. He didn't even check his private messages, unaware that one of his die-hard fans had an ID named, "My Master Feeds Duxo." Suddenly, Luo Jiayu grabbed his shoulder. "What's wrong? I think we need to speed up our plans. How do you propose speeding things up?" Luo Jiayu fell silent again, so Chuyu continued to scroll through his phone screen, trying to find a new game with low memory consumption but high entertainment value to pass the time. Then his shoulder was pulled again. "Is it not intense enough?" Luo Jiayu mused. "What do you think about my suggestion this morning?" Chuyu recalled what had been suggested. "Biting the earlobe?" "I don't know," he honestly answered. "Is it any different from when you recite tongue twisters in my ear?" "It might feel more intimate," Luo Jiayu said. "Shall we try? If it works, we'll use that approach next time." "I don't think there's much difference. You won't know until you try." As Luo Jiayu spoke, he leaned closer. Chuyu had been staring at his phone screen when, the next second, he felt a warm sensation on his earlobe. Before he could react, it had already been enclosed. He froze as his phone slipped between his fingers and landed on the quilt with a dull thud. At first, Luo Jiayu gently pressed his lips to the thin, soft skin, later testing with teeth and lightly nibbling. Chuyu's body shook violently. The slight pain tingling through his ear caused Chuyu to instinctively pull away, but he was held back by the hand gripping the back of his head. Luo Jiayu's fingers dug into his hair while another hand pinned him down by the shoulder, pressing half of his body onto the bedsheet. Luo Jiayu closed his eyes, slowly moving his lips from the earlobe to the base of the ear. Along the way, he alternated between biting and licking. The person beneath him reacted even more intensely this time. Luo Jiayu grabbed hold of his wrist, hearing increasingly rapid breaths right beside him. When Chuyu came out of the bathroom, his hair wasn't completely dried yet. He smelled the faint scent of lemon sea salt shampoo in the air. It was what the person lying beneath him had used, carrying a trace of damp mist. The temperature of the skin around the lip contact became increasingly hot. Luo Jiayu continued to lick and bite down to the ear root, tightening his grip upon sensing the resistance from below, confining the person. Chuyu was licked until his vision went black, feeling dizzy and struggling to turn his head away. In the next second, his entire earlobe was bitten again, causing him to arch his back, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. Ah! His earlobe soaked in wetness, the person above him wanted to press closer for more intimacy. He extended his hand to push against the other's chest, turning his head and pulling up his shoulder, barely managing to speak with all his strength. "No more, it hurts." This brought Luo Jiayu back to reality from his previous state of confusion, immediately releasing his grip. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw were those red, watery eyes of his childhood friend. The second glance revealed ears burning bright red from the tips all the way down to the roots, with the whole face flushed with a faint blush. His third observation noticed their close proximity, just a little lower and their lips would have touched. Realizing this, Luo Jiayu recoiled several centimeters, sitting upright like someone who just received an electric shock. Chuyu turned his head to avoid his gaze, pulling the quilt over his entire head as if refusing further communication. However, the hurried breathing hadn't ceased yet. After distinguishing for a moment, Luo Jiayu realized it was coming not only from the other person, but also himself. He remained stunned for quite some time. It's over. Chapter 51. Chuyu lay there under the covers for a while, only sitting up after the heat on his face and ears had subsided. Silently, he climbed down from his bed. During this time, he didn't look up at Luo Jiayu even once. Luo Jiayu just watched him leave, frozen like a statue, not daring to move or reach out to stop him. That night, he couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning past 3 in the morning. The pillow still carried the faint scent of lemon salt shampoo, wafting into his nose in waves. When he closed his eyes, it was as if the other person were still pinned beneath him, not yet gone. As soon as he closed his eyes, vivid fragments played in his mind, looped like high-definition scenes where he pressed and kissed that person. Each ending was always the same, the blurred red eyes beneath him gazing back. In frustration, he pinched his palm hard, nearly slapping himself. Stop thinking about it. But his mind refused to listen. Obsessively, it replayed the same memory over and over again. He cursed repeatedly, pinching himself again and again in an attempt to forcibly interrupt these thoughts. Eventually, he clasped his hands together and pleaded with his brain, "All right, Grandmaster, I'm begging you, can't you let it rest?" The Grandmaster remained coldly indifferent, torturing him all the more fiercely until he could take it no longer. Turning his head, he pressed it against the cold wall, afraid to make any noise in the silence of the night. All he could do was close his eyes, bite down on the collar of his shirt, and hold on tight as despair washed over him, waiting for the reaction to pass. After it was over, as he wiped his fingers with toilet paper, he muttered to himself, "Luo Jiayu, you truly deserve death." By the late hours of the night, when his brain finally granted him a bit of drowsiness, he seized the chance and quickly drifted off to sleep. However, in a daze, he dreamt that the baby garden where he lived caught on fire. Even as the fearless superhero in his dream, he was powerless, sitting amidst the flames, burning hot all over. Finally, rain came and extinguished the fire around him. The humid wind left him feeling disoriented. He picked up a fallen leaf and smelled the rain and wind lingering on it. It smelled like lemon salt. What karma! At 6:45 in the morning, he woke up groggy, two big black circles under his eyes, haunted by the system's alarm chanting, Zhejiang Wenzhou, Jiangnan Leather Factory has gone bankrupt. Without getting up, his first instinct was to compose his expression, trying to appear natural and unforced. Only then did he open his eyes, sit up, and glance casually toward the lower bunk with a smile, planning to greet someone naturally once they made eye contact. However, he found the bedsheet empty, and the dormitory devoid of people. His childhood friend had already left without waiting for him. This realization made him stand still in shock for another 2 minutes before he managed to adjust his state of mind and get up to wash his face, brush his teeth, and change clothes. Chuyu hadn't waited for him. Even during their wildest quarrels in elementary school, over whether Ultraman Tiga or Ultraman 7 was stronger, Chuyu would always wait for him to go to school together the next day. But today, Chuyu didn't wait. "Host, you've been standing in front of the mirror for 5 minutes now. Is something troubling you?" "I'm fine." "If you're fine, then why are you standing there motionless like a petrified rock?" "I'm admiring my own good looks, so what?" The system stopped pressing further. "Okay, very okay. If the sky falls, it will surely be held up by his host's stubborn mouth." After finishing brushing his teeth and washing his face, Luo Jiayu walked to the cafeteria for breakfast. Along the way, he passed a small road lined with shrubs. Absent-mindedly, he walked along, idly poking at flowers within the grass. He pulled a flower randomly and started tearing its petals one by one. Tearing the first petal, he thought, pretend nothing happened. Tearing the second petal, he thought, apologize. Tearing the third petal, he thought, maybe going with the flow isn't so bad either. Tearing the fourth petal, he thought, forget it, the me from a second ago must have been crazy. By the time the poor flower was almost completely bald, the system suddenly spoke up, "Host, you." And then it saw Luo Jiayu toss the last remaining petal aside, stopping in place, staring resolutely ahead as he spat out two forceful words, "Kneel down." System, not necessary. Really not necessary. Luo Jiayu, frustrated, roughly scratched his hair and yanked another flower, continuing to tear its petals. By the time he reached the cafeteria, his pocket was filled with countless bare flower cores and stems. If the flowers could talk, every bush on that street would likely be cursing at him behind his back. As soon as he entered the main gate, he saw Lui Yang and Xue Lu sitting face to face at the nearest table eating cold buckwheat noodles. Lui Yang greeted him familiarly when he saw him come in. "Good morning." The next sentence followed. "Why didn't you come with you?" "He left ahead of me." At the mention of this two-character name, Luo Jiayu always felt uneasy now. He gave a vague reply and then quickly walked away with his hands in his pockets. "Oh." Lui Yang nodded. It wasn't until the figure had walked far away that he realized something was off. "Wait, I asked why he didn't come with you." Luo Jiayu's mood today was not good at all. Carrying his food tray, he found an empty spot to sit down and started chewing on the fried dumplings without really tasting them. Halfway through, he took out his phone from his pocket and opened the Weibo private messages by himself. There were a bunch of new messages in the group chat, along with several updates from Kuan Ye's sister. "My lord feeds ducks kid bro, check out our latest royal rations." Picture. "My lord feeds ducks the Stan who squatted last night took photos, our star knows how to give out candy My lord feeds ducks look at the shoulder embrace, the look, the smile, and the action of whispering secrets. My lord feeds ducks we're truly living too well." Luo Jiayu opened the photo sent by the other person and zoomed in to look at the details of each sugar moment she mentioned. It was clear it had happened the previous night, but looking at it now made him feel like it was from another life altogether. He suddenly felt as if his path to enlightenment had shattered. AAA absolute chief handsome guy. The other person replied instantly, as if they were online on Weibo 24/7. "My lord feeds ducks what's up, kid bro? Something on your mind?" After hesitating for a while, Luo Jiayu began typing on the keyboard. AAA absolute chief handsome guy, there's something wrong between me and my buddy. Given his usual abundance of private pictures, Kwanye's sister didn't seem annoyed but rather patiently asked a few questions. My lord feeds ducks. What's wrong? Did the kids have a fight? AAA absolute chief handsome guy, no. My lord feeds ducks. Then what's going on? Stop being coy, this doesn't sound like the usual kid bro. AAA absolute chief handsome guy. AAA absolute chief handsome guy, I did something to him, and now he's ignoring me. My lord feeds ducks. What did you do? Luo Jiayu, stop typing. My lord feeds ducks. You staying silent like this easily makes me, a shipper, overthink things. My lord feeds ducks. Not replying means I assume you kissed him. Well, it was more or less true. A few minutes later, a new message finally popped up in the private message interface. AAA absolute chief handsome guy, let's just say I did. AAA absolute chief handsome guy, what should I do now to make him talk to me again? My lord feeds ducks. My lord feeds ducks. Elementary school students pulling these stunts already. My lord feeds ducks. If it was real kissing, there's nothing else you can do but kneel, eat melon.jpg. The handsome guy outside the screen choked. At this moment, he forgot that fans of Chuyu generally had entertainment-seeking personalities, and started seriously considering whether kneeling was feasible. But Kwanye's sister still retained some semblance of conscience, and soon sent 2 more messages. My lord feeds ducks. Joke. My lord feeds ducks. Just buy things he likes to please him, apologize and say I'm sorry. Once he senses your sincerity, he should forgive you. My lord feeds ducks. You said you've been good friends for years, right? Good friends don't hold grudges overnight. AAA absolute chief handsome guy. AAA absolute chief handsome guy, that makes sense. I'll try. After sending this message, he turned off the screen and put the phone back into his pocket, not noticing the next message that popped up. My lord feeds ducks. Of course, I mean what to do after playing with someone's little face. If it gets worse than this, my suggestion is to set the child marriage early. Heart. After putting the phone down, Luo Jiayu hadn't even chewed 2 bites of the fried dumplings when the system in his head started talking again. You, my friend, the system said calmly, what exactly are you thinking? What are you thinking? About the relationship between you and your childhood friend. Luo Jiayu chewed a bit more on the Xingjian in his mouth before finally frowning as if awakened from a dream. What garbage, it's so tasteless. Tasteless, but you chewed for so long. The system sensed his reluctance to confront his current thoughts, so it rephrased the question, do you think the 2 of you have always been close like good brothers? Yeah. And do you often hug and embrace your good brother and even want to kiss him? I think this is very normal. Luo Jiayu said seriously, when friends get along well, they naturally want more contact. I've known him since we were kids and our relationship has always been extraordinary, so it's only natural that I want to hold him more than others. Logical consistency, self-supporting arguments, no wonder he could act so confidently while being like a Walmart plastic bag all these years. That's not normal. No. Luo Jiayu was very firm, that's because you don't have a childhood friend who's extremely close, someone you can sleep with on the same bed, looks good, has a sweet personality, and doesn't resist when you touch or squeeze them. If you did, you'd have similar thoughts. Alright, you're right. The system chose to agree with him, so have you never had any inappropriate thoughts about your cute and compliant childhood friend? Luo Jiayu fell silent. Luo Jiayu looked up at the ceiling. Luo Jiayu lowered his gaze to the ground. Yesterday was an accident, he heard himself say. So what you're saying is, if there hadn't been this accident, you could have remained good brothers for many more years. Under normal circumstances, yes. Luo Jiayu made a sound of dissatisfaction, inadvertently revealing his previously imagined blueprint for the future. After all, he's more introverted and doesn't like socializing much with others. He once told me he wasn't interested in romance and most likely wouldn't get married. So living together for life might have worked well too. We could find a house with a small yard, maybe adopt a dog, take a few trips each year. We planned to travel across the country by car but never started, and I was waiting for the day we'd go to Tibet together. Of course, getting officially registered isn't necessary, but who knows, decades later, he might change his mind. After all, it's still not legal in China, but having an official title would be nice. If he wanted, we could also go to Australia or the Netherlands, it depends, I actually don't care that much. System, have you listened to yourself talk? Luo Jiayu stopped talking and finally realized that every word he said just dug himself deeper into the mess. Doesn't matter, I'm done eating. He put down his chopsticks and stood up, walking briskly out of the cafeteria. Chapter 52. At this moment, in the practice room on the other side, Tang Yanning was looking down, wiping his already spotlessly clean gold-rimmed glasses with a spectacle cloth, while Song Lai sat beside him with a calm expression. In her hand was a garishly packaged book titled, Flash Marriage Contract Wife, Mr. President, Let Loose and Love, which she was seriously reading, particularly focused on the climactic parts. For a while, the room was silent, except for Li Sheng who trembled in silence as he looked toward the direction of the windowsill. Standing there was a tall, slim, high and mighty figure. The high and mighty figure was currently concentrating hard on tying the sheer curtains by the window, wrapping the end around the top and making a solid knot that turned the entire curtain into a circular ring. After finishing, he held up the circular knot he had just tied, inspecting it carefully from all angles, then nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he stepped back 2 steps and watched his perfect creation, which resembled a noose, sway gently with the wind outside, bathed under the bright and clear sunlight, before gradually spreading his arms wide. Then throughout the practice room echoed a loud, melodic yet powerful inner monologue like an amplifier loud enough to tear everyone's eardrums apart. My shiny future. The other 3 people dared not move a single muscle. Song Lai flipped another page of the melodramatic, Mary Sue third-rate trashy novel in her hands and lightly shook her head with a sigh. Tortuous love affairs are bound to shorten my life. It's more reliable to focus on how to make old men rich and give them gold coins. Before Chuyu finished going crazy, he walked over again, kindly patted the rope-shaped curtain knot, finding himself marveling at his own unmatched level of manual artistry. Not too big, not too small, the size is just right, very suitable for hanging oneself. Inside teacher's brain. Ever since waking up in the morning, his host has been in a state of mental confusion until now. If one were to draw a comparison, it's as if a computer got a virus. You don't know what he's saying nonsensically, but you know he's definitely spouting nonsense. Some rehearsal rooms appear calm on the surface, but inside, they're so noisy that everyone's nearly numb. Now in blue screen mode, even a slight stimulation could lead to spewing out a string of chaotic codes. Therefore, Teacher Zhao was cautiously prodding his host, baby, let's stay calm. Once your spirit broadens, the whole world will brighten. Beep beep, keyword triggered, spirit. I'm fine, I'm good, everything's perfectly normal. No, am I crazy? Am I not? Not, am I? Accompanying the crazed inner voice megaphone was Chu Yu's calm reply, is that so? Teacher Zhao dared not say anything anymore. Tang Yanning couldn't keep wiping his glasses anymore. He looked up and carefully looked at Chu Yu. Later, Teacher Ji will come to check our practice results. It's crucial for us to adjust our mentality and get prepared. Chu Yu paused briefly, gazing blankly outside through the windowsill, seemingly surprised that someone would suddenly talk to him. At a loss for words, the cool guy gave a light nod. And his inner voice megaphone. You're right, but you haven't considered the pressure area of the electric fan switch. Therefore, whether it's sunny or rainy, Grey Wolf will always go to Sheep Village to catch sheep. Although Tom is always bullied by Jack, SpongeBob still loves calling Patrick to catch jellyfish. Can these well-reasoned facts be handed over as evidence to Chief Black Cat? Tang Yanning was astounded by Chu Yu's profound knowledge of animated series, silently raised his hand to applaud quietly, and then made a zipping motion across his mouth, deciding to adopt the golden rule of silence like Song Lai did. But Song Lai seemed completely unaware and continued muttering to herself, frowning and shaking her leg while commenting on the content of the book. Is there really such a small tyrant boss who can't sleep after angering his wife and spends the night buying a bunch of luxury cars, villas, and goods to win her back? When will the state assign one to me? Li Xing cautiously moved closer, wanting to look at the book with Song Lai. What's a small tyrant boss? Song Lai replied, it refers to those types whose families have 7 companies, 8 factories, and 9 villas in Hong Kong. They generally aren't very capable, but they make up for it with money. Once they inherit the family business, they become silly rich presidents. Li Xing nodded, half understanding. Song Lai pressed her chest, I so want luxury cars, jewels, bags, and big houses. If heaven ever lets me meet a man like that, I will treasure him dearly, then let him bully me a little and pretend to be mad so I can get a Rolls-Royce Phantom and the latest Bulgari jewels from him. As she was feeling this way, someone else was leaning his chin on his hand gazing into space by the window glass. Chu Yu's calm profile actually exuded a strong sense of atmosphere and story when he was quiet. Just one photo with a bit of filter would make for an artistic shot. But none of this stopped him from continuously blasting out with his inner voice megaphone. You've said well, but I feel it still lacks something of the essence compared to Ansei waist drum. Oh, what an Ansei waist drum. Once they start beating, it's all out ferocity, passion, no mercy at all. 100 youths carrying drums slant over their shoulders are like 100 blocks of stone being repeatedly struck with powerful force dancing wildly before your eyes. Like sudden heavy rain, they beat fast drum beats, like swirling wind, it is the flowing tassels flying in the air. Song Lai suddenly heard footsteps approaching from afar and, sensitively raising her head, familiarly looked toward the door. Oh, Luo Jiayu, you finally came. Ding dong, keyword triggered, Luo Jiayu. The computer directly went black screened and didn't even go insane. The room once again fell into complete silence. At this moment, the rich heir whose family owns 7 companies, 8 factories, and 9 villas, whose silly money rich, was cautiously peeking from outside the door, holding 2 packs of apology potato chips he had just bought from the system store in his pocket. Upon seeing the familiar back figure, his first reaction was to retreat 2 steps hiding behind the corridor while pressing his lips lightly, feeling chest tightness. Then the next second, someone gave his shoulder a not-so-light tap. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you go in yet? He turned his head to see Ji Fengzhu. Ji Fengzhu entered the practice room side by side with the mentor. With elders ahead giving instruction, he never got the chance to actively talk to that person. One leaned against the doorway and the other sat at the corner, just about forming the farthest diagonal distance in the practice room, separated by Ji Fengzhu's non-stop chatter, like Niulang and Jinu across the Milky Way. Almost since Luo Jiayu stepped inside, all the teammates could sense something off. Two people who were normally together like conjoined twins, eating, training, sleeping, all stuck together, today hadn't exchanged even a glance. Chu Yu hugged his knees, staring straight at the wall ahead, expression looking as blank as if all the memory in a hard drive had just been cleared. Luo Jiayu, however, leaned bonelessly against the door, looking up at the sky sometimes, down at the ground at others, occasionally playing with the wristband but never turning his head, dead set on not turning it. Got it? If you've got it, come give me a demonstration now, both of you, sing the climax part together facing each other. No names needed when Ji Fengzhu pointed to them. To perform the duet required them to face each other singing, inevitably involving eye contact. Luo Jiayu took the microphone, walking forward. This time no more blue screen issues, no tossing away of lyric sheets, he seemed instead quite normal after his bout of depression. He adjusted the sound level, prepared, and raised his head, looking towards the opposite party. Chu Yu was also looking at him, already ready, faster than he. When their gazes met, the other party's eyes appeared rather calm. Calm as though nothing happened at all. They started their duet, starting from the confession of the secret admirer and ending after the secret admirer reveals his inner feelings. Going through the entire performance, Ji Fengzhu did not find any abnormalities in their mutual gaze exchange. He nodded quite approvingly. Good, compared to yesterday, your eye interaction has become much more professional. It doesn't make the audience lose focus anymore. It's clear that you put in serious practice. Luo Jiayu, he turned around, the latter suddenly woke up, startled by the sudden call. I must praise you. Your eye expressions have been right, you just need to restrain it a little, be deeper, and more devoted. Your grasp on emotions is finally in place. Maintain this state please, don't revert to the lifeless appearance from yesterday. Luo Jiayu absent-mindedly, thank you, mentor. And Chu Yu, Ji Fengzhu turned his head again, I have something to say to you too. How come you're acting more like a robot than yesterday? You can't compensate with technique or vocal skills alone. Be less cold, be gentler. Chu Yu kept his distant blank stare while putting down the microphone and gently, mmd. Seeing this, Ji Fengzhu felt very sorrowful. Is there any hope for this child? Seeing this, Luo Jiayu clutched the chip box in his pocket and felt even more despondent. Is there any hope for me? The guidance and training continued until noon, and throughout the entire morning, the two had exchanged no words. Everyone present, including Ji Fengzhu, realized by this point, it seemed that the two were upset with each other. Finally, enduring until the lunch break, just as Luo Jiayu wanted to say something, he was bundled off along with Chu Yu and Song Lai by the staff to record intermission interviews, without even getting a chance to eat. Even the staff members escorting them weren't the same, so he still couldn't find an opportunity to talk to Chu Yu alone. Instead, every trainee he encountered on the way immediately reacted with the same question, are you having a disagreement with Chu Yu? Outside the recording room, Wei Ziyu exited after his interview, and upon opening the door, he saw Luo Jiayu waiting outside alone. Subconsciously, he asked, where's Chu Yu? Didn't he come with you? The notorious troll gave him a sinister glance and remained silent. Instantly, memories of when Wei Ziyu had seized his main dancer part in center stage position while pulling friends against him flooded back. He sniffed, passed by the other, and muttered just loudly enough for the other person to hear. I should go find Jiang Qinglu now, he's still waiting for me in the makeup room. Behind him, the notorious troll momentarily broke down before quickly composing himself and donning a facade of indifference. Wei Ziyu left, and as Luo Jiayu turned around, he came face to face with Fu Hansong. Fu Hansong, yo, where's Chu Yu? Before Luo Jiayu could respond, Fu Hansong preemptively said, yo, did you guys have a fight? The notorious troll's bad mood reached its peak, saying, go die. Fu Hansong removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes like an angry husky, what? Maintaining this expression, Fu Hansong sidestepped past him. Luo Jiayu felt more choked up than ever. As he turned again, he saw Xue Lu and Lu Yang walking towards him together. Lu Yang had his hand on his friend's shoulder. Upon seeing Luo Jiayu, his eyes brightened, and he waved enthusiastically, eager to share the new idea Xue Lu had taught him earlier that morning. Hey there. I didn't quite get it this morning, but after hearing Xue Lu's explanation, I understand now. Oh right, you and Little Yu had a quarrel. Xue Lu quickly stomped on the nearby person's foot. Amidst a scream of pain, he politely bowed toward Luo Jiayu. Sorry about that, kids are ignorant, just playing around. Don't mind them. No problem, forever in love. Xue Lu didn't quite catch what was happening, Flush-faced, Xue Lu was pulled away by foot-pained Lu Yang, leaving Luo Jiayu alone outside the interview room again. Waiting and waiting, he waited until the staff suddenly came out and notified him that the recording equipment was broken and requested him to come back tomorrow at noon to retake the recording. Luo Jiayu didn't care much, merely acknowledged it and then hurriedly walked into the dressing room as if he remembered something. On the other side of the dressing room, Chiyu had already almost fallen asleep leaning against the chair. Waking up to some noise, he discovered it was Jiang Qinglu. Jiang Qinglu smiled sweetly and softly upon entering, speaking gently upon seeing him. Chu Yu thought it was a casual greeting but instead heard, why isn't Luo Jiayu with you? They had been apart for only half a day, yet a bunch of people rushed over to ask, as though everyone in the world knew they had a spat. Chuyu didn't remember what answer he gave. He went first. Ah, the innocent flower nodded contemplatively, so why didn't he come with you? Before Chuyu could come up with another excuse, a familiar voice, full of youthful charm, came from outside the door. Anyone there? Xiao Lu. Upon hearing it, Jiang Qinglu stood up immediately, bidding Chuyu farewell before leaving. Wei Ziyu is looking for me, I'll go ahead, see ya. Oh, by the way, the cameraman asked me to tell you today's filming has temporarily stopped. We'll come back tomorrow. You can go home early. Chuyu nodded, thinking to himself, great, time to sleep here first. The makeup chair really was quite comfortable to lie down in. Life's chaotic. Sleep it off. If necessary, I'll hang myself. But ultimately, he still didn't fall asleep. The makeup room's door was very old, a creaky sound would be heard whenever it opened, making him aware instantly whenever someone entered. After the newcomer stepped inside, they quietly locked the door behind them. By just hearing the footsteps, Chuyu recognized who it was. Instinctively, he silently opened his eyes, got up, retreated to the window, and instinctively pulled the nearby curtain over himself entirely. When Luo Jiayu looked up, he saw a quiet little mushroom perched by the windowsill. Judging from his expressionless face, Luo Jiayu could not fathom what Chuyu was thinking, so he carefully started to inch toward him. As he slowly took steps, he pulled out 2 packs of warm fries from his pocket and tentatively said, 10 years of life and death make all things vague. Chuyu slowly raised his eyes to look at him, as if finally regaining focus. 5 years of life and death make some things dim. 2 Orioles singing in the green willows. 3 Orioles playing landlord. A day to travel 1,000 miles down the Yangtze River. 10 days to travel 10,000 miles down the Yangtze River. Genius. Luo Jiayu stretched out one free hand toward Chuyu. Chuyu quickly bent his mouth slightly into a smile before extending his hand for a firm shake. Could they be making up now? This is for you. Luo Jiayu handed over the fries and then rummaged around in his pocket again, pulling out a small colorful bag of fruit candy, and this. Chuyu's eyes lit up upon seeing the fries. He accepted them, tore open the box, and began slowly munching on each stick, all while watching his childhood friend dig through his pocket again. Giving it to you. Luo Jiayu felt around for something that matched and pulled it out, only to find it was a fresh wildflower plucked this morning from the roadside. Panicking momentarily, he shoved it back. Not this one, I grabbed it by mistake. While saying this, he fished out a small honey cake from his pocket. It was exchanged earlier using heat points. Chuyu seemed intrigued by his Doraemon-style magical pocket, fully engrossed in observing his actions, wondering what else might come out. Luo Jiayu kept producing an assortment of snacks and small pastries. Once placed in front of Chuyu, he nervously stole glances at his childhood friend's face and felt his mood must have improved significantly. So he too curled his lips slightly into a grin. After hesitating a moment, his hand moved to rest on Chuyu's shoulder. We'll go eat something later, whatever you want, my treat. The chewing motion paused for a brief second when Chuyu was embraced but quickly resumed its usual relaxed state as he dipped a spoon into the cake. Sure, we can decide by rolling dice. I had the steamed bun with pan-fried filling from window number 8 this morning. It was super gross. I think I won't forget the taste for 3 days. They chatted idly here and there, as if the awkwardness before was all an illusion, and they were still good brothers who could wake up and roam around joyfully every day. The breakfast at that place has always been hard to stomach, Chuyu muttered absent-mindedly, focusing his eyes on the cake in his hands, eyelids half drooping. From the side view, his thick and curled lashes stood out strikingly against his serene features. And I. Suddenly, a hot sensation swept across his ear, leaving Chuyu completely stunned. Reflexively, he shrank away, creating a distance of more than a meter between him and Luo Jiayu. That fleeting touch instantly burned his entire face. From Luo Jiayu's perspective, Chuyu turned bright red from his earlobes to his tips, staring back with astonishment. Luo Jiayu's hand remained suspended in mid-air, looking equally unprepared, with a somewhat vacant expression. There was dust on your ear, I wanted to help remove it. His voice gradually softened because his earlobe also started burning. He lowered his head, avoiding eye contact, and pressed his lips together, feeling as if his chest was tightly clogged. Chapter 53. Just as Luo Jiayu thought all the future blueprints he had envisaged before were already completely ruined, his childhood friend who was more than a meter away slowly crept back little by little. After returning, he picked up the small cake that he hadn't finished eating just now, and scooped another piece with a spoon as if nothing happened. This is pretty good. Where did you buy it? Luo Jiayu, System Mall, 20 points of popularity. Chuyu paused in his action of scooping with the spoon. Luo Jiayu belatedly realized the cost of buying this cake was too high, putting pressure on others inadvertently, making what he intended to seem offhand actually seem deliberate. He looked at the person squatting in front of him whose actions were stalled, unable to eat or not to eat. His eyelashes trembled slightly amidst a dead silence, without realizing it himself. All the awkward moments they had gone through over the past dozen years combined didn't come close to today's frequency. Luo Jiayu fell silent for a moment. When he raised his head again, he had put on his usual carefree smile. Intentionally moving closer by 2 steps, his talent for making things up came to light. He blurted out. Today marks the 1888th day anniversary of our conquering the entire series of forest and fireman games. Don't we need to celebrate? After saying that, he pointed at the yellow honey cake in Chuyu's hand. Look, can you find the connection between it and the forest and fireman game? Chuyu looked at the cake layers closely, blinked, wanting to say, not at all, but still gave his childhood friend some face by asking, what connection? Luo Jiayu, ice sister is blue, fire brother is red, the cake is yellow, together they form the three primary colors. Chuyu looked at the cake again, blinked, after 2 seconds, suddenly enlightened, wow. He looked up at Luo Jiayu and gave his logic-tight childhood friend a thumb up for positive parenting, so reasonable. The two shook hands happily and reached a stupid consensus. After shaking hands, Chuyu put down the small cake, then fished around in his pocket and took out a box of purple blueberry cakes, holding it out in front of Luo Jiayu. This is your return gift for the Memorial Day. Luo Jiayu originally wanted to drape his arm over Chuyu's shoulder, but his hand froze halfway and retracted. By the time Chuyu turned back, he had placed his hand by his side. Seeing the small cake, he smiled with interest. What's the connection between this and forest and fireman? Chuyu, ice sister is blue, fire brother is red, when mixed together, they become the purple color of the cake. Luo Jiayu took the cake with one hand and raised the other, learned well. Chuyu slapped hands with him, color genius. The two squatted like little mushrooms for a while. As Luo Jiayu started to open the cake box in his hand, he asked, which floor should we eat later? Chuyu was indifferent to this question, randomly digging into the cake, first floor. No, that Xingjian Bao is on the first floor, it's terrible. I don't want to go there these days. Then the second floor. The second floor has heavy oil smoke, it stinks, and their chili sauce costs extra at the window. Then the third floor. No, the boss at the first stall on the third floor has a round face, resembling Xingjian Bao. Chuyu swallowed the honey cake in his mouth and slowly turned his head toward the person next to him, squinting, then let's jump off a building. Luo Jiayu also turned his head to meet the wordless gaze, exposing an unconscious sunny smile without realizing, even nodding in agreement and giving an approving comment. Not a bad new solution. In the end, the two agreed to pack up their lunch first, then go together to the rooftop of the cafeteria to eat. When they went to the cafeteria, it was already past mealtime, and there were basically no trainees queuing nearby. Chuyu wanted to buy a long unvisited spicy hot pot, while Luo Jiayu, who generally doesn't consume much spicy food, queued up at another counter for boxed meals. While waiting at the window, he poked at the system in his brain and asked, how much does the blueberry cake sell for in the system mall? Let me check. After a while, the emotionless voice of the system responded again. 20. Luo Jiayu was silent for a few seconds. With his head lowered, it was unclear what his expression was, but in the end, he only slightly curved his lips. No wonder I said its size and ingredients are roughly the same, and the taste is quite good. There were very few people lining up here, so after finishing buying his meal, he took the bag to wait for Chuyu. Before his childhood friend arrived, Fu Hansong, who had just finished queuing in front of him, approached with a bowl of spicy hot pot. Yo! Fu Hansong removed his sunglasses, and his eyes that resembled an angry husky became even more apparent. He looked back at Chuyu, who was still waiting for his food, then glanced at the obviously distracted person in front of him, asking. No hand-holding today? Luo Jiayu furrowed his brows and looked down at the bowl of spicy hot pot in the other person's hands, suddenly wanting to pour it on their face to teach them how scalding fresh soup could be because they loved stacking words like that. Go away. Fu Hansong heard this one-word response from Luo Jiayu for the second time today, adjusted his non-existent sunglasses again, maintaining his husky-like glare all the way until he sat back down. Yo. A vein bulged in Luo Jiayu's temple as he hesitated between cursing or not. Just as he was about to open his mouth, someone slapped his shoulder. It was his childhood friend with that familiar face. Let's go. Chuyu said it and instinctively took a step back behind him, waiting for him to lead the way while following closely, but the childhood friend kept turning around and eventually lowered his gaze to the hand holding the spicy hot pot bag. He moved his fingers slightly. What's wrong? What flavor is it? Extremely spicy, Chuyu replied without changing expression, the kind that will make you scream with an allergic reaction and land you in the hospital for 3 days. Luo Jiayu pouted, recalling some unpleasant memory, pouted again, and turned back. Alright, let's go. The two went upstairs to the cafeteria rooftop, but faced silence when seeing the locked and dust-covered door leading to the terrace. They hurriedly ran downstairs with their takeout bags after 5 seconds of serious negotiation, deciding to eat by the roadside beneath the canteen building. By the road were shrubs almost denuded by Luo Jiayu, a street lamp not yet lit, and a small bench where they could sit together for lunch under perfect sunshine. The eating spot was ideal. The two sat at the edges of the long bench like last time when they snuck KFC, with their takeout boxes placed in the middle, completely unaware of a camera hidden deep within the opposite bushes. Let me see which two babies have left the canteen to come here for a meal. Wow, it's my darlings. Caught these little lovers sneaking a private lunch date. Why are you two always sneaking meals together? Reflect on why your behavior has been noticed so many times. Fresh food. Fresh sugar. I'll call my super topic sisters over to start gushing. Because the camera was far away, it couldn't record their voices or lip movements, so the audience could only watch a silent performance. You're still such a big laugher, sprayer guy. Even in front of Xiaoyu, you laugh as cheaply as ever. Xiaoyu doesn't seem too cheerful. You're feeling wrong. Isn't bro Baming always hanging a kittenish face year-round? No change in expression. But, sprayer guy, keeps talking to him and he seems lethargic with no strong reactions like before. Every word Luo says, he responds to. You guys keep looking for problems in our CP's happiness. Smiled. Smiled. Xiaoyu smiled. All those who were doubting the two's affection can shut up now. Don't bother us enjoying their sweetness. After a while, Luo Jiayu finished his boxed meal, but Chu Yu ate much slower. He got up, circled around twice, and then sat back down closer to Chu Yu, nudging his shoulder lightly. Give me a bite. Chu Yu looked at him and picked up a piece of duck blood with chopsticks, placing it in the open mouth. Luo Jiayu chewed thoughtfully, not too spicy. Maybe medium. You tricked me. The online comments exploded. Ah, another one. Sharing the same bowl of spicy hot pot, what else but a couple. That feeding motion sweetens everyone. I've always known being able to ship these two is my luck. Our supply never runs out. After finishing, the two skillfully packed up their empty boxes and threw them into the trash bin beside the lamppost, then reseated themselves on the bench, staying quiet. They should have gone back to the training room, but due to the sudden interview recording session earlier, they agreed to meet up with their teammates again at 2:30 p.m. There was still a while before their appointed time. Chuyu didn't want to return early, and this rare opportunity for a lazy break was truly valuable and should not be wasted. He leaned back on the bench and noticed that Luo Jiayu hadn't left either. At first, it felt normal, but as time passed and no one initiated a conversation, he opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. So they remained silent, and in the silence, he subconsciously clenched his hands tighter without realizing it. That slight difference in atmosphere compared to usual, unmasked by the absence of spicy hot pot or takeout boxes, suddenly became glaringly obvious. What's wrong? Xiaoyu seems really down today. Did he run into trouble during training or have a disagreement with someone? Nah, if his mental state was bad, a single announcement from our little loudspeaker would have informed everyone already. What's going on? Were these two ever this awkward sitting together before? I'm losing faith. Why aren't they talking? Aren't they supposed to be inseparable best friends who share everything? Please don't be so quiet. Mama is getting worried. It's fine for Botsy bro to keep quiet due to social anxiety, but sprayer guy, what about you? Perk up and start some conversation already. Did they really fight? Impossible. No need for panic from the front row, there's been no serious conflict yet. What's Luo doing, always reaching into his pocket like that? Amidst all the worries of online fan mothers, Luo Jiayu pulled out a bamboo helicopter toy from his pocket. Then with a flick of his wrist, he sent it spinning toward Chu Yu's leg. Chu Yu glanced down at the toy, then looked back up at Luo Jiayu with a stare akin to seeing an idiot. A minute later, the two stood in front of the long bench, taking turns flinging the same bamboo helicopter to see who could make it soar higher and faster. 3 seconds. It spun in the air for 3 seconds. I got 5, 2 better than you. Feels like we're ready to apply for the Guinness World Records once we leave. I agree. I did 6. Let's do it again. Luo Jiayu flicked once more, sending the helicopter spiraling wildly off in an unknown direction. He looked around but couldn't find it until the next second when it smacked him right in the face. Chu Yu bent over laughing uncontrollably, his shoulders shaking violently. I was wrong. These two never fail to entertain when trying to make us lose sight of them completely. The people worrying earlier about baby Xiaoyu being unhappy can relax now. He's laughing much brighter than me right now. Idiots, ha 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 ha. Looks like the illness is under control, so no worries needed. This pair of mutual help patients makes my heart feel warm. I suspect everyone else handed in resumes while these two submitted medical records before entering the talent camp. They're hilarious. Is this what draws us to childhood sweethearts? When they got tired of playing with the bamboo helicopter, Chiyu flopped back onto the bench first. To him, a full stomach naturally led to sleepiness. As soon as he lay down, his eyelids started battling each other to close. Tired? Asked Luo Jiayu from nearby. He didn't open his eyes, just nodded faintly, yeah. Go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you up when it's time. Okay. After saying that, Chiyu closed his eyes completely. The afternoon sun shone warmly on his face, with nobody around. Everything was quiet, making it perfect for napping. Sitting next to him, Luo Jiayu moved a bit closer now that the lunchbox barrier was gone. He stretched out one hand and shielded Chu Yu's eyes from any light nearby. Once his friend fell asleep, Luo Jiayu covertly checked his surroundings, making sure no one was nearby, then quietly pulled out his phone from his pocket. He had the system put the phone into invisible mode, meaning the camera wouldn't show what rules he was breaking. Instead, it just captured a handsome man staring intently at his empty hand as if deep in thought. Is he guarding their friendship like keeping Capybara calm and not wanting to wake him up? This picture is beautiful, I want to take a screenshot for my wallpaper. Botsy Bro's ability to fall asleep anytime, anywhere amazes me, I wish I shared his quality of sleep. These two truly have an amazing bond, one sleeps while the other guards. With Luo Luo around, Chiyu surely feels safe enough to sleep soundly. Too sweet, too sweet. I adore this old couple-style interaction. While fans basked in the tranquil, sugary sweetness of this scene, Luo Jiayu, with a serious expression, was browsing through the software store, clicking into a famous app rumored to have various bizarre confessions, Little Sweet Potato. He clicked download. After finishing the download, he clicked inside without even registering an account, hastily typing a few keywords into the search bar. Zhu Ma, bamboo horse, unrequited love, pursuit. Little Sweet Potato lived up to its reputation, popping out numerous results from the searches. Luo Jiayu's eyes lit up as he clicked on the most popular post to start reading. Title, Secretly loving my Zhu Ma for 13 years, I finally made up my mind to pursue him and got engaged today successfully. Here to share some pursuit tips. He solemnly read every single word in the main body with a serious academic attitude. My Zhu Ma and I have known each other for over 20 years. He is absolutely wonderful, handsome, stylish, and kind. Ever since elementary school, I've been secretly infatuated with him but never dared to reveal it for fear of losing even our friendship. Empathizing deeply, Luo Jiayu lowered his gaze slightly, pressing his lips together briefly before pausing 2 seconds and continuing to scroll down. On the day of my 18th birthday, I made a wish for myself, to pursue my Zhu Ma. Therefore, I prepared a plan and decided to execute it during that year's Christmas. Luo Jiayu raised an eyebrow curiously as he scrolled down further in anticipation. That day was the Christmas party held by both our families. I intentionally acted drunk, dragging him to my room claiming I had a Christmas present for him. The moment he stepped in, I hugged his shoulders tightly and buried my face in his chest sobbing uncontrollably. I told him I liked someone who just rejected me on that very day so I decided to give up, it broke my heart. Concerned, he looked at me tenderly, reaching out to stroke my head while telling me something unexpected. Eyes widening, Luo Jiayu felt as if a whole new world opened before him. With eagerness, he slid his fingers down to read more content. He said, abandon, verb, meaning to give up, example sentence, the scheme's investors decided to abandon the project. Hashtag English word daily check hashtag learn English hashtag vocabulary training. Frustrated, Luo Jiayu tossed his phone aside suddenly. Then fearing he might wake Chuyu, he immediately picked it back up cautiously. Unbelieving, he clicked open another highly rated post. This title seemed far spicier than the previous one. Title, Carefully preparing for 3 months, I successfully bent my straight male Zhu Ma using this method. An appropriate and direct headline caught his attention immediately. With earnest hope seeking guidance, Luo Jiayu started flipping through it. From elementary school till now, my Zhu Ma has always been the most well-known person across the entire campus. An ultra-dashing hunk. High upon a hill flower in everyone's eyes. For me, pursuing him feels harder than climbing to heaven. Yet, I succeeded. Now my friends can't believe how the seemingly cold and indifferent Zhu Ma, completely disinterested in dating, could become so passionate and gentle towards me. Slightly nervous yet expectant, Luo Jiayu scrolled down. The secret lies here. XXX brand men's perfume. I carefully chose woodsy notes with a cool fragrance. My Zhu Ma says the scent reminds him of cedarwood's refreshing aroma, transitioning to rich, long-lasting white musk afterward. His cheeks would flush red when he said that because my alluring fragrance makes him want to lean toward me constantly. The trick to capturing the high upon a hill handsome Zhu Ma is precisely this. Click the link below to go directly to the purchase page, leave a comment for a chance to win random discounts in the surprise box. Frowning deeply, Luo Jiayu muttered under his breath after some thought, is it really effective? Diving into the comments section, nearly all responses were identical. 1L, surprise box. 2L, surprise box. 3L, surprise box. 4L, surprise bamboo horse. Reply, surprisingly bent. Reply, bloody hell don't mess with me. 5L, bought a huge box, the kids loved it, they want more next time. Also great for sensitive skin, good experience overall, thanks for recommending. 6L, laughing dead, won't there be anyone actually believing this is about how to bend the bamboo horse? Expressionless, Luo Jiayu shut off his phone. Chapter 54. After turning off his phone, Luo Jiayu was truly lost in thought. He had been staring at the bamboo helicopter he bought from the system mall for 50 cents just for fun. After a while, he absent-mindedly spun it and it landed far away next to a trash can, irretrievable. He simply didn't bother picking it up, asking the system to recycle it instead. It was resold back to the mall secondhand, earning him 38 cents. Now, his popularity points were accurate to 2 decimal places. Then he turned his head to look at his childhood friend who was already sound asleep. As he watched, he slowly shifted closer, stopping only when he could hear the other's shallow yet steady breathing. Luo Jiayu didn't like analyzing the complex and subtle changes in his emotions. Most of the time, they clogged together inside him, or were rudely categorized as either happy or unhappy. If seeing someone made him happy, he would get closer, otherwise, he stayed away. Theoretically, one falls for another because getting close to them brings joy. But now, Luo Jiayu was very close to Chuyu, so close that he could clearly see the slight tremor of the eyelashes after Chu-Yu fell asleep. The tear mole at the corner of his eye rose subtly with each breath, shining under the sunlight. His gaze swept down from the small brown mole, from the corner of his eye to his lips, finally resting on the slightly reddish lip bead. He zoned out for a while, his hand unconsciously reaching out but halting halfway, half a centimeter away from touching the face, before pulling back. He took his eyes off, realizing his chest still felt blocked. The tormenting feeling had always existed. When the two of them played and wrestled together like they used to, the feeling eased somewhat. But once there was nothing else to distract, it became unavoidable. Yet, he still wanted to get closer. In the end, all Luo Jiayu did was helpfully brush away the stray hair on the sleeping person's forehead, then carefully moved his hand to gently touch the tear mole at the corner of the eye, then curved his lips slightly into a smile. Actually, he was still a bit happy. Chu-Yu was woken up from his dream by the joint wake-up calls from the system and Luo Jiayu. During the past half hour, he had a pleasant dream where the end of the world arrived, and the sun was about to explode, destroying Earth. All schools and workplaces shut down, no need to go to work or school. Delighted, he stayed in his bedroom, pulled the curtains shut, worry-free as he slept deeply, preparing to enjoy a blissful death. However, in the next second, he was startled awake by the scream simulation from the system. Teacher Zhao screamed inside his mind, "Host, wake up, it's almost time." His eyes couldn't open properly, his brain was muddled, and dazedly, he asked, "Is humanity extinct?" Teacher Zhao, "No. Such a pity." He closed his eyes and immediately lay back down on the bench, continuing to sleep. Teacher Zhao choked up. A few seconds later, Luo Jiayu poked him again, saying, "Wake up, it's the end of the world." Chu-Yu's head buried in his arms, hiding his face. Only muffled voices could be heard asking, "Is humanity extinct?" Extinct. Chu-Yu opened his eyes this time, recovered his senses after a moment, then turned to look at him, "But if humanity is extinct, why am I still alive?" "Luo Jiayu, you were already dead, but I watched an ad for 30 seconds and brought you back to life." Fluent dialogue with logic that sounded convincing enough. Chu-Yu sat up, silent for a moment, his head nodding rhythmically like a chick pecking rice. "Thank you," he said. "You don't need to thank me." Seeing Chu-Yu gradually become more alert, Luo Jiayu stood up and patted Chu-Yu's shoulder. "Let's go, back to the practice room." Back in the practice room, Song Lai was sitting cross-legged against the wall, engrossed in two of his exclusive third-rate, cliched novels. Upon hearing the footsteps, he lifted his eyelids and saw the two friends walk into the room one after the other, greeting them casually. "Yo, not holding hands today." Chu-Yu had been thinking, if humanity perished and aliens ruled the earth, which one of him and his childhood friend would be taken for research first? Hearing Song Lai's question, he slowly raised his head, his mind blank for a moment. Luo Jiayu had already put on his exclusive sunglasses, turning elegantly cold and beautiful like king style, looking toward Song Lai. "Which eye did you see us holding hands with?" "Song Lai, didn't you just fiddle around with the claws of the person behind you and even interlock fingers?" "I saw it with both eyes." Luo Jiayu fell silent. He himself never remembered his own antics. But the momentum couldn't be lost, especially since he was wearing sunglasses. If his cool facade slipped, no one would notice. From the outside, Sunglass Bro looked as calm and composed as ever. His retort came sharp and clear, a perfect 360-degree automated stereo defense shield. "What's wrong, don't you have a best friend who holds hands with you for fun?" Song Lai furrowed his brows, wanting to ask if this guy was joking or serious. Still, grace is an essential part of any contact list's etiquette. He chose to continue pursuing his verbal advantage. "The other day, you two were hugging each other and taking turns leaning into one another's arms, it almost made me ship you guys." Luo Jiayu remained unmoved from all sides. "What's wrong, don't you have a best friend you can hug for fun? Also, you two like touching each other's heads. I see you ruffling his hair every now and then. What's wrong, don't you have a best friend you ruffle heads with?" Song Lai sighed in disbelief. He decided not to argue with this lunatic in front of him anymore. Lowering his head, he flipped a few pages of his book before casually mentioning, and whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears too. "Oh, but I get it, right? You've got a buddy so close you whisper in each other's ears for fun, correct?" He thought himself considerate, having already provided an adequate reply on their behalf, but as soon as the words were out, Sunglass Bro froze, refusing to respond. The silence grew thick around them. Luo Jiayu even dared not look back at the expression on the person behind him. He just worked hard to put that awkward incident aside when Song Lai opened his mouth and brought it up again, reversing everything they'd accomplished. The 360-degree automatic stereo defense shield was about to crumble. He himself was about to crumble. Just then, Chu-Yu, who had been silent all along, tugged gently at his sleeve. Through the fabric, it was his wrist that moved. "Let's practice singing," he said. Luo Jiayu turned back. The distance was close, and their faces nearly touched as they exchanged gazes, both paused momentarily in surprise. Chu-Yu tensed instinctively upon seeing his eyes up close, seemingly wanting to look away but forcing himself to stay still. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze directed at him, he awkwardly forced a slight curve to his lips. In an unskilled attempt to reassure him, Uncle Zaiwawa said if I still can't muster any feelings, he might replace us in our duet part. Alright, let's practice singing. Ji Fengzhu left them with recording equipment, asking them to listen back after finishing a round to debrief. His real intention was for Luo Jiayu to recognize some shortcomings in his vocal skills and also for Chu Yu to understand how emotionless his performance could be. However, reality was different. After listening once, Luo Jiayu grinned broadly with triumphant eyebrows. I'm seriously a genius. Is the next top-level invincible singing prodigy of the music scene gonna be me? Chu Yu rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully. What's flat about it? This has been my level for years now. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Then they turned to each other. Chu Yu, your vocal techniques are lacking. Luo Jiayu, your emotion seems a bit flat. Chu Yu gestured with his hands, explaining, use this part of your body to produce sound. Also, your rhythm's a little off. I'll tap it out for you later, follow my lead. You're so professional. Luo Jiayu praised him brightly. Chu Yu's face was upright and righteous. Great students come from strict teachers. I'm sure I can learn well, Luo Jiayu complimented himself enthusiastically. Chu Yu agreed approvingly, a talented father won't have an untalented son. You're so knowledgeable, Luo Jiayu continued praising, his eyes shining. Chu Yu's pride swelled slightly as he quoted one of his ridiculous proverbs, 10 minutes on stage, 10 years of hard work behind the scenes. Song Lai in the distance rolled his eyes skyward. Once Chu Yu's tale of pride was done puffing up, he returned to being obedient, seeking opinions from others. Uncle Zaiwawa said my singing sounds like AI synthesized voice sampling. Is that true? Luo Jiayu originally wanted to blurt out something like, ignore that comment, it's bad feedback, but swallowed it down and replied diplomatically, it's there, but only a little bit. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, let's do it again. By the end of one round, he noticed Chu Yu's eyes stayed fixed on him, but they were completely vacant, devoid of any expression. Every now and then, they would unintentionally focus, but quickly revert to a state of vacancy. After finishing the recording, he sat back down and started illustrating his point to his childhood friend, do I look like a Switch gaming console? Chu Yu squinted and frowned, I think you have a higher chance of being human. No, I'm a Switch gaming console right now, Luo Jiayu said. Listen to me, I am about to stumble toward you, and because I like you, I've brought along my entire collection of game cartridges as my dowry. Chu Yu's eyes began to shine. Alright, let's do this again. After another duet ended, Luo Jiayu compared it with the previous recording fragment, and the progress in emotion was astonishingly fast. Even though he still couldn't reach the kind of gradually moving warmth that Ji Fengzhu mentioned, at least he hit the mark immediately. The glance during singing even had an affectionate glint. Luo Jiayu sat down and continued to ask, do you remember the Samoyed we raised at home? Chu Yu nodded, I do, Luo. Luo Jiayu smiled with his eyes and then gestured with his hands, when you were little, you were a bit afraid of dogs, and on your first visit to my house, you hid behind me and didn't dare to touch Luo, remember? I do. But when Luo saw you for the first time, he liked you so much and was excitedly trying to get close to you. You were scared and turned around and ran away. He wasn't able to be touched by you, which left him feeling sad for quite some time. Aha, I remember all of that. Chu Yu listened intently to his description and eventually sighed softly, I miss Luo. Alright, now imagine this, Luo is stumbling towards you. Because you haven't petted his head for so long, he feels quite disappointed. But to make you like him, he specially runs over with a Switch gaming console and the whole set of game cartridges just for you. After making these gestures, Luo Jiayu observed Chu Yu's expression and stood up confidently, what do you think? Let's try one more time. Such purely imaginative methods might be too abstract for most people, but for their friend Chu Yu who was originally abstract and feared human emotions, it might work perfectly. He understood him too well. At the end of this duet, without needing any recording review, simply from the look in the other person's eyes filled with warmth and sincerity, and the slight raise of his corners of his mouth, Luo Jiayu knew that his guidance had been successful. Perfect. Chapter 55. At around 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening, the day's practice of the duet parts had been successfully completed, and tomorrow would begin the collective positioning and chorus arrangement training. Before leaving, they had to routinely record the daily closing remarks in front of the security camera at the door. Luo Jiayu draped his arm over Chu Yu's shoulder and grinned widely at the camera. Hello everyone, welcome to watch the early training check-in videos of future top superstars in the music industry. After saying this, he raised both hands and pointed to his childhood friend beside him with an exaggerated look. Let me introduce you all to my good partner. We both come from the ancient and mysterious baby garden, I am Gu by Gu. Then he nudged Chu Yu, come on, say hi to everyone. Chu Yu, being held by him, clearly looked more relaxed in front of the camera than when he was with Lui Yang and Shui Lu. My name is Ma Ka Ba Ka, Chu Yu replied calmly as he complied. Luo Jiayu turned his head to look at him, why not Wushi Dishi? Chu Yu frowned, extremely vigilant, and twisted his head to look at him, don't try to mold me into clay. Okay. Luo Jiayu continued to turn back to the lens and loudly reported the progress of today's training. Teacher Ji praised me this morning during her inspection, saying that my emotion was appropriate and my progress rapid. Believe it or not, before long, you'll be able to hear our super perfect, touching duet on the second public stage. If you like our performance, do give us lots of votes then. Chuyu nodded, looking forward to your support. But there was a little hiccup today. The one beside me encountered some trouble during rehearsal. Teacher G said he lacked authenticity, but with the help of a genius and handsome man like me, we soon found the most suitable response method and resolved the issue smoothly. Luo Jiayu smiled devilishly at the camera. However, from the audience's perspective, they could only see a foolish dog wagging its tail in pride. You can guess how I solved it, but you'll never figure it out. Chuyu nodded. That's right, I learned special singing techniques from him. In short, our stage won't let you down. Alright, that's enough. Luo Jiayu turned his head and patted his partner's shoulder lightly, saying softly, say a closing word. Chuyu raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and swung it up and down. Go for it. Okay, see you. At this point, fans who saw this recording. Ahahaha, again familiar elementary school duo. These two seem like they are performing crosstalk. One's funny while the other plays the straight man. Laughing so hard, a bit silly yet charming. Following the elementary chicken group and the madness group, these two brothers have gained a new CP name, crosstalk group. Igu Bigu hello, I'm Tom Berlibo. Makabaka hello, I'm your brother, Mama Batsi. Actually, Brother Batsi's clueless and pure yet somewhat stupid demeanor really resembles Makabaka. A certain pro rapper bro, yo everybody, here's Baby Garden Label, aka Igu Bigu, you know what I'm saying? I'm dying laughing. Spray bro might really pull off something like this on stage. Makabaka, why aren't you Wuxie Dixie? Spray bro hinted so obviously. I hate you're like a wooden log. Am I the only one truly curious about what method Spray bro used to help Brother Batsi evoke emotions? Random guess, was there a moment of confession with a rose for Brother Batsi to understand heartbeats? The previous random guess seems overly blind. Kids train well, Mom has already prepared to snatch the live tickets for the second public show. Wait, duet. Is it your duet or the group chorus? I want to dream big, a duet of love songs. If that happens, CP fans will have a great celebration. Laugh till I cried, these CP fans seem to be celebrating every day. Why don't you tell people what went wrong and what method was used? Lolo, you're such a bad baby who likes teasing. What does helping someone find the best way mean? Are you implying only you understand him? Little fish looks so cute. Super excited for your stage, go ahead Makabaka and Igu Bigu. Go go. Go go. After the recording ended, the two walked into a pitch-dark corridor. Luo Jiayu raised his hands brightly and wanted to give Chuyu a high five. Good buddy, you're amazing. After the high five, Luo Jiayu raised his hands again, celebrating our successful completion of the dual part practice. Chuyu, still feeling drowsy, hit hands with him again listlessly. Before Chuyu could pull his hand back, Luo Jiayu skillfully lowered his fingers and intertwined them with Chuyu's in the dark night. The sensation was exceptionally clear despite the sleepiness that had somewhat numbed their awareness. Chuyu stared at their left hands pressed together for a few seconds, lost in thought. When he realized what had happened, he tried to awkwardly move his fingers but instead asked, what's wrong? Luo Jiayu shook their clasped hands innocently. Bro, can I get a hug? Are you crazy? Chuyu slowly freed his left hand from Luo Jiayu's grasp. Luo Jiayu didn't let go easily, yet didn't stop him either. They remained staring at each other for a moment. I'm thirsty. Chuyu broke eye contact first. After saying this, he started walking away. I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. You stay here, don't move around. Isn't it better if I come with you? Came Luo Jiayu's voice from behind, sounding almost pitiful. There are some very scary humans outside. The vending machine is right downstairs. Only very cute artificially intelligent machines down there. At that, Luo Jiayu fell silent. Chuyu walked a few steps before stopping, hesitating, then turned back. Seeing the man in front lowering his head, he cautiously stretched out his hand and nudged him gently. What do you want to drink? Luo Jiayu tilted his head up to look at him again. Can't we just share the same one? Alright. With that said, Chuyu turned around, inching away bit by bit. Then I'll go now. As his childhood friend walked away, Luo Jiayu watched the gradually fading figure in the distance. He glanced at the lyrics paper in his hand, then lifted his gaze again to where the figure should have been, only to find it had already disappeared, leaving only empty air. For a while, it was hard to tell what he felt. Back in the rehearsal room, Song Lai had just finished tidying things up when he noticed a certain team captain standing there like a loyal stone carving, looking completely dejected. Song Lai immediately understood, heartbreak. Stealthily moving beside the dazed Luo Jiayu, Song Lai timidly poked his arm. Turning his head towards Song Lai under the dim light, Luo Jiayu immediately furrowed his eyebrows, spit it out. Song Lai blushed, holding a book titled The Alpha CEO Always Wants to Seduce Me, the 1001st Time of Indulgence, blinking rapidly as he offered it over. Hey handsome, here's some study material for you. Taking a glance at the title, Luo Jiayu instantly realized this person was simply here to mock him. He replied succinctly, go away. You're turning down such a specialized book. Song Lai pouted his lips, examining the gloomy expression on the tall guy in front of him. Then he whispered carefully, yet shockingly loudly once opened. Have you two done it? The cocky brother shot up, instinctively searching nearby for any cameras, relieved to find none. His eyes widened like bells as he glared at Song Lai, who wore an entirely amused expression. What nonsense are you spouting? What are you talking about? Why react so strongly? Song Lai commented, I thought since you've been acting all spaced out today, you might have shouted something like, brotherhood, last night before charging straight into sleeping with him. Luo Jiayu stared at Song Lai's veteran look, exuding confidence in knowing everything, for 2 seconds. Ancestor, he muttered, please leave. I'm begging you. Shaking his head disapprovingly, Song Lai meaningfully patted the shoulder of Luo Jiayu, who was roughly his height. I see it clearly, you're madly infatuated but confused. Listen to me, you know nothing, let sister teach you how to land him steady and solid. Luo Jiayu looked at the dazzling big guy in front of him, winking crazily at him, silently for a moment, raising one eyebrow. Have you ever been in love? There were 8 relationships. Song Lai huffed, do you really think others are like you, needing to secretly prepare just to hold hands? Luo Jiayu remained unmoved, really? I don't believe you. What's wrong with having 8 relationships through kindergarten and primary school? Song Lai flushed angrily, being single since birth, sure, it may sound childish to other trainees, but it fits perfectly in your situation. Luo Jiayu promptly changed his tone, alright, teacher Song, what's your suggestion? First of all, based on my many years of studying various novels about childhood sweethearts, friendship can easily be escalated into romance with just a slight change. It's only often missing a trigger. Luo Jiayu, with the same earnest look he had when peeling sweet potatoes at noon, listened intently. What kind of trigger? Have you heard of the suspension bridge effect? The sparkle in Luo Jiayu's eyes immediately dulled into a dead fish gaze. Is that all? Don't underestimate my proprietary theory of love. Song Lai was once again embarrassed and angry. When a person experiences an increased heart rate due to the environment, if they happen to meet someone at that moment, there is a high probability they will mistake this heart rate for a romantic feeling. You could try it too, take him to do something tense and exciting. Luo Jiayu thought for a while. It seemed not entirely worthless. Song Lai continued to wink at him, making it hard not to wonder why his eyelids hadn't cramped up yet. Got it, handsome. The behavior that makes your childhood friend's heart beat faster may be the very step between you two being just friends or becoming boyfriends. Having just completed his enlightening teaching, happily whistling a little tune, the high-quality gay man walked off cheerfully, leaving Luo Jiayu behind to ponder some more. When Chuyu returned holding bottles of mineral water, he saw Luo Jiayu leaning against the railing deep in thought. He knew his childhood friend pretty well. When Luo starts thinking, God laughs. Here. He handed over the mineral water. But instead of taking it, Luo Jiayu grabbed his arm. Are you stressed out lately? Chuyu blinked, not understanding why he suddenly asked. I need to breathe thousands of times every day, which is quite stressful in itself. Let's do something to relieve stress. An ominous premonition welled up inside Chuyu. Like what? Steal the dorm supervisor auntie's phone and use up all her diamonds in Candy Crush. This was already the most thrilling, heart-pounding activity Luo Jiayu could think of doing within their training camp. Chuyu, utterly bewildered by this absurd suggestion, could only respond with a puzzled look. Chapter 56. In the end, the two of them didn't follow Luo Jiayu's suggestion. Chuyu took back the handed-out bottle of mineral water because he was afraid his childhood friend would drink more and have all the water flow into his brain. Luo Jiayu looked at him opening the cap but not giving it to himself and pouted a little. Chuyu drank water while quietly raising his eyes to glance at him, then slowly fished around in his pocket. Then he took out a Lulu plum candy. He placed it in Luo Jiayu's hand and simply said, if there's nothing, eat more Lulu plums. Stop obsessing over the diamonds in your dorm supervisor's phone all the time. Luo Jiayu was about to say something when a commotion from afar suddenly interrupted their conversation. At this hour, most trainees had already finished their day's training and returned to their dorms to rest. Only a few scattered practice rooms in the corridor were still lit up. Thus, the noise seemed even more jarring in the silence. It came from Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu's room. By international conventions, the protagonist always seems to be embroiled in the most mishaps in any novel. At that moment, His Royal Highness had wandered off somewhere unknown, leaving behind only the innocent-looking white flower character and the newly arrived male antagonist with tangled hair. When Luo Jiayu focused his eyes, he surprisingly found that he had some recollection of that face. Bai Yu. Chuyu was usually bad at recognizing faces, so after hearing this, he turned to look at him confusedly. Do you know him? Plot-driven assigned ex-boyfriend, I generally call him Mr. Teabag. Remembering something, Luo Jiayu sked once, even an Ironov 82 wouldn't match his purity. Logically, such a character should have led to a lot of entangled scenes with him. But for reasons unknown, possibly due to the fierce aura emanating from Luo Jiayu during their first meeting, it clearly read, don't mess with me, on his face. After one embarrassing encounter, this person never caused trouble for him again. Did you do this? The white flower's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked disbelievingly at the trainee before her. Bai Yu also had tear-streaked cheeks. I did not, I swear. Do you have evidence? How can you falsely accuse someone like this? The two on the other side originally stood there thinking they might enjoy some drama, but the more they listened, the less sense they made of it. It felt like the two people in front of them were solving riddles. Taking advantage of the chaos, Luo Jiayu sneakily pulled his childhood friend's hand, wanting to pass straight through the gap between the two. Unfortunately, the corridor was too narrow, and the villainous male co-star had no concept of propriety. He only cried without even considering letting pedestrians pass politely. Make way, Luo Jiayu, who lacked patience with others, saw the cheap teabag ex-boyfriend, his tolerance dwindling rapidly. He almost lost control and reached out to shove him away. Bai Yu turned his head, realizing it was him. Surprisingly, the first expression revealed was somewhat peculiar. Oh, it's you. I received their call already, haven't you gotten the news yet? Luo Jiayu, ? Can't you speak clearer? It seems like you don't know anything yet. Bai Yu, who apparently spent years mastering the art of cryptic dialogue, deliberately left things unclear and chuckled under his breath. How pitiful. Compared to him, Luo Jiayu appeared much simpler and straightforward. There was an air of transparency common in 21st century male university students well versed in internet slang. He spoke plainly. Get out of the talent show, riddle master. Bai Yu laughed haughtily, waving his hand, but his eyes revealed more disgust than anything else. Annoying, your speech remains unpleasant as ever. Chu Yu was still drinking water. Drinking water seemed far more interesting than listening to human chatter and squabbles. But his internal megaphone ran dry of water, so everyone heard an impudent broadcast sound. Grand documentary, Harem Selection Chronicles, continues to broadcast for you. Renowned 5-star General MacArthur once said, if our opponents could all use such riddles tactics, Morse code alphabets wouldn't be enough. What shade are they selling? What kind of Morse code? Bai Yu's eyebrows arched slightly, he sensed something but couldn't grasp it fully. But whatever, he figured what the small megaphone in front of him said wasn't flattering. 80 to 90% chance, it was mocking him sarcastically. So he swiftly turned his head to Chu Yu, who was still drinking water, and smirked. Chu Yu. The mentioned Chu Yu gave a sudden startle. He hadn't said a single word, merely biting quietly on the spout of the bottle hiding behind his buddy. Why had all gazes suddenly landed on him? Yet, Bai Yu just smiled and said a polite phrase. With your current popularity, you'll definitely debut in the future. Congratulations to you in advance. The debut spots are so scarce that all of us work hard desperately and still can't reach them. But you made it to 4th place just by audience voting alone. That's impressive. Chu Yu. I'll take that as a compliment. A certain socially awkward cool guy slowly blinked his eyes and then nodded, thank you. Bai Yu didn't expect this kind of reaction and was left speechless. The best countermeasure against passive aggressiveness is sincerity.jpg. Too many words. The critic guy unhappily pulled his childhood friend's hand, wanting to head towards the staircase, but Bai Yu kept staring at him. He stopped, scared again, turned around, and looked at him straight in the eyes. Am I good looking? Although Bai Yu still harbored resentment over the tea bag incident and being forced to switch feet when stepping over the threshold, he wore a smiling yet sarcastic expression on his face. I'm beautiful, isn't that obvious? Everyone knows your face landed on the trending list for being an unexpected top ACE. However, Luo Jiayu, if I'm good looking, go ahead and gouge out your eyeballs to check. Bai Yu. After saying this, Luo Jiayu pulled Chu Yu away. This time he played a little trick by holding his fingers instead of his wrist. The two in front were following such an aggressive path. Bai Yu had never seen anything like it during his many years in the entertainment circle. He turned around and saw Jiang Qinglu still shaking her shoulders, biting her lips while staring at him with red eyes. Then he dutifully played his role as the male antagonist. You've misunderstood me. In fact, things aren't like what they seem. Let me tell you the truth, it's actually Wei Ziyu Hu. When they exited the practice building, the two slowed down their steps. I remember something. Chu Yu drank mineral water from the bottle cap with full concentration like a schoolboy, speak up. To my lord, Luo Jiayu turned and looked at him, I have thoroughly read through this novel where we both exist, and I've come across this plot twist before. The vicious antagonist trains while causing trouble for the protagonist, leading to mutual hair-pulling. Except it seems the actor playing the villain has been switched. Who was supposed to be the original? Me. For a moment, Chu Yu didn't say anything, until suddenly Zhao Teacher appeared in his mind and said in a serious tone. That's right, after you arrived, you didn't continue doing those previous deeds anymore. As a result, the story couldn't progress further, so the world of the book adjusted automatically, selecting a character most suitable to take your place and play the villain. Luo Jiayu grabbed Chu Yu's shoulder with one hand, using his thumb to point behind at the still-lit practice building. Look, our brat appeared. If he's the one inheriting your legacy, there should be another character taking my place as well, giving your role a dagger. Chu Yu finished and seemed to recall something, but that stage accident from earlier couldn't have been done by him. A trainee doesn't have that much power. Inside Luo Jiayu's brain, Ji Teacher flipped through some records before speaking. This segment of the plot should be about Jiang Qinglu being replaced from the C position in the group without other team members notifying him. So he came alone to confront Bai Yu, who chose to pretend not to hear or understand. Bullying within the team. Luo Jiayu briefly summarized, then asked the system, where's the crown prince? His wife's getting bullied, so where's he hiding? System, the Crown Prince is in another group and hasn't heard about this yet. Chuyu lowered his head and stayed silent for a while before raising his head. You could report it to the production crew. It might not help. Luo Jiayu wasn't really concerned about it and casually said a line. The production crew behind the scenes would love nothing more than for each group to tear each other apart like in the fourth song, providing them with heat and buzz. Reporting is one route. Stirring up public opinion through reporting, and then putting enough pressure on the production crew via public sentiment before the formal performance. This way, even if the C position cannot be changed, the people committing the bullying won't get away scot-free. After saying this, Chiyu continued lowering his head to bite the bottle mouth. Luo Jiayu looked at him with a look of astonishment, unable to resist pinching his cheeks which felt nice and soft. Capybara, you're thinking. Teacher Zhao was also a bit shocked. Capybara, you're thinking. Teacher Ji added emotionlessly, Capybara, you're thinking. Chu Yu's cheeks were turning red because of the pinching. He raised his head slightly irritated. Don't overreact. Such kindness, Capybara. You actually want to help them escape from suffering sooner. While not satisfied with just pinching twice, Luo Jiayu teased his younger companion even more, and his smile curved almost level with the sun. At this moment, Luo Jiayu's system chimed in again. Actually, there's no need for it. According to the plot progression, all vicious antagonists are merely tools for the Crown Prince to embarrass and save the innocent damsel in distress. If you replace Wei Ziyu as a righteous executor of heaven's will, be careful, Jiang Qinlu might fall in love with you. Luo Jiayu raised his eyebrows vigilantly. That mustn't happen, that is inappropriate. Chuyu wasn't bothered by whether or not the damsel in distress would fall in love with him since he couldn't take on the role of one anyway, and 2 zeros together didn't have a good result. Therefore, regarding this matter, he had no concerns. He just wanted to say that while the antagonist was set up in the plot, the real harm experienced by those who were bullied exists. But because his words were too many and his social energy had nearly depleted by the end of the day, he simply made a sound to acknowledge hearing what was said. A chaotic day ended, and an even more chaotic few days of training began. Originally, Luo Jiayu didn't understand Bai Yu's vague words. However, after a couple of days, the staff called him over and handed him a phone call. The call was from his company's boss, whose tone was unfriendly, likely aware of how his eloquence had angered all the major sponsors earlier. Come back. The other side came straight to the point with this one line. You won't debut. Someone's willing to buy your debut spot, and they're offering quite a bit of money. Afterward, our company will create its own group project and make you the captain. Is that true? I don't believe it, Luo Jiayu calmly replied. How much are they offering? I can't tell you the exact amount since I've signed a confidentiality agreement, but I can assure you that at least 50 units will reach you. 50. Luo Jiayu found it unbelievable. Are you trying to send me away like a beggar? Don't be ungrateful. The other side became infuriated by his impracticality, gradually gritting their teeth. It's already very considerate of them to share a piece of the pie with you. If you push further, you'll get nothing. Is our company facing financial problems? Luo Jiayu changed to a more comfortable position while making the call. How much would it cost if they decided to sweep the whole company? Beep beep. On the other side, the phone hung up abruptly. He was actually asking seriously. So, did the person who bought my debut spot give it to Bai Yu? Luo Jiayu ended the call, checking his call records. What foolishness, not knowing how to hide it, they're bragging about a non-existent matter before it's finalized. Host, being so confident, do you already have a countermeasure planned? The system asked with a flicker of hope. I have a rough plan, Luo Jiayu said. What's my current popularity now? 300 plus. After the second public performance concludes, it should be enough for me to switch bank cards. Luo Jiayu scanned through a series of records and found most were incoming calls from his company. The staff member who gave him the phone probably worked for them as well. If a staff member contacted Bai Yu privately, then all he had to do was pay attention. Once that person approached Bai Yu again, he could investigate the staff member's background and figure out who they represented behind the scenes. Given it was his ex-boyfriend in name only, the sudden 180-degree change in attitude indicated Bai Yu likely found out he was broke from somewhere else. Therefore, the supporter was probably connected to the original master of the story, possibly one of the several big sponsors who withdrew funding earlier. The original book often talks about evil capital oppressing innocent trainees. If we can't beat them, join them. Though I'm busy here in the camp, joining may be difficult, buying back the debut spot isn't hard. When he finished saying this, he still felt unsatisfied and added, in the future, once I find out which old man wants to suppress me down, I'll dismantle his company completely. I'm a little worried, the system said. Although you have money, compared to a dominant tycoon, you're more like the foolish son of a landlord. Can you really play the game of capitalists? This isn't difficult. I've seen a lot of business strategies over the years, and I've learned quite a bit. After finishing, Luo Jiayu bared his teeth with a sunny smile, then said with the most confident tone something quite cowardly. If all else fails, when the reward at 600 popularity points becomes available, I'll exchange it for an opportunity to video call my father. I'll bow deeply to him up there, seek his advice, and ask for more funds. It'll work. It sounded strangely filial. Chapter 57. Ever since the day Song Jia gave him a hint, Luo Jiayu had been contemplating the exact meaning of the cable bridge effect, as well as how to execute it in order to grasp its essence. Since his suggestion to steal diamonds from the dorm supervisor Auntie's phone game, Happy Elimination, was rejected by Chuyu, he could only continue thinking about what kind of method would produce an effect equally stimulating as being chased and beaten with a broom for a kilometer. After thinking for several days, he finally came up with a new idea. That day's training was still chaotic as usual, but overall, compared to the previous few days, it wasn't going very smoothly. This song didn't have any accompanying dance routines, relying solely on singing made the stage performance somewhat monotonous. Therefore, during the initial group discussion, everyone collectively agreed to let Li Xing play a segment of violin. In the original video of the song, December, there is a section where the singer plays the guitar solo. However, since this is a solo performance and not for a quintet stage, it has limited reference value. Luo Jiayu had previously sneaked over to observe another team's practice room, where internal arguments had occurred due to the issue of this particular solo part standing out too much. In the end, they simply cut the solo and kept only the pure vocal singing part. However, Luo Jiayu's thought was to change the guitar solo into an instrumental ensemble, making the stage effects richer and naturally integrating Li Sheng's violin segment. Even though if the instrumental ensemble was practiced poorly, it might create a larger disaster than singing poorly, their group lacked nothing but confidence. So when the captain proposed this idea, it was unanimously approved within the group. Confident, suave, and handsome little dog Luo led with a raised head. What instruments can you all play? Let me screen and arrange them. Tang Yaning, cello, I can duet with Li Sheng. Song Lai eagerly volunteered, DJing. Luo Jiayu, question mark. Song Lai emphasized, DJing, I'm super proficient at it. Chuyu silently imagined a scene where everyone closes their eyes gently singing a slow, emotional song while Song Lai sat behind furiously shaking his hair and almost burning the keyboard in his hand. That image was quite beautiful. Are there any other skills you know? Song Lai bashfully said, playing the drum set is also possible, I'm pretty versatile. Luo Jiayu put down his notebook used for recording, looked up, and with a face full of astonishment, patted Song Lai's shoulder praising, you are a six-sided polygon warrior, teacher Song. Song Lai modestly responded, alright, just generally excellent. Luo Jiayu lowered his head again, pointing to the side without looking up, go play the triangle iron over there. Song Lai. Luo Jiayu graciously replied, they're all percussion instruments, I believe you will be able to understand and integrate them. Song Lai began to suspect that he'd created a rogue disciple these past few days. Li Sheng had already decided on playing the violin solo, so his turn was skipped directly. The next one was Chuyu. Originally dozing off and spacing out, Chuyu noticed his childhood friend's gaze and looked up. Like the others before him, he reported, I can play the guitar. Luo Jiayu looked at him for a moment, then curled his lips, I know you can play the guitar. Chuyu nodded and asked, will you be playing the piano? They were discussing this sentence in a rehearsal room with cameras running, so the commentariat all heard this question. My god, Sprayman also knows how to play the piano. I thought Sprayman would learn musical instruments only if he contested with Song's sister to become a nightclub DJ. It's hard to imagine Sprayman quietly sitting down and playing the piano after insisting on adding rap segments even to nursery rhymes. Wait a moment, how does Xiaoyu know that Luo can play the piano? Did he pick that up again? Luo Jiayu learning piano happened many years ago. At the time, his mother hired a private piano teacher because her son was too mischievous, looking like a precious little prince but doing things akin to the village dogs. She hoped that having her son learn a refined instrument would cultivate his character. At the time, Chuyu's mother sent her own son along for some trial lessons. Little Chuyu back then looked soft like a steamed bun, and such a gentle water sprite-like child would make the piano teacher's heart melt just by sitting there. During the break, under Luo Jiayu's lead, Chuyu took a screwdriver and dismantled the piano beyond recognition, scattering the lid, keys, and barriers all over the floor. It wasn't until 5 minutes before the class resumed that they realized they couldn't put it back together. The cold northern wind blowing outside while standing as punishment that day was especially desolate. The two kids, shivering, shared the only piece of beef jerky in Luo Jiayu's pocket because their parents didn't let them eat dinner. I thought after your dad beat you that day, he didn't let you learn piano anymore, Chuyu said softly. I studied for several years, and I still remember quite a lot. There shouldn't be any problem with the ensemble. Luo Jiayu was full of confidence. Fast forward to today, Ji Fengzhu didn't show up for inspection due to some last-minute matters. Ling Wei originally intended to visit them but for some reason, it ended up being Wei Luan who arrived instead. The aging superstar carried an inherent aura of dignity, his furrowed brows could form a mountain, and his look at these younglings obviously wasn't approving. Upon entering, the first thing he saw was Song Lai swinging the triangle iron around aimlessly while holding the microphone and passionately singing high notes, with a romance novel about overbearing CEOs lying unhidden beside him. Seeing this immediately raised Wei Luan's blood pressure. What is this? He grabbed the novel and shook it in Song Lai's face. I ask again, what is this? Song Lai nervously lifted his gaze, glanced at the book cover, then stammered out the title. Heaven. Heaven Price Adorable Wife, the Contract Lover of Cold Lord. I can read. Wei Luan's blood pressure soared even higher. You dare to bring such novels into training? Do you have any respect for this program? I'm sorry, teacher. Song Lai smoothly apologized. In fact, I never read during training. I brought this book mainly because, it's out of habit, just for peace of mind. And what kind of peace are you looking for? Wei Luan gave a cold snort and decided to temporarily overlook him, then turned to see Tang Yanning shrinking anxiously against the wall, apparently hiding something behind him. Take it out. Tang Yanning reluctantly handed over the object. Wei Luan looked down and saw yet another book. This group sure loves reading. The Odyssey and Iliad Selected Collection, which looked more sophisticated than the melodramatic novel that Song Lai had been reading. Are you here for an audition or academic research? Tang Yanning kept silent, but if he had a megaphone, everyone would have heard his honest reply. I'm here to craft a persona. However, Wei Luan, after observing the delicate Tibetan bracelet and golden glasses chain always accidentally exposed by the young man, thought the boy matched the literary theme well. Having worked in the entertainment circle for so many years, he easily saw through the intentions of these youngsters and therefore didn't comment further. But the next moment, the book cover suddenly peeled off, revealing its original disguise. It fell straight to the floor, unveiling the true content of the book. When the real cover appeared, everyone went silent. Tang Yanning closed his eyes in despair. It's over. Wei Luan lowered his head and looked at the newly transformed book in his hand. The title on the front boldly proclaimed, How to Spend 5 Yuan for 3 Days, a treatise on 100 ways to seduce a rich woman. His temples throbbed violently. Wei Luan felt like he was about to go into shock from the absurdities of these peculiar youths before him. He squinted and saw Li Xing cowering fearfully in the corner, eyes brimming with tears, not daring to move. He opened his mouth to speak. You. Li Xing dropped to his knees with a loud thud. His throat got caught on seeing the grand bow and momentarily forgot what he was about to say. Chuyu had originally been practicing fingerpicking while softly humming along, when he glanced up and caught sight of the principal-like expression on Wei Luan's face. Subconsciously, he shrunk back slightly and edged towards the corner. Wei Luan frowned upon noticing and scolded harshly, What are you sneaking around for? You're going to perform on stage soon, and you look like this. It was the first time Chuyu officially met this instructor face-to-face. During previous evaluation stages, Wei Luan had never spoken directly to him. Chuyu lowered his head, but halfway through sneakily stole a glance at his instructor, surprisingly discovering that Wei Luan had slightly asymmetrical eyes. Furthermore, the way his eyebrows knitted together while his lips turned downward seemed oddly familiar. He looks just like Cherry Bomb. As soon as those words surfaced, Song Lai, whose pouting expression had been somewhat sulky until now, Jia Yanning who had his eyes closed unwilling to face the shattered image of himself, and Li Sheng who was still kneeling, couldn't help but burst into laughter one after another. Pft. 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 Wei Luan. Disaster struck, his breathing felt restricted today. Luo Jiayu, who'd been sitting on the piano stool painstakingly deciphering sheet music, walked over and was stopped mid-step by Wei Luan's piercing gaze. What were you playing just now? Luo Jiayu stood unmoving, playing piano. What kind of piano did you play? Piano. Wei Luan took a deep breath. What I mean is, your playing is terrible. Is it? Luo Jiayu appeared thoughtful. Look at all of you. Wei Luan scolded them one by one after standing by the practice room door, pointing his fingers as he summed up. Winning over the other group on a public performance stage is like a wild dream, better to go back home and grow sweet potatoes. The group obediently bowed their heads. Except for one troublemaker who continued chirping. Grown them before, but they all died. My grandpa told me to come back to the city and find a job. Wei Luan abruptly turned to look at Chuyu squatting in the corner with his head down silently. A closer inspection revealed a somewhat sorrowful expression. Especially you, Chuyu. Chuyu shivered. High popularity isn't everything, it's all fleeting. Wei Luan said vaguely. I wanted to say this during your initial evaluation stage. This, social anxiety disorder you have, is it some kind of mental illness? Chuyu's hands that were holding the guitar dropped. How many people act like you? I've seen introverts, but those who don't utter a single word to others, I only see that in autism patients. Wei Luan, now on a roll, couldn't stop talking. Do you think this kind of personality suits debut life? The human relationships you'll deal with in the future will be countless. I'm telling you this straight, if you don't change, you won't survive anywhere. I feel like something is genuinely wrong with you. Go see a psychiatrist when you have time. Take some medication, it's for your own good, or else no matter how much you train here, it'll be all for nothing, let alone I can see you're not really keen on practicing either, you're just occupying a position. His words paused when Luo Jiayu walked up to him and interrupted. He's not sick. Luo Jiayu gripped the doorknob, his face so cold it could freeze ice. You may leave now, we'll give you an acknowledgement speech once we debut. In the next second, the door was slammed shut. Everyone looked at each other, no one speaking. Giving attitude to a mentor is something other trainees wouldn't dare to do. After Luo Jiayu slammed the door, the practice room fell silent. It was finally broken by Song Lai, who tried to pretend nothing had happened and said, let's continue practicing individually. We can polish it again together tonight. Tang Yanning nodded while holding tightly onto the notorious rich girl trapping guidebook, all right. Li Sheng went back to his small booth to secretly saw wood. Only Luo Jiayu remained by Chu Yu, who was crouched against the wall, looking down without a word. He squatted down and patted his hair gently. Shall we combine again? Chu Yu replied irrelevantly, saying softly, I'm fine. The voice was low, bangs hanging down covering his expression, and he didn't look up, emphasizing again, I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. But the voice was trembling. Luo Jiayu softly responded, okay, but didn't leave, silently staying put. It was 7 or 8 minutes later when Chu Yu said nothing the entire time. Until he wiped his eyes quickly with the back of his hand and lifted his head, looking calmly at Luo Jiayu. I'm alright. Luo Jiayu's tone stayed gentle. We can play in combination now. We can rehearse by your piano. Why haven't you left? My legs went numb. In the end, it was Chu Yu supporting half-paralyzed Luo Jiayu to sit on the piano bench. The atmosphere in the rehearsal room remained solemn throughout the day. Around 9 in the evening, when it was time to finish work, everyone noticed Luo Jiayu bringing a speaker back from outside. Everyone's mood wasn't particularly pleasant. Seeing their team leader's prepared stance, they weren't sure what he intended to do. Chu Yu, who was leaning lethargically against the wall, watched his childhood friend adjust the equipment for a bit, then put on his sunglasses. Once the sunglasses were on, Spray Brother immediately reverted to his usual flamboyant self. He picked up the microphone in one hand, spun elegantly, and stretched out his arm toward his buddy nearby. Come on, sing one and relieve some stress. Chu Yu. The next second, the prelude of a classic song by Phoenix Legend began playing in the rehearsal room. All the teammates were dumbfounded. But obviously, the center figure with sunglasses felt absolutely no embarrassment and started swaying along with the accompaniment. If you don't love me, return my heart. The first opening line already carried an air of senior artistic flair. Song Lai stared blankly, unable to comprehend what this guy was trying to achieve to peel someone's toes off. It wasn't until Luo Jiayu took off the sunglasses and gave him a meaningful glance that Song Lai understood its meaning. The bridge effect. What could be more stimulating and heart-pounding than belting out karaoke in the practice room in the dead of night in front of everyone? That's a bit abstract. You took away my youth with your love, what else do I have left? As Luo Jiayu finished singing, he smoothly handed the microphone to Chu Yu's lips, gesturing for him to take over. Chu Yu stared at him as if looking at someone with severe mental deficiencies and didn't move his mouth. But this didn't seem to faze Luo Jiayu one bit, instead, he seemed even more into it. If you still love me, don't say a word, just run with me without thinking too much. Song Lai didn't dare to join in on the bouncing around. The other two teammates were awkwardly slouching their shoulders. However, Mr. Sunglasses had already found his groove and was becoming increasingly passionate and dramatic. Being devoted isn't a sin, and being indifferent isn't freedom. Song Lai was internally questioning, who taught this idiot to chase after someone using such a method? Could this possibly work? Could this possibly work? Just seeing Chu Yu's look of disdain made Song Lai want to sink into the ground to avoid being associated with this student anymore. To be hurt so thoroughly by you, what is the result? At the most emotional part of the song, Luo Jiayu naturally extended the microphone toward his childhood friend once again, hoping for a duet partner. Just when everyone thought he'd face rejection yet again, something miraculous happened. Chu Yu accepted the microphone and began singing the female part, clearly also caught up in the moment. You said why exactly is it all my fault? Because I imagined love was beautiful while reality was too tempting. Luo Jiayu beat time beside him, and the two looked increasingly absorbed in their performance. Why exactly makes you more sad? This kind of love for you, apart from comfort, what else can be done? By this point, Chu Yu also became full of passion, sharing one microphone with increasing enthusiasm. Each one seemed more carefree than the last. The others watched dumbfounded as the two performed enthusiastically. It was like they were both possessed, but you couldn't look away. Whose fault is loneliness, making you become so fragile? We shouldn't continue being silent like this relationship should maintain contact. Gradually, Song Lai got into the vibe and began clapping along rhythmically for his favorite students. I don't want to ask about astrological signs, why there are so many confusions in this era, how loneliness turns to indifference. If this keeps going, what can we possibly have left? After Luo Jiayu sang, Chu Yu took over the microphone seamlessly and started rapping the female rap section calmly. That's right, it's my excessive coldness that has left you feeling extremely dejected. Luo Jiayu began fiddling with his pockets. But a woman's heart desires not only a promise. Luo Jiayu pulled out another pair of new sunglasses from his pocket and handed them to Chu Yu nearby. I fear betrayal and loneliness, fearing my heart will gradually fade away. Chu Yu accepted the sunglasses, put them on, and now the two cool guys with sunglasses were dancing wildly, one even putting an arm on the other's shoulder, looking like they were in the middle of a live house performance. Love isn't about random promises, alright, I don't feel like saying anything more. With the whole song played with excitement, Song Lai decided to join the party, grabbing a microphone to start harmonizing. Next came Tang Yanning in despair and Li Sheng, who was slightly excited. Let it go, let all the unhappiness of the day vanish tonight with Luoi's KTV session. What exactly makes you more sad, loving you like this, aside from tears, what else can be done? The final line was sung by everyone with powerful determination. Then Luo Jiayu casually wandered over to the sound equipment and asked nonchalantly. What do you want to sing next? Chu Yu was still wearing sunglasses, picking up the microphone with lingering excitement. Love River. Chapter 58. Could this be your excuse for breaking up? Luo Jiayu held a microphone in one hand and his sunglasses in the other, singing passionately as if he hadn't been severely hurt by love. If you could live it over again. He extended the microphone toward Chu Yu, who was also wearing sunglasses. His childhood friend picked up where he left off and sang just as passionately. Would you love me? Song Lai originally intended to wave her hands high in excitement, adorned with nude manicure, but halfway through she noticed some figures approaching outside the window. She immediately nudged Tang Yanning beside her, who was mournfully shaking her hair. Tang Yanning paused her mid-hair shake upon receiving Song Lai's signal, looked out the window, then tapped Li Xing next to her who was preparing to play the violin like a guitar in an extravagant strumming session. Everyone became silent except for the two who were still blissfully singing KTV at their happiest. Luo Jiayu held the microphone and gazed deeply at his childhood friend, fully immersed in the drama, though no one knew what they were so emotional about. Love gives people joy, but also brings pain. Chu Yu snatched the microphone and his emotions evidently surged even higher than Luo Jiayu's. He loudly sang with greater intensity and sincerity. Once I walked with you along the legendary river of love. Splash, the practice room door was flung open, revealing a group of staff members drawn by the sound, as well as a few cameramen carrying cameras. My tears have already drowned me. Turning love into, never mind. Luo Jiayu performed a stunning 360-degree spin but froze mid-turn when he saw the scene outside the door. He almost sprained his ankle and frantically poked his childhood friend who was still singing obliviously with his eyes closed. Chu Yu ignored him and continued his forgotten unfinished segment with the passion of an onsai waist drum performance. Turning into a river of painful love. Chu Yu. The sister among the staff called out in a tone that was hard to describe. Chu Yu, upon being named, completely froze. The staff member added evenly, and Luo Jiayu, it's both of you again. The two heads under sunglasses turned in unison, one looking bewildered as if asking, who am I? Where am I? What did I do? And the other flashing an ingratiating smile as if saying, I know what I did, can we go easier on me? 5 minutes later, the other teammates silently bowed their heads, gathering their belongings as they filed out from the practice room and went home. The two most conspicuous bouncers, tall ones at that, were left standing punishment in the hallway, standing straight as instructed by the staff. Each leaned against a side of the practice room door, unmoving as the chilly wind blew past at 9:30 p.m. You sang pretty well. A camera operator said, passing by with his big camera. His casual compliment earned him a confident yet sincere smile, it's all right. 3 days without discipline and you're climbing walls. Average. The camera operator continued walking forward, passing by Chu Yu who was hiding his face in shame with his head down. He stopped mischievously, teasing, Xiao Yu, look at the lens. Give everyone a hello. Chu Yu's hand covering his face trembled slightly. If he had committed any sin, let heaven punish him, not force him to experience social death before millions of viewers behind that lens. His fingers curled slightly, finally deciding and moving to cover his eyelids to ensure he couldn't see anything. Slowly, Chu Yu raised another hand to silently wave, indicating a greeting. Despite having social anxiety, he remained polite to adults. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The camera operator seeing how dead serious he looked, as if ready to faint any second, felt a bit sorry and amused at the same time. He patted Chu Yu's shoulder, stand there properly, don't let me see you two here again next time. The camera operator walked away with his camera, leaving Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu standing in place. Slowly, after several seconds, Luo Jiayu shuffled a small step closer to Chu Yu. After a while, he took another big step closer. Little by little, inching his way over until their bodies were touching. Luo Jiayu turned his head, carefully observing his childhood friend's despondent face and gently touched his hand. Do you feel your heart racing? A little wishful thinking, Chu Yu replied. So, Luo Jiayu, like an old Chinese doctor, began feeling his pulse. Then he touched himself for comparison, and discovered that his own pulse was beating even faster than the other person's. Feeling dejected, he lowered his head. As an ancient saying goes, the difficulty of the suspension bridge effect is akin to climbing to the sky. However, before they could remain silent for much longer, familiar quarreling voices from not far away, outside a familiar practice room, reached their ears. The two simultaneously peeked out. It was Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu. The primetime soap opera drama was airing again as scheduled. Their standing position was perfect for eavesdropping. Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu were behind them in the corridor, the corner wall served well as a shield for two covert observing heads. As long as Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu didn't turn around intentionally looking for them, they wouldn't be detected. Wei Ziyu had been pulled over by Jiang Qinglu all the way until they stopped roughly 4 or 5 meters away from Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu. Their conversation was clearly transmitted into the ears of the other two. Putting pressure on my company, buying my debut position, replacing all my resources, were these things done by you? Jiang Chenglu's voice carried a hint of sobbing, asking in a tone filled with disbelief and slight tremors. The response was a stifled silence, then came a classic ambiguous, restrained chuckle. What do you think? There they were, the naive little flower who listens to rumors without discrimination and the silent overbearing boss who only responds with, if you want to think this way, I can't help it. For Wei Ziyu, being doubted by the one he loves was a great hurt. If she truly liked him, she should have absolute trust, and shouldn't ask such doubting questions. But for Jiang Chenglu, Wei Ziyu's extreme anger turned to laughter and counter-question meant only one thing: he hadn't denied, he had accepted it. I know the gap between us is huge. His lips quivered as he spoke. You are the crown prince, your words overshadow the sky. A casual sentence or action from you can crush my lifelong pursuits. Wei Ziyu looked coldly at him, motionless, as if he had never really known the person in front of him. Jiang Chenglu felt the same way. The first reaction of Luo Jiayu, eavesdropping behind the wall corner, was. These two lovebirds were having a fight, so it seemed that business operations would be off limits for some short-term period ahead, allowing him to take advantage of the situation by luring both CP fans to join his team. Good news. Must hurry. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come back. Luo Jiayu, feeling satisfied and rubbing his hands together, then heard the increasingly agitated argument behind. I really misjudged you. You've never judged correctly at all. Did you ever truly like me? Did you ever truly like me? I want to hear the truth. What truth do you want to hear? I see now, it was all fake. Ha. I hate you, that's true. Standing behind the wall corner, Luo Jiayu had a look of utter disdain. Humph, this childish bickering. All this talk of, you don't love me and I don't love you, only belongs in those irrational twists found in Lai Song's third-rate novels. Such immature content, he wouldn't have discussed it with Chu Yu when he was in kindergarten. And still they claim this can result in a romance. They might as well wait another 500 years. And yet there he was calling others primary school students. The two protagonists here looked even more juvenile than he did. What are you doing? Not far away came the sound of a body heavily slammed against the wall, followed by Jiang Chenglu's urgent questioning and breathing sounds. In the next second, everything was quiet, except for the sticky, wet sounds produced by entangled tongues. Luo Jiayu froze in astonishment. It seemed Wei Ziyu's temper flared up and he kissed the person forcibly without leaving a single moment for breathing, with the water sounds echoing repeatedly down the narrow corridor and reaching the ears of the two people listening in. Incredibly clear, with built-in surround sound. Ah. During the kissing process, sporadic gasps occasionally emerged, causing the two behind the wall corner to instinctively lower their heads and remain silent so as not to disturb the passionate couple from realizing there were two live beings nearby. Luo Jiayu closed his eyes, curling and uncurling his fingers on his palm while clenching his mouth tightly, feeling like there would never be a more awkward moment than this in his life. He assumed his childhood friend must be reacting similarly to him, but suddenly his shoulder was gently nudged. His whole body jolted like a bomb went off, and when he turned his head to look at Chu Yu, his ear tips were already bright red. Chu Yu hadn't noticed Luo Jiayu's flushed face too much. He opened his mouth softly and asked, why? Who's there? The crown prince, whose hearing was sharper than a dog's, immediately heard the noise and turned around alertly to yell. Luo Jiayu instinctively reached out to cover his childhood friend's mouth and began sprinting in the direction of the stairwell with an arm draped over his shoulder. Chu Yu couldn't speak with his mouth covered and didn't understand why his friend had such a big reaction. Jiang Chenglu, with red eyes from being forcefully kissed and an expression full of indignation, abruptly shoved the person before him away, wiped his lips hard, and ran off in another direction. The crown prince angrily stomped his foot where he stood, then stormed toward the corner to investigate. But by the time he turned the corner, there was no one left. Luo Jiayu held on to Chu Yu tightly as they fled rapidly from the 5th floor all the way down to the 1st floor. During this time, Chu Yu tried to pry the hand covering his mouth away but failed repeatedly. Finally, he decided to bite it instead. Seeing Luo Jiayu, who wasn't paying much attention, instantly withdraw his hand like it had been electrocuted, Chu Yu felt satisfied. He didn't bite hard, in fact, it was quite gentle. The feeling of teeth brushing against the skin wasn't painful at all, it even felt somewhat like feathers tickling across the surface. Luo Jiayu stopped by the entrance, biting his lip, watching his friend lean on the vending machine beside him panting for breath. He touched his own ear and found that it was still burning hot. Chapter 59. After catching her breath, Chu Yu naturally took a few coins out of her pocket and bought a Coke from the vending machine. Without looking up, she asked the person beside her, do you want to drink water? I'll have some. Luo Jiayu replied. Chu Yu nodded and got him a can as well. The air became momentarily quiet, and silence always amplifies certain strange feelings, making them sprout and grow. What were you about to ask? Taking advantage of the darkness, Luo Jiayu felt the person in front probably couldn't see that his ears were red. With the usual joking tone, he casually asked. I was wondering why when people kiss. Chu Yu stood up straight while holding 2 cans of Coke, and halfway through her sentence, she abruptly paused. What? Luo Jiayu gently probed. Perhaps his smile looked casual, perhaps it was too dark to make out the color of his ears. Luo Jiayu moved a little closer, trying to hear what she was saying. But the first thing Chu Yu saw were his eyes. Chu Yu silently handed over a can of Coke, murmuring, "Nothing." The Coca-Cola had been chilled, with misty droplets forming on the can. Distractedly, Luo Jiayu pulled the tab, believing he had masked his feelings well enough and not given in to the impulse to say something like, "We can try." He didn't quite understand why the topic led to this lingering silence. Silent as he was now, he racked his brain to find a subject to ease the awkwardness. Luo Jiayu looked up at the sky. Luo Jiayu looked down at the ground. I suddenly remembered something. Luo Jiayu closed and reopened his eyes, finally deciding to shift the topic. Chu Yu looked up at him. "What? You still owe me a bowl of braised chicken from your third year in high school. 18 yuan 88 fun, from the chain store across from the school, remember?" Luo Jiayu guided patiently. He hadn't expected to be able to so smoothly bring up this old account, but somehow his mind came up with such an ancient memory in this moment of quick thinking. Chu Yu froze for 3 seconds, then snapped back, "I remember. It was Saturday supplementary classes that day. It happened that the braised chicken shop across the street was having a discount. He said he would treat them. However, when school ended for lunch, waiting for Luo Jiayu, he unintentionally fell asleep resting his head on the desk. When he woke up, he saw his childhood friend sitting on his table, holding 2 takeout boxes, and upon locking eyes, his friend smiled and waved the bag. "Awake already? Let's eat." That day, they had lunch sitting on a small bench behind the teaching building. Chu Yu quietly ate his meal, while Luo Jiayu excitedly painted his ideal future map next to him. Midway through, he suddenly looked very sad and told him, "Brother, I only have a few more months before going abroad. If you miss me, just call me, don't worry about time differences. Tomorrow noon, I'll treat you. There's a canteen in the camp where we can go. It's only 16 yuan 38 fun." The memory stopped here, and Chu Yu stretched lazily, answering, "Alright, I'll wait for you tomorrow." However, this promise wasn't realized because both of them were called by the staff early the next morning to shoot promotional advertisements for the show sponsors. Promotional ads usually involve shooting different versions, inviting various contestants in batches. This time, both of them happened to be on the same list for this advertisement campaign. Despite being lower in popularity rankings due to a lone gap between Luo Jiayu and his childhood friend, the production team intentionally picked him out, pairing him with Chu Yu in one group, and adding another contestant whose popularity matched Luo Jiayu's. This ad campaign featured graffiti art on the streets. At 6 in the morning, Chu Yu was dragged to the wardrobe room half dead by the stylist and, after much picking, was finally dressed in a set of rebellious teenager-themed clothes. Throughout the process, he stared into the mirror blankly while listening to the makeup artist applying lipstick on him praising his face. Baseball cap, black ear stud, graffiti hoodie, jeans, hiking shoes, his hair tousled, the deep-set eyes made him look half-mixed, paired with his usually expressionless demeanor, giving off a sense of melancholic aloofness. He looked completely different from usual, radiating a detached sort of sorrow. The fans watching the live stream continuously bombarded the screen with comments. Just by looking at his face, you'd never imagine he sings Love River while flipping his hair. I'm doomed. I laugh whenever I see his face now, even if he's styled super cool, I still laugh. Automatic voiceover of a passionate guy, turn into painful love river. Hard to believe it's my dumb son with how good the styling looks. This was the first time I felt a sense of distance from Brother Baizi. I need to go his karaoke video with Brother Luo to calm my nerves. Baby's outfit and that gaze resemble a rebellious little black kitten. Bomb street style, so cool. I start to look forward to the visual effect of him standing next to Brother Luo. Chu Yu blinked her eyes and stretched out her fingers from overly wide black sleeves, trying to sneakily touch a brand new mask on the vanity table. However, the makeup artist intercepted her movement. Don't move, that mask isn't for you. They are about to apply grease paint on your face. If you wear the mask, no one would see the grease paint. Chu Yu had to sit back, letting the makeup artist continue painting on her cheeks, but her gaze stubbornly fixed on her dreamlike mask. Then this mask was hooked away by a hand with distinct knuckles. She looked up and just happened to catch the lowering gaze of Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu wore a street-style work suit, holding a long skateboard under his left arm, while originally holding a can of spray paint in his right hand. Now the spray paint lay on the makeup table, and he took the black mask, wearing it on his face, only revealing sharp upward slanting eyes. Even through just the eyes, it could be seen that his lips beneath the mask were slightly curved. They're sharing the same frame. Just as I imagined, such a pleasing sight. The atmosphere is enough to make anyone fall in love. I don't care, their gazes clearly entwined. Suggestion, Spray Brother should weld his mask on his face and not talk, and let Baizi turn off his megaphone. This way, they both look like perfect handsome men. Silent and taciturn Spray Brother, mentally stable Baizi. This is what I imagine them like. The front comment is true too. Unfortunately, it's just imagining. These two are never steady whenever together. Oh no, I feel Spray Brother is going to open his mouth again. After putting on the mask properly, Luo Jiayu retook the spray can, tossing it lightly in his hand before confidently saying to his childhood friend. I plan to draw a dragon on the left side and a rainbow on the right. Any brilliant ideas? Chuyu slowly blinked, imagining the scene when Master Luo, who can only draw stick figures, will be painting. You'd better make sure it's really a dragon and a rainbow. Laughs so hard. Is Brother Baizi hinting at something? Does it mean that Brother Spray has terrible drawing skills? Looking forward to how bad it might be. Every time these two open their mouths, there's no more ambience. What a tragedy for CP fans. But they bring me pure joy every time they speak. Even elementary school students are good at guessing feelings. The front comment says no ambience. I just turned on mute directly. Just looking at President Luo's eyes, those deep threads of emotion never change no matter what he says. I find an interesting way to enjoy a CP, turn off all audio devices and watch them perform a mime show. Laughs so hard, how mean. For a CP fan to enjoy candy, they use all kinds of methods. Luo Jiayu didn't have much more conversation before being taken by the responsible stylist to get made up and styled, leaving Chuyu to continue getting her own makeup done. Afterward, she was led to the shooting site by the staff. Because Jiang Qinglu from the same group hadn't arrived yet, the director asked her to wait a bit and suggested playing around with some graffiti until needed for a personal win photography session to use as the backdrop. The filming site used natural urban scenery, with several worn-out old concrete walls on the streets. Beneath these walls were sparsely placed cans of spray paint, either lying or standing. Chuyu picked one up casually, shook it, chose a cleaner spot on the wall, and started creating her masterpiece quietly. She had studied fine arts at university and initially taught herself during high school. Later, after her mother learned about her intention to study art, she enrolled her in training and unified exams, so she became a semi-professional art student. By nature quiet and rarely leaving home, she mostly stayed indoors painting when not with Luo Jiayu, having spent several years learning art between self-teaching and practice. Graffiti itself requires little thought, allowing her to freely express whatever she wanted. Thereby, she quietly used the spray can to trace patterns on the wall without noticing the crowd gathering silently behind her, captivated by her creation. Upon finishing the final color block, Chiyu stepped back 2 paces, hands akimbo, and her inner proud trumpet sounded. I'm a genius. Upon hearing this proclamation, the audience erupted into applause, shocking Chuyu. Staff 1 cheered, genius. Staff 2 followed, miracle. Staff 3 nodded, master. Jiang Qinglu lit up with bright eyes, wow, amazing, little you. Chuyu scuffed her toes on the ground, looking down and pulling up the hood of her hoodie. The few people behind her seemed to have reached their goal of teasing her, and all but Jiang Qinglu were stifling giggles with their hands over their mouths. There was also a cameraman who secretly set up a camera beside her, so the audience basically watched the entire process of her painting. Brother Baizi, you didn't tell me you're such an amazing artist. Is Brother Baizi trying out entertainment with max-level painting skills for some hidden reason? I watched the whole thing and I'm speechless, it feels like she studied art professionally. Baby, don't be shy. You're a genius. I noticed that Brother Baizi can only secretly show off his tail when alone. If he's caught, he'll run away in a flash. Cute, my OTP is originally a little painter. Brother Baizi's skills are impressive. Maybe he should save Brother Spray. I almost died laughing from what happened earlier. At the same time, near another graffiti wall. Do you know what the essence of art is? Luo Jiayu casually asked Li Sheng, who was shivering in the corner while throwing the spray paint repeatedly in the air. What is it? Freedom. With that, Luo Jiayu sprayed a few large characters on the wall before him, surprisingly ugly. After finishing, he continued calmly throwing the spray paint while asking Li Sheng in the corner who was already beginning to question life. Do you know what the difference is between me and internationally acclaimed artists? What is it? There's no difference. He then confidently drew a few inexplicable abstract lines with the spray paint, combining them with the chicken scratch writing, producing something even more hideous. Song Lai, passing by, saw the graffiti Luo Jiayu left behind on the wall and burst into laughter loud enough to draw the director's attention. The director came rushing upon hearing this, looked at the masterpiece made by Luo Jiayu, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Luo Jiayu, stop what you're doing. Do you know why Picasso became famous while I haven't yet? Luo Jiayu went on talking high and deep to the only listener in his group while continuing to torment the poor wall with spray paint. Bad timing. The director slapped the forehead of the Picasso in the making. What bad timing about big watermelon moments? Stop ruining walls with your nonsense. Faced with Master Luo's shocking piece of art, the director began pacing anxiously. I shouldn't have let you freely express yourself. What kind of expression is this? The director stomped nervously, scratching his head, breaking down. Look at Chuyu, then look at you. Luo Jiayu scratched his head too, remembering similar words from his father. Song Lai was now humming lightly, heading toward Chuyu and the other group, planning to drag him along to mock his own apprentice. I'm dying of laughter. Chuyu, go check out the moron's paintings, I bet we'll need to Photoshop his wall completely before shooting later, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Chuyu looked up, put down her spray paint, and followed Song Lai to see the latest work of her childhood friend. Luo Jiayu had just been criticized and was squatting by the wall, repeatedly contemplating where exactly things went wrong, but upon lifting his head, he saw Chuyu standing beside him, intently scrutinizing the graffiti he'd created. Luo Jiayu, who firmly believed his work was just a misunderstood world treasure, suddenly felt somewhat uncertain. As the director was still nearby, they heard the usually taciturn cool trainee quietly say one word, "Savable." After speaking, Chuyu took over several cans of spray paint from Luo Jiayu, scanned them generally, and started correcting the lines, changing directions, reshaping the overall form. Because the wall area was extensive, his painting framework spread wide, so initially no one could figure out what he wanted to draw. Sitting behind Chuyu, Luo Jiayu watched far away as the whole wall gradually got repaired by his childhood friend. The previously unreadable writing was cleverly blended into the new pattern shapes, and the abstract lines grew roots and branches under the painter's hands. It wasn't until the end that he realized what Chuyu had transformed it into. 3 big words, Luojayu. On the entire wall, Chuyu squatted at the far right side, carefully sketching the final stroke with the spray paint. As a result, everyone saw the name Luojayu vivid and lively sprawled across the wall. Song Lai quietly squeezed next to Luo Jiayu, who was stunned. "How does it feel?" Regaining his senses, Luo Jiayu pretended to be unperturbed and nodded authoritatively. "Yes, this is the effect I aim to achieve." Song Lai squinted her eyes. "Do you even have a sense of shame?" Song Lai left, leaving Luo Jiayu alone to watch his childhood friend continue touching up the wall with his name, adding some colors to make it look more complete. A passing cameraman turned his head and was surprised by the art skills of the trainee in front of him. He set up his camera and casually invited him, "Chuyu, why don't you take a photo with your artwork? We'll need it for the making of later." "Sure." Chuyu agreed, completing the final stroke before turning around and showing a classic V sign to the camera, behind which stood the gigantic 3 words, Luojiyu. The camera clicked and captured the scene, and the person in front of the lens, upon hearing the sound, quickly lowered their hand and let out a sigh of relief as if they'd just survived something significant. Without thinking, Chuyu wanted to find her childhood friend to play but noticed Luo Jiayu squatting on the ground, lost in thought. Behind the lens, the owner of the name wall crouched there, lowering his head to prevent others from seeing that the tips of his ears were already burning red. Later, when the official photo was released, its popularity skyrocketed and immediately hit the trending topics. The CP's super topic exploded first. The photo became a historic moment between the two, directly replacing some random private picture of a certain kid brother as the top-ranked community avatar choice. Then Chuyu's super topic also blew up. Posts related to the photo dominated the popular section for over a month. Mommy Powder fans were perhaps the most excited group, and under one post, comments reached tens of thousands. The most frequent comment was, "Baby, are you sure he's the one?" Chapter 60. This time, the sponsor requested a chocolate advertisement. The director first gathered a few contestants to finish the ending part of the commercial by holding chocolate and saying the tagline to the camera. Then he started planning the middle segment of the ad. The original plan was for Luo Jiayu to glide past Chuyu, who was graffitiing, while casually holding a piece of chocolate. As he passed, he would greet him and toss the chocolate backward over his shoulder so that when Chuyu turned around, they could both face the camera and say the advertising slogan together. However, in practice, the kid looked quite suave and handsome riding the skateboard, but his aim at throwing the chocolate left much to be desired. Once it landed on his childhood friend's head, another time it fell into the hood, and yet another time it smeared all over the face of his buddy. The director watched the video playback, frowning unhappily. "What happened here, Xiao Luo? You confidently assured me earlier that after playing basketball for more than 10 years, your accuracy was explosive." Luo Jiayu was patting Chuyu gently on the head while apologizing softly because his chocolate had left the latter utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing the director's reproachful question, he turned around nervously and gave a slight smirk. "I'm sorry, director. My hands were a little shaky." Upon hearing this, Chuyu grabbed his wrist and brought it down to inspect it closely. With the hand held in place, an unsteady Luo Jiayu poked his cheek lightly with his fingers. "Did the expert diagnose anything?" Capybara said seriously, "Have you contracted Parkinson's disease?" "No, I'm just too happy." The patient appeared to be in excellent mental condition, excited enough to keep trying to throw chocolate from his skateboard towards Chuyu 9,999 more times. In the end, the advertisement shooting plan changed. Instead of tossing the chocolate, Luo Jiayu slid to behind Chuyu, jumped off the skateboard, tapped his shoulder, and then handed over the chocolate. "Alright, cut." The revised shoot went through perfectly at the first attempt. Relieved, the director announced the wrap-up, and the trainees headed off to gather before taking the bus back to camp. While waiting for the bus, Luo Jiayu remained restless. He repeatedly kept pestering the system inside his brain. Teacher Ji knew what kind of character her host was. Normally poking without incident only ever meant something bad would happen. Irritably she asked, "What is it?" Luo Jiayu thought to himself, "Should I confess to him now?" System, "I think it might not be." Luo Jiayu confidently, "I think this is the perfect timing." System, "Think again." Luo Jiayu became even more convinced. After careful consideration, today he willingly took a photo in front of my name wall. Isn't that a kind of hint? If he didn't like me, how could he do that? He probably has a crush on me as well but is afraid to admit it. I understand him, this is just a sign of hidden affection. System, I believe your evidence is skewed. Eager to move forward, Luo Jiayu said, the sun is setting, and the atmosphere is perfect. Moreover, he hasn't spoken to me for 1 minute and 8 seconds already. Maybe he's waiting for me to make the first move. System. It shows resignation, yes, he secretly likes you, go confess quickly. After careful consideration, Luo Jiayu concluded, forget it, it's too rushed if I say it now. There's no sense of ceremony, and doing those things might not necessarily mean he likes me, it's possible he just sees me as a good buddy. I understand him. System, you don't understand squat. He likes you so much, go confess already. Determined, Luo Jiayu made his decision, no, I will not confess yet, I'll tell him later. Frustrated by its host, the system asked, so why did you call me out? Sincerely, Luo Jiayu replied, to find a listener. The system stormed off, deciding that next time it would play dead and never come out to listen to this unlucky child rambling again. Although Luo Jiayu verbally stated he wouldn't consider it for now and would leave it for later, his excitement and reluctance led him to poke Chu Yu's shoulder slightly, pretending to casually probe further. What are you thinking about? Chu Yu was chewing on chocolate beans provided by the sponsor and hesitated while chewing. I am wavering. Wavering about what? Whether I should tell him. Luo Jiayu exclaimed inwardly. Luo Jiayu probed cautiously, is it because you're afraid to take the initiative and tell him? Chu Yu nodded, I feel a bit shy. Luo Jiayu pushed on, don't feel shy, he's certainly also waiting for you to tell him. Chu Yu hesitated, really? I'm worried he might reject me. How could he? Luo Jiayu encouraged patiently, trust me, as long as you speak up, he will definitely agree. Okay. Hearing this, Chu Yu finally made up his mind and turned around determinedly, as if cutting off his own wrist. I'll go talk to him then. Wish me luck. Luo Jiayu. Who are you talking about? Jiang Qinglu. Luo Jiayu stood speechless as Chu Yu turned and left, unable for a moment to understand what had just transpired. Host, the system commented coldly after witnessing the entire event, remember to be more straightforward next time. On the other side, when Chu Yu found Jiang Qinglu, the latter was squatting in an unknown corner, deep in thought. Jiang Qinglu could feel the suppression from the production team. The number of shots he got were much fewer compared to earlier events, and throughout the entire advertisement, he only had 2 close-ups. He didn't even have any lines, receiving worse treatment than Song Lai who ranked behind him. He realized that he might be chosen for the sacrificial script, and that his ranking would begin to drop after the second public performance, all because of the Capital Wei family which wielded enormous power within the industry. As a nobody from humble origins, it was impossible for him to resist them. His fellow competitors were accustomed to turning with the wind. Seeing Bai Yu gain protection from the backstage benefactor, they instantly started suppressing, mocking, and isolating him. Sometimes he truly couldn't understand why others' malice could be so irrational and fierce. Chu Yu came with his head bowed and his mouth shut tight, though his inner voice blared all the way. Alert! Target location has been found. Initiating Plan 1, take 10 steps forward, turn 60 degrees right, lift your head, smile, wave, and interact with the NPC, hello. The robotic-like sound made Jiang Qinglu look up immediately and see the familiar figure. To his surprise, however, the person stopped, then retreated half a step without any expression on their face. Ah! I can't do this. Ah! I must do this. Ah! I hate people. Ah! I cannot hate people. Little White Flower was a little confused but still greeted with a smile, hello, is there something you need? Chu Yu pursed his lips, regretting momentarily not having brought Luo Jiayu along to serve as his spokesperson. All the carefully practiced opening lines fizzled out at the sight of real humans. Yes. Curious, Jiang Qinglu asked, what is it? It's. Chu Yu squeezed his eyes shut and tried hard to organize some comprehensible language from his taut mind, but evidently, he failed. Chu Yu took a deep breath, deciding to abandon Plan 1 and initiate Plan B which he thought up 1 second ago, use gestures, sign language. This is the matter. He tentatively extended his hand and made an abstract gesture. Inside, his loudspeaker heart was shouting. That day when I passed by, I saw you arguing with Bai Yu. I wanted to talk to you about it. Jiang Qinglu nodded in surprise, oh, I see. You really did witness my argument with Bai Yu that day. What do you want to tell me? He understands my sign language. Chu Yu was thrilled now that he could fully focus on making gestures without saying a word. That's it, like that. Are they isolating you? Are they ganging up to bully you? Jiang Qinglu nodded repeatedly, actually, I haven't talked with my teammates for several days. They've always ignored me, even defaulted to not including me during training sessions. But I don't know what to do. After all, Wei Ziyu. At this point, Jiang Qinglu hesitated, just as Little White Flower seemed about to sink back into sadness. Chu Yu's determined and firm internal voice snapped him back to reality. Men can't be relied upon, we must be independent and strong. We shouldn't rely only on men. For the first time hearing such a concept, Jiang Qinglu looked puzzled toward the handsome man opposite and noticed the determined, almost fanatical look in his eyes. Gradually, he became inspired himself. Right. We will not rely on men. The cold and serious good-looking man continued to make his signs resembling Luo's style of sign language. As little white flower watched, his eyes lit up increasingly. Is it really possible? Can you explain it in more detail? Chuyu nodded and made another set of gestures, first, this, then that. I get it. Jiang Qinglu suddenly understood. With positive feedback received, Chuyu made his gestures even more enthusiastically, do this, and then that. I've learned. Jiang Qinglu exclaimed with revelation. Jiang teacher inside Chuyu's mind was quite baffled, exactly what did he learn? Chuyu was still trying hard to convey his message. If bullied, fight back, even if you lack ability right now, using external forces is acceptable. But fighting back is definitely necessary. Jiang Qinglu was in tears, thank you. Chuyu nodded, relieved to put down his hand that had been waving until it went numb, but his inner voice still broadcast one last sentence. You will be fine in the future. All this will pass, but that doesn't mean all the grievances you endured were justified. Just as he was about to turn and leave after a job well done, his wrist was grabbed by Jiang Qinglu. The little white flower was so moved he wanted to leap forward and give Chuyu a big hug, but Chuyu's social anxiety kicked in and he jumped 3 meters away. You're the best person I've ever met, Jiang Qinglu sincerely expressed. Chuyu acknowledged with a high and mighty nod while keeping a cool expression. You're also the cutest person I've ever met, Jiang Qinglu continued sincerely. Chuyu's eyes grew increasingly puzzled as he didn't see where exactly he was cute since he had been cold-faced and only using sign language the entire time. Why are you willing to help me? Chuyu paused briefly when asked, then decided that this question could be answered verbally. So, he spoke cryptically. My idol is Lei Feng. I see, Jiang Qinglu devoutly nodded. I heard everything you said. I'll start gathering evidence upon my return. You're right, some things I can handle on my own. Mission complete. Chuyu felt refreshed. The next second, he heard a familiar electronic female voice announce. Ding! Congratulations, host Chuyu, for gaining 100 points of goodwill from character Jiang Qinglu. Achievement unlocked, outshine the male lead. Please keep up the good work. Teacher Zhao was more surprised hearing this announcement. What? He actually understood your sign language. Chapter 61. Ever since the day Chuyu found Jiang Qinglu after their initial encounter, the direct communication between White Flower and the Crown Prince obviously decreased. The most noticeable response from observers was that Jiang Qinglu seemed to care less about Wei Ziyu. Originally, the Crown Prince had been waiting coldly for an opportunity to rescue his White Flower from peril while pretending to appear unintentionally, saving her from a villainous male co-star, then naturally moving into the next phase of their relationship, but as he waited and waited, the anticipated plot never materialized. The Crown Prince felt somewhat disarmed, yet the story was only designed with him coming down from the heavens to save his wife, his character wasn't given proactive qualities. Therefore, even though he felt disarmed, he still maintained a cold composure in front of the camera and secretly cracked behind the scenes. Additionally, due to a previous argument and no one making any effort to mend the relationship, fans could clearly sense the growing distance between them, especially CP fans who were particularly sensitive to such changes in atmosphere. Initially, Reindew Batch could console themselves by thinking that a marriage just after the public stage ending in a quick divorce was normal, spouses going back and forth, showing petulance, was common. But as time went on and the couple showed no intention of getting back together, fans began to feel increasingly anxious. This heartbreaking moment when Candy turned to glass shards was especially obvious during the latest episode, so much so that the discussion forum dedicated an entire thread to discussing whether the two had argued. Since then, this camp gained a batch of disheartened fans who daily suffered from the feeling that the protagonists really didn't plan on remarrying, leading to unrest within their fanbase. In response, a certain unnamed Luo family enthusiastic citizen quietly started his own underhanded strategy in secret with great determination. With good fortune descending from above, it was necessary to seize this opportunity to convert all the CP fans. Working hard without asking for the future, success would be today. The night before the official third performance, Chuyu and Luo Jiayu finished their last evening of training and returned to the dormitory. After Chuyu went to take a shower first, upon coming out, he saw his childhood friend sitting by the table, intently editing something on his phone. What is it? He came closer to try to see what was on Luo Jiayu's phone screen. Luo Jiayu suddenly heard a familiar voice from above, causing a shiver. Instinctively, he pressed down on his phone screen, vaguely mumbling, nothing. Chuyu tilted his head, a trace of confusion appearing in his gaze towards his childhood friend. There was actually a need for secrets between them now, which had never happened before. Previously, one would ask, and the other would answer quite naturally. Even if it was a secret, it would be stated straightforwardly, so why be so evasive now? After pressing his phone against the desktop for 2 seconds, Luo Jiayu belatedly realized they had hardly ever hidden anything like this before. He still hesitated somewhat, unsure how their conversation might develop since that last crossing of boundaries when discussing CP promotion strategies. If either of them viewed their relationship the same way they did before, without any resentment, he wouldn't have acted so secretive now. It's not a big deal anyway. Luo Jiayu thought things through and decided to simply flip over his phone, unlock the screen, and show Chuyu the words on it. Do you remember the plan I mentioned earlier about boosting the CP's popularity? Chuyu responded and carefully examined the text on the phone. I remember. I've got a new plan, said Luo Jiayu. Instead of improving ourselves, we can try defaming others. Chuyu looked up at him curiously, meeting the earnest gaze of his childhood expert on these matters. He knew his childhood friend must have come up with another clever but terrible idea again. The phone page stopped at the forum reply Luo Jiayu had just edited. Due to fear of being scolded by other fans in the main forum, he had used an anonymous account instead of his primary account. The profile picture exuded a kind of rustic cunning. This cunning kid persisted tirelessly promoting their product in various threads where CP fans had broken hearts and almost left the fandom. He repeatedly copied and sent the same content in different ways, attempting to attract more grieving CP fans at this opportune moment. Take a look at our Pisces CP, also childhood sweethearts, both with good looks and abilities. More importantly, they interact interestingly, maintain a stable relationship without quarrels, able to heal all the psychological wounds inflicted by your previous fandom. Welcome to join Pisces CP, welcoming every heartbroken fangirl, consistently releasing sweet interactions with no emotional torture, dedicated to providing a home for all heartbroken CP fans. Heart. Sisters, have you considered diving into the Pisces couple fandom? I just got in recently and I'm already completely obsessed. Plus, their main business has great after-sales service. It's very reassuring. I strongly recommend this to all sisters. As Chuyu reviewed his posting history one by one, Teacher Zhao in his mind and Teacher Ji within Luo Jiayu's mind were also observing together. After reading the last reply, both people and their two systems simultaneously exclaimed, "Wow! Teacher Zhao, you've worked so hard. Teacher Ji, you are quite skilled at pretending. Chuyu, you're really professional." Without a phone, Luo Jiayu idly twirled a pen in his hand. Indeed, working hard is natural for me. Pretense is a talent, of course professionalism. Do you really think I'm that professional? Chuyu glanced up and saw the eager eyes of his childhood friend waiting for his praise, so he sincerely nodded again and emphasized, professional. This ability of his childhood friend to integrate quickly into any circle, being both proficient and unrestrained, was indeed admirable yet dangerous. Luo Jiayu proudly squinted with satisfaction, then cautiously observed his childhood friend's expression, trying to see if there was any aversion to the content he had written. What do you think of what I wrote? Chuyu pondered for a moment, speaking honestly, it feels strange. Before his childhood friend could feel sad or disappointed, he quickly added, but once I think about you doing it, it seems reasonable. Luo Jiayu reflected for a moment, I'll take that as a compliment. Eventually, both were urged to bed by their systems together, the reason being that the second public performance was tomorrow, and they needed to rest well. That night, Chuyu dreamt. He dreamt of Luo Jiayu holding his shoulder as the two of them faced a large crowd, everyone's face bearing the words, CP fan. Next to him, Luo Jiayu said emotionally to the CP fans. I know how strong you have always been, enduring the absence of updates from the main stars. Even without sweetness, you'd still try to dig deep, swallowing tears while consuming shards of glass like drama, sparingly eating every bit of information saved for years. You must have felt tired, always having to be strong. But now, continued Luo Jiayu as he tightened his hold on Chuyu's arm, pointing first at himself, then at Chuyu, showing his phone stopped at their couple-page interface. Your strength is here. Chuyu woke up startled in the early morning. Shit, this dream was abstract, like eating 3 whole pineapples before sleeping. Thus, it became a rare day where Teacher Zhao didn't need to wake him up, since Luo Jiayu, not having stayed up late, rose early as well. After washing up simply, the two headed to makeup. Following the schedule set by the staff, Chi was supposed to get his makeup done 2 turns ahead of Luo Jiayu. When he finished his styling and makeup, none of his teammates had arrived yet, so he waited sitting in the lounge area. The costumes and makeup for this performance were designed based on the theme of December's snowflakes in winter. The clothing was all pure white, and the makeup artist even pasted a small snowflake under his eyelids. Chuyu's hair, which he had dyed back black last time during an ad campaign, was now re-dyed gold by the stylist. This lighter color made his originally pale skin even whiter. With his longer hair, the hairstylist's sister combed his golden tresses back and tied it into a little bun. The style and design of the stage costume were neatly pressed, appearing elegant and dignified, exuding an air of classical noble gentleman. A staff member standing guard beside him casually mentioned that their stage would feature many artificial snow sceneries, requiring them to look into each other's eyes amidst falling snow while singing. This triggered some sense of déjà vu, but Chuyu couldn't figure it out immediately. Staring intently at his own reflection in the mirror, it wasn't until he noticed the sequins reflecting the light from the room's lamp off his sleeves that he suddenly realized who he resembled. When Luo Jiayu finished his makeup and styling and pushed open the lounge door, he saw his childhood friend leisurely picking up the fringed blanket laid out on the sofa, wrapping it around his shoulders like a princess cape, turning towards him with outstretched hand and singing. Do you want to build a snowman? Luo Jiayu paused briefly, then chuckled, shouldn't your outfit be more suited for, let it go? Chuyu ignored him, standing up and walking 2 steps forward as he continued singing offhandedly, come on let's go and play. I never see you anymore. He suddenly stopped here because the staff came in to hurry them along. Don't wait around here, go directly to the bus and gather there. You still remember your seat numbers, right? They nodded, and the staff left with reassurance, thus ending their private concert prematurely. Chuyu transitioned from playing the little princess in Frozen back to herself, pointing at her outfit and hair, seeking confirmation from her childhood friend. Don't I look just like Elsa? Exactly. Luo Jiayu nodded while pulling her out of the dressing room. Chiyu followed behind him as usual, and the two started chatting idly. Before we perform on stage, we need to introduce ourselves first. Have you thought about a nickname for yourself? Not yet. I think a nickname should be witty and humorous without losing depth, so I've decided to take inspiration from the classics, choosing something relatable, popular, and high quality. Like? What do you think about In the Night Garden? That's not bad. So it's settled then. I'm Iggle Piggle. And I'll be Macca Pacca. Are you sure you don't want to be Upsy Daisy? No way, don't turn me into clay. Alright, Macca Pacca, may our performance go smoothly, Macca Pacca. I just realized that you have black hair, and I have golden hair. Yeah, I have black hair, you have golden hair. How strange is that? We're clearly hair brothers. Chuyu solemnly announced her latest discovery. Shut up. Okay. Chapter 62. This time, Chuyu and Luo Jiayu were in the same group. They wouldn't have to endure what they went through in public events where one of them had to watch the live broadcast on the screen in the studio while the other performed alone on stage. Now, they could stand shoulder to shoulder waiting backstage together. The song, December, was originally the last of the 6 selected songs during the selection phase, and they were Group A within their piece, set to perform before the other group, making them the second to last act before the finale. At this point, the performance had already progressed to the second group of the 5th song. Next up would be their turn. All members of December were brought backstage by the staff to prepare for their entry. Naturally, Luo Jiayu stood close to his childhood friend. The two were both watching the dance performance on stage at first, but halfway through, they got distracted. Luo Jiayu absently played with the small braid tied at the back of Chuyu's head, using his fingertips to gently comb through the soft golden hair. I never realized your hair was this long before, said Luo Jiayu. Chuyu held the music box he would use to pose with at the beginning of the show. He occasionally poked at the little snowman figure on the box without paying much attention to his friend's actions. It's okay, not that long. Chuyu didn't initially think much of the gesture until the finger that rested on his hair slid down to his neck. This unusual sensation made him tense, causing his whole body to stiffen slightly. Luo Jiayu only noticed his childhood friend abruptly pulling his neck away and stepping a couple steps aside, remaining silent for a couple seconds without directly confronting him but silently conveying refusal with his eyes. Realizing any further action might make the other pull even further away, Luo Jiayu immediately withdrew his hand and changed the topic without falsely defending himself. Look, the current group on stage is starting their curtain call speech. It's probably our turn next. Chuyu merely hummed in response. Luo Jiayu then asked, are you nervous? Not nervous. Chuyu replied right away. Luo Jiayu gave a probing look like a curious puppy. Really? Not overly nervous, Chuyu answered cautiously. Luo Jiayu kept exploring, circling around his face with his gaze. A little nervous, Chuyu revised. Luo Jiayu continued waiting for more confessions. Chuyu, under his gaze, had already calmly closed his eyes. Nervous. It was impossible for him to lose sensitivity towards large crowds, impossible in his entire life, even though he was Chu Xiaoyu, a top-level trainee known for his popularity from appearing many times on grand stages, yet it still couldn't hide his instinctive nerves when faced with so many people. It's fine, Luo Jiayu reassured, lifting Chu Yu's face, ready to comfort him further, but was cut off mid-word by his childhood friend. I know. Chu Yu's eyes remained closed as if he was recharging for the energy-consuming upcoming performance. Calmly, he responded. Since I won't get nervous looking at you, I don't need to look at others, I'll just look at you. This indeed was Luo Jiayu's usual solution provided for his social anxiety issues, and it worked. He had followed it for years, so it wasn't odd for him to articulate the feelings that others left unspoken. Because his eyes were closed, Chiyu didn't see the change in expression after his childhood friend heard these words. Luo Jiayu probed into the system in his brain, watching the silhouette in front of him amidst the darkness, silently communicating to the system. I've decided not to confess anymore. System. Things are great just the way they are now. Luo Jiayu hadn't managed to suppress the curve forming at the corners of his mouth yet, feeling lightheaded but clear-headed amidst his heating ears and accelerating heartbeats. The risks of advancing too far were too high. He couldn't bear risking his current happiness and fluttering emotions for an uncertain result. Winning would certainly bring joy, but the price of losing everything was something he knew he couldn't afford. Moreover, his childhood friend was avoiding the situation, and has been avoiding it for some time. Being not naive enough to miss that his friend did not want to confront the issue, and considering how joyful their current interactions were, there was no reason to jeopardize their relationship for some elusive pursuit. As the previous group finished performing, the stage light suddenly went out. Their group entered the stage in the dark. Chuyu placed the crystal ball music box he carried onto the white wooden prop table located in the center of the stage, then wound the mechanism open. As Chuyu wound the music box, its crystal globe emitted a soft snowy glow that lit up the side face of the person standing by the table. Fans in the audience soon started shouting his name. Chuyu squatted down and made slight adjustments to the angle of the music box, hiding his head behind it so that the smiling snowman on top could wave at the audience for him. Chuyu, mommy loves you. Baby, look at mommy. Chuyu. 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 Owing to his nervousness, Chuyu appeared even more aloof on stage than usual. It was already quite hard for him to maintain his cool expression without closing his eyes and taking a deep breath where he stood, so responding to the fans with words proved nearly impossible with his tense mouth unable to curl upward. Thus everyone heard his internal scream of frustration. Heard you loud and clear through both my ears. I love you all too. I deeply love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for your love. Since this was his inner voice, Chuyu didn't hold back in the slightest. After declaring, I love you, he remained unperturbed and not blushing one bit. However, the fans in the audience were thrown into an uproar. Chuyu didn't understand why just 2 seconds later, their screams suddenly became 8 levels louder. Chuyu's fans cried with joy. They never expected the seemingly comedic radio feature to have such a real-time interactive effect filled with overwhelming happiness, making other fandoms envious. Clearly, their idol was always full of surprises. The music box began rotating slowly as Chuyu backed away, his figure fading into the darkness. Next, Luo Jiayu stepped forward, with a smile on his lips, gently placing an envelope with a wax seal beside the music box. The prop arrangement on the stage corresponded with the lyric storyline. The letter was clearly a love letter left by the confessor when they were younger, waiting for their secret admirer to open it years later. This single action alone, along with some deeper interpretations, was enough to fill the live stream's chat room with thousands of pink comments from shipper fans. With the preparations complete, the stage lights suddenly illuminated. The dry ice transformed into billowing white fog, blanketing the entire stage and mimicking the hazy cold mist of midwinter. Chuyu sat in the center position, holding a guitar close to his chest. He bent his eyes toward the strings, plucking them, and his gaze seemed detached yet appropriately pensive for the moment. Both the guitar and the childhood friend on stage gave him a sense of familiarity, reminding him of his first year of high school during military training. There had been a talent performance session after night practice, where the drill master approached with a guitar and loudly asked who knew how to play. Luo Jiayu then pulled him up, and together, the two sang before the class camp. Chuyu kept his eyes cast downward, unable to face the crowd, while Luo Jiayu placed a reassuring arm around his shoulder. The classmates buzzed about their act afterward for a long time. Memories provided him security and comfort. This familiar sensation made his body visibly relax, bringing out a more natural quality to his voice. This segment was his solo singing part. However, apart from the guitar, there was also the piano accompaniment of his childhood friend. It had been a long time since he last heard Luo Jiayu play the piano. In his memory, this person had always harbored the ideal of infusing classical piano with rock fervor since youth. His first skill was bashing the keys rather than delicately playing them, very forceful, far removed from tranquility, and even farther from deep sentiment. Yet tonight, Chuyu distinctly felt that Luo Jiayu's piano notes carried tenderness. Because he needed to lower his head to sing while playing the guitar, his perspective was less distinct than that of the audience. From the audience's point of view, today's former troll wasn't merely playing the piano tenderly, his entire aura, appearance, even soul, seemed transformed. Before this day, the fans would have never imagined their idol capable of this kind of sensitivity. Once a brash rapper fixated solely on how to explode onto the scene to become the brightest star today he donned a white suit and satin gloves. During breaks between playing, he glanced upward at the childhood friend accompanying him on the piano with eyes brimming with emotion like a flowing river. The live streaming room instantly erupted. Troll brother, you look so gentle today, incredibly gentle, fans can hardly handle the contrast. That gaze feels like someone who has been secretly in love for 10 years but only now makes it public. If this is acting, then I will never believe in love again. Honey, calm down. This eye contact is too intimate, it's making moms uneasy. Isn't this too over the top even for marketing? Live streaming fans soon realized that this comment came too early, because something even better awaited them. During the climax of the first part, everyone sang together. But starting from the second section's climax, it was a duo portion, featuring alternating duet performances. Before stepping on stage, Chuyu recalled Luo Jiayu pressing his shoulder to encourage him, come on. Remember the switch. Remember Luo. You can do it. Meanwhile, Luo Jiayu simply took the microphone from the tripod. The moment he turned his head and started speaking, all the fans below were stunned. What is this? A major confession scene? These lyrics, this expression, this tone, why are they so gentle, so deep, yet so humble? It's because that's exactly what the song's emotion should express. Hasn't any teacher hinted at that? The issue is that even if it's an act, it's too real, and who would have guessed it could come from Brother Troller? We all know how brash he usually is. Right now, I'm torn. It feels like genuine emotion, but it also fits perfectly with the song's mood. If it's just acting, this emotional depth and performance are a bit excessive. After Luo Jiayu finished his singing segment, it was Chuyu's turn. Luo Jiayu understood the charm of dogs and switches for his childhood friend, but the audience below had no idea, they only thought the two seemed genuinely involved in a relationship. Chuyu clearly took every word Luo Jiayu said to heart, focusing intently on him during their duet. His beautiful eyes and sentimental tear mole made it seem as though he couldn't take his gaze off Luo Jiayu without appearing deeply passionate. I'm dead. I finally understand why they're wearing white suits, it's because today is their wedding day. I was worried before that Luo Jiayu might struggle to respond to such earnest affection, which would have been jarring and sad. Now I realize I overthought everything. This move truly represents mutual attraction. I've already decided to stay glued to their fandom forever, it's so addictive. So, is this a granted marriage stage, right? Thank you, top practice group, for having such good judgment. Not only a granted marriage stage, it goes beyond that because both the songs and the pairing were chosen by the contestants themselves. Can we then infer that all this chemistry was deliberately chosen by them? Oh no. I think I've stumbled upon something real here. It's not a granted marriage stage, it's a proposal stage. It's a marriage certificate stage, it's a public declaration stage, I've fainted from shipping fever. All CP fans should remember this day. Before, I wished them an early marriage. Now, I wish them an early golden wedding anniversary. That night, the hashtag for Chuyu and Luo Jiayu's deeply emotional duet soared straight to #1. The stage performance of December garnered more popularity than the other 5 performances through the live voting, skyrocketing to first place. The couple's super topic blew up overnight. Due to the influx of new fans, the ranking surged by 10 spots in a single evening. This grand success was precisely as Little Kid had hoped. Chapter 63. The performance came to a perfect end. After singing the last line, the group held hands and bowed to the audience below the stage, taking turns to express their gratitude amidst the cheers of fans. Chuyu was 5th in line, with the most delayed speaking order. As Song Lai, the first one, gave a speech while throwing flying kisses, he was struggling to draft his own speech in his mind. While Tang Yanning, the second one, was giving her speech, he was painstakingly reviewing his draft. During the third speaker Li Sheng's address, he was still painstakingly reviewing his draft. When the fourth person started their speech, Luo Jiayu picked up the microphone and began talking confidently and fluently. Chuyu was stunned, not catching much of the content, but halfway through, Luo Jiayu suddenly whispered to him, "Do you agree?" Caught off guard in the middle of reviewing his difficult draft, Chuyu hadn't fully recovered when he turned around blankly, meeting Luo Jiayu's earnest gaze. What did he say? Regardless, one should indulge their child giving a public speech. So he nodded, yes. Not knowing what Luo Jiayu had said, all Chuyu heard were the waves of screams from the audience increasing layer by layer. Then, in the next second, his junior happily passed over the microphone. Here, it's your turn. In the sea of screams, he went with the flow, taking the microphone. But after being interrupted by Luo Jiayu, his brain went blank. The fans had gradually quieted down, ready to hear clearly what Chuyu had to say. However, before the main event could open his mouth, a bright, cheerful loud broadcast first reached every ear of the audience. Nice. I've completely forgotten my prepared remarks. Of his teammates closest to him, none except Luo Jiayu managed to hold back their laughter, and the audience directly burst into laughter. But Chuyu would never understand why they laughed. He could only bring everyone new joy and amusement with his increasingly abstract state of mind due to pain. I don't have any special skills, so let me perform blinking and breathing for everyone. However, just as he thought this day would again confirm his social death diagnosis, unexpectedly, one among his usual crowd of fans who only shouted his name for support yelled out a remote conversation with him. Little fish. If you can't speak, use eye contact. We understand. Chuyu was somewhat confused. For real. The audience burst into laughter beneath, then miraculously all the fans united in voice answering, neatly shocking even Chuyu. True. With such certainty, he decided to believe them. Thus, Chuyu experimentally blinked his eyes rapidly twice. A little nervous. The fans below responded in unison, don't be nervous. They really could understand. His sign language and eye contact skills these past 2 days had already reached a peak. Chuyu then blinked his left eye clumsily, making an amateurish wink, trying hard to express his inner meaning. Very afraid of humans, don't dare to open my mouth, it's the first time receiving so much affection, don't know how to respond, but thank you all, I also like you. The fans below became more excited and answered in unison, love, you. After pondering for a bit, Chuyu then switched and used his right eye for a clumsy wink, looking even more, stupidly cute, but the real-time live streaming room lit up with countless barrage comments reflecting how stirred the fans were by this sentiment. I love you too. After their next group finished singing, December, all performances of the entire public show concluded. The host simply reminded about the process, and immediately the live real-time voting phase commenced. Compared to the first public show, the PK method had changed this time around. Last time competition existed only within the AB groups of the same song, rewarding the group with higher votes with bonus points. This time, however, the vote involved the competition between all 12 groups, with only the top 6 groups earning reward votes, and the number of tickets decreasing incrementally according to rank, the 6th place having only 1/3 the number of the first place. Furthermore, the program team added a separate player reward ticket count, selecting only the top 3 highest in popularity, leading to competition even more intense than in Team P-case. Though officially termed as not wanting to let talented players be overshadowed by their teammates, it actually only exacerbated class differentiation, intensifying the competition among upper circle players. The voting phase lasted from start to finish 5 minutes, with both online live streaming audiences and offline on-site spectators able to cast their votes, encouraging full participation with excitement and suspense. The design of the voting process was obviously very evil, clearly aiming to make the contestants fight like a blood storm. The tight time and heavy tasks left the fans cursing under their breaths as they helplessly brushed frantically for votes. During the waiting period for the results, all contestants sat quietly in their seats, staring at the large screen showing real-time statistics. The huge venue was silent, with a low-pressure atmosphere and tension surrounding every trainee eager to stand out. In moments like these when everyone is intently nervous, someone eccentric and conspicuous stands out even more. Luo Jiayu removed his earpiece, excitedly nudging Chu Yu beside him, who seemed to be staring at the big screen counting down the voting but had actually zoned out. Luo whispered in his ear. Hey, do you think which one of us will be first? Chu Yu was still pondering whether normal people could accurately interpret all meanings through changes in eye contact. His conclusion was that the probability of fans understanding his thoughts was lower than song live finding number 1, since eye communication was so abstract, not brain waves. He felt a bit sad, thinking that perhaps fans were just humoring him, saying don't be nervous or saying, I love you, were coincidences. In fact, during the thank you segment, he let his eyelids spasm for a whole minute, no one truly knew what he wanted to say. Chu Yu was about to break slightly due to his rigorous conjecture. Just at this moment, Luo Jiayu's sudden question left him confused. Luo Jiayu was lost in deep thought. If you get first place, then you'll treat me to a barbecue. Chu Yu never imagined himself being first, naturally taking the pen handed to him and drawing a cake, alright. And if I end up first, Luo Jiayu naturally continued, then you'll treat me to 2 barbecues. As soon as Luo Jiayu finished speaking, the voting screen in front emitted a beep sound, signaling the 5-minute vote tally was over. The countdown page disappeared, and each large screen started displaying individual vote counts batch by batch. On the central screen showed the names and portraits of the top 3 most popular contestants. Okay, now you owe me a barbecue. Luo Jiayu turned the head of his childhood friend, who was still dumbfounded staring at the nearest screen, and only then did Chu Yu see his own name on the central large screen. First, a clear-cut first. And the second place winner far behind, happened to be his childhood friend. The director skillfully cut the camera over, and thus all livestream fans just witnessed Luo Jiayu whispering into Chu Yu's ear, with a signature confident curve on his lips. I feel like we can write a book together called The Comeback, See Position Shines. Live Room Barrage. This kind of votes. Directly upgrading double top. It wasn't a matter before, the difference between Sprayboy and Crown Prince was merely dozens of votes, this second place wasn't steady. Isn't it an issue of steadiness? Even if he fell behind Crown Prince by dozens of votes to be third, it would be an incredible result where he leaps 20+ places, not something Black Horse scripts dare to write. Let's keep calm. Today is a happy day. CP fans just want to brush both their portraits together, cheering for our new idols. Of course, selection programs are powered by the flow code, a single glance creates search engine trends. Even if it's scripted, even if such sincere, heart-tugging gazes are staged, I still accept my addiction. Doublefish addiction is my fault, unbreakable. You're done. You're infected by doublefish. Once hooked on doublefish, you're stuck forever. Your first reaction to other pairs will be, not as good as doublefish, your heart completely consumed by them. Until your dying breath, you'll wonder if they're really genuine. Laugh till death. Doublefish group loses its guard. Only pure fans find joy, CP fans find themselves reflected in mirrors. I admit, all doublefish lovers are sunglass sisters. Wearing sunglasses makes us look detached, but take off the glasses, and tears flow uncontrollably. Feeling tonight's US ranking may shift. Did I get first? Chu Yu looked back dazedly, still comparing fingers, pointing at himself, and softly asking his childhood friend, real or fake? It's you, our friend, little Chu Yu. We thought little fish might get first, but didn't expect this clean sweep. Who'd have thought when I began casually fanning Crown Boy for entertainment, he'd become a top streamer. The thank you segment had too many vote-pulling instances. I used to listen to Brother Botsy with a megaphone going crazy everywhere, never imagining that one day hearing the megaphone wouldn't make me laugh but instead move me to tears. If we really calculate, I've been following Brother Botsy for a long time already. As fans grow alongside our main star, his mental state improves and so does the depth of our feelings toward him. He's already first. Isn't it just a dream to debut in C position? Is that asking too much? By the time the second public performance reached its conclusion, all 55 trainees who participated in the performance walked onto the stage and bowed respectfully to the audience members who had come to watch the show. Luo Jiayu impatiently kept poking at the system responsible for announcing the final report on the public performance, only to be told by the system that the performance was not yet over, and the host needed to wait a little longer. Chu Yu had just stepped off stage and hadn't even had the chance to turn around and talk to his friend when Wei Ziyu intercepted him first. In this round of live voting for contestant popularity, the Crown Prince only ranked third, partly because he wasn't on the same stage as Jiang Qinglu. During their wedding-themed stage performance, they had acted out a divorce scenario, resulting in some heartbroken fans defecting to support another pair. This wave of wall-crossing led to a major success for Luo Jiayu's strategy to win over those fans. The Crown Prince's mood was currently sour, reflected clearly in his sullen expression. Without offering any explanation, pulling someone's arm, he threw 3 words over his shoulder. "Come with me." Chu Yu was slightly confused. The Crown Prince hadn't initiated conversation with him in 200 years, so he wondered what exactly was up this time. "What are you doing?" Luo Jiayu frowned at seeing them interact, nearly stepping forward to grab Chu Yu's other arm. "Are you actually trying to take him right here?" "I need to talk to him," Wei Ziyu shot back, his face darker than storm clouds, glaring at him as if the world owed him 5 million yuan. "He knows what he did." "Chu Yu." "Brother Wei, I honestly have no clue." Chapter 64. There aren't many places in a venue where 2 people can have a one-on-one private conversation. Wei Ziyu led Chu Yuqi through twists and turns, walking around to find a place, and finally only found a small room similar to a storage room. Because the light in the room was broken, the 2 stopped by the wall near the door after entering and didn't close the door. This was the first time in many years that the Crown Prince had another showdown with the mute ancestor in his eyes. Due to the enormous emotional impact brought by losing his wife, he even forgot about his previous humiliation in front of Capybara. The reason was that after Jiang Qinglu's attitude towards him obviously turned cold, he still looked contemptuous on the surface, but secretly observed his wife several times, and found that her attitude towards Chu Yuqi was actually more warm and open than towards him before. The most direct injury came when Jiang Qinglu greeted Chu Yuqi and then smiled, saying, "Thank you for helping me that time, it made me realize a lot. I used to be too narrow-minded, actually, I didn't really need him." Afterwards, he even secretly sought out Jiang Qinglu's teammates to ask for specifics, and got the reply, "Yeah, ever since Chu Yuqi talked to Jiang Qinglu, he changed a lot." Piecing the clues together, the Crown Prince drew a conclusion: Chu Yuqi intentionally came to persuade his wife to separate from him. That's going too far. He worried every day and couldn't eat properly, yet someone took the opportunity to secretly undermine him, which was extremely unethical. Thinking about this, Wei Ziyu grew even angrier. Round 1 of the standoff begins. First is Wei Ziyu's turn. The Crown Prince chooses to activate his exclusive tycoon skill, imposing presence without anger. The Crown Prince glared at the person in front of him with a gloomy face. "Why did you do those things?" Now it's Chu Yuqi's turn. Brother Bai blinked confusedly. "Huh? Pretending. Definitely pretending. What cunning intentions. Usually, you appear as if without desires or ambitions, but now we see who you really are." Wei Ziyu snickered internally, waiting. Since they had the broadcast of inner voices, soon enough he'd know what his true motive was. And sure enough, the mental loudspeaker sounded just as Wei expected, even louder than Chu Yuqi's prior voice, but with identical tone, intonation, and demeanor. "Huh." Round 2 of the standoff begins. Again, it's Wei Ziyu's turn. The Crown Prince chooses to activate the skill, Overbearing. "Do you not fear repercussions?" Wei Ziyu's tone became gradually agitated. "I really can't figure out why you would do such a thing. I can't figure out what exactly I've done." Chu Yuqi thought silently. Is it trendy these days to skip explaining accusations and jump straight to judgment? It's like cryptically implying, "You know what I mean," while speaking in riddles. So, Wei Ziyu heard an experimental little broadcast. Huh. On the surface, Chu Yuqi chose to skip his turn and make no response, looking tired and languid. Even without hostility, due to Wei Ziyu's hypersensitive state, it was interpreted as arrogance and prejudice. This action clearly further stimulated the fragile psyche of the Crown Prince, who hadn't encountered setbacks since childhood. He felt the person before him showed absolutely no remorse, and continuing to talk was merely wasting words. Thus, the Crown Prince laughed mockingly, dropped a tough line, and strode away. "Just wait, I'll remember this." The standoff ended. Chu Yuqi still didn't understand why the other person had summoned him for this, standing there for a moment under the corridor light filtering in, trying in vain to think up an explanation. Mr. Zhao asked him, "Host, shall we go back?" Chu Yuqi decided to abandon thinking, gave a nod, and planned to leave. However, before he could turn around, the light above suddenly went out. His steps paused as he heard a heavy sound behind him. Someone closed the door from the outside. The door was shut tightly. When he touched the door, just outside came the click sound of the lock falling into place. The lights in the storage room were broken, and the only source of light was cut off, plunging the entire room into deep darkness instantly. His hands trembled slightly, lacking strength, unable to knock on the door. His mind went blank in this stressed-out state, feebly attempting to piece together fragmented clues with broken logic. Who did this? Not Wei Ziyu, he should have already left. So, it must be someone else, but he didn't know who it was. Why did they do this? Fear enveloped him like a sticky tide covering his whole body. The surrounding air was heavy as if lead had been poured inside, and he knew it was because he couldn't catch his breath. But he was helpless to regulate it. The strength in the hand gripping the door quickly dissipated, and he slowly crouched down against the wall, burying his head in his arms. Mr. Zhao quickly noticed something was off with Chu Yuchi and tried shouting, "Host! Host!" But Chu Yuchi couldn't hear him. It felt as though there was floodwater filling his ears, muting all surrounding sounds into an ethereal murmur. Meanwhile, after the performance, Luo Jiayu had been waiting for Chu Yuchi to return so they could head to the station together for the shuttle bus back to camp. After a long wait without any sign of his childhood friend, he started feeling anxious. He searched backstage thoroughly but still didn't find anyone. It was as if the two of them had vanished into thin air. Finally, he managed to spot Wei Ziyu sitting in a corner looking morose. Ignoring the fact that Wei Ziyu was sulking, Luo Jiayu grabbed his collar. "Where's the guy? Where did you take him?" Wei Ziyu looked up unhappily, impatient. "Isn't he just?" But he got stuck mid-sentence. As a directionally challenged person, he had wandered around for so long that he'd forgotten how he got there in the first place. Luo Jiayu glared at his guilty expression, veins popping on his temple, but still gritted his teeth to ask one more question. "What did you say to him?" Due to his guilt, His Highness refrained from responding rudely this time, instead replying evasively, "He and Jiang Qinglu were badmouthing me, so I questioned him about his motives." Did he admit to saying those things? Heard it secondhand. Why don't you go straight to the source and ask? Luo Jiayu lost his temper now, glaring at Wei Ziyu like an idiot. You can believe hearsay to the point where pigs fly, huh? Wei Ziyu attempted to retort but hesitated a moment, realizing what Luo Jiayu said made sense. Pretending is one thing, but you're too cowardly to confront people directly, pathetic. Luo Jiayu mocked. If this is your method, you'll never succeed. Wei Ziyu fell silent for a moment, agreeing internally but refusing to admit it out loud due to his pride. Instead, he changed the subject. We talked in a small storage room. I left first, but I'm not sure if he followed. He must still be there. Luo Jiayu thought. If he had left, he would have come looking for me. Besides, where else could he go besides by my side? But why would someone linger in such a dingy little storage room? Casually, Luo Jiayu asked, "Is there anything fun inside that storage room?" Annoyed, Wei Ziyu replied curtly, "Absolutely nothing. It's just a tiny space with its only light bulb broken." The next second, the originally relaxed expression of the person across from him suddenly changed. The light was broken? Before Wei Ziyu could add anything further, it was too late. He watched helplessly as Luo Jiayu dashed away, leaving him baffled. The hallways within the venue were designed in a convoluted maze, messy and winding. Luo Jiayu had to piece clues together by asking several staff members before locating a possible storage room, rushing over there as fast as possible. The deeper he ventured into the corridors, the quieter and less populated they became. Reaching the destination at top speed, he coincidentally encountered a staff member walking out of a forked path holding a set of keys. Seeing Luo Jiayu approach, the man instinctively lowered his gaze and tried to bypass him silently, but Luo Jiayu extended his arm and blocked the entire narrow corridor. Guardedly, the man glanced up and glared back. "What's wrong?" Luo Jiayu stared down at him coldly, causing the other to instinctively step back a few paces under his chilling gaze. "Which door did you lock?" Looking completely innocent, the man counter-questioned suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Without bothering to waste words, Luo Jiayu simply snatched the keys, identifying their number immediately. Realizing deception wouldn't work, the staff member nervously tried to cover up. "All doors must be locked before closing time. I just finished locking the first one when you arrived. Don't you check if there's anyone inside before locking?" "Was there anyone inside?" The man pretended to look shocked, making Luo Jiayu want to punch his face. But there were more important things than throwing punches. Pushing the man aside forcefully, Luo Jiayu rushed toward the corresponding small room indicated by the key number. Behind him, the man muttered loudly, "Even if there was, wouldn't he have shouted when I closed the door? How was I supposed to know he was inside?" Turning around furiously, Luo Jiayu screamed uncontrollably, "He has claustrophobia. He can't speak." In the meantime, inside the storage room, Chu Yuchi squatted by the wall, his body still trembling slightly. He had no control over his body or the surging tide of fear overwhelming his brain. Fear was like a freezing thread stitching fragments of the past together, making suffering the only clear sensation in the pitch-black darkness. It was as if he had returned to the days when he was very young, so short in stature and weak in build that a group of stronger children could easily force him into the storage cabinet at the back of the classroom, then lock the door. That was the first time he felt others' malice. Children's malice and goodwill were equally pure, often not requiring much reason, just a casual decision among friends. The reason they gave him was simple: the teacher had said his family went bankrupt. He was the only one in the class who faced this situation. Back then, his father's business had problems, leading to their house being sold for debt repayment, but as a child, he didn't really understand these concepts. His classmates knew because the teacher had mentioned it once during the beginning of school. Thus, rumors spread widely, until he found himself trembling in a hot, cramped storeroom, long after school hours ended. The entire campus was eerily quiet, as though the whole world had abandoned him there. Why did he fear darkness? Why did he fear people? The air became heavier, suffocating his breath. Then Wei Luan's voice came back to haunt him, your social anxiety is abnormal, maybe you should go see a psychiatrist. He'd seen one. Try some medication, it might help. And he'd tried the pills too. Childhood trauma is like a carving knife, slicing through flesh to gouge deeply into growing bone marrow, leaving an indelible mark on his growth. He'd attempted to mend the wounds but made little progress. Eventually, he chose to abandon those efforts, saving himself from repeatedly struggling with the same cycle of falling back into despair, a certain kind of numbness, self-protective in its way. If given the chance to return to the day when 7-year-old him was about to be locked inside that cabinet, capable of preventing everything from happening, to comfort the past version of himself, he wanted to do it. But he couldn't. This is why, upon hearing Jiang Qinglu's story, he cared so deeply, breaking character to actively approach someone, insisting on resistance through gestures. Those words spoken to the person in front of him echoed within him, even if the past him would never hear them. Now, 19 years old and 7 again, both versions hunched together in the place. The cabinet grew larger into a bigger storage room, his childhood illness turned into ropes that tightened around his neck, still unable to escape, still incapable of calling out for help. Those repugnant memories acted like scars, revealed only under extreme circumstances, becoming increasingly vivid, reminding him he'd never truly forgotten them. That day he remained trapped inside the cabinet until 9:30 at night. Had it not been for the darkest part of the evening, where he sat staring blankly at his legs amidst total darkness, he would have been left there until morning when the earliest arriving classmate opened the cabinet. But it was at this darkest moment when a locking sound interrupted his solitude. An 8-year-old Luo Jiayu arrived, armed with a key taken from a boy who got beaten up, and pulled him out forcefully. After crouching so long, Chu Yuchi's legs had lost all feeling. As soon as he stumbled out, he collapsed directly into the embrace of another. Luo Jiayu called him by his nickname, but the latter was still stuck in the numbed state from having been confined for hours. Then the older child hugged him again before realizing something. Chu Yuchi eventually responded, crying heavily against Luo Jiayu's shoulder. Being half a head taller than him, the 8-year-old patted his back earnestly while consoling him, don't worry, I beat them all up. Let's go home. Still sobbing, unable to speak, Chu Yuchi nodded his head strongly against his friend's shoulder, gripping him tighter. Later, carrying the keys snatched from the staff, Luo Jiayu brashly stood at the entrance of the smallest storage room at the end of the corridor unlocking the door. When it finally opened, he instantly recognized the familiar figure huddled against the wall. Silence reigned as Chu Yuchi faintly sensed light falling upon his head, but lacked the strength to turn or open his eyes. Then he heard that familiar voice softly calling his nickname again as it used to, Ayu. Seeing no reaction from his old friend, whose hands gripping his knees continued to shake, Luo Jiayu tentatively stepped forward, crouching down to gently pat the other's shoulder, calling again. Finally, Chu Yuchi's tightly closed eyes fluttered open, yet his gaze couldn't focus properly, looking vacantly at Luo Jiayu, then slowly and stiffly standing up. As he tried standing, a sudden wave of weakness made him falter. Luo Jiayu quickly pulled him into an embrace, holding him closely like a motionless statue for what seemed like an eternity. Not until the ebbing of all the surrounding tide did Chu Yu finally seem to return to reality, regaining some semblance of awareness as his numb brain slowly came back online. It was then that he made a sluggish movement of his head in response. The next moment, clutching at the fabric of his childhood friend's shoulder with trembling hands, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into uncontrollable sobs. Luo Jiayu, now 20 years old, had one hand patting his back while the other encircled around the nape of his neck, resting his chin atop his companion's head. He softly whispered words of comfort, it's all right now, everything's fine. Chu Yu cried so hard that his breaths became erratic, eventually gasping for air like an asthma attack, his throat hoarse and struggling to draw enough oxygen. Luo Jiayu leaned down, cradling his face gently, choosing instead of a kiss or cheek rub, the most intimate gesture they could allow between friends, forehead to forehead. He closed his eyes, whispering low assurances to his weeping friend. I'm here, you're safe, I'm here. Gradually, under Luo Jiayu's comforting presence, Chu Yu began to calm down. His cries grew quieter and quieter, until only soft and brief hiccups remained. After what felt like an age of this embrace, Luo Jiayu sensed Chu Yu's breathing stabilize, and he tentatively asked, shall we head back? Chu Yu, still hiding his face in the crook of his neck, silently nodded. On the way back from the venue to camp, Chu Yu didn't utter a single word. His eyelids were slightly drooping, red and swollen, giving off an exhausted appearance, yet throughout the journey, he kept a firm grip on the corner of Luo Jiayu's clothes. Even after entering their dormitory, Chu Yu remained dazed, not letting go of the fabric he clutched onto. After a while, he sluggishly realized they both needed to freshen up and pack away separately, only then loosening his grip gradually. By the time Luo Jiayu returned after taking a shower, Chu Yu had already changed into pajamas and sat down on the bed, but he was still disoriented. When he noticed Luo Jiayu come in, his gaze merely lifted faintly, continuously fixing itself on him. Luo Jiayu had a sudden stroke of inspiration, leaning over and whispering quietly, are you really scared? Can't sleep? Chu Yu blinked. Then Luo Jiayu added, can I sleep with you? Chu Yu nodded again. That night, within the cramped confines of the dormitory's single bed, two gangly young men squeezed side by side, having to wrap arms around each other just to avoid rolling off. Chu Yu fell fast asleep buried in his childhood friend's chest, whereas Luo Jiayu found himself unable to doze off. In the dim light streaming in through the window, Luo Jiayu scrutinized the serene sleeping face beside him, battling internal conflict. He knew taking advantage wasn't right, but imagined regret looming if he didn't act. Torn repeatedly, he chose to lower his lips and lightly kiss his hair. After the tender touch, contentment spread across his face, and he closed his eyes holding his childhood friend securely in his embrace, ready to rest in peace. And nestled against his neck, Chuyu, who seemed to have roused slightly, reopened his eyelids briefly before accepting fate-like surrender and slipping back into deep slumber. Chapter 65. The next day was the first precious day off after the public performance, with no event scheduled, so many trainees chose to sleep in. Thus, at 7 o'clock, the two who were hugging each other in bed naturally didn't wake up. At 8 o'clock, the two still snugly embraced in bed also hadn't woken up naturally. By nearly 10 o'clock when the sun had climbed high, Teacher Zhao and Teacher Ji sat glaring at each other across a distance of hours. Each waited for their dim-witted son to get up, but they stubbornly refused, leading both to realize something wasn't quite right. Luo Jiayu naturally assumed the person he held would be a sound sleeper. One hand cradling the person's head and the other resting on the back of the neck, he couldn't bear to release his hold on the soft hair under his fingertips, so he closed his eyes pretending to sleep peacefully. The system poked him, "Are you awake?" With eyes closed, he answered serenely, "Not yet." "System, when do you plan to wake up?" Eyes still closed, he replied peaceably, "I'll rise when he does." On the other side, Teacher Zhao carefully nudged his charge, "Baby?" He called out several times until he finally received a lethargic response. "I'm here." "Did you wake up?" Chuyu buried his head into the crook of the other's neck. Because if he opened his eyes, his lashes would brush against the skin of the person, waking Luo Jiayu soon, so he continued to feign sleep with his eyes shut tightly. "So let's wake up early. Early to bed and early to rise is good." Chuyu remained completely motionless, maintaining his sleeping position. After some moments passed, his ear tips turned slightly red. "I don't dare to wake up." "Teacher Zhao, ? He hadn't figured out how to face his childhood friend just upon waking up, thus decided not to face it. Therefore, Chuyu firmly shut his eyes, stubbornly deciding that he'd only wake once Luo did. Just like that, 5 more minutes went by. Teacher Ji poked Luo Jiayu again. "No matter what direction it came from, Sprayer brother didn't budge, he will wake when he gets up." Teacher Zhao also prodded Chuyu. "Sleeper brother gave up entirely, I'll get up when he wakes." After collecting their host's intentions, the two systems regrouped and fell silent. "Let it be." Teacher Ji spoke first, "If we keep hugging and wait till death to be buried together, why not?" "Are you serious?" Teacher Zhao was shocked, "You have to get down and eat breakfast lunch at least, or you might starve to death." While the two systems conversed, they helpfully turned on a jammer, so the two lying in bed couldn't hear their conversation and maintained this sleeping posture for nearly half an hour. Sprayer brother gradually began doubting, "Am I pretending too long?" Sleeper brother grew increasingly tired, "Maybe it's been a bit too long." Right then, a clear and familiar electronic ding-dong alert rang in both of their minds simultaneously. Ding-dong, it has been detected that the host has successfully passed the second public performance, and the settlement round for the second public stage is about to begin. The two embracing stayed motionless, extraordinarily harmoniously feigning death. Beep beep, this is Generation Series 001 AI who just completed its update. This upgrade added an automatic caring greeting service. It is detected that the two hosts have normal temperatures and are fully conscious, suggesting both have been awake for over an hour. 001 sends a warm morning greeting, "Good morning, have you eaten?" The two embraced slowly opened their eyes. "Seems like you haven't." "A wonderful day begins with getting up on time and eating breakfast. Don't always pretend to be asleep in bed. If you're satisfied with my greeting service, please leave a 5-star review at the system all, dear." "Luo Jiayu, go away. Too rude." The system sulked and blacked out. Chuyu's head was still encircled by his childhood friend's hand, caught in between being neither able to continue sleeping nor waking up, nor talking or staying silent. His whole face blushed deep red. Luo Jiayu quickly felt the rising heat beneath his fingertips, releasing his grip on the head and leaning down to ask softly, "Am I pressing you?" Following his movement, Chiyu slowly drew back his head and got up. Due to the stuffy night, there was a touch of pink on his cheeks. He avoided his childhood friend's gaze unnaturally, To relieve the awkwardness, he proactively nudged the sulking system, "Give me a review link." Such a polite host. Love it. The system happily released the link. Chuyu clicked on the link and murmured with eyes lightly closed, "I give 1-star praise." Looking at him, Luo Jiayu resonated perfectly and responded, "I give 5-star negative reviews. We two together make it 5-star review." The two happily shook hands and reached a consensus, thus only System 001 got hurt in this world they had just messed around in. After conspiring to mess with the system, the unnatural atmosphere finally dissipated a bit. Luo Jiayu urged the still self-isolating system with a black screen. "Didn't you say you were going to start the settlement of the second public performance? Hurry up and start. A mule from the production team wouldn't dare to rest as much as you." After saying that, he looked down at the red eyes of the person next to him after a night, carefully stretching out his hand, and gently touched the eyelid with his fingertips. Swollen quite badly. I will go to the canteen later and buy you a cup of coffee. Chuyu quickly lowered his head and blinked, absent-mindedly nodding. What kind of coffee? Chocolate, extra milk and sugar. Only after ordering did he remember that he doesn't drink bitter coffee, so he shook his head again. No coffee. Luo Jiayu told the truth, you won't reduce the swelling like this. Ah. Chuyu obviously wasn't paying attention to their conversation and looked at him dazedly upon hearing this. There's nothing. I'll go buy it later. Luo Jiayu finished speaking, then poked the system that was pretending to be dead. Hurry up, I want to finish the settlement report and go buy breakfast. He had been faking sleep since dawn, stubbornly enduring the annoying hunger for several hours without opening his eyes. By now, he was hungry enough to eat a child raw. Not even an Oscar-winning actor could match his dedication. When the system was poked back to life, it had already lost the humanized tone it used during its heartfelt greeting service and began executing the procedure in a matter-of-fact manner. Ding dong, beginning settlement for the second public stage. Host Chuyu has gained 30 points of judge favorability, 50 points of trainee favorability, and 337 points of audience favorability in this stage. He has surpassed 99.9% of book crossers in the same age group, ranked first in camp popularity. The current judge favorability, audience favorability, and popularity goals have all been achieved. Outstanding task progress. Host Chuyu has been nominated for the Best Book Crosser Award of the Year by the Book Crossing Bureau. Luo Jiayu asked curiously, will there be any rewards if you win this Best Book Crosser Award? Of course, you will receive a certificate personally awarded by the director of the Book Crossing Bureau, a Best Book Crosser honorary certificate, and a heartfelt 1,000-word thank you letter from me, 001. There's no damn reward. Luo Jiayu squinted his eyes and frowned as he turned back to look at Chuyu, they're so stingy. System 001. Chuyu smiled faintly. His gaze toward his childhood friend was unintentional, but the one being watched felt somewhat uncomfortable and turned his head away. System 001 quietly added a note to its system upgrade feedback report, request downgrading immediately after returning, and continued to endure while broadcasting. Starting settlement report for host Luo Jiayu's second public performance. This performance increased popularity by 319 points, bringing total popularity to 521 points, ranking second within the camp, achieving the Star of Progress Advanced Version achievement, triggering system auto-reply. The system retracted a message and indicated refusal to communicate with you. Luo Jiayu lit up at the sight, did I hit 400? His bank card is about to come back. Host Luo Jiayu's current total popularity has exceeded 400 points, unlocking reserved rewards. Do you wish to redeem them immediately? Immediately. After 2 seconds of silence, the air once again resonated with the reluctant electronic voice of the system. Rewards redeemed, funds transferred. Account password and deposit amount remain the same as in the original world. Host may check independently. This was truly the most beautiful sentence heard by a certain young master of the Zhe circle since entering the camp, from the unrefined system that usually spoke nonsense. Equally as beautiful as this broadcast was the suddenly coarse touch sensation that appeared in Luo Jiayu's hand. Chuyu watched as he excitedly pulled out that familiar little card, then excitedly put it away, and then pulled the still lying around self by the arm. Let's go, I'll treat you to a big meal, celebrating our overnight riches. 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the dormitory building one after another. Chuyu wore a simple thin coat, walking behind his childhood friend and rubbing his eyes. Luo Jiayu strode ahead confidently, deliberately choosing a pair of new sunglasses just for the occasion, hands in his pockets, not knowing what an opponent was. As Brother Sunglasses walked briskly along, he suddenly stepped back a few paces to align with Chuyu. Can you tell what's different about me compared to before? Chuyu rubbed his eyes and looked him up and down. What's different? Luo Jiayu proudly whipped out that bank card from his pocket with a flourish. It gleamed bling-bling under the flickering sunlight. I'm now a paying player. 6. Luo Jiayu shoved the bank card back into his pocket, adjusted his sunglasses, feeling he hadn't had enough fun yet. The Luo of the beginning has already died. So who's standing in front of me now? Chuyu found it amusing how conceited his friend was acting, so he played along. However, just as the childhood buddy loudly pronounced the 3 words, Nyahilu, there was suddenly a ding-dong in Chuyu's head. Ding-dong, detected relatively low trainee favorability for current host Chuyu. Branch mission permission unlocked, you may choose to accept. Tips, completion or non-completion of branch missions has no impact on crossing the book main missions. Upon completion, the branch mission can directly offset the primary trainee favorability mission and grant an additional reward. Growing up playing video games that always crashed, Chuyu's eyes brightened at this explanation. Why not take on such a side mission? There were rewards upon completion and no penalties if failed. All things considered, there was no way he could lose out on this one. Accept. He whispered inside his mind. Ding dong, detected host acceptance of side mission. Releasing content of the task. Side mission, choose any character within camp to target. If the initial favorability does not reach 100, then the objective is to bring their favorability up to 100. If favorability exceeds 100, the goal changes to increasing the favorability by another 100 based on the original amount. Chuyu froze in shock. He never expected it to be this kind of task. He, a 19-year veteran social recluse combined with a slacker, was supposed to seduce other adult males. Was this real? Sin, kids should not play these inappropriate games, he'd quit right away. Now announcing additional mission rewards, a pardon card which will be used in the result judgment phase after crossing the book task failure. This allows one death sentence to be pardoned. The cardholder can use it himself or transfer it to others. Chuyu was just about to send out the 4 words, abandon mission, when this announcement stopped him dead in his tracks. Beside him, Luo Jiayu continued talking endlessly. Nyahilu, one night wealthy, invincibly handsome, smart, rich, talent beyond all competition, future top trainer and richest person, Luo. Isn't it awesome? But we can't recklessly waste money either, or dad might beat me to death once we get back to the real world. Below publishing list of selectable characters for targeting, Wei Zi, Jiang Qinglu, Fu Hansong, Lu Yang, Shui Lu. Nope, those with families couldn't be touched, he was a principled capybara. Ex-boyfriends handed out cheaply by the plot shouldn't be messed with either, he was a capybara with basic aesthetic standards. Song Lai, Tang Yaning, Li Sheng. Nope, no future with those of the same model, he wasn't so desperate. Passionate youths trying to hitch onto wealthy women were dreams he wouldn't dare hinder. Pass. A crying cat who could tear up more than him, was that even seducible? And besides, a forced melon isn't sweet, let alone if both were melons. Luo Jiayu. Why aren't you saying anything anymore? Luo Jiayu took off his sunglasses, waved them in front of his little buddy's face, and then smiled. Why do you keep staring at me? Chapter 66. After entering the cafeteria, the two of them found a nearby table to sit down. Luo Jiayu went to buy food, leaving Chuyu watching his figure walk away, and then she watched him return with 2 large bags of breakfast. Luo Jiayu dropped the bags onto the table, the sound startling a capybara that had been deep in thought. What's wrong? Luo Jiayu was confused. Nothing. Chuyu snapped back to reality, belatedly lowering her head for a glance into the bag. Why isn't there any coffee? I couldn't get any, Luo Jiayu said. I asked the aunt for a cup of chocolate coffee, with extra sugar but no coffee, and she scolded me for being insane. Oh, I see. Chuyu nodded absent-mindedly and continued thinking deeply. Another minute passed. Why isn't there any coffee? Luo Jiayu repeated his earlier answer. Chuyu nodded, oh, I see. Another minute passed. Why isn't there any? This time he didn't finish his sentence because Luo Jiayu leaned over and lightly tapped his forehead. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Chuyu's vacant gaze shifted to his face, looked at him for a while, and suddenly pointed at herself. What am I to you? Luo Jiayu blinked, and his mouth moved faster than his brain. What do you want to be to me? Chuyu had expected a straightforward response like son or friend, not this reply. She was momentarily stunned. Silence hung between them for a few seconds as Luo Jiayu silently opened one breakfast bag after another. After finishing all of them, he still hadn't heard a response from the other side, so he seamlessly added the next sentence. What's wrong? Is it too embarrassing to say you want to be my dad? Chuyu let out an awkward turning the page on the embarrassment. She quietly climbed up to add, being a grandpa is fine too. Don't even think about it. After saying this, Luo Jiayu glanced meaningfully at his childhood friend's puffy, rabbit-like eyes. Chuyu touched her own eye socket, roughly understanding what her childhood friend implied. How could a grandfather cry on their grandson's shoulder like a rain-laden lily? Buried in this embrace, his current status in the father-son rivalry between the two had already lost its edge and initiative. Reduced to such a state, it was sorrowful. I'll be gone for a moment. Chuyu slowly stood up, looking completely preoccupied. Luo Jiayu patiently waited for him to say where he was going, but no further sentence came. Where are you going? Chuyu hadn't specifically thought about where he would go, he just needed a place to be alone. He slowly walked towards the right. I'll get a drink. The drinks are on the left. Luo Jiayu pointed out. All right. Chuyu obediently turned around, ready to change direction and leave. That's not the left, it's ahead. Luo Jiayu stood up. Let me go with you. No need. Chuyu pushed him back down. I'll be right back. I won't get lost. Luo Jiayu said nothing, just kept staring at him. Chuyu, trust me with this. Luo Jiayu smiled and nodded, all right, then watched his figure walk away. As soon as he reached the vending machine, Chuyu's entire shoulder slumped. I can't do it. He said in his mind. Teacher Zhao inside his brain, I can't do it. Chuyu limply picked up a disposable paper cup. Letting this many years of father-son relationship go bad under his hands is too difficult. Teacher Zhao searched his mind for some tactful phrases, but perhaps your original father-son bond wasn't so pure anyway. Chuyu said nothing, provisionally agreeing with this statement by the system. But agreeing and personally guiding and promoting it were different things. How about we change to a different mission target who won't put so much psychological pressure on us? Teacher Zhao felt that with his patient guidance these days, he could go apply as a kindergarten teacher when they return to reality, like Wei Ziyu or Fu Hansong, they're all okay. No need to die hanging on one tree, you know. But I only feel most relaxed in front of him. Chuyu absent-mindedly filled the disposable cup with a drink while responding. Being able to have smooth conversations with others is already excellent, and pursuing someone versus simply increasing affection is different. If he pursued others, he couldn't cross the threshold of initiating contact, let alone taking the first step actively. It's fine, then let's work on him. Teacher Zhao basically confirmed the host's true thoughts, though the person themselves were unwilling to admit it at the moment. Just treat it like a game, brush up the NPC's goodwill as if you're in a game. It's very simple, don't put so much psychological pressure on yourself. Baby, I believe you can do this, you're the best. Chuyu slightly wavered but despite the hesitation, still didn't immediately choose the target. After all, there was still a long time before the final outcome was determined, and it wasn't something that could be brushed up overnight. If they couldn't decide today, thinking about it tomorrow would be timely enough. The passive skill, let's leave it for now, no rush, there's still plenty of time, was activated by Brother Botzi. When he returned to his seat, the two of them began to fantasize beautifully about the future, centered around the concept, with a bank card in hand, the world is ours. Halfway through their fantasy, Luo Jiayu opened the plastic box containing the croissant, took one out, and gave it to the person across from him. I glanced at the staff member's name tag while I was grabbing the key from him last night. I remember both the name and face, we'll look into his background details when we have free time. Chuyu didn't expect him to suddenly bring this up, blinked, and even paused the action of biting into the croissant bread, okay. Luo Jiayu also bit into the bread, continuing confidently where he left off. That bastard couldn't possibly lock you without reason. There must be someone backing him, telling him to do such things, it's probably one of the trainees. In the camp, not many people could harbor so much hostility towards you, and they wouldn't have low popularity otherwise they wouldn't be able to order the staff to carry out such despicable deeds. People with high popularity shouldn't be able to commandeer the staff to do these tasks, Chiyu naturally followed up, because my popularity is higher than theirs. It must be either due to strong backing or because they are from the same company, helping each other out as colleagues. The novel's plot mentioned that a lot of the temporary workers inside the performance venue only worked for one night, creating an opportunity for various companies to sneak their own people into confused situations, some to take care of their own participants, others having more dubious intentions. Chuyu didn't think there was any problem with what he said, but the person opposite set down the croissant bread and stared steadily at him before curving his eyes. You're right, your popularity is definitely higher. Luo Jiayu seized the opportunity to ruffle his childhood friend's furry head, you're really good, capybara. Chuyu's head shook a few times as he was being petted, sensing that the other just wanted to take advantage of the situation. Logically speaking, locking the door wouldn't impact your popularity or performance, it's most likely just a male antagonist's toxic addiction to wanting to frame you and vent personal grievances. Luo Jiayu continued, furrowing his brows midway through. So vulgar and unintelligent, reminding me of someone I knew before. Also reminding me of someone I knew before. Chuyu responded. The two exchanged glances, sure that they were thinking of the same person. Chuyu, when you have time, check the personnel list behind your ex-boyfriend's company. Alright. Luo Jiayu corrected after responding, it's Teabag brother. That topic ended here since Luo Jiayu hadn't told Chuyu that his debut position had already been purchased by someone else, so he hadn't mentioned his plans or intentions in this regard. His original intention was to avoid worrying his childhood friend, but the actual influence turned out to be greater than he had anticipated. That evening, all the trainees were gathered in the broadcasting hall to start announcing the rankings for the second public performance. Today Ling Wei coincidentally caught a cold and wasn't present at the recording site, so the person revealing the rankings this time became Wei Xiao, one of the remaining 4 mentors. For some unknown reason, the individual holding the ranking cards looked far from cheerful. Even a heavy cough from his nearby father figure couldn't cover the gloomy expression on his face. As usual, the two sat in their old positions, listening to the man in front who was about their age lifelessly reading out the prepared summary of words, while Luo Jiayu secretly turned his head to whisper to Chuyu. He looked similar to how I looked when I read my report under the national flag. Believe that every gritted tooth effort and struggle won't be wasted, and all seeds of dreams will blossom under your careful nurturing. Wei Xiao hastily finished the last sentence, switching to another card in his hand. Below, I'll announce the overall rankings for the second public performance. Among the 55 contestants in this round, only 35 would make it. Since the system's settlement report had already notified the two about their popularity rankings, they weren't worried. However, the more ranks announced, the more Chuyu felt something was amiss. This ranking could be considered a major reshuffle, and it was a reshuffle without much warning. The Crown Prince still remained the first in an unshakable position. However, several contestants who were originally stable in the upper and middle tiers this time all dropped to the lower tier or even outside the top 10. The debut position list got rid of some familiar faces and added a few new faces that hadn't made much of a splash, including his childhood friend's ex-boyfriend. He didn't continue pondering because Wei Xiao had just called out his name. Chuyu. Wei Xiao hesitated for a moment, then frowned imperceptibly, 5th place. Compared to last time, instead of improving, he had fallen down the ranks. At first glance, it appeared to be a reasonable change, but only they, who knew the real rankings, understood how much manipulation was involved. Tisk. Luo Jiayu didn't expect his childhood friend's ranking to also get suppressed. This time 5th place might have been thanks to having enough fans, there was no telling where the show would place him next time. Luo Jiayu. After announcing a few more places, Wei Xiao switched hand cards, 17th place. Chu Yu's pupils abruptly shrank. What a heartless world dominated by capital this was. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to debut in a high position, and whether his childhood friend could survive through 3 rounds was questionable. Luo Jiayu had been warned about possible threats leading to disqualification, so he accepted this result relatively well, silently planning when to register a company to buy back the debut spot. He was determined to wipe out those people at least before the final round. The childhood friend beside him hung his head in silence for a while, and then a ding-dong sounded in his mind. The system has detected the host's confirmation on the character to pursue. Wishing you smooth progress with the mission. The real despair wasn't making a big fuss, but quietly taking on the side quest. After accepting the task, Chiyu repeatedly confirmed with Teacher Zhao in his brain, pursuing covertly should be fine, right? Without alarming anyone, the target shouldn't realize it. Teacher Zhao gave a thumbs up with both hands as a form of motivational education, absolutely. Believe in yourself, you can definitely succeed, baby. After being pumped up by Teacher Zhao, Chiyu slumped, poking the childhood friend beside him. Luo Jiayu turned his head, seeing the deathly calm face on the other side. What's wrong? Chuyu pulled over his hand. Chuyu placed his hand on top of his palm. Their fingers intertwined, and they maintained a grip for a little while. That. Luo Jiayu's voice became slightly stuck, having carefully tried to say 2 words before seeing the hand gripping his slap down on his own. Let's have a wrist wrestle. Chuyu released the hand and quickly withdrew, expressionless. I won. Luo Jiayu. He bent down, unbuttoned the cuffs of his sleeve, and rolled them up, again. Chapter 67. The day the rankings were announced wasn't just hard for the trainees, but even harder for the fans watching live streams who couldn't handle the revelations. Data, please give a reasonable explanation, program group. Xiaoyu ranked first in both online and offline voting, yet only ended up 5th. Are you blocking the fan-selected top ranks to elevate your few princes? Seeking justice, we demand the detailed real-time voting data of the top 11 candidates. Where did those sudden votes propelling candidates into the upper circle come from? Are there unseen forces at play? Everyone knows the official vote count is fishy this time around. A wonderful day ends with watching the announcement of the rankings. I hate the production team so much. They consume people without any humanity. All my efforts seem like a joke now. I thought Xiao Luo would at least make it into the top 10. How could it be this low? Your Spray brother barely made it into the second round last time. Making it to 17th place this time is already good, so be satisfied. Stop sending brainwashing packages. He should at least rank in the top 10. Fan data stations have shown his results far surpassing several debut position candidates. 17th place is simply deceiving people. Justice. Justice. While the comments were tearing each other apart, they also expressed deep concern for their beloved child star mistreated by the show. Xue Lu's eyes turned red. Originally at least top 5 and now suddenly dropped to a precarious position. Baby, don't cry, mommy's heart aches for you. So many trainees are crying. Those who aren't crying still look grim. The program group has committed an unforgivable sin. I can't bear to look at Ka Pai Bala anymore. Last time during the first round ranking announcement, he hugged his childhood friend and cried. I can't imagine how devastated he'll be this time. Just as this comment was posted, the camera suddenly cut to 2 people sitting in a corner arm wrestling. What are you doing here, Botsy brother? And Spray brother, are you too happy about something? Mom's hearts are breaking, but the 2 of you are still arm wrestling for fun. After holding all that frustration inside, seeing you 2 unable to keep it together makes me laugh instead. Nice going, stay positive kids. You're both unaffected by the evil producers. The arm wrestling match looked fierce, but initially, the director had only given them one quick shot. Within a few seconds, the screen switched back, repeatedly flashing between these 2 whose wrists remained locked, no victor emerging yet. Fans shattered by the ranking situation began shifting their focus to the actual contest happening before them. What an intense battle. Evenly matched opponents. It feels like Botsy brother has the upper hand. His palm is almost halfway down. Spray brother counters. Overcoming his disadvantage to force half a palm's length ahead. Botsy brother rebounds once more. Spray brother strikes back on the spot. Am I the only one who thinks this is all for fun? +1, just a couple's little drama, that's all. Haha, when Wei Xiao was announced 7th, the 2 were arm wrestling. When 27th was announced, they were still at it. If you keep acting so affectionately, someone might think you're up to something. Tired, going to sleep then. Truthfully, Chiyu hadn't expected this game to end up so evenly contested. He had a good idea of his strength. As children, whenever they arm wrestled, Luo Jiayu would let him use both hands against one of his own, yet despite that, Chiyu never won. In adulthood, the 2 diverged. Chiyu stayed at home and rarely moved while Luo Jiayu loved outdoor activities such as skateboarding, playing ball, and rock climbing, resulting in significant physical disparities between them. In terms of strength, if Chuyu could hold out 3 seconds against Luo Jiayu, it meant the latter wasn't putting forth full effort. Therefore, the fact that neither side had yielded after this long indicated only one possibility. Someone had let loose an entire Pacific Ocean of water. Does this mean you're sabotaging the match? Chuyu closed his eyes and exerted all his might in a sudden attempt, yet the hand gripping his remained completely still. Luo Jiayu stretched his lips into a smile, elongating the word but kept the pressure exactly the same, pretending not to understand. What are you talking about? Luo doesn't know o.jpg. You're still pretending to be dumb. Chuyu accused him, making another futile attempt. Confirming he absolutely couldn't move the other's arm, he decided to give up. Slowly releasing his grip, his limp fingers lay flat in Luo Jiayu's palm. I concede. Luo Jiayu glanced down at their hands and then looked up at Chuyu. Chuyu tugged again on his trapped fingers. You win. Now no one was talking. Luo Jiayu did not explain the reason for his actions, and Chuyu didn't further clarify the situation. They stared silently at each other for 2 seconds before Chuyu averted his gaze first. In principle, since childhood, they had held hands more times than they'd eaten meals, so there should have been no sensitivity to finger contact. Yet, Chuyu wasn't sure why he felt so flustered. Every time he felt anxious, he wanted to escape, but remembering the unfinished task, he felt he couldn't retreat. So, he continued to hold silently onto the hand. Luo Jiayu kept looking at him, very attentively, as if a researcher scrutinizing his most cherished experimental subject. When Luo noticed Chuyu's ear tips turning red, he clearly hesitated for a moment. Chuyu originally thought that Luo would continue being obstinate, but instead, the grip holding his hand loosened slightly for several seconds, as if saying you can take your hand back now. He pressed his lips together and reflected, recalling the unachieved mission, the comrade still needed to work hard. Even though the burning sensation in his ears was extremely uncomfortable, he decided to endure the next few seconds. Therefore, no one retreated, fingers still well knotted into the gaps of the others. The force had relaxed, like an oyster opening and closing again, only to retighten a few seconds later. Luo Jiayu's ears also flushed a little, but this didn't prevent him from feeling so happy inside that he wanted to set off 360 firecrackers right where he stood. He looked left, then right, realizing no one around him could share in this happiness due to the heavy atmosphere. Lowering his head, he made a visible attempt to suppress the wide smile spreading across his face, but it was harder to contain than an AK-47, making him quite noticeable amidst a crowd of trainees who were on the verge of tears, all except him, who was smiling idiotically. Chuyu wasn't paying attention to his friend's unusually heightened emotions, he was fully absorbed in listening to the system broadcasting the progress of his mission. Ding dong, detection shows character Luo Jiayu likability +1, current total likability 769, 95 points left to reach the goal of raising 100 likability, please keep trying host. Ding dong, detection shows character Luo Jiayu likability +3, current total likability 772, 92 points left to reach the goal of raising 100 likability, please keep trying host. Ding dong, detection shows character Luo Jiayu likability +2, current total likability 774, 90 points left to reach the goal of raising 100 likability, please keep trying host. Initially, Chuyu assumed his friend's likability would rise all at once and then stop, but instead, it continuously increased in real time, with updates popping up every few seconds, embarrassing him enough to turn his ears redder. After listening to a few updates, he opted for concise mode, turning off the chatty electronic female voice in favor of icon-based notifications. Each time his likability increased, pink +1+1+1 icons appeared before his eyes. Unable to make a quick grab and run, but instead having to continually harvest the rewards, Chuyu resigned himself to the fact that they should remain hand in hand until the broadcast ended. Already unable to hear the mentor's summaries or ranking analyses ahead, Luo Jiayu initially tried to quietly savor the overwhelming joy in his heart. But then he realized he couldn't just sit still. His cheeks reddening, he stole another glance at his daydreaming childhood friend, finding himself liking and becoming more excited the longer he looked. Thus, he moved closer quietly again, startling Chuyu. Your hands are so cold, his fingertips pressed against the patch of skin on Chuyu's palm, then casually added as if it was nothing special, I don't think you brought a hot water bag in your luggage when you entered camp, so I'll fill one up and bring it over tonight. This facade of pretense couldn't conceal his irrational ramblings, but somehow Luo Jiayu believed he was acting calm and rational. No, really no need, Chuyu closed his eyes, words hanging on the edge, winter is still far away. Luo Jiayu nodded thoughtfully. Although rejected, this did nothing to hinder his persistence, his smile remained bright and his eyes sparkled. Then he nudged Chuyu again and enthusiastically broached a new topic, do you feel cold at night? The quilt in the dormitory is too thin, so maybe I. Host, Teacher G in his mind finally stepped in to warn him, if you still want to pursue that person, shut up immediately right now and stop talking. Why? Was my interest too obvious? Luo Jiayu felt reluctant. Don't ask, just follow my advice, and keep quiet. Teacher G showed no emotion. Luo Jiayu considered it for a moment and ultimately unwillingly closed his mouth. When Chuyu sensed the silence beside him, his heart which had been on edge finally relaxed like a post-disaster survivor taking a breath of relief. After some time, all rankings were announced, the night's recording concluded, and the trainees gradually stood up and left the studio one by one. Chuyu wasn't sure whether to walk away or let go of the hand, his face displaying sheer indecision. At this point, a life-saving system notification rang in his mind. Ding dong, the favorability increase from the interlocked fingers holding hands event has reached its maximum limit. No further favor will be added for this event. There are still 80 points to go to achieve the goal of raising 100 favorability. Please keep up the good work, host. Chuyu quickly withdrew his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. The moment his hand escaped confinement, it was still warm and flushed. Luo Jiayu looked up at him, eyes filled with shock as well as a hint of hurt. Chuyu glanced down and bit his lip hesitantly. Slowly, his hand moved inside the pocket. He was actually heading to the system mall to purchase a bag of candy, then suddenly pulled out a mint candy and handed it over to his childhood friend. Here, it's for you. Luo Jiayu, exclamation point. Pink +1 icons popped up again. Chapter 68. After leaving the studio, the two decided to take advantage of the good weather and head to the small square behind the dormitory building to bask in the sun. On the way, Chuyu continued the earlier action of feeling through his pockets. While doing so, he pulled out another corn candy. Just as he was about to place it in Luo Jiayu's palm, he remembered that the other one didn't really like this type, so he replaced it with a fruit candy instead. Here. Luo Jiayu took it, exclamation point. Chuyu fished out another milk candy. Here. Luo Jiayu took it again, exclamation point. Then came a chocolate candy. Here. This time, Luo Jiayu hesitated. A caramel candy followed. Here. The pile of candies in Luo Jiayu's palm had formed a small hill, ? Chuyu was about to continue fishing for more candies when his hand was suddenly caught before it reached into his pocket. He looked up confusedly, unsure why his NPC wasn't following the script. Luo Jiayu held onto his wrist tightly, unmoving, while the other hand directly delved into his clothes pocket, with an expression like a curious baby. What else do you have? Let me see. Chuyu immediately shielded his pocket, firmly. No way, I'll give them to you myself. Luo Jiayu seemed puzzled. What's the difference? Chuyu didn't answer, not wanting to confess that he was using a player's perspective to accomplish tasks. Each time he gave away candy, a pink icon appeared in the bottom right corner, indicating +1 or even +2 to their affection level. People who've played too many games all know that without a doubt, the easiest and least brain-taxing method to approach a character is to stockpile numerous identical little gifts and continuously shower them. It would be too hard for him to design an elaborate romantic pursuit plan. He wasn't naturally smooth and savvy at handling subtle flirtations. That felt more suffocating than death itself. Therefore, he could only choose this most rigid, childish, but also most comfortable way to express goodwill. The pink icon displaying his affection level also gave him timely feedback. After a series of +1 +1 +2s, the electronic female voice soon reappeared to report the cap. Ding dong, currently the affection level from the Giving Candies event has reached its maximum. This event will no longer increase affection. There are still 72 points needed to reach the target of 100 affection. Please keep trying, host. Sending candies could add at most only 8 points of affection, less than half of what holding hands would do. Chuyu was shocked. It even made him look at Luo Jiayu differently as he watched him take away the small gifts from him. Luo Jiayu had already picked a nougat candy from the ones Chuyu gave him and started peeling off the wrapper, commenting casually. This brand of nougat candy is pretty mediocre. Not as good as the kind we used to get from the little shop opposite our primary school. Just as he placed the nougat to his lips and bit off a piece, an unexpected hand shot out and snatched the candy back from between his teeth. Chuyu did this without looking at him, not realizing that he'd taken food from someone's mouth. He carelessly put the candy into his own mouth, his lowered eyes making him seem somewhat gloomy. If you don't want it, then give it to me. Not only did sending things have a limit, but the limit was so low. At this rate, when would he ever be able to reach the full 100 affection points? He truly couldn't think of any other ways that were both safe and secretly effective to bridge the gap between them. Ding dong, the pink icon popped up again showing +5 affection. Chuyu nibbled on the nougat and poked at the system inside his mind. Wasn't Giving Candies capped? Why did so many points just get added? Mr. Zhao was studying it too. Combining the previous interactions between the host and his childhood friend, after much thought, he drew a conclusion. Maybe if you leave it alone, his affection will rise automatically. Really? Look, your childhood friend's affection is so high, over 700. Sometimes enough affection is like having enough money. Once the base is large enough, it can make more money. Mr. Zhao talked earnestly and professionally, even though he was essentially bullshitting. It's like deposit interest. If you leave the money in your account untouched, extra cash will be given as interest. So if you leave the affection undisturbed, new affection should naturally grow as well, like affection interest. That makes sense. Chuyu nodded in agreement. So, let's talk about this. Why is Luo Jiayu's affection towards you so high? Asked Mr. Zhao. With over 700 points, the name, Luo Jiayu, stood out among all the other characters they could pursue, seeming almost to be on a different layer entirely. The broadcast system said that he and the original characters in the book were different. His affection level was counted from when we met, accumulating bit by bit over more than a decade from childhood to now. Chuyu explained it this way and felt that with this explanation, it was normal for the affection level to be so high because if the person being pursued were swapped out for him, the numeric value of transferred feelings would probably be around 769 as well. More than 10 years of friendship, always reserving a spot for each other in individual life plans, such emotions could not be measured by any number, no matter how high. The only thing that made him feel a little uneasy was the two words, approach, in the mission goal and the limited amount of affection gained from each event, making it hard not to question whether the two types of affection referred to the same thing before and after. On one side, Chuyu and Mr. Zhao, the system, were having a serious academic discussion about the task, while on the other side, someone was already almost ready to explode like fireworks with their own system. He likes me. He likes me. He absolutely likes me. Mr. G covered his forehead, calm down. He ate the candy from my mouth. Why did he have to eat the one from my mouth? He didn't eat any of the other candies. He must really like me. He's finally willing to like me. Mr. G closed his eyes. He's so different today compared to before. He blushes so easily. He held my hand just now in the studio. I let go, but he didn't. He even blushed shyly. He definitely likes me. Your exclamation marks, Mr. G said, are hurting my eyes. He's so cute, I want to kiss him. Luo Jiayu returned to his usual tone, casually discussing with the system as if nothing unusual was happening. What do you think? Diamonds, sapphires, opals, or platinum for our wedding rings? Mr. G, who asked you? Luo Jiayu acted as if he hadn't heard, maintaining a natural expression. He wears a size 19 ring. I feel silver white and rose gold both suit him, so why not order one of each style? Then, use one during the proposal and another at the wedding. Perfect. The host seems to have gone crazy, the system is very worried. It kindly reminded him, focus on walking properly first. If you don't turn soon, you'll crash into the utility pole ahead. Luo Jiayu, not getting the answer he wanted, sniffed and decided to hint wildly, why don't you ask me how I know he wears a size 19 ring? Mr. G rolled his eyes heavenward, shutting off his screen there and refusing to acknowledge him further. Luo Jiayu still had to maintain a composed look, gently pulling the drowsy Chuyu who was walking aimlessly beside him. Be careful, don't hit the pole, walk more steadily. Chuyu suddenly looked up, noticing a real utility pole was indeed only a few centimeters away, mumbling a thank you after being pulled away, thank you. Luo Jiayu bent his head sideways, sunlight filtering through his eyelashes casting a cautious shadow on his eyelids as he tentatively asked, do you prefer pure white, silver white, champagne, or rose gold? Chuyu, puzzled, decided to answer straightforwardly, I'd rather dye that thing green. When they arrived at the small square behind the dormitory building, there was a vast green lawn right in the middle warmed up by the sun. The two found a bench nearby and sat down. After basking in the sun peacefully for a while, Chuyu started yawning and feeling sleepy like a cat. Luo Jiayu took advantage of this moment to edge closer step by step. And eventually reached the other person's side. Chuyu groggily turned to look at him, what's up? There's something I need to tell you. Luo Jiayu said, this round's rankings are inconsistent with what we heard in the system announcements, the results are too inflated, and both our places have been suppressed by the production team. The slight drowsiness that had gathered quickly dissipated without a trace. Chuyu didn't answer immediately, but responded a moment later, I understand. He wanted to say there was no need to worry since he had a way to keep both of them alive. But then he heard his childhood friend comforting him. It's fine, not much of an issue, I can resolve it. If they couldn't debut successfully, the entire in-book task would be judged as a failure, and all possible outcomes afterward remained unknown. But it was certain that death would be one unavoidable route. Strictly speaking, Chi wasn't particularly afraid of death. And compared to his childhood friend, his chances of debuting were much higher. He wasn't afraid of dying, nor was he afraid of failing. What he feared most was the possibility of turning back someday, only to find himself alone. If Luo Jiayu hadn't come along, his attitude towards the book crossing task would probably be very simple, achieve the goal if possible, and die if not. He wouldn't have much attachment and no regrets. However, while he could accept the worst outcome for himself, it didn't mean he could bear watching someone beside him meet that same fate. How do you plan to resolve this? First, buy back the debut spots, then track down the company the staff member is affiliated with, Luo Jiayu said. When I was flipping through the original book, I paid special attention. None of the companies involved in buying or selling debut spots are clean. Once we find out, either we can bribe insiders or purchase information as evidence. If we can leverage this properly, the whole group of accomplices will have nowhere to hide. Chuyu listened carefully and asked at this point, Wei Corporation. Are they not clean either? Wei Corporation hasn't directly participated in buying or selling debut spots, Luo Jiayu said honestly. But Wei Ziyu is a rich tycoon's son, capital doesn't dare touch him. Chuyu was shocked. Then how did Wei Ziyu maintain the first place throughout? The main character has a strong supporting glow, Luo Jiayu shrugged. In stories like ours where side characters often get killed off by the plot, people like us usually end up dead. Chuyu's face scrunched up as he mourned for their bumpy journey and unpredictable fates. Mentioning this subject caused both internal systems in their heads to activate. Since it related to the direction of the entire story, both parties looked serious. It's not so easy to solve, Mr. G was the first to speak. You're currently stuck in the training camp, unable to leave. It's inconvenient for you to act. Moreover, as a trainee, any negotiation conducted in your personal name with those companies will only end with you at a disadvantage. Mr. Zhao chimed in, familiarly playing the red face. What he means is that both of us can help you. After the second public performance, my system just got upgraded. Now we can transform into fake identities to act on your behalf. You provide the money, and we'll handle the negotiations for you. So convenient. Luo Jiayu remarked. I didn't expect you guys to love me this much. If you fail to debut, I'll lose money too. If you don't debut successfully, baby will be sad. Chu Yu was pondering the feasibility of the solution Luo Jiayu proposed, but when these words rang in his ears, he blinked in confusion, realizing he'd been betrayed by the system. He chose to change the topic. How far can the false identities created reach? A more comprehensive and perfect degree than you imagine, Mr. G spoke truthfully. We can fabricate an entire non-existent company including its history, scale, and status in the industry. This way, you won't have to go through all the hassle of registering a new one. The only downside was having a shell without capital, which was perfectly remedied by Luo Jiayu's bank card. Then can we claim the title of a conglomerate too? Luo Jiayu asked. Such as the top-tier industry leader personally intervening in entertainment circles reform? Mr. Zhao quickly responded, sure, what do you want to sell? Luo Jiayu, Tsar Bomb. Chu Yu, baby's toy car. Mr. G turned to negotiate with his partner. Let's stick to setting up a decent entertainment company. Successfully reclaiming the debut spot will be our victory. I agree. Chu Yu's head was still tilted toward the sun, and Luo Jiayu gently pressed it back down. Are you sleepy? He asked him. Do you want to take a nap? Chu Yu hummed in agreement, closing his eyes and yawned before leaning against the chair back. Once relaxed, he soon felt drowsy. Luo Jiayu observed him for a moment, then quietly removed his jacket and draped it over him. Carefully and inch by inch, he let his childhood friend's head rest lightly on his shoulder. Facing the wall enclosing a small square with a large cluster of plane trees swaying outside, every breeze carried whispers of leaves brushing aside, accompanied by a few excited shouts. A few fans had squatted outside the wall, originally intending to gamble whether they might encounter the participants passing by, but instead unexpectedly caught a glimpse of this intense private moment. Luo Jiayu quickly noticed the activity outside the wall and immediately put his finger to his lips to shush them, concerned that the person beside him might wake up. Covering their mouths, the fans signaled okay with a gesture and quickly took candid photos, posting them on the internal forum with the caption, couple secretly dating again. Luo Jiayu was disheartened. The station sisters knew he chose specific times to stealthily pursue love, yet continued squatting unwillingly to leave despite him trying to avoid waking Chu Yu up. He originally planned to steal a kiss during his sleep but hesitated under the crowd's watchful eyes. So the cold and aloof comment king could only wait there silently, leaving it to destiny whether the fans would leave first or his childhood friend wake up sooner. No matter how much he calculated, he never expected that he would be the first to fall asleep. The bright and sunny weather was too conducive to sleep. By the time Chu Yu woke up, half of the sunset had already sunk below the mountain, and the distant station sisters had disappeared from sight. His first sensation was the heaviness in his head. As soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed Luo Jiayu with his eyes closed, his head leaning against his own. His breathing was steady, and he slept deeply. The aura of an energetic person often changes greatly when asleep compared to awake. With the arcs around his eyes and mouth gone, he appeared significantly calmer. Chu Yu cautiously tried to move his body but found that his childhood friend's head dropped down. He quickly supported it and gently placed it back on the chair back. Afraid Luo Jiayu might feel cold, he glanced down and saw the jacket used as a blanket covering him. So, he returned the favor. The coat went back to Luo Jiayu, along with one of Chu Yu's own jackets. Judging by the situation, it seemed like his childhood friend wouldn't wake up anytime soon. After pondering for a while, Chu Yu decided to leave the bench briefly. He walked to the edge of the lawn, squatted down, and began picking the small wildflowers growing on the grass. All the good-looking grass leaves and flowers were picked by him, and he transformed into a little boy collecting herbs right there on the spot. After gathering the materials, he returned to sit beside Luo Jiayu and started intently weaving a flower crown. Weaving is a slow and meticulous task. By the time he finished, it had gotten darker, and the wind had grown stronger. Shrugging his thin shirt tighter around himself against the chill, he then placed the flower crown on the head of the person beside him. The moment the small crown was placed on his head, Luo Jiayu opened his eyes, still looking dazed and disoriented from just waking up. Little princess, he said while secretly activating the real-time photography function in his mind, let's do it yeah. The 187 centimeters tall princess was extremely rebellious and didn't listen to her old king at all. Instead, she suddenly embraced him, resting her chin on his shoulder and burying her head next to his neck, whispering an indistinct word. Like. Chu Yu froze, what? In the next second, the flower crown was forcefully put back on his own head. Luo Jiayu returned to his usual spirited self, with his eyes and corners of his mouth lifting. As he stood up during this action, Chu Yu was forced to look up at him. The very instant after returning the flower crown to its rightful owner, Luo Jiayu swiftly pulled out his phone from his pocket, turned on the camera, and pressed the burst mode button towards his childhood friend who was still caught off guard. He smiled with his eyes curving like crescent moons. Little princess, let's do it, yeah. Chu Yu's anti-plasticity plan ended in total failure. Chapter 69. During the holiday, the show's production team planned some mini-games as usual and invited the trainees to participate together. This was meant as a relaxing segment after the public performance concluded. Following past traditions, the production team would announce the next day's participant list, time, location, and activity details the night before through the dormitory building's PA system. Trainees required to attend would then gather in the recording studio on their own when the time came. But this time, the planners had a new idea. They chose to conduct a surprise attack by sending the hostess and a group of staff members early in the morning to raid the trainees' dormitories. Simultaneously, they filmed this surprise process to use as bonus material for the show. At 7:30 in the morning, the entire building was still immersed in tranquility. Only a few strands of morning light pierced through the windows, casting beams onto the empty hallways. The staff proceeded from the first floor to the sixth floor, turning the doorknobs one by one of the targeted dorms. The selected trainees did not disappoint, providing many entertaining effects for the program. First were Xue Lu and Lui Yang, who resided on the ground floor. These two workaholics were nowhere to be found early in the morning. According to their roommates, they had gone to the dance practice room together. The post-production editor aptly inserted a Q-version special effect word next to the two vacant beds, super diligent. The hostess then continued leading her entourage of cameramen upstairs. On the way, they passed by the fourth floor where Song Lai lived in one of the rooms. Before reaching his room, they could see him already elegantly posing in front of the old rusty iron door of his dormitory, his face carefully made up with sparkling eye glitter catching the morning light. The hostess greeted cheerfully, "You woke up so early." Song Lai smiled sweetly but remained poised, "I want to present the best state for the fans in front of the camera." Post-editors promptly added another side effect label beside him, "Exquisite boy." In the comments, many fans of Song Lai requested information about his private cosmetic and skincare brands, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After visiting a few more trainees, the large crew arrived at the sixth floor, the heaviest segment of the day. In this building, there were two dorms to visit. The first was room 607, home to Crown Prince Fu Hansong and the heir apparent. However, even before they reached the staircase entrance, they bumped into Fu Hansong, sporting a headband, athletic gear, and leg-bound sandbags. He looked very cool and disciplined, with no sign of any warm-heartedness in his demeanor or words. "This outfit is really sharp. Are you heading out for your morning exercise?" The host complimented and inquired. "Yes," Fu Hansong casually glanced to the side, showing his bossy nature. "I've always kept a regular schedule, sleeping early, waking early, and running 10 kilometers every morning. I've been keeping this habit for around 7 to 8 years. The onlookers emitted appropriate gasps of astonishment. "Wow, Brother Song truly is amazing." The host smiled. Fu Hansong replied dismissively, "Some people just can't maintain self-discipline, they stay up late every day for momentary enjoyment instead of rationally planning their lives. Such individuals will inevitably end up living relatively unsuccessful lives." Considering that he comes from a prestigious family and must be handled with care, everyone applauded the heir's comment accordingly. "Good job." After concluding the interview with Fu Hansong, the host asked him to change out of his sports attire and prepare to head to the makeup area at the studio for styling before participating in the minigame activities. Having given her instructions, she followed the room numbers provided by the production team and continued forward to search for room 602. A minute later, there was a violent knocking sound outside room 602. Chu Yu, who had just pulled an all-nighter the previous night, woke up groggily, momentarily thinking he was still dreaming. Next second, he heard multiple staff shouting, "We're looking for Chu Yu. Is Chu Yu inside?" Startled, he instinctively adjusted the blanket beside him, pulling it closer while patting it down. The movement caused something inside the blanket to stir uneasily. Quickly sitting up, he leaned his upper body against the headboard, his lower half covered with the blanket. His awkward posture resembled a patient in discomfort, his nervous expression adding to the tense vibe. He maintained this pose until the door was opened, and a swarm of flashlights and cameras entered his view, startling him further. When the post-production video got here, the comments section was still flooded with praise for his pale complexion and deep-set eyebrows. The mole under his eye only enhanced his handsome appearance without makeup, which had been added to the deluxe visual package of top trainees. Surprise inspection. The hostess led the charge, smiling as she called out this phrase. Chu Yu blinked, struggling to produce a pixel-wide smile on her tense face in cooperation. She quickly sensed something amiss. "Why so nervous? Do you have something to hide?" Chu Yu answered swiftly. "No. Are you sure?" "Yes. But when someone who rarely lies does so now, even their eyelash blinking frequency becomes off, so effortful it's almost pitiful. One couldn't help but feel reluctant to expose it." The hostess quickly decided to become the villain who exposed the lie, gently guiding first, "Is there something hidden under the blanket? Your hands are holding it too tightly." Chu Yu abruptly pulled her hands back from the blanket. "No, there isn't." One of the accompanying staff members couldn't help but laugh, stepping forward and swiftly pulling the blanket off Chu Yu's bed. And revealed Duong, none other than Luo Jiayu. Everyone fell silent. Luo Jiayu's eyes were already open, clearly awake for a while. He locked eyes with the staff member who had pulled off the blanket, then kindly suggested, "Would you put the blanket back?" The chat section exploded. Sister hostess stared at the scene before her for a moment, finally picking up the microphone again. "Did you two sleep together last night?" Chu Yu didn't answer, but Luo Jiayu, lying beside her, replied naturally with an "How did you end up sleeping together? Was your bed uncomfortable?" "Not really." Luo Jiayu told the truth. As he spoke, he sat up lazily and explained vaguely, "We were just chatting yesterday evening, then fell asleep." "What time did you stop talking?" Luo Jiayu exchanged a glance with Chu Yu. 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Luo Jiayu turned back to face the camera, summarizing their previous conversation as the spokesperson, 1:30. No wonder both looked groggy, with their eyelids drooping. Luo Jiayu didn't dare tell the staff the truth because the camp explicitly forbade bringing phones. The fact was that last night, he dragged Chu Yu into the blanket to watch movies. It was a painstakingly chosen sci-fi animated movie produced in America after comparing countless Dubon film reviews. Its theme revolved around the love story between two robots. He had thought through all the topics for discussion after watching the movie. He would bring up casually, "You see, even robots can fall in love, so if you're in love, time, species, or gender aren't problems," then use the opportunity to ask Chu Yu whether they could accept men loving each other. If the response was positive, they might hint towards holding hands like the protagonists in the movie. If Chu Yu understood what he meant, he would confess outright. If not, he could say it was just friendly hand-holding. An aggressive plan, yet one where retreat was possible. It seemed flawless. But all of this happened only in fantasy because halfway through the movie, they both couldn't resist sleepiness and drifted off. There was no post-viewing discussion, no whispering or hand-holding, nor any romantic kiss followed by falling asleep in each other's arms as imagined. On the cramped bed, only two bodies lay twisted every which way. When they opened their eyes next, the scene was exactly as presented now. Luo Jiayu looked sadly at the trash can in the corner, daydreaming, while Chu Yu covered her face in embarrassment, having been caught in the lie. 5 minutes later, Chu Yu was taken away by the staff. She was shocked because they hadn't taken Luo Jiayu along. This minigame activity hadn't invited Luo Jiayu, and Chu Yu wasn't used to it. It felt like going back to the initial days of joining the camp when she looked around and saw no comfort zone of her own. The program team planned a game called Werewolf Kill, another classic game following the horror box touch and haunted house adventures. Because of the small number of participants, they chose the simplest setup: 1 seer, 1 witch, 1 hunter, plus 3 werewolves and 2 villagers. Chu Yu prayed with closed eyes to get the villager card so that she could comfortably mute herself and act like a freeloader. Unfortunately, against her wishes, the identity card she flipped showed a werewolf. Well then, it turned out she got the most impossible role for staying quiet. "Alright, everyone please close your eyes while I confirm each of your roles," the hostess announced. "Next, wolf packs, please open your eyes." Upon hearing this command, Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu opened their eyes simultaneously. After exchanging startled glances, their confusion lingered. However, before they could fully grasp the situation, a giant presence sitting across from them slowly raised his eyelids with an air of deep compassion. Chu Yu was lamenting her misfortune, oblivious to the wide-eyed shock on her partner's face upon seeing her. Wei Ziyu stared at Chu Yu as though he'd seen a ghost. In his mind, an ancestral figure's loudspeaker voice blasted through at 180 decibels. Then suddenly, a more terrifying realization dawned on him. Jiang Qinglu quickly realized the same fact as well. In this game, where everyone must cautiously hide their identity, there stood someone whose mere existence became the biggest bug just by sitting there. Thus, any emotional reunion drama between these two former lovers was bypassed as they raced to their new partner's side. Chu Yu, who was carefully contemplating how to phrase her next steps, looked utterly confused. "Okay, wolf packs, please close your eyes," the hostess reiterated after confirming everyone's role one by one and then declared, "Game starts now, it's nighttime. Everyone please close your eyes." At the exact moment, a mental announcement echoed through the room. How should I say this? How am I supposed to do this? This role is way too difficult to play. Why did I have to get? Before the thought had even finished processing, Jiang Qinglu swiftly snatched a pack of biscuits from the snack box on the table, ripped it open, and presented it to Chu Yu. "You probably haven't eaten breakfast yet. Here, have some snacks to hold you over." Chu Yu gazed at him with surprise, touched by her teammate's considerate gesture, nodded silently, and quietly took a bite of a biscuit, causing her internal announcements to fade into silence. Not wanting to be left behind, Wei Ziyu grabbed a can of fruit-flavored drink from somewhere near the table and placed it right in front of Chu Yu. "Just eating dry biscuits might choke you, make sure you also hydrate." A somewhat startled Chu Yu, who didn't expect such treatment from Duke Wei, accepted with silent bewilderment. On the other hand, Fu Hansong, who sat beside Duke Wei and whose drink had been snatched without warning, expressed a similar level of confusion. The night phase passed safely amid the sound of Chuyu crunching on her biscuits, until the hostess finally announced the first night as peaceful and proceeded to initiate the daytime voting round. As soon as Chuyu opened her eyes and swallowed her biscuit crumbs, another fresh piece was promptly shoved into her mouth. Jian Qinglu anxiously urged her, "Eat more. Fill up so that you're full." Silently nodding, Chuyu consumed the newly fed biscuit. Before she could recover, Wei Ziyu forcefully pulled the metal tab on the drink can, ready to pour directly into her mouth. "Drink more, it will feel good for your body." Chuyu, momentarily occupied by being force-fed, tried and failed to respond. What on earth was happening today? By the time the voting rounds were completed, Chuyu hadn't done much except either eating or being fed. Very quickly, the other trainees caught on to why Wei Ziyu and Jiang Qinglu acted the way they did. 5 minutes later, all 3 members of the wolf team were eliminated by the villagers and the witch's poison. Jiang Qinglu appeared regretful, Wei Ziyu frustrated, and Chuyu thoroughly bewildered. But when the second round began, and the identity cards were redistributed, everyone noticed something critical. As long as Chuyu's little mental announcer remained active, anyone assigned to the same camp risked losing their cover, yet feeding her to prevent speaking would become too obvious, making detection easy. So in this round, everyone started pitching in to feed the person seated in the middle, Chuyu. "Here, eat more." Jiang Qinglu tossed another pack of shrimp crackers onto her table. "Eat some of these." Lu Yang quickly handed over a batch of roasted vegetable chips. "These are pretty good, try them." Song Lai added yet another packet of chips. The pile of snacks grew higher and higher until soon enough, the whole table around Chuyu became a miniature mountain made entirely of treats. "It's not that." She started to protest, but her mouth was stuffed again with a shrimp cracker by Xue Lu. "Don't talk, focus on eating." "I'm nearly." She managed to chew the shrimp cracker away and attempt another protest, only to have a can of orange juice shoved into her hands by Fu Hansong. "Focus on eating, don't speak." Chuyu closed her eyes briefly, clutching the orange juice with her left hand and chocolate with her right, nibbling on potato chips with her free moments while her companions already loomed nearby ready to shove yet more treats down her throat. "I'm full." Until the very end, the social anxiety-induced scenario of struggling to fabricate words during public statements never happened. Chuyu's mouth remained perpetually packed with snacks, leaving no room for actual speech. But the final group review session was still quite torturous, lasting a full half an hour. During this time, the host frequently called on Chuyu. He could only respond with Mona Lisa-like smiles or a nod followed by, indeed. After every response, he would close his eyes and let out a sigh of relief as if half dead, which everyone noticed, secretly amused. Finally, everyone had to speak in front of the camera and share their experience and insights from playing the game that day. When it was Chuyu's turn, he looked wearily at the camera, thought for a moment, then decided to keep it simple and straightforward. "I've eaten really full." The chat comments erupted in laughter. "Others play mind games while our baby buries her head in food." "Brother Chu just ate non-stop from start to finish." "A werewolf game made me so hungry." Watching everyone feeding him like he was going to explode was hilarious, rushing around so he wouldn't talk. Brother Chu becoming an unexpected favorite without trying, close eyes, exhausted.jpg. So much socializing has drained Brother Chu. His expression looks blank like after working 24 hours straight. Without Luo Jiayu's company, energy goes quickly. Find someone to recharge him fast so us ship fans can get another moment. Luo Jiayu was halfway through reading a book on his dorm bed when the door finally opened with a lock click, and Chuyu walked in, head hanging low. "Back already?" He greeted with a curved smile but immediately noticed the silent shoe changing, coat removal, and slow approach to the bed before Chuyu climbed up onto his bed using the ladder. Chuyu was extremely depleted, akin to a robot running on zero battery power that was about to shut down in 30 seconds. After fumbling around blindly, he finally found the charging port, collapsed quietly, and stayed still. Seeing the childhood friend who had nearly fallen asleep on his chest, Luo Jiayu smiled slightly, ruffled the hair, then continued reading while holding the person in his arms. After Chuyu fell asleep, the dorm door opened again from the outside, revealing Fu Hansong's smug face. He originally wanted to relay a message from the staff to Chuyu, but what he saw inside startled him like encountering a ghost. Luo Jiayu noticed him frozen at the door, locking eyes with him for a moment. "What's wrong?" "Just standing there staring." He said, "Don't you have a childhood sweetheart who'll sleep against you when they're tired?" Fu Hansong gave an enormous eye roll, turned abruptly, and stormed off. "Tisk, sour because he doesn't have a wife," commented Luo Jiayu without lifting his eyelids, shaking his head. "People without wives are all like that. They lead relatively unsuccessful lives." Chapter 70. When Chuyu woke up, he felt much better mentally. The only downside was that he felt a little warm. His face had been pressed against his childhood friend's chest for a long time, so when he lifted his head, he looked dazed with a faint blush on his cheeks. He groggily got up, rubbing his eyes and muttering, "I just had a dream." Luo Jiayu still had one hand on his hair while the other held a phone, which had earlier been a book. It seemed like he was scrolling through something. Quietly turning off the screen of his phone after setting a new screensaver, a photo taken minutes ago of the person sleeping in his arms, he asked, "What kind of dream?" I dreamed that we went to save the world together, each piloting a Gundam. But since you didn't pass your third subject driving test, you don't have a license, so your machine crashed halfway. Stop messing with my hair. Hearing this, Luo Jiayu loosened his fingers but couldn't bear parting completely, so he touched the strands falling beside Chu Yu's ear again, asking, then what? Chu Yu blinked, not understanding why Luo Jiayu didn't argue seriously about how failing the third subject doesn't affect piloting a Gundam. Despite his confusion, he continued recounting the strange dream. Then I went to save you. You were half dead inside the mech but still managed a bright smile when you saw me come. I pulled you out of the mech while persuading you to take the driving test soon, and we agreed to save the world together next time. In normal situations, if they were sitting face to face at a table or squatting by the roadside chatting, Luo Jiayu would listen attentively and joyfully to such bizarre dreams of his companion, respond with even wilder ideas, and finally reach a consensus together. But now, with the other person resting in his arms, one of his hands just slid down from their hair and loosely rested on the nape of the neck, the other put aside the phone and wrapped around the back. Though still listening on his face, his mind had wandered off already, making his response quite off topic. That's great. Why don't you sleep a bit more? This way, you can continue saving the world. Chu Yu failed to pick up on Luo Jiayu's true motive, answering truthfully, no, saving the world is too tiring, and I haven't passed the third subject either. Is that so? After spacing out for a moment, Luo Jiayu's disconnected thoughts came back somewhat as he tilted his head toward his childhood friend in his arms. That's weird. If we're both driving without licenses, why did only I crash? Chu Yu didn't answer. He had mostly regained full awareness by this point. After sharing the dream, it came naturally to him to get up and walk towards the bed underneath. However, a pink small icon flashed in front of his eyes rather inconveniently. The message was 40 minutes worth of accumulated affinity statistics. 1105 sleeping buried into the chest, +1 affinity. 1106 sleeping embraced together, +1 affinity. 1107 petting head, +1 affinity. 1115 kissing hair, +1 affinity. 1118 forehead kiss, +1 affinity. 1123 ear kiss, +1 affinity. 1124 second ear kiss, +1 affinity. 1128 kiss tear mole at the corner of the eye, +1 affinity. 1135 sleeping embrace exceeding half an hour, +1 affinity. The content after that became unclear to him, but the affinities kept rushing in crazily, letting him belatedly realize that he was still in the identity of a player trying to romance someone. It took him even longer to understand the implications of those broadcasted contents. These actions that boosted affection lacked a subject, some of them he hadn't done and could never do. Thus, the only explanation was that these actions were performed by someone else. It took some time for him to comprehend who, while he was asleep, quietly kissed him from his hair all the way to his forehead, from his ear all the way to the corner of his eye, and then generously added piles of positive points as a self-romance grandmaster level player. Initially, he just fell asleep buried in someone's embrace, but the romantic target couldn't hide their personal feelings well, unknowingly revealing everything they had done during the unaware period. Good news, the target was overly active, allowing affection to soar without any action on his part. Bad news, now he was feeling utterly embarrassed. Luo Jiayu watched in confusion as his childhood friend froze like a statue, standing motionless before a crimson flush began spreading from his ears to cover his whole face, followed by his neck, collarbone, and shoulders, until finally, he looked like a fully cooked shrimp. What's wrong with you? He just reached out to touch the person's shoulder, and Chu Yu immediately reflexively shrank back dozens of centimeters away, all the way to the metal railing at the foot of the bed. His eyes were full of panic, unable to focus properly, and his whole body was burning hot. No. What no? He wanted to ask further but noticed that his childhood friend's breathing was already off. Taking another 2 steps closer, Chu had nowhere to retreat except leaning further backward. The closer Luo Jiayu got, the more rapid Chu Yu's breathing became. Don't touch me. Luo Jiayu quickly withdrew his hand as he saw how disheveled Chu Yu looked, fearing he might fall over if he leaned back any further. Chu Yu felt his ears were the hottest parts of his entire body. Just thinking about the earlier broadcasted content made the places that had been kissed feel like they were on fire. He wanted to run, but sitting on Luo Jiayu's bed, he had to pass by him to get down the ladder. He couldn't even bear to look at him now. He'd fallen asleep in someone's arms before from sheer exhaustion, but those instances were rare. Normally after waking up, Chu would simply climb out, then fool around as if everything was normal. Luo Jiayu once joked that he consumed power doing everything, only 5 minutes of call time for every 2 hours of charge. They also idly speculated that if both of them turned into chargers, he'd definitely be a Type-C interface, with the C standing for the first letter of Chu Yu's name in pinyin. But this time was completely different. Every action that had altered their relationship affinity score was marked clearly. What seemed normal to him before now tasted bitter and irreconcilable. He could no longer pretend not to understand because the truth lay right in front of him. The other side had kissed him while he was sleeping, and not just once. He remembered that one night when they embraced to sleep together, there was a kiss placed gently and carefully among his hair, a kiss that shared nothing in common with friendship. He had almost forgotten it, but now all the previously ambiguous actions returned from the depths of his memory, each scene popping up in turn, linking together into an undeniable line of truth. These memories pointed to a fact he couldn't escape anymore, that the other person had kissed him with meaning beyond mere camaraderie. His mind buzzed with confusion. Before he realized, his childhood friend scurried down the bed to pour a glass of cold water, then scurried back up to give him the cup. Startled, Chuyu unconsciously recoiled like a frightened animal. It was obvious that he'd fall off if he kept retreating, and Luo Jiayu swiftly grabbed him by the waist, pulling him back hard. Losing his balance, Chuyu hit his arm, causing the water to violently splash, soaking half the blanket. After a series of chaotic movements, Luo Jiayu remained calm as he handed the remaining half cup of water to the person still in his arms, who took it hesitantly. Then, upon raising his head, realizing that Luo Jiayu's lips were only a few centimeters away from his face, assuming he was about to be kissed again, Chuyu's hand shook violently, spilling the rest of the water onto the sheet. Luo Jiayu didn't get the chance to say anything when he watched Chuyu roll off with the wet blanket. An intuition told him something was hidden from him. What is going on? Chuyu grabbed the blanket and tried to escape via the ladder, his face so hot it could fry an egg. Hurriedly, he mumbled some excuses, the blanket is wet, I'll go dry it. But his attempt was stopped when his hand was caught forcefully. Luo Jiayu's voice carried a hint of agitation and firmness. Is there something you can't tell me? Why are you acting so guarded against me? The skin contact soon caused the temperature to rise again. Chuyu couldn't leave now, so he closed his eyes, inhaling and exhaling deeply in place, trying to restore himself to a stable state amidst the chaos and gather his scattered logic. Let me cool down. We'll talk tonight. Alright, Luo Jiayu said calmly. Is there anything you want to eat? Chuyu's brain wasn't processing this, blurting out carelessly, jianbingguozi. Add egg, sirloin, bacon, and double spicy sauce, Luo Jiayu stated. Right? Chuyu nodded. Good, Luo Jiayu continued. Are you a bit calmer now? Chuyu shook his head. No, I can't calm down now. During their conversation, Chuyu remained seated on the edge of the bed with his head lowered, as if ready to climb down the ladder immediately after replying. Sensing the loosening grip on his wrist, he immediately steadied himself on the railing and attempted to step onto the ladder to jump down, only for his face to be suddenly turned aside. Unavoidably, he was forced to meet the familiar face that was now alarmingly close, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Luo Jiayu cupped his face, the force re-throwing him back onto the bed. Leaning over, he stared straight into Chuyu's eyes. Look at me. As expected, he heard the breaths quicken again and felt the skin beneath his fingertips grow rapidly hot. Chuyu's face was immobilized, making it impossible to escape from that intense gaze. The surroundings grew deathly silent, magnifying the sound of his disrupted breathing in his own ears. The color returned to his face which had just cooled a little while ago, his lashes fluttering faster unconsciously. Through the bright black pupils staring back at him, he saw his own disheveled appearance, visibly panicked, nearing complete collapse. After an unknown period of time, the person above seemed to have found an answer in his reaction, and slowly released his grip. Instantly, Chuyu turned his head away, closed his eyes to steady his breathing, and muttered two syllables under his breath. Tonight. Luo Jiayu softly replied, alright, tonight. Chapter 71. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Chuyu stood beneath the only broken streetlight outside the canteen, trying to shrink into a small, invisible lump with the darkness. Luo Jiayu had gone to buy jianbing for both of them, leaving him alone to pace back and forth. After hesitating, he finally chose to stand by a dense bush that was least noticeable. The light was faint enough that the dimness gave him a protective cloak, letting him not see the other person and avoid facing himself. It was just two voices exchanging in simple conversation. Luo Jiayu came out quickly. His figure was striking whether inside or outside the camp. He held two freshly packed plastic bags and 2 bottles of soda, glancing around at the canteen entrance before quickly spotting his target and walking over. Did you pick here? Luo Jiayu asked upon reaching, looking up at the completely unlit street lamp above. Are you not worried about accidentally getting jianbing on your face? It won't happen, Chuyu replied. I have a special technique for eating jianbing. Alright. Luo Jiayu handed him his portion of the jianbing, then leaned leisurely against the lamp post without even bothering to open the plastic bag. He casually mentioned, do you still remember when we went out to sell jianbing during high school? I remember. There was indeed some history between these two and their love for jianbing. Back then, they skipped evening study sessions to sell jianbing near the school. Luo Jiayu saw the business opportunity, claiming everyone would be hungry after school, leading to a steady stream of revenue. It turned out that the business was indeed booming. However, the customers were all female students from the same school. Luo Jiayu thought it was due to his great skill and intelligence, but in reality, the students were more drawn to the faces of the two of them. Two handsome guys, one quickly making the pancakes while the other passed out crispy crackers nearby. Luo Jiayu's pancake-making skills became impeccable within that month, more proficient than any undercover cop could dream of being. He confidently believed that if his family ever went bankrupt, he could set up a stall selling jianbing, ensuring that he wouldn't starve and might even support his friends, a win-win situation. At the time, Chuyu couldn't learn how to make the pancakes and could only timidly pass things to his childhood friend as they sat side by side. While making pancakes, Luo Jiayu would occasionally curse under his breath, "You're passing me tomato sauce instead of chili sauce." Even though Chuyu did nothing, relying purely on his good looks to attract customers, most of the money earned eventually went to Chuyu as Luo Jiayu found another excuse to slip funds to his friend who was broke. Once the students had left after school, they would pack up their stall together, go to a snack shop on the street corner to buy fried meat strips, pork chops, and beer, then sit down at the curb talking non-stop about various topics. What did I say to you that night? I got so drunk that I forgot everything. Recalling this, Luo Jiayu smiled as he turned his head toward his childhood friend, still not taking a single bite from the pancake in his hand. Chuyu slowly untied the knot of the plastic bag in his hand and replied. You said that one day when you set up a stall to sell jianbing, you would earn millions a year, and open the world's top chain stores from the Louvre all the way to the Sydney Opera House. You wanted the smell of your jianbing to drift through every corner of the world. I praised you for having lofty ambitions. Indeed, aren't they lofty? Luo Jiayu nodded in agreement, smirking slightly and casually adding. At the time, I also said I would set up a singing position next to the stall for you since you like to sing. It would help solve employment issues for university students. We'd split the profits later, I'd make sure you wouldn't go hungry. Chuyu quickly curled his lips, then remembered how classmates used to call their little stall a husband and wife shop. They would call out, Mr. Luo, when seeing Luo Jiayu making pancakes, then add, Madam, when they saw him. The curve of Chuyu's lips faded away again. In the past, he didn't think much of it, but now reflecting on it, when a certain Mr. Luo naturally replied, it's a husband and wife shop, so what, it seemed he wasn't just joking around. How come you're taking so long to untie this knot? The harder you pull, the tighter it gets. Luo Jiayu offered, preparing to help. His fingers brushed against Chuyu's hand, the warmth clear in the darkness. Chuyu flinched, as if scorched, then met eyes identical to those he had seen in the daytime, followed by a soft inquiry. So, what's really going on? That day, Chuyu had been sitting on the small stool on the balcony all day, sunbathing alongside Luo Jiayu's quilt, contemplating what to say. In the end, he decided honesty was the best policy, more sincere and direct than any seemingly beautiful lie. I've taken a side mission, and now I can see your affection level towards me. Chuyu frankly admitted. What's the mission? Chuyu took a deep breath, then realizing he lacked sufficient courage, he drew in another one. Closing his eyes, he hurriedly whispered, to make you fall in love with me. Luo Jiayu was rendered speechless for several seconds. Neither of them said anything during this stretch, he just blankly stared at the person before him. It took a long while before he could regain his voice. When did this happen? A few days ago. A few days ago. The day when the second public ranking came out. Chuyu noticed his childhood friend's wordless gaze and uncomfortably turned away. No wonder his childhood friend had acted so odd that day. He'd mistakenly assumed that it was because his friend had finally come to their senses, leading him to feel joy for a long time unnecessarily. Luo Jiayu steadied his descending emotions, drank some water, and went back to the original topic. So, what does this have to do with today? After waking up from my nap this afternoon, the affection system gave me an update. What did it say? My attraction towards you increased significantly. As Chuyu continued, he found his voice growing increasingly hoarse, even though he'd mentally prepared these words all day, and it also provided reasons for the increase. I see. Luo Jiayu nodded as if deep in thought. After finishing his carbonated water, he casually twisted the cap off and nonchalantly glanced over, so, my kiss on you was also part of the broadcast. Chuyu's ears immediately flushed red, but this conversation was all within his expectations. He maintained a calm expression and nodded slightly, yeah. How did it describe it? There was even a hint of curiosity in Luo Jiayu's tone. It first described the event causing the affection increase, then stated the exact numerical increase, like when you kissed my forehead, your affection increased by 1 point. The two were discussing this subsidiary mission's affection mechanism like they were debating an academic issue. Chuyu's wording sounded almost professional, despite his burning ears. Got it. I remember I kissed you about 5 or 6 times, and the system broadcasted each instance. Yeah. So you were nervous earlier today because you heard those updates. Luo Jiayu put the pieces together smoothly, his smart mind quickly connecting the dots. Yeah. Now the misunderstanding was cleared, and Chuyu inappropriately sighed in relief. He still wasn't used to any secrets between them, keeping something hidden felt like having a little lump inside his chest, small but constantly uncomfortable. Luo Jiayu acted no different than usual, chatting idly while they ate and walked. In this relaxing atmosphere, Chuyu gradually unwound, feeling as if they were just discussing everyday trivialities. How did you suddenly think to take this mission? No punishment if the side mission isn't completed, might as well give it a shot. But after accepting it, I learned what the task was. Is the task specifically about winning me over? So I must be pretty special in the system's eyes. No, the task is to choose any character from the story and win them over. I chose you. I see. Does this mission require reaching a specific level of affection? Yes, reaching 100 points will complete the mission. Luo Jiayu seemingly asked casually, shouldn't I count as relatively easy to win over? You count. Your affection increases faster than others. How fast? We shared a sleep session where you hugged me, and it increased by over 10 points. How does it add up? 1 kiss, 1 point. Something like that. What places did I kiss you? Hair, forehead, ear, and, realizing there was something peculiar in Luo Jiayu's tone midway through his reply, Chiyu found the other person already leaning closer before he could fully react, his eyes devoid of any humor. His voice grew progressively drier, his gaze wandering everywhere except where it should be, yet he persisted in voicing the last 2 words stubbornly, corner of the eye. Luo Jiayu looked down with only a voice that both could hear, so you know everything now? Yeah. And you know that I like you? Chuyu hesitated to respond, but the heat on his face kept rising. He wanted to evade but couldn't move his feet. He could only helplessly watch as Luo Jiayu edged closer amidst the silence, until he could feel the warmth of his breathing on his face. Luo Jiayu slightly tilted his head, half closing his eyes as he leaned in to touch his childhood friend's parted lips. Chuyu only realized a second before their lips were about to meet and jolted back like he was electrocuted, only to clang into a lamppost behind him. The collision caused his vision to go black for a moment. Luo Jiayu instinctively reached out to pull him closer, wanting to cradle his head against his chest, but thought better of it, unsure what these actions might signify in the current situation. It hurts so much. Chuyu clenched his eyes shut, sharply drawing in 2 breaths of cold air. After remaining still on the spot for a brief while, he noticed there wasn't a sound from across, then opened his eyes again to see his childhood friend with his eyelids slightly drooping, unmoving, revealing a faint yet uncontrollable tinge of disappointment in his gaze. His heart contracted. He instinctively reached out to grab his wrist but stopped abruptly halfway, equally uncertain what such an act of holding hands might mean in this context. An awkward and stifling atmosphere spread between them, making the surrounding air feel increasingly heavy, as if the fleeting ease just a moment ago had all been an illusion. Finally breaking the silence was Luo Jiayu's voice. First, he stepped back half a pace to restore normal distance between them, then casually asked with a joking tone. Do you really have absolutely no feelings for me at all? Chuyu couldn't speak. It felt as though a century had passed, with Luo Jiayu feeling like a believer waiting for the final verdict to be announced. He waited on the left and on the right, never receiving even a scrap of an answer. He thought this question would also end unresolved along with his secret affection, but just then, the other party spoke, filled with more bewilderment than certainty. I don't know. Luo Jiayu stared intently at him for quite a while. Don't know, he repeated the response before asking softly again, do you dislike it when I kiss you? This one could be answered. Chuyu heard himself saying, not dislike. He saw the shadows that originally clouded his childhood friend's eyes gradually disappear, followed by a smile. Then he heard the other whispering lightly into his ear, the tone akin to coaxing. If you're not sure but also don't dislike it, we could actually give it a try. After finishing, Luo Jiayu tentatively wrapped his arms around Chu Yu's shoulders. Pulled gently against his chest, thanks to the gentle movement, Chu Yu didn't react by impulsively stepping back. Besides discarding those complex emotions, he actually liked being hugged by Luo Jiayu. He enjoyed the familiar warmth when they leaned on each other, which brought him a sense of peace. He could sense Luo Jiayu's effort to soothe him, avoiding any sensitive areas, simply embracing him. Then placing his forehead against Chu Yu's, tenderly caressing his hair. They had done similar gestures during their friendship phase. By the end of the embrace, Chu Yu didn't break away, but when it came to getting closer, he hesitated. In his hesitation, he felt the light brush of a kiss landing on the corner of his mouth. It was quick and fleeting like a dragonfly skimming the water surface, and after, silently observed his reaction. It was the first time his childhood friend kissed him when both were fully awake. It felt strange yet unique, tinged with the scent of lemon mint because Luo Jiayu had just consumed some carbonated water earlier. But just a second later, his face and ears burned red. His breathing became rapid as he pushed Luo Jiayu hard, standing in place to regulate his breathing for a long while so his racing heart wouldn't hurt him too much. Luo Jiayu quietly looked at him, awaiting his response. Closing his eyes, Chiyu spoke with a raspy voice, give me a little more time. All right. Chapter 72. That night, Chiyu didn't sleep at all, his mind in a state of unprecedented conflict. His eyes were wide open because he was tired, but every time he closed them, the image of Luo Jiayu kissing the corner of his mouth would jolt him awake. After kissing his mouth, it was his forehead, the corner of his eye, and his ear. With each imagined scene, he tossed and turned even more, unable to fall asleep, his mind as tangled as a ball of yarn that had been played with by a cat. Eventually, he avoided Luo Jiayu even during the day, fearing that seeing him would remind him of their kisses. This back and forth lasted for several nights, dark circles under his eyes grew darker, and his mental state deteriorated further. However, his thoughts on the issue with his childhood friend remained stagnant, as every time he thought of Luo Jiayu, his face flushed red, leaving him unable to do anything but sigh and cool his burning cheeks with the back of his hand. How tired he was, this fatigue made him irritable. He had recently diagnosed himself as Sun Wukong, the main symptom being extreme irritation every day. 2 days before the holiday ended, the production team arranged a group interview. This interview took the form of a roundtable discussion, and to create a relaxed atmosphere, the staff deliberately scheduled the recording during lunchtime so the invited trainees could eat while being interviewed. The production team really knew how to pick their dates, always managing to catch someone in their worst possible mental state. Although he seemed hesitant due to his inexperience with matters of the heart, the longer he suffered, the more he wanted to punch the world. The lunch prepared for the group interview was simple, a large plate of dumplings, thin-skinned and generously filled, much bigger than those sold in supermarkets. Each person served themselves according to their appetite, allowing the trainees to decide how many they wished to eat. Chu Yu arrived relatively late. Before him came Jiang Qinglu, Song Lai, and Fu Hansong. And also Luo Jiayu, who, aware that his childhood friend had been avoiding him, consciously arrived at a different time. Jiang Qinglu, the first to arrive, served herself only 8 dumplings and bashfully smiled at the camera, "I have a small appetite." The chat room lit up with loving comments urging her to eat more. Song Lai, arriving next, also served herself 8 dumplings, candidly stating, "I gain weight easily, eating too much isn't good for maintaining my figure, so I need to diet." The chat room buzzed with appreciation, praising Sister Song for her discipline, noting that self-controlled men were truly the most handsome. Strong Brother accidentally revealed his chiseled jawline to the camera as he breezily walked over, declaring, "I believe a healthy and normal lunch portion is around 15 dumplings, satisfying the basic human need for carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, with the vegetables inside the dumplings also being necessary." The surrounding staff appropriately flattered, "Wow, that makes sense." While Fu Hansong was speaking, Luo Jiayu was transferring dumplings from the big plate to a smaller bowl, distracted by thoughts of whether the capybara in his dormitory had gone out on time, slowing down his actions. Why does Brother Sprayer look so spaced out and unhurried today? It's almost like Brother Botsy. The more you look, the more alike they seem, almost as if Brother Botsy's spirit has taken over. Will there be 2 capybaras eating dumplings together when Brother Botsy arrives? I think the reason why he looks like he's sleepwalking is precisely because Brother Botsy isn't here. This condition should probably be called capybara withdrawal syndrome, just letting Brother Botsy hug him would set him right. Could it be that couples tend to grow to resemble one another? Your OTP shipping is getting out of control. Slow-moving Luo Dog slowly glanced sideways at the approaching strong brother and continued serving himself dumplings. But Fu Hansong quickly noticed something odd. Their movements were asynchronous, but it seemed as if the other person intentionally lagged a beat behind him. After he served himself 10 dumplings, the other served 11. He served 11, Luo Jiayu served 12. He served 12, Luo Jiayu served 13. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't either. If the enemy moves forward, I move forward too. He asked nothing, said nothing, he gave a glare, and he feigned surprise. Fu Hansong served 14, Luo Jiayu served 15. Fu Hansong served 15, which was the standard high-quality male consumption amount of dumplings. Just as he was about to put down his chopsticks, he saw Luo Jiayu serve himself the 16th dumpling, then casually float a remark. "Oops, one more than you. No man can swallow this kind of pride." Fu Hansong directly became enraged and served himself the 17th dumpling. Luo Jiayu continued to lightly provoke him from the side, "I'll eat 18 for this meal." Fu Hansong hastily served himself the 19th dumpling. "Still, I'd better eat 20. Fu Hansong's temple veins bulged as he served himself the 21st dumpling. This kept climbing until they reached 30. Fu Hansong looked at his plate of dumplings piled like a mountain, believing there was no way he could lose. But when he turned around, he saw Luo Jiayu holding a normal-sized bowl. His chopsticks had not even moved. He couldn't believe it. "Aren't you going to eat 29? I was just joking, I only served myself 16. Luo Jiayu left that hanging in the air before walking away, saying, "Remember to finish them, don't waste food." Once served, the dumplings couldn't be taken back, and Fu Hansong stared in silence at the amount in front of him that equaled 2 meals worth, then furiously dropped another wave of disapproval toward Luo Jiayu, further deducting the already zero goodwill. "Sorry, Bro Sprayer is too malicious, someone so mean-hearted can't possibly be a capybara. Enough, I feel sorry for our brother Song, he's got an undeserved top trainee glutton title now. You can tell today Bro Sprayer's mood isn't great, The capybara withdrawal syndrome has gained a new symptom. Brother Botsy, hurry over and soothe the patient." "Brother Botsy, why aren't you here yet? Urgent, 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 urgent." Chu Yu arrived as one of the last few, just entering the broadcast building corridor when all present heard his voice long before they saw him, a cacophony reverberating through the hallway. That guy was apparently speaking to someone, but it seemed conversational via megaphone. "So tired, my eyelids have autism. What's wrong with my mental state? I've decided, if there's rice, I'll eat, if there isn't, I'll sleep. Life is good, death is fine too, I'm at peace. So what's wrong with my mental state? I don't get it, I don't fear death anymore, so why would I fear seeing him? Based on logical deduction, I'm actually not afraid of seeing him at all. That's right, this conclusion fills me with determination. Brave fish isn't afraid of difficulties, onward to the magical castle together. Nah, I still want to die. None of you are allowed to crawl in darkness. Shout out with me. Straighten up. Fly into the sunlight. Shout. Straighten up. Fly into the sunlight. Shout. Straighten up. Fly into the sunlight. Shout. Straighten up. Fly into the sunlight. As soon as these words faded, the icy-faced cool brother walked into the recording room, his demeanor completely contradicting his prior rant, silently took the chopsticks handed by the staff, and headed towards the large plate in the center of the table. Then he gave a cold glance at the supersized portion lunch in the dish. What is this? Dumplings, take one. 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 The crowd looked on in stunned silence as Chu Yu, with a poker face, quickly piled 20 dumplings onto his own plate. The chat room went wild. Save who? Save brother Botsy, he seems like he's gone crazy. Laugh to death, you never know what mental disorder lurks behind a high coldness mask. Little fish, ice cold face, let's fly into the sunlight together. The density of this madness might give me obsessive compulsive symptoms. I'm the only one who finds his deadpan face combined with conflicting radio rants incredibly cute, right? It's been a while since we've seen such a mentally beautiful little fish, warm heart melting like urination, very comforting. No doubt about it, once the main player flips, fans immediately follow suit. Can brother Botsy really eat 20 dumplings? If he finishes, I will call him Dumpling Brother. Baby, did something shock you? Wait, he mentioned earlier being afraid to see him, who exactly is it that he fears to see? Song Lai, having experienced Chu Yu's lunacy during the second public performance training before, elegantly plugged her ears in advance. Other trainees familiar with his nature also skillfully covered their ears as they waited for this broadcast storm to pass. After Chu Yu finished piling the dumplings, the host sitting beside him smiled and began with the usual opening greeting, "Little fish, good afternoon, what time did you wake up today?" Chu Yu blinked his eyes, seemingly just returning from a sleepwalking state, looking somewhat bewildered. Before 12. The host quietly glanced at the wall clock. 12:01. Dude operates sincerely but responds wildly inappropriate. Just as Chu Yu had sat down and begun to enthusiastically devour his dumplings, an unwelcome figure appeared at the doorway. Jiang Qinglu's expression changed immediately upon seeing the newcomer, but Bai Yu stood confidently at the entrance, smiling and greeting the staff with ease. The newly crowned top trainee, notorious for his scheming demeanor, had meticulously planned every movement. The cuffs of his sleeves were lightly sprayed with a discreet yet luxurious cologne designed to charm subtly, and as he surveyed the table, his eyes searched regretfully for a certain wealthy heir from Beijing who hadn't arrived yet. His disappointment was palpable. Unable to secure his first choice, Bai Yu settled for sitting next to the young lord instead, which conveniently placed him right beside Chu Yu. Following his principle of subtlety in seduction, Bai Yu waved casually at the silent Botsy, "Hello." Then, noticing the 20 dumplings on Chu Yu's plate, his green tea-like demeanor kicked into high gear as he couldn't help but unleash a barrage of comments. Big brother little fish is eating so much. People like me with smaller appetites only need 7 or 8 to feel full. Really can't eat that many at all. Botsy, still chewing on his dumpling filling, slowly raised his head and glanced at Bai Yu with an expression identical to Luo Jiayu's when she looked at Fu Hansong earlier. You're right, but Vatican City has a permanent population of 800 people. Meanwhile, Australia alone has 47 million kangaroos. If the kangaroos decided to invade Vatican City, each Vatican citizen would have to fight 58,750 kangaroos. You don't know, you don't care, you only care about your own dumplings. Confused, Bai Yu blurted out. After delivering this piercing gaze, Botsy returned to quietly eating without noticing that everyone around him had been rendered silent by his cryptic remark. Fu Hansong couldn't hold back and leaned over Bai Yu, tapping his arm, "Hey." This time, Botsy didn't even spare him a glance, his internal monologue blasted out loud and clear. What's up? Crush on me? It's not. 4 words. Crush on me. I. Repeated again and again. Crush on me. Fu Hansong felt like a mute who'd just bitten into a bitter herb, jerking his hand back as if electrocuted, moving his chair a meter away from Chu Yu. The look of defeat made him appear almost aggrieved. Noticing the big spender distancing himself, Bai Yu turned reluctantly to try retaining attention, only to be startled by the 30 dumplings on Chu Yu's plate. Recalling his subtle insinuations from earlier, Bai Yu started sweating profusely. Comment section. Save us, how many dumplings did Big Brother Sprayer consume today? Good baby, listen to mama, spit out your Lolo. What a crazy day, did the souls of Sprayer Bro and Botsy switch places? Ha ha ha. Clearly in poor mental state. Who's taking care of the child? I feel his grudge could kill the whole world. Laugh to death, where's Sprayer Bro? Want to see their sweet interaction. Sprayer Bro went to get seasonings, he hasn't come back after ages. Here he comes, this is my favorite episode. Excuse me. A familiar voice rang behind them, freezing Chu Yu to the core, shutting down his inner thoughts permanently with one single line. Because this person really liked him secretly. The soft sound of a bottle touching the tabletop echoed, and Chu Yu slightly lifted his lowered head, only to see a hand placing something in front of him, a bottle of Leoma. Luo Yi Yang across the table nearly cried from hunger looking at it. Following that hand upwards, his gaze met Lu Jiayu's, who blinked playfully and smiled, "Don't you need this for your dumplings?" He softly hummed in affirmation, lowering his head to reach for the bottle, but Luo Jiayu didn't pull away. What touched his fingers wasn't the bottle but warm skin and hard knuckles, causing his fingertips to recoil as if burned. He was caught between staying or retreating. Couple goals are back with a vengeance, ship confirmed. Deliberately going to fetch condiments, sweetness level maxed out. I somehow think there's something off about their vibe. Am I imagining things? Absolutely nothing off. Don't talk nonsense while wide awake. After opening the cap for someone else, Lu Jiayu naturally retrieved his hand and moved his chair right between Chu Yu and Fu Hansong. This distance that strong bro just retreated created enough space for him to settle down comfortably with his plate of dumplings. As soon as he sat down, he picked up the kettle and a glass from the center of the table, poured a cup of water, and placed it beside Chu Yu. Chu Yu was like a bomb had exploded inside him, suddenly becoming alert. He stood up and directly intercepted Luo Jiayu's glass midair. I can pour myself. OMG, something is definitely off. Sometimes I reflect on myself, after years of being sharp, why can't I tell when couples are acting weird? What's going on with them? It feels like Chu Yu is breaking apart. According to my years of experience in shipping, this respectful attitude either means they broke up or truly fell in love, no third option. Yu's ears are so red, am I about to discover something scandalous? It's just water, why are your ears so red? Stop it, you're overthinking. It would be impossible for Luo Jiayu not to have any mischievous thoughts at all, but given their childhood friendship and how easily his face turned red, further physical actions in front of cameras would only add to the other's already tense nerves, which wasn't good. Chu Yu didn't know about his internal struggles and focused entirely on eating the hot sauce and dumplings, afraid that raising his head even once might catch sight of someone next to him. When others cued procedures, he ate his dumplings looking down. When others grabbed the spotlight, he ate his dumplings looking down. When others snickered and plotted against each other creating awkward tensions around the table, he ate his dumplings looking down. When those plotting halfway caused a cold silence, everyone around feeling uneasy, he continued eating his dumplings looking down, realizing only then that he had eaten all 20 in one sitting. Oh no, now there were no more dumplings left. He'd taken too few this time. This meant he had to look up now. What was he supposed to do? Unfortunately, Bai Yu, responsible for the current cold silence, was now seeking someone amidst the stillness to help save the situation. His eyes lit up when he noticed Chu Yu blankly staring at the plate beside him and decided immediately that this patsy was ideal. Hey Chu Yu, do you agree with what I said? His earlier statement had offended several people, the reason for the dead air, and by handing this hot potato to his neighbor now, if Chu Yu could resolve it, Bai Yu could gracefully step down, if he couldn't, they'd both sink together. Batzi looked up at him briefly without a megaphone, and instantly, the cool guy aura became piercing and sharp, making Bai Yu feel somewhat intimidated under his gaze. What had he just said? Chu Yu frantically searched for Teacher Zhao within. Teacher Zhao was also confused. I don't know, I've been playing landlord with your teacher Ji all this time. I disagree. Luo Jiayu, who had been absent-mindedly staring off into space at his childhood friend nearby, responded effortlessly, just like before, and added a dumpling to Chu Yu's bowl, and besides, he hasn't finished eating yet. Can we let people eat in peace? In sync with this sentiment, Chu Yu popped the additional dumpling straight into his mouth. So protective, stop blaming me for going crazy. Mr. Troller is so bold, he doesn't care who he offends. Why should he care? White Feather clearly started with bad intentions. Any clear-eyed person knows who deserves the scolding. Brother Batzi, how come you eat so much? Ugh, from now on I'll call you Dumpling Bro. After Chu Yu consumed a dumpling, Luo Jiayu served another one. He ate one more and received yet another. The chopsticks paused mid-motion, and a few seconds later, he cast a soft glance toward his childhood friend beside him, so quiet only two people could hear, can't eat anymore. Then drink some water, said the caring little dog Lu Jiayu as he tenderly handed over a glass of water, asking at the same time, did you not have breakfast? Chu Yu nodded. I saved you some soup buns and soy milk on the table, didn't you eat them? Shaking his head, Chu Yu continued speaking quietly, slept in, didn't have time to eat. Luo Jiayu visibly cheered up more, his smile stretching at the corners of his eyes until a cough from the hostess interrupted their private chat as though no one else existed. Chu Yu returned to his previous state of spacing out but realized unexpectedly that speaking with the other party felt completely natural and not at all tense, just like usual, making his previous concern seem unnecessary. Perhaps years of familiar conversational habits wouldn't be changed simply by an ambiguous kiss on the lips. After the collective interview ended, Luo Jiayu originally wanted to find Chu Yu to go back to the dormitory together, but the production team arranged for every trainee to record individual question and answer mini-footage sequentially. Coincidentally, Chu Yu recorded first while Luo Jiayu was last, missing each other naturally again. As Luo Jiayu walked out of the single interview room, he saw Bai Yu handing his phone back to a staff member. After thanking him, Bai Yu quickly turned around and left. With a calm expression, Luo Jiayu approached the staff member and greeted him. Hi, do you know where Mr. Chen Yan is? I need to talk to him. Chen Yan was the staff member assigned by his company for this camp, the one who had previously given him the phone to communicate with sponsors and his boss. No idea. Alright, thank you. While speaking, Luo Jiayu continuously stared at the badge on the person's chest until he clearly saw the picture and name before smiling, turning around and leaving. On the way back to the dormitory, he secretly opened his phone, launched Weibo, and remembered that it had been quite a while since his last undercover visit to his own territory, so he decided to specifically check in on Super Talk. His territory was thriving, and surprisingly, without his interference, it seemed to have developed even more successfully. As usual, he received several messages from Sister Kuanya. This netizen could already be considered an old friend after such a long time, and sure enough, Luo Jiayu found screenshots and dual photos of himself and Chuyu as soon as he opened their chat. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks, kid brother, we seem to have discovered something real. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks, I feel like there's definitely something off about these two, everyone in the group is discussing if they've started dating. Silently, Luo Jiayu saved a few pictures sent by Sister Kuan Ye and then clicked open the group chat record she mentioned. The CP ship fans in the group were divided into a few main factions. The micro-expression analysis faction. In the latest episode, when Xiaoyu and Luolu looked at each other, his blinking speed clearly increased significantly, and his eyes habitually wandered while pressing his lips, absolutely indicating something's going on, most likely harboring secret love. As for Luolu, I won't elaborate, but all Doyu sisters noticed that when he talks to Xiaoyu, he only stares at the lips of the other, hinting at unrequited affection. The astrology metaphysics faction. I studied the purple destiny and birth dates of both individuals, their destinies match perfectly, suitable for marriage, making them a natural pair. Both of their astrological charts show Mars entering the first house, their rising signs complement each other, definitely destined soulmates. The psychology and philosophical thoughts faction. During the second public stage with duo singing, Luolu's look should indicate unattainable love, he has already fallen for the other party but hides his feelings beneath acting due to their childhood friendship. When the rankings came out, Xiaoyu appeared distracted. When Luolu held his hand, his ears got red, yet he didn't let go, implying hidden feelings he doesn't recognize himself. And many similar discussions, which made the kid brother marvel. And when all kinds of theories were distilled together, they ultimately led to just one conclusion. Doyu are true. An avalanche of messages followed under the statement Doyu are true, creating an impressive scene. Our CP is undoubtedly the realest, sweetest, best, and coolest. +1. +1. The sisters in the group continued reveling in joy while Luo Jiayu quietly backed out and reopened the private chat window with Sister Kuan Ye. AAA Chief Handsome Guy, I've read everything, and I also think their relationship is authentic. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks, right? Now, I'm thinking about how to help them lock their closet doors. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks, I couldn't dream of getting such good things in my life, thanks to this couple of bodhisattva-like figures. AAA Chief Handsome Guy, I think the analysis in the group on my psychological state might be accurate, but not necessarily regarding Xiaoyu. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks. You're not them, how can you know what they're thinking? AAA Chief Handsome Guy, just a hunch, my instincts are sharp. AAA Chief Handsome Guy, actually, I've been really troubled lately. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks, troubled about what? It's not your business with your buddy again, is it? AAA Chief Handsome Guy, how did you guess? The other side sent a sweating smiling soybean emoji. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks, isn't it just about kissing someone lightly on the face and apologizing and making up? AAA Chief Handsome Guy, no. AAA Chief Handsome Guy, I confess to my buddy. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks. Kuan Ye's Lord can feed ducks. Sister Kuan Ye immediately forwarded the private chat record into the group chat. Sisters, spring has truly arrived, not only is there something going on with our main pairing, but even kid brother and his buddy seem to have something brewing. I've always shipped you and your buddy, it feels like a primary school version of Luolu and Xiaoyu. How come their primary school days were so romantic and adventurous? Back then, I only knew how to play with mud. What? Pisces as a substitute? Let me ship them too. AAA Chief Handsome Guy, could you give me some advice while shipping them? AAA Chief Handsome Guy, after I confessed, my buddy has been avoiding me. I don't dare to be too proactive because I'm afraid of scaring him away, but I really want to hug him like before. Kid brother. Dude, aren't you taking this a little too seriously? Some CP fans in the group joked around, others advised him to focus on his studies instead of falling into early romance, while naturally some well-meaning sisters gave sincere suggestions. Your friend might still be in an adjustment period and doesn't know how to face you yet, but he definitely has feelings for you too, otherwise he would have already rejected you. Kid brother, your buddy seems so introverted. This type tends to fear invading his psychological boundaries. You could show more gentleness towards him or quietly stay by his side until he realizes things himself and comes to find you. I support luring him in by deception or persuasion first. What if your buddy is too dense to figure it out? You should take the initiative and push. Oh no, the more I analyze, the more this feels like Pisces' main meal. Kid brother, you'd better not be pretending to be in primary school, otherwise I'll be scared. Why don't you communicate properly? Running away isn't a solution. Friends should talk openly about these issues. Of course, this assumes that your relationship is close enough. My mind is simple. I believe there's nothing unresolved between kids when there's a piece of cake involved. If one won't work, then two pieces will do the trick. AAA Chief Handsome Guy, thank you all, I'll keep it in mind. AAA Chief Handsome Guy, if the confession succeeds, I'll celebrate. Forget the formalities, kid brother. Better send us more private pictures of the Pisces couple. +1. +1. Wishing you success, kid brother. Stay happy, kid brother. Luo Jiayu put his phone back into his pocket and took out the key, unlocking the door to the dormitory ahead. Chu was currently sitting half-slumped on the bed, staring absent-mindedly at the quilt beside him. Two heavy dark circles under his eyes stood out prominently. He didn't look up upon hearing the door opening because he already knew who had entered. They hadn't spoken alone for quite some time now. Chu heard the soft rustling sounds of Luo Jiayu changing clothes and shoes, then climbing onto the top bunk above him without making any further movement. After a short pause, there came a familiar voice from above, "Can't sleep?" Chu pressed on his eyelids lazily and responded faintly, The top bunk grew silent for a few seconds, followed quickly by creaking noises. It was Luo Jiayu descending down the ladder, standing by his bedside holding a fluffy object. Luo Jiayu handed over the oddly shaped blue glaring fuzzy caterpillar stuffed toy. Chu's eyes widened at first, then he accepted it and hugged it closely, a small smile appearing on his lips. This furry ugly thing looked exactly like the plush doll he used to hold during sleep in his childhood bedroom. Luo Jiayu checked his remaining popularity points after exchanging for the stuffed toy. It was still over 500, no problem, it wouldn't affect his ranking in subsequent stages. Thank you. After settling the hideous plush caterpillar beside the pillow, Chu seemed to recall something, and the upward curve of his previously smiling lips disappeared. Is this a gift from a friend, or? I don't know, Luo Jiayu shrugged. I just hope you can sleep well tonight. Chu fell silent, clutching the stuffed caterpillar tightly in his arms. Why aren't you sleeping well? Luo Jiayu sat down on the edge of his bed and asked softly. Chu raised his eyes to meet his gaze briefly, then averted them after 2 seconds, deciding to tell the truth. I always dream about you kissing me. As soon as he said it, his face turned red. He sat silently adjusting his breathing for a while until his complexion returned to normal, then turned his head to look at Luo Jiayu. He found that Luo Jiayu's ears were also red, and his eyes stared at the floor, still speaking frankly and chatting casually with him about these topics. I remember you said you didn't dislike that feeling. I don't know, Chu absent-mindedly pinched the cheeks of the plush caterpillar, this casual chat atmosphere relaxing him unconsciously, which made it easier for him to say the truth, but I'm a bit scared. Scared of what? Scared of being uncomfortable, unable to breathe, and feeling chest tightness and anxiety. Chu looked at his childhood friend in confusion and murmured, since I was a kid, only my mom has kissed me, you're the second one. I don't have anything to compare it to, so I don't know what that feeling is. Moreover, Luo Jiayu used to be the only comfort zone outside of his family. He always felt at ease when with his childhood friend, but once they stepped any closer, this precious sense of comfort disappeared. And that's exactly what he couldn't accept. Luo Jiayu said nothing for a moment. After a while, he extended his hand, clasping Chu's hand resting on the blanket. Do you feel uncomfortable? Chu glanced down at their intertwined hands. Not now. Luo Jiayu curved the corner of his mouth. Do you want to lean on me and sleep for a bit? Chu stared at him without saying a word. You haven't finished your mission to win me over yet. Luo Jiayu kindly reminded him. And we've slept together before, maybe if you leaned on me, you'd really fall asleep. Want to give it a try? Chu's fingers twitched. Just consider it an experiment, to see if you really get uncomfortable when you're near me. If it makes you feel uneasy, you can go right back to bed, and I won't bring this up again. Alright, let's give it a try. After finishing speaking, Chu slowly crawled out of the covers, inching closer toward Luo Jiayu sitting by the edge of the bed. Then he tentatively rested his head on Luo Jiayu's shoulder. Still the same familiar minty scent, though he didn't know whether it came from the laundry detergent Luo Jiayu used or some sort of perfume sprayed, which had probably been around for years. It smelled good. It made him feel calm as soon as he sniffed it. It reminded him distinctly of Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu gently cupped the person's nape and adjusted his posture into a semi-reclined position on the bed, then placed the drowsy head nestled in his arms onto his chest. After all, a bony shoulder would hurt after leaning on it for too long. 5 minutes later, he heard steady breathing. Luo Jiayu rubbed the person's head in his arms. Adhering to the principle of not taking advantage of someone during a sensitive period of their relationship, he refrained from kissing everywhere and merely held him. A while later, his head dropped, leaning against the childhood friend in his arms, and the two fell asleep together. Chapter 73. On the last night of the vacation, all trainees were notified to gather in front of the main gate of the camp. Tomorrow, the official selection for the third public ranking would begin, and a new round of screening was about to start. The number of trainees gathered at the gate had been reduced from 100 initially to just 35 now. A bus drove up to the group. The staff member in charge of the team smiled broadly as they looked at the puzzled contestants and announced that the production crew had a surprise plan for everyone. The group promptly voiced their anticipation and curiosity. The hostess passed the microphone around, asking each trainee to guess their destination. Halfway through, she unexpectedly noticed someone who seemed very out of place, with their head bowed low, appearing deflated, as if they had been wronged in some way. Upon recognizing who it was, she was even more surprised. What's wrong, Xia Luo? Are you not feeling well? Luo Jiayu didn't speak or lift his head, merely shaking it to indicate that there was nothing serious going on and he should be left alone. The camera was still recording everyone's reactions, causing the live chat viewers to react with more astonishment than the hostess. What's wrong with him today? Is Spraybro moody? Seriously, this is unprecedented. In my memory, he has never been anything but the center of attention. Spray bro, don't lower your head, your sunglasses might fall off. And no crying either, your fans will laugh. Laughing like crazy, Miss Trouble may be late, but she's never absent. Oh no, the more I look at him, the more it seems like he's actually been crying. His eyes are a little red. What happened, Spray bro? Tell us your trouble so we can have a good laugh. Don't let baby really get bullied, mommy will be heartbroken. For Spray bro with such combat skills, it must be the fault of the family member beside him. The family member standing nearby seemed somewhat nervous. Chuyu grabbed her childhood friend's wrist through the coat, awkwardly trying to explain, struggling with words. He's got a headache. It'll pass in a bit. If you're not feeling well, you should go to the medical room and see a doctor, the hostess advised, then took the cameraman to interview others. As Luo Jiayu's head remained lowered, a quick glance confirmed the cameras were no longer on them. He slowly stretched out a finger to hook the person next to him. Chuyu shrank back reflexively when the sudden rise in temperature at the tip of his fingers shocked him. Instinctively, he tried to pull away, but Luo Jiayu slumped onto his shoulder with his head drooping lifelessly. Fearing his friend might faint, Chuyu steadied him, still feeling unwell. Luo Jiayu nodded, responding weakly in a half-dead voice, unwell. He sounded even more pitiful. With one hand being held and the other supporting his shoulder, Chuyu's face showed guilt. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's all my fault. Can I lean on you and take a nap during the ride later? Luo Jiayu's voice sounded weaker than ever, his tone listless. My head aches, and I feel dizzy. All right. The unseen head nestled into his shoulder quietly curled its lips upward. Half an hour earlier, thanks to the relaxed atmosphere from their private chat and sleeping together a few days ago, both were lying idly on their dormitory beds when Luo Jiayu proposed a game of Pictionary. Chuyu agreed. Ultimately, due to his overly abstract stick figures, Luo Jiayu won 3 consecutive rounds. I expect you to treat me to dinner tomorrow and the day after. Luo Jiayu proudly waved the ugly drawings of stick figures in triumph, as if they were medals. Sitting on the other end of the bed, Chuyu rolled his eyes and flipped over the blank paper in his hand, imitating his childhood friend's style by starting to sketch stick figures. While propping his cheek with his palm and observing the other drawing, Luo Jiayu suddenly recalled something, asking curiously, how much favor do you have for me right now? Over 800, Chuyu replied without looking up, and just added 2 more points. So I'm just like those NPCs in the books to you? Luo Jiayu switched to support his cheek with another hand. Who's the second highest in your list of likable characters? I'll check. Chuyu momentarily spaced out for a couple seconds before returning to normal. Jiang Qinglu, around 80. I'm far ahead then. Yeah, you're far ahead. You're able to trade in favor points with other characters, right? Luo Jiayu kept his gaze fixed on his childhood friend's pen-wielding hand, speaking casually, so my favor points are quite valuable, aren't they? Chuyu hesitated while drawing the stick figure, as if his curiosity had been sparked. He was already in a bad mood for losing in the You Draw I Guess contest due to his far superior painting skills compared to his opponent. After being reminded by Luo Jiayu, he became eager to try, wanting to check if his childhood friend's favor points could really be traded for items in the system wall like those of other NPCs. While his pen subconsciously kept sketching blindly, his mind had already opened up the mall and began selecting items. After picking and choosing, he finally settled on a premium surprise blind box priced at $20. Luo Jiayu was happily watching Chuyu draw, swaying his head back and forth like a dog with its tail wagging, just about to give some pointers on how Master Luo draws stick figures when suddenly a dull pain hit his chest. He couldn't help but press his hand over his heart and curl up into a ball on the bed. After Chuyu exchanged Luo Jiayu's favor points but before he had time to open the blind box, he saw the other one gasp painfully with an expression full of agony, immediately leaning over to support him and asking anxiously, what's wrong? Luo Jiayu couldn't speak. His body didn't feel pain, but it felt hollow inside as if his heart had been pinched and crushed before being thrown away. By the time he regained his senses, his eyes were already red. Chuyu was scared out of his wits, fumbling left and right and pressing his face next to Luo Jiayu's head, but the other one buried his head in the crook of his arm and refused to look at him. Where does it hurt? Where are you uncomfortable? Suddenly so unbearable. It was a feeling of immense injustice that couldn't be articulated, as negative emotions engulfed Luo Jiayu like a tide. Soon it manifested physically, making his voice sound even more agonizing. My heart hurts a little too. The moment Chuyu heard this, he knew exactly what had happened. He was regretful of having clicked the button to exchange the person's favor points out of mere curiosity, as he was clearly the culprit who had caused the other's suffering. In such circumstances, Chuyu noticed that in the favor list, his childhood friend's entry was stubbornly trying to climb back bit by bit, eventually slowly returning to the amount before the 20 points deduction. Chuyu felt even more guilty. I'm sorry. Incoherently, he explained to Luo Jiayu, who remained motionless and in anguish, about taking the favor points earlier out of curiosity to buy something. Then, flustered and panicky, he started tearing open the blind box packaging. A piece of matcha cake emerged from the package. Chuyu hurriedly placed the cake next to the person. It's yours, I give it to you, I return it to you. Is there anything else you want? But the favor points that had been deducted could never come back, and Luo Jiayu, raising his head again, found his eyes moist, every breath causing sharp pains in his heart. Please don't exchange anymore, I feel awful. I won't, I promise I'll never do it again. Regret consumed Chu Yu entirely. As the other neither spoke nor touched the cake, his guilt doubled. Feeling his hand being held, he tightened the grip slightly, hoping to help his buddy get through this pain period. This kind of suffocating, disheartening sensation felt almost physiological. It erupted abruptly and fiercely but gradually ebbed away after a certain period of time. During that interval, Luo Jiayu leaned his head against the person's chest, and the other did not refuse, instead placing a hand over his heart, occasionally asking worriedly if he was feeling better. Under such conditions, he was already much improved but wouldn't obediently nod and admit the truth. Seeing the other's face looking even more fragile now, his voice becoming lighter and trembling, Chiyu felt another surge of remorse. It turned out exchanging favor points made the ones being swapped so painful. Not knowing how to comfort or apologize, Makapaka hesitated until recalling how Luo Jiayu had consoled him during his own previous mental breakdown. So, following the same method, he cradled the other's face, forehead touching forehead, clumsily coaxing him. I was wrong. I'll treat you to dinner for the whole next week. Tell me whether you're feeling any better or worse. Luo Jiayu agreed, then continued clinging to him, closing his eyes and pretending to still be weak. During this time, the announcement over the loudspeakers for all trainees to gather at the main gate rang out once. Chu Yu worriedly looked down at the person cradled in his arms, thinking they probably couldn't make it under the current situation, only to feel his sleeve being tugged. He blinked and asked, shall I help you go gather? Luo Jiayu nodded weakly. Thus, the act continued all the way onto the bus. The two sat at the back, farthest from the camera, but they generated the most on-screen comments. In the seat in front of them, Lui Yang and Xue Lu were playing around, while Luo Jiayu rested his head on Chu Yu, pretending to be asleep. As the coach passed along the coastal road, everyone marveled at the night sea view outside the window, and Luo Jiayu rested his head on Chu Yu, still pretending to sleep. The hostess laughed and interacted with a few lively trainees, and Luo Jiayu adjusted his posture so that he could rest his head on Chu Yu's neck. The camera could only capture the back of his head. The bus slowly came to a stop, seemingly having reached the destination. Chu Yu, who had been gazing absent-mindedly out of the window, turned around and poked Luo Jiayu's hair. We're here, time for hot pot. Contrasting with his calm tone was the bubbling excitement that erupted throughout the bus. Luo Jiayu opened his eyes, not looking out the window or forward, but directly at Chu Yu's face. Then he sat up as if nothing had happened, turned to his childhood friend, and gave him a radiant smile. I feel much better, let's go. Chapter 74. The childhood friend, compared to the previous semi-lifeless appearance, seemed to be fully revived. Chu Yu nodded, it's good if you're feeling better. Luo Jiayu suddenly grabbed his hand. Since the cameraman was in front and they were sitting at the back, the camera could only catch two small heads quickly ducking down behind the chair, hiding from view, making it impossible to see what they were doing. The chat room immediately exploded with comments. What are those two at the back doing? Can the camera push closer to them? If I can't see the specific scene, don't blame me for over-imagining things. These two are too ambiguous, from getting in the car to getting out, they've been all over each other. How can Sprayer dare to rub his face against Botsy's neck and think we didn't see? He says he's not feeling well, but I feel like someone is actually quite energetic. Too bold, too bold. If this is for business purposes, they dare to sell it in a way that I don't dare to eat. What's wrong? Chu Yu was a bit confused after being pulled down. Is there any other place where you still feel uncomfortable? I just remembered our other identity. Luo Jiayu also crouched down, maintaining eye level with him, whispering, we haven't done a promotional session in a long time. Chu Yu blinked, subconsciously feeling that what he said was incorrect, but unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. However, Luo Jiayu had already moved closer without saying another word, as any additional second would allow the person in his arms to realize that the camera couldn't capture them right now. Chu Yu's back pressed against the side of the carriage, surrounded in Luo Jiayu's embrace. Recently, because of various reasons, they have repeatedly embraced, so his first reaction when that warm body approached wasn't tension or retreat, but rather familiarity and reassurance. Under normal circumstances, hugs would no longer make him overly sensitive, but this time, his childhood friend's lips grazed his earlobe, seemingly by accident, yet perhaps it was a new form of testing the waters. Since the bus had slowly opened its doors, others were gradually getting off, so they couldn't linger too long. Thus, Luo Jiayu let go within seconds. Before withdrawing his head from the person in his arms, he heard a faint, calm accusation nearby, all excuses, you just want to take advantage of me. His childhood friend realized this. Yes, sorry. I'll treat you to 3 meals tomorrow, Luo Jiayu quietly admitted, sincerely apologizing and asking for forgiveness but still planning on continuing next time. Chu Yu didn't reply. Before standing up, he silently pulled his hoodie cap over his head. He arrived wearing a white hooded sweatshirt, the large cap soft and droopy, pressing onto his head with strands of hair hanging down, covering both ears. Even though he exposed his childhood friend's sneaky plan, it seemed like having red ears left him more at a disadvantage. Walking ahead, Luo Jiayu was initially very pleased because his scheme worked. When he turned around and saw Chu Yu playing with the long straps falling from the sides of his hoodie, trying to hide the little beads dangling at their ends, it was clear to anyone who knew what he was attempting to cover. Instantly regaining composure, Luo Jiayu returned to walking in front with a gradually rising smile, feeling light as though floating on clouds, his corners slightly lifting even without realizing. Sprayer, your smile looks like an idiot's. Who will manage him? I feel like he's about to start dancing while walking. Recently, Sprayer's mood has been really unstable. Sometimes he's despondent, then ecstatic, acting as a dumb dog covered with cool guy's skin. Now he doesn't even bother pretending anymore. Such ups and downs, distracted mind, all because of whom? I'm embarrassed to expose it. Why did little fish suddenly wear a hat? Don't you know this makes it even more suspicious? Wearing a hat, covering the ears, surely indicates shyness. The hardest emotion for little fish to conceal is shyness. Just now, he was suddenly pulled down by Sprayer. God knows what happened, then put on a hat immediately, really hard not to speculate. Stop holding me back, I am now going to spread rumors across all forums. Some platforms already have people analyzing sugary moments in videos. The mysterious surprise provided by the production team was the final group memorial hot pot dinner before the third public performance. After tonight, the last round of eliminations and screenings before the finals would begin, the competition will only become fiercer than the previous 2 rounds. Tonight, however, was the last evening when all trainees could gather together and enjoy hot pot and laughter without distraction. The entire hot pot restaurant had been booked by the production team. The shop wasn't very big, and the 35 contestants sat perfectly in the whole dining hall. The seats in the hall were unevenly distributed. There were super large long tables for 8 people where a group could chat together, as well as simple double seats with a small hot pot and 2 chairs. Most trainees would prefer to choose the lively large long table. One reason was that being close to high popularity contestants increased their own exposure. Another reason was that with more people came more cameras, whereas the double seat seemed quieter in comparison. Of course, some didn't hesitate to choose the double seat. Lu Yang rushed in with a loud noise and immediately noticed the double seats on the inner corridor. Excitedly pulling Xue Lu to cross through the crowd towards them, he only made it halfway before someone cut him off. Luo Jiayu had just taken off his coat and draped it over the chair back when he caught Lu Yi's silent but reluctant gaze. Instantly comprehending what the other person was thinking, Luo amiably extended his hand, rock paper scissors. Lu Yi reciprocated understandingly, also extending his hand, rock paper scissors. The screen was filled with comments. Such a funny scene, these 2 kids guessing fists to grab seats. Why does Sprayer always want to play rock paper scissors? He did it last time when choosing paths in the haunted house too. Dying laughing, for everyone else, the double seat is like banishment, but you 2 are fighting fiercely over it. A man with a wife who dreams of a romantic date is definitely different. Thank the program planners for giving me so much CP to ship. In this episode I've seen, the childhood friend wins. Sprayer, fight hard. Behind you are countless lost souls of Little Fish's fans. In front of the camera, the 2 trainees were now engaged in an intense and thrilling strategic battle. With solemn expressions, they simultaneously said, scissors. Stone. Paper. The result came out, Luo Jiayu chose scissors, while Lu Yang selected paper. Thus, the Sprayer bearing myriad spirits won. Upon losing, Lu Yi pounded his chest in frustration and was dragged away by Xue Lu, leaving behind Luo Jiayu, calm and composed, spinning around 360 degrees with an air of victory, trying to find his childhood friend to celebrate his win with praise, but after one full spin he found no trace of him. Before leaving, Lu Yi asked Xue Lu a question while still in his arms, who are you eating with? Chu Yu, Luo Jiayu replied incredulously at such a redundant question, who else could I eat with? Where is Chu Yu? He got lost. Quickly donning the coat back again, which he had previously put on the chair, Luo Jiayu announced, I'll go look for him. Chu Yu had merely seen a little orange cat at the entrance and couldn't resist squatting down to pet its fluffy head. The little orange cat was affectionate, meowing pitifully against Chu Yu's lap once it saw him squat, drawing Chu Yu into its furry charm, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Raising his head afterward, he realized Luo Jiayu was gone. Inside the hot pot restaurant, many screens and curtains acted as partitions. After washing his hands, Chu Yu peeked inside from outside the door. All he could see was the central table crammed with people, the secluded double seats were obstructed by the partitions, thus he missed seeing Luo Jiayu. His sense of direction and observational skills were naturally poor, making him prone to disorientation. Thinking logically in his mind that walking all 4 cardinal directions would surely lead to finding someone, his body ended up circling 3 times in the same small area. He felt even more confused than the little orange cat he abandoned midway outside the door. But such confusion did not last long, a familiar voice sounded from behind him, looking for me? Public settings already tended to make Chu Yu uneasy, hearing that voice brought him immediate comfort as if entering a moving comfort zone. Relaxing entirely, he reached to grasp the other's sleeve without confirming whose face it was, responding with an, Stay where you are, I spotted you instantly. Luo Jiayu scanned his surroundings, finding no cameras, quickly taking advantage of his childhood friend's move by directly leading him toward the seat, hand in hand. Why didn't I see you? I wonder the same. You just blinked around looking straight in my direction, I even winked at you, and yet you turned your head right past without stopping. It certainly sounded like something an oblivious blindfold would do. Chuyu softly sighed, it has always been this way since I was little, impossible to change. So stay still, I'll always find you. When they finally sat down, a server conveniently arrived with a menu, smiling warmly and bending down to look at the two handsome young men. Hello, may I take your order? Chuyu and Luo Jiayu had eaten at countless restaurants together from childhood. Their method of ordering dishes was a habit that had persisted for many years. With practiced ease, Luo Jiayu leaned forward slightly while Chuyu naturally clutched his sleeve. The server handed both of them menus, patiently waiting for their orders. However, all they saw was Chuyu sitting across from Luo Jiayu, clutching his sleeve, looking down at the menu, and whispering to his childhood friend. I want shrimp paste. Luo Jiayu looked up and repeated calmly to the server, hello, 1 order of shrimp paste please. I want beef. Luo Jiayu continued, unfazed, hello, 1 plate of sliced beef. I want fish roe fortune bags. Luo Jiayu added, 1 more plate of fish roe fortune bags, thank you. I want. Sir. The server finally interrupted Chuyu who had been whispering incessantly to Luo Jiayu, plastering on a professional smile as she gently reminded the young man in front of her. You can tell me directly. Chuyu didn't say anything, lowering his head and silently gripping Luo Jiayu's coat sleeve even tighter. 1 portion of tripe, 2 portions of duck blood, 1 portion of prime beef slices, 1 portion of tendon meat, and a dish of mutton slices. That's it for now, thank you. After finishing his order, Luo Jiayu handed both menus back to the server. Once the server left, he turned around and asked his childhood friend, did I get everything right? Chuyu nodded, we're missing a soda. Drink less soda. After all, having shared so many hot pot meals together, they both knew each other's favorite dishes by heart. Chuyu tried to retract his hand along with his body after using Luo Jiayu's assistance, but was intercepted by his friend. Luo Jiayu held onto his hand firmly, I just noticed there's a drink machine over there, you can go pick something up yourself. There were no cameras near the drink machine. Watching Chuyu hesitate between soda and oolong tea, he eventually seemed to compromise and chose the latter. Just as he was about to leave, he found himself pulled back. Luo Jiayu curled his fingers around Chuyu's, leaning down slightly and smiling warmly with his eyes twinkling. What is my favorability towards you right now? Chapter 75. Chuyu held a cold bottle of oolong tea in one hand, the other hooked by someone else. He couldn't escape and didn't dare to look up. He regretted a little. He should have welded the hood of his hoodie directly on his head when he left home today. That way, at least he wouldn't be teased mercilessly by his childhood friend. Luo Jiayu saw the other's lips move, thought he hadn't heard clearly, and leaned over. This time, he caught Chuyu's voice, soft and muffled, with a trace of nervousness after answering as if ready to flee, a lot. It was still rising. The hotter his face got, the faster his affection grew, the faster his affection grew, the hotter his face became. Luo Jiayu's face drew closer, and he could smell the familiar mint scent on him, then warmth began to brush against his cheek skin. His feet felt nailed to the ground as his heartbeat echoed painfully in his ears. In a moment of panic, realizing there were no cameras around, he blurted out, we don't have to pretend right now. Luo Xiaogo tilted his head slightly, looking at the face so close, continuing to inch closer, this isn't pretending. Chuyu remembered their first time sitting in the corridor writing a pretending plan together. Afterward, Luo Jiayu held his hand to try the limit of physical contact. Back then, the distance between them was just as near as it was now. But the difference was that back then he had no feelings, even having the leisure to mock his childhood friend for turning red after recoiling like he'd been electrocuted. But now it seemed their roles had swapped. He didn't know what was wrong with himself, and the mere thought of what might happen next left him short of breath, his body tingling with discomfort. By the time he realized it was him who pushed away like being shocked, turned his head, and burned red all the way to his ear tips. No, I can't. The reaction from his childhood friend was within his expectation. Luo Jiayu took it well and even reached out to pat his head soothingly, no rush. We'll go slow. Chuyu's face flared bright red, his mind a chaotic mess where he absent-mindedly nodded before belatedly realizing he might have fallen into a trap set by the other. After getting their drinks, Luo Jiayu led the person behind him to the condiment area. When they returned to their seats, hot pot and various meats and vegetables had already been brought out, densely filling the small two-person table. The cameraman gave the dishes on the table a close-up at just the right moment, contrasting sharply with a previous picture taken in the hall showing 8 people ordering 4 plates of vegetables, reducing hot pot into a weight-loss meal. This made an eye-catching comparison between carnivorous and herbivorous diners. These two brothers really can eat. Not only do they share the same taste but also seem to share the same family values. Not to offend, but shouldn't a trainee under audition care about image? Ordering this much meat gives me the impression they lack idle awareness. Isn't the purpose of choosing a hot pot restaurant for a commemorative dinner to let the contestants indulge a bit? Eating vegetarian is personal choice, you can't require everyone to follow suit. Brother Botsi lives such a desire-free life, eating seems to be one of his few joys in camp, so let him enjoy it. This is hilarious indeed. It seems Brother Botsi only recharges through food and sleep. Add another one, sticking with Luo Luo. Brother Botsi and Sprayer both seem immune to gaining weight, every time I see them on screen alone, they're usually sneaking snacks. That seems to be true. Confirmed snack lovers. Love watching them chat while eating. I could down 3 bowls of rice just treating this conversation like digital pickles. Being able to eat is a blessing. Finally, our 2 beloved idols are back. Mother has missed you too much. How did little Yu's ears turn red again? This must be the nth time tonight. Because Luo Jiayu doesn't prefer spicy food, they ordered a mild spicy combination. When ordering, he asked Chuyu, Sichuan-style beef tallow hot pot. Chuyu, extra spicy. Luo Jiayu repeated once, confirming, extra spicy. Chuyu firmly said, extra spicy. Luo Jiayu said, I think you can't handle extra spicy. Although Chuyu's ability to eat spicy food has always ranked high among his peers since childhood, growing up in southern China, which generally prefers bland flavors, technically makes him above average compared to his environment. However, he has never tried anything beyond moderately spicy. Today, his firm choice for extra spicy was partly due to sudden curiosity, wanting to test his own limit. The other reason was rather trivial, a fleeting thought that crossed Chuyu's mind: if the food was spicy enough, then all the possible or impossible blushing and overheating of the ears this evening could be attributed to one grandiose reason. But Luo Jiayu actually dared to question his decision. Chuyu arched an eyebrow and said without hesitation, I can handle it. Luo Jiayu tried to persuade him again, I think. Chuyu insisted, I can handle it. Alright, Luo Jiayu looked down and checked extra spicy on the menu. When they were mixing their sauces in the condiment area, Luo Jiayu saw him quietly adding chili powder, chili oil, numbing peppercorn oil, and chopped red chili peppers into the bowl as though he intended to drain the shop's entire supply of spices. How much have you added? He couldn't help but ask. Chuyu replied nonchalantly, 8 spoonfuls. Luo Jiayu squinted at the night view outside the window for a moment, seeming to question life itself. When he turned back, he casually picked up a glass from the cabinet beside them. I'll pour you some tea in a while. Eating too spicy might hurt your throat. By the time they returned to their seats, Luo Jiayu had already unscrewed the cap of the chilled oolong tea bottle by Chuyu's side, pouring it into the glass while glancing over as Chuyu lifted the plate of fatty beef slices, dividing them equally into the 2 hot pot bases with chopsticks. A dozen seconds later, he fished out a slice from the extra spicy broth and dipped it 3 full circles in the scalding Sichuan pepper dipping sauce before absent-mindedly picking it up with his chopsticks and putting it into his mouth. Luo Jiayu's worry proved true yet not entirely. Because the very first bite of Chuyu made him choke immediately. He choked so severely that it felt earth-shaking, his face flushed entirely red like a single, disoriented hawthorn fruit that escaped its sugar-coated stick. So bewildered was he that he nearly failed to grab the cup of tea Luo Jiayu was handing him. Extra spicy pot plus extra spicy dipping sauce, double spiciness sent him straight into a daze. Luo Jiayu skillfully patted his back and handed water over, calmly asking amidst a barrage of KSWL, killing myself while laughing, comments brushing across the screen, wanna try more? Even with teary eyes, Chiyu still managed to nod between moments when his cheeks had lost sensation altogether, try again. Luo Jiayu seemed perplexed but nodded nonetheless, sure, give it another shot. On his next try, Chiyu fished another piece of beef but only rolled it halfway in the dipping sauce this time before lifting it up and placing it into his mouth. In the following second came a sharp clatter as his chopsticks fell to the table. This time, even his tongue lost all feeling. His mouth burned and tingled, nothing but heat. Closing his eyes, he inhaled several deep breaths through clenched teeth, a few tears trickling from the corners of his eyes. It took quite a while for him to calm down. Leaning forward, Luo Jiayu tilted his head toward the flushed face of his childhood friend and asked, as if examining his current condition. Wanna keep eating, little buddy Chuyu? Chuyu probably became truly disoriented due to the spiciness, failing to notice how his verbal territory got invaded. Opening his eyes, they looked unfocused, and his lips moved to say something, realizing his tongue had seemingly swollen. No. No. Not eating anymore, my head feels dizzy. Is that so? Luo Jiayu said, shall I get you some more water? Yes 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 please, Chuyu struggled to glare at him through a misty layer of tears while laboriously giving him a middle finger. Don't imitate the way I speak. I'm not. Luo Jiayu filled the emptied glass with oolong tea as he said this, drink more water, you'll feel better in a bit. Chuyu grabbed the glass, wanting to curse but stopping short. You're excessive. Luo Jiayu couldn't hold back a laugh halfway through offering the drink. After laughing, he rotated the dual-flavored hot pot, gazing at his childhood friend whose red face he wasn't sure if it was from spiciness, anger, or any other underlying emotion, and asked, shall we eat together from the same pot? Chuyu nodded. Why don't you talk? All good, Chuyu gulped down a large mouthful of oolong tea but the fire-like burning sensation in his mouth wouldn't fade away. Looking up at Luo Jiayu who was grinning wider now, 2 veins throbbed at his temples. Thank you for the tea, but I hate you. Luo Jiayu stood up, scraping all the shrimp balls his friend wanted into the clear broth, taking advantage of their close proximity which kept the camera from recording his words, and softly replied with a smirk. I don't hate you, you're extremely cute. I really like you. Their usual banter and teasing never concluded this way, today ending unexpectedly with a straightforward confession. Chuyu froze mid-sip of his tea. Then he was speechless, unable to put down the teacup in his hand, and could only keep drinking, but the more he drank, the redder his ears became, making it seem as though he were drinking alcohol. This two-person hot pot is killing me. Unlocking a new capybara picture book, the stammering type capybara due to spiciness. Why must it be hot pot? Can't we switch it to a candlelight dinner with roses? Tonight, Fish Sis got a high score. Someone who knows lip reading, please analyze what Luo Luo said. I want to know what those young lovers whispered. Ah, on purpose. Then I have even more reason to suspect that he might have said something unspeakable. Definitely, otherwise why would Xiao Yu look so shy? While the chat messages kept clicking, Chu Yu's entire mood after eating the hot pot shifted towards melancholy, not because of Luo Jiayu's care and attitude, but due to reflecting on his previous rash actions. I am so stupid. He poked at the system inside his brain which was casually cracking sunflower seeds, feeling dejected and wanting to isolate himself in the corner of a wall. Although he seemed not too smart before, at least his logic was consistent. But recently, he had lost all sense of logic and exhibited behaviors that didn't match up, leaving even him unable to understand why he acted that way back then. It's okay, baby, this is normal. Mr. Zhao stopped cracking sunflower seeds to console him. I just read it in a book, everyone goes through this phase at your age. Really? Really, Mr. Zhao consoled him without daring to mention the name of the book, 100 Characteristics of Crushes and Romantic Behaviors Among Teenage Boys. The trip to the hot pot ended smoothly amidst laughter and joy. On the bus ride back, Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu still chose the last row of seats in the carriage. However, the people in front of them had changed, it was no longer Lu Yiyang and Xue Lu, but Song Lai sitting luxuriously alone. On the way here, Luo Jiayu had been pretending to sleep with his head resting on Chu Yu's neck. Now, on the return journey, it was Chu Yu who was feeling sleepy, there was always a fixed period during his night where he got very tired. Once he got past it, he'd feel refreshed. If not, it was easy for him to fall asleep directly. Take a nap. Luo Jiayu turned around to see his childhood friend who was already half closed-eyed dozing off, tapping his shoulder. Chu Yu nodded, then shook his head, and eventually leaned against the windowpane next to him and fell asleep. Luo Jiayu pouted slightly, reflecting if he teased him too much tonight, causing his childhood friend to become overly sensitive about physical contact with him. Chu Yu always fell asleep quickly. Before long, his breathing gradually became steady, and Luo Jiayu knew he was sound asleep. He didn't disturb him, but soon enough, there was a sneaky-looking head turning over. It's been quite a while since I last asked you. Did you succeed? Facing this person, Luo Jiayu remained unfazed, maintaining his cool guy image with shades and calmly replied. I think so. Oh, that means no. Song Lai turned her head back, and after a moment, turned again with motherly concern, saying, Apprentice, you're useless. You've had an unrequited love for this long and still haven't made any progress. Not necessarily, said Luo Jiayu. After all, he had turned his secret crush into an open one. Song Lai, though having remained single for years, had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and was naturally good at reading people's emotions. She quickly caught onto the meaning beneath Luo Jiayu's aloof expression. Did you confess? Luo Jiayu curled the corner of his mouth, neither confirming nor denying. Song Lai continued observing, narrowing her eyes, was he rejected? In an instant, Luo Jiayu's lips curved back. Song Lai pondered for a moment, still pursuing. Luo Jiayu was shocked and looked at the person ahead, impressive, Teacher Song. Song Lai smugly replied, of course, do you even know who you're dealing with? Luo Jiayu blurted out jokingly, after I get her, I'll buy you champagne for celebration. Fine by me, Song Lai asked, how many bottles, how many guests? You can take all the champagne from the store. Song Lai got interested. Free champagne was a golden opportunity. She started advising her foolish but wealthy apprentice enthusiastically again. To pursue someone, you need sincerity, 80% of love, 19% of authenticity, and finally 1% of ceremony. Then mix them all together with a bang, and you'll have a 100% perfect partner. Luo Jiayu squinted his eyes, sensing something unreliable, isn't this what you read in Mary Sue novels? No, it's from my own experience. Song Lai swore earnestly. When I was in 4th grade, I used this method to chase the cool and aloof schoolgrass prince. This approach has been tested and proven effective, so you can be 100% assured. After saying that, she shifted the topic and suggested, I remember your birthday is coming soon, you can try confessing again on that day. It will be full of ceremony and sincerity, I think it's a good idea. Huh? Luo Jiayu stared at her in disbelief, I didn't know my birthday is coming up. Isn't it X month X day? Song Lai's eyes widened even more, I saw your information when I registered before, your birthday is written as this. Luo Jiayu understood. He and Chu Yu had crossed over from a book to replace the original main characters. Therefore, all their data in this world, including birthdays, were the original main characters. No one except for each other knew their real birthdays. That day isn't my birthday. Luo Jiayu rejected Song Teacher's suggestion, then turned his head indifferently and stared at his childhood friend's sleeping face. Halfway through, he suddenly realized something. His birthday was still far away, but Chu Yu's birthday was approaching soon. And only he knew about it. I seem to have an idea now. He looked at the tranquil sleeping face and muttered to himself. When Chuyu woke up, the bus had just stopped at the gate outside the camp. It was already close to midnight. There were still many fans squatting outside waiting for them to return. The bus doors slowly opened. Every time a trainee got down, they would quickly be surrounded by excited screams. Sweetheart, did you have fun? Darling, you must debut dash. Eat well, train hard, we'll wait for you at the third public performance stage dash. Most trainees quietly got off the bus and went inside with the escort of the staff, occasionally smiling or nodding when they heard their names. Only those who were extremely popular with numerous cheers would stop specially to respond to their massive fanbase. Brother bye, you fell asleep again. Chuyu dazedly opened his sleepy eyes. Once he realized where he was, he quickly covered his face. Brother bye, we love you, brother bye, did you hear us dash? Chuyu stretched out his thumb while tilting his index finger slightly, turning the gesture from one into a tick which meant yes. Brother bye, don't be shy, brother bye, make a heart gesture dash. Chuyu altered the ticking gesture into a heart shape. Like an automatic robot following instructions, aside from not speaking and keeping his face hidden, everything else about him was perfect. The fans were delighted and ecstatic, feeling incredibly happy, laughing until tears streamed down their cheeks. Brother Peng, give some reactions to dash. Fans of these two were particularly mischievous, loving to force difficult situations. After all, since Luo Jiayu had never taken a cute route since joining the camp, no one had ever seen him make a heart gesture. Luo Jiayu turned his head and glanced at the troublemakers among the fans, his tone calm, not even worth thinking about. I walk the pure cool guy route. Ah, pure cool guy. Which cool guy likes to coquettishly tease friends dash? Which cool guy constantly nags friends throughout the day dash? Which cool guy plays SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star with a friend dash? Public comments gradually swayed in other directions. Specifically, those promoting the Gemini CP could no longer hide it, they started dancing under the spotlight onto the main protagonists. Chuyu took a deep breath, choosing between letting a large group of people see his burning ears and causing screams, or hiding behind his childhood friend and directly triggering screams, opting for the latter. With a swift move, he hid behind Luo Jiayu. Sure enough, this caused a huge wave of screaming. One person doesn't want to make a heart sign, how about making a heart together with little fish? Luo Jiayu tried his best to control the rising corners of his mouth, leaning down and poking Chuyu's shoulder. Chuyu turned back, what for? Make a heart sign. Next thing they knew, his shoulders were circled by someone, the pure cool guy making the despised heart gesture with one hand and smiling at the camera sweetly like he had just finished eating candy. This is the how maneth iconic moment now. The fangirl from the CP site seized the opportunity to take dozens of pictures, taking while marveling, I've never eaten such delicious things in my whole life. As they were sent off almost all the way, the entrance of the idol selection camp was within sight. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, faintly mixed with sobbing. Luolu, Xiaoyu, will surely debut smoothly, right dash. Normally, such questions are relatively sensitive, and trainees who have been reminded by the staff usually wouldn't give a definitive response. However, Luo Jiayu turned back. Sure, we definitely will, he waved towards the direction of the voice, then smiled. Really? The ranking of the second public performance was a heavy blow, a scar deeply etched in every fan's heart. Now it was suddenly brought up again, causing emotions to surge uncontrollably. Yes, came the determined reply from the main character himself, we'll see on the debut night. Some fans were already tearing up. Luo Jiayu chuckled and nudged Chuyu beside him, whose head was still stiffly turned away from the fans, say something, they're about to cry. Chuyu paused for a moment, lifted his hand again, pointed at the person beside him, made a hook sign, then a thumbs up. It was rather abstract, but everyone understood what he meant. Brother Peng, debut together. The impromptu fan meeting ended with waves of blessings. After saying goodbye to all the fans on behalf of Chuyu and getting ready to pull him into the camp, Luo Jiayu noticed the staff member returning with an apologetic look on his face. There's been an emergency in the camp, the whole dormitory is out of power. Chapter 76. This time, it was a full-scale water and power outage. Not only were the lights inoperable after entering the dormitory building, but showers were also impossible, leaving a group of trainees with the smell of hot pot on their bodies standing at the dormitory building entrance in a dilemma. We've already sent someone to carry out repairs. It will take about half an hour to restore power. Everyone can go inside or hang out outside for a while. We'll come out and notify everyone once the power outage is over. After the staff finished speaking, the trainees murmured a few replies. Luo Jiayu looked up at the densely dark windows of the dormitory building and turned to nudge Chuyu, shall we go inside? I'm scared of the dark. Chuyu had just spotted a suitable street lamp for squatting under its light, almost clinging to the pole without letting go. No worries, I brought a flashlight. Luo Jiayu naturally pulled a mini flashlight from his pocket, toggling its switch twice as if demonstrating its performance, warm-colored light flickering on and off. The system within his brain muttered about the latest purchase record being extravagant, unable to distinguish whether the love-struck state exacerbated the host's spending habits or if the spending habit further promoted his love-struck behavior. Was that bought or brought? Chu Yu curiously took the flashlight from Luo Jiayu, pressing the switch a few times. Surprisingly, the light could change colors, showing not only bright white and warm yellow but also a cool multicolor laser mode. Not important. Which clearly meant it was purchased. Chu Yu played around some more and complimented the alternating 7-color lights. Cool. Luo Jiayu was proud for a moment, but the next second, his childhood friend grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him seriously. Don't spend money recklessly in the future. I'm worried you'll die in camp because of it. If there's something you want to buy, you can borrow money from me, and I'll help you buy it. Luo Jiayu's heart softened immediately and wanted to move closer to the other person. However, after a quick thought, he noticed something odd. Wait, what are you going to use to buy? Goodwill points, I have plenty. Chu Yu replied naturally, then realized belatedly where all those goodwill points came from. Recalling the torment caused by stealing 20 goodwill points before leaving to buy a small cake, even if Luo Jiayu's goodwill towards him reached 1,000, he doubted he'd dare to spend even 1 point. Chu Yu lowered his head, looking troubled. From this perspective, both of them were penniless now. Luo Jiayu wasn't bothered by these. First, he was aware of his own spending level. Second, his entire life was filled with a relaxed ease, the type that wouldn't cry even upon seeing a coffin, but instead would find ways to pry open the closed coffin lid and crawl back out. So he directly nudged his childhood friend and helped him shift attention. Do you remember when we flipped over the window together to go to the school auditorium after our evening study session in sophomore year? Chu Yu lowered his head, focusing on studying the 100 possible ways to play with the flashlight, answering casually, yeah, what about it? That time, they stayed in the auditorium until everyone in the school had left, including the security guard who had locked the door and gone home. In the end, they climbed out from beside the school wall. Luo Jiayu averted his gaze, which had been fixated on the other person. I want to hear you sing again. Chu Yu looked up at him, blinked, once, twice, still not catching on. Luo Jiayu himself didn't quite know why he felt so inclined to ask suddenly. He didn't know what his childhood friend was thinking, but that night when he watched the other sitting alone on stage singing just for him, the feeling was incredibly wonderful, like a dream. Now he wanted to recreate that dream. However, reality was far different from his ideal. Firstly, Chu Yu tried to sing but shook his head. His voice was a bit hoarse when he spoke again. Spicy, not comfortable, rest. Now it was Luo Jiayu who hung his head. I'll go buy you a bottle of water. Secondly, when buying the water, he met Lu Yang who was also coming to buy soda water for Shui Lu. What's that? The other noticed the glowing object in his hand, revealing a curiosity akin to Chu Yu's earlier expression. Ultraman Transformer, press it and you turn into Tiga. As Luo Jiayu took the bottle of mineral water from the vending machine, he lied without missing a beat. So cool. Lu Yang snatched the newly claimed Ultraman Transformer with a smile, pressing it a few times. Predictably, it was just a mini flashlight. I knew you were fooling me. I just overheard you and Chu Yu chatting, something about singing. Are you guys going to sing? Luo Jiayu, something like that. I want to hear him sing. So this is what you prepared? Lu Yang pressed the button again after speaking, quickly discovering the coolest laser color mode, sighing, this is really fun. Are you going to use this to shine light on him during his performance later? Not necessarily, the two of us aren't that attention-seeking. After Luo Jiayu blurted it out, he felt something was a little off, aren't we really? Lu Yang was still happily playing with the multifunctional cheering flashlight in his hand, not paying too much attention to what the other side said. You two can lend it to me and Shui Lu after you're done, I also want to play with this. Before Luo Jiayu could answer, he saw the other person clap their hands, coming up with an amazing idea. Let's just sing together then, have a mini concert. Anyway, we have nothing to do since the power is out. Luo Jiayu blinked. Luo Jiayu frowned. Luo Jiayu smoothed his eyebrows, suddenly realized, was ready to try, and hit palms with the person in front. That makes sense. Chu Yu had been quietly squatting under the lamppost as a mushroom observing humans. He wasn't very sleepy tonight because he slept too much during the day, but not being sleepy for too long made him bored, and Luo Jiayu still hadn't returned. Just at that moment, someone stealthily moved closer to him step by step. Opening his mouth with a passionate call, less shy than when they first met, more familiar and intimate. Good evening, sister. The small mushroom turned its head, ? He vaguely remembered that before entering camp, the other called him handsome. But the mushroom still maintained basic friendliness when interacting with humans. Good evening. Song Lai took the opportunity to take another 2 steps closer. Although he had lost the lewd thoughts about the handsome man in front of him after finding out the truth, that face which everyone praised was still very attractive to him, this appearance enthusiast's eyes, while admiring, there would be resentful regret popping up in his heart. Why must it be the same model? He looked at Chu Yu again, cool guy look, aloof demeanor, walking around without makeup, neither doing nail art nor wearing makeup, casual hoodie with jeans, perfectly avoiding all stereotypes, looking exactly like a straight man. Even less gay-like than his buddy who jumped around silly all day long. After all, Luo Jiayu secretly sprayed mint-scented perfume on his cuffs and collar. Did I test wrong? Song Lai couldn't help but doubt. Treasure, Song's sister started to get friendly with the little social phobic. Have you ever been in love? The mushroom blinked, the mushroom shook its head. Never been in love, even easier to test wrong. Song Lai didn't believe in fate, continuing to ask, do you have anyone you like? Chu Yu's whole body froze, neither nodding nor shaking his head, just purely staying silent. Song Lai assumed he didn't, and incidentally lit a candle in his heart for the disciple who defies convention. Without liking anyone, how dare you determine your own model? But Song Lai didn't know, this question was similar to what Teacher Zhao asked Chu Yu long ago. At that time, Teacher Zhao wanted to persuade Chu Yu to pursue Jiang Qinglu for the male lead script, earnestly saying, you've never been in love, how can you be sure that you definitely can't be number one? It's simple. At that time, Chu Yu calmly replied, without any ripples, stating a reason that left Teacher Zhao speechless until now. I'm lazy to move. But Song Lai didn't know these things, he was worried about the uncertain future of his disciple, feeling that at this rate it would be hard for him to drink champagne, just wanting to say some supportive words when he saw the disciple himself holding a bottle of water and a speaker walking towards them. Behind him followed Luo Yang, who was enjoying playing with the flashlight. That speaker was originally bought by Luo Jiayu to cheer people up during the night training when they sang karaoke for the second public performance. Unexpectedly it had a second use today. Singing. Luo Jiayu faced his squatting buddy like a mushroom, taking out a pack of mint candies he just bought from the vending machine for soothing the throat. Chu Yu, being practical, can't sing. Then listen to me sing. Luo Jiayu squatted down to be at eye level with him, stuffing the mint candies and water into Chu Yu's hands, his fingers lingering slightly on the back of the other's hand when they were supposed to leave. Chu Yu was startled by his action, looking at him nervously, wanting to dodge his gaze but unable to, his eyelashes fluttering unconsciously due to tense nerves, yet unwilling to let go. After all, it was just a light touch of the back of the hand. Whether it was giving candy or water, or covering the back of the hand with the palm, these actions used to be very normal for them in the past. They had even done more intimate things. But now is completely different from before, their gazes, purposes, and atmosphere have all changed. Chu Yu hadn't realized that he was lost in thought until Luo Yang's loud voice snapped him back to reality. Luo Yang worked hard for Luo Jiayu's concert, almost shouting through a megaphone to inform everyone. We're planning an electricity outage concert. Everyone is welcome to come listen to us sing. If you want to join us on stage, you can sign up with me. Is anyone going to join? Is anyone going to join? Is anyone going to join? It turned out that many people were interested. When the first group of maintenance staff came out of the dormitory building, they saw a patch of grass surrounded by trainees layer after layer, bustling with applause and laughter. On the grass stood a simple stage where Luo Yang was enthusiastically showing off a duet with Shui Lutao, who looked like life had no meaning. Below the stage, there were rows of star lights and glow sticks waving in rhythm. Where did they get those star lights? The maintenance staff was curious. Actually, every trainee who got the star lights was equally curious. It seemed as if the cool guy wearing sunglasses had pockets like Doraemon's magic bag, every so often he would take out some star lights or glow sticks. Once everyone had received their cheer props, Luo Jiayu's pockets also conveniently emptied at the exact moment. But the maintenance staff didn't ponder long because this spontaneous concert organized due to the power outage was perfect material for the show. They decisively asked the production team to sponsor a microphone and 2 guitars, one of which was electric. Then they assigned a cameraman to film the entire large-scale gathering and singing activity. The next contestant about to go on stage is Song Lai. Let's hear his entrance statement. After receiving the microphone sponsored by the program team, Luo Yang became even more excited, taking over the role of host with gusto. After speaking, he passed the microphone, waiting for the contestant's dazzling performance. Song Lai elegantly took the microphone, flicked his hair, and winked at the fans outside the fence who had yet to leave. Watch me slay the stage, I love all of you. The fans who received his affection erupted in a wave of screams. From this moment on, this blackout concert became a shared memory between the trainees and their fans. Speak freely, speak freely. Tonight, our main theme is abandon. After Luo Yang spoke, he handed the microphone to Li Sheng, who repeatedly took deep breaths on stage. The latter, fighting back tears welling up in his eyes, shouted boldly, I hope I can successfully debut. This precedent of making a wish on stage seemed to ignite a fuse, and the subsequent trainees going on stage started sharing their wishes amidst clusters of starlights. I hope my dancing gets better. I hope during the 3rd public performance I can stand center stage. I hope I can smoothly maintain my current ranking. I hope my parents are healthy and everything goes well. I hope everyone here can be happy every day and realize their dreams. Chu Yu sat on the chair closest to the stage, holding a cat-shaped color-changing light gifted by the boss Luo due to favoritism. Beside him was Luo Jiayu tuning the strings of the guitar. What's your stage declaration? I like you! Exclamation point. Chu Yu sharply turned his head around, half his face burning red without expecting such an answer. Luo Jiayu adjusted the guitar strings and hearing the host introducing his name, smiled slightly, just pretend what I want to say is that. The next contestant is the closing act, Luo Jiayu, whose stage declaration is, he has no stage declaration. Truly full of character. Luo Yang's radiant personality naturally fills emotional value for everyone, introducing enthusiastically and then stepping aside to give space for the performer. Sunglasses seem to be a kind of amulet exclusive to Luo Jiayu. As soon as he put them on, he was definitely the coolest guy in the camp. Almost from the first chord of his electric guitar, the entire crowd began to erupt. Chuyu wasn't accustomed to celebrating with the crowd. Moreover, his gaze was fixed on that figure singing on stage, slowly becoming lost in thought, his memories drifting back to a place long ago. Back then, it was just the start of high school when the new clubs were recruiting members. Luo Jiayu had originally wanted to drag him along to join the music club and form a band, but because he was handpicked for the school's art team, in the end, Luo Jiayu could only sign up alone. Later, during a large-scale event at school, the music club held a small concert on the playground. Luo Jiayu, playing the electric guitar he had just learned from his childhood friend, sang "What Makes You Beautiful" as the guitarist and lead singer to an audience of over 1,000 teachers and students. He was full of confidence and vitality. At the climax of the song, everyone was singing along, jumping around, and clapping to the rhythm. Chuyu happened to be passing by the playground with his lunchbox at that moment. When he heard the commotion, he turned his head toward the stage and locked eyes with Luo Jiayu. He saw the other smile at him, and in the next second, all the band members started throwing candies and chocolates to the audience below. The crowd erupted in screams. Chuyu watched as his childhood friend threw a piece of candy directly toward him, landing precisely on his lunchbox. That image stayed with him for a long time. He didn't know why, but it remained crystal clear in his memory, unforgettable forever. Chapter 77. On the morning of the next day, the broadcasting hall opened its doors early. An exciting public voting phase for song selection would soon begin. Outside the broadcasting hall, in the corridor, 35 trainees lined up in a straight line according to the requirements of the production team. They entered the room one at a time based on their rankings after the second public performance. Every so often, a staff member outside the door would let another person enter. The production team did not explain the purpose of this arrangement, instead teasing the audience with suspense. This public performance's song selection and grouping seemed more mysterious than the previous two. Chuyu ranked 5th, so he didn't have to wait long before being led inside. As soon as he walked in, Xiao Kueihua's big face greeted him, instantly waking him up from his drowsy state. Wei Xiao may still be relatively young, and his personality is quite bearable compared to his father, but for some reason, Chuyu always felt like he had PTSD from Wei Xiao. The frightened capybara took a closer look and found that the person who scared him looked even more tired. He gave off an "annoyed that today is Monday again" feeling. These two involuntary workers came together. Besides their overwhelming sense of fatigue, there was also a mutual sympathy between them. Wei Xiao, good morning. Chuyu, good morning. Wei Xiao, did you sleep well last night? There was a power outage last night until a little past 12 when the power returned. By the time he got back to the dormitory, he discovered that the shower head was broken. He then spent an hour squatting beside his childhood friend watching Luo Jiayu fix the shower head. After finishing his bath, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Chuyu felt like the Buddha flying directly to the Western paradise due to exhaustion, yet he replied kindly, yes. After answering, he asked, "Teacher, did you sleep well?" "Yes." Wei Xiao said, then touched his own eyelids, worried that the 3 layers of foundation used to cover his dark circles would smudge. After completing their inspection of each other's mental states, Wei Xiao extended his hands, and Chuyu saw 3 round cards with words written on them, "Please choose your position for this public performance." The 3 cards corresponded to vocal, rap, and dance roles respectively. The large screen inside the broadcasting hall also projected the PK rules for this third public performance. Each trainee would first be divided into 3 main groups based on their individual roles, vocal, dance, and rap. A total of 7 selectable songs were prepared for this third public performance. Songs that were purely vocal or purely dance would be directly assigned to the corresponding role groups for competition within the group. Meanwhile, songs with more balanced parts would be performed collaboratively by trainees from different groups, without direct competition between the larger groups. During the final popularity tally, the top 3 performers from each major group would be chosen and rewarded points based on their rankings. After carefully reading the words on the round cards, Chuyu directly picked the vocal card. Seeing his choice, the hostess sitting nearby asked him a classic question, "Don't you want to break through yourself?" In talent shows, the most popular and recognized are often those all-around ACE contestants. Therefore, many trainees would choose to display their versatility during role evaluations. For instance, someone following a vocal route might go to the dance group, and a good dancer might choose rap. As the saying goes, life is exciting because of challenges. But Chuyu wasn't that kind of person. In his view, he'd managed to advance so far relying on his vocal abilities and garnered much popularity. It already felt like fate blessing him generously. Beyond gratitude, he felt nothing else. With his capybara-like claws clasped in prayer, there was no need for breakthroughs if they weren't necessary. So Chuyu gently shook his head, indicating he wasn't very interested. However, his inner radio broadcast was anything but gentle. "I know my place." The chat viewers couldn't hold back their laughter. "Xiaoyu, I know I'm bad. Don't try to lure me down the wrong path. Let's type Brother's Eye, the epitome of sobriety, in the public chat. Still the same familiar formula for Brother's Eye, even after the third public performance. Truly sticking to his principles in another way. Brother's Eye, sleepy, dispirited, yet smiling pleasantly. Actually, this mindset isn't wrong. Knowing his level isn't enough to make him an ACE, staying within his comfort zone and singing quietly is also fine. No problems at all. Some contestants, I'd rather they act as mere flowerpots, but they insist on competing for C positions or trying out different parts, only ending up disgracing themselves. That's worse. The hostess continued to ask, have you ever considered stepping out of your comfort zone and challenging yourself in other fields? Chu-yu stood in silence for 3 seconds, lost in thought and without a word. But the small horn on his head answered for him, replying to this strongly guiding question about how good or bad he'd look stepping out of his comfort zone. I hope others can step out of their comfort zones, then I can walk right into theirs. Wei Xiao successfully emitted the first sound of cheerful laughter in this grudge-filled Monday, coughing 2 times afterward to cover it up. But anyone with sharp eyes could tell his mood had improved. Only Chu-yu was completely clueless, not understanding what was so amusing halfway through the workday. Brother's eye truly is the epitome of being unambitious. Anti-internal competition master, even made me laugh while working and slacking off at the same time. He's so unwavering in staying low profile, I admire that so much. Learn from Brother's eye, become Brother's eye, surpass Brother's eye. After choosing the group cards, the big screen in the broadcasting hall changed content, showing detailed introductions of the 7 selectable songs. Chu-yu skimmed over them briefly, automatically filtering out pure dance songs, pure rap songs, as well as some sing-dance numbers with extremely challenging movements. In the end, only 4 remained. The first was a touching ballad purely about singing, similar to the one they chose for the second public performance, with love as the theme, suitable for him, but performing the same genre twice might bore the audience. The second was an oriental-style sword dance, themed around war, mainly focused on rap, but it did have an especially highlight operatic part. After pondering, Chu-yu felt that he who only specialized in vocals would probably spend 99% of his time just standing still like a wooden pole on such a stage, so he also skipped it. The third song's segments were balanced pretty well, with a shining vocal section, not overly difficult dance moves either. The theme of the song revolved around sweet romance, lighthearted and cute, but Chu-yu sensed his world-weary old man-like aura didn't quite fit this stage. After all, men beyond the age of 19 couldn't dress like children anymore. The fourth song compared matured way too much, it was incredibly sexy, the lyrics suggestive and actions alluring. Each movement needed to convey vulnerability that attracted attention, scaring Chu-yu back to being 3.5-year-old Makabaka. His ears turned red enough to make him want to shrink into a crack in the ground with his little cart, causing even the previous songs to feel acceptable now. However, after going through so many choices, the selection rule Wei Xiao announced was: the song choice for this public performance will be decided by fan voting. The highest voted song for each trainee will become their public performance number. If there are too many people selecting the same song exceeding its capacity limit, the person with the lowest votes will automatically be assigned to another unfinished song. In other words, after thinking so long, in fact, he didn't need to do anything, just sit there and wait for his destined number. The hostess asked the same routine question as she did for the earlier trainees. Does Little Fish have any preferred song inside? No need to say it out loud, just answer yes or no. Chu-yu thought for a moment, his expression very casual. Nope, they're all okay. The hostess nodded thoughtfully. Seems our little fish has quite a zen attitude. Suddenly, Chu-yu noticed something odd, but dancing is still too hard. The hostess empathetically replied, for our little fish, dancing is indeed more difficult than the other 2 areas, but this time it all depends on your rapport with your fans. Little fish can guess whether they're on the same wavelength as you. Chu-yu slightly revealed a somewhat shy smile, while his internal broadcast went off. They definitely won't let me dance. Wei Xiao, hearing this, gave him a forced grin. Chu-yu's pixel-perfectly stiffened smile faltered slightly. They wouldn't make me dance, right? About 5 minutes after Chu-yu entered the broadcasting hall, the staff came out to notify the 6th-place trainee to enter, signaling everyone before them had finished selecting. Luo Jiayu ranked 17th, finally getting his turn only after roughly half the people had gone in. As soon as he walked in, the impromptu interviewing hostess greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Xiao Luo. You seem to be in a good mood. Waiting outside for nearly an hour didn't dampen Luo Jiayu's slightly upturned corners of the mouth. Despite his habit of having more pink bubbles floating above his head, his face always loved wearing sunglasses coolly when questioned. After being exposed, he still kept a composed look and raised his tail briefly. Just okay. Why are you so happy? When Luo Jiayu's mood improved, he even lost the usual scathing and obnoxious tone he displayed when opening his mouth. The sweet-sounding clichés he spoke sounded almost endearing. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming 3rd public performance. Everyone seems to have gotten a lot better and stronger compared to before. I believe this public performance will be more spectacular than the previous 2, and I hope to match up with my ideal teammates again. The fans in the comments section had already mastered how to ship. I didn't hear the beginning, didn't catch the middle part, and the last bit doesn't matter. What matters is, match up with ideal teammates again. What does spagend mean? What are ideal teammates? Kid, you'd better be talking about teammates. This rounds off just like a confession. How should I put it, he seemed to hide something, or maybe not, or maybe he doesn't even bother to pretend anymore, and we all know who he's referring to. I'm shocked. Sprayer bro, you're about to become the leftmost figure in the most straightforward CP pairing I ship. Being straightforward is good, fan-edited material for the CP is piling up faster than we can cut it together. Sprayer bro's EQ has suddenly skyrocketed, it's kind of unusual. A 20-year-old master of confrontational arguments turning into love one day, the reason behind it is truly heartwarming. Luo Jiayu had spent the entire night before extremely excited, and that condition hadn't waned by this morning. For nearly half the night, he tossed and turned, repeatedly reviewing and speculating on everything that had recently happened and all the conversations he'd been involved in. Every conclusion ultimately pointed to the same intuition. He thought Chiyu liked him too. This realization made several small fireworks go off inside him, and his inner fantasy scenes had fast-forwarded to which brand of champagne they would open once their relationship was officially confirmed and what posture they would use to hold each other. Lu Jiayu. What are you daydreaming about? Wei Xiao couldn't help but speak up, as his outstretched hand was starting to ache. Come pick your card. Interrupted halfway through imagining the champagne celebration, Luo Jiayu glanced down at the 3 cards marked with different positions without hesitation, picking the rap one. So determined to choose rap, not considering the other 2. Luo Jiayu didn't even look up. Love rap, believe in rap, rap family. The big boy who loves rap walked into the hall holding his positioning card and saw the 7 selectable songs on the large screen. Wei Xiao had explained the song selection rules beforehand, so Luo Jiayu skimmed through the introductions of the songs very casually, just screening for those he considered appropriate and appealing to him. He also automatically blocked out pure dance tracks, hesitated for a moment, and crossed out pure vocal tracks as well, leaving the remaining filtered selections differing from Chuyu's by only 1 track. Luo Jiayu browsed through them one by one, feeling that both the oriental style and sexy dance rap songs suited him fine. That pure rap number was also excellent, offering much room for free expression, perfect for setting the stage on fire. But as his eyes fell on that adorable youth-filled sweet love song, a bad premonition began to rise in his mind. As everyone knows, top practice center fans are divided into 2 types, those who find entertainment in his antics with Chuyu, and the normal fans. All the trainees who were asked by the host, "Are you confident in the rapport between you and your fans?" answered without exception, "Yes, I am confident." At the least, they forced smiles out of insecurity and anxiety with, "Not very sure." However, when Luo Jiayu was asked, "Do you trust the fans and audiences who vote for you?" his answer was delivered with an unusually certain expression. "Not really." It was explosively dramatic, yet perfectly reasonable given his dynamic with his fans. The audience in the live broadcast found amusement in the mutual betrayal vibe between him and his fans, with "ha ha ha" comments flooding the chat. "Can I address my fans remotely?" Luo Jiayu looked up and asked the cameraman beside him. Delighted, the cameraman nodded and adjusted the camera position, so all the live streaming room Sprayer Bro fans could see their idol's handsome close-up aimed directly at the lens. Turning toward the camera, Luo Jiayu's expression turned solemn, while his tone became tactful and to the point. "A forced melon isn't sweet." The fans found it hilarious. No, a forced melon is sweet and quenches thirst. Sprayer Bro's upset. Laughing so hard, it feels like Sprayer Bro's neck of destiny has been grabbed by us. How can you have zero trust in us? Mom is so heartbroken, Mom is going to vote for the youthful little sweet song. Initially, watching Sprayer Bro perform sword dancing or sexy style seemed fine, but now, under pressure, I actually feel more inclined to vote for the little sweet song. Sprayer Bro, rest assured, the melon may not twist in one direction, but we can help you turn another adjacent block too. It's hard to get the ideal song, but an ideal teammate is possible. Even here we can ship a Pisces pairing. Turns out Sprayer and Botsy fans are truly close. The other group has already started arguing whether they should let their main members perform sexy dances or cute, energetic songs. Senior fans from the other group have already come to our super topic section asking station hosts for advice. We must team up with their fans to give both sets of main members an unforgettable experience. It's too exciting. It's clear that fellow shipping sisters always share the same rebellious streak. We love it. If in the end both Sprayer Bro and Botsy Bro score the highest votes for the sweet little songs, the show would have such perfect drama. Definitely agree, there's no doubt about the overlap and mischievousness level between these 2 fan groups. This process really represents a 2-way connection, both fans and the stars themselves embrace destiny. An hour later, the vote results were released. All trainees looked nervously at the central big screen, awaiting judgment. On the screen page, headshots of the 30 trainees were evenly distributed, each with the final corresponding song chosen by their fans posted below. When Luo Jiayu saw the title of the song under his name, his eyes immediately lost their sparkle, adopting an "I knew it" look. After spending 20 years walking on the path of super cool megastar rapper and world-class genius talent, this handsome big shot was now going to perform on stage 3 public performance of the cutest original composition in top practice center history, Teddy Candy, where he'd take the position as rapper for a saccharine love ballad subroutine. His heart felt hollow with despair, and a vague deadpan appeared on his face. Luo Jiayu blankly zoned out for a bit, then turned his gaze toward the 5th-ranked junior's headshot beneath whose name was listed the same song displayed on the big screen. Trainee name, Chuyu. 3rd public performance track, Teddy Candy. Glancing over at the front row where the actual Chuyu sat, bowed head silently absorbed in thought, revealed a face expressing exactly the same dull despair. Luo Jiayu felt better instantly. Upon closer inspection, Luo Jiayu found himself unable to control his smile. After bouncing around mentally in place a few times, Luo Jiayu pulled out paper and pen straightaway and began composing rap lyrics for the third public performance track. Chapter 78. The production team assigned Ling Wei and another rap mentor as the main guides for the song, Candy Bear. On that afternoon, the trainees who were assigned to practice this song followed the two teachers to the corresponding practice room and began the usual part distribution phase. As soon as the group disbanded, Chiyu was still rubbing his eyes while looking down. When he opened his eyes and looked up, Luo Jiayu was already standing in front of him, holding his other hand effortlessly while he was still dazed. He turned his face towards the door and said, "Let's go." It was impossible to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Chuyu was led through the crowd by him, his eyes still hazy with sleepiness, but he didn't break free at all. Luo Jiayu's hands were much warmer than his. Back when they were still in school, Luo Jiayu liked comparing the size of their hands. Both had long fingers, except Chuyu's were slim and graceful, whereas Luo Jiayu's fingers were a half-finger joint longer and broader. The sensation of the difference in palm sizes became even more pronounced when they held hands. But over the past few days, Chiyu had experienced this feeling many times. Unconsciously, he had gradually become accustomed to it. So, his first reaction when his hand was grabbed wasn't to instinctively resist, but rather to find it natural. He had forgotten how before entering the haunted house, Luo Jiayu would carefully remind him, "If you're scared of the dark, you can hold my hand," or how in the past, he used to avoid being 10-finger interlocked by Luo Jiayu when their hands were linked near the drink vending machine. Thus, on the way to the practice room, while everyone else's group was scattered loosely, only he and Luo Jiayu were close like conjoined twins, walking hand in hand like kindergarten children. One of the little ones appeared mischievous. While chatting about some random topics, one finger remained secretly active undercover. "Did you choose the vocal group?" Chuyu, not fully awake yet, looked soulless. After hearing the sound, he blankly turned his head and said, "Ah." But Luo Jiayu, with an ulterior motive, paid no attention to whether Chuyu heard his question. Instead, he shifted the topic directly. "Are there any songs among those 7 that you like? After scanning them once, I found them quite ordinary. There probably isn't one that you particularly favor. The one we've been allocated certainly doesn't stand out either. But it doesn't matter, if we collaborate, we can sing Candy Bear in our own style, even if it sounds like a kindergarten performance report. Actually, I think this song suits you well." Chuyu, "Yes, I chose the vocal group." "You agree too, huh? That proves my intuition is correct." Luo Jiayu, interpreting only half of the dialogue but getting increasingly cheerful, felt himself moving closer to his childhood friend. "Come on, let's be number 1 again this time." Chuyu blinked, confused by why they were talking, but responded appropriately, "Okay, let's do it." It was a thoroughly confusing yet exhilarating conversation. Although one person, due to being half asleep, only half listened, and the other, distracted by wandering thoughts, could barely make sense of the other, both somehow ended the chat miraculously pleased. Feeling that the groundwork had been laid sufficiently and his childhood friend's guard dropped, Luo Jiayu seized the moment. Pretending to admire the morning view outside the corridor window, he subtly began slipping his fingers closer into the crevices between the other hand and his palm. Once the fingertips were fully embedded, Luo Jiayu waited quietly for a couple of seconds. Finding no resistance, he tightened his grip suddenly. His actions were stealthy yet fluid. Only the slightly red tips of his ears betrayed the premeditation and anxiety hidden beneath. Chuyu could feel the tightening grip on his hand until finally, the 10 fingers were interlaced. However, prior to that moment, his mind had been wandering, pondering over the previous conversation. Had there been something wrong with his brain or with Luo Jiayu's? Unable to reach any conclusion, his claw was already taken hostage by the other. By the time he realized it, it was already too late to pull away. Drowsiness stretched his reflexes and reduced his sensitivity to external stimuli. Thus, he quietly allowed himself to be led along, his acquiescence evident as he bowed his head. Around them, the air seemed calm yet filled with unseen currents, while the bullet comments in the live broadcast room had already blown up multiple times. Just then, however, a figure clearly marked with ruining the mood slowly moved towards them. Bai Yu had been observing them for a long time, especially Luo Jiayu. Given that his financial backer's debut spot had been snatched from the other party, Bai Yu's gaze towards Luo Jiayu was full of disdain. To earn a little more popularity, he went so far as to sell himself in such a manner, acting so convincingly that Bai Yu almost believed it. Truly not someone who belongs on stage. With a heavy brow and big eyes exuding arrogance, Luo Jiayu appeared to covet fame even more than Bai Yu behind closed doors, revealing the old saying that appearances can be deceiving. His thoughts were too scheming. Bai Yu, fuming inside, indulged his bad temper once again, deciding to go up and mock the two of them. So, Bai Yu, whose demeanor and disposition resembled a villainess from a harem drama, smoothly moved toward the two innocent youngsters with an apparent carefree attitude, squeezing out a remark with venom between clenched teeth, his eyes clear but filled with mischief. "Isn't your marketing act finished yet?" Luo Jiayu had just halfway concealed the smirk directed at the window when he heard this familiar voice. His face immediately crumpled into a dejected puppy expression, refusing even to turn his head. But Ms. Bai continued her attack, "Pushing yourselves this far, aren't you afraid of repercussions? The tone was clearly mocking. Chiyu furrowed his brows slightly. He disliked indirect speech, often failing or bothering not to understand implied meanings, but he was acutely sensitive to emotions. It was obvious that the other person was unfriendly. Then the mild-tempered capybara opened its mouth. At almost the same time, Luo Jiayu lazily turned his head to look out the window and spoke nonchalantly. Luo Jiayu, you have a piece of vegetable stuck in your teeth. Chu Yu, you're out of focus. It was evident that the latter comment affected Bai Yu much more severely since Luo Jiayu didn't even glance at him upon pointing out the lettuce in his teeth. Ms. Bai looked thunderstruck, quickly turning around to search for a corner to touch up her makeup. When she discovered that her meticulously crafted pure and natural morning makeup was still intact, the two kids next door had already walked hand in hand into the practice room. Because everyone's position in this grouping had been decided early, the distribution of parts also alternated between the vocal, dance, and rap groups. Since there was only one rapper, Luo Jiayu, in the Candy Bear group, he was exempt from any competitive phase. In the center of the rehearsal room, 5 people formed a circle. Luo Jiayu, after entering, naturally released the hand he'd been holding, and then sat close to Chu Yu. Lyrics sheets and tablets with downloaded demo stage videos lay among several people. The staff helped project the stage video onto the large screen in the rehearsal room. Everyone gathered first to finish watching the video, then began discussing part allocations, starting with the vocal group where Chu Yu belonged. There were only Chu Yu and Bai Yu in the vocal group. The white lady nurtured by Bilish and T was clearly more proactive than Chu Yu, practically declaring her intention to take the solo segment as soon as it was outlined. I can sing this part, I think I'm more suitable. When the next non-solo but also very high-profile harmony part emerged, she added immediately, I'd like to try it. My voice matches this section quite well. As Bai Yu kept talking incessantly, Luo Jiayu held his cheek while flipping through the lyrics pages, occasionally turning his head to push the elbow into the side of his childhood friend beside him. Chu Yu turned his head to look at him, and he winked at him. Go ahead Pikachu. Chu Yu slowly blinked his eyes at him. But Luo Jiayu couldn't figure it out, understanding it as if Chu Yu was saying, Pika Pika. Charge forward Pikachu. Pika Pika. Hurry up and defeat the opponent Pikachu. Pika Pika. I believe in you Pikachu. Pika Pika. Still not going Pikachu. By the time Luo Jiayu's eye flutter fatigue set in, feeling his blinking become faster than song lies, Chu Yu made a gesture with his finger. This time, he understood. Let's talk about it later. Finally, during a segment featuring a rap accompaniment, after his usual claiming spree, Bai Yu obediently raised his hand. I want to try it too. If they can't agree, they'll need to battle. Bai Yu's sharp gaze swept over Chu Yu standing in front of him, but he wasn't measuring their singing skills, rather the strength of the capital behind them. He hadn't heard of any financial backers backing Chu Yu in the industry and preliminarily concluded that the other side's support was weak. Besides, during the second public performance, Chu Yu's ranking not only failed to rise but actually fell, further reinforcing Bai Yu's guess. Feeling somewhat pleased, Bai Yu's expression seemed to preemptively celebrate victory. Let's go. Since their parts were being allocated while the mentors were present, the rap mentor directly sang the rap segment, and the two contestants took turns harmonizing. Luo Jiayu rested his cheek on his palm as he watched the two standing up to begin their battle. A mere glance at Bai Yu's expression was enough for him to figure out the other party's intentions, and with a dispassionate curl of his lips, he turned his gaze away. During the previous 2-day break, he had made another phone call to his management company, now armed with 80 million in reserve funds and the backing of 2 newly established entertainment companies. The boss quickly agreed, indicating they could discuss returning Luo Jiayu's position back, even scheduling a negotiation time. Prior to this, he had already investigated the company of the staff who privately connected with Bai Yu, leading him all the way back to uncovering that the mastermind behind everything was none other than the young lord of the Duan family group whom he had rejected earlier. Turned out, the fool couldn't let go after being scolded by Luo Jiayu, especially finding a practice partner with whom Luo didn't get along well, switching debut spots just to spite him and flaunt Capital's power. Upon further investigation, it came to light that the staff member responsible for Guan Chiyu's confinement also belonged to the same firm, making retaliation quite convenient as all his enemies were gathered together. Luo Jiayu's short-term goal was to disrupt the plans of these people entirely. His more immediate aim, however, was to ensure Bai Yu lost this battle thoroughly. Bai Yu, lacking solid professional abilities compounded by an overconfident attitude, predictably cracked halfway through his singing, veering off-key shortly thereafter. In the end, the trainees all cast their votes for Chu Yu. Yet Bai Yu remained unperturbed, giving the nearby rap mentor a pitiable look, which went unnoticed. Driven by anxiety and unwillingness to accept defeat, Bai Yu left the practice room himself, seeking his phone from the staff, initially planning to call his financial backer but reconsidered, opting instead to dial the renowned producer and shareholder rumored to be close with his sponsor, sweetly opening. Hey, Brother Lu, it's me, Xiaoyu. I'd like to ask about this third public performance. Ah. His face morphed from initial smug satisfaction into disbelief, ending in a terrifying grimace, looking as though his house had caught fire without him knowing until now. The atmosphere outside the door dropped dramatically, while inside, the dance team began its internal battles. With an obvious skill gap, Luo Jiayu barely glanced before deciding who to vote for. He started idly flipping through the lyrics sheet when something suddenly buzzed in his mind. He sharply turned towards Chuyu, his ears still hot, his expression still confused, yet his mouth already stretching into a grin. Are you saying you'll harmonize with my rap? Chuyu startled slightly by his swift movement, then nodded upon comprehending the words. Yeah, I'd like to give it a try. He found this harmony section fascinating. The part marked in the lyrics suggested freedom of interpretation, allowing adjustment of pitch and rhythm, ample creative space combined with spontaneity, aligning perfectly with his taste. But Luo Jiayu disregarded all of this. Overjoyed to the point of delirium, he reached out again, speaking incredibly fast as if fearing burns from boiling water, yet lowering his voice increasingly due to certain indistinct sentiments until gradually becoming inaudible. Let's talk about it tonight, how we should design this section. Chapter 79. Luoxiagu originally had a very beautiful fantasy for the night after that day's training was over. A pitch-black, windy night with the scenery just right. The two of them would find a small, secluded spot perfect for whispering and sit down to start chatting about lyrics and stage design. Then he could slowly inch closer, holding the other's hand, touching their hair, and maybe even steal a kiss on the cheek and ear when they weren't paying attention. There was potential for moonlit romance, with their feelings escalating dramatically. The next time he brought up the topic, they might already be together. It was a perfect plan, with all the elements in place, just waiting for night to fall. His beautiful fantasy lasted until the segment ended and the mentor started guiding the training. Two mentors, one was responsible for rap, the other for singing and dancing. The rap mentor was nearing middle age and rather aloof. After instructing Luo Jiayu to finish the rap lyrics within 2 days and submit them for review, he was called away by the production crew, leaving Ling Wei with a warm smile to supervise their training alone. The members of the dance group were still breaking down the choreography. Chuyu, as usual, chose a corner, one earplug fitted with a headset kindly provided by the staff, practicing the song following the original track recording. The other headphone was placed in Luo Jiayu's ear. Luo Jiayu sat beside him, the white headphone wire naturally shortening the distance between the two. As a result, whenever Chuyu turned his head, he could see the corners of the other person's mouth curling high and the strange scribbles that looked like drawings coming from the pen in their hand. The characters seemed deformed as if they were some kind of grotesque font, looking shockingly ugly. After going through the original song once, Chuyu marked a few emphases on the lyric sheet according to his own understanding, then turned his head and whispered to the boy next to him, "Your mentor won't understand what you've written." Luo Jiayu was surprised, "Really? Sure. No way. Yep. That means his reading comprehension is defective." Chuyu thought about it seriously. "How did you come to this conclusion?" Luo Jiayu responded matter-of-factly, "Always look for reasons in others." Chuyu nodded approvingly, deciding not to bother rewriting it for him, letting the situation run its course as he lowered his head to keep reviewing the lyric paper. He casually commented, reminiscing about the banter-filled interactions of their past. "I just like you." He originally wanted to say, "I just like you this way," having an uncontrollable beauty despite everything, but after uttering the first 4 words, he abruptly stopped himself, realizing something and changed his statement mid-sentence. "I admire you this way." Before finishing the sentence, his voice became softer and less natural, causing only the first 4 words to be heard by Luo Jiayu. Thus, a joke that was supposed to be lighthearted now sounded suspiciously like a confession. When Luo Jiayu leaned close, Chuyu realized belatedly and blushed at the ear tips. Knowing how easily he got teased, he quickly stood up intending to escape. However, halfway standing, he was pulled back by the headphone cord in his ear. Luo Jiayu gripped his wrist tightly, looking into his eyes to confirm, "Like. Admire. Oh, like." The grip on his wrist grew warmer, prompting Chuyu to lower his head almost to bury it in his collar. "No." Luo Jiayu removed one of his headphones, fully aware of the other's real meaning, yet still used the tip of his finger tangled in the headphone cord to graze the edge of his ear and added with a smirk audible only to the two of them. "I like you too. Hey, little buddy over there." Ling Wei finished guiding the dance group and turned around to check where the vocal group was, only to discover her target after searching in vain through the rest of the room, finding him tucked away in the corner. "Little buddy, why are your cheeks so red?" Startled by her question, Chuyu leaped up suddenly as if burned, rising nearly to his full height of 1 meter 79 centimeters before realizing there was nowhere to go. With a snap, he sat down again and mumbled, "Teacher, good evening. Where's your partner?" Though Ling Wei intended to inspect the progress of the vocal group, Baiyu had disappeared without a trace, not found anywhere in the rehearsal room. Slowly piecing things together, she let the absent trainee slide, instead saying, "Never mind, you and the kid beside you give me a quick duet first." Ling Wei, a former top idol, was young but had been in the industry for a long time, giving her seniority in the field. Even though she followed a sweet girl route, she enjoyed calling people "little buddy." Chuyu had seen her, with a bright and sweet smile, address Song Lai, who was almost 2 heads taller than her and unmade up, looking somewhat fierce, as "little buddy," causing him to blush shyly and cover his face. Chuyu and Luo Jiayu obediently stood up. They had practiced the first stanza of their song pretty thoroughly. It was their first time harmonizing, and both felt the result was good, no off-key notes, no forgotten lyrics, perfect timing, and matching vocal tones. The atmosphere they created while singing together was reminiscent of the times they used to belt out songs passionately in front of a trash can. Ling Wei maintained her smile after listening to them perform once, then asked each to sing their respective parts again. She paused for a moment before pointing her finger at Luo Jiayu, who sang all the rap portions with an air that shouted, "I'm the world's best, even if God himself showed up. You, Mr. Swagger, come over here with me." Luo Jiayu didn't react at first when he heard this title. It took him a couple of seconds to realize those 4 words referred to him. Before he could respond, Ling Wei turned her head and pointed at Chu Yu, whose gaze had already wandered far away after finishing his part. "And you, Mr. Robot, come with us too." Mr. Swagger tilted his head and couldn't help but laugh softly. Mr. Robot slowly turned his head around, catching on belatedly as to why his childhood friend was laughing, and glared at him in return. Ling Wei led the 2 boys into another small room, accompanied by cameramen recording the whole process. Once seated, Ling Wei smiled warmly at the 2 kids in front of her and asked Luo Jiayu first, "Little Luo, you've never sung songs like Teddy Bear Candy before, have you?" Luo Jiayu internally thought about how he actually had sung something similar back in kindergarten when his mom tricked him into performing in a skirt in front of the whole family. But saying that would destroy his reputation as universe's #1 rapper Luo Puppy, so he simply nodded and said, "Never." "It shows." Ling Wei continued smiling approvingly. The main theme of these love ballads is sweet youth romance. When rapping, the feeling should be heartfelt and passionate. But during your performance, I couldn't sense that kind of ambience. Instead, it sounded more like an imperial coronation. Luo Jiayu, who had spent months participating in underground rap battles where every opponent felt like rivals in a royal succession war and had dished out more diss tracks than meals eaten, subconsciously touched his nose, feeling a bit guilty. But he remained defiant. "Maybe it has something to do with my sunglasses." Ling Wei grinned mischievously, "No problem, we can replace your sunglasses with pink ones." A thunderclap struck Luo Jiayu as he cracked wide open, his expression stuck like that for ages without recovering. The online comment section erupted in laughter. Why isn't this king laughing? Is he naturally unsmiling? This king's expression looks like he just entered his darkest moment. New fashion item unlocked, pink sunglasses. Without a second of mourning for Dis King losing his black sunglasses, now comes the battlefield with cute and cheerful pink sunglasses. Yield, Dis King. The era of cool guys is over. Your only option now is to transform into Sweet Bean. Ling Wei continued her warm and elegant smile, turning her spiritual attack towards the dejected Mr. Swagger who had lost the privilege to choose his sunglasses. "Alright, little Luo, let's try one more time. This time, soften your tone and make it sweeter." Dejected Luo Jiayu picked up the microphone, his lifeless eyes dropping down to stare at the floor. When he opened his mouth again, he sounded lost, unsure exactly what kind of tone to use for the opening line of the rap. "This is the first day I fell in love with you." Ling Wei still smiled warmly, "Soften it a bit." "This is the first day I fell in love with you." Ling Wei smiled again, "Make it sweeter." Luo Jiayu took a deep breath, "This is the first day I fell in love with you." Ling Wei squinted, sending an unapproving glance, "Smile cuter." Luo Jiayu silently thanked the mentor for pulling them aside into the small room for extra training, otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself in front of more people. His stiff lips and numb mood left him wondering if this was really still a rap. He almost went off key. "This is..." "Stop." Ling Wei held up her index finger against her palm, finally erasing that terrifying PTSD-inducing smile from her face. She furrowed her brows and contemplated for a moment before pointing at Chu Yu, who'd been sitting next to Luo Jiayu the whole time with an expressionlessly cold face but secretly enjoying the show, saying while looking at him. Chu Yu suddenly sat up straight, shocked. The CP fans watching the live stream went wild, waving flags and cheering, giving full credit to mentor Ling Wei for contributing to the early formation of the Pisces couple. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu slowly picked up the microphone again, turned around with the same sluggish pace, and finally raised his eyelids. He saw Chu Yu looking straight ahead, lips pressed together, deliberately not looking at him to maintain his composure. "This is the first day I've liked you," Luo Jiayu tentatively began, only realizing after finishing the sentence that he'd unconsciously smiled. "Indescribable visions of longing emerged in my dreams because I forgot to take your picture away before bedtime." Luo Jiayu always enunciated clearly when rapping, so Chu Yu immediately understood the lyrics weren't fictional but factual, causing his fingers to stiffen in surprise. The convenience store's 8 yuan notebook pages filled with yearning thoughts sealed into love letters after school. Throughout this process, Chu Yu hadn't glanced at Luo Jiayu once, maintaining a stoic expression as if unaffected. Much later, when the surrounding air grew silent and it dawned on him the song had ended, Chu Yu hesitantly looked at Luo Jiayu and met his gaze, now devoid of amusement, radiating sincerity instead. Much better effect." Ling Wei finally nodded after listening to the entire segment, then switched topics with a smile, "But there was no liveliness or energy in your performance. Why were you so gentle and cautious? Were you afraid your lyrics might scare him?" Luo Jiayu was stuck between nodding and shaking his head, unsure of what to do, while Ling Wei just took this as a joke without dwelling too much on it and turned her attention towards Chu Yu, who had already begun covering his ears. "Alright, little buddy, your turn." She didn't call him Mr. Robot for nothing. Chu Yu naturally had a small range of facial expressions, appearing as cold and emotionless as Luo Jiayu. He either went into a mental frenzy internally or shut down completely when faced with situations. His usually calm and collected exterior made it extremely hard for others to influence him emotionally. Ling Wei patiently encouraged, come on, young man, give us a smile. Chu Yu obeyed by slightly bending his mouth upward by 1 pixel. Ling Wei squinted disapprovingly. Chu Yu struggled further, managing to lift another 2 pixels until ultimately failing, bowing apologetically in the spirit of Japanese craftsmanship, sorry. Ling Wei waved it off and continued pondering silently on how to make this expressionless face break into a genuine smile. Luo Jiayu raised his hand at this point, teacher, I know how to make him laugh. Ling Wei nodded, allowing him to proceed. Luo Jiayu turned toward his childhood friend's serious side profile, leaning close to his ear and smoothly delivering a dry joke. One day Tang Xing drew a smiley face on a rock and said to the nearby Sun Wukong, look, your mom is smiling. Chu Yu emitted a fuchi sound and couldn't help himself from laughing harder. Ha ha ha. After the laughter subsided, he reverted instantly to his usual poker face, tone heavy as he bowed apologetically again, sorry, teacher. Ling Wei fell silent upon witnessing their antics. After a moment, she covered her head, sucked in a sharp breath like every unfortunate mentor assigned to these two troublemakers, and then couldn't resist bursting out laughing. I wasn't asking for that kind of laugh. Ling teacher remained sweet but firm. But never mind, practice makes perfect, 200 reps of facial expressions per day will ensure you master this skill eventually. Ling teacher was both encouraging and intimidating. By the end of the day's training session, emotional progress was minimal. Chu Yu felt as though his expressions might suffer permanent damage, while Luo Jiayu experienced a major blow to his confidence, feeling like everything about his breathing, mannerisms, and tones were wrong after being meticulously corrected by Ling Wei. Once outside the training room door, Chu Yu turned toward Luo Jiayu with a vacant stare and pointed at his own face rigidly, am I smiling? Luo Jiayu pulled out a soft ruler from his magical pocket, roughly measuring his friend's mouth corner and quickly curving his own lip, if 5 millimeters doesn't count as a smile, what does? Then he sighed, lowering his eyelids, I'm exhausted. Me too. Shall we go eat? I have no appetite. Neither do I, but we skipped lunch. Our breakfast was also likely skipped. We'll starve to death. Humans aren't so easily starved to death. But with our intense exercise volume and poor mental states, going without food now would be adding insult to injury. You're right. Let's eat. Alright, let's go. To stay alive. For survival. The two came to an agreement and dragged themselves to the canteen at dawn for a late-night snack. However, before they could leave the training building, the rap instructor who had been away for the day suddenly chased after them, Luo Jiayu. Are your lyrics ready yet? After a tiresome day, Luo Jiayu's eyes brightened upon seeing who approached. They're ready, teacher, guaranteed to satisfy you. Let me see. The instructor promptly extended his hand, and Luo Jiayu handed over the draft paper filled with rap lyrics, but the instructor didn't take it. Luo Jiayu pushed it forward again. Instructor, I want the lyrics sheet. Luo Jiayu, this is the lyrics sheet. Instructor wore a face of disbelief, are you serious? This looks like hieroglyphs. I thought there was a Taoist priest in your family. Luo Jiayu's expression went numb as he flipped the draft paper with a swift motion, revealing the page of lyrics Chu Yu had neatly copied for him. The instructor nodded in respect, ah, the beauty of Yan's strength and Lu's grace, such elegant handwriting. Luo Jiayu's originally weary lips twitched slightly, you're quite cultured, teacher. After receiving the lyrics sheet, the instructor began solemnly reading the rap lyrics crafted by these fine strokes, his eyebrows raising higher and higher the more he read. Luo Jiayu. Here. Luo Jiayu. Present. Luo Jiayu's voice echoed like a bell. What have you written here? The instructor tapped the fragile draft paper in front of him with his finger, his face showing deep concern. I asked you to write sweet love lyrics, not a proclamation of a new emperor, nor declarations of war against northern or western foes. Why are your lyrics so arrogant, loud, and aggressive? Love can also be a war without gunpowder, said Luo Jiayu. The instructor raised an eyebrow and looked at him, you've got some culture too. After mutual acknowledgement between the two cultural individuals, Luo Jiayu mustered up his spirits and asked, can I write it again? Luo Jiayu made one last desperate attempt, teacher. Hand it in to me tomorrow morning. The instructor pulled out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket and reconsidered after another look at the lyrics on the draft paper, no, forget about free reign. You'll write an essay based on my given keywords. Luo Jiayu's pupils trembled in shock. His essay scores always hovered below passing when under such limitations during school, because essays rarely came without restrictions, so he never broke through that threshold. Teacher, please don't. Remember the topic I've given you. The instructor showed no care for his student's life and cleared his throat twice before announcing the words, balloons, flowers, candies, romance, stuffed bears, just these 5 words. I want to hear all 5 in tomorrow's morning lyrics. Got it? This marked Luo Jiayu's second Waterloo in his lifetime. His first had happened earlier that morning when Ling Wei reprimanded him. As a result, even the planned midnight snack for survival lost its charm. After entering the empty cafeteria, each ordered a meal placed on the table. However, half an hour passed, and neither touched their chopsticks. Chu Yu rested his head back with closed eyes pretending to nap while Luo Jiayu sat beside him, drafting new lyrics on a blank piece of paper with a death-like expression. He wrote 4 lines, modified 3, deleted 2 after every change. Occasionally, he had to keep guard against profanities like fuck and shit that surfaced naturally from his DNA. He struck out fuck, replacing it with stuffed bear, and turned a divine shit into romance. Chuyu opened one eye halfway through sleep, turning to look at his childhood friend, who just put down his lyric sheet, staring off into space ahead. What are you doing? Changing the song. Bored by brainstorming lyrics, Luo Jiayu habitually provided himself with a background track in his mind. I want to listen. Luo Jiayu granted him access to share his music. Then a cheerful and cute Japanese pop melody flowed into Chuyu's ears. Chuyu moved his tilted back head slightly, then sympathetically looked at his childhood friend. Has life driven you to listening to romance loop already? Luo Jiayu's pen danced wildly in his hand, muttering non-stop, I've got a method. As long as I keep listening to this style of songs before the public performance, keep listening until I'm fully infused with this genre, wouldn't I learn how to sing them? Such dedication. Capybara continued to look at him with sympathy, then closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Before lying back down, he added a faint compliment, you're doing great. Luo Jiayu put down his pen halfway through writing the lyrics, turned his head to look at his childhood friend who was sound asleep, then slowly leaned in closer, whispering softly against that peaceful sleeping face, can I lean on you for a while? The sleeping person wouldn't respond, but Luo Jiayu could overstep by interpreting this lack of response as silent approval. He gradually edged closer until finally collapsing onto the other like a man without bones, every cell in his body seeming to be relieved of a day's exhaustion, finally relaxing. At first, Luo Jiayu would occasionally sneak a glance to check if the person under him had awakened, but as time passed, the drowsiness seemed contagious, and he began to feel sleepy too, closing his eyes for a nap. When he woke up again, Chuyu's breathing was still light and steady, indicating deep slumber. Luo Jiayu's gaze returned to the draft paper in his hands. The lyrics that had previously been patched together awkwardly now suddenly looked much smoother. Picking up the pen again, his mood restored to the joyfulness he felt in the morning. With it, his lyric writing became faster too. Most times, having that person's image in mind made everything flow smoothly from his pen. But something still seemed missing. It was like comparing unilateral infatuation with reciprocal love, there was always something lacking. Teddy bear, balloons, balloons, candies, candies. Luo Jiayu kept looking at his utterly chaotic yet stylish scribblings, muttering the keywords given by the instructor, finally pausing at the last line of the lyrics, also the 4 words that had surfaced most frequently in his mind recently, I like you. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the still sleeping figure beside him, casually chatting as if sharing random thoughts but instinctively softening his voice, when will you like me? Is it possible before tomorrow? Is it possible before the day after tomorrow? Before the public performance? Before our debut? Before the new year? When we're both old and can't walk anymore? Is it possible within this lifetime? After finishing this sentence, Luo Jiayu turned back, leaning on the shoulder behind him. He raised the lyric sheet in his hand, aligning it with the ceiling lamp above his head. The paper was so thin it almost became transparent. In an almost inaudible whisper only he could hear, he murmured. Just once, tell me that you like me, let me know what that feels like. What do you mean, within this lifetime possible? Chuyu rubbed his eyes, his brain still somewhat foggy from just waking up. Vaguely hearing the final few words from his side, he asked groggily, do we have a chance to go home? Definitely, I was just thinking about selling pancakes outside the Louvre sometime within my lifetime. We'll use the money earned to buy tickets for both of us to see a play at the Garnier Opera House, Luo Jiayu replied offhandedly. Chuyu blinked twice and rubbed his eyes again, as if processing the abstract information he'd just received. Sounds good, best wishes for our success. You've woken up. Let's go back to the dormitory. Luo Jiayu originally thought if he finished his lyrics and the other remained asleep, he'd carry him back. Chuyu nodded and was about to head toward the cafeteria door when he saw Luo Jiayu turn around to look at him. The smile on his face no longer carried the fatigue of the day, we will definitely go home. This sentence had been said before, so Chuyu naturally nodded in reply, I believe you. Luo Jiayu waited a little longer but didn't get the next sentence, wanting to give a hint but remembering similar words had already been jokingly said during the day. He heard Chuyu take a long breath but still showed no expression. In the end, they merely acted as though nothing had happened. After a while, Luo Jiayu still couldn't help himself, he stretched out his hand toward the other like a kindergartner demanding something, asking, can we hold hands? This could perhaps count as a certain implication. Chuyu looked down at that clear and well-defined hand, then lifted his head to look at the other. What if we don't? Luo Jiayu averted his gaze, feeling that emotions taking control meant saving face wasn't important anymore. I'll be unhappy. 2 seconds later, he felt his hand touch warm, soft skin. This hand-holding experiment conducted at the cost of dignity turned out to be a big success. Someone holding the other's hand walked like a kite tethered by its string, almost flying happily. Chapter 80. The next morning, Luo Jiayu handed over the newly written lyrics to the rap tutor for review. After skimming through them, the tutor finally nodded in approval. Not bad, kid, you've improved quite a bit. He patted Luo Jiayu on the shoulder and praised him generously, your writing is more delicate than before, also cuter. Finally, it feels like you're starting to get it. Though it was praise, it made the 20-year-old boy feel awkward to proudly accept that today's me is cuter than yesterday's me, as if it violated his dignity as a cool guy. But, the tutor smoothly shifted the topic, your rap lyrics are still not sweet enough, instead, they read somewhat sour. This isn't quite in line with the theme of our song. Seriously? Luo Jiayu was surprised and pulled the sheet of paper with his lyrics to take another glance. Do they sound sour? I wrote these lyrics after listening to sweet songs all night. The tutor patiently pointed out every sentence, breaking it down. Look, this line you wrote, I want to hold your hand and hear you say yes, candies I cannot give away expire easily, doesn't sound like something written while in love. It resembles more the kind of writing from someone who has unreciprocated love or failed one-sided affection. Take another look. Luo Jiayu's mouth twitched slightly. That line was written last night when he lay atop Chuyu, looking at her face and pondering about when he would be able to openly stand by her side under a new identity without any reservations. The tutor invited him to analyze the text critically, but the subject of analysis was himself. Seeing that he was unusually silent without an immediate response, the tutor nudged the paper aside a little. Take your time to think about it. Luo Jiayu, I'm thinking. Tutor, have you figured it out? Luo Jiayu, almost. The tutor frowned, sensing something off but decided these were trivial issues. He didn't pay much attention. However, the rest of the words are well written. Just go back and revise the sentences I've circled, this one, and this one, understood? Yes. Luo Jiayu glanced at the lines the tutor had pointed out, realizing most of them stemmed from emotional spurts. He felt there wasn't much of a problem, they could all be revised. You need to transition from the unrequited phase to the passionate romance phase quickly, got it, the tutor said casually. Luo Jiayu confidently guaranteed while patting his chest, soon, trust me. Although the tutor meant revising lyrics, the response always made him feel like something else entirely, creating an enigmatic vibe. In the following few days, training went much smoother compared to the first day. Ling Wei gradually discovered some patterns among those two unlucky kids who each struggled with managing their expressions. For example, if a rapper who claims to be a cool guy sings sweet songs to others on stage, his demeanor will appear awkward all over, dragging along a sulky puppy-like expression. However, if he sings to his harmony partner, the result immediately becomes natural and graceful, no longer stiff or concerned about losing face. And if his partner at that moment bends their eyes in a smile toward him, the effect is explosive. A certain rapper transforms from ground-level fireworks into small strawberries, the curvature of his lips soaring higher than his speaking speed, flying up high to stand side by side with the sun. As for his partner's robotic role, Ling Wei currently has no significant countermeasure yet. But Chuyu standing there exudes an inherently cuter, softer, and more adorable aura than his childhood friend, making adjustments less challenging, so Ling Wei wasn't worried. On this day, it wasn't just an ordinary training session before the third public performance but also a special day. Luo Jiayu was awakened in the morning by a familiar electronic female announcement voice. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Luo Jiayu. Your popularity has exceeded 600 points. Congratulations to the host Luo Jiayu. Your popularity has exceeded 600 points. The important message is being repeated 3 times. Congratulations to the host Luo Jiayu. Your popularity has exceeded 600 points. Luo Jiayu's already poor sleep due to training was even worse amidst the loud announcements. His temples throbbed with pain, prompting him to swear. This is 4 times, dumbass. The broadcast system, titled Dumbass Model Number 001, responded by increasing the volume by 20 decibels. Each yelled-out word reverberated thunderously inside Luo Jiayu's head, echoing 7 or 8 times. Congratulations, host has unlocked the 600 popularity reward eligibility, would you like to confirm the reward content now? Congratulations, host has unlocked the 600 popularity reward eligibility, would you like to confirm the reward content now? Important things are repeated 3 times, congratulations. Suddenly, there was a pop sound in his mind, and the broadcast system disconnected and went silent. Then came G teacher's distant voice, too noisy. Wait, don't turn it off yet, bring it back. Luo Jiayu sprang up like a carp leaping through a gate. He pulled the blanket aside and instinctively looked down at his lower bunk. His childhood friend was still sleeping soundly. Luo Jiayu glanced at the wall clock. They still had 10 minutes before their agreed-upon time to wake each other up. He hastily put on his clothes, waiting for G teacher inside his brain to get the broadcast system running again while confirming with him. What day is it today? G teacher answered without looking up, you asked me the same question last night. You've confirmed it several times already. After getting the confirmation, Luo Jiayu became even more restless. His brain was still foggy from just waking up, but the plan he had been hiding for several days became clearer and clearer. It was going to be unveiled today on this most suitable day. I'll confirm once more, just in case I time traveled. As soon as Luo Jiayu finished speaking, a ding-dong sounded in his ear, indicating that the artificial intelligence system cosplaying as a parrot was summoned back. The previous broadcast was interrupted by certain human factors, hence 001 will repeat the announcement. Congratulations, host Luo Jiayu. I want to set the reward content. Luo Jiayu directly interrupted the repetitive words of 001 with strong vengeance. Alright, host, please select your 600 popularity reward content. Important things should be said 3 times, please choose. I'll think about it and decide later. Luo Jiayu continued interrupting, you stay on standby during this period, and you're not allowed to talk to humans. With this direct order, 001 lost its ability to use the broadcasting program to trouble the host, because the standby program was indeed written this way. Is today any special occasion? The G teacher inside his brain asked him. It felt that Luo Jiayu was unusually fixated on this day. Even though both me and your Zhao teacher will negotiate with your Dong agency tonight, I haven't seen you take this seriously before. A simple business negotiation was certainly not enough to make Luo Jiayu overly concerned, so there must be another reason. It's indeed a relatively special day, Luo Jiayu stretched lazily, with his mouth corners slightly curling up due to his good mood. Someone's birthday is coming up. Drip drip, the broadcasting system is on standby drip, please make a decision as soon as possible. Keep waiting. The system reluctantly turned off the reminder tone. This standby mode lasted until noon. That morning after training ended, Ling Wei surprisingly gave them all time to have lunch. Chu Yu habitually wanted to find her childhood friend to eat together, but Luo Jiayu unexpectedly refused and even ran away without giving a reason. Chu Yu watched as he disappeared in a flash, still standing there for half a minute feeling quite puzzled. Are you sad, baby? The Zhao teacher inside his brain asked him. Not really. Chu Yu slowly walked alone at the end of the group, somewhat resembling the scene when he first entered camp. Your hormone levels indicate that you're a little sad, baby. Really? Yes, baby. Chu Yu touched his chest where his heart was, finding his heartbeat steady as usual. He thought about what might be causing this sadness. You still want him to accompany you, baby. Chu Yu mentally replied to Zhao teacher, but after he went abroad and wasn't around me, I didn't feel particularly sad. But then he came to the audition camp to be with you. After being together for a long time, you can't live without him, baby. Chu Yu didn't respond anymore, instead turning his head to look out the window towards the lawn square outside. Just then, his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. The person who had run off just moments ago was now hiding under a big tree, apparently fiddling with something while looking down. Then, as if sensing something, the figure suddenly raised his head in Chu Yu's direction. Chu Yu was startled, tightening his chest, and instinctively squatted down, shrinking behind the window. A while later, he belatedly realized how abrupt his reaction was. Why should he avoid making eye contact with that person? Under the tree, Luo Jiayu had just withdrawn his gaze, seeing nothing and paying no attention. Isn't there something more creative, something that would leave a stunning impression? Luo Jiayu swiped the virtual electronic screen in front of him a few times and clicked his tongue, deciding to list a few examples. Like roses grown in the Antarctic ice cap, fireworks sticks that can be lit at 100 meters underwater, or perhaps an all-encompassing snowfall, or even hail, in the middle of June or July. Isn't any of this possible? I'd rather throw a hailstorm into your brain, G teacher responded emotionlessly. We are a system, not your Aladdin's lamp. Even Aladdin's lamp probably wouldn't have entertained such irrational whims. Could you borrow me an aurora from a high magnetic latitude area? Luo Jiayu continued questioning. G teacher narrowed its eyes, sensing that its host wasn't listening to reason. No, get out. That's no fun. For a second, Luo Jiayu seemed deflated, but he quickly regained his energy. I've thought of a new gift. We can't conjure up things that don't exist out of thin air, nor transport impossible to move items from polar regions, the equator, the sky, or under the sea for you. Go away. It's an incredible gift, I'm sure he'll like it. When Luo Jiayu said this, his lips unconsciously curled upwards a bit. And then the broadcasting system interrupted in perfect timing, almost too eagerly. Please select your 600 popularity reward content, host. Luo Jiayu replied with certainty, uttering a word identical to the random nonsense he had blurted out in the morning, time travel. Drip, checking the feasibility of the reward content. Drip, preliminary approval granted. Please set specific time travel details, host Luo Jiayu. Note, if it exceeds the Book Crossing Bureau's administrative scope, the reward will automatically become invalid. Do you confirm the reward content as time travel? G teacher seemed to understand what was happening and asked, do you want to take him on a cosmic journey through starry universes? I wouldn't mind that, and I bet he'd find it interesting too. Luo Jiayu answered offhandedly before lowering his head to press the confirmation button on the electronic screen. But I think he'd prefer going home more. Set detailed time travel specifics. Back to the real world. Maximum duration for time travel is 1 day, after which you will be automatically returned to this book's world. 1 day is enough, Luo Jiayu rolled his lips sarcastically. Between the two of us, we barely have enough free time to spare even for 1 day. Chu Yu had always been quite indifferent towards dates and the calendar system, except when school was concerned, since that involved whether holidays were coming or not. Since joining the audition camp, days and dates had lost all significance for him, only divided now into training periods, public performance periods, and rest periods. His concern over dates had thus further diminished, gradually leading to a state where he couldn't tell the date unless he consulted a calendar. Therefore, when they finished their evening training that day, and Luo Jiayu caught up to him, grabbing Chu Yu's shoulder, whispering, "Happy birthday," into his ear, Chu Yu froze momentarily, completely bewildered. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Should I sing you a birthday song right now? Luo Jiayu started humming casually while speaking. Chu Yu looked at him dumbfounded, blinked twice, then pointed at himself. My birthday. Lunar or Gregorian? The cheerful smile on Luo Jiayu's face vanished instantly, transforming into the sulky expression of an abandoned puppy. He glared slightly at Chu Yu. You forgot. However, just the next moment, Chu Yu wrapped his arms around his neck again, causing Luo Jiayu to instantly melt. Thank you. In the past, when Luo Jiayu wished Chu Yu a happy birthday, Chu Yu's reactions weren't nearly as exaggerated as today. Letting him hold him for a little while longer, Luo Jiayu suddenly tilted his lips slightly upward and spoke into the back of the head resting against his chest. Aren't you getting more into hugging me lately? He had asked this question out of mischief, wanting to see if Chu Yu would flush red with embarrassment in the face of such a direct query. But after waiting a while, he only heard Chu Yu's calm reflection, maybe. Chu Yu was originally hidden behind Luo Jiayu's neck, his gaze aimless as he seriously pondered this matter. After a while, he sensed the quiet tension in the air and slowly lifted his head, still feeling a bit slow in reaction. He looked up and found Luo Jiayu staring at him with complex emotions, his face flushed slightly because of the previous answer, looking hesitant to speak. Neither said a word, and as they silently stared at each other, the person in front slowly approached. Chu Yu's fingers tightened subconsciously, yet his body remained frozen, unmoving as if under a spell. Luo Jiayu let his desires guide his actions, feeling the heat of Chu Yu's breath on his skin as he drew closer. His consciousness blurred, his eyelids half closed, and his lips slowly moved towards their target, Chu Yu's. But in the next second, a loud and unmodulated announcement jolted them out of the moment. The preset reward fulfillment time has been reached. In 1 minute, both hosts will be teleported. Please prepare. Additionally, 001 host Luo Jiayu wishes to send 20-year-old birthday greetings to host Chu Yu. Happy birthday. Confetti. Startled, Chu Yu reverted into a state akin to primitive shock, leaping back from Luo Jiayu's embrace while instinctively looking for any hole to hide in. It took him a while to realize this was Ji Teacher's voice but still felt an intense sense of embarrassment as though their private moment had been exposed. Luo Jiayu was pulled abruptly from his dazed trance, stunned for a moment before snapping to and realizing what they just lost, a mistake that nearly made him grind his teeth in frustration. Too soon to rate with 1-star dissatisfaction. But while past mistakes can't be corrected, future opportunities remain. Luo Jiayu pretended the previous heartache never happened, pulling Chu Yu's fingers again and laughing, saying, let me show you a magic trick. Chu Yu wiped his heated cheeks against his palm, his chaotic mind finally calming down, and asked, what is the content of the magic? Luo Jiayu glanced at his watch, noting there were only 3 seconds left before the teleportation started. 3 seconds from now until dawn, everything you see will be my gift to you. Chapter 81. Chu Yu's half-brain was still in chaos because of the kiss that just happened, barely leaving the other half clear enough to hear what the broadcast system said and then think about where he would be teleported. Are you going to take me to the 2D world, to pilot a Gundam? He asked Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu turned his head and looked at him. At the moment their eyes met, the scene around them began to twist and transform. Chu Yu saw him make a lip motion amidst a vortex-like swirl, but everything was fading so fast that he couldn't hear clearly. Until the next second, the watch's hands finally moved to the hour with a ticking sound, emitting a crisp alert tone. Chu Yu hadn't had time to move his gaze away from his childhood friend's face when familiar scenery suddenly unfolded in his peripheral vision. Soon after, the sparkling lights filled his eyes. Then there was the swirling steam, the aroma of food, bustling crowds, and the laughter between several students passing by. Chu Yu turned his head and saw the pancake stand they used to visit frequently with its sign brightly lit up right before him. Voices came incessantly to his ears, a cacophony far different from the quietness inside the military camp. Boss, give me a grilled cold noodle. Shall we go for some barbecue? There's a new place over there. Welcome. Handmade glutinous rice cakes, 5 flavors bundled together with a discount if bought as a set. Boss, why isn't this code scanning? It wasn't until then that he understood the sentence Luo Jiayu had said to him earlier. I'll take you home. Luo Jiayu noticed a night market stall selling takoyaki and poked the person next to him on the arm, opening his mouth to ask Chu Yu if he wanted to go eat. But before he could ask the first word, Chu Yu had already grabbed his wrist with a familiar look of tension on his face, unconsciously leaning into his arms and stopping completely after pressing against his shoulder. There are so many people. It's a holiday today. Luo Jiayu lowered his head with a smirk, watching his startled childhood friend in his arms. First, he patted the other person's back in a consoling manner, and then went further to pat the top of the head. Passers-by kept looking at them quite a few times, some even pulled out their phones to try and snap photos. Luo Jiayu's smile disappeared as he tilted his head slightly and covered the unknowing person's cheek in his arms with his hand. After a while, Chu Yu emerged from his arms again, lowering his eyes without daring to look up, but his face was still red. I feel better now. Hold my hand. This time it was Luo Jiayu who tightly grasped his wrist and did not let go, sliding his fingers down along the wrist bone, and once he held the palm, he stopped moving. With great enthusiasm, Luo Jiayu pointed forward with his other hand. Let's go. Our destination is the cheese takoyaki stall. All right. Chu Yu instinctively responded, ready to take a step forward, when the person in front suddenly turned around, smiling brilliantly as he approached and asked, how do you like this birthday gift? He wanted to say that the gift was wonderful, that he liked it very much, really very much. But words felt insufficient, the environment was noisy, and his throat couldn't shout loudly enough. However, the feelings were undeniably sincere. Thus, Chiyu opened his arms under that radiant smile, with a sincere expression on his face. Do you want another hug? Luo Jiayu didn't expect such a response, his smile momentarily frozen in surprise. His heart was stirred and softened by this phrase, though his mind wasn't yet aware that what he was feeling was called falling in love. Can you kiss me? He softly asked. The night market was too noisy, and Chiyu didn't hear clearly. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, what? Never mind. Luo Jiayu loudly answered after this sentence. Just as he was about to turn around, it seemed like something was left unfinished, so using the connected hands, he quickly embraced the person behind him, since the birthday star had asked, it'd be a shame not to hug back. After pulling the person into his arms, he also leaned closer to the neck of the other person, then quickly loosened and turned around, let's go eat takoyaki. As a result, both of them continued strolling through the rest of the night market holding hands. Luo Jiayu and Chuyi were basically evenly matched when it came to eating. Since elementary school, every month one of them would inevitably have spent all their pocket money on food, forcing them to beg the other for help, only to end up in an embarrassing situation where both had blown all their pocket money. They had just finished a day of training and neither had eaten dinner. The night market was full of various kinds of food, with too many options to choose from. It eventually turned into Luo Jiayu exploring ahead and purchasing snacks. On average, every 2 stores they passed he bought 3 boxes of street food. After buying them, he hung a bag on each of their arms, leaving one for them to share. After eating that one, 3 new bags came. By the end, it looked like they were octopuses. Luo Jiayu, who had a natural attribute for scattering wealth, wanted to hang a 9th bag but couldn't find anywhere to do so. Eventually, Chiyu couldn't take it anymore and motioned towards his mouth, hang it here. Thus, Chuyu's octopus upgraded into a Christmas tree fully covered in bags. Wait a moment, I'll find a place where we can sit and eat before we keep walking. Chuyu, holding a bag filled with milfai, mumbled a yes through a mouthful. 2 minutes later, Luo Jiayu successfully ran and secured a roadside empty table right before a little boy could get to it. The little boy stomped his feet angrily, I saw it first. Luo Jiayu, unmatched and arguing with kids, retorted, I got it first. The little boy looked close to tears, you took my date spot with Shinshin. Right as Luo Jiayu opened his mouth to respond, a little girl blushed red and pulled the boy's hand, shaking her head, let it go Lele, they are also dating. Let's not disturb them. Just after the little girl spoke, there was a heavy thud on Luo Jiayu's table from several bags colliding together. He looked up just as Chuyu took the bag out of his mouth and wiped his corner of lips with the back of his hand, if you waited 2 more seconds, my drool would have dripped out. Luo Jiayu's expression showed deep thought for a while, then he pointed at the 2 children nearby as if ratting them out, look, they both have girlfriends. Chuyu tilted his head, ah. Luo Jiayu hinted something specific, they're here for a date today. Chuyu, I want to eat vermicelli stuffed shrimp balls. Luo Jiayu finally gave up on hinting anything meaningful to his childhood friend with the wooden brain and channeled his frustration into helping find which bag contained the shrimp balls, eat, leave me the spicy and sour bowl. Their night market adventure ended with both of them too full to walk much further. In the middle, they passed by a stall selling handmade trinkets. Chuyu naturally wanted to pass by the stall but halfway through, his hand was caught. Luo Jiayu's curiosity exploded, touching this and examining that, eventually picking out a hair tie with wooden bead pendants. He wanted to bind it onto the person beside him, and Chuyu reacted with suspicion. What are you doing? Giving you a braid, isn't your hair getting longer? No. Chuyu started struggling. Just consider it as your birthday present. No, Chuyu has always been perceptive in this area, aren't you trying to give me a princess hairstyle again? His childhood friend had a bit of a criminal record, although it was a long time ago. But the memory of Luo Jiayu taking advantage of him being asleep to put on wigs, braid his hair for fun, and then take pictures to immortalize the event still stood vivid in his mind. It's a future birthday gift I'm giving you, Luo Jiayu quickly changed his words. Chuyu glared at him, Luo Jiayu stared back, curved his lips and eyes, then gently patted the person's head as if stroking. Let go. Pretty. Let go. Pretty. Let go. How much is this hair tie? I'll take it. 9 kwai 90 fan each, wow, your friend looks great with it. Since even the boss praised it, Chuyu lowered his head and covered his face with his hands, feeling embarrassed. Meanwhile, the person behind had already finished tying the braid. Luo Jiayu was skillful with his hands. Chuyu's hair wasn't very long either, gathered at the back forming a small ponytail perfectly. The wooden bead pendant dangled gracefully, looking as tranquil and gentle as its owner. Look, Luo Jiayu shoved the mirror handed by the boss lady towards Chuyu, I told you, it's pretty. After handing over the mirror, Luo Jiayu leaned onto Chuyu's shoulder, pretending to look at the hairstyle, but actually gazing at his childhood friend's face through the mirror all along. Noticing Chuyu didn't move, he nudged the shoulder slightly, startling Chuyu out of his trance-like state. Chuyu hastily hid the mirror, lowering his head, pretending to cover up his feelings by muttering quietly, pretty. Chuyu was telling the truth, but even he didn't know why his gaze had wandered from the hair tie in the mirror to the face behind him, and once it landed there, it refused to move away. He just stared, lost in thought. Throughout his life, Luo Jiayu's handsomeness had never been lacking in praise: sharp features, a chiseled profile, bold lines that invited a whirlwind of first impressions and romantic daydreams. Yet Chu Yu, being face-blind, had always had a blurry sense of beauty. The looks of those around him existed as vague impressions in his mind, ones he'd never bothered to scrutinize. Instead of focusing on specific facial details, what stood out more vividly to him were the feelings evoked by those faces: familiarity, stability, warmth, reassurance. Even though his childhood friend's appearance was technically intimidating, when Chu Yu looked at Luo Jiayu's face, none of those aggressive notions ever crossed his mind. What surfaced immediately were those comforting feelings. Now there was another feeling added to the list: a desire to get closer. When he finally realized what he'd been thinking, he froze again like a startled deer. His wooden bead pendant swung uneasily at the nape of his neck, emitting dull sounds as it clinked together. "Let's go," Luo Jiayu said after completing the payment, taking Chu Yu's hand with perfect ease. "We're going home." Chapter 82. After visiting the night market, the two instinctively started their way home, but halfway through, they suddenly remembered two things. First, they had abruptly appeared in the real world and could only stay for one night. Second, their identities in the real world were already dead. At this moment, the broadcast system chimed in, appropriately reminding them. Detected a strong intention of returning home among both hosts. However, contacting relatives in the real world may severely impact their cognition. The system recommends using the new limited edition invisibility technology developed by the Book Penetration Bureau to protect both your identity and your family's well-being. Sounds less interesting than me making a dramatic entrance from the sky, announcing that I've triumphed over the king of hell and crawled out of the ground, Luo Jiayu said with a shrug. But Chu Yu brightened up at the suggestion: invisibility? Could we use it in the audition camp? Can we change the limited edition into a permanent feature? Please consider the psychological capacity of your family members and don't really be a disobedient child. No, the limited edition is inherently superior, and it will never become permanent in this lifetime. The system's somewhat moody reply succeeded in making both unhappy. However, they still needed to put on the invisibility suit. After putting it on, Luo Jiayu asked another question. What happens when we finish our mission and return to the real world? Once the mission is completed, the Book Penetration Bureau will erase the original facts of this world, eliminating the fact that you have died and restoring everyone's memory to the time when you were alive. Please rest assured, we are very professional at this. Hearing this makes me want to apply for a job at the Book Penetration Bureau, Luo Jiayu whispered to his childhood friend. Chu Yu turned around fearfully. Don't go. They even make breathing like a lottery game. The two stopped at the last crossroads leading to their homes. They agreed to reunite here after separately visiting their families. Insistent on sealing their promise not just with words, Luo Jiayu made Chu Yu pinky swear. As Chu Yu looked up after hooking their little fingers, he hesitated to release. I'm not going anywhere, Chu Yu said. I know, Luo Jiayu replied softly, I just wanted to touch you again. Chu Yu felt himself becoming lighter and lighter as if submerged in these words, his mind floating like a feather on water, so much that even the sound coming out of his throat seemed dreamlike. We'll touch each other again when we return. Even the system couldn't endure the gooiness anymore, and seeing the other slowly getting dizzier and unable to take another step, it decided it was time to intervene. The electronic voice returned unceremoniously. Reminder, your invisibility suits will deactivate in 45 minutes. At that time, the system will forcibly transport both of you away from your families. Please act quickly. Luo Jiayu snapped out of his reverie like waking from a pleasant dream. Even the hand that had almost touched someone's cheek froze for a moment, gritting his teeth unwillingly before readjusting his mindset. When he raised his eyes again, the person who just said, I'm not running away, was already gone. If we don't reach the years required for a diamond wedding anniversary later, it's all on you. The system stared blankly. What? It doesn't matter. Go away. Luo Jiayu's home was in a villa complex near the local river. Originally, Chu Yu's home was there too, but later, due to bankruptcy, his parents sold that house. Even though the family business improved afterward, they never moved back, or else, they could have walked along the same route to go home together now. As midnight approached, Luo Jiayu sneaked quietly towards his own front door. Seeing that the light in the living room window was still on, he immediately grew excited and slipped into a side door closest to his room through a familiar password. The bonus effect of the invisibility suit was eliminating any sounds created by movements. Considering how opening the main door would be visually frightening, Luo Jiayu decided to take an alternative route, climbing inside through the living room window. Inside the living room, his father was reclining in a rocking chair with a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose, flipping through the newly arrived newspaper. On the other side of the sofa sat his mother, concentrating on her cross-stitch embroidery. The quiet atmosphere made the squeaking sound of pulling open the window unusually noticeable. Mr. Luo looked up first, but saw nothing. What was that noise at the window? Is something broken, dear? Would you check? Don't interrupt. I'm right in the middle of stitching. Keep your voice down so you won't wake Janning up. Mrs. Luo kept her head low, continuing her work. Just as she finished one stitch, her husband suddenly shouted again. Ow, something just bit me on the face, like a mosquito. 2 seconds earlier, Luo Jiayu had just jumped down from the cracked window and boldly dashed toward where his parents were sitting. In a loud voice that no one could hear, he shouted, "Dad, Mom, I'm back," while smacking a kiss on his dad's stern face. "I've missed you so much, Dad. Are you hallucinating? Or maybe you should go to bed early." Ow. Ow. Mrs. Luo was cut off again by another loud kiss from her son before she wiped her face irritably. There's even a watermark left. After hugging and kissing both parents, Luo Jiayu looked at their shocked reactions and his smirk faded into a straight line. He muttered softly, "Wait for me." Then he turned and hurried upstairs to enter the room he used to live in. The various things he left behind were still there in place, neatly organized and preserved until now. Thanks to the housekeeping aunt who must have come regularly to clean, the entire room was spotless, as if untouched by time. The items left behind made it seem like he had never left. He touched around the familiar surroundings, eventually opening up a cabinet he had never put any books in, unsurprisingly finding a photo frame inside with his picture, a candle stand for offerings placed in front of it, and a plate of fruits, all looking fresh. This makeshift altar may be small but complete. People of his parents' age would not indulge in such rituals, hence it must be set up by his younger sister. He took one last glance at the fresh fruit on the plate. It was an offering his little sister gave him. Luo Jiayu picked up one of the apples, took 2 bites, chewed it a few times, and felt it tasted good. A perfect dessert after dining out tonight. When he'd nearly finished most of the fruits on the plate, Luo Jiayu thoughtfully left a tangerine for Chuyu. Then he patted his hands clean, feeling ready to meet up with his childhood friend. Just before leaving, after some consideration, he took his photo from the frame, flipped it over, and scribbled on the blank side with a black pen 4 large characters, "Wait for me." He then returned the photo precisely to its place, putting everything back exactly as before. With all this done, he smiled at the closed cabinet door, turned away without a second glance, and slipped once more through his home window with characteristic flair. His journey back was brisk, hurrying to the prearranged intersection only to discover that the long-awaited figure had yet to appear. Without hesitation, he sprinted straight towards the direction of Chuyu's neighborhood. Upon reaching his friend's house, he found the gate slightly ajar and ventured in cautiously. In the bedroom, Chuyu sat silently at the edge of the bed he'd slept on since childhood, lowering his head sorrowfully as he gazed at the sleeping middle-aged woman before him. Clutched tightly in her hand was an old photograph of young Chuyu, her cheek streaked with dried tears. As Luo Jiayu stepped in, the scene greeted him, moonlight streaming in, falling gently on Chuyu's shoulder. There, under that pale glow, he noticed the redness around Chuyu's eyes. Silent tears lingered, while his childhood companion absent-mindedly nibbled on a piece of apple taken from the offering tray beside the Buddhist shrine. Mid-chew, noticing the gaze coming from the doorway, Chuyu looked up. His throat sounding raspy as he spoke, he pointed to the fruit plate nearby, choked out words with emotion, "Do you want a piece?" Luo Jiayu moved behind him, placing his hand on his childhood friend's shoulder. Instinctively, Chuyu clutched his hand tightly. They stood and sat quietly for a while in mutual silence. Eventually, Chuyu whispered faintly, "Thank goodness you're still here. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to touch anything else. Will your mother think it was you who ate all the apples?" "I guess so. She knows I eat a lot." Chuyu wiped his eyes one final time, raised his head, and extended the half-eaten apple toward the person behind him. "Let's go." Luo Jiayu bit into the apple at his urging, held onto his hand, and led him toward the door. "I've got a new idea. We have a few hours till morning, let's head to the riverside." "For what?" "Speeding." Half an hour later, the two arrived back at Luo Jiayu's family underground garage. Watching his proficient moves unlocking the car, getting in and starting the engine, Chuyu couldn't help notice it seemed more like stealing a car despite it being their own parking space and vehicle. "Hurry up, we can't wake them up. If they find out, it'll be trouble." "Now it's more like it." After Chuyu fastened his seatbelt, he asked, "Didn't you fail your Subject 3 test?" "Tricked you. I passed the retake after failing the first time." Luo Jiayu, after months, touched his beloved car again. His mood was so good that his eyes curved into a smile. Luo Jiayu's speeding experiences mostly accumulated during the time after he went abroad. When he first arrived in the US, he hadn't gotten over the emotions of parting from his family and childhood friends. Whenever his mood dropped, he liked to speed on the local Ring C highway. Flying forward with the car and wind made him forget his troubles, which was very effective for treating unhappiness. He actually regretted proposing the concept of going home tonight. Giving someone a birthday surprise was supposed to see their smile, but Chuyu hadn't smiled ever since he left his house. On the slow drive to their destination, while eating the tangerine given by Luo Jiayu, Chuyu asked without lifting his head, "How's your driving skills?" "Perfect, excellent. You won't find another better than me." It doesn't sound very reassuring. Luo Jiayu turned a corner, seeing the entrance to the Riverside Expressway coming up close. "I'll count to 3. 3. The next second, Chuyu had his face full of cold wind, trying to open his eyes again only to be forced shut by the powerful wind. The scenery on both sides rapidly changed, along with his previous bad mood gone in an instant. "How does it feel?" All the world's wind seemed to gather around their ears at this moment. Luo Jiayu's voice, through the howling wind, sounded like it was covered by sandpaper but still came clearly and loudly into his ears. Chu Yu gradually adapted to this thrill of racing against the wind, narrowing his eyes as he similarly shouted back loudly, "Not bad." The speed kept increasing. On the road at 2:30 in the morning, there were no other vehicles. So tonight's moonlight and stars only shone upon these two people. It's the tangerine. What? The tangerine. What about the tangerine? The tangerine is falling. Let it fall. Luo Jiayu took one hand off the steering wheel, raising it up and waving twice as if grabbing the wind. I'm going to accelerate again. Chu Yu also reached out with one hand. There was no way to eat the tangerine now. He tilted his head, looking far away at the swiftly passing river surface. As he watched, he gradually started to laugh. Luo Jiayu noticed his laughter and also turned his head towards him with a smirk on his lips. Shout something. Shout what? Luo Jiayu's lips moved. Impulsed by the strong wind, he wanted to say, I like you, I love you, but then he heard the person beside him shouting into the distance as expected. We are the #1 in the world. Alright, this is great too. With a smirk, Luo Jiayu turned back, following up and adding his voice, we're the kings of the world. #1. King. This was Chu Yu's 20th birthday. On his 20th day, he deeply realized that he would never forget this night spent with the person beside him. Chapter 83. On that birthday night, they squatted together by the river waiting for sunrise in the last hour before being sent back to the camp. The sky was still dim and black, and the wind blew a little cold. The two were sitting quietly side by side at first. As time passed, Luo Jiayu stood up, hands on his waist as he looked around because he couldn't sit still and wanted to find some stones to skip across the water. As time went on, Chiyu laid down, lying straight and peacefully closing his eyes because he hadn't slept all night. His eyelids felt like they were glued together with super glue. With gentle waves and the sound of the wind surrounding him, he looked like a blissfully dead body. The soil by the riverbank was damp, the ground uneven. When Luo Jiayu looked down, he saw his childhood friend falling asleep without warning and became flustered, quickly sitting back down without even looking for any stones. He hesitated while taking off his coat halfway, then gently lifted the sleeping head away from the pile of rocks and placed it on his shoulder. Chu Yu felt his movement but didn't open his eyes. A warm shoulder was far more comfortable than cold hard stones, although it still felt awkward against the bones compared to resting against someone's chest. With the chill and dampness of dawn, he subconsciously tried to move closer to the warmth of the other person's embrace, moving his head a centimeter before realizing something wasn't right. Firstly, despite the countless times they had embraced in various settings, Chiyu initiating these actions was extremely rare, let alone doing so for no reason at all. Because such an act, simply wanting to cuddle into someone's arms for no reason and feeling happy, was typically only seen among couples. The inch-moved head stopped there, neither going forward nor retreating, stuck awkwardly, looking somewhat embarrassed. Are you cold? At this moment, Luo Jiayu turned his head as if sensing his discomfort. Should I go get a blanket from the car for you? Chu Yu was just about to slowly respond with a yes, but instead heard the person beside him mutter, never mind, don't want to leave yet, I won't go. Luo Jiayu pulled the person close into his embrace, his arm wrapped around their back, chin resting on the person's hair, looking content, this is fine. The capybara who was pretending to be a corpse inside the embrace silently moved their head towards the person's chest. Mission accomplished, Luo Jiayu tilted his head, blowing the riverside humid air for a while, and kicked the small pebbles by his feet several times. After almost kicking them all away, he looked up towards the distant horizon, not sure whether it was an illusion or not, but the originally dark clouds gathered seemed to be faintly letting through a bit of light. He looked back at the person in his arms, lightly poking the other's cheek, speaking softly as the breeze, don't sleep, all right? Can you keep me company and chat for a bit? Chu Yu's eyelids remained closed in silence, though he didn't open them, he responded through muffled sounds from beneath the fabric of clothes, you talk. There's not much actually, said Luo Jiayu. When you first went to that world, did you miss me? Yes. Did you think about how I would react when I found out you were gone? No. Chu Yu slowly pulled back from his chest, looking up at him. I thought about how you'd burn my game cartridges for me and place embarrassing photos of mine by my tomb. And I guessed it correctly. Speaking with sorrow building up from deep within, he reached out and gave a punch to the shoulder of the person nearby, thousands of dollars worth of cartridges, limited edition ones, so many cherished items, all burned. I didn't even receive a pinch of ash. I'm sorry, forgive me. Luo Jiayu instinctively covered the fists punching him with his palms, despite the growing intimacy in both movements and distance, the topic strayed unconsciously. So feudal superstition is bad. After I finished talking to you that day, I posted a banner above the cabinet where your photos are stored saying, promote science and dispel superstition, to remind myself not to make offerings or burn things for you anymore since you wouldn't even receive them anyway. Chu Yu's thoughts wandered off along with his words, what else did you burn for me? Quite a lot. Luo Jiayu admitted guiltily, all the Legos we built, puzzles we completed, records we stored, collectibles placed here, all of them were burned. All of them. I wanted your cultural and entertainment life in the other world to be rich. So, did you burn the photo of me in girls' clothing from high school graduation that I asked you to burn? No. Chu Yu grew exasperated. You should have burned that, but now you've burned what you shouldn't. Luo Xiaogo blinked his eyes. Wait, we're off topic. Chu Yu had already managed to pull half of his body out of Luo Jiayu's embrace, like extracting a radish, but was pulled back halfway through. After struggling in vain, he grew irritated, and even his usually lackluster tone became unusually spirited. Let go. Don't leave. Luo Jiayu raised his head to look at the side of Chu Yu's face clouded with sullenness. I also burned a letter for you. When did I ever write you a letter? I wrote it for you. But Luo Jiayu didn't continue with this topic anymore. Chu Yu wanted to ask what the letter said, but decided against opening his mouth. What else could there be? In fact, he should have been able to guess. On the day Luo Jiayu wrote that letter, it was 3 days after he learned about his childhood friend's death. He sat staring blankly at the roaring bonfire in front of him. Having stayed up all night, his eyes were bloodshot red. While lost in thought, he suddenly yanked a sticky note from his shirt pocket, half palm-sized, not enough to record many words. He thought there would be plenty he wanted to say. But on that day, while holding the black ink pen tightly in his hand almost breaking it, he never managed to write a single word. So, eventually, the only thing thrown into the fire was a blank sheet of paper, with just one ugly, trembling name, Chu Yu. Actually, I went through a tough time back then. By the riverbank, Luo Jiayu embraced his living childhood friend and recounted an old memory in a casual tone. His arms tightened around Chu Yu, silence ensued briefly, before he drew in a deep breath and softly corrected himself. It was incredibly difficult. For a moment, there was only the sound of water washing away pebbles. Chu Yu noticed the gloomy aura enveloping the person beside him and looked worriedly towards him. Terribly inept when it came to comforting others, he felt easily at a loss when it came to someone he cared about being sad, and struggled in dealing with it properly. After some time, Luo Jiayu felt an itch on his cheek. He too looked up and realized it was a strand of Chu Yu's hair that had fallen and brushed against his skin. Chu Yu mimicked an action Luo Jiayu once did to comfort him during an emotional breakdown, pressing their foreheads together. Feeling something missing, as if forgetting an important step, he recalled and lifted his hands to cradle the other's face. Luo Jiayu, gazing quietly at his childhood friend so close within reach for a while, couldn't help but softly speak. This move is used to prepare for a kiss. Startled like being shocked with electricity, Chu Yu instantly withdrew 8 meters away. But before he had a chance to retreat fully, he was quickly caught by Luo Jiayu. Forced to maintain eye contact with the man in front of him, he instinctively tried to look away and shrink into any available corner, but Luo Jiayu wouldn't let him. Slowly narrowing the distance between them back to where it was before, they pressed foreheads together again. Then, tilting his eyes down, he asked gently coaxing and querying, why not give it a try? I've heard kissing feels really nice. I'm not ready yet, his breathing mixed with hot air as Chu Yu murmured faintly, somewhat disoriented. Happy birthday. Luo Jiayu then reached out to cup his face and leaned in for the kiss. The feeling of warm lips was soft and gentle, like the touch of a feather. Chu Yu's mind turned completely blank due to this unexpected kiss, his soul growing lighter until it separated from his body and floated in the air like clouds, yet his heart became heavier and every beat reverberated audibly in his ears. Luo Jiayu hadn't deceived him, kissing did feel wonderful. Chu Yu felt the hands on his cheeks gradually move to the back of his head, the initial delicate pressure on his lips increasing slightly. As his lips were lightly bitten, his tongue touched his lips wanting to open the way further, he instinctively opened his eyes wide in shock, along with his lips slightly parting, before hastily turning his head to evade the impending advance. Truly, I'm not. Chu Yu heard his incoherent voice, more slurred than ever since the spicy hot pot incident, his voice lowering, his heartbeat thunderous in his ears, his face redder than ever, though he remained unaware of it, not ready. The kissed area burned, burning to dizziness. It was the first day of his 20th birthday, and he had exchanged his first kiss with a childhood friend of over 10 years. Before Chu Yu could gather enough courage to make eye contact with the one who had just kissed him, his forehead was softly pecked once again as if for comfort. Then it moved to the corners of his eyes, his lips, and finally his ear. It had been a long time since the last kiss, ever since Luo Jiayu confessed and lightly kissed the corner of his lips. At that time, he had just found out that he had been kissed multiple times in his sleep without knowing, and his first reaction was panic and unease. The fear made him unable to face the other person's feelings or his own. The evolution of intimacy should have terrified him, but somehow, their relationship seemed to have gone through a transformation without him noticing. There were small tears and barriers in between, but ultimately, neither of them left. And now, he was held in the arms of the person who had stolen kisses from him. Luo Jiayu clearly hadn't recovered from that kiss yet, his eyes still hazy. To soothe his unease at accepting the tongue kiss, Luo Jiayu placed a few more kisses on his cheeks and ears. This wasn't like the feather-light touches before. Now the lips lingered over every inch of heated skin with a kind of entwining affection. It no longer had the polite caution of previous explorations, instead, it was more like marking territory, more ambiguous, bolder, and more audacious, as if all the suppressed desires finally found a way to be released. Chu Yu slightly turned his head away, as Luo Jiayu kissed his eyes. Until the lashes and the rims of his eyes were kissed wet, looking as if he had just cried. Some light emotions gradually began to feel heavy, Chu Yu's breathing rhythm started to go awry, and he managed to open his eyes amidst a dizzying sensation. He saw Luo Jiayu lower his head quietly and gaze at him, an expression similar to the one months ago when he had lost control biting his ear. Chu Yu's fingers hanging by his side twitched. Perhaps encouraged by his lack of resistance, by the time Chu Yu realized what was happening, Luo Jiayu had already followed the tear mole at the corner of his eye down and continued kissing down until his lips grazed his neck. His fingers touched the ear tip that had just been kissed and slid down along the line of the ear bone. This time it wasn't just his face that felt hot, every cell in his body seemed to be burning. He was extremely uncomfortable from the series of actions that stirred up his lust, and he faintly became aware that his childhood friend was deliberately doing this. Deliberately caressing him like this so that when his mind was cloudy and his body was about to collapse limply into his embrace like water, he could ask. Can you accept it now? Luo Jiayu's lips left the collarbone revealed outside his shirt, and once again softly asked him. Chu Yu stubbornly shook his head with his mouth tightly shut. Though the action was defiant, the voice that came out was soft and carried breathy gasps from being overly teased. No. Really? Luo Jiayu shifted his head, his lips meeting the ear already flushed red, and just as he leaned forward to blow some air into it, he heard a muffled sound. Don't use this method. Luo Jiayu paused, stunned. Go slowly, or, give me a few more days. Chu Yu struggled to open his eyes, suppressing the rising heat inside his body. I can adapt. Luo Jiayu gradually regained his shattered consciousness. Once his eyes cleared from the trap of passion and returned to clarity, he responded, okay, we'll go slowly. Chu Yu nodded in agreement, only realizing afterward the implications contained within the words, go slowly, he had spoken offhand. By then, the sky was no longer dim black. The clouds gradually parted, and distant horizons shone with pale golden rays spreading along the water surface toward all sides. The riverbanks grew brighter, and it was at this moment that their expressions while looking at each other became clearer. To avoid blushing under direct eye contact, Chu Yu chose to turn back and look far across the river, silently waiting for the sunrise to come. Luo Jiayu's ear tips were burning. Staring at his childhood friend's side face, his expression was somewhat dazed. Earlier, he let his desire guide both his actions and thoughts completely, so when halfway through the kiss he was refused further, his first reaction was disappointment and reluctance. It wasn't until 2 seconds ago when his brain was refreshed by the breeze that Luo Jiayu snapped out of his passionate haze. As the pure part of him surfaced again, he finally realized how much of a step forward their relationship had taken. He had kissed him. Long awaited, from confusion to suppression to eruption to infatuation and then openly confessing love, after all these years, he had finally kissed him. The first kiss was sweet, the wind brushing against his face was sweet, the clouds drifting in the sky were sweet, even the sounds of surging tides on the river surface and the distant sunlight were sweet, and even the air they breathed was sweet. His entire head felt dazed with sweetness, almost unable to believe what he had just experienced and felt. The wind lifted the corners of his mouth into a smile as a river gull flapped its wings over the distant water surface, flying toward their location, trailing a streak of pale golden light behind it. With one loud and high-pitched ee-oo-you, the river gull successfully drew Yu Chuyu's attention. Brother Botsi calculated with his fingers and figured out that the bird hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Do you have any fries? Throw it some fries. Luo Jiayu clearly shared the same thought process, already standing in a feeding position, but after rummaging in his pockets without success, he glanced down to see his childhood friend looking up at him with clear eyes. Luo Jiayu. Ah. Luo Jiayu clasped his chest in mock agony. Here, fries. Chu Yu appeased him by shoving a fresh box of fries into his arms. How much did they cost? The person holding the fries gasped weakly. 5 yuan. I'm about to faint from the pain. At this, Chu Yu also stood up, touching the person's shoulder with concern yet restraint. It hurts. Xiaogo closed his eyes and groaned softly. Chu Yu raised his arm again to pat the person's hair. It still hurts. Worried now, Chu Yu touched the person's chest. It still hurts so much. Chu Yu felt something was off. He had originally intended to secretly get back at the other for teasing him earlier, but somehow things had escalated to this situation. He hesitated for 2 seconds before tentatively leaning forward, pressing his lips close to the person's corner of the mouth, finally stopping a few centimeters away. Seeing no reaction, his own face grew hotter with embarrassment as he attempted to pull back, only to be stopped halfway. With a firm grip, not like someone in immense pain. You tricked me again. Luo Jiayu froze, realizing he'd been exposed. Then he froze again. You used this way to test me. The sensitive one whose move was exposed silently pulled his head away from Luo Jiayu's hand, but the bold one wouldn't let go and persisted in the sticky standoff for a while. Suddenly, Luo Jiayu froze once more. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Luo Jiayu said, the bird flew away. Thus, the precious supply of fries exchanged for good feelings were consumed as their breakfast. Stick by stick, they alternated dividing the fries, watching the sun slowly rise in the distance until morning glow spread across the entire river, even warming the breeze that brushed against them. Until the dawn connected the sky and the water into one vast expanse, with the sunrise blazing in fiery gold-red hues. The brilliance extended along the central horizon, casting warm light onto their cheeks and shoulders, pushing away the dark shadows of night. The bright sunlight radiated warmth, and warmth always made people feel good. Amidst the expansive riverside, only two heads sat close together. The owner of the left head turned, extending his hand during this brief, precious 5-minute sunrise moment. A new day. The owner of the right head heard this and turned too, one hand propped on his cheek while the other reached out to tap hands with the one on the left. All the best. Luo Jiayu threw the last fry into his mouth, took a sip of mineral water nearby, then handed it to Chuyu and casually asked. How far are you in your minor quest to charm me? Over 850. Chuyu had glanced at it when they swapped the fries earlier. Only 10 points left until completion. Silence from beside. Chuyu softly asked, what's wrong? Soon my affection points will max out, Luo Jiayu responded in an equally soft tone. When that day comes, can I get an official response from you? An official response. For a moment, Chuyu froze, the long-standing habit of passivity in their relationship causing him to often overlook and evade certain facts. For example, if Luo Jiayu hadn't brought it up, he might not have realized that although he had willingly allowed kisses and embraces earlier, he had never actually considered speaking the words, I like you aloud. There were things he preferred not to explicitly state, most of the time, silence roughly equaled acceptance. But acceptance didn't mean clarity, it was merely an ambiguous approach following the present moment. Though this behavior may appear compliant and agreeable at first glance, upon closer examination, it lacked a definitive commitment, which could easily leave others feeling insecure. So, it made sense that his childhood friend wanted a formal, specific response. Luo Jiayu was genuinely concerned too, despite how often he fantasized about the future when exchanging rings at a wedding while holding hands and sleeping together in their everyday moments. Yet, as they reached this stage involving formal relationship shifts, he became unexpectedly more cautious than even Chuyu. He understood what his childhood friend's temperament entailed. On one hand, Chuyu shouldn't be pressured too hard, but on the other hand, Luo Jiayu knew it would also be wrong to feign ignorance and skip over this crucial topic. Their relationship was already unique, blurred by various deliberate and unintentional factors, making the boundary between friends and lovers overly unclear in their eyes. Even after crossing many thresholds together, they could still retreat one step and simply call each other friends. Luo Jiayu's uneasiness probably stemmed from that exact reality. Perhaps in the other person's mind, a kiss might not count as officially establishing a relationship, perhaps Chuyu needed time to think about it. None of these concerns were problematic, Luo Jiayu was prepared to wait, but he required an exact answer. Okay, he heard the other agree, confirming his fears since Chuyu did not instantly conclude, because just because we kissed, doesn't mean we're automatically a couple. I will give you one. Soon. Soon. Relieved, Luo Jiayu looked down for a moment at the sand glistening under sunlight like sprinkled glitter. He then turned his gaze to the side profile of his childhood friend, staring thoughtfully before stretching out a hand to grasp the other's slim wrist. What's wrong? We should leave soon. How much time left? 2 minutes. Chuyu sighed. Having pulled an all-nighter without rest and knowing the upcoming full day of training back at camp awaited him, indulging in this peaceful moment felt almost reckless. He feared he might die of exhaustion in the practice room later. In that case, let me nap for a bit. Botzi promptly lay down right there. Luo Jiayu was surprised. You're going to sleep with only 2 minutes. Even 2 minutes of sleep is sleep. Botzi closed his eyes contentedly, enjoying the warmth of dawn on his body like a corpse basking peacefully in the morning sun. Watching his childhood friend's breathing gradually even out on the beach, Luo Jiayu couldn't help replaying the earlier scene where Chuyu had flushed against his shoulder, breathlessly asking for, just a few more days, in his ears. There was no denying it, the sensation of a kiss was far too enchanting, comforting enough to make anyone crave another taste. Today they kissed. Could they kiss tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? 3 days after? Since progress needed to be slow anyway, surely 1 kiss per day wouldn't be excessive. Moreover, the day Chuyu's affection meter maxed out was also the day Luo Jiayu would finally receive his answer. Right now, he felt a growing urge to push that day closer manually. In the last second before losing consciousness of the real world, sunlight completely engulfed every corner of the riverbank. Chuyu opened his eyes amidst the dazzling colors and felt the residual warmth from his lips, giving him a faint sensation as if the sunshine had materialized into an entity caressing his soul. A new day, filled with good omens. Chapter 84. The night before the performance of the 3 elders. The airport was bustling with fans from various groups waiting to receive their favorite stars, with a cacophony of voices surrounding. A few prominent fans at the front had bracelets on their wrists in the same supporting color, adjusting the camera positions and occasionally discussing in hushed tones. Where are Brother Botzi and Brother Pensy? Did anyone see them? Here they come. Here they come. In front of the lens, the first thing captured was a pair of long legs wearing black ripped jeans that no one could count how many holes there were, topped with a mid-length black trench coat. Above that, sunglasses and black ear studs hung from the earlobes. This style of dressing could never be Brother Botzi but only another person. Luo Jiayu appeared from the corner of the airport and immediately walked forward without looking back, his hand in his pocket as he moved like the wind, his outfit entirely black from his sunglasses down to his heels. The camera recorded him walking over just seconds before he passed by and left. His appearance seemed exceptionally good, with straight snapshots possible during the airport's real-time shooting. After reviewing some recently taken photos, the major fans were very satisfied. Handsome. Cool. Swaggering. Pretentious, though we know the kid is faking it, but he still managed to pull it off. Where is brother Botsy? With Luo already gone, where could my brother Botsy be? Surely not sleeping in the waiting room. A certain cold and aloof dark sunglasses handsome man made his dazzling entrance and graceful departure within 15 seconds. 2 more seconds later, all the fans saw that someone who had just left turned back. First, he stepped backwards several steps, then turned around under the perplexed eyes of fans, removed his sunglasses and began looking around. And right before everyone's eyes, he sprinted back. The prominent fans looked at each other confusedly. After a few more seconds, the cool, aloof handsome man finally retrieved his dazed childhood friend who was wandering aimlessly in a hidden corner, grabbed his wrist to prevent him from getting lost again, took out his sunglasses with the other hand, and put them on, once again turning into the high-end mighty dark sunglasses handsome man. The two walked side by side, retracing the route just taken, all while being watched closely by fans. Exclamation point. The main fans suddenly understood. Photos and videos of holding hands while walking through the airport were uploaded to the Pisces fan forums 1 minute later, adding another memorable CP moment. However, due to the richness of content within the forum, the expected CP fireworks were surprisingly subdued, replaced with an air of seasoned calmness. Is my brain not working properly? Have they officially announced their relationship? Far from that, they look like they've been secretly married for 10 years. I'm truly indulged to the point I'm even wondering when they will go public. +1, all because every recent training preview has been loaded with sugary vibes. Thought the duet at the second public performance was the peak of CP stages. After seeing the third public rehearsal, I'm not so sure anymore. Your Majesties seem full of surprises we didn't know about. My CP can transform sloppy expressions into gentle, tender, and shy ones just through a glance. I wouldn't expect outsiders to believe me even if I said it, but it's true. Thought brother Botsy was going to stick with robot-like perfection until pre-publication 3 days ago. Suddenly, he's broken through, blushing after singing, seriously suspecting sister Luo might have slipped him some kind of charm potion. To be honest, brother Pensie's progress was similar, almost synchronously improving alongside brother Botsy. Their coordinated singing and rapping really felt like love disguised under the pretense of music. What if they're actually dating? Why do you keep losing your way? After finally walking into a corridor without any pursuit photography, Luo Jiayu removed his sunglasses and helped the person behind him remove their mask. Maybe next time you go far away, you should hold on to my clothes instead, using your other hand for the phone. Embarrassing. Chuyu instinctively pulled his hood up after his mask was taken off. There were too many people. If there were fewer, I'd grab. He couldn't let all fans think he was like an elementary school student who didn't graduate yet. Capybara did have a bit of dignity after all. While listening to him speak, Luo Jiayu adjusted his collar, taking the opportunity to ask, did you bring moisturizer and essence? Forgot. You can use mine. The production team may not place us in the same room. Chu Yu replied thus. The show, Top Practitioner 2, was too popular, with resources from all sides competing to invite collaborations. Thus, the location for the third public performance was not even arranged near the training camp but in the nearest developed city of their province, a universally famous city often heard of in countless novels, City A. All trainees flew to City A day before the public performance to prepare for their appearance on the largest and most luxurious stage in City A the next day. Luo Jiayu didn't think much of it. The production team will definitely put us in the same room. His childhood friend didn't care about the concept of maintaining high traffic, but Luo Jiayu knew it inside out. If the production team didn't place them together, they'd be losing money. After leaving the airport, they were heading to the hotel arranged by the production team, walking along and chatting casually on the way. I just thought of something. Thought of what? I've always been talking to you about wanting to do business operations together, but you refused dead set. Huh. You said at that time, is there a way to earn traffic without having to compromise? Yeah. I'm thinking now, there actually is. What way? We can just fall in love, no need for acting or forcing anything. Everything will naturally happen. Luo Jiayu mused, isn't this earning traffic while standing still? Shut up. Alrighty then. After Luo Jiayu fell silent, both seemed to think of the same thing and shared a moment of silence. How much? Luo Jiayu broke the quiet first, speaking vaguely, but the person beside him immediately understood. 862. Only a little bit more left, huh? Luo Jiayu said absent-mindedly, so is tonight the answer then? Tomorrow. Tomorrow evening. In that case, I'll wait for you after the public performance. Alright. In the end, the production team placed both of them in the same room. However, there would occasionally be cameramen lingering outside the room who would come in every so often to shoot some vlogs. This made it impossible for them to do bad things as they pleased. Chu Yu was originally a bit nervous, but nothing happened on the night before the public performance. The two people stayed quietly in the hotel room, each occupying a small desk. Chuyu reviewed his lyrics and emotions, while Luo Jiayu bent his head to meticulously polish the last version of the song. The peaceful atmosphere was reminiscent of the one when Luo Jiayu saw his parents at home on his birthday. But late that night, Chuyu went to bed late, the word answer echoing in his ears right before he fell asleep. He stared at the bedside lamp, wondering why he couldn't accept the tongue during that one kiss. Because he wasn't ready. But was he ready now? He lay down earlier than his childhood friend. After finishing checking his final revised version, Luo Jiayu felt exceptionally satisfied. He stretched, turned off the small table lamp, and the room fell into darkness instantly. In the dimness, Luo Jiayu noticed someone staring at the night lamp on the bed, not yet asleep. He stood up quite naturally, walked over, and gently ruffled the person's hair under the faint light. "Good night, wishing our public performance goes smoothly." Chuyu's wandering gaze shifted to his face, gradually focusing back to reality, then quietly replied in the same low tone, "Good night." The program had allocated them a twin-bedded room. After rubbing his childhood friend's head, Luo Jiayu returned to his own bed, covered himself with the quilt, and fell soundly asleep contentedly. Chuyu turned to glance at him once, silently flipped over, facing his childhood friend, and then closed his eyes. The following day was the official public performance. Everyone arrived early at the venue to start makeup and styling. Some fans came even earlier. The crowd outside the venue was enormous, several times more lively than the first and second public performances. Some station sisters captured precious footage of Brother Botsi and Brother Pensy getting off the car together. The former wore a loose casual sweatshirt and jeans looking plain and simple, while the latter maintained yesterday's entirely black aloof cool guy style, wearing an expression of resignation. "I'm ready," said Luo Jiayu with a look of heroic self-sacrifice right before entering the dressing room to Chuyu. "Go for it." Chuyu gave him an encouraging thumbs up. "Remember what Sister Ling Wei said, be confident, believe that you're the cutest." "That's what Sister Ling Wei told you," said Luo Jiayu. "What she told me was to imagine some adorable things that I like. Once I immerse myself in that cute mood, I'll succeed. This method works well. But I feel like I don't need it anymore." Chuyu tilted his head slightly to manually indicate a question mark. Luo Jiayu looked at him for a while, smiled as he raised the corner of his lips, then reached out to pinch the cheeks of the person in front. Chuyu didn't want to be treated like a kindergartner and fought back by grabbing Luo Jiayu's hand halfway, pausing momentarily when he heard a ding-dong in his head. Affection level 863 now. Only a little bit left. "I'm going in." Luo Jiayu's mood obviously improved after pinching his childhood friend's cheeks. He hummed a song as he sauntered into the dressing room, swallowing down the confession that had almost slipped out just moments ago. "But I feel like I don't need that method anymore. Because all I have to do is look at you." Chapter 85. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the venue was packed, with only half an hour to go before the official start of the performance. According to the front row reports from top CP fans who had managed to grab tickets, the production team knew exactly what everyone wanted to see. They picked couple-style outfits for the two main performers. Little Bear Candy was undoubtedly the sweetest stage in top exercises repertoire so far. Chuyu originally thought that the makeup and styling would be similar to the first public performance at most. However, he had underestimated the makeup artist's insistence on the concept of cute. The final effect made him look all pink and sparkly. From his eyeshadow to the glitter and lip gloss, everything was covered with a shiny layer. After taking one look in the mirror, Chuyu didn't dare to look again. "What's wrong? Do you think it looks bad?" The makeup artist teased him while fixing his hair. Chuyu pressed his lips together, tactfully expressing his thoughts. "It's a bit too youthful." Though he had just entered the threshold of maturity at 20, this makeup made him feel like he could play on the slide with toddlers at kindergarten without any sense of discordance. "It's adorable." The makeup artist clearly disagreed and was thoroughly satisfied with her handiwork. "It fits your aura perfectly. Alright, off you go." As Chuyu stepped out of the dressing room, he was still trying to figure out what flavor his lip gloss was, as it smelled very sweet, almost edible, making him feel a little hungry. But, unfortunately, humans are not dogs, and no matter how hard he sniffed, he couldn't discern the scent. He decided to use the back of his hand to lightly dab at his lips and then bring it to his nose for a more careful sniff, but before he could carry out this plan, he was interrupted by Luo Jiayu coming out of the wardrobe room. An hour ago, a certain cool guy walked into the venue wearing a black trench coat with a cold, aloof expression on his face. But now, he had undergone a complete transformation, resembling someone possessed. He wore a fresh and pure sailor-style school uniform shirt, complete with a love heart teddy bear sticker on his face. The only thing unchanged was his usual surly expression. The cool guy played idly with a pink pair of sunglasses in his left hand, reluctantly received from the stylist, while his right hand hoisted a giant teddy bear on his shoulder, a prop needed for the upcoming stage performance. Chuyu stood ahead when Luo Jiayu walked over, noticing his childhood friend's back first. His eyes lit up, and he patted the other's shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Researching." "Researching what?" "The flavor of my lip gloss." Chuyu's hand extended toward his lips but retracted after being interrupted by Luo Jiayu. Turning around, Chuyu's gaze shifted to the big smiling teddy bear on Luo Jiayu's shoulder. Temporarily forgetting about the lip gloss issue, he poked its cute, friendly face curiously. "Are you going to take it on stage?" Luo Jiayu remained silent for a moment, leaving Chuyu without a response. Curious, Chuyu looked up to find Luo Jiayu transfixed, staring intently at his face. Although Chuyu thought his makeup was exaggerated and cartoonish, unsuitable for his normally reserved style, his sharp facial features actually matched well with this fairy tale-like sweetness. The blush on his cheeks spread like clouds across the horizon, glowing faintly pink, giving an impression of shyness even before speaking. His eyes were especially beautiful, the colored contact lenses resembled amber stones, hiding within them a dazed and innocent fawn. His lips appeared unusually glossy due to the recent application of lip gloss, inviting kisses. Now Chuyu understood the undertones within such a gaze. Feeling slightly uneasy, he turned away, instinctively touching his face with the back of his hand. It doesn't look good. No, it looks great, whispered Luo Jiayu, his ears tinged red. Instinctively wanting to move closer, he refrained considering the impending public performance wasn't the time for fuzziness. Standing there for a while, he eventually snapped out of it. Then he adjusted the way he held the small bear, gently cradling it in his arms instead of the brutal manner earlier, carefully placing the pink sunglasses hanging from his fingers onto the bear's face. Thus, the previously pure and harmless young bear took on an air of allure with the addition of the sunglasses. The mild smile on its corner instantly exuded mischief. It looks like a doll, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, raising the little bear he was holding to face his childhood friend as if letting the bear speak on his behalf. He lightly pressed the bear's head, nodding seriously. Usually, Chuyu would bristle at hearing such comments, but since these were sincere words from Luo Jiayu, upon seeing his childhood friend's face his mind went fuzzy, and he lost track of what he was even doing. Chuyu obviously hadn't reacted to this comment, huh? Luo Jiayu's face hid behind the stuffed bear. It wasn't me who said it, it was Mr. Bear. The staff member who had come over to look for them too just happened to overhear this conversation and couldn't help but burst out laughing while informing the two children, alright, Barbie doll and teddy bear, you should head to the waiting room now, your stage is up first. Behind the staff member trailed a cameraman carrying a camera, shooting real-time backstage footage for the program audience. At this moment, the comments section exploded with excitement. Most of the content was dedicated to shipping the MDCP and teasing Spraybro about his double-faced personality. It is not me who said it but Mr. Bear. Too good-looking looks like a Barbie doll. Somebody is so infatuated that their mind has gone haywire, I won't say who. Little fish baby's Barbie makeup. Can it be permanently welded onto his face? So pure and cute. Someone pretends to be a cool rapper on stage wearing sunglasses but secretly converses like Mr. Teddy Bear. Spraybro, pull yourself together. Even when hiding behind the bear, people could see your emotions almost flying to the heavens. Guy, no, wait, never mind. I seriously suspect every time there's a public performance, you two secretly flirt backstage. Program producers hurry up and release my previous behind-the-scenes footage. Hard to summarize Spraybro's recent behaviors except as love-struck. Speaking of which, after putting on the sunglasses, the little bear tilting its mouth looks somewhat like Spraybro haha. Barbie and Bear, another hit. When will the two dance together again? Luo Jiayu had already lowered the little bear he'd been holding up as a shield, his face red and pale from the staff's teasing, never imagining that such an intimate moment would be caught red-handed. Embarrassed, he turned around to sneakily observe his childhood friend's reaction, only to find that even his buddy's ears were blazing red, looking like he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, but was also wary of someone planting a sign next to it saying, Chiyu Barbie Doll Edition. Thus, one blushing, the other redder. After a while, Luo Jiayu suddenly shoved the little bear into Chuyu's hands because he felt his buddy needed it more than he did to ease the awkwardness. Chuyu was shocked, then began absently petting the top of the bear's head, finding himself increasingly at ease. His spirit gradually returned to calm through these strokes. Both the staff and cameraman had left by now, leaving the corridor quiet again. This time, alone and unnoticed, the desire to touch always grows silently like a seed in the dark. After pondering for a moment, Luo Jiayu hesitated and then slightly lowered his head. Chuyu saw that the tips of the other person's ears were still flushed, though their lips were curved upward. The familiar sensation from where the hair met the forehead came forward, as Luo Jiayu lightly touched foreheads with him, careful not to ruin either's makeup or hairstyle. Let's go. Later, Chuyu felt that it was probably right at this moment when the idea of touching his lips against the other's crossed his mind for the first time, coinciding perfectly with the day of his very first kiss, differing by only a mere 4 hours. Chapter 86. Luo Jiayu spent a long time revising the lyrics for his rap version. At first, he tried to completely shed the image associated with the song title, Gummy Bear, so his lyrics were written to be cool and flashy. However, the rap instructor resoundingly rejected it, sending him back to start again. The second draft was scribbled down late at night in the canteen, as Luo Jiayu mumbled half to himself while leaning on his childhood friend. This version was significantly better, carrying a hint of youthful infatuation, becoming more innocent. However, due to too much personal sentiment being woven into the words, it came off as unrequited love rather than overt affection. At that time, the instructor had told him to reflect further. In fact, he was somewhat at a loss, because his current state of mind was exactly the one described in the lyrics. It was difficult for him to empathize with experiences he hadn't gone through, like mutual attraction or the heat of romance. Finally, the third version which passed the instructor's review was written right after Chuyu's birthday celebration. He wrote it quite secretly, sneaking around as if afraid of his childhood friend finding out what he was writing. Ironically, the lyrics were actually healthy, positive, and sweet. But perhaps because they were too sweet, each time Luo Jiayu read them, he felt as though he was reading a diary, and the thought of having to sing them aloud in front of everyone afterward made him a little embarrassed. However, the instructor's evaluation of this version was particularly high, saying he had gotten it, and now there was finally the feeling of pink hearts everywhere. Getting it was inevitable. After all, nights at the street market weren't for nothing, nor were the hair ties purchased or the impromptu race taken. Neither was that kiss by the riverside. After the kiss, the following day, he was still caught up in the euphoria of his first kiss and couldn't shake it. The lyrics he wrote reflected this tumultuous feeling, like all the mango sodas in the world exploding in an instant followed immediately by his heart violently bursting along with it. Yet this still wasn't the final version. The lyrics Luo Jiayu eventually presented during the formal performance stage had been polished the previous night in the hotel room. This new version differed from the prior version where everything seemed to be flying chaotically in the air together with his heartbeat. This time, it was calmer and seemed gentler. While rewriting the lyrics, under the dim glow of the hotel desk lamp at midnight, just a few meters away, his childhood friend was buried under the covers on a single bed, resting quietly. The tranquil atmosphere gave a peaceful sensation, as though life itself were calm. Even though it was midnight, his thoughts kept returning to the moment when he gently touched her lips at dawn, both the morning light and the sunlight seeming equally tender. Thus, the revised lyrics carried the warmth of that day's sunshine. As he set the pen down and silently reread the lines, he felt deeply satisfied, as if his soul had split in two, half landing beside the nearby bed to kiss his childhood friend's forehead, the other half drifting back to the beachside where they'd embraced awaiting sunrise not long before. The clock wound back to the stage before their big public performance, where the set design for their stage was extremely cute. Even the backup dancers wore fluffy teddy bear costumes, bouncing and jumping about behind them. The set was filled with colorful balloons and floating bubbles of every hue, and the trainees were even instructed to have candy in their pockets to toss out during the climax. Luo Jiayu led the way, hugging his plush bear toy, looking drastically different compared to the slick coat and sunglasses outfit of before. Fans seated in the front row were dumbfounded, they couldn't recognize him at first glance. That bright pink pair of sunglasses, usually on Mr. Bear, was perched instead on Luo Jiayu's head, giving him a casual vibe. However, the man beneath the glasses appeared anything but relaxed, stiffly posing as if marching on parade. He turned to look at the dear audience members with steely determination shining below a strong smile. The fans couldn't hold it together. This untrained smile reminds me of a gum commercial. The guy still has too much rebel spirit, I'm tired for Ling Wei. Doesn't this kid think he's cute? Doesn't this kid think he's handsome? He does seem a bit silly cute. If baby can't help smiling, forget it, I'm laughing awkwardly. Did I miss something? Did someone suddenly laugh that naturally and sweetly? You didn't see wrong, it's just Brother B performing. When Chuyu took the stage, the chat comments entirely changed tone, almost unanimously praising how cute and visually appealing his makeup and styling were. Rushing onto the stage, he quickly took a balloon from a staff member dressed in a teddy bear costume, seemingly intentionally, both the balloon in his hand and Luo Jiayu's were a vivid shade of pink. After grabbing the balloon, Chuyu trotted over to the swing on the other side of the stage. Carefully, he tied the string of the balloon to the wicker handle of the swing. A bubble machine next to him spat out colorful bubbles, one of which swayed unsteadily upwards in circles until it softly touched his cheek and popped with a pop, disappearing. With the balloon secured, Chuyu sat on the swing, adjusted the microphone slightly by tilting his head, and began with the opening line of the song. Following the instructor's guidance, he was supposed to smile after singing the last lyric. Ling Wei had described this smile in an almost mystical way. It needed to be lively and spirited yet tinged with a bit of shyness, and also gentle and restrained but carrying a hint of mischief. Before going on stage, Chuyu was still fiddling with his fingers trying to figure out all the possible combinations of those 6 adjectives, first, second, third, then third, second, first. The more he tried to imagine the permutations, the more abstract they became. Even though the staff praised him highly during rehearsals, he still didn't understand how those words applied to him at all. The chat comments were filled with affectionate remarks. Brother Bai has completely surpassed both positive and negative evaluation criteria for expression management because he doesn't have any expressions. Little dear's makeup is so cute, looking better and better the longer you stare. Though emotionless, it somehow makes him appear obedient and simple, fitting perfectly with the pink-toned stage. Even when tying the balloon or grabbing it, he looks so earnest and innocent, it's like everyone else pretends to be kids while he genuinely acts like one. Right as he sang the third sentence, Chuyu turned and saw his childhood friend approaching with a plush bear. He first noticed the curved eyes and the familiar cheerful smile that immediately calmed his nerves, likely sensing his tension. Inspired by this, Luo Jiayu offered him Bear Mr. as scripted, handing over the stuffed animal with a gesture full of warmth. After accepting it, Chuyu cradled the little bear in his arms, mimicking the same smile right before the final word was sung, their smiles synchronizing perfectly. A chorus of screams erupted from the audience. The stage lighting shimmered in countless crystal-clear colors, resembling star clouds in the universe converging and dispersing slowly before floating lightly into the 2 youths' eyes. Just like the Milky Way losing its gravity, my little asteroid drifts aimlessly only to encounter your universe. Luo Jiayu blinked, lowering his gaze to look at him. The heart-shaped sequins on his eyelids reflected dazzling white light under the spotlights. Dazedly, he remembered he never wore sunglasses while performing alongside his childhood friend. Their eyes often spoke more than their lips ever could, silent conversations about private emotions unsuitable for public sharing but fully understood between them. As they reached the peak of the chorus, the atmosphere below grew feverishly hot. Naturally reaching into the costume pocket to throw candy at the audience, Chiyu accidentally picked the wrong side. He'd stored the candies in the left pocket, but his hand instinctively moved towards the right one. Damn. I want to take you to watch sunrises and sunsets, taste sunlight like orange candies on our lips. Meanwhile, Luo Jiayu also pulled out candies from his pocket but did not immediately throw them. Instead, he glanced at his childhood friend, his lips curling up, then hurled the candy directly toward him. In the moment preceding this action, Chiyu was confused about what to do since such situations weren't covered in their rehearsals. But as soon as the candy came flying from his friend, his reflexes were quicker than his brain, he caught it automatically. It seemed like some form of silent understanding kicked in again, with a lifted corner of his mouth, he threw the candy from Luo Jiayu back to the crowd. As love colors the sky pink and your confession becomes the wind whispering in my ear. The final presentation matched their expectations perfectly. As the last note faded away, the two boys looked at each other and smiled warmly before retreating backstage amidst the cheering and shrieking of fans. The bright overhead lights made everything seem dreamlike. The final beat of the drum dissolved into silence, leaving the stage tranquil once more. Retreating behind the curtain in darkness, vision dulled while other senses heightened. Chuyu heard the breathing of someone beside him, and felt the warmth radiating off the gentle touch on his wrist. He did not pull away from the hand extending toward him. So naturally, Luo Jiayu took his hand, casually strolling around post-stage while smiling politely to greet passing staff members, as if they weren't sneaking off to somewhere private and unseen. They walked all the way to a small corner without any lights, where everything was quiet and there was no one around. A faint light from the distant corridor barely illuminated their faces. Luo Jiayu pressed Chuyu against the wall. For a while, neither of them spoke, only their interwoven breathing broke the silence. Chuyu felt his face being cupped, his ears getting hotter and hotter as Luo Jiayu slowly leaned closer. The world seemed completely silent, except for the deafening sound of his own heartbeat. The first touch of skin was at the tip of their noses, like two wet little animals exchanging silent signals. Luo Jiayu lightly touched his nose against Chuyu's, and in a voice so soft that only the two of them could hear, he asked, "Can I?" The intimate whisper accompanied by warm breath on his earlobe made Chuyu almost unable to hear his own breathing. Blood rushed to his dizzy head, making him feel lightheaded, about to faint. His heart was racing. If this was what it felt like to have a heart flutter, then a heart flutter felt like having a fever. The newly diagnosed patient of falling in love buried his head into the neck of the person in front of him and wrapped his arms around the other's neck like a koala. Luo Jiayu gently lifted the head resting on his neck, then pressed his lips forward, letting his tongue tenderly explore the gap between Chuyu's lips. This time, there was no resistance as the touched lips and teeth yielded, hesitantly trying to respond. He watched the other's eyelashes quiver as they slowly covered the eyelids. Kissing felt like drowning in an underwater world belonging only to the two of them. Warm currents flowed through their mouths and tongues, passing oxygen between them, streaming toward their eyes and hearts. Their souls were soaked in moisture, their nerves and limbs trembling with every delicate touch. This kind of kiss was different from a mere press of lips, the latter was as light as a feather floating on water. But the former was much more intense, like a whirlpool or even a tsunami. As time passed, their breathing became heavier and the oxygen thinner. Chuyu tried to open his mouth to make some sound but was immediately cut off by another wave of intrusion, eventually turning into several scattered murmurs at the edge of his lips. Despite Luo Jiayu's tenderness, Chuyu still lacked oxygen. Struggling to open his misty eyes, tearful red corners revealed the exhaustion after such a long kiss. Staring at him, Luo Jiayu closed his eyes and let his lips travel upwards to kiss the tears from his eyes. After the kiss ended, Chuyu remained dazed, leaning on his boyfriend's chest unable to lift himself up. Luo Jiayu lowered his head and rubbed his cheek against his ear, asking, "How was it?" The fingers gripping his shoulders curled slightly, and he smiled, eyes narrowing slightly. "Didn't I tell you? Kissing is very comfortable." Chuyu's head hung low, seemingly still immersed in the aftermath of the kiss. After a while, he said something indistinctly, muffled by the collar of the shirt he was buried in. Luo Jiayu brought his ear closer. "What?" It was a voice so soft, like a tiny spark drifting into his ear and then exploding into a grand firework display inside his mind. "Can we do it again?" Chapter 87. After returning to the hotel, it was already very late, nearing midnight. The next day, they would all fly back to camp together. Before the large group entered the hotel, the staff had specially reminded everyone individually to go to bed early. When it was time to remind the two people walking at the end of the line, Luo Jiayu, standing at the front, nodded enthusiastically with a smile on his lips. It was unclear if he actually listened. Chuyu, who followed behind, appeared distracted and unfocused, clearly lost in thought, his ears turning noticeably red in the darkness. Their rooms were on the third floor. On the elevator ride up, because colleagues were present, the two remained silent all the way. Chuyu turned his head to look at the night scenery outside the transparent glass elevator, although everything was dark except for some lights. As he watched, he noticed his own blushing reflection in the glass. Suddenly startled, he quickly turned his head back, his face even redder. Luo Jiayu was still pressing his lips together, then licked the edge of his lips with his tongue until he realized that his childhood friend's lip gloss smelled like peaches. Their first kiss was fleeting, like sunlight. But their lingering deep kisses tasted distinctly of peaches. The sound of the card being inserted into the slot emitted a beep, and the lights lit up one after another. The smooth wooden floor reflected their overlapping shadows. Just as Chuyu turned around to close the door, he was pressed against it, continuing the kiss that hadn't ended earlier at the venue. Luo Jiayu wrapped his arms around the waist of the person in his embrace and kissed him from the doorway to the side of the table, and then from the table to the sofa. Initially, Chi was taken aback by the suddenness of the kisses, his eyes wide open in bewilderment, but gradually, he closed them. Meanwhile, the person kissing him opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Chuyu's eyebrows and the corners of his eyes before slowly lowering his eyelashes. It was rare to see stars at night in this city they were visiting, but tonight the moonlight was beautiful, flowing gently over both their faces and hair. Occasionally, after a kiss ended, their lips would part slowly, leaving their ears filled only with the sound of interwoven breaths. Chuyu rested his head on the other person's shoulder to adjust his rapid breathing due to the lack of oxygen. At that moment, Luo Jiayu hugged him closely, and soon enough, his lover also held him back. As their breathing slowed down, they silently gazed at each other for a while. Then Luo Jiayu lowered his head and began inching closer once more. Just before their lips touched, Chuyu closed his eyes. At a certain point during the kiss, he felt as though the corner of the other's mouth curled upward. He opened his eyes and saw Luo Jiayu holding him, whispering close to his ear, enticingly, "Stick out your tongue." After speaking, his gaze shifted toward the expression of the person in his arms. He noticed the other's flushed face and the tremulous flickering of his lowered eyelashes. When he leaned back in to kiss him, he could feel the cautious extension of the other's tongue in response. Desire permeated the air like the all-encompassing night, and love shone like moonlight, blending into the night while illuminating it. All the glances shared, tender embraces, and heartwarming kisses became soft and gentle under its glow. Kissing left both their minds and souls momentarily oxygen-deprived. Chuyu sat on the couch to rest while Luo Jiayu embraced him from behind and asked, "How do you feel?" After too much kissing, Chuyu lay in the arms of the person behind him, his heavy eyelids unable to stay open. "Tired. Go take a shower first, then sleep." A little while later. "Aren't you going yet?" "I don't want to move." "Then shall we hug a little longer?" "Okay." The position of being hugged from behind felt slightly uncomfortable. Chuyu preferred leaning or resting his head as they used to do. Eventually, on the long couch, it was Luo Jiayu sitting cross-legged, with his childhood friend lying on his lap, his eyes half closed, apparently lost in thought. Luo Jiayu cupped his cheek, looking down at him. "We're officially dating now." Chuyu paused for 2 seconds, feeling his thin-skinned complexion heat up again. He flipped onto his side and buried his face. "Okay." Luo Jiayu's head moved closer. "What should you call me now?" Chuyu hesitated for a few seconds, then recalled how infrequently he referred to the other person aloud, usually preferring grabbing sleeves or tapping shoulders to get attention. Whenever he did so, the other would turn to look at him. After searching through his memory for an appropriate title, he came across the most frequently used nickname, Luolu. His boyfriend, whose name still sounded like a dog's, drooped invisible ears. "Still that nickname?" "I've always called you that." "But we're dating now." Chuyu wanted to say something else, but the other person had already placed their hand on his cheek. Propping himself up with his arm on Luo Jiayu's leg, he sat up a little and used his lips to greet the face that was inching toward him, which dissolved his small sadness into a soft kiss. As his boyfriend's mood gradually improved, Chuyu finally asked the question that had been stifled by kisses before. "What's the difference between dating now and not dating before?" This was his first time in a romantic relationship. He had never even liked anyone before this, so his experience was severely lacking. He had no clear idea of what lovers were supposed to do, so he asked earnestly because he genuinely struggled to differentiate between the concepts of a lover and a friend. He confessed his feelings. They kissed, they hugged, so what next? What other differences were there? Luo Jiayu blinked. "The difference is, every time I feel a little sad like I did just now, you can kiss me." Chuyu stared at him for a moment. Luo Jiayu heard his boyfriend quietly ask, "Are you still sad now?" "I'm not sad anymore." He told the truth, "But I still want you to kiss me." Chuyu hesitated a bit, "But we kissed for so long earlier, I'm tired." "Then come give me a hug." "Okay." Chuyu sat up and buried his head in his neck like he always did when they embraced before. Luo Jiayu held his back, and in that drowsy moment, it felt as though this pose could easily let them drift off to sleep together. Chuyu asked in his embrace, "Is there anything else different besides this?" "There aren't many differences." Luo Jiayu looked out the window at the twinkling lights and the faintly glowing moon in the night sky, his thoughts drifting far away. "What style of ring would you want in the future?" Chuyu was surprised, turned his head to follow him and gazed at the moon. "I haven't thought about it yet." "I think we'll be together for a very long time," said Luo Jiayu, "long enough that we can discuss the issue of rings now." "How does the issue of rings represent anything?" It represents that we'll be together for a long time. Only couples who decide to stay together forever talk about issues like rings. But we've only been dating for one day. But we've already been together for more than a decade, said Luojiayu, then looked down, seeing the reflection of the moon in his lover's eyes. We will still be together for decades to come. Chu Yu's lips curved slightly upward, appearing lost in thought as if drifting to the same place, and then we'll grow old slowly. We'll travel to many places first, see many things, eat many things, and when we're satisfied, we'll get old together. Sounds great. It really is. And we'll gradually grow older. Yes, older and older. When we get too old to walk. When we can't walk anymore. We'll have a double wheelchair race. Luo Jiayu burst out laughing, pooh, and after saying that, Chu Yu laughed too. As they both laughed and looked at each other, they ended up laughing even harder until tears welled up in the corners of their eyes. Alright, said Luo Jiayu. That's exactly what we'll do. So, it seems like there isn't much difference between being lovers and being friends, said Chu Yu. You're right, replied Luo Jiayu, lightly patting his head. But you should go take a shower now. Chu Yu responded with an, oh, and 2 seconds later, tilted his head and said, blow dry my hair after I finish. He felt warmth brush across his eyebrows, and after kissing him, Luo Jiayu murmured in his ear, all right. Before leaving, he looked back, thoughtful, and overturned his previous conclusion. Actually, there are some differences between friends and lovers. However, being lovers didn't prevent them from being good friends as they always had been, nor did it hinder them from continuing to be very good friends in the future. The temperature and water pressure in the hotel bathroom were perfectly adjusted. While washing, Chiyu occasionally felt sleepy, and during brief moments of clarity, he contemplated the matter of rings. He didn't know much about gems or metal types, nor did he particularly favor any brand or design. His thoughts centered around the meaning of that extra circle of constraint on the ring finger. People assign different symbols to different kinds of jewelry, and among them, rings carried the richest and heaviest connotations. If he wore a ring for his childhood friend, what was it for? Even without a ring, they could still be friends, travel together, play together, and eat the new barbecue combo at the night market stalls. They could also date as they were now, the only difference being that there would be more kisses along the way during their travels, and they could order the discounted couples package for the barbecue combo, which they often ordered even when they were just like brothers. In comparison to these tangible moments of shared living, a ring seemed insignificant. It wouldn't have any real impact on their relationship or how they interacted. But if they had a ring, then every time he looked down, he would see it. Whether traveling, playing, or strolling through the night market, he would always see it. The ring would become a part of his life. Seeing the ring would make him smile, remind him of the meaning behind it, love and commitment, and bring to mind the person it represented. When he reached this realization, it felt like he understood something significant. He thought that if he was willing to wear the ring, it was because the ring would remind him that he still had the ability to love and that he was loving the person he cherished. The bathroom door opened, revealing a young man in a bathrobe with wet hair dripping water onto the floor behind him. Luojiayu pushed him back into the bathroom, first drying his hair with a towel until it stopped dripping before guiding him out. Plugging in the hairdryer, Chiyu stared sleepily at his reflection in the mirror while Luojiayu carefully tested the temperature and adjusted the settings. The air smelled faintly of lemon from the freshly washed hair. Tomorrow we're leaving. Luojiayu responded absently, focused on drying his hair. I don't want to leave. The sound of the hairdryer drowned out the words, and Luojiayu didn't hear clearly. Chuyu shook his head to indicate it wasn't important, then opened his eyes and glanced at the mirror, which reflected the face behind him. Unexpectedly, he no longer felt the same nervous tension he used to feel. Instead, a sense of calm replaced all his former fears, making tonight just as peaceful and comfortable as every other night. Alongside the usual calm, there was now an added layer of attachment. Chuyu felt as though his emotional state had been purified. By the time the hairdryer session ended, a system that hadn't appeared in his mind for quite some time suddenly surfaced, its tone hesitant yet serious. Host, our 3-member public stage performance gained us a lot of popularity. The system has fully upgraded itself again, and I feel like we're not far from completing our mission. Is that so? That's good news. Chiyu thought it was Zhao Laoshe coming to give him the update and bid him goodnight. There is a minor issue, though. Zhao Laoshe continued, after the full upgrade, the system unlocked a bunch of permissions we didn't have before, and I discovered that we've actually had a bug unresolved all this time. This bug had been mentioned before, but Chuyu hadn't taken it too seriously, and... Well, this bug isn't very stable, he heard the system explain, its voice growing quieter. Whenever you experience intense emotions, it tends to trigger the bug, and when the bug is triggered, your inner thoughts get revealed to others. Right now, I'm working on fixing it, but honestly, I'm not sure how many times we've already triggered the bug in the past. Chuyu's pupils contracted violently. Plop. In the quiet night, it seemed as if something had shattered. Chapter 88. That night, a broken soul couldn't sleep, sitting on the bed scrolling through funny videos on their boyfriend's phone all night long. The more they scrolled, the worse they felt, spiraling deeper into despair until their state transitioned from a face as gray as death to a heart as calm as still water. At one point, they forgot to turn down the volume on a video, and the deafening screams inside startled them so much that they almost threw the Bluetooth earphones a meter away. Luo Jiayu was dozing behind them with his arms around the person's waist when halfway through his nap, he sensed the sudden flinch of the person in his embrace. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Chuyu tremulously taking off the earphones, instinctively wanting to throw them far away. Luo Jiayu swiftly grabbed his wrist, saving the earphones from destruction, then cautiously glanced at his boyfriend's expression. It looked terrible. Luo Jiayu and the system simultaneously consoled, "Baby, forget it." Chuyu, head bowed, obstinately clicked on the next video. The next video was older, it was a dance video from his first public stage performance. The footage came from an aesthetically pleasing straight shot uploaded by a fan. However, the unscrupulous blogger had removed the background, replacing it with a clip of middle school students doing radio calisthenics. The clear and loud voice of the broadcaster belonged to the original sweet performer dressed in candy-colored suits, every wave of sound from the past striking hard against Chuyu's present-day self during the third public stage. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 3 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 4 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, okay, now turning exercise. The rhythm of the broadcast voice perfectly synchronized with the actions of the children wearing red scarves, making Chuyu look like their drill leader. 3.34 million views, number 1 in the highest heat ranking across all platforms. The most liked comment simply read, ha 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 ha. During the tussle, the Bluetooth disconnected from the phone, and the broadcast voice reverberated directly through the air throughout the room, startling Luo Jiayu who was about to fall asleep. Unable to hold back, he chuckled softly. This laugh seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chuyu, who was already on the verge of crumbling like Lego pieces, instantly shattered into glass shards, beyond repair. His boyfriend's heart breaking into pieces, he left the sorrowful embrace and curled up vulnerably into a small ball. He pulled the nearby blanket over himself, especially covering his face which alternated between red, white, and black, like an RGB mood light. The phone lay discarded to the side but the video software automatically continued playing. Before the blanket had even been fully pulled up, the room erupted once again with anguished screams. I can't stay in this wretched class for another day. I'm going to the Amazon to become king of the monkeys. King Monkey himself shot up angrily, viciously closing the video before collapsing back onto the bed just as furiously. Then, brushing several times under the covers, he wrapped himself tightly from head to toe, transforming right there into a cocoon unwilling to face the world any longer. After the room returned to silence, Luo Jiayu slowly crawled closer with both hands and feet, patiently peeling back layer after layer of the blanket wrapped around his boyfriend, until it fell like a cracked shell revealing a face broken in spirit. Well, no longer a monkey king, he turned into a tearful cat head. Baby. Luo Jiayu poked his cheek where tears were already streaming, trying to reassemble the shattered glass fragments of his heart with glue. Don't be sad anymore, baby. Seeing no response, he drew him into his embrace, finally prompting some action from Chuyu as his head moved from the shoulder to the chest, indicating he didn't plan to confront the cold, cruel world anytime soon. A smile still lingered on Luo Jiayu's lips as he comfortingly patted his back. All right, let's sleep. Chuyu wiped his eyes, pulling the blanket back over his face to reveal only red ears. I really want to die. Buried halfway in his boyfriend's arms, he suddenly remembered something, jerking upright with a sharp question, have you always been able to hear? For the first time ever, Luo Jiayu didn't answer immediately. The short 2-second silence thundered deafeningly in his boyfriend's ears. Then he skipped over nodding or shaking his head, instead switching gears right away, but there was nothing more to say because he didn't know what else could follow, so Chuyu looked even more broken. Everyone else could hear it too. The fragile Daoist heart that had just been glued back together with love bubbles shattered all over again. Chuyu slowly stood up, murmuring to himself as if in a daze, the judges could hear, the whole world could hear. The person in his arms felt as soft as a fish made of water, slipping right out of his embrace. Luo Jiayu watched him slide off the bed like a soulless corpse and shuffle towards the door in slippers. Goodbye, Mom. I'm flying away tonight. Luo Jiayu saw his boyfriend getting out of bed, starting to dress, putting on a mask, gathering stuff, even changing shoes, before he sprang forward and grabbed his waist, pulling him back. Come back. Where are you going? To Africa by illegal means. There's no advanced network there. Come back. The North Pole works too. No humans there. Come back. Don't stop me, his voice carried an aching brokenness. Come back. We don't have any money. Busking can earn us some. Chuyu hadn't finished speaking when he was pushed down onto the bed. His mask was removed, revealing a face filled with grievance. Will you be performing for polar bears in the Arctic? Luo Jiayu took off the clothes he had just put on until he was left in his pajamas, then re-hugged his head, kissing his forehead lightly and saying, all right, calm down a bit. I can't calm down. The aggrieved expression gradually turned into sorrow, and the fragmented individual now saw everything as fragments. Chuyu muttered, I see double when I look at your eyes now. Luo Jiayu wiped away the tear flowers at the corner of his eye with his fingertip. Do you still see them now? Yes. It must be from being tired. Luo Jiayu held him tightly without letting go, maintaining this position while having a back-and-forth conversation. Let's sleep earlier. Tomorrow is a new day. Will everyone lose their memory and forget what I've done tomorrow? No, but if you don't sleep soon, you'll feel terrible tomorrow. Chuyu buried his head back onto his boyfriend's shoulder and began a new round of breakdown. I can't stay in this world anymore. How come? You've already stayed here for several months. Luo Jiayu comforted him while stroking his hair. Moreover, people have already gotten used to it. Think about how much joy you've brought to everyone. I've seen fans using your videos as mealtime entertainment countless times. This consolation worked effectively, stopping Chuyu's tears as he lifted his head and stared fixedly at his boyfriend's eyes for a while. Then he flipped a finger. Have you been collecting them? Luo Jiayu couldn't help laughing, but the next second, his head was tugged by the person in his arms. They ended up rolling and playfully wrestling all the way onto the sheets, where Chuyu initially looked as if he hadn't fully calmed down yet, pinning the other to the sheet by pressing down on their shoulders. After a while, his expression improved slightly. Luo Jiayu reached out and poked the cheek of the person lying on top of him. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Chuyu was staring at his boyfriend's eyes absent-mindedly. At such close range, it seemed like he could count each lash and, through the lake-like pupils, even see his own reflection. Really? Faced with this doubt, Chuyu wasn't sure how to answer. Words formed and reformed in his mind, but what came out was completely random. Your eye color is so deep. Most people's irises are brown, but the brown in Luo Jiayu's irises was so dark that it was almost indiscernible, appearing closer to pure black to the naked eye, like black pearls. Well, yes, I thought you'd realize that long ago. Luo Jiayu said while cradling the face of the person above him, which drew nearer and nearer. When I was in kindergarten, I noticed your irises were light-colored, and many people thought you were mixed race. Chuyu loosened the grip on his shoulders and rolled naturally to one side, lying on the same pillow as Luo Jiayu. Extending his body towards him, Luo Jiayu outlined the contours of his attractive eye sockets with his fingertips, and after finishing, he remembered a pretty good metaphor. Like amber stones. The discussion about eyes and gems successfully diverted both their attention, making them almost forget why they had dragged so late into the night without sleeping. I've let go. Chuyu lay flat on the soft bedspread, hands clasped over his chest, his closed-eyed expression looking very peaceful. Accept everything. Whatever happens, happens. Who cares about anything? Luo Jiayu sent an approving reply. The 12-word guideline sounds pretty good. In a compassionate tone, Chuyu added 4 more words, extending the original 12-word lazy living motto into a 16-word proactive lazy living guideline. Live in the moment. Let dead memories be awkward if they must. His boyfriend was right. Tomorrow would indeed be a new day. Are you going to sleep? Luo Jiayu asked. Yeah. Chuyu turned over to face him, stretching out to pull the blanket over both of them. Before falling asleep, he carefully folded the edges of the quilt to ensure it wouldn't easily slide off their bodies. Good night. Luo Jiayu reached out and turned off the small bedside lamp, then snuggled back under the covers, getting slightly closer to the person next to him than before. Good night. At 3:30 in the morning, the young couple completed their solemn pre-sleep goodnight ritual, successfully dozing off for 2 hours until 5:30 in the morning when the staff came knocking loudly at the door to wake everyone up, announcing that the group would be flying back to the training camp. Behind the staff stood familiar photographers with large lenses. Before visiting this room, they had already woken up the trainees in the other 10 rooms, making this one the final stop, and the one where they'd waited the longest. It felt like an eternity before the door finally opened, and it was Luo Jiayu who opened it. His outfit looked hastily thrown on over his pajamas, and he appeared disheveled with obvious signs of tiredness. They were up late, Luo Jiayu explained vaguely while still half asleep, walking to the side of a groggy roommate. He habitually spoke softly to coax the person awake, and didn't sleep well. Okay, get up now. This display seemed natural enough, but fans watching the live stream had polarized reactions. Half of them, newcomers who had just become fans after yesterday's public performance, were thrilled, while the older fans who'd been following long-term were delighted by the chemistry between the two. CP fans get their daily dose of fluff early in the morning. I woke up so early just for this. Totally worth it. Daily sugar intake quota met, satisfied. I can go to work peacefully now. Chuyu, half dead with exhaustion, managed to force his eyes open with great effort. With Luo Jiayu's help, he accomplished the monumental task of sitting upright. After about a minute, he finally gathered his wits, realizing it was time to change clothes and leave. He naturally stepped off his bed, walked to the next one, picked up some clothes lying there, and put them on. Luo Jiayu, slightly more alert than Chuyu, noticed their little act wasn't foolproof. In the chaos of trying to make everything look convincing, they had moved Chuyu back to his own bed but forgot that Chuyu's clothes were still on Luo Jiayu's bed. Why is little fish's clothes on Luo's bed? What did you two do last night, such that even your clothes ended up in random places? Am I the only one suspecting they hastily switched beds just before opening the door? Little fish's bed looks completely untouched. Indeed, all the clothes are piled on the same bed. Wait. Does this mean my CP shared the same bed overnight? CP fans immediately transformed into detectives analyzing every detail from the crime scene, inching ever closer to the correct conclusion, until Chuyu suddenly snapped back to reality. As soon as he became fully aware, he remembered the system's words from the night before which had left him in pieces. He instantly realized that his thoughts could possibly be overheard, causing his nerves to tense automatically. For a few moments, he stood frozen with caution, then came up with a brilliant idea. 3 seconds later, everyone present, including millions of viewers in the live stream, heard a lingering, mournful voice in the room quietly reciting the Great Compassion Mantra. Chapter 89. A long string of the Great Compassion Mantra left everyone stunned, their eyes uniformly drawn to the grand Buddha statue in the corner of the room, unexpectedly consecrated without warning. Chuyu had his eyes closed, a solemn expression on his face. The small speaker on his head carried an air of deep sympathy. He was always oblivious to the silent atmosphere in the room and merely hoped to focus more and recite faster so that there would be fewer chances for other random thoughts to emerge. The staff and audience were baffled and hesitated, as one part of their brains felt buzzed by the consecration of the Great Compassion Mantra while another sensed something amiss but couldn't quite articulate what it was. They only assumed that Brother Bai was once again providing a fresh wave of entertainment. Though Chuyu wanted to keep reciting, the mantra was too long, and being no professional monk, he could only remember the first 3 lines. After repeatedly mumbling those few sentences over and over again about a dozen times, he decided to switch to something else, keeping things fresh. Thus, the Great Compassion Mantra underwent a magnificent transformation into the Diamond Sutra, then from the Diamond Sutra evolved into the Prajna Heart Sutra. Since he only knew the opening parts of each scripture, he created countless combinations. To his delight, he discovered that he had inadvertently invented his own exclusive scripture, which could be named Bai Zi Jing. Everyone listening to Bai Zi Jing was utterly confused, and even the Sherlockian fans who usually analyze whether the two have shared a bed were at a loss, now seeking help. Brother Bai, please stop chanting, stop. Help. I got stuck watching CPs and then heard the Great Compassion Mantra. It felt like the protagonist himself reminded me to be chaste. Is this the power of Buddhist scriptures? It feels like 10,000 Brother Bays are crawling around in my head. I thought I mistakenly entered some kind of middle-aged Buddhist channel early in the morning. Has Little Fish been affected by something? Why did he suddenly stop acting crazy and start reciting sutras instead? Seriously suspecting Little Fish is deliberately reciting the sutra to remind us to maintain purity of heart, preventing anyone from discovering he slept with Luo Luo last night. Don't joke, people up front. He doesn't even know we can hear him. Luo Jiayu had just finished putting on his coat. Shaking his slightly unclear head, feeling heavy-headed after spending the entire night awake and filled with Namo Hada, he noticed that everyone else seemed to share the same experience. Even Teacher Ji inside his brain appeared half-dead from being consecrated by his boyfriend. I can't go on. He's too loud. Hearing this, Luo Jiayu glanced meaningfully toward Chu Yu's direction and saw the latter leaning against the wall, eyes already peacefully closed. His head hung down while reciting the sutra, nodding occasionally like a chicken pecking rice, looking as if he might drift off to sleep any moment. Where was the disturbance? Clearly, he looked incredibly adorable. With a smile stretching wider than ever, he responded in great spirits. Teacher Ji took a deep breath, muttering not to quarrel with someone who's love-struck and married. However, the persistent noise from the neighbor's host irritated his brain, prompting Teacher Ji to take a roundabout approach by influencing his own host first. Opening his mouth, he began to gently coax. Understand how cute he is, it's your partner after all, right? We all know he's yours. Your adorable partner also knows that they're yours, and your partner definitely listens to you the most. So, is there any way to make your adorable partner quiet? Luo Jiayu's heart bloomed with joy under these words, forgetting everything else except the phrase, adorable partner, especially his adorable partner. His inner fireworks went off continuously. His. Luo Xiaogo floated lightly on the spot for a moment, feeling the system's argument extremely valid, ignoring the subtle ulterior motives behind the words. Eager to help everyone solve the issue of headaches caused by the endless recitation of the Great Compassion Mantra, and to simultaneously display his identity as the main boyfriend, he made up his mind to take action and save everyone from suffering. At this moment, Qi was almost asleep, deeply immersed in his own Bai Zi Jing. Luo Jiayu poked him, causing him to forcibly open his eyes slightly. Turning his head and seeing that familiar face, he relaxed instinctively. His voice, thick with drowsiness, came out blurred, but his tone, unbeknownst even to himself, lifted. What is it? If not for the camera still in front of them, Luo Jiayu felt he would have directly embraced the person's head close to his chest. Now, however, he restrained himself, moving closer to his boyfriend and saying softly, stop reciting. Let's chat for a bit. Chuyu didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said, so he nodded sleepily, oh, okay. After 2 seconds, he opened his eyes and turned his head back to look at Luo Jiayu. Huh. Luo Jiayu's voice wasn't too loud nor too soft, it was just the right volume for everyone in the room to hear, and enough for the camera to record it and transmit his words live to each viewer's ears. The staff were momentarily confused, some still frowning as they dug their ears out, only to realize mid-dig that the maddening Great Compassion Mantra had suddenly stopped. They quickly realized that Luo Jiayu had manually called a halt to it. Back in the day, even if Chuyu screamed internally all the way from one end of the camp to another, anyone who tried to verbally stop him would be stifled by an invisible restraint, like being blocked behind a wall. No one could have stopped a socially awkward person from having a meltdown, it was a solemn affair indeed. But at some point, that barrier silently disintegrated. The reactions from both the people inside the room and those sending messages in the live chat mirrored each other exactly. What? When did this become something that could be said directly? 3 seconds later, the live chat exploded into chaos, screens filled with question marks, exclamation points, and repetitive spam comments, indicating an almost certain trend toward trending on today's hot searches. Does Brother By know he can be heard now? Wasn't it previously impossible to say outright? How come he suddenly disclosed it? I don't see much surprise from Brother By himself. Did he already know this before? And when Jet Li mentioned it, he sounded very natural, like knowing about this situation all along. A bit dizzy, but no matter, Luo revealing little fish's secrets amidst chaos makes them cuter together. When Jet Li said, "Let me chat with you," his tone was sticky sweet. It's love. He knows. He finally knows. The day has come, let me mourn my days spent watching drama and gossiping happily. The crew soon realized what happened. However, since this segment originally aimed to wake everyone up early, they would shortly be boarding a plane and had no time to delve deep into the topic immediately. So the host made a few jokes about the incident, then reluctantly wrapped up the segment on time. The production team hurriedly prepared for the next round of variety show activities, leaving the 2 original residents of the room alone, with one of them still dazed and confused. He turned to look at his boyfriend and after quite some time, he reacted, noticing his boyfriend adjusting his collar. "Can I communicate telepathically with you now?" Chuyu had been unaware of the barrier-like existence surrounding him until recently when no one mentioned aloud that his inner thoughts could leak until he himself discovered and brought it up with Luo Jiayu. Thus, a long-standing delicate balance had been disrupted. However, Chuyu's thinking was simple. His mind wandered off somewhere odd. Since his internal recitation of the Great Compassion Mantra had been halted manually by Luo Jiayu, could the latter also manually respond if Chuyu asked questions in his head next time? Rounding off, did this mean he had somehow unlocked the advanced technology of telepathic communication with his childhood friend? Not sad anymore, Brother Bai found it rather cool. Luo Jiayu carefully buttoned the shirt of Chuyu, whose brain was indulging in a cool fantasy. But Luo Jiayu's little hands weren't entirely disciplined, and while buttoning, his fingers brushed against the collarbone outside the collar. You can try now. Chuyu thought for a moment, spacing out for 3 seconds where his eyes lost focus, then refocused. Did you hear me say anything? However, he didn't receive the ideal answer he expected. Staring intently at his boyfriend's face awaiting a response, Chuyu hadn't even noticed when his newly fastened collar had been undone again. Nope, seems random. Luo Jiayu looked up after pondering briefly, confirming he hadn't heard any sound at all. Alright, guess not, said Chuyu, slightly dejected with the shattered illusion. His eyelashes drooped without lifting again, likening the experience to opening a blind box. The phrase, blind box, triggered a profound, ancient fear gene within him. It hit him belatedly. Ever since that van collided into his world in this crossover scenario, it seemed he had been endlessly opening blind boxes. Tasks depended on blind boxes, outcome determination relied on blind boxes, the store sold daily limited blind box gift packages, and now, he worried even his breathing might trigger yet another blind box leading to his heart's secrets getting exposed. How absurd. Brother Chu endured a life of being dominated by blind boxes. Chuyu was deeply saddened by the failure of his wild fantasy about achieving telepathic communication, so much so that he failed to notice the wide grin on his boyfriend's face. It wasn't until a soft, ticklish sensation reached his neck that he realized his mind shouldn't be solely preoccupied with brainwaves and blind boxes. It made him vulnerable to distractions. That part of his skin was highly sensitive, and as lips grazed over it, they sent shivers down his body, occasionally accompanied by a fleeting sting that made Chuyu flinch. He lowered his head, burying his face in his unruly morning hair, leaving only a pair of bright red ears exposed. His fingers gripping onto his boyfriend's shoulders gradually curled tighter. That's enough. Can I keep kissing you for a bit longer? Luo Jiayu rested his chin on his partner's shoulder and asked gently. The muffled voice beneath the messy hair replied, no. How about another hug, then? No. Please. No. Pretty please. You never let go anyway. Luo Jiayu lowered his head again, pulling him even closer. After a quiet moment of holding each other, he returned to the previous distance, fastening the last button on Chuyu's shirt. The neatly arranged collar now concealed the love bites from earlier. Then, his hands moved upwards, cradling his boyfriend's face, tilting it left and right as if unable to admire enough. At first, Chuyu met his gaze steadily, but soon found himself unconsciously tightening his lips. He turned his head aside, his eyelashes fluttering rapidly like twinkling stars. Finally, he pressed a quick kiss to the corner of his mouth. Good morning kiss, said Luo Jiayu. Chapter 90. On the plane back, the two of them sat in the last row of seats, leaning their heads together and falling asleep. Chuyu woke up earlier. The first thing he thought of after waking was to check if his collar was out of place. Not until his hand touched the tightly fastened buttons did he sigh with relief. His second reaction made his ears turn red because of his first one. The culprit was still sound asleep at this moment, lying comfortably in the seat. No one knew that he was dreaming now. In the dream, he sat in the classroom during noon self-study, working on a math test. However, the question required him to calculate how many excuses he had used to trick his young boyfriend into kissing him. Luo Jiayu seriously counted with his fingers, remembering the scenes when he haggled with someone softly this morning. I kissed you once, shouldn't you kiss me back? We didn't have a good night kiss last night before sleeping, can we make up for it now? Indeed we haven't before, but we're dating now, shouldn't we count this? I think we should, absolutely should. Today is the second day anniversary of us dating, don't we need to celebrate such a meaningful day? For celebration, let me hold you a bit longer. Oh no, I'm not looking for excuses. Alright, I am looking for excuses. Kiss me again, or I won't let go. The fact proved that shameless little dogs were the ones who achieved ultimate victory. It was hard to say how long they hugged each other affectionately before leaving the hotel properly, but they only remembered that both the untouched sheet and another newly spread one were wrinkled. Chuyu curled up into a ball in his embrace and was teased by him for quite a while. After a long time, he awkwardly raised his head, his eyelashes fluttering rapidly out of tension. With an uncertain gaze, he tentatively leaned forward, lightly touched with his lips, then quickly turned to escape. In the next second, he was pulled back, and the shallow touch deepened into a formal kiss. The warm air carried the mint fragrance of toothpaste and the citrus scent of shaving cream. When Chuyu kissed, he always closed his eyes. Halfway through the kiss, Luo Jiayu slightly tilted his head and saw his lover's trembling eyelashes reflecting the granular sunlight skimming over early morning, forming a blurred soft light silhouette. The close distance allowed him to see the fine hairs on the other's face. He felt at the time that this was too beautiful a dream to wake up from. Outside the dream, Chuyu woke up and slapped his cheek twice, not too hard, not too soft. Luo Jiayu immediately opened his eyes and suddenly sat up, but was stopped by the seatbelt. Yet, that couldn't stop his overwhelming joy. Perfect score. What perfect score? Chuyu blinked and asked aloud. Perfect score for the math calculation problem. Luo Jiayu said seriously, satisfied nodded, then turned around and looked at his childhood friend's face. Did you call me just now? He didn't originally intend to really wake the person up. Strictly speaking, slapping the face was considered sneaky revenge, but happened to coincide with Luo Jiayu waking up from his dream as his paper score was announced. Being questioned with a smile like that, he didn't react for a moment. After pondering, he pointed to the scenery outside the window beside him. Find you to watch the clouds. Today was a clear sunny day, and on any bright day, the tone of the clouds and the sky would look beautiful. Luo Jiayu rarely watched clouds. His focus was mostly on some instant stimulation activities on the ground. But Chuyu had the habit of looking up at the clouds frequently, taking photos afterward, and sending them to his childhood friend to share. Luo Jiayu would praise him appropriately at the right time. Sometimes, the clouds became the rare quiet communication medium between the two. Luo Jiayu leaned over, but as soon as his head got close to his boyfriend's shoulder, his mouth automatically went toward the other person's ear, whispering secrets with a tone and voice sounding like an undercover agent. Are there other people watching us? Chuyu turned his head around 180 degrees back and forth. Most of the trainees were sleeping with their eyes closed, and the cameramen and staff members were resting in another cabin without noticing any suspicious targets. Thus, he obediently reported, not yet. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiayu silently clasped the fingers hanging on his side belonging to the person beside him. While tightening his fingers, his chin slowly rested on the other person's shoulder. Maintaining this pose, the two young children started quietly watching the clouds. While watching, one of the children couldn't help but burst with words due to his abundant desire to speak. He had no free hands to poke the other, so he scratched the palm of the held hand gently to catch his companion's attention. After going back this time, we can have another holiday. Yeah, we can sleep in every day, Capybara's voice sounded content. After enduring 2 weeks of all-nighters, this time he was determined to reclaim all the sleep he had lost, taking every chance to catch up on his rest. When the vacation is over, it will be the final round. Aha, more all-nighters await us. Capybara's voice gradually turned sorrowful. After the finals are over, it will be our debut night. While speaking, Luo Jiayu unconsciously tightened his grip on the hand he was holding. Not long now. Chuyu stayed quiet for a moment as he was being held, then finally seemed to realize something and slowly turned his head to look at him. We're almost done. We're about to pass through. After speaking, Luo Jiayu corrected the possible ambiguity in his boyfriend's words. It's just the beginning between the two of us. Chuyu didn't reply. He hadn't yet snapped out of the realization that he was already at the finals. His memory flew by like a recording tape, returning to the start when he felt utterly defeated facing his unlucky task card, choosing to slack off at that moment. At that time, the entire world looked strange and full of danger in his eyes. Although he often thought he could slack, he still felt like walking on thin ice, barely hanging on. But as the days passed, especially after his childhood friend came, the tormenting thoughts faded from his mind without notice. Back then, all he wanted was to endure enough days in the training camp to be released. Now looking back, these few months felt like just a flicker, leaving a dreamlike sense of bewilderment. We're almost through, Chuyu repeated what Luo Jiayu said, zoning out for a while. Then another restless claw of his boyfriend started stroking his hair. He closed his eyes like a cat being petted, leaned his head onto the other's chest, and seemed about to fall asleep again. Luo Jiayu's ears flushed red as he looked down at the side face of the person in his arms, his mouth curving slightly. He felt his boyfriend's hair softer than the clouds outside, and compared to watching the clouds, he much preferred looking at the person in front of him. Before falling asleep, Chiyu muttered something dreamily, and Luo Jiayu leaned close to listen. He heard him say, "Fantastic." When they returned to the camp, within just a couple of days, the production team had arranged a new round of interviews, which were practically tailored exclusively for Chiyu. After 2 days of adjustment, Chiyu now appeared unusually calm about the fact that his inner voice could be heard worldwide. This apparent calmness amazed everyone in the interview department, prompting veteran crew members to speculate if some bizarre ideas had popped into his head again. Interview recording scene. Host, today is a very special day. Capybara earnestly looked at her. Host, Xiao, you must have already known this secret, right? Capybara earnestly looked at her. The host, gazing into his clear eyes, decided to cut straight to the chase. We all want to know how you reacted when you realized your inner voice could be heard by everyone, she asked. Chuyu paused for 1 second. 2 seconds. Chuyu opened his mouth. At first, I was quite shocked. The host nodded seriously, gently coaxing him, and then I've started trying to control my emotions, employing an elastic retractable excitement to control my inner voice. Little Chuyu explained solemnly, sounding like a philosopher making up nonsense. In short, his current life goal was to become an excellent sliding resistor, getting excited only when necessary, so his inner voice wouldn't fly all over the place too often. Everyone wasn't entirely clear, and the host, puzzled by his pretentious wording, had to gather her thoughts before picking up the microphone again. Wow, sounds impressive. Can Xiaoyu demonstrate for us? Chuyu nodded obediently, sure. First, the room welcomed a period of silence. Then after 2 more seconds, the whole interview room unexpectedly exploded with ear-splitting screams broadcast live. Distorted. Splitting. Crawling in darkness. Upper hook, left hook, right hook, lower hook, sweeping leg kick, standing jump. Totally crazy. Totally crazy. Totally crazy. In the next second, the room regained its peace as the loudspeaker shut off instantly, and Chuyu sitting on the central interview chair answered calmly, roughly like that. Everyone froze. They were utterly astonished. After 2 seconds of silence, the entire room erupted in deafening laughter. Everyone in the interview room, along with the audience, laughed so hard they could have overturned the earth. Chuyu, who had just made everyone laugh, closed his eyes sadly and covered his forehead, exhaling deeply. Then he turned away from the camera, and all present heard his second stream of inner thoughts. I'm nothing but a cowardly little boy who can only let others tell me what to do, without even the courage to refuse. I've seen through myself, this is how my life will be. Everyone laughed even harder. After stepping out of the interview room, Chiyu crouched in place for a moment, spinning around aimlessly before deciding to go find his boyfriend for comfort after his battered self-esteem took a hit. But before he could find his way back, an unexpected visitor appeared in his line of sight. Wei Ziyu was supposed to be the next interviewee arranged by the production team. Seeing Chuyu outside the door, Wei hesitated for quite a while before finally stepping forward quickly and intercepting him. Capybara, startled at the first sight of him, immediately recalling the last time someone lured him into a small dark room, where he was trapped for 1.5 hours. Since that night, Capybara and Wei Ziyu hadn't directly interacted with each other again. Thus, at their sudden meeting, Capybara instinctively thought Prince was about to start another round of trouble for him. But this time, Wei Ziyu didn't act arrogantly as usual. Instead, he stammered and avoided eye contact, replaying the scene in his mind where he'd recently gathered the courage to confess to Jiang Qinglu. After they cleared up misunderstandings and reconciled, the truth was revealed to them. All previous grievances between him and his boyfriend were based on false accusations made by none other than Chuyu. Although it turned out that Chuyu hadn't done anything wrong, it was Wei Ziyu who mistakenly blamed him. Jiang Qinglu told him that when you wrongly accuse someone, you need to apologize, especially since his actions had indirectly caused the problems later when Chuyu was trapped in that same dark room. Now the arrogant prince had to learn how to sincerely apologize for the very first time, and due to both his lack of skill in expressing himself and his difficulty letting go of his pride, he stuttered for a long while until Chuyu barely understood the tangled words he spoke. I used to have prejudices against you, but now I realize. You. At first, Chuyu was listening quietly, but then he furrowed his brows suspiciously. The signs were there: blushing, stuttering, avoiding eye contact, unnatural expressions, and obvious nervousness. He cross-referenced these speaking characteristics with the limited scenarios stored in his memory bank and came up with only one possible conclusion. It seemed like he might be trying to confess. Wei Ziyu struggled on, attempting to carefully choose his words. Actually, I wanted to say that. Right then, Capybara's otherwise lazy brain suddenly began operating at high speed. Acceptance wasn't an option, absolutely not ever. Therefore, it would be best to politely reject him before he finished saying the full sentence. How could this be done graciously? The simplest solution was to bring up an irrefutable objective excuse. Where was this excuse? What exactly was it? A spark lit up Capybara's eyes, he knew. Wei Ziyu continued stumbling over his words as Chuyu slowly raised a hand to interrupt him. As soon as he opened his mouth, the following 3-word sentence left everyone speechless. I'm tops. Prince. Prince, huh? At that exact moment, not too far away, smack sound echoed as both turned their heads simultaneously. They saw Luo Jiayu standing still nearby, having rushed out from the dormitory, with a fallen box of fries lying beside him. In another corner of the building, a certain Zhejiang Circle prince, unable to bear the thousands of seconds of separation from his wife, had hurried impatiently up the stairs to greet her outside the interview room. But before he even reached her, those unexpected 3 words struck him abruptly. Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu, what? Chapter 91. A bolt from the blue. That night, a certain cool guy didn't sleep well at all. He tossed and turned in bed for hours in the dormitory. The next morning, Chu Yu, who slept on the lower bunk, had just woken up. Still groggy, he wanted to poke the mattress above him to ask his boyfriend if he wanted to go eat breakfast together, but realized that his boyfriend had already been awake. Luo Jiayu was awake but didn't get out of bed to change clothes. Instead, he sat in the corner of his bed hugging his knees, staring ahead as if he'd been locked away in this pose for hours. Hearing the ladder creaking, knowing his boyfriend was climbing up to find him, Luo Jiayu lifted his head. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his expression looked profoundly dejected and despondent. Capybara didn't know what was going on. Tipping his head, looking still half asleep, how did you turn into a panda? Luo Jiayu instinctively reached out one hand, and Chu Yu naturally placed his own hand over it. With slight effort, Luo Jiayu pulled him close into an embrace. Chu Yu felt his cheek rub against soft, dry fabric, and then caught a faint mint scent. Everything around was quiet, and without thought, he began to drift off. Today, Luo Jiayu's head drooped even lower than usual. Holding the person tightly in his arms, he quietly buried his face, sinking further into introspection. Just as Chu Yu was about to drift back to sleep in this position, he heard a faint whisper by his ear. I've thought about it for a long time, and it doesn't feel like there's no way to solve this. The position actually isn't that important. At this point, Luo Jiayu closed his eyes painfully. Chu Yu didn't understand, It's. Anyway, we're going to be with each other forever, some things need to be solved eventually, so making a bit of sacrifice is normal. What I mean is. Luo Jiayu took a deep breath, his tone filled with tragic determination, we can take turns. Chu Yu, with half-closed eyes, nodded drowsily, stopping abruptly upon hearing his boyfriend's sentence which woke him up entirely. Raising his head, both his sleepy gaze and the tuft of hair on his head expressed confusion. He stared at Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu stared back. Chu Yu thought his boyfriend might start crying any second now. Wait, taking turns. 5 minutes later, when everything cleared up as merely a misunderstanding, little dog Luo Jiayu revived fully on the spot, shaking off all his efforts last night to mentally prepare himself. It felt as though some precious happiness had returned. Chu Yu wanted to get out of bed to change clothes and have breakfast. He hadn't yet turned around when he was yanked back. He landed on the sheet with a thud as Luo Jiayu pinned his limbs down. Following this act of retaliation, he kissed Chu Yu aggressively, biting and licking without any rhythm or restraint. In between the kisses, Luo Jiayu seemed to have asked something, but the words were obscured by their entwined lips, and Chu Yu failed to catch them clearly. His regained consciousness was quickly scattered again by the kiss. After a while, he noticed the movements on his lips gradually softened, tongues darted and nibbled, turning into deeper kisses. His previously taut nerves relaxed bit by bit with this lingering kiss, stretching time and slowing it down, blending harmoniously with the morning glow coming through the bedhead window. The fingers originally gripping onto Chu Yu's wrist slowly moved up along his skin until they clasped hands palm to palm. This 10-finger interlocking action seemed to calm them both down, making the kisses softer and gentler, infinitely extending what could have been a brief passionate session. Chu Yu felt a layer of misty water vapor gradually accumulating before his blurred vision, and he realized vaguely as if he'd finally learned how to breathe properly during these kisses. When the kiss ended, little dog Luo Jiayu was satisfied. He rubbed his chin against a limp Chu Yu nestled snugly in his arms, as if worried that the newly acquired bride would run away again. Because after every kiss, Chu Yu would flush from his face to his ears, and even his neck would turn pink, so Luo Jiayu usually pressed his head down to hide either on his chest or shoulder, and covered the exposed ear with his fingers, ensuring others wouldn't notice. The lingering effects of the kisses often left Chu Yu needing a long time to recover. And if he remained curled up in his boyfriend's embrace, breathing in the familiar scent of fabric, feeling the warm body temperature, while occasionally getting more pecks on his hair and forehead, the recovery time would be even longer. They remained like this for a long time, indulging in each other's warmth until the cold white morning light had turned into glaring sunlight, only then did they realize it was almost noon. Luo Jiayu lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. What did you originally want to say to me? Chu Yu was still out of breath after all the kissing. Collapsed in his boyfriend's arms, he replied weakly, to have breakfast. Luo Jiayu glanced at the outside where the sun had already climbed up 3 rods high. Half hidden and half happy, he bent his eyes, let's pretend we've already eaten. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they changed clothes and set off together for lunch. Since many places, including the canteen, were equipped with real-time cameras, they couldn't show obvious signs of affection directly under surveillance such as hugging or kissing. This kind of intimate behavior could only be done secretly in the privacy of the dormitory, they had to behave properly when in public. Thus, the two acted like an underground couple. On the way from the dormitory to the canteen, they secretly held hands, gradually filling the gaps between their fingers. In every subtle touch of fingertips, they shared tacit secrets known only to them. Chuyu, being shy, felt that the meaning of this hand-holding now was entirely different from that during the flirtatious period. It carried a more private emotion. As everyone knew, his ears and cheeks always struggled to hide secrets. Trying to cover up the secrets made him nervous. With his head down, he walked unsteadily with one sleeve covering his red ears. He almost bumped into the utility poles ahead several times. After being pulled back by his boyfriend standing next to him, he raised his head dazedly, locked eyes with him, then his gaze gradually became confused and flustered, causing his ears to turn even redder. For him, it was objectively hard for his body to keep secrets, but for another obvious package, things were not the same. Luo Jiayu had been especially happy while holding hands with his childhood friend and boyfriend on the road, nearly bouncing along with joy, until halfway through he realized a fact. He couldn't possibly rush to the biggest broadcasting hall in top practice wielding a megaphone to announce to the world that he now had a wife. He needed to guard the secret, albeit grudgingly. Why did such a heartrending truth exist? Having a lovely wife but being unable to boast about it was truly regrettable, unbearable, and unsatisfactory. Unwillingly, little dog Luo tugged his boyfriend just as they were about to walk into the cafeteria when they coincidentally encountered Lui Yang returning from eating lunch in the cafeteria. Even rarer, the latter was alone without Xue Lu accompanying him. Spotting them, Lui Yang greeted them casually. "Good afternoon, you two. Have you eaten yet? Oh, wait. You're both heading to the cafeteria, so you obviously haven't." As Lui Yang continued muttering to himself, Luo Jiayu perked up suddenly, feeling he had finally found a target for subtle flaunting. The next second, he put on an ostentatiously serious face, pretending to clear his throat twice. Realizing his own sunglasses weren't in his pocket, he pretended to adjust them before arrogantly tilting his chin upward, struggling to suppress his uncontrollable smirk. Then he hinted strongly to the other party with a wink. "Have you noticed any differences between me today and previous days?" Lui Yang contemplated. Seeing the person opposite winking at the companion beside them continuously and acting very impatient, Lui Yang had an epiphany. "Did your eyelid twitch?" When going to fetch food, little dog Luo's face had fallen completely, failing to figure out which link went wrong. Chuyu was focused on picking dishes to the side, his eyes glittering. Today, the cafeteria had updated its menu with dishes he loved, making it a perfect day so easily. Most dishes in the camp were rather bland in taste. After finishing choosing his dishes, Chuyu looked around here and there, spotting a dish in the corner that his childhood friend loved. He reached over and passed it to the nearby Luo Jiayu. "Do you want to try it?" A bright smile lit up Luo Jiayu's face. The next moment, Chuyu placed it directly onto his plate, then returned to the queue to pay. All the bad mood caused by Dr. Lu's diagnosis of eyelid twitching vanished immediately. Luo Jiayu happily followed, wanting to wrap his arm around his boyfriend's shoulders for some clingy time, but because he was holding the tray with both hands, he reluctantly let go. Because they had gone hungry all morning and had to attend the announcement of rankings in the broadcasting hall in the afternoon, the two ate faster today than usual. By the way, during the meal gap, Luo Jiayu remembered something. He set down his chopsticks and asked curiously, "How is that task you took earlier?" Chuyu took a sausage and put it in his mouth. He was always completely focused when eating, so much so that he didn't immediately respond. "Which one?" That is. During the flirty period, this little dog had been shameless enough, but after starting to date, he became shy instead, hinting at something darkly, "The one where you said you wanted to conquer me." With this reminder, Chuyu remembered indeed that for quite some time, he hadn't seen the pink notification icons keep popping up with +1+1 earnings in front of his eyes. Since that night in the backstage corner when they kissed during the third performance, the favorability rating had reached its peak all at once, and afterward, there was no more announcement sound related to tasks. Furthermore, since they started dating, they had stuck together like glue. These past few days, Chuyu's life passed by in a haze, never even realizing to check. He took a meatball into his mouth, chewed seriously for a while, and then said after swallowing, "You wait, I'll take a look." Luo Jiayu began waiting. As he waited, he stopped eating and gazed at his boyfriend opposite him with vacant eyes, looking left and right at the other party. After a while, he added 2 slices of meat to the other person's plate. And then, he watched some more before reaching out to pat the other's head. After checking the task system, Chuyu returned. His gaze refocused, and in his hand was a small card, the promised immunity card from the broadcast system. "It's the task reward." He spread his palm to show Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu rested his fingers on Chuyu's wrist as he looked at the small card in the other's hand, thinking deeply. "I just realized that I haven't asked why you suddenly accepted that task. I thought it was forced on you by the system." "No, I chose to accept it myself," Chuyu replied. "Was it because of this?" "Yes." Luo Jiayu carefully read the words written on the card. Upon finishing, he discovered that it was a life-saving artifact used as a last resort. If the storybook mission was messed up, one could still escape a failed ending judgment as long as they held this card. However, it only guaranteed survival. One might eventually be sent to the next story world or simply stranded within the story crossing space, unable to choose their destination and definitely unable to return home. He remembered how Chuyu wanted to go home. But it's not necessary. You will surely debut, said Luo Jiayu confidently, adding 3 words, as number 1. Although his ranking in the last public performance suffered an unexpected shock due to reasons that shouldn't have surfaced, Luo Jiayu had already fired the first shot against the slanderous forces armed with his bank card and support from his company. He believed that obvious results would soon come. Those who muddied the water and went through backdoors would either leak or quit the competition. Once everything was restored, his little buddy's ranking would only rise, not fall. It's for you, Chuyu said. Luo Jiayu didn't catch on. Chuyu shoved the card into the other's hand, flipping it over to reveal the owner's name, which read, Luo Jiayu. Staring at the spot, Luo Jiayu remained speechless for a while. Afraid you'd die, Chuyu explained with a very understanding expression. He was speaking the truth. Luo Jiayu's popularity wasn't stable, several rankings were improving but still far from guaranteeing a debut spot. Moreover, the condition for judging the mission's success was high-ranking debuting. He didn't like contemplating these details, as it would only add anxiety. The sole realistic action he could take was completing the task solidly, then handing the immunity card to his childhood friend after achieving the reward. This way, there was at least a minimum security measure so he could rest easy. Other than his original purpose of boosting his childhood friend's affection to help him seemed a bit strange. His childhood friend looked like he had frozen time for a few seconds. Chuyu poked him and got pulled by the wrist. Luo Jiayu pressed his face against his hand. Though his heart swelled like it was soaked soft, a smile still formed on the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, neither of us will need this card. Chapter 92. Inside the broadcasting hall. Since the grouping for the 3 public votes was divided according to the vocal, rap, and dance roles, the rankings were also based on these 3 large groups. There was no direct competition between groups, and during fan voting, 1 vote could be cast per large group. The first place winners from different groups would be considered co-first place with the same rewards in terms of votes. This time, the voting period had been extended quite long, with most voters concentrated online. The general hierarchy of popularity was largely established during the early stages of voting, which everyone was aware of. As the program progressed further, the various voting patterns and rankings showed a trend of stabilization. This public vote has received enthusiastic support from over 22 million producers. The final voting results have officially been announced today. 2 trainees exceeded 5 million in popularity, 6 trainees surpassed 3 million in popularity. The host on stage was giving the opening remarks while Luo Jiayu, seated below the stage, was rather restless, attempting to hook his little finger with the person next to him but hesitated due to the other's lack of energy and dispirited appearance, making Luo uncertain whether he should proceed or not. This time, seating arrangements were not freely chosen but specially arranged by the production team. Chuyu and Luo Jiayu were placed at the front center seats, where lenses surrounded them from all directions, focusing specifically on the faces of the trainees. Every few seconds, there were rapid clicking sounds close to their ears, and some red lights on cameras kept flashing. Luo noticed that Chu, since sitting down, never relaxed once, his jawline tightly taut, his body stiff as if made of stone. Top treatment, but someone seemed secretly breaking under pressure unseen. Luo Jiayu turned his head to look at Chuyu, naturally grabbing the hand of the latter hanging loosely beside him. Chuyu had originally lowered his eyelids, dazing out to escape the stress by mentally counting sheep. But when he found himself unable to fully immerse in this exercise and forget about the lens to sheep alone, he changed to counting samyeds instead. 1 samyed, 2 samyeds, 2.5 samyeds, 3 samyeds, pi samyeds. It felt a bit off, so he decided to recount from the start. Despite having gone through many stages and promotional material challenges, even people with the most impaired social skills were forced to adapt by the production team. However, his inherent social anxiety still made him somewhat resistant to life under constant lens surveillance. As he reached the count of 22 samyeds, an unexpectedly warm touch suddenly appeared in his palm. Luo Jiayu began gently stroking his back like petting an animal, until the body in his embrace gradually loosened and softened. Only then did he know his childhood friend wasn't as nervous as before. At this moment, the director just happened to switch the camera angle to focus directly on Chuyu's face. According to international convention, any valuable shot capturing a trainee's face should be treated with care. Luo Jiayu extended his hand to gently lift the head of his childhood friend, signaling him to look at the camera. Chuyu knew what the gesture meant, allowing Luo Jiayu to lift his chin, facing the camera straight ahead. Then, after taking a deep breath, he slowly revealed an awkward yet shy smile. Because everything, from demeanor to expressions, seemed too natural, Botsigu didn't realize that the series of fluid actions between him and his childhood companion were excessively affectionate, even for professional engagement activities. Also unnoticed was the fact that ever since entering the camp, this was among the few times Chiyu had smiled so vividly. It only happened whenever guided by Luo Jiayu. This caused the comments section to explode again. What are you guys doing? This is the 3rd public ranking, not a wedding scene. Paid dating? I can barely handle it. Not true, they're behaving openly in front of so many people right at the center. That spray bro attitude feels like he wants all present to serve as witnesses at a marriage ceremony. Luo President, I offer you a toast. Having been in entertainment for so long, I've never seen anyone so love-struck. What a rare sight. Be careful. Don't let the closet get jammed. Fan jokes are good, but don't take it seriously and fall in love. No way. No way. No way they're secretly dating behind our backs. Just now checked, and one smile from Botsigo boosted his Weibo followers by over 50,000. Shocking. Top practicing paythairs have significant influence, they just rarely engage in fan discussions. That's the charm of Capybara, 1 minute earns 5,000 fans. Mommy fans proudly puffing up their chests. 1,000-year masterpiece +1. Keep it as a treasure after debut, passed down to future fellow burdened ones. Botsigo really needs to smile more often. You wouldn't understand how charming you look smiling, it's impossible to look away. The original owner has provided so much amusement that I've almost forgotten I fell in love with him because of his looks. This elimination round was the last one before the finals. Out of the 35 trainees, only 20 would ultimately remain. Last time, Luo Jiayu ranked 17th, just 3 places away from elimination, which troubled a certain Capybara to the point of premature graying. Taking advantage of the moment when the director's lens switched to the host on stage, the anxious Capybara secretly gestured toward his childhood friend nearby, but due to the overly abstract nature of his self-created gestures, neither those around him nor the live-streaming audience could decipher their meaning. Oddly enough, Luo Jiayu somehow managed to understand and replied with an even more abstract set of self-created gestures. Thus began an intricate cross-cultural communication session using the languages of Yu country and Luo country. Though abstract, it proceeded eerily smoothly. Negotiation, succeeded. Succeeded, succeeded. Bought debut spot, returned. Returned, returned. Really? Really, really? Can you make it into the top 10? Yes, yes, yes. Chu Yu's eyes shone brighter as they communicated. Meanwhile, the corners of Luo Jiayu's mouth kept curving upward uncontrollably under his steady gaze. Neither of them realized that the secretive ambience between them, akin to school kids exchanging secret signals, had grown so thick it seemed about to drip onto the floor. The host on stage coughed pointedly a few times. Next, we will announce the final rankings for this public performance. There was no reaction from the duo. The host then decided against subtlety. His next sentence was, "Contestant Chu Yu, please come on stage." Chu Yu jolted awake, snapping out of his previous trance-like state, his ears flushing crimson. Such awkward situations are usually required training for young couples, unwittingly indulging in sweet nothings in a public place, only realizing after being reminded by a third person, leading to a sudden feeling of embarrassment. Luo Jiayu also realized how over the top their actions had been. Unlike Chu Yu, he was very aware that lifting his childhood friend's chin while millions watched equated to performing a romance drama on the world stage. However, his instinctive puppy-like nature meant his actions always outpaced his thoughts. He only remembered to hide the closet door after fully satisfying his impulse for intimate interaction. The two acted as though sharing a telepathic connection. One turned his head, the other retracted his gaze, one looked up at the sky, the other stared down at the ground, perfectly obvious signs of guilt. Chu Yu quickly followed the host's instruction without looking back, but halfway through, he discovered he was flailing arms and legs awkwardly. After despairingly switching one side, he found his legs were also disoriented. Meanwhile, Luo Jiayu deliberately avoided turning his head, instead sitting silently for a bit before covering his mouth with his fist and emitting a couple of exaggerated coughs. As recounted by on-site witness Ms. Pisces, these two shouldn't even bother pretending, their clumsy acting only highlighted the genuine romantic atmosphere shared between them earlier. On stage, the space was divided into 3 sections, red, yellow, and blue, representing respectively the upper circle for debut positions, the middle circle for borderline placements, and the lower circle for eliminations. There was no extra room left. As Chu Yu ascended, he looked left and right. The host, understandingly, asked. "Little fish, where do you think you'll end up?" This was a question testing emotional intelligence. Saying the upper circle might be deemed arrogant, saying the middle circle might seem pitiful and manipulative towards fans, saying the lower circle might appear insincere or smug. These landmine-filled questions are often beloved by hosts on such programs. After some thought, Chu Yu imagined he could split his legs wide enough to touch all 3 circles and adopt a diplomatic stance to tell the host he'd accept any placement, but upon consideration, concluded his flexibility and confidence weren't sufficient for that act. One should leverage one's strengths, and Chu Yu well knew he lacked sophistication in tact. He straightforwardly walked a few steps, stopping before the red line representing the debut positions. Little Chu obediently stepped inside the zone symbolizing the debut positions. The host expressed surprise, so confident. Chu Yu nodded compliantly. In theory, given his current ranking order, indeed, he could debut. Alright, next I will announce the final voting results for contestant Chu Yu. Before officially announcing, the host semi-teased and semi-annoyed Chu Yu with a few questions. The latter responded only with nods or shakes of his head, concise and clear, which made the host feel like punching cotton. With no choice, he hastened the process. 5.11 million votes, first place in the vocal group, second place in total popularity. The venue erupted in thunderous applause, and fans in the live stream celebrated tearfully. Chu Yu was momentarily dumbfounded by what he had heard. Then he foolishly showed a 2, resembling a yeah. The chat room comments read. Show 1. Show 1. You're number 1. 5.11 million, vocal number 1, you have so many ones, you are the champion. Show us one. How can my baby be so dopey, huh? Is it because he didn't expect such a high rank? I thought everyone already knew that Brother by Z is the ultimate viral sensation, there isn't any other trainee as out there as him. This ranking is pretty normal, right? I still think second is too low. In terms of popularity, he's long been on top by a wide margin. He never views his own popularity as something guaranteed. It took Chuyu quite some time to snap back. Even though 5th and 4th place earlier were already incredibly high rankings, having been voted as the #1 popular person in the field more than once or twice, he remained somewhat dim-witted regarding this mysterious popularity coming his way seemingly without cause. He attributed it all to some invisible force from books controlling everything, all the votes, fans, and compliments seemed intangible and floating, based on nothing solid. Therefore, he had neither dared nor bothered to take it seriously. This time, it was different. It was amusing how after knowing he had revealed his inner self publicly, facing social death worldwide, he finally realized where all those snowflake-like surging popularity points truly came from. It wasn't baseless. It was genuine and directed at him, whether through madness, for laughs, or because of a certain half-asleep lazy posture triggering someone's laugh point, regardless of how ridiculous the reasons behind their votes might have been, they each represented some form of affection. Living for so many years, this was the first time he had received such unequivocal, straightforward, and pure liking specifically directed toward him. This feeling was foreign enough that when the host handed him the microphone for his speech, attempting to open his mouth felt unnatural, emotions clogged his throat making complete sentences hard to articulate, especially considering his usual difficulty with words. He closed his eyes and deeply inhaled. "Thank you for your love," he said, then deeply bowed before the camera. Capybara lacked nothing but sincerity.jpg. A single sentence felt insufficient for a speech, but no matter how hard Chuyu tried to organize better phrases, nothing surpassed that simple expression of his current mindset. Thousands of words ultimately converged into just a repeated line. "Thank you for your love." Luo Jiayu practically bounced up onto the stage. Upon stepping up, the host hadn't yet managed to ask that international standard question testing emotional intelligence when Luo confidently stepped inside the debut area, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chuyu, as if two pieces of separated magnets had finally snapped together tightly. The host was surprised once again, that confident. Little Luo nodded assuredly. Without waiting for the second question, he preemptively seized the microphone and replied, "I believe I will debut." With lines snatched away, the host opted to resume following the program flow rather than continuing with his sharp Q&A segment. "Alright, next, I'll announce Luo Jiayu's final vote count." By the side, Chuyu silently clenched his fists harder. Listening to his boyfriend's results turned out to be even tenser than hearing his own. Luo Jiayu, 4.97 million, rap group #1, 3rd place overall. Chuyu immediately loosened his tight grip. From 17th to 3rd, the largest ever improvement we've seen among our best trainees, a dark horse candidate who deserved every bit of it. The host declared this extra compliment after the announcement. Meanwhile, CP enthusiasts in the live stream and ultra-topic forum celebrated like setting off firecrackers during Chinese New Year. Double TOP. Double TOP. Double top. I've finally waited for this day. In my lifetime, could I really see the day of dual top debuts based purely on overall popularity? Sisters ahead definitely can. I'm thrilled, I declare now is truly the age of Pisces. Chapter 93. Following the conclusion of the third round of eliminations, the production team reassigned the remaining trainees to new dorms. On the day after the rankings were announced, the entire dormitory building was alive with the sound of a massive relocation, suitcase wheels rolling and telescopic handles being adjusted back and forth. This continued until everyone had moved into their new rooms on the first floor. With only a few trainees left, the dormitories were allocated 2 per room. In the morning, Chuyu and Luo Jiayu played dice together as soon as they woke up. Chuyu rolled a 1, while Luo Jiayu rolled a 2, so they chose room 103. Chuyu had just finished packing his things from 602 when he felt an incredible sense of relief. No one could know how he'd endured climbing up and down the 6th floor multiple times every day for months. Now that he no longer had to deal with such a high altitude, his legs wouldn't ache anymore. Luo Jiayu carried a suitcase in his left hand and a bag full of luggage in his right, helping his boyfriend carry half of the stuff while moving much faster than him. He quickly opened the door to their new dorm and looked at the floor before an unusual thought crossed his mind. Did this count as cohabitation? Things were progressing way too fast. Before coming here, all his dreams about cohabitation revolved around after university graduation, but now, within 3 months of entering this world, he had essentially achieved 4 years' worth of relationship milestones. Luo Jiayu truly marveled at himself. The bed in the previous trainees' dorm was arranged neatly before they left. While deep in thought regarding one of the beds, Luo Jiayu suddenly got poked on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Chuyu's earnest expression. "This time I want to sleep on the top bunk." He had never slept on the upper bunk and wanted to see what the view was like at a higher altitude. However, instead of agreeing readily, Luo Jiayu paused, seemingly lost in thought. This made Chuyu very confused. He didn't realize his boyfriend was contemplating whether to skip ahead and fulfill 8 years of future achievements in one go. "The top bunk isn't convenient," said Luo Jiayu diplomatically after a moment. "What?" Chuyu easily followed his logic, then you sleep on the top bunk. The top bunk is terrible, muttered Luo Jiayu softly, pointing out disadvantages he had never noticed before in order to malign the innocent top bunk. It's inconvenient climbing up and down, easy to fall off accidentally, it's already high, and the bed frame isn't steady, it wobbles all the time. And if anything falls from the ceiling, it's always going to hit the person on the top bunk. Chuyu tilted his head in confusion, what are you trying to say? After pondering long enough, Luo Jiayu suddenly brightened and flashed a big grin as he grabbed his companion by the shoulders, looking directly at him with shining eyes. We'll sleep on the lower bunk. Us. Together, continued Luo Jiayu brightly, let's sleep in the same bed. Chuyu seemed unaware of what sleeping together implied. He blinked twice, appearing slightly puzzled by the length of preparation his boyfriend took to make this proposition. All right. Sleeping together would be cramped, but hugging each other to sleep would feel warm and cozy. That way, he wouldn't need his childhood blue caterpillar stuffed animal anymore. His boyfriend had agreed more smoothly than expected, leaving Luo Jiayu happy and ready to drag the other straight to bed if circumstances permitted. However, it was only 10:30 a.m., by any standards, not a proper time to sleep. Feeling a bit warm after the move, they washed up one by one based on who won rock paper scissors, then both sat on the double sofa placed centrally for relaxation in the dorm. Luo Jiayu was sitting upright while Chuyu lay down with his head resting on his boyfriend's lap. Chuyu focused on playing a free game rewarded by the upgraded system, which happened to be a classic pixel-style business management minigame. Seeing this, Luo Jiayu leaned down and lightly stroked his chin with one hand, while the other slid to the back of his head to playfully mess up his hair. This petting-like action made his cheeks flush, prompting him to roll over, burying his face partly in the side of his boyfriend's legs, setting the phone aside and hiding his face so only his reddened ears showed. Luo Jiayu poked his hair, seeing no response, then turned his face upwards again, locking eyes briefly before leaning down to kiss him. Thus passed the plain, ordinary moments infused with the sticky sweetness of romance. As lunchtime approached, hunger set in. Knowing his little partner preferred to stay put, Luo Jiayu naturally stood up to grab the keys, intending to fetch food from the canteen and bring it back. Just as he was about to ask Chuyu what he wanted for lunch, he felt a tug on his arm. What's wrong? Asked Luo Jiayu as he turned back. I'll go buy some food. Chuyu turned off the game console, which disappeared from his hand in good timing. He looked up at his boyfriend and said, "You've bought for me too many times." It turns out he didn't expect Luo Jiayu to feel a little disappointed. I thought you'd be reluctant for me to leave. Chuyu stared at him with widened eyes, as if life had never taught him how to respond to that kind of statement. So his boyfriend should teach him. Luo Jiayu tapped his own lips. Chuyu's ear roots heated up, but he still stood up and did it. After the tongue left the lips, Luo Jiayu softly asked him in a volume audible only to them, got it? He turned his head away, and his voice was so soft that even he could hardly hear it, yeah. Luo Jiayu couldn't help it, he pulled the person into his arms tightly several more times. The smile on the corner of his mouth continued even 10 minutes after Chuyu had already gone. His boyfriend was gone, and he lay there happily scrolling through his phone with a satisfied smile. While scrolling, Luo Jiayu realized something, that he hadn't visited his super topic area for quite some time. This relationship made his heart flutter and mind blur, and several days had unknowingly passed since that night when he confessed his feelings. He still hadn't congratulated the fellow fangirls in his fans group. After all, back when he and his childhood friend were in an awkward phase of having just crossed a line, he got lots of advice from them. His ability to reach this point today was inseparable from their enthusiastic help and robust support. Though everyone thought they were primary school students trying to start an early romance, nonetheless, these Pisces sisters' doting love for their kid brother was silently engraved in his heart. He opened Weibo's super topic area. The private messages blew up right after he clicked it. In the past, though he came online infrequently, he would remember to post private pictures in the super topic area on fixed dates. This week, because he was busy with dating, he forgot to post them, so several big fans kindly ran over to ask why he stopped sending imperial grains and whether he failed the junior high entrance exam, leading to his mother unplugging his internet. At the top was Kwanye's latest update. A pair of sunglasses, a sad face emoji paired with an incense stick, along with a phrase that darkened Luo Jiayu's vision. Day 7 memorializing kid brother's departure from the web. Wishing you success in your junior high entrance exams. Before Luo Jiayu could type a response, another new message popped up, darkening his vision again. Forget it, kid brother, just go. There's too much imperial grain at home to finish. You don't have to keep offering it anymore. Safe travels, we'll miss you. AAA Chief Handsome Dude. The other side immediately replied in seconds, without any trace of the previous sharpness brought by grabbing a bowl and kicking the chef, but with excitement akin to reuniting with an old friend after a long separation. Kid brother. You didn't take the junior high entrance exam. How come you haven't been online for so long? We waited for you until the flowers wilted. Luo Jiayu suddenly became energetic. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, that's right, I'm indeed in a relationship now. Now it was the other side's turn to reply with question marks. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, my buddy accepted my confession. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, I have a significant other. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, thanks for your advice, we're doing well now Red Heart. Luo Jiayu instantly sent out a red envelope. Happiness makes people generous. Kuan-Ye actually didn't react quickly enough and didn't quite recall what she had done, but her speed in collecting the red envelope was lightning fast. Our generous boy cheerfully sent a big red envelope to a couple of group chats where several major fans were present. The rest of the elder sisters were similarly perplexed, yet habitually collected the return to the web red envelope from Kid Brother. 3 seconds later, Kuan-Ye caught on and swiftly sent out the first blessing that filled Luo Jiayu with joy both mentally and physically. Wish you 299. Long lasting forever. Yes, he sent money just to get this kind of effect. He couldn't run around shouting it out with a megaphone inside the training facility, but while online with his cyber mask on, could he not shout louder? The sisters in the group gradually realized what was happening. Kid Brother has found someone. Really went from being friends to becoming boyfriends. Impressive, Kid Brother. Congrats to Kid Brother and his friend on being sweet lovers. They've already had partners at the age of 10, while I'm 20 and still watching CP videos for comfort while eating dinner. Am I witnessing the beginning of a primary student's romance? Amazing. Kid Brother is together with his buddy now, I can totally ship them. Still in the agency era, our place is already well known as a royal grain warehouse. Be strong, we Pisces don't need substitutes. But even though Pisces are real, they aren't really together, crying cat face. Once they announce officially, I'll stop being their stand-in. No way, you're seriously dating. Kid Brother, we should think twice. At this age, falling in love early isn't good. Focus on studying for the primary school entrance exam, it's the key. The last line made Luo Jiayu raise an eyebrow, still talking about primary school entrance exams. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, what primary school entrance exam? There's no such thing. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, I'm a sophomore in university. To make this relationship officially recognized by everyone, Luo Jiayu instantly discarded his Kid Brother facade and revealed his true identity, a mentally youthful adult male university student. It turned out that the super host of the chat was a male college student, which seemed to leave the group momentarily silent. After a while, a new message finally appeared. Wow. 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 Adult male college student. Even better for stand-ins. Kid Brother, you're in your second year of university so you're 20 years old, right? How old is your buddy, is he 19? AAA Chief Handsome Dude, he's 19, I'm 20. Before Luo Jiayu could send the next message, isn't it perfect, even our ages match. The conversation suddenly took an unexpected turn, one that became completely uncontrollable. I can't believe it's this age. What is this, premium substitute food? Could you share more details? I'll do anything. The kid still wants to eat some more. Hold on, why would a 20-year-old male college student come here to create CP topics for talent shows? Oh, is it because you thought Botsy looks like your boyfriend so you started chasing him in Top Youth? Wait, how did you even get access to private pictures of Pisces? Sisters, I have a bold idea. Me too. Me too. Me too. Maybe we've confused the main course with the substitute. Who knew it would go this way? Spammer himself was busy showing off his affection and never imagined this direction. Staring at the frantic messages on his phone screen for a moment, alarms rang in his mind, warning him he had to say something fast or it'd be over soon. So he attempted to fix it. AAA Chief Handsome Dude. It's just a coincidence. Luo Jiayu thought again, it couldn't end there with such a weak explanation. To cover up his little disguise properly, he decided to distance the persona, AAA Chief Handsome Dude, from himself. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, how could Luo Jiayu fall in love? He's still inside the talent training camp, where rules are strict, and no one even has a phone. Having said that, Luo Jiayu couldn't resist throwing another jab. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, and I have a wife, he doesn't. That's the biggest difference between us. As these words came out, all were shocked into silence, probably never having seen someone self-certify like this before. After a bit, someone asked. Brother, let me ask you a question. Do you think you're handsomer than Luo Jiayu? Without hesitation, Luo Jiayu answered. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, me. AAA Chief Handsome Dude, I feel I'm a bit handsomer than him. Everyone continued to be silent. Too familiar. This slap-worthy personality is literally carved out of the same mold as Spammer. Is it even possible to mass-produce personalities like Spammer these days? Sigh, whether it's real or fake, I'll obsess first and think later. Still feels a bit strange. The sisters of Pisces remained skeptical but lacked evidence. Luo Jiayu managed to save face, sighed with relief, and then started feeling smug. However, before he had time to bask in pride, a ding echoed in the group. A system notification appeared indicating a new member had been invited to join the group. My lord likes feeding ducks. Oh, almost forgot, the other party also has a Weibo account. My lord likes feeding ducks. Oh, Kid Brother's mouth is far too loose. Why not ask the other one instead? My lord likes feeding ducks. Oh, what should we call you, Kid Brother's good friend? When Luo Jiayu saw the ID of the new member, his pupils contracted in shock. His first reaction was a sigh of relief. He remembered that Chuyu didn't have a phone. But then he realized something was off. After the 3 public system upgrade, the system had gifted him a free phone. While Luo Jiayu was lost in thought, a new message had already popped up in the group chat, carrying the same slow and dazed quality as the new member's personality. Centenarian preparing for elementary school entrance exam. Chapter 94. Chuyu had just finished lining up in the cafeteria to get his food. As he was leaving, the system reminded him that he had a new message. The concerned Ms. Zhao in his mind asked him if it was from Luo Jiayu and whether he should take a look. Chuyu, with a piece of toast in his mouth, walked to a corner nearby, confused. He pulled out the new phone he won as a reward from his pocket. Since obtaining it, he hadn't used this phone much. When he tapped into the screen, it displayed that the new message came from Weibo, an account he had never used. Once opened, the originally empty private message section suddenly popped up several group chat notifications. The group name was unfamiliar to Chuyu. Confused about its origin. Looking at the member list of the group chat, there wasn't anyone he recognized, every ID seemed foreign. However, many bore a resemblance, with names like Pisces officially renamed, or Is Pisces getting married today? After entering the selection camp, Chuyu didn't have many opportunities to surf the internet anymore. The last time was when he used Luo Jiayu's phone to search for himself all night after discovering from the system that his inner feelings could be heard by others. Apart from this, he didn't know what Pisces meant. Realizing the group chat was filled with strangers made Chuyu subconsciously nervous. But soon, as he scrolled further down, a familiar ID calmed him considerably, AAA Chief Hunk. Compared with other fan-based nicknames around, this one stood out differently yet carried immense familiarity, making it immediately clear whose account it was. However, he quickly realized that not only did Luo Jiayu have such a quirky account, but so did he. This became apparent as many people were tagging him with an ID that looked even more peculiar than AAA Chief Hunk. At Centenarian preparing for junior high school. Kid Bro's friend say something. At Centenarian preparing for junior high school. Kid Bro's family members speak up ya. At Centenarian preparing for junior high school. Is Kid Bro's partner still studying for junior high? At AAA Chief Hunk. Why doesn't Kid Bro's partner speak? Is he shy? At Centenarian preparing for junior high school. Our noble master knows how to feed ducks, how should we address you, Kid Bro's friend? Question emoji. The overwhelming mentions left Chuyu with goosebumps. However, why he ended up in such a group chat without understanding any background left him completely baffled. Confused, he wanted to understand what was happening. Thus, he replied with a question mark. Centenarian preparing for junior high school. A preceding ellipsis before the question mark hinted not only confusion but also a hint of politeness. The puzzled centenarian seemingly injected some special liveliness into the naturally extroverted group. Sister monsters then shifted their focus from doubting the truthfulness of Kid Bro's words to teasing the newly arrived bewildered younger brother collectively. Responded. Alive. Your ID is really abstract, little bro. This combo of ellipses plus question mark is cute. I've become too used to brother in charge and am now putting filters on socially anxious boys. Brother, you haven't said your name yet. If you don't talk, we'll call you Kid Little Brother. What's this thing called Little Brother, ha? Younger brother isn't 19, a year younger than Kid Brother, perfectly paired with Kid Brother and easy to remember. Makes sense, Kid Little Brother. Are you still here? Centenarian preparing for junior high school. Awarded with a new nickname, Chiyu silently skimmed through the rapidly increasing group chat messages, paused for 3 seconds in silence, then typed an @ symbol into the chat box. Centenarian preparing for junior high school, at AAA Chief Hunk. An emphatic question mark, clearly expressing multiple rich meanings like who am I, where am I, save me fast. Understanding all these meanings far away in another dormitory, Luo Jiayu typed hastily on the screen for the first time. AAA Chief Hunk, don't tease him. Unfortunately, this sentence triggered the opposite effect. Witnessing the direction of the group chat gradually getting out of control, Luo Jiayu's first reaction was worry that his congenitally socially anxious childhood friend would feel uncomfortable. His second thought was about their sudden transformation into an openly cyberspace newlywed couple, which would be catastrophic if unmasked. Since Chuyu rarely paid attention to the couple's super topic development, Luo Jiayu had always been the one letting loose in his own fan group. During the chasing phase, he sought emotional advice from the same fan sisters and when he finally got his wife, he excitedly bragged about it online. But this only extended to boasting among netizens. Luo Jiayu never intended to involve his girlfriend in all this. Being publicly teased wasn't a pleasant experience for someone with social anxiety, it felt like strangers on the other end of a chat were throwing a bucket of rose petals over his head. While Luo Jiayu enjoyed the buzz and the spotlight, it didn't mean that he believed Chuyu would. The sense of internal boundaries was a hard thing to break, especially for introverted people. Even if his capybara-like friend seemed indifferent to everything, acceptance and comfort were two different matters entirely. Although the screen had gone black, the group chat continued buzzing with new messages. Kid Bro is anxious. I've never seen him so flustered. Kid Little Brother, why are you just sending ellipses and question marks? Kid Bro said his significant other is very introverted and shy, which is why he's panicking. Kid Bro is such a husband I'm getting more shipped. Kid Little Brother, are you still here? Kid Little Brother, can you type something? Kid little brother, is your punctuation bar your 26 key? Chuyu responded slowly and almost exclusively used punctuation marks. The big sisters struggled to extract words from his mouth more than they did from Kid Bro's. By the time the chat notifications had reached nearly 99 plus, the centenarian had just replied with one word. Centenarian preparing for junior high school, no. When facing strangers, his linguistic system automatically simplified, no typing necessary, no second words needed after the first one. Precious words, aloof. AAA Chief Hunk, he's using 9 keys. AAA Chief Hunk, don't make fun of him. After sending this message, Luo Jiayu leapt up from where he sat and decided to leave the dormitory to directly meet his boyfriend returning from the cafeteria. Who knows what chaos could unfold during these separated 20 minutes. He grabbed the keys and opened the door, walking dozens of meters down the corridor. He saw that figure he'd been longing to see just entering the dormitory building carrying 2 plastic bags filled with lunch boxes. Chuyu finished face scanning and looked up, seeing his childhood friend running toward him, passing a plastic bag to the other person. The first sentence was quite casual, this is yours, clear soup dish. The second sentence was quieter, what's going on with that group? Without hesitation, Luo Jiayu raised his hand to touch his boyfriend's face, calming himself down after confirming there were no signs of discomfort. Let's go back. Upon returning, they arranged the meal boxes on the table, deftly unpacking chopsticks and wrapping. In between organizing things, Luo Jiayu recounted the whole story to his boyfriend, who understood and nodded. Lowering his head, he reopened the phone, planning to check how far the chat had gone. Oh, Kid Bro is in such a rush. Got it, we know you care deeply about your wife. I wonder if your wife knows that you secretly refer to her as your wife behind her back. None of us can tease him, only you alone can tease him, right? Instantly, Chiyu shut off the screen and put away his phone. His face and ears turned slightly pink due to the thoughts swirling in his mind. What exactly is this group? He asked while using bought toast bread to dip into the vegetable dish, chewing several times until he slowly calmed down. Raising his eyes, he asked Lu Jiayu, who was sitting beside him eating. Luo Jiayu paused for a moment, thinking about how to phrase his response, our CP fan group. Chuyu, ah. Real fans dancing on their idols' faces, unaware of causing the idol to blush red. Kid Bro and Kid Little Brother, are you both still here? We haven't even asked our questions yet, Kid Little Brother. Did we scare Kid Little Brother? He's shrinking back inside his shell again. I'm worried this isn't fake, Sprayer Bro, Recluse Bro, did you two actually start dating? So scary. I still don't believe it. If this is true, then this Super CP topic might have been created by Recluse Bro himself. What an unreal storyline. Kid Little Brother. Hello Kid Little Brother, are you still there? Centenarian preparing for junior high school, here. Chu, you could answer this. Kid Little Brother baby, we have some questions for you. Chu Yu CPU crashed for 3 seconds at the nickname, Kid Little Brother baby. Centenarian preparing for junior high school, question emoji. The other party launched a direct attack. Baby, you tell mommy the truth, is your real name Chu Yu? Chu Yu, having received Luo Jiayu's signal beforehand, rebelled instantly against his mom fan and replied sharply. Centenarian preparing for junior high school, no. The Pisces sisters didn't believe it, continuing to press on. Baby, do you have a nickname called botsige? Centenarian preparing for junior high school, no. A resounding denial followed by an arrogant period full of conviction. Okay. They believed it. Chu Yu sighed in relief. Baby, if Wei Ziyu and Fu Hansong fall into the water, who will you save first? Centenarian preparing for junior high school, and. A very abstract answer, fits my stereotype of botsige. I'm dying laughing. Chu Yu. Baby, do you like daddy or mommy better? Centenarian preparing for junior high school, or. 2 words. Great. He said 2 words. Alright, he became everyone's toy in the group. It seemed as though the fan sisters believed his denial but not entirely. There was, however, a clear shift. After Sprayer Bro broke new ground by infiltrating fans' lives, botsige also joined this harmonious CP fan family. After finishing his meal, Luo Jiayu wiped his mouth with a napkin, picked up his phone, and read through the group chat messages. Unable to suppress his laughter after seeing the most recent ones, he scrolled further up, turning red in the ears. There were still fans queuing him in the group, asking where this week's food supplies would be. Kid Bro, are there any fresh Pisces meals available this week? The main person himself outright denied it, and the fans knew better than to persistently ask more. Whatever they thought internally, outwardly they kept Kid Bro separate from the main person. Luo Jiayu flipped through his stock, there weren't many leftover dual photos taken together. Posting them now could easily expose his identity, so after some thought, he typed a message. AAA Chief Hunk, none. AAA Chief Hunk, the photos I found about them are all that exist, nothing else. The CP fans were disheartened. Ah, no more, crying emoji. Bro, keep looking, maybe there's some reserve food in the warehouse. Kid, Bro. After a while, a timid voice sounded, quickly gaining support from many other sisters. Kid bro, if there aren't any leftover Pisces meals left, could you send a picture of you and your significant other for us to enjoy? Agreed. +1. +1. Want to see your framed photo together. Facing this message, Luo Jiayu pondered for a moment before finally turning around and finding his boyfriend. He waved Chuyu over, muttering something into his ear, after which Chuyu quietly listened and then stared at him in horror. Luo Jiayu remained calm, gazing back soothingly and pleadingly. Chuyu grew soft-hearted. Fine. An hour later, AAA Chief Hunk posted a picture in the group chat directly out of the camera. It showed two clay handiworks placed side by side on the table. On the left was a sunglasses-wearing line art dog. The owner was skilled, crafting the adorable dog smiling like a sunflower. On the right, one could tell the work put effort into creating a cute piece, but the creator lacked talent. The final result was abstract yet recognizable as a closed-eyed sleeping dog leaning against the sunglass dog, seemingly snoozing soundly. AAA Chief Hunk, us too, with confidence. Chapter 95. On the 5th day of their vacation, the two were taking turns throwing dice to decide what to eat for lunch. Suddenly, they received a broadcast notification summoning all trainees to gather in the broadcasting hall for the selection of songs for the final competition stage. In other words, the vacation ended prematurely, and the show's progress was directly pushed to the last phase. When the broadcast sounded, Chiyu was just about to throw the dice. After hearing the notice, he looked up blankly, and the little cube slipped from his fingers. Luo Jiayu took the opportunity to secretly change the number thrown by Chuyu to the dish he wanted to eat. Chuyu was still stunned by the word finals that had just reached his ears. After going through the initial ratings, the theme song, public performances 1, 2, and 3, it was only natural that the next step would be to prepare for the final stage. But when those 3 words really rang in his ears, there was still a sense of fleeting time like a dream. If the Chuyu from 100 days ago heard this broadcast, he would certainly have been incredulous at being able to survive until the last round of auditions. After all, since coming to this world on the first day, he had already prepared himself to set up a stall on a bridge selling mobile phone covers. But ultimately, he had stood firmly and made it through to now. The journey wasn't as unbearable as he imagined. Instead, there were many memorable moments that made him feel they would linger in his mind for a long time. All trainees, gather in the broadcasting hall before 11:50. This is a repeat. It was 11:38. Chuyu turned his head back. We won't have time to eat today. Why is my dice in your hands? It's okay, if we miss lunch, we can eat dinner. Luo Jiayu naturally responded and happily showed the result to his boyfriend. Look, 2 3s. Chuyu nodded, and Luo Jiayu got up smoothly, then gently rubbed his boyfriend's earlobe with his finger before walking away. Let's go to the broadcasting hall. Chuyu didn't move, looking intently at the dice results in front of him. Both are 3s. This is destiny's guidance, little dog, Luo Jiayu replied seriously. As his boyfriend went to fetch the keys and change clothes, Chuyu took over the 2 dice suspiciously. After studying them for a while, he threw the die belonging to Luo Jiayu. After 2 rounds, both showed 3. Even after another throw, it was still 3. Lead-weighted dice. You come back. Inside the broadcasting hall. The hostess stood on stage with her cue cards, facing the 20 trainees who had made it through multiple eliminations. First, she sincerely congratulated everyone on once again surviving the tough competition, then, switching her tone, she began to solemnly announce the rules for the song selection. This seating arrangement was still strictly based on rankings. Chuyu ranked 2nd overall, sitting to the left of the center position. Closest to him was His Royal Highness. To the right of His Royal Highness sat none other than Destiny's own indicator, Luo Jiayu. This was his first time breaking into the debut circle, and not only did he start at the peak, making it to 3rd place, but he also gained the position of a flanking guard alongside his childhood friend, Wei Ziyu, seated between them like the Milky Way separating Niulang and Zinv. To say his position was bad, it was his first time enjoying the proper treatment of a debut spot. To say it was good, it was also his first time not being able to sit with Chuyu during song selection. Previously, they could stay in the corner, whispering under their breaths all the way through to the end of the selection process, so now these flanking spots weren't as advantageous as the corners. However, with such significant progress, there was no reason to retreat. First disgruntled, Luo Jiayu nibbled on his lower lip for a bit, then realized, he still needed to work harder. Either he should become the center and move closer, or his childhood friend could take the center position, then nothing could separate them, no Queen Mother to stand in the way. Wei Ziyu, playing the role of the Queen Mother herself, was actually sweating profusely. The vivid image of Chuyu confidently pointing and declaring himself number 1 still remained fresh in his memory, creating a psychological shadow that prevented him from sitting too close. On the other hand, the seat directly opposite him was occupied by an aggressive critic, which made Wei Ziyu want to keep even more distance. He felt the air around Luo Jiayu turn dark, almost reaching the density of a compressed biscuit. Definitely not 0. A certain prince silently made a judgment in his heart. There is no doubt that every one of you who has made it this far is exceptionally talented, but the competition still continues. The most rigorous round of selection awaits you at the end. I hope you all can bring your best state from last time, and spare no effort, doing your utmost to present a perfect stage for everyone. The host finished her set speech before flipping her cue cards to the next page. Now, I will announce the public performance songs for this time. There were only 2 songs available for selection in the finals. Each song had a cast of 10 people, with roles divided into main C, dance first through third positions, vocal first through third positions, and rap first through third positions. The camera angles and parts would decrease according to the rank order, testing each member's overall abilities. Both songs had a lot of synchronized dancing sections and choir segments. Both songs included group dances, which was a thunderous blow for capybaras whose limbs weren't very agile. However, since they had already been struck quite a few times along the way, it was also somewhat expected. Chuyu now didn't feel as much fear about dancing as he did for previous stages. He let his gaze drift, just practice more, what else can be done? But because he had zoned out, he didn't immediately hear the names of the songs announced by the host. He only heard a few English words and knew that both songs were in English, neither of which he'd ever heard before. It wasn't until the demonstration MVs of the dances started playing that Chuyu gradually widened his eyes. Only then did he see that the name of the first song contained a word with a distinctly sexual connotation. The classic saxophone melody combined with an explosive drumbeat echoed through his stunned head with each note. This song was likely going to have the largest scale among all the public performance stages, with each move clearly interpreting the word temptation. The lyrics, melody, and dance all work together to express the 3 words of sexual tension as extremely as possible. When the high point segment was broadcasted, lively trainees quickly began to stir things up. In addition to a series of collective lying down, thrusting hips, and twisting the waist actions, there were also several overly intimate 2-person interaction shots. Clearly selected by the production team to attract attention and create highlights, every lingering glance and approach of the lips was walking on the line of censorship. Chuyu was dumbfounded. And right here, the live stream viewers went wild, filled with furiously scrolling couple names from different fandoms. Among them, the ones being brushed the most belonged to a certain elementary school pair in America. Twin Pisces wedding stage again. Twin Pisces, Twin Pisces, Twin Pisces, Twin Pisces, Twin Pisces, Twin Pisces. This is not a heavenly predestined wedding stage, Twin Pisces must sell big. If this section were danced by Twin Pisces, it would count as your good deed too, production team. I want to see them dance this part right now. The person burdened with great expectations quietly lowered their head, covering their ears even more conspicuously with falling strands of hair, then raised their head resolutely, looking like a warrior ready to face death. If possible, there's absolutely no way he'll choose this song. The second song's MV that played afterward was much more acceptable, though it still heavily relied on the live appeal with its rock and heavy metal vibe. Compared to the first one, it wasn't as suggestive, but it sure burned bright. Chuyu almost wanted to close his eyes and pick this one. However, the show didn't give him a choice. It soon revealed the rules for splitting into teams and selecting songs. The trainees on site would be divided into Team A and Team B, led respectively by the top 2 from the previous public performance. The leaders would then draw lots to decide which song to perform. As the total popularity runner-up from the last time, Chuyu joyfully earned the title of captain of Team B and ascended the stage alongside the crown prince nearby to shake the numbered balls. Inside the number machine were 6 numbered balls. Odd numbers meant performing the first song, while even numbers meant the second. Before opening the blind box, the 2 captains first held a game of rock-paper-scissors to decide who would draw the number. The crown prince walked up with full righteousness, turning around once to face Capybara who looked deeply concerned and called out spiritedly, "Come on." Chuyu glanced down at the other person's hand, slowly getting ready for the gesture match. Rock-paper-scissors. A soft and powerless paper met an emphatic stone, shouted loud by the losing party. "Okay, our little fish Chuyu won. Now little fish will come up to draw the number." Capybara slowly ambled over. Standing in front of the number machine, after 20 years of being a staunch materialist, Chuyu piously closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer toward the sky, face filled with sorrow. "Heaven bless me, Bodhisattva bless me, God bless me, deities bless me." Whatever entities existed, they all came to offer blessings, just so long as they helped him avoid drawing the first song. For some unknown reason, as he prayed, the face of Luo Jiayu popped into his mind. He figured it must be because he was a little dazed from being in love, and with his ears turning red, he opened his eyes and didn't hesitate to shake the number machine. A white number ball rolled out, he picked it up and showed the side with the number facing the camera first, then turned it toward himself for a look. It was a 3. Fate's choice sitting down below immediately brightened his eyes. It happened to be the song he wanted to perform, the number he hoped would be shaken out, and even better, it was his little junior who became captain. How could fate arrange everything so perfectly? It was undoubtedly fate's direction. The subsequent captain selection phase went much more smoothly. Each trainee would take turns coming to the stage according to their rankings to select their captains. If one team was full, the rest of the trainees would automatically go to the other team. In other words, the ones ranked higher had greater room for choice. Leaving aside the top 2 who acted as captains, the first one to choose was Luo Jiayu, who ranked 3rd. Chuyu stood side by side with Wei Ziyu, as required by the show's rules, and then both turned their backs to the audience until all the members finished making their choices. With his eyes closed, the sounds of chairs moving and footsteps reached his ears. After a while, a hand grabbed his wrist behind his back, and he naturally gripped it back. Because of the rule that no words were allowed before the captains turned around, Luo Jiayu used his fingertips to scribble messages continuously on his captain's palm. Chu Yu's palm tingled with the sensation, causing his fingers to tremble multiple times. Moreover, it seemed like his childhood friend forgot his natural tendency to write incomprehensible hieroglyphics, so Chu Yu worked hard piecing together what was written to barely understand what Luo Jiayu was trying to express. Dance, with, me. Chu Yu silently extended his finger, and at the opportune moment, his boyfriend placed his palm forward. When Chu Yu started drawing an X halfway through, his hand was held firmly, preventing him from continuing. Cheater. Chapter 96. Chu Yu had always thought that the relationship between himself and sensuality was like the one between fish and bicycles, in other words, they had nothing to do with each other. A long time ago, when he was still Chu Xiaoyu, untouched by romance and carefree, spending every day eating, sleeping, lying down and being lazy, Luo Jiayu invited him over to watch a movie, an iconic Western action blockbuster from the previous century, but it contained unexpected R18 scenes. Back then, they were still in junior high school, and while watching, Luo Jiayu blushed furiously while hugging a pillow, fast-forwarding neither here nor there, nearly kneading the corner of the pillow into threads. Amidst hurried and labored breaths, he turned his head only to find his childhood friend staring expressionlessly at the screen, nonchalantly munching on sunflower seeds. At age 14, after feeling the heated gaze of his sworn brother, Chiyu calmly chewed on the sunflower seed in his mouth before turning around and extending his hand, revealing a few sunflower seeds in his palm, his face pure and innocent as he asked, "Do you want some?" From then on, every time they watched films of this type, Chu Xiaoyu's reactions were always the same. In his eyes, all beings were equal, whether it was seeing sexy men stripping or watching Makabaka wash soap held no greater attraction for him. On the contrary, it was younger Luo Jiayu whose face easily revealed what he felt, who often strayed towards dirty thoughts when viewing such things. Once he realized that he could not help but blush and steal glances at his childhood friend every time, he stopped watching altogether. Henceforth, the two became cartoon-watching buddies, nothing beats sharing a good animation with a buddy. But now, everything had changed. "I can't do this part." In a gloomy voice from the corner of the dance studio, a murmur arose. "You can. Practice more times, trust me." "I really can't." "You can. It's too difficult." Luo Jiayu grabbed the wrist of his boyfriend in front of him, preventing him from backing out last minute. "You promised me, we'd do this part together." This statement sounded matter-of-fact but laced with a trace of. Recalling how his boyfriend would resort to childish antics of holding onto his hands during past cheating episodes, Chiyu paused for a moment. "I will dance with you," Chiyu blinked and then gradually became serious, "but this move is too hard, I can't do it." Capybara attempted to convey a message to his sworn brother with calm tones: if a man says he can't, it's because he objectively cannot. When words like flotation and temptation tied to real-life individuals entered the picture, Chiyu found himself no longer able to adopt the detached stance he used to take when watching movies. While watching the MV, his mind kept drifting. Suddenly, he noticed that the left-position boy in the double dance on screen slowly transformed into the image of his childhood friend in his eyes. This made him desperately wish to bury his head in the ground and escape this world that made him flush red. After listening, Luo Jiayu pinched his chin and reflected seriously, how couldn't he do it? Isn't it just about locking eyes while touching the collarbone and pretending to kiss? Having finished pondering, Luo Jiayu opened his mouth to state the answer naturally and smoothly, a sentence that should have been difficult to say flowing effortlessly out of his lips. The Chu Xiaoyu who had previously maintained a stern face immediately broke through the facade, half his face turning instantly crimson, unable to look forward nor pretend to hide his head in shame like an ostrich. In the end, trying to conceal the obvious signs of embarrassment, he scratched his earlobe awkwardly. Each syllable that had reached his ears caused a rush of heat and redness. He couldn't understand why the person in front could describe such a shameful act so smoothly, fluidly, and naturally. But little Luo Dog didn't just speak effortlessly, he proceeded to gently reason, "See, it's just touching and looking, it's simple. We've already hugged each other many times to sleep. This level is trivial compared to that. Pretending to kiss via positioning is even simpler, we've already kissed so many times." Chu Yu hastily covered the endlessly talking mouth in front of him, wary and fearful that the camera might capture their 30-decibel whispering. Luo Dog slowly calmed down, closing his mouth silently and resting his head against the shoulder of his childhood friend. In fact, since fate had already chosen this alluring dance tune for Chu Yu, whichever part he danced, there was no way Chu Yu could avoid it. Even if he avoided the duo dance section with his childhood friend, in the synchronized dancing segment, there were still a series of movements that would turn his normal temperature body into a fiery one. Calculating this way, he might as well dance with his childhood friend since at least Luo Jiayu would take care of him. But there were still things he had to make clear to Luo Jiayu. Chu Yu lowered his head and poked the head resting on his shoulder, holding does not equate to touching. This little dog had subtly twisted concepts, the nature of actively holding versus actively touching are different. Almost tricked by him. For him, touching was already hard. Let alone making the touch feel suggestive, inviting, full of sexual tension, it was exceedingly difficult. New paragraph starts here. It was harder than ascending to the heavens. The head on his shoulder moved slightly, lifting up again to reveal Luo Jiayu's handsome face. "Look at me." Chu Yu watched as Luo Jiayu inched closer, and he did not move, having already grown accustomed to this proximity after spending so many days together. Just then, his hand which had been gripping onto Luo Jiayu's wrist hadn't yet let go. Luo Jiayu shifted his body, turning from being side-on to the camera to facing away from it. Then, he guided Chu Yu's hand to rest on his neck and slowly slid it down to his collarbone. When the hand reached his collarbone, Chu Yu's fingers froze, feeling as though broad daylight was casting them in a flagrant act of illicit affection. Luo Jiayu held Chu Yu's hand there for a while, tilting his head to observe his boyfriend's expression. Seeing no fluctuation, he relaxed. That's all you need to do, it's very simple. Chu Yu's ears turned red bit by bit, appearing as if he were deep in thought or just spaced out. After a moment, he disengaged, mumbling indistinctly, I understand. Luo Jiayu was confident and carefree, he felt that his childhood friend's psychological barrier wasn't as big as he claimed. With more practice, it would be fine. However, before he could urge his childhood friend to practice the duet part several more times, the mentor's first dance evaluation arrived. There would be 2 evaluations in total. The first took place on the second day of training, covering only the first 2 sections of the dance, not including the later duet section, so Chu Yu had not practiced coordination with his childhood friend. Instead, he focused solely on figuring out how to execute the opening synchronized dance portion. After months of sporadic yet intense stage training, Chu Yu had made noticeable progress in dancing. He had managed to transition from having negative foundations to zero foundational skills, no longer relying solely on the rhythm of radio calisthenics to guide his moves. After several hours of practice, he could vaguely follow about half of the major dance moves. As long as one didn't look too closely, he offered quite an appealing visual performance with just his face alone. Given that this particular dance posed a significant challenge across all aspects for Chu Yu, he had spent a considerable amount of time privately pondering its execution. Even during rest periods, he unexpectedly stayed back for extra practice, working so diligently that even Wei Xiao, who happened to pass by, was left stunned for an entire day. For Chu Yu, this was his final stage in Top Trainee, it carried great significance. After waiting so long, it was finally time for the grand finale, and afterward, he could simply return home, his previous lack of motivation returning once more. When the road ahead stretches endlessly without sight of the finish line, all one wants to do is lie down right where they are. But when the finish line becomes visible, one suddenly finds renewed strength to run forward. Another reason was the ultimatum given by the mentors before this round of training commenced. This was the last stage, and everyone needed to perform better than ever before. Chu Yu thought to himself that although his limbs still lacked complete refinement after all these months, as a mature 20-year-old man and captain, physical limitations aside, determination should prevail. Regardless of how challenging the dance was, for the sake of group coordination and responsibility to fans, logically and emotionally, he ought to master it. Thus, driven by this compassionate and selfless vision, after studying the choreography for a good half-day, as others left to eat or hydrate, Chu Yu remained in the practice room to seek tutoring from Luo Jiayu. After dozens of repetitions and having smoothed out what he could, Chu Yu confidently ascended the evaluation stage upon bidding farewell to his childhood friend with a handshake. As always, Ling Wei served as the stage mentor, joined by Wei Xiao who had come to observe and offer friendly guidance. The two quietly watched as the highly popular second-ranked participant in the top trainee competition began his performance. A sexy and intense drumbeat resounded, and Chu Yu danced energetically, industriously, and earnestly. By the end of the piece, he lowered his head, panting hard, sweat glistening on his damp eyelashes, feeling as if he had never danced so robustly in his life. If a man's sensuality stemmed from exertion, he had certainly oozed sexual tension throughout. Your dancing is a little too cute, Ling Wei commented tactfully after her observation. Beside her, Wei Xiao tilted his head down, trying, and failing, to stifle a laugh with his fist, emitting a pooh. Chu Yu raised his head and remained silent for 3 seconds, swiping off the sweat obstructing his vision. Click. His dream of exuding sexiness shattered. Ling Wei continued to be both gentle and terrifyingly insightful as she had been during the third public evaluation. She maintained her smiling expression and, after observing the next few participants' performances, clapped her hands and pointed at Luo Jiayu who had just descended from the stage. Take Luo's style as a good example, Chu. Learn from him repeatedly, feel how his body moves and how his eyes convey emotion. Especially his eyes, you're too dull-eyed. New paragraph starts here. He looked both dim-witted and clear-eyed in a way that didn't resemble male college students exuding charm hormones at a midnight screening but rather like Maka Paka Paka fresh out of kindergarten performing on a cultural evening gala. Chu Yu blinked, intending to say he had already imitated the one before him dozens of times. Glancing at his proud boyfriend who was flashing a brilliant grin of white teeth, he silently closed his mouth. Little Chu confidently took the stage. Little Chu regrettably left it. Little Chu chose to keep polishing his 10-year skills from offstage. If the ensemble part merely suggested that his style wasn't compatible with the song, then the duet segment revealed much larger issues. Touch me. At the mentor evaluation site, Luo Jiayu watched his childhood friend right in front of him, using lip movements silently to prompt the following action flow. Under Ling Wei and Wei Xiao's penetrating gazes, as well as the watchful eyes of a group of surrounding trainees, Chu Yu stiffly placed one hand on his collarbone. Position adjustment. Chu Yu stiffly leaned over along with his neck, resembling an iron puppet missing its lubricant, making one anticipate a crack sound from his neck any second. Ling Wei narrowed her eyes, shaking her head disapprovingly. Truly, although his face screamed handsome, his dance was full of sexual suppression force. Stop, stop. She directly raised her hand to halt the two hunks' performance of their iron puppet show, then pulled aside Wei Xiao, who was enjoying the drama like eating melon seeds. We'll demonstrate for you. She stepped up onto the stage, turned her body slightly, and let one hand naturally glide over her partner's chest. Did you see? Like this, sliding with your fingertips bit by bit. Wei Xiao cooperatively held her wrist while his sharp tongue lashed out, unable to resist taunting Chuyu, right, grabbing once and flying away, like touching scalding sweet potatoes. Ling Wei continued her teaching, flinging her head according to the dance posture, then meeting eyes. Your gaze must be direct, not wandering around. Stare directly into your partner's eyes. Wei Xiao chimed in, right, you were just like a thief being sneaky. Your stealth level was so high. Chuyu, listening under the stage, remained silent. And then there's the rhythm. Use force from your waist and shoulders. You're too tense. During the lecture, Lu Jiayu sitting next to Chuyu poked his boyfriend's shoulder. As Chuyu turned his head, Luo Jiayu leaned close to whisper into his ear. Don't dance like we're having a secret affair. Pretend that after finishing this dance, we'll declare it openly on stage. Chuyu suddenly retracted his ears, subconsciously slapping the ear being breathed into, pretending it was red from slapping and not from embarrassment. The perpetrator beside him grinned widely, tilting his head happily. Alright, now do it again. After demonstrating, Ling Wei gave instructions to the small wooden puppet and his exclusive puppeteer in front of her. Yes, teacher. Luo Jiayu immediately responded. He was visibly in a good mood before the camera. Chuyu followed him up on stage, familiar background music playing as he recalled the scene demonstrated by Tutor Ling moments ago. Taking a deep breath, as soon as the drumbeat for the segment rang out, his trembling fingertips brushed against the exposed clavicle of his secret affection target, then glided across following the memorized imagery until his fingertips carried a faint warmth. Then came the moment of eye contact. For someone overly introverted, staring straight in public was akin to committing adultery, but having been trained to such an extent, what little dignity left might as well be abandoned. Chuyu rarely stared directly into anyone's eyes. Forcing himself against his natural inclination caused his gaze to flicker uncertainly. He tried to fix his eyes firmly on the reflection of himself in Luo Jiayu's pupils, yet his eyelashes involuntarily trembled several times. In an instant, his eyes slipped uncontrollably down, landing precisely on the lips of the person in front of him. Luo Jiayu could feel that his childhood friend was still nervous, but something had changed, completely changed. Only after their positioning for a kiss ended did he realize why, because the originally pure and clear eyes of the person in front of him, after receiving such teachings and transformation, attempted to forcibly blend sex appeal but failed, instead revealing a sense of innocence mixed with vulnerability, wanting to seduce but unsure how. To summarize, innocently fishing. New paragraph starts here. The initial attempt didn't satisfy the two mentors, so they repeated it several times. Chuyu started off aimlessly feeling his way through until he gradually found direction. His movements became increasingly fluid and proficient, though he still instinctively used light pressure when touching the clavicle. He had become accustomed to the entire routine. By the last upward glance of eye contact, he even managed a hint of a smile. He's learned. He always knew that he couldn't possibly not be a genius. Not until the fifth smooth run did Ling Wei finally relent. Not bad, that's all for today. This command was equivalent to the school bell ringing. Chuyu's first reaction was to happily grab Lao Fa Xiao and look for something to eat, but before he could turn around, his shoulder was pressed down. What's wrong? Sensing that the other party wasn't speaking, he turned around to ask a question. Luo Jiayu still didn't say anything, choosing instead to lead him into the small room at the back of the training room. The space was narrow, piled high with various discarded old equipment, usually unvisited by anyone. As soon as they entered the small room, Luo Jiayu buried his head in his boyfriend's shoulder. This behavior was already commonplace for Chuyu, who patted him gently. Are you feeling unwell? A little. His boyfriend muttered from under his breath. In the next second, Chuyu was pulled down to sit on the ground, his back against the corner. One hand slid along his collarbone and dipped inside his shirt collar, beginning to move back and forth. He twitched slightly. Due to the poor soundproofing, he didn't dare make a sound but repeatedly pushed the person in front of him hard on the shoulders. Hush. Luo Jiayu held him in his arms, his head buried in his shoulder, speaking in a low, gentle voice. Chuyu felt the heat of the body pressed against his own growing more intense. Stiffly frozen in place, another tremor passed through him as a hand slipped through the opening between his shirt tail and waistband and began to ascend slowly, starting from his lower back to his abdomen, hesitating momentarily before continuing upwards towards his chest. The grip on the shoulder in front of him tightened suddenly. Breathing heavily, Chuyu tried to escape the scorching embrace. Luo Jiayu half coaxed, half soothed, rubbing his lips against his cheek while holding the man closer in his arms with the other hand. Let me touch you for a while, came the whisper, warm with desire, the tone hoarse and breathy. Each word seemed to ignite a fire in his ear, spreading warmth across his body. Chuyu felt himself burning from head to toe, nearly overwhelmed by the scorching sensation. He closed his eyes briefly, giving no verbal response but remaining still, passively acquiescing without moving. In their secluded corner, any faint sounds were amplified several times over. A momentary muffled groan escaped Chuyu, triggered by the hot breath brushing against his skin. In the dim and confined environment, it rang out particularly clear. Startled, he lowered his head, his eyes turning red, moisture accumulating in them as he bit his lips fiercely to ensure no further sound escaped. Luo Jiayu angled his face to seek a kiss. Chuyu dodged by hiding his head in the neck hollow of the person in front, exposing only a pair of ears that were flushed crimson. Sensing that his object of desire had no intention to resist or escape, Luo Jiayu's hand holding the other's back relaxed slightly, then slid underneath the clothes once more, causing the other to shiver again. Luo Jiayu also felt his own face heating up immensely, as if he had a fever making his head heavy and dizziness overwhelming. Lowering his eyelids, he leaned close to the other's ear, lightly nibbling around the outline of the earlobe before speaking ambiguously either to comfort or invade. Just hold me for a little longer and it'll be fine. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 97. On that day, Chu Yu's legs went limp the moment he was let go by Luo Jiayu. Because the rest time wasn't enough for him to calm down his physical reactions, his face still had a flush, and his breathing was rapid, as if he'd just finished an intense workout. He got up, unconsciously leaned against the wall and took a few steps until he reached the window. Then he buried his head in the cool curtain fabric, staying there secluded for 5 minutes. Not until the burning sensation in his ears completely disappeared and his breathing gradually returned to normal did he lift his head again. He still looked a bit absent-minded. As he was doing all this, Luo Jiayu obediently squatted beside him waiting, occasionally reaching out to lightly poke his boyfriend, then getting pushed away, only to return to the same spot and continue squatting, repeating this cycle of actions over and over again. Luo Jiayu's face was a little red too, but his eyes kept staring straight at the person in front without changing direction. Chu Yu, after finally calming down, had been lowering his eyes the whole time, trying not to make eye contact with his boyfriend, fearing that once he looked, the balance he had just maintained would lose control again. After calming down, Chu Yu wanted to go out and find something to eat. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Jiayu suddenly grabbed him. Chu Yu's body trembled, thinking that his hand would be thrust into his collar again, but this time it was just a simple hug, with a simple act of burying his head on his shoulder. I like you. A muffled voice passed through the clothing fabric to his ear. Chu Yu responded dully. Because I like you, I want to touch you. Luo Jiayu lifted his head, cupped his face, and the face lifted obediently, though his eyes were still dodging. Don't be nervous, Luo Jiayu whispered softly in a volume that only the two could hear, I just want to hold you. Chu Yu tried to identify his current breathing rhythm. Compared to before, it was somewhat faster, but the words of reassurance seemed to have really worked. His body wasn't as tense as before. Luo Jiayu carefully observed his expression, slowly touching the palm of the person in front of him, then clasping the fingers of that hand, until gathering him back into his arms, where their bodies pressed against each other again. Chu Yu roughly understood what his boyfriend was trying to express. He said nothing, just letting the other embrace his waist while burying his own head in the crook of his neck. Kissing is normal, hugging is normal, and so is touching. It's just that he needed a little more time than others to adapt. This time when Luo Jiayu asked for a kiss, he didn't dodge, marking a big success in his boyfriend's desensitization therapy. That little puppy clearly showed his happiness. Can I touch you again when we get home tonight? Exposed with his true thoughts laid bare, Luo Jiayu, caught off guard, saw his ears turn red, and firmly refused. But instead of feeling sad, Luo Jiayu hugged him even tighter, saying, even if you don't let me touch, we can kiss a little longer now. Anyway, they had time. Everything could proceed step by step. 3 days later, on one afternoon, the production team suddenly notified all trainees to gather in the broadcasting hall after the day's routine training ended. Once inside the hall, the production team mysteriously called each trainee into a small room. It was dark since the lights weren't turned on, making it unclear what structure lay within. Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu were among the first batch to enter. Only after entering did the two see a large screen at the very center ahead, emitting a dim glow. In front were neatly arranged 2 rows of 20 plastic chairs. A modest screening room. Looking closer, some star decorations dotted the walls. Following international conventions, this kind of tiny, dim, and deliberately atmospheric room was perfect for recording scenes full of warmth and tears. When Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu arrived, a few trainees were already scattered in their seats. Behind them came Lu Yiyang and Shui Lu walking shoulder to shoulder. Seeing the giant screen, Lu Yiyang's eyes lit up, and he loudly greeted the camera, "Are we going to watch a movie?" After being tormented by dance training for several days, Chu Yu's eyes brightened upon hearing those words. Sitting closest to them, Song Lai remained calm, adjusting her mirror using the light coming from outside the door and replied, "Of course not." According to top trainee tradition, near the finals, every practice student gets shown an encouragement blessing video. Chu Yu's previously bright eyes immediately dimmed, his eyelids drooping, his energy dropping like a modern intelligent sound-controlled light. Especially after hearing that these blessing videos were generally recorded by family members, Chu lowered his head, lost in thought, and didn't respond even when his boyfriend happily picked out 2 favorite seats and called him over to sit down. There were no restrictions on seating based on rankings this time, so Luo Jiayu finally didn't have to endure the pain of being separated from his partner like the cowherd and weaver girl across the Milky Way. He carefully selected and finally decided on a seat in the second row near the middle, very satisfied with his high-level seat-picking skills, good lighting, a good angle, convenient. On one hand, it wouldn't be stuck in an obscure corner enveloped in darkness, and on the other hand, they wouldn't be fully exposed under the dim white light of the big screen, leaving them nowhere to hide as would happen if they were in the front row. Here, he could sneakily hold his boyfriend's hand or intertwine their fingers during the video without being easily noticed. A prime feng shui location. This is the place. After settling into the chosen seat, Luo Jiayu turned his head and noticed his little mushroom by his side seemed somewhat deflated again. Concerned, he asked a staff member for a bottle of mineral water, thinking of watering his little mushroom. Would you like some? Seeing the bottle brought close to his mouth, Chiyu appeared to still be daydreaming far away, slowly nodded, and took a sip. Drinking water did help shift attention somewhat, so during the latter part while watching the video, Chiyu continued holding the mineral water bottle and sipping at it leisurely. Luo Jiayu originally wanted to lean towards his boyfriend's ear and ask what was wrong, but just as he moved his head closer, the screen in front suddenly dimmed, and then a few introductory subtitles slowly appeared. The video officially started playing, and everyone fell silent. Thus, he had no choice but to straighten up. The gentle BGM played, harmonizing perfectly with the star-shaped hanging decorations on the walls. The first image soon cut to a young girl who looked tender and fresh, with a demeanor appearing quite delicate. Although Luo Jiayu felt she looked familiar, he couldn't recognize her. Until the little girl spoke, "I'm Jiang Qinglu's younger sister. Brother, are you watching?" It suddenly dawned on him, the innocent expression and the typical pure appearance of a standard white lily type closely resembled Jiang Qinglu as though they came from the same mold. Jiang Qinglu, sitting in the front row, was already sobbing uncontrollably, especially when a more mature but thinner and obviously more weary-looking middle-aged woman appeared on the screen alongside the girl. Wishing our little Lu all the best, may he realize his dream, stand on a larger stage, and let more people hear his voice. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, the girl she held tightly smiled sweetly and added a sentence, "Big brother, cheer up." At the sound of this, murmurs rose from the crowd before the screen. Several trainees seated next to Jiang Qinglu, including Wei Ziyu, began patting his back lightly, offering quiet comfort to their weeping comrade. When one video ended, the next seamlessly followed, its subject identified not visually but by audio first. Song Lai, originally inspecting her manicure while seated near the door, suddenly looked up upon hearing a cheerful voice say, "Come come," only to see a similarly well-dressed woman blowing kisses towards the camera. "Cheer up, my darling son, I wish you smooth sailing in your debut attempt. Whether you make it or not, your mother and father will always love you. I love you too." Song Lai raised her hand boldly and sent a heart gesture back to her parents on the screen, shouting loudly. The following videos followed the same pattern, basically all featuring close family or friends of the contestants continuously sending blessings. "Wishing my son a smooth debut. You're our pride. Enjoy your stay in the camp, take care of yourself." As Luo Jiayu watched further, he increasingly realized this was a warm-hearted and tear-inducing segment where relatives and friends encouraged their contestant. Turning his head again, he saw Chuyu still drinking water slowly, his eyes fixed on the screen but clearly inattentive, finally comprehending why his boyfriend seemed off. Although the two of them had walked together through trials and jokes since joining the camp, never feeling lonely because they opened their eyes each morning to see each other and thus having relatively happy days within the camp, yet, apart from the talent show camp, they didn't have any other family or friends in this world. Even if they had parents in their original lives, those meant nothing more than strangers to them. In their eyes, apart from each other, the closest entity that accompanied them all along was probably the system. "Is that what you're thinking about, dear Luo baby?" A kind voice sounded inside his mind, startling Luo Jiayu as he realized it was Mr. Zhao from Chu Yu's side speaking. "We can record a live blessing video for the both of you, do you need one, Luo baby?" Just moments ago, a little mushroom was quietly and attentively indulging in emo thoughts. The next second, he was abruptly dragged into a four-person chat group. Listening to the system repeatedly calling him, "baby," Chiyu spaced out for a while, then lowered his head, scratching his hair with a skeptical look on his face as if asking, "What the heck is going on?" and murmured softly, "My head's buzzing." Luo Jiayu was momentarily startled by this overly novel nickname, his mouth twitching at the corners. "First, I'm not called Luo, my name is Luo Jiayu." "Alright, baby." After Xiao Yu admitted to liking Luo Jiayu, Mr. Zhao regarded the four of them as a close-knit family. Hence, he cheerfully referred to both of them as his babies, with a tone as affectionate as a grandma who had raised 3 generations of children, filled with the unique enthusiasm of an elder generation childcare specialist. This left Luo Jiayu unable to voice his intended retort, "Second, I'm not a baby, I'm cool. Do you need my help, babies? Just nod and I'll do it for you too." Luo Jiayu and Chuyu exchanged a glance at the same moment their eyes met, just like a hug that gave them a sense of reassurance. They stared into each other's eyes as usual, knowing immediately that they shared the same idea. Why not? Thanks to Mr. Zhao's meddling, the gloomy little mushroom finally brightened up. Before either of them could nod, the next moment, a new support video popped up on the screen. A handsome face appeared first, looking no more than 30-something. But the smile at the corner of his mouth was far more distinctive, making them instantly recognize who was about to embarrass them. "This blessing video is recorded for my 2 treasures, students. Congratulations on entering the finals, both Teacher G and I believe you are the best students we've ever taught, and hope you continue your journey smoothly to achieve the best results, forever being my proudest treasures, students. The next second, a woman walked beside him, her expression and demeanor cold like an AI, signaling clearly that Teacher G had been dragged in to appear. Mr. Zhao gradually grew serious in front of the camera, seemingly adapting to the style of previous encouraging and warm-hearted videos. His tone became increasingly solemn, unclear whether the speech was improvised or premeditated. In any case, the two of them delivered the message very fluently. Chu Yu. For the first time ever, Chu Yu wasn't addressed as baby by his system. It was akin to being called out by the principal, making him jolt all over. In front of the camera, Mr. Zhao's eyes began to tear up. On this journey, I've witnessed much of your growth and improvement. I've accompanied you behind the scenes, watching as you went from lacking confidence and feeling unadjusted to gradually growing, stepping onto bigger stages step by step until now, where you become one of the final trainees left standing. Such significant progress was something neither of us imagined at the beginning. Tears streamed down Mr. Zhao's face in front of the camera. Be happy, little you. You're much better, greater, and stronger than you imagine. So many people, including me, love you. Be happy, baby. Disaster. The emotion was too overwhelming, and the lines didn't feel like a send-off before the finals, but rather like a father crying at the village entrance as his son leaves for distant lands. As soon as the last sentence was said, all the cameras zoomed in on Chu Yu's face, intensifying the social death flavor. Chu Yu covered the upper half of his face with one hand, choking on his words for nearly 10 seconds before finally gritting his teeth and waving his other hand. I will. Teacher G sent off the weeping Mr. Zhao with a cold face, leaving her alone in front of the camera. She cleared her throat. This time, she addressed her own host, Luo Jiayu. Luo Jiayu's eyes widened in surprise. Since becoming part of the storybook, this might be the first time he'd heard the system directly call out his full name. What's up? Teacher G's lips twitched for a moment. You're the most confident, cocky, and troublemaking student I've ever taught. Luo Jiayu scratched his head. All seemed like compliments. Uncertain. Let's listen further. You never fear failure, love trying new things, love adventures, and also love getting yourself into dire situations, because every time you're sure you'll rise from the dead, and every time you do. If life has a broad path most people walk, you would always forge your own narrow bridge without hesitation. Because of your personality, we've cleaned up so many messes together. Now that there's no longer me ahead, I still believe you'll continue creating more messes, and you'll clean them up yourself. Luo Jiayu slightly tilted his mouth, realizing now that he couldn't fool himself anymore. Those words weren't all praise. Teacher G gradually took on a serious tone, but I still wish you to be brave and confident in your future life, because that's who you are, someone daring to take risks, adventurous, vivid, and full of life. The speech ended. The next second, the two systems zoomed back into their hosts' minds. Teacher Zhao was still crying halfway through his tears when he abruptly hid within Chu Yu's brain for the first time, turning roles around, as his host consoled him quietly. All right, don't cry anymore. Luo Jiayu furiously poked his own cold-hearted system in his mind until it grew impatient and entered standby mode. That was the first time you've said such a warm and touching thing to me. I knew you still appreciate me. It seems that any living creature will develop feelings after being together for long enough, Luo Jiayu philosophized deeply. However, with all the heartfelt truths laid bare by both systems today, the impending farewell atmosphere became even heavier. As the blessing video was about to reach its end, quite a few trainees buried their heads in quiet sobs. Neither the two systems nor their host spoke either, leaving the room heavy with a somber atmosphere. At this moment, the staff announced, the blessings from family and friends have been delivered. Next, we will play the support videos made by fans for each trainee. Just then, the originally gentle BGM playing took a sudden turn. From soft and melancholy piano notes, it abruptly switched to loud gongs and raucous swonas that sounded celebratory, like welcoming the new year. Simultaneously, the blackened screen suddenly lit up. Two bright red electronic firecrackers erupted noisily on either side of the screen. Afterward, three girls wearing sunglasses and masks appeared in unison, each carrying a neatly folded scroll of Spring Festival couplets. A dazzling golden light special effect surrounded them, flashing continuously. Chu Yu stared blankly, taking the bottle of mineral water given by Luo Jiayu and sipping twice absent-mindedly. Clang clang clang, an impressive sound effect rang out as the trio synchronized perfectly. They unfurled their scrolls one after another, first left, then right, followed by the center. Top scroll, Amazon's first Monkey King. Bottom scroll, Summer Palace top security guard. Horizontal banner, Silence is golden. In perfect unison, the three fans powerfully declared, spirited and beautiful Big Brother Ziggin, positive and healthy Big Brother Ziggin, human nightingale Big Brother Ziggin, little fish fly bravely and take responsibility ourselves, we UC will forever stay loyal. Chu Yu promptly sprayed the entire mouthful of mineral water onto the ground. Chapter 98. The barrage of comments also exploded because of this, turning into a large-scale gathering where people mocked mercilessly. This person who wrote the couplet is truly talented. I feel like Brother Botsy seems to be at peace after reading it. I'm laughing my head off. Who planned this? You can always rely on the mental state of Brother Botsy's fans. Actually, this is still quite conservative among us you silks.jpg. Accompanying you all along your journey, listening to you ramble, from Amazon Monkey King to Yehechuan security guard, staying by your side without ever leaving. Isn't this deep companionship and confession? Therefore, in the entire latter half of the support video, Chiyu became the constant focal point for everyone. No matter which Trainees fan was recording the blessing video, there would always be a mischievous lens pointed at him looking dumbfounded, scratching his toes in confusion, especially when compared to other Trainees support videos. Chiyu found that he was the only one undergoing this socially embarrassing death. Others were filled with warmth, while his felt more like public execution. Others sent their main characters up onto the stage, while his own house seemed to push the main character toward an inevitable end. This was the unparalleled strength of disdain and arrogance shown by the fans of Brother Botsi. All the Trainees present were laughing uncontrollably because of this video. The room inside and out was filled with lively air, and amidst the laughter and joy, Chiyu covered his face with his hands, calmly feeling as if all the social deaths of his life had gathered here today. But people in good mental condition often have a bizarre ability to adjust themselves. After doubting the meaning of life for 30 seconds on the spot, little brother Chu already accepted this abstract situation. In the final main response section, he even smiled happily at the couplets in the video and gave them a heart shape with his hand. However, because he looked overly cheerful and healthy, it appeared even stranger. Chu Xiaoyu smiled brightly, sincerely said, "Thank you for having you. Botsi brother, if not a family, do not enter the same door." Botsi brother doubts his life for a moment, but realizing his own illness is severe as well, he instantly lets go. Mutual conditions progressing forward in mutual torment, heart. On the way back to the dormitory, Chiyu was in a state of soul detachment, eyes blank and wandering, not knowing what he was thinking about. After being pulled away from 2 lampposts by Luo Jiayu, he couldn't help but sneakily take out his phone and log into Weibo for a look. My lord swings tree vines. Oh, big kid brother. Did you watch the latest live stream of the show? My lord swings tree vines. Oh, I made an appearance during the fan support video segment. Oh. The handsome man immediately understood. AAA top handsome man, yes, the 3 holding the Spring Festival couplets, one of them is you, right? My lord swings tree vines. Oh, you guessed correctly. My lord swings tree vines. Oh, how do you think I performed? Wasn't it fantastic? My son must have been stunned by me. Luo Jiayu glanced over and saw his boyfriend, who looked like a zombie thanks to the video, slowly drifting towards another lamppost. He lowered his head to type a message. AAA top handsome man, indeed, it left a strong impression. The other party sent a cool emoticon wearing sunglasses, apparently pleased with his reaction to her role as a fan. Who are you messaging? Brother Botsi noticed the little movements beside him suddenly, turning his head and asking softly, surprised by the joy. Luo Jiayu patted his head, casually grabbed his wrist, and the 2 swapped positions. You walk on the inside. This way, the person wouldn't bump into any lampposts while walking. This was a secluded road, with no trailing cameras, allowing him to firmly grasp someone's fingers without reservation. Who are you texting? Chu Yu blinked curiously again. Luo Jiayu handed over the phone that was chatting halfway through to him, and upon lowering his head, the previous chat record immediately caught Chu Yu's attention. He skimmed through each one, his expression changing from confusion to doubt, and then reaching a calm resignation. It turned out it was from online group friends. No wonder they could pull off such an absurd act. At this point, a certain fan still didn't realize the chat partner had changed, still cheerfully jumping around, messages popping up every 5 seconds non-stop. Chu Yu browsed for a while, but soon his focus drifted. Hey, what does her ID mean? My lord swings tree vines. Oh, brother kid, why did you suddenly stop replying? Where are you? Surely you haven't fallen in love halfway through our conversation. Luo Jiayu rested her chin on her boyfriend's shoulder, hugging him affectionately as they both looked at the words on the screen. Halfway through, she noticed that the message he sent perfectly matched his inner feelings. Delighted, she stretched out a finger and replied, guessed it right, on behalf of the person she was hugging, then took back the phone and turned it off. Stop staring at your phone, come care for your lonely nest boyfriend. Chu Yu didn't react to having his phone suddenly taken away, and once he realized what happened, he retorted, when were you ever a lonely nest? When you went to buy food in the cafeteria. Does that even count as being lonely? Look. Luo Jiayu excitedly pointed to a power pole in front of them. This is the pole I stood next to when I confessed my feelings to you. I've memorized this already. The 8th post from south to north along this little road is our confession power pole. Chu Yu followed the direction of her finger and sure enough saw a tall and straight pole standing proudly there, accepting the mysterious yet quirky homage from this couple before it. He had not actually expected Luo Jiayu to talk about that memory with such a light-hearted tone because the recollection itself wasn't particularly pleasant, their relationship teetering on several occasions almost to the point of stiffness. Her confession ultimately didn't get a clear response. But what struck him most deeply upon remembering that day was the mint-flavored bubble water kiss, light and soft like a wet cloud. On further reflection, perhaps from the start he didn't mind Luo Jiayu's touches. Even during their friend phase before any shift in their relationship, those covert kisses never repelled him psychologically. Their connection felt like 2 clouds floating leisurely together over time and eventually merging naturally. So why are we all of a sudden commemorating this power pole? He asked habitually. Luo Jiayu suddenly grew serious, because this is our final time being here. In 2 days comes the final. After we go on stage, we won't be coming back here anymore. Chu-yu blinked. Thus, instead of just one person stopping their steps, now there were two. After pausing for a while, Chu-yu took out his phone and snapped 2 pictures of the power pole in front of him. What are you doing? According to the logic that people tend to reminisce once they lose something, take a commemorative picture first. After finishing the photos, Chu-yu edited the photo names. Luo Jiayu saw he had named it, Camp Small Road, the 8th pole from south to north. Luo Jiayu put her hand on his shoulder. Do you think we should include this photo in our annual anniversary album? Do we even have that thing? Not yet, but we will definitely in the future. Luo Jiayu said casually, we can have an anniversary album, a travel album, a wedding album, festival albums. Forget it, there are too many types and it's troublesome to categorize. Just making an omnibus version would be more convenient. You buy it later. I'll show you the styles I like. Once Chu-yu finished editing the photo note and returned the phone to his pocket, he reviewed the conversation and realized they had somehow wandered onto the topic of commemorative albums. He turned his head and looked at the person beside him. What do we commemorate in an album anyway? Everything worth commemorating. Luo Jiayu stretched lazily. These few months have been very memorable. Chu-yu mused thoughtfully, memorizing every bi-weekly vacation. Luo Jiayu patted the sturdily standing power pole by her side, memorizing this little road. Memorizing these 3 public performance stages. Memorizing the rap lyrics I wrote. Memorizing the broadcasting hall. Memorizing the rehearsal room. Memorizing the dormitory. Memorizing the cafeteria. Memorizing the pancake fruit rolls on the first floor of the cafeteria. Memorizing the soda in the automatic vending machine. Memorizing the bucket meals we secretly ate. Memorizing the barbecue dinner I treated you to. Memorizing cartoons. Memorizing Candy Crush. Memorizing games. Memorizing phones. Our rule-breaking deeds weren't few either, huh? Yeah. Chu-yu considered this carefully and seriously raised an objection. If we need to commemorate all these, one omnibus book won't be enough. Luo Jiayu tilted her head slightly, then lowered her head as the corner of her mouth lifted uncontrollably. Memorialize the day I summoned up the courage to kiss you. Chu-yu froze mid-action. Which day? The day I kissed you in broad daylight. Luo Jiayu finished speaking and patted the power pole beside her. You don't know how important that day was for me. That was the first time he laid out his long-hidden feelings openly. Before that, he always thought he couldn't bear the cost of exposing his heart, and considering the risks, he had once been prepared to guard this not-so-secret secret for a lifetime. But he overestimated his concealing ability. That confession wasn't within his expectations, it was hasty, and he forced himself to appear calm. However, the other person's silence made him feel as though they were getting closer step by step to the hidden yet terrible suspicion deep inside him. Yet that spontaneous exploratory kiss changed his thoughts. The one he loved might hesitate when faced with these buried emotions under their friendship, but they wouldn't leave like he expected. Perhaps from the beginning, neither could ever be apart. Tomorrow will be the last rehearsal. Do you still feel nervous staring into each other's eyes while we're dancing? Much better. Chu-yu closed his eyes, letting his boyfriend graze his eye corner with his lips. I'm more worried about forgetting the moves on stage. But during practice, you've never forgotten them, Luo Jiayu encouraged after kissing him. Some of the moves aren't very precise. It doesn't matter, already being able to move beyond simple calisthenics is impressive. Even those calisthenics are the result of me practicing for a long time. Chu-yu quietly protested. So you're amazing. Yeah, I'm amazing. Chu-yu squinted and accepted his boyfriend's compliments, then tugged at his wrist. You're amazing too. Whatever we do together is amazing. Yeah. So let's take first place in the finals. First place. Let's go. Let's go. Chapter 99. As the last public performance stage since the Top Training's inception, the production team invested heavily in the venue arrangement and platform promotion for this event. The tickets were sold out within 30 seconds after they went on sale, with its popularity far exceeding the previous performances. Teacher Zhao, as a system, originally wanted to secretly transform into human form and go to the scene to cheer for her baby. Chu-yu and Luo Jiayu tried to help her get tickets by waiting in advance for her wish. The 2 systems and 4 pairs of eyes stared at the 2 mobile phones all night, but their speed was no match for other fans, and they failed to secure tickets. Teacher Zhao reluctantly left the scene and could only continue to draw circles in Chu-yu's mind. Since every ticket holder might be a fan crazily devoted to their idol, Teacher Zhao felt she couldn't use superpowers to deprive others of the chance to see their idols. Having already resigned herself to fate, it was still Luo Jiayu who used his wealth, haggling with scalpers to buy a ticket, which he gave to the deeply concerned Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao was moved upon receiving the ticket. I will definitely give double the money for your wedding gift in the future. Luo Jiayu agreed readily. Alright, I'll make sure you sit at the main table then. The oblivious Chu-yu turned around and said, ? On the day of the final, there were throngs of people in the arena. As the performance had yet to officially begin, the stage was still dim. The brightest part of the entire venue became the audience section, where countless fans waved multicolored light sticks and placards. The tiny flickering stars gathered together, gradually forming a vast sea of lights. A beam of pure white light fell straight down from the top, and the host descended with this beam, marking the official start of tonight's stage. The fans' cheers grew louder wave after wave. The director started switching the camera to the audience section, randomly selecting lucky viewers to display their banners. The first randomly chosen was the Crown Prince's fan, who held up a giant golden placard with Wei Ziyu's official slogan, and immediately fans supporting the same idol began screaming loudly. The venue soon echoed with the name Wei Ziyu. Next, when the director switched the lens, a fan of Jiang Qinglu appeared on screen with a banner, causing another round of screams among the audience to attempt to surpass the Crown Prince's fans, Jiang Qinglu. The popularity of the live stream far exceeded any of the previous performances. The screen was always filled with comments flying past. Support phrases in various colors surged like waves, interspersed occasionally with some witty remarks or humor accompanying them. Having these two names next to each other must have been intentional on the director's part. I can't imagine how grand the scene will be when the lenses cut to Brother Sprayer and Brother Botsy. If the cameras focusing on these two trainee fans was unintentional, then what happened afterward was certainly not innocent. After a while, a male fan wearing glasses suddenly appeared on screen. After seeing his face magnified on the screen, he was stunned for a couple of seconds before realizing what was happening. He hurriedly took a banner from the girl beside him, quickly unfurling it. It read in bold characters, Sprayer Brother. Can't hold it anymore, why is it still using the spring couplets design? Is it paired with Brother Botsy's support earlier? So red, so festive. A male fan of Sprayer Brother. Did he come to learn how to argue from Brother Sprayer? At this moment, the girl next to him leaned over. They looked like a couple. The girl smilingly also unfurled the banner in her hand. Both banners shared the same bright red custom design, both written in the same glowing characters with Botsy Brother on it. At this moment backstage, a group of trainees just finished their makeup and changed clothes. They gathered around watching the live broadcast on the screen. Lu Yang carefully studied the style of those two supporting banners. I feel that this red matching with this shape is very familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Shui Lu calmly nudged him with his elbow and reminded him, this is generally the style used in weddings. Only they can emit light too. Lu Yang suddenly understood. Just then, Song Lai beside him was also very interested in this supporting banner. The two geniuses exchanged glances twice and simultaneously felt something was missing, finally speaking smartly. A she character in the middle is needed. Chu Yu had just stepped out of the makeup room when he suddenly heard this. Lu Yang soon spotted him and excitedly greeted him with an embarrassing nickname, Baby Monkey King is here. Come and see your fans cheering for you. However, before he could react, a huge wave of sound instantly swept from the front audience seats all the way to the back. He was momentarily confused until Luo Jiayu put a hand on his shoulder from behind. Only then did he realize that the wave shouted, wishing a happy marriage for 100 years. Among the audience in front of the stage, above was the support banner reading, Sprayer Brother, and below was one saying, Botsy Brother. The lens lingered here for a few seconds, and the stadium suddenly emitted a sharp blast like boiling water, wishing a happy marriage for 100 years. This scream was like a fuse, and the entire venue erupted. Half were laughing uncontrollably, while the other half joined the courageous Leo's sister yelling at the top of their lungs. A rhythmic wave gradually formed. Spray, Z, bro, ba, Z, bro, happy, marriage, for, 100 years. Spray, Z, bro, ba, Z, bro, happy, marriage, for, 100 years. If it continued much longer, the scene would have become completely out of control. The director switched the lens away in good time to another fan. However, very unfortunately, this fan turned out to be that same Leo sister who had screamed before. At this moment, upon realizing the camera was pointing at her, she immediately opened her mouth wide and let out the loudest scream she had ever made in her life. Botsy bro, I took leave to watch you dance. You must not get off work. Not getting off work meant blessing his debut since after forming a group, they would keep having shifts. As usual, the fans' comments were cutting. First, the entire venue was shocked by this woman's counterintuitive soprano. Then, the fellow supporters began clapping for this office worker sister's bold move, filling the audience area with a lively atmosphere. After screaming this sentence, the sister took 2 deep breaths. Seeing the lens still focused on her, she instantly widened her eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to open her mouth. At this exact moment, the director also realized this problem. Just as he was about to switch the lens, he saw this awesome sister once again unleash an enormous amount of energy in quick succession, emitting 2 more shrill screams. In the final second before the lens cut away, she used her already hoarse throat to let out a more raspy and excited scream with all her might. Leo is real. The scene was now completely out of control. This was probably the most harmonious moment in the history of top training between CP fans and solo fans. Among the fan groups supporting Chu Yu and Luo Jiayu, the overlap ratio between the two was astonishingly high. Basically, those who liked these two would more or less ship their CP. Therefore, the instant this sister's scream came out, it immediately drew a large following of the Leo army, plunging them into another tidal wave like when they yelled happy marriage for 100 years earlier. Leo is real. Leo is really real. This was the most dancing-worthy episode for CP fans. Even if dead and nailed into a coffin, they'd still shout in decayed voices, "My CP is real." Amidst waves of passionate cheers, the host began introducing the list of trainees performing tonight. After each name was announced, the corresponding headshot would appear on the big screen, and the crowd of people who supported that person would begin shouting his name loudly. Backstage, Luo Jiayu casually gathered a few teammates together. "Brothers, this is our last stage. After today, we'll go home, everyone, cheer up." Song Lai stretched lazily, "I wish us all to have classes tomorrow." "Cheer up, buddy. Cheer up, buddy. Cheer up, buddy." A few kids encouraged each other. Shui Lu patted Chu Yu, who was lost in thought nearby, on the shoulder. "Captain, cheer up." Chu Yu gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yang followed with a pat. "Monkey King, cheer up." Chu Yu quickly retracted his thumb, intending to make a no gesture, but before he could do so, Luo Jiayu leapt over from the front after having fist-bumped every teammate, hugging him tightly. "Baby, hug." Thus, the gesture failed, and instead, he touched his childhood friend's shoulder with his fingers. "Cheer up, buddy." Luo Jiayu didn't move. "Baby, hug." Chu Yu stopped talking, slowly wrapping his arms around his childhood friend's shoulders. "Alright, then, let's hug." The 20 trainees made their appearances divided into 2 groups of 10 each. First up was Chu Yu's group, who started the performance as soon as they came on stage. Complete with lighting, choreography, and costumes, dazzling gradient lights shone on their shimmering outfits, reflecting a group of leaping sparkling stars. A lazy accompaniment melody began to play as Chu Yu found his position and lowered his head according to the choreography. After a moment, at the sound of the first drumbeat, he abruptly raised his head. This was his first direct look at the audience before him, having gathered all his courage and practiced many times off stage, reminiscent of the solemnity of heroes marching forth without return, even preparing himself for possible social anxiety-induced madness. He had originally intended to seek comfort from Mr. Zhao's direction, but when he finally gazed straight ahead at the vast sea of people, the first thing that caught his eye was a warm-toned glittering star ocean. Bright enough to make one dizzy, yet it did not evoke the expected fear and tension. Swaying glow sticks took the place of people's eyes, casting gazes upon him. He looked back, like a star gazing at its welcoming galaxy. The fear and tension of the past seemed to gradually dissipate because he believed in how much this starry sea liked and welcomed him. The rest of the performance went smoothly, and when it was time for the duo dance segment, Luo Jiayu stood before him. Her eyes reflected the brilliant stage lights as she couldn't help but smile at him, her mouth and eyes curving like crescent moons. One person's laughter quickly infected the other, though Chu Yu's smile wasn't very noticeable, the slight upward curl of his lips was captured by the station sister recording close-ups in the front row right away. Someone in the front row audience soon let out a scream, another once-in-a-century memorable scene born. The cover for this straight shot was sure to be this smile exchange under the stage lights. All predetermined moves were rehearsed to perfection long ago, and until the end of the piece, Chu Yu's dancing didn't have any mistakes, whether or not it resembled calisthenics. Amidst his slightly panting poses, all he heard were roaring waves of cheers and screams, hardly any laughter, indicating that fans were fully engaged, with effects better than he imagined. 10 years of practice paid off, Xiao Yu Chu. Watching below, Mr. Zhao had tears streaming down his face, his expression filled with pride for his young disciple coming of age. After raising this child for so long, he could finally remove 100 rules of human contact interaction guidelines from his future teachings. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, this time Chu Yu left the stage happily without regrets after bowing gracefully and thanking together with his teammates. "Good job, everyone." As soon as they went backstage, a few teammates exchanged high fives, and costume designers hurriedly approached to prompt them to change clothes and get ready for makeup for the upcoming most important announcement of rankings. It was precisely at this moment that an unprecedented solemn atmosphere quietly began to spread among the previously carefree group. "We must debut." Xia Lu clasped his fists hopefully towards the ceiling. "If I successfully debut, I'll never touch Lao Gan Ma, a popular spicy condiment, again. Shui Lu, remember to supervise me." Luo Jiayu tilted her head to take out her earrings while listening to Song Lai nearby, closing her eyes, folding her hands, and praying devoutly to the air. "I beseech you, your faithful servant will eat vegetarian forever if given the chance to stay in the group for 2 years. Why do all their vows involve food? Hurry, you should also make a sincere wish, the Buddha is watching." Song Lai nudged her own protege while praying. "All right." Luo Jiayu turned her head, thought for a moment, then folded her hands. "Your faithful servant is willing to live a life full of delicious meat, luxury cars, and villas, in exchange for successful debuting." Song Lai rolled her eyes dramatically. "The Bodhisattva wants to punch you." Her hopeless student, Song Lai shook her head and decided to find her junior boyfriend. Chu Yu blinked, having listened consecutively to 2 male disciples' prayers, also tilted his head to think and then followed suit with both hands clasped in prayer just like Song Lai. "I am willing to exchange my stable mental state in the second half of my life." Learning from Song Lai, he looked up at the high ceiling and coincidentally met the glaring white light source, momentarily blinded, thus seeming more compassionate, in exchange for everyone's successful debut. "Baby, you're truly everyone's baby." Lu Yang was deeply moved. "But what you're using to trade doesn't seem like something you already have," Shui Lu questioned. Only Luo Jiayu curled the corner of her mouth. She understood her boyfriend's implied meaning. Once again, just before taking the stage, a few of them gathered together for one final round of encouragement and farewells. They all stood shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand. After each person spoke their words of motivation, it was Luo Jiayu's turn, who gently patted the shoulder of her boyfriend beside her. "We'll miss you guys." "What does that mean?" The others were momentarily confused. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Wish everyone success in debuting." Everyone quickly joined in unison, "Wish everyone success in debuting." Great. After both groups' group performances had concluded and the last trainee temporarily stepped off stage, the lights suddenly dimmed down. In the darkness, after a few seconds of silence, the host re-emerged on stage, beginning the most important, highly anticipated, and ultimate phase of the evening. 11 chairs were set up at the highest point of the venue, connected by a long red carpet ascending the steps leading to the debut positions. From the radiant C-positioned chair at the top, the carpet stretched all the way to the feet of each nervous trainee below. The 20 trainees stood lined up like 20 believers about to receive their fate's judgment, standing beneath the steps while collectively gazing upwards at the 11 elevated chairs. Their eyes held desire, unease, determination, and some were serene. One capybara wasn't among the anxious trainees. Chuyu appeared tranquil, as if he could drift off to sleep any time soon. It was akin to how he felt after finishing the 1,000-meter test in high school. What mattered wasn't his score but that he'd crossed the finish line. A calm warmth and softness gradually rippled through the capybara's heart at this moment. Walking through it, it was wonderful. Reaching the end, it was wonderful. Achieving a happy ending, it was wonderful. And gaining a boyfriend, it was also wonderful. From the start of the show until now, we have spent 100 days. During these 100 days, there has been laughter, emotion, and tears. But today is the final station of our journey. Who will ultimately stand on this final stage and take those 11 chairs representing the debut spots? After the host finished speaking, they waved the name card in their hand. Next, I will announce the names. The lighting changed and strengthened on cue, making those already eye-catching 11 chairs even more dazzling and noticeable. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd, filled with countless shouts of the trainees' names, each call reflecting support from their fans. First, I will announce the 11th member of this team. One by one, former colleagues were called, ascending the steps to welcome their brilliant futures. Each time a name was announced, it was accompanied by thunderous applause in the venue. Chuyu could hear many people shouting his name, followed by loud cries of, "Number 1. Chuyu absently looked up, seeing the quiet chair at the very top sitting high above, the light passing it seemingly illuminating his hair. As the rankings grew closer to the front, each step that a trainee had to cross became higher. By the time Jiang Qinglu was announced as 4th place, the previous chairs on the steps were already occupied by their rightful owners, leaving only the 3 seats representing the top 3 vacant. At the same time, only a few trainees remained on stage, the most prominent ones being the top 3 from the last public performance announcement. Wei Ziyu stood in the middle, with Chuyu and Luo Jiayu flanking him. The legend of the cowherd and weaver girl over the Milky Way was staged once more. Wei Ziyu watched his lover ascend the steps, furrowing his brow slightly as he coughed twice. Even though he didn't say he was in a hurry, everyone knew that he was. He debuted with an aloof and cool image. Perhaps his unconventional background attracted some controversies, but eventually, he turned opinions around with his excellent abilities. Hearing this, Luo Jiayu instinctively reached out for her sunglasses, then realized that her costume did not have pockets for the glasses. And he is Wei Ziyu. Congratulations on securing 3rd place. The fans let out screams of joy as the middle person departed towards the steps to the debut position. Without realizing it, Chuyu and Luo Jiayu found themselves standing together again. The former slowly clapped as he watched Prince leave, probably unaware that his clapping rhythm lagged far behind general applause. The latter seemed composed, almost arrogantly nodding to herself toward the air. Initially, they both stood facing forward without movement. A few seconds later, noticing something, their eyes darted rapidly, looking back and forth, until finally meeting gazes. Luo Jiayu gave him a wink. They had created a special secret code when they were kids, using blinks to pass messages, often used it to communicate silently during class. Chuyu still remembered it. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many and surrounded by dazzling lights, 2 children were having a quiet conversation that only they understood, just like how ants use their antennas to send messages perceivable only by their kind. Chuyu read from the frequency and rhythm of Luo Jiayu's blinking what he wanted to express. "Let's go eat after work." Chuyu squeezed his left eye hard and blinked his right eye. "Okay. Where?" Luo Jiayu stared at him for a few seconds before continuing to send more messages via their unique blinking code. "Eat at the place near our high school gate. He is undoubtedly the strongest rap performer. He joined us halfway through the journey, yet impressed everyone with his stunning performances in every public show. Everyone who met him has been inspired by his confidence and charisma, and we all believe he will continue to surprise us in the future. Congratulations to you, Luo Jiayu, for securing the 2nd debut spot." Luo Jiayu linked his pinky finger with the person beside him and whispered, "I'll be waiting for you up there." The journey from the foot of the stairs to its summit was long, a red carpet stretching beneath the steps, golden confetti fluttering down as one passed each level of the staircase. These details were noticed by Chuyu only after Luo Jiayu ascended. Only when the previous winner reached their designated chair and sat down did the host speak again. Finally, I am about to announce the first name of this group debut position, who will become the number one. Now on stage stood only Chu-Yu. He blankly stared at the red carpet, the glitter sticking to the fibers, and his long shadow reflected onto the stage. He is someone whose name immediately makes us smile knowingly upon hearing it. By now, the audience had already started whistling and laughing loudly. The same Aquarius sister who had earlier screamed a lifetime of marital bliss directly stood up, took a deep breath and shouted, "Pose," before being pulled back into her seat by people around her. Onlookers laughed even harder, while some shouted back at her to calm down. The host couldn't help but laugh as well. Unbeknownst to himself, he became the program's greatest source of happiness for everyone. Simply seeing him wipes away any bad mood for an entire day. Despite possessing a pessimistic handsome man charm exclusive to the top trainee, everyone knows how adorable he truly is once they get close enough, though he sometimes claims in his heart not wanting to put in effort. Every one of his stages boasts nearly perfect execution. By now it could not be clearer, the two-character name came easily to mind. In fact, the whole venue had merged its sounds into a single tide of enthusiasm, so intense that it seemed capable of almost lifting the ceiling itself. Chu-Yu blankly looked at the host next to him, his eyes blink once, then twice. And the one is Chu-Yu. With a grin, the host finished, turned around, and met the dazed gaze of the small trainee. "Chu-Yu, do you have anything to say?" As the microphone was handed over to him, Chu-Yu hesitantly opened his mouth, and startled himself with the distorted tone of his voice. Then, this simple "I" echoed throughout the entire hall, startling him again, causing him almost to drop the microphone. After hastily adjusting the mic and his voice, finally re-standing firmly, he softly murmured, "My introduction speech is quite lengthy." This was perhaps the longest sentence he had ever spoken in front of a camera, triggering laughter and encouraging cheers from the crowd and team members on the steps. The microphone covered half of Chu-Yu's face, exposing only the light-colored contact lens-covered eyes. They inadvertently shifted upwards instinctively, locking gazes with the already standing up Luo Jiayu from the perspective of the steps, revealing how bright his beloved's eyes were, bathed in soft light. "All this feels like a dream." Chu-Yu spoke slowly, word by word, thousands of eyes focused entirely on him in this moment. The boisterous cheerfulness gradually faded after his opening words, everyone transformed into listeners eager to hear the heartfelt confession from this young boy. And this sensitive child felt this goodwill and was no longer nervous. "It's like a dream. When I was a kid, I often had nightmares, but everything now feels like an exceptionally beautiful and pleasant dream." Chu-Yu continued speaking while helplessly closing his eyes. Though only 20 years old, he spoke at the speed of a centenarian undergoing speech rehabilitation training in front of thousands of people. He hadn't noticed this trait in himself before. "Take your time, everyone is listening." The host softly consoled him, then turned to the audience and shouted loudly, "Do you agree?" The crowd yelled, "Yes." In fact, I don't know how to express my feelings properly. The process felt as though sewing fabric stitch by stitch. Scattered thoughts in his mind slowly coalesced until he could finally articulate them more smoothly. "I never thought I'd receive so much attention, and I never thought that so many people would like someone like me. I think, even though I'm a bit negative." At this point, Chu-Yu's fans burst into kind laughter, infecting him with their warmth. He too smiled slightly, "But it makes me feel incredibly lucky to be able to bring joy and happiness to all of you." He paused here and deeply bowed to the audience before handing the microphone back to the host. He saw some fans crying in the front row and for a moment, wanted to walk over and bend down to comfort them, tell them not to cry. But his innate social anxiety reminded him that such an action would take far more courage than he could handle. At the same time, he realized that he actually had a desire to interact more actively with people. It seemed that the world wasn't as terrible as he once imagined. It still contained kindness, still had people who gave warmth, and so much love. Could he perhaps start to open his arms a little bit, embrace this world, and welcome it? "Alright, next, please member Chu-Yu ascend the steps and walk to your debut position." He saw his own shadow beneath his feet. In his mind's eye, the shadow stretched toward the top where there sat a single chair, waiting to fuse with him under the blinding light. From that moment on, the shadow became as bright as daylight. A long red carpet lay stretched from the bottom to the top of the stairs. He had noticed this earlier, but stepping onto it now was entirely different from simply seeing it. The texture of the carpet was excellent, and from above fell not just gold confetti but also petals. Chu-Yu squinted. For a moment, he almost blurted out how much this place resembled a wedding setup. Some golden confetti clung to his eyelashes, and his vision blurred momentarily from the dazzling lights. In that dazed state, he spotted a figure sprinting directly down from the top of the staircase to hug him tightly. "This red carpet resembles the one used at weddings, doesn't it?" Without the earpiece, the deafening noise of the venue drowned most sounds. To ensure Chu-Yu could hear, Luo Jiayu had to speak louder, louder than any of their previous quiet exchanges whispered into ears. "Debut happily." This time, his voice softened slightly. Chu-Yu read these words from the lips of the person before him. After saying this, Luo Jiayu embraced the person even tighter. Chu-Yu smiled. What blurred his vision didn't seem to be the confetti after all, it was the warm liquid trickling down his cheeks. Tears dropped silently onto the carpet, but the trails they left behind felt warm on his face. Debut happily. The end.